I thought awakening a D-grade talent meant my life was hopeless. Even got publicly humiliated and dumped by my materialistic ex-girlfriend. Never expected to activate a god-tier system, giving me a unique hidden class and SSS-grade talent for free every month. Starting off by acquiring the Necromancer Summoner. Automatically generates 1 undead per second, with maxed out stats and no cooldowns on skills. During the assessment, I commanded thousands of undead to instantly crush the boss, skyrocketing to first place on the leaderboard, stunning everyone present. And this is only the beginning of my revenge. When my undead ocean drowns the entire otherworld, how will those who once mocked me tremble? Chapter 1, God-level full-time check-in system. You're actually delivering takeout to buy exotic crystals? So eager to join me in tomorrow's otherworld assessment? Didn't the teacher say those with C rank or lower talents don't have to go? You're just D rank, are you really rushing to your death? Isn't this just an excuse for you to approach me? I've told you, there's no chance between us anymore. But it doesn't matter. Even an ordinary level spiritual vortex teleportation point is filled with beings that could kill a normal person with just a flick of their finger. And someone like you, who's only awakened a D-rank talent, is practically no different from an ordinary person. Since you're determined to throw your life away, don't blame me for what happens. An extraordinarily beautiful girl stood with her arms crossed, glaring coldly at Pei Sun, her eyes filled with nothing but disdain and contempt. What are you staring at? Damn delivery boy, you'll never afford to live here in your lifetime. Butler Lu, kick him out right now. Tianjin Province, Fengyu City, outskirts. 7 a.m. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. The God-tier full-time check-in system has been activated. Divine full-time check-in system, acquire a unique hidden profession and SSS-grade talent every 30 days. Ding! You've received the Novice Grand Gift Pack. Host, would you like to open it? A strange voice echoed in Pei Sun's mind, dragging him from his drowsy slumber into wakefulness. System, my golden finger has finally arrived? Indeed, heaven won't abandon any transmigrator. No longer feeling drowsy, Pei Sun's face lit up with joy as the system's voice continuously echoed in his mind, instantly revitalizing him. 3 days ago, Pei Sun, who was the owner of a pet store, was hit by a speeding delivery rider running a red light while attending to a customer's pet at their home. He died on the spot, only to unexpectedly transmigrate to this world. After studying textbooks and integrating his previous life's memories, Pei Sun finally learned about this unfamiliar planet called Blue Star. 700 years ago, rifts appeared in various corners of Blue Star, from which countless terrifying creatures known as specters emerged, wreaking havoc upon the human world. The status of humans on Blue Star was severely impacted. Through exploration, humanity discovered that these rifts connected to another world never before seen by humans. The environmental conditions, temperature, resources, and other essential survival factors there were strikingly similar to those of Blue Star, with one key difference: it was entirely inhabited by these terrifying creatures called specters. People dubbed it the otherworld. Specters could be classified into 7 levels based on their power: common, commander, lord, monarch, ruler, disaster, and apocalypse. Faced with the risk of extinction, humanity finally began to awaken, manifesting extraordinary powers known as professionals. Professionals can also be categorized by strength into common, elite, epic, glorious, immortal, legendary, and mythic tiers. Only after the human professional system stabilized did humanity finally secure its dominant position on Earth. To facilitate future development and gain a deeper understanding of the otherworld, humanity has also established interconnected shelters around the spatial vortexes on Earth and the otherworld, enabling mutual teleportation. On the very first day of his crossing, a strange voice echoed in his mind, telling him that if he could complete 100 food delivery orders within 3 days, he would awaken a golden finger, special ability. And yesterday's delivery turned out to be the last one, unexpectedly ending up in the hands of his ex-girlfriend, or more accurately, the original body owner's ex-girlfriend. After awakening his talent and seeing Pei Sun's D-rank ability, Fang Shixian mercilessly broke up with him. Not to mention how she suddenly ended up living in a villa in the city center. Before the awakening, during school assessments that required pairing into teams of 2, Pei Sun and Fang Shixian naturally teamed up as expected. Due to rule restrictions, teams cannot be disbanded involuntarily once successfully formed. Thus, the scene from last night where Pei Sun was mercilessly mocked unfolded. After a long contemplation, Pei Sun suddenly remembered something and hurriedly picked up his phone to check the date, his expression instantly turning grave. Because today was the day of the graduation exam organized by the school. As their principal put it, innate talent does not determine future achievements. Only by combining talent with flawless performance in actual combat can one reach the pinnacle of their future path. The assessment content is quite straightforward, which is to complete tasks by venturing into other worlds. This assessment is the first major hurdle on their path to becoming professionals, making it particularly crucial. They represent Maple Feather 6th High School and compete against 8 other senior high schools from Maple Feather City, vying with nearly 10,000 students for 10 spots to attend the secret training camp in Sky Crystal Province. That's right, there are only 10 spots. If you successfully secure a place in the secret training camp of Tianjin Province, after 3 months, you'll be eagerly recruited by the 4 top-tier academies of Tianjin province. At that point, you won't have to worry about the rest of your life at all, because the moment you step into a top-tier academy, not only will your family receive 24-hour protection from the academy and the government, but you'll also enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. The importance of this assessment goes without saying. Open the newbie mega gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening as an omnipotent profession master, possessing all professional abilities, with all profession proficiencies at rainbow diamond level. Note, profession proficiency levels are categorized as bronze, silver, gold, purple jade, emerald, golden shine, and rainbow diamond. Ding! Congratulations, host, all 5-dimensional attributes have reached innate maximum values. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving 100 profession points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 million blue star coins. Profession points can be exchanged for items in the system's mall. A vast and mysterious power surged turbulent within Pei Sun's body, all his cells rejuvenating as if reborn, an indescribable exhilaration. Mastery of all professions flashed through Pei Sun's mind. Whether combat-oriented roles like warriors, assassins, summoners, or lifestyle and enhancement professions such as cooks, blacksmiths, enchanters, he felt an epiphany, as if he had completely mastered their abilities. Is this the power of a golden finger? Divine full-time sign-in system. Obtain a unique hidden class and an SSS-level talent every 30 days. Ding! This month's sign-in reward, unique hidden class, Necromancer, SSS-level talent, Necrotic Covenant. After digesting the information transmitted by the system, Pei Sun couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, his eyes gleaming with uncontrollable excitement. No wonder the system awakened all professions for him. It turned out that every 30 days, it would grant him a hidden class and a top-tier talent. Name, Pei Sun. Occupation, Necromancer Summoner, unique hidden class, other classes omitted. Proficiency, colored diamond. Talent, SSS-Grade talent, Undead Pact. The summoned spirits are imbued with necrotic energy, fully obeying the host's will without any negative effects. Any type of spirit slain by the host can be summoned and utilized indefinitely. Level, LV.10.0%. Strength, 20.0. Intelligence, 20.0. Spirit, 20.0. Constitution, 20.0. Agility, 20.0. Overall ability value, 20.0. Skill, passive innate skill SSS-Grade Necrotic Alchemy, summons an aberrant spirit to fight for you every second. The summoned spirit's level matches the host, with attributes being 1/10 of the host's. Currently summonable spirit types, common level spirits, dire wolf. Skill, passive innate skill SSS class Delusionary Eye, the host can share vision with all their summoned creatures. After clearly seeing his information panel, Pei Sun felt an indescribable thrill. His previous D-class talent seemed to have been overwritten, but that didn't matter. What's most important is that all his attribute values actually reached their innate maximums. Before this, his attributes weren't even half of what they are now. Moreover, his talent is extraordinarily exceptional. It's essential to note that the summoner is the profession least desired by those awakening their careers. Firstly, it requires massive resources to nurture summoned creatures. Secondly, the summoned spirits possess their own will. Even those with an extremely close bond to the summoner may occasionally disobey commands. While the probability is minuscule, if this happens on the battlefield, it could spell disaster for the summoner. Pei Sun's talent flawlessly avoids both of these drawbacks. Not only that, but both SSS tier skills are utterly overpowered, limitless summons of anomalous spirits, one every second. Doesn't that mean I can bulldoze through any anomalous spirit I encounter? In just the few dozen seconds spent analyzing, Pei Sun's summoning space had already gained dozens of level 1 anomalous spirit wolves. Pei Sun's breathing grew increasingly rapid, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. Only the top 10 can enter the Tianjin province secret training camp? Sorry, but I'm only taking first place. Bang! Pei Sun kicked the door open with a thud, his expression brimming with excitement as he set off toward the examination site. Sky Crystal Province, Maple Feather City, a certain suburban area. A massive building stood out of place amidst a giant forest, seemingly capable of accommodating 20,000 to 30,000 people without issue. At the very top of the building were 5 large characters, Wilderness Sanctuary. Around the shelter, military personnel from the official forces were stationed everywhere, guarding the shelter 24/7. Inside the shelter, the bustling crowd moved like surging waves, their voices roaring like 10,000 galloping horses. Students in uniforms and their leading teachers could be seen everywhere. Xian, are you sure that simp of yours isn't coming? Otherwise, it might get complicated if the homeroom teacher holds you accountable for arbitrarily changing team members. A fair-faced young man dressed in luxurious clothes and sporting a high-end watch asked with concern as he stood beside a beautiful girl. Who knows? Fang Shixian shook her head dismissively. If he shows up, just wait until he gets torn apart by aberrants in the otherworld before coming to find me. It'd be even better if he doesn't come, spares me the annoyance. Indeed. Gong Rui nodded slightly, then gently rested a hand on Fang Shishuan's delicate shoulder, stepping closer to her. Softly, he said, "Don't worry, Shishuan. With your S-tier talent, graceful healing hands, and my S-tier talent, stellar thunder, we are sure to secure a spot in the top 10. The moment Gong Rui touched her, Fang Shishuan's expression shifted slightly. Her body trembled faintly as if she had been shocked, but she still allowed Gong Rui's hand to remain on her shoulder. "Mei Chem, I know. You're countless times better than that useless guy. I feel so safe with you as my boyfriend." Fang Shishuan's petite figure leaned slightly into Gong Rui as she spoke in a sweet, coquettish tone. "Of course. Ahahaha. Chapter 2, sorry, it was me who suggested splitting up." About 30 minutes later, a familiar figure quietly appeared in Fang Shishuan's sight. Noticing this, her expression instantly stiffened, and her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of disgust. "You actually dared to come? Are you so desperate to team up with me that you don't even care about your life? Can't I come? Who told you I was here to team up with you?" Pei Sun retorted innocently. "Listen well, once we enter the otherworld, I'll watch as you're torn to pieces by the specters right before my eyes. I won't waste a single trace of my supernatural power to heal you, understand?" Fang Shishuan thought Pei Sun was just being stubborn and sneered in disgust. Pei Sun smiled without saying a word, simply staring at Fang Shishuan. In his memories from the previous life, this woman always appeared gentle and soft-spoken with a serene expression, never expecting her heart to be so venomous. "You must have heard about Gong Rui's S-tier talent, right? With just a flick of his finger, he can leave you crippled by lightning strikes. It's a level you'll never reach in your entire life." As she spoke, Fang Shishuan deliberately tightened her grip on Gong Rui's arm with extra force. Hearing this, Gong Rui couldn't help but reveal a smug expression on his face and said in a loud voice, "Shishuan, why are you telling him all this? What does he know about an S-tier talent? Ha ha ha, if he wants to rush to his death, just let him be. I've tried to talk him out of it, but since he insists on teaming up with me despite the risk, there's nothing I can do." Fang Shishuan slightly tilted her chin up, her clear eyes making it seem as though Pei Sun was the one who had wronged her. Pei Sun narrowed his eyes and quipped, "Team up with an ingrate like you? Honestly, I'm afraid you might stab me in the back at any moment." "Don't worry, I've already spoken to the teacher, and they agreed for us to split into separate teams." As these words fell, Fang Shishuan, who had been ready to unleash her anger, froze momentarily, while several classmates around turned to look. "Are you sure?" Fang Shishuan asked skeptically. "Now it's as you wished." Pei Sun smiled, shifting his gaze to Gong Rui. This guy is the notorious rich second generation from their Fingyu 6th high school. At a glance, he spotted this guy embracing Fang Shishuan. No wonder she moved into that huge villa. They must have rolled in the sheets countless times by now. "Kid, are you so heartbroken that you've lost your mind?" Even though Shishuan said those things, you two were together for a year after all. Once we enter the alternate world, she'll probably look out for you at least a little. Right now, you're asking the teacher to split teams. Who's gonna collect your body in the alternate world? Gong Rui stared intently at Pei Sun's eyes, equally shocked and suspicious. "Gong Rui, no need to test me. I already said I've split with this treacherous ingrate. If you like her, have at it," Pei Sun replied nonchalantly, his mood as unpredictable as ever. "Great." Upon hearing the answer he wanted, Gong Rui's doubtful expression instantly turned into excitement. "Damn, you've got some guts. I was planning to chop off both your arms when we got to the other world, but since you're being a bit sensible, I'll leave you one arm." Ahahaha. Compared to Gong Rui's excitement, Fang Shishuan's expression at this moment became somewhat complicated and inscrutable, feeling an inexplicable unease in her heart. After listening to Gong Rui, Pei Sun's eyes instantly grew colder. The original owner of this body must have suffered endless bullying to make these people so brazen. They simply didn't regard him as human at all. But it doesn't matter, once he enters the parallel world later, he'll definitely make those two people wish they were dead. More and more classmates gathered around, murmuring with odd voices. Pei Sun took the initiative to split up with Fang Shishuan? What's going on? Did I hear that right? That kid really liked Fang Shishuan, didn't he? How could he bear to be in separate teams with her? What's wrong with his head? Now everyone knows he's got D-rank talent. Who would dare team up with him? I think he's truly lost his mind, daring to speak to Fang Shishuan and Gong Rui like that. I remember how he used to grovel and humble himself before Fang Shishuan. Exactly. Now that you mention it, why is he suddenly so bold today? Alright, why bother with him? He'll be a dead man soon enough. As the group was engaged in a heated discussion, Yao Xinchuan, the mayor of Fingyu City, suddenly appeared before all the students. The assessment will begin in 10 minutes. Homeroom teachers of all school classes, please confirm your students' information one last time. Only after verification can they enter the alternate world. The assessment ends after 24 hours. Remember to wear your ability bracelet at all times, keep an eye on your level, points, and ranking. Press the emergency button immediately if you encounter a crisis. Also, be cautious and protect your ability bracelet in the alternate world. If it is stolen, your points will be transferred to the thief. After speaking, Pei Sun's homeroom teacher went through the motions, barely glancing at him before leaving. Initially, he had thought Pei Sun, that hopeless romantic, came today simply to spend his last moments with Fang Shixian. Never imagined he'd actually request a solo assessment. Though unable to understand, he had no intention of probing further. After all, it was just a D-grade talent. Even if something went wrong, he wouldn't be held responsible. After all the homeroom teachers completed their inspections, the students began entering the parallel world one after another through the anomaly vortex, and Pei Sun directly became the first to step into the otherworldly realm amidst the disbelieving gazes of his classmates. The otherworld, the wilderness sanctuary's surroundings. What unfolded before his eyes was an unfamiliar world. As he surveyed the scene, an endless expanse of desert forest stretched out before him. Rolling sand dunes resembling small mountain peaks radiated scorching heat under the blazing sun, with golden sand particles shimmering faintly in the sunlight. The stubbornly growing forest presented a completely different scene. Some trees had already dried up, while others remained lush, vibrant, and resilient, their branches twisting like coiled dragons, rustling in the wind. Pei Sun sharpened his focus, his eyes filled with vigilance. This was his first time in another world, a place where death could strike at any moment. He had to stay absolutely alert. Click, click. Turning his head, he saw a surprisingly half-meter-long earthen yellow scorpion glaring at him with icy eyes, its razor-sharp claws clicking menacingly, as if issuing a warning to Pei Sun. Common grade aberration, desert scorpion. Level, LV.2. Strength, 12.0. Spirit, 5.0. Spirit, 11.0. Constitution, 10.0. Agility, 11.0. You're the first to test my skills. Pei Sun's thoughts stirred slightly, and instantly dozens of ferocious wolves appeared before him. Common necrotic, dire wolf. Level, LV.1. Strength, 2.0. Intelligence, 0. Spirit, 2.0. Constitution, 2.0. Agility, 2.0. After clearly seeing the information panel of these dire wolves, Pei Sun was slightly shocked. Their prefix was actually necrotic. Was this the unique characteristic of an exclusive profession? These savage wolves all appeared lifeless, devoid of any vitality, yet upon receiving Pei Sun's command, they immediately charged forward in a frenzy and tore the desert scorpion to pieces. Ding! Killing LV.2 desert scorpion, gained 50 experience points. So ferocious, Pei Sun gasped in astonishment. Although they were only level 1 with very low attributes, their numbers were simply overwhelming, so much so that a few wolves were even pushed aside, unable to get a single bite of the prey. At the same time, a voice sounded in Pei Sun's mind. New etheric species recorded, summoning unlocked, common grade etheric, desert scorpion. I can summon a desert scorpion already? This is awesome. At that moment, the dozens of evil wolves ahead suddenly howled toward a certain direction, then dashed forward as swiftly as arrows. Suddenly, 2 desert scorpions, each larger than the one before, leapt out of the sand. After a brief struggle, they were torn apart by the wolf pack. At the same time, Pei Sun's summoning space resonated with the disturbance. Those mere moments of struggle actually killed 2 of his direwolves, though compared to the horde within the summoning space, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Because during the half-hour journey from home, nearly 2,000 direwolves had already been generated in the summoning space. Now that Pei Sun had also catalogued the desert scorpion species, with a mere thought, the summoning space immediately began generating desert scorpions. Ding! Defeated LV.3 desert scorpion, gained 100 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.3 desert scorpion. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.2. 5-dimensional attributes plus 2 points, free attribute points plus 4. Damn, there's an ambush, such a sneaky scorpion. Name, Pei Sun. Level, LV.2. Strength, 26.0. Intelligence, 22.0. Spirit, 22.0. Physique, 22.0. Agility, 20.0. Overall ability score, 22.8. After upgrading, Pei Sun allocated all his free attribute points to strength. He sought absolute power. Glancing at his ability bracelet, he was shocked to find himself ranked only 97th, while spots 1 through 106 were all occupied by level 2 users. According to the rules, killing aberrant spirits granted points corresponding to their level. Although the top 106 on the leaderboard were all level 2, differences in points had pushed his ranking lower. Pei Sun currently had 7 points, while the top scorer had 8, just one more kill of a level 1 aberrant spirit. That single point difference placed him 96 spots behind the leader. And just as Pei Sun refreshed the page, the level of the top player had already reached level 3, and his own ranking had dropped to 159th. Pei Sun couldn't help but smile wryly. The competition this time is too intense. There are so many hidden talents from other schools. I need to hurry up. Let me check the map. I'm currently in the deserted forest. I should prioritize finding the school-marked boss aberration first. Defeating it will grant more points and level me up faster. The 3D map projected by his ability wristband showed him in the middle of a vast, endless desert. At the center of the desert was a massive forest, and he was currently at the edge of it. There are many blood-red phantom icons surrounding oneself on the map. These icons represent the bosses marked by the school. Killing one earns at least 1000 points, and these bosses are all level 10 or higher. Without any special abilities, it would indeed be difficult to kill them in a short time. After observing for a while, Payson found a nearby boss and also noticed a pattern. For some reason, the closer to the center of the forest, the more densely marked the bosses were. Well, never mind all that. A level 13 boss, the Desert Scorpion Emperor? This is the one. Let's go check it out. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Payson put away the 3D map and headed in the direction of the boss. All alien spirits, no, all undead. Hear my command. Proceed to the destination and slay the boss Desert Scorpion King. Destroy any alien spirit you encounter along the way. In the next second, nearly 2,000 ferocious wolves instantly flooded Payson's surroundings, almost filling up the area of over 1,000 square meters centered around him, packed, clamorous, and overwhelmingly spectacular. Roar! Roar! After snarling a few times, the dire wolves charged toward the direction of the Desert Scorpion Emperor under Payson's command. Chapter 3: Capturing the Rare Bloodline Spirit, Desert Scorpion Emperor. In the heart of the desert forest, a sanctuary stood. Within this vast forest stood a structure identical to those found on Blue Star, surrounded by heavily armed military personnel. The Wilderness Sanctuary. Numerous influential figures gathered here, teachers and leaders from various schools, along with Liao Yuza, the deputy mayor of Fengyu City. Xiaowu, have the candidate teleportation zones been divided according to headquarters requirements? Liao Yuza sat on the sofa, legs crossed, one hand holding a cigarette while the other idly flipped through a stack of documents. All set, Deputy Mayor Liao, replied the man called Xiaowu. Hey! I told you to call me Deputy Mayor outside. And the official grade professionals responsible for security have been assigned, right? Assigned. We've deployed 9 glorious tier professionals this time. There won't be any issues. That'll do. Liao Yuza's sharp gaze scanned the assessment list in his hand. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on one name, and his brows furrowed. Xiaowu, didn't I notify you that students who awaken D-grade talents aren't allowed to take the assessment this year? How come there's still one listed? Hubin froze for a moment before leaning over to glance at the list. Realization dawned on him. Oh, this is Payson. His homeroom teacher said he suffered a major setback and seems mentally unstable. He insisted on participating no matter what. We couldn't stop him. Mentally unstable? Yes. In recent years, something had changed in the otherworld. The evolution rate of otherworldly spirits had accelerated dramatically, their emotions growing increasingly unstable, and their danger levels rising almost exponentially. However, the student assessments couldn't be cancelled because of this, so a series of measures were implemented. For instance, the 4 assessment zones from previous years were expanded to 9. Furthermore, examinees from the same school were assigned to the same zone whenever possible, allowing them to watch each other's backs during the assessments. Secondly, whereas only 1 brilliant tier professional was assigned to candidate safety in previous years, 9 were dispatched this year. This was reportedly due to last year's assessment, when a sudden spirit uprising erupted around the assessment site's shelter. Although only low-level spirits were involved, a single glorious level professional was completely overwhelmed, resulting in heavy casualties among the examinees. To absolutely guarantee candidate safety this year, 9 glorious tier professionals were deployed simultaneously. Xiaowu. Liao Yuza stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and walked over to a massive screen. The screen displayed a 2D map of the desert forest, marked with the icons of a full 100 boss spirits. Simultaneously, small dots continuously refreshed and slowly moved across the map. When zoomed in, these dots revealed candidate icons, representing their movement trajectories. Here. Zoom in on this guy named Payson. Got it. The screen shifted, revealing Payson's avatar moving steadily in one direction. Where is he going? Liao Yuza asked, puzzled. Not sure, but judging by his direction and speed, he'll encounter Boss 86, the Desert Scorpion King, in 3 minutes. Hubin analyzed seriously. Aren't there markers on the map? Why is he still? Liao Yuza sighed helplessly. Seems he really is mentally unstable, picking the most ruthless boss of all. Who's in charge of that area? Duan Huanru. She's already level 39 and about to become an immortal tier professional. Oh, that guy. Tell him to keep an eye on the kid. Make sure he doesn't get so dumb he forgets to press the SOS button when it counts. After all, it's still a human life. Got it. I'm going to the bathroom. Don't switch screens yet. Stay here and watch. Wait for me to come back. Got it. Ding. Defeated LV.2 Desert Scorpion. Gained 50 EXP. Ding. Defeated LV.1 Jackal, gained 10 EXP. Ding. Defeated LV.4 Desert Ox, gained 150 EXP. Ding. Kill. Ding. Kill. Ding. You have successfully leveled up to LV.3. All 5 attributes plus 2 points, plus 4 free attribute points to distribute. Ding. You have successfully leveled up to LV.4. 5. Ding. You have successfully leveled up to LV.5. 5. New spirit race added. Can now summon common bloodline spirit Coyote. New spirit race added. Can now summon common bloodline spirit Wasteland Ox. Within 3 minutes, Payson shot from level 2 to level 5. Yet glancing at his psionic bracelet, he discovered he still wasn't first. He was ranked 3rd. First place, Gu Xinjiang Maplefeather first high. Points, 44, level, LV.6. Second place, Chao Rawashi Maplefeather number 2 high. Points, 42, level, LV.6. Third place, Payson Maplefeather 6th high. Points, 38, level, LV.5. Fourth place. Those candidates from first and second high are seriously formidable. Payson murmured in surprise, then added under his breath, whatever. That top spot will be mine soon enough. After walking a few steps, Payson halted. His feet were surrounded by his own vicious wolves. He glanced once more at the map displayed on his psychic bracelet. Ahead lay the marked location where the Desert Scorpion King would appear. The air felt dry, and the scorching desert stretched beneath his feet. Yet compared to the path he'd traversed, this area was noticeably more littered with withered trees. Snap! 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 A familiar, powerful sound echoed once more. Payson immediately turned his head toward the source of the noise. A sand-colored scorpion, nearly the size of a house, slowly emerged from the deadwood forest, its crimson eyes glinting coldly. General rank Spirit, Desert Scorpion Emperor. Level, LV.13. Strength, 120.0. Intelligence, 50.0. Spirit, 114.0. Constitution, 127.0. Agility, 101.0. Holy crap, every stat except wisdom is over 100. The vicious wolf beside him, upon seeing the Desert Scorpion Queen, charged forward with savage abandon. Seeing this, the Desert Scorpion Queen froze in place for a moment. When she snapped back to reality, icy glints flashed repeatedly from the corners of her crimson eyes. Thwack! 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 The Desert Scorpion Queen raised her sharp, pointed tail stinger and fired several earth spikes at the charging wolves in rapid succession. Several clusters of wolves were instantly blown apart and obliterated. But it was futile. Over 1,000 remaining wolves swarmed the Desert Scorpion Emperor, clinging to its body like pendants. The Desert Scorpion King let out a piercing, agonized scream, frantically flailing its limbs in a desperate attempt to shake off the wolves. Though it had some effect, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Dozens were flung off only to be instantly replaced by others lunging like starving tigers, biting the Desert Scorpion King until it writhed in agony. 100%. 92%. 79%. 50%. 23%. 6%. The Desert Scorpion King's health bar initially dropped slowly, but its decline suddenly accelerated to a terrifying pace, utterly unable to withstand the wolves' relentless mauling. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Desert Scorpion King's corpse collapsed to the ground. Ding! Defeated LV.13 Desert Scorpion King. Gained 2000 EXP. Ding! Obtained Tier 1 material, Desert Scorpion Carapace 3. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Scorpion King's Tail 1. Defeated boss number 86, LV.13 Desert Scorpion Emperor. Earned 1,300 points. New spirit race added to roster, now summonable, rare bloodline spirit, Desert Scorpion King spawns 1 every 10 seconds. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.8. 5 core attributes plus 6 points. Free attribute points plus 12 points. Spirit bloodline tiers are classified as common, rare, epic, phantom saint, legendary, demigod, and divine. This Desert Scorpion Emperor was clearly a rare grade bloodline spirit. Rare grade spirits typically possess innate skills, such as this one's sand spike explosion. Higher bloodline tiers require longer generation times, though they can spawn alongside common bloodline spirits. Name, Payson. Level, LV.8. Strength, 62.0. Intelligence, 34.0. Spirit, 34.0. Constitution, 34.0. Agility, 34.0. Overall ability score, 39.6. Payson opened the rankings again. First place, Payson Maplefeather 6th high. Points, 1344, level, LV.8. Second place, Gu Xingqiang Maplefeather 1st high. Points, 49, level, LV.6. Third place, Chao Rawashi Maplefeather number 2 high. Points, 48, level, LV.6. Excellent. No one should be able to surpass me for a while now. So next. Payson's lips curled into a high smile, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Fang Shixian. It's time we met. Payson immediately commanded the remaining 1,000+ malevolent spirits to search for Fang Shixian. With their shared vision ability, locating her was only a matter of time. Chapter 4. If you like to fight, fight until you're satisfied. Inside the wilderness sanctuary. Liao Yuza had just returned from the restroom when he froze upon seeing the screen. What's going on? Why is the Desert Scorpion King's avatar dimmed? No idea. It just went dark all of a sudden. Looks like the screen's busted. Hubin scratched his head. The screen broke? Liao Yuza frowned. This screen hasn't malfunctioned in decades. How could that be? Call Duan Huanru now and have him check it out. Get the live feed over here. Oh, okay. Desert Forest, another borderland where desert met forest. Boom! With a thunderous roar, an orange lightning bolt as thick as an arm slammed into a desert ox. The beast instantly charred black and convulsed on the spot. Alright, go harvest it, Shixian. Gong Rui panted slightly, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Fang Shixian, delighted, drew a sharp dagger and plunged it deep into the desert ox's heart. Instantly, a golden light flashed across her body. I'm level 5 now too. Baby, you're so amazing. It's nothing special. Your healing was what really made it happen, Shixian. Glancing at the bracelet's rankings, Gong Rui murmured, I never thought we'd reach level 5 so quickly, yet we can barely scrape into the top 50. What about first place? What level is the top player? Fang Shixian curiously leaned in to check. The top player is? Pei Sun? Both of their expressions froze in place. How is that possible? They exclaimed in unison. It must be a mistake. That useless guy can't possibly be first. Over 1,000 points? Has he already killed the boss? Gong Rui cursed, his chest heaving violently. It must be someone with the same name and surname. But it clearly says he's from our 6th high. Even so, it can't be that loser. He's only a D-tier talent, how could he have killed the boss? Unless the system's glitched. By the end, Fang Shishuan's voice trailed off. The principal and teachers had both said the system never malfunctions. Are you talking about me? A sudden, jarring voice cut through the silence, startling both Fang Shishin and Gong Rui, who had been frozen in place. Immediately after, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the nearby deadwood thicket. Pei Sun? Fang Shishin and Gong Rui both froze, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment and suspicion. For some reason, Gong Rui, who had been filled with worry and doubt just moments before, suddenly found himself brimming with inexplicable courage upon seeing Pei Sun's face. He frowned and snapped. I didn't come looking for you, yet you have the nerve to show up here first? You deceived my Shixian for a whole year, wasting her precious youth. Do you have any idea how much psychological trauma you've caused her? Poof. Pei Sun's expression was dark enough to drip blood. He had no idea how Fang Shixian had managed to slander him to Gong Rui. For the past year, every time Pei Sun's previous self had pocket money, he'd give it to Fang Shixian. No matter what he did, he'd be meticulous in his care for her. Yet despite all that, he hadn't even touched Fang Shishuan's hand in the entire year. Even when playing with a dog, the owner would toss it a few scraps, right? Yet in the year he'd been with Fang Shixian, she'd barely given him a friendly look. But you're one lucky bastard. Half an hour without encountering a spirit? I'll start by breaking one of your arms that'll teach you a lesson. Gong Rui couldn't fathom that the top-ranked Pei Sun before him was the same person he knew. He immediately prepared to unleash his innate skill. Pei Sun, expressionless, offered no further explanation. With a flick of his thoughts, dozens of vicious wolves materialized from thin air, surging toward the two men. Ha! Fang Shixian and Gong Rui were instantly dumbfounded. What is this? Before either could react, the wolves closed in, surrounding them completely. You like to fight? Today, you'll fight until you're satisfied. Pei Sun sneered coldly, simultaneously commanding the wolves to attack one by one. It's a spirit. No. This isn't a spirit. How could a spirit be in such a lifeless state? What the hell is this thing? Fang Shishuan's face contorted in terror. Gong Rui saw a wolf lunging at him and instantly unleashed an orange bolt of lightning, striking the beast down. But no sooner had one fallen than another lunged forward. Gong Rui's expression darkened. His skill had a 10-second cooldown, making consecutive casts impossible. Before he could react, the wolf bit into his flesh. Ah! Gong Rui cried out in pain. Heal me. Quickly. Ah! Fang Shixian, already pale and distracted, was startled by Gong Rui's sudden roar. She fumbled frantically to begin healing him. Poof. Pei Sun's lips curled upward. Let's see how long you can last. These are all your summons? Fang Shixian asked incredulously while healing him. None of your business. Pei Sun crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at Fang Shixian with disdain. How is that possible? You're only a D-rank talent? Impossible. How could you summon so many creatures? What are these? Fang Shixian exclaimed in terror. Poof. You'd better figure out how to escape first, Pei Sun said coldly. Ah! Another agonized scream pierced the air. Fang Shixian spun in horror to see Gong Rui. One of his arms had been torn clean off. Fang Shixian, is this your new boyfriend? Pei Sun sneered coldly as he walked toward them. If it weren't for the school's strict prohibition against killing students, he'd have buried them both right here. You! Fang Shixian was so stunned she couldn't speak. She couldn't fathom how Pei Sun, a mere D-tier talent, could command so many terrifying creatures. You! How could you hurt my boyfriend like this? This This is a cooperative assessment. How could you attack my boyfriend? How could you strike fellow candidates from our school so viciously? Only now do you realize it's a cooperative assessment? Pei Sun closed in on Feng Shixian step by step. To her terrified eyes, the smile on his face now resembled that of a demon. A moment ago, you were practically wishing for me to die in the other world. You said you'd watch me get torn apart by the spirits right before your eyes. Feng Shixian was instantly speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with terror, utterly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Gong Rui's situation grew increasingly dire. With wounds multiplying across his body, the one-armed man nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. He roared furiously, "What are you doing? Heal me now. My powers are completely depleted." Feng Shixian broke down, her voice trembling with tears. What? Damn it! Gong Rui had completely lost his mind. He immediately yelled at Feng Shixian, "You're useless." After the curse, Gong Rui violently shook off a wolf clinging to him and whipped his head toward Pei Sun, his teeth gritted. "Pei Sun, you wait. I'll make sure you don't leave this other world alive." With that, Gong Rui turned and shot Feng Shixian a vicious glare. He pulled out a black crystal, crushed it in his hand, and vanished in an instant, teleporting to an unknown location. Feng Shixian was left standing alone, her face drained of color, utterly despairing. Chapter 5. There's really nothing between us. Seeing this, Pei Sun's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He finally let out a deep breath of relief, then silently commanded the wolf pack to disperse and hunt other prey. "I thought you'd be the one stabbing your boyfriend in the back first, but it turns out you got stabbed in the back instead? No wonder you two ended up together." Feng Shixian's body trembled violently as she shook her head slightly, despairing. We really didn't do anything. I swear, nothing happened between us. We just met not long ago. He never even touched me." For some reason, Feng Shixian suddenly grew agitated at this point. She sprang to her feet and shouted, "Pei Sun, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can check tonight. If you can't wait, right now is fine too. Why are you telling me this? What does it have to do with me?" Pei Sun realized this girl had completely lost her mind. It was probably because Gong Rui had abandoned her, and seeing how powerful he was now had dealt her an indescribable psychological blow. Hearing Pei Sun's words, Feng Shixian's expression froze. She forced a smile and said, "Pei Sun, I know you still like me. Just take me back and I'll do whatever you want to me." "Anything?" "Yes. Anything. Anything I can do, and even things I can't do, I'll do them for you." "Is that so? Fine. Then stand here for 2 hours. If you're still in one piece after 2 hours, I'll take you back." The smile vanished instantly from Feng Shixian's face. Forget 2 hours in a place like this, every single minute and second carried the risk of a spirit creature bursting out and taking her life with ease. Especially in such an exposed location. Thud. Feng Shixian, her face twisted in misery, slammed her knees to the ground and sobbed. "Pei Sun. Please, take me back. We were together for a whole year, how can you bear to watch me die here?" "Oh, I can't bear it? Well then, I'm leaving. Figure it out yourself. If you can hold out here for 2 hours, I'll take you back." With that, Pei Sun turned and walked away without looking back. Forget 2 hours, she'd likely be torn to pieces within minutes. Meanwhile, under Pei Sun's command, over 2,000 vicious wolves and a motley crew of otherworldly spirits resumed their frenzied hunt for prey. In the current situation, nothing mattered more than leveling up. Elsewhere in the desert forest, a young man clad in black tights raced relentlessly toward the territory of boss number 86, the Desert Scorpion King. He muttered under his breath. "Wasn't I supposed to watch the D-rank talent kid? Why am I suddenly being sent to check on that boss? This is so weird." After about 3 minutes, Duan Huanru arrived at the spot where Pei Sun had just battled the Desert Scorpion King. He halted abruptly, frozen in shock at the scene before him. Everywhere lay scattered, broken branches and trunks. Even portions of the sand on the ground were stained a deep brown. "What the hell?" Duan Huanru frowned, scanning the area but finding no trace of the Desert Scorpion Emperor. After a few breaths, a bold thought surfaced in her mind. However, Duan Huanru immediately shook her head slightly, dismissing the thought. How could anyone have defeated a level 10 plus spirit beast in such a short time? Duan Huanru walked to the dark brown patch of sand ahead, gently rubbing a handful between her fingers. She raised it to her nose and sniffed, her expression shifting instantly. "This is the Desert Scorpion King's blood. Could it really be? If it is, then where is its corpse? Was it removed by the special ability of the one who killed it?" Duan Huanru dared not dwell on the thought. She stood up and scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for clues. But just then, the ringtone of her communication device sounded again. She had no choice but to answer the call first. "Huanru, have you arrived? What's the situation at the scene?" Liao Yu's voice came through the communicator. "I'm here. The scene. You should see it for yourself." As she spoke, Duan Huanru projected a live feed of the scene before her. After that, silence fell on the other end of the line. After a long pause, a voice finally came through. "Is the boss really gone? Where's the body? And what's with that dark brown sand? Duan Huanru explained with a bitter smile, the boss is most likely gone. That dark brown sand is soaked with the blood of the Desert Scorpion King, which hasn't dried yet. As for the body, I have no idea where it went. Liao Yuza fell silent again. Suddenly, Hu Bin beside him seemed to notice something. Pointing at a spot on the screen, he asked, "What's that black thing? It looks half dead. What's it doing there?" Hearing this, Liao Yuza followed Hu Bin's gaze and paused before saying, "Isn't that just a spirit beast? What's so surprising about that? Your focus is pretty peculiar. An aberrant spirit? Okay, but something about it feels off." Overhearing their exchange, Duan Huanru was the one left staring blankly this time. An aberrant spirit? She had been on high alert since setting out, capable of detecting any anomaly within 100 meters. Yet, despite being here for 2 minutes now, she hadn't sensed a single one. How could the vice mayor and the others see it on the projection screen? Yeah, the one at about 80 meters off your 7 o'clock position. Looks like a wolf-type spirit creature. Didn't you notice it, Huanru? Liao Yuza asked in confusion. No. Duan Huanru was momentarily bewildered. She glanced in that direction and indeed saw a wolf-like entity tearing at something. What's going on? How could an aberrant spirit evade your psychic senses here? Liao Yuza frowned. I'll go check it out. Duan Huanru secured her communication device to her shoulder and cautiously moved toward the creature. If this spirit creature could truly evade his psychic senses, he'd have to stay on high alert. Roar! When Duan Huanru approached within about 5 meters behind the vicious wolf, it suddenly whipped its head around and let out a furious roar at her. It then fixed its gaze on her menacingly, baring its cold, sharp fangs. A vicious wolf? Be careful, Huanru. These creatures have a strong urge to attack. Liao Yuza warned. But before Liao Yuza could finish speaking, Duan Huanru had already assumed a defensive stance. He knew these aberrant spirits attacked humans on sight. Yet after nearly half a minute of vigilance, the wolf showed no sign of attacking, merely glaring at him with an unsettling intensity. Strange. Duan Huanru couldn't help but feel puzzled. What he didn't know was that Pei Sun had commanded these undead creatures to attack only otherworldly spirits. They would only retaliate if humans initiated an attack first. Just then, Hu Bin's voice crackled through the communication device again. Holy, isn't that a Desert Scorpion King's leg he's got in his mouth? Holy crap! There are 2 of those vicious wolves over there too. Hu Bin's voice grew increasingly excited, making Duan Huanru sense something was terribly wrong. A Desert Scorpion King's leg? Did this thing kill the Desert Scorpion King? How could that be? Duan Huanru looked up in the direction Hu Bin was pointing and saw another vicious wolf identical to the first. An overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over her. Duan Huanru cautiously took a few steps forward. Suddenly, over a dozen vicious wolves filled her field of vision, and she felt her entire body go cold. So many aberrant spirits were near him, and he hadn't sensed a single one? Could it be an entity uprising? Liao Yuza and Hu Bin on the communication device had also witnessed the scene. Realizing what was happening, they cried out in unison. This is Duan Huanru. This is Duan Huanru. An aberrant spirit uprising has occurred in my assigned southwest sector. Urgent backup required. My sector. Before Liao Yuza could give instructions, Duan Huanru swiftly switched the communication channel to the exchange channel for the other 8 regional officers. What? Roger that. Got it. We're on our way. Deputy Mayor Liao, I'll sign off now. Huanru. Ignore those spirits for now. Go find the trapped examinees. We must rescue them first. Liao Yuza's voice was urgent. Understood. Chapter 6 SSS Rank Advanced Mission. Meanwhile, Liao Yuza, though aware of the situation, could only pace anxiously in place. Regulations forbade public officials like him from stepping outside the shelter. That wolf, why does it look so lifeless? It doesn't resemble a spirit at all. This is too strange. Liao Yuza frowned. Yes, and not only that, even Duan Huanru failed to detect it immediately. It's truly bizarre, Hu Bin murmured. Ugh, I hope no examinees got hurt. Liao Yuza worried, his anxious gaze darting back and forth across the images projected by Duan Huanru. Yet he knew it was unwise to disturb her further at this moment. At that moment, Pei Sun stood with his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely as he surveyed his surroundings. Thanks to the shared vision ability, he already had a rough grasp of the situation in this area and was fairly familiar with the route and terrain. As for his leveling concerns, they required no effort on his part. His undead creatures now swarming the area would instantly tear apart any anomalous spirits that entered his field of vision. Ding! Defeated LV.5 Desert Scorpion. Gained 200 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.7 Great Sandwolf, gained 300 EXP. Ding! Killed LV.4 Desert Scorpion, gained 150 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.6 Demon Horned Panther, gained 250 EXP. Ding! Kill! Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.9. All 5 attributes plus 2 points, plus 4 free attribute points to distribute. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.10. 5. Ding! Current level has reached the maximum rank 4 ordinary class practitioner. Complete the advancement quest to continue leveling. New spirit race added to collection. Can now summon common bloodline spirit demon horned panther. A jarringly out of place voice caught Pei Sun's attention. Advancement quest? Ding! Due to your SSS tier talent, the SSS tier advancement quest, Unstoppable Momentum, has been automatically triggered. Unstoppable Momentum, slay 20 across tiers within 12 hours. SSS rank advancement rewards, double all 5 attributes, acquire a second innate skill SSS rank, 100 full time points, and a random reward voucher for the system store. Pei Sun froze for a moment. Cross-tier kills? At first glance, he thought it meant killing enemies of the same level, wondering how an SSS tier advancement quest could be so simple. Only after reading the rewards did he re-examine the quest details. As a common tier practitioner, he faced common tier spirits. Cross-tier kills meant he had to defeat king tier spirits, 20 of them? Ha! Pei Sun exhaled a long breath. A task this insane was probably only something he could complete. Though extremely difficult, the rewards were acceptable. Most practitioners saw their 5 attributes doubled by factors like 1.1 or 1.3 after completing advancement quests. His, however, had doubled them outright. A single tier jump might not feel like much of a gap compared to peers at the same level, but the difference would become increasingly apparent later on. He was also eagerly anticipating his second innate skill after all, his previous one was already incredibly powerful. And that randomly selected reward voucher mentioned last? He was intrigued. With so many items in the system store, what if he drew some super-powered gear? Wouldn't that send him soaring to new heights? No time to waste. Let's start now. With that thought, Pei Sun summoned a massive horde of undead once more. From the moment he killed the Desert Scorpion King until now, roughly 10 minutes had passed. His summoning space now held over 50 Desert Scorpion Kings, all summoned at once. General Class Undead, Desert Scorpion King. Level, LV.10. Strength, 7.4. Intelligence, 3.8. Spirit, 3.8. Constitution, 3.8. Agility, 3.8. Skill, Sand Spike Explosion, inflicts small area explosive damage equal to 1.5 times strength on the target area. Click-clack. Click-clack. Upon being summoned, the Desert Scorpion Emperor's 2 massive pincers clanged together with a bone-chilling sound. Compared to the living Desert Scorpion Emperor, the summoned version possessed an utterly vacant gaze. Merely locking eyes with it instilled a suffocating, murderous aura. The sudden appearance of 50 Desert Scorpion Emperors instantly thickened the air with oppressive tension. So terrifying, good thing I summoned them. Pei Sun chuckled inwardly. It felt like watching a horror movie where he was the ghost. After glancing at the map and drawing on his knowledge of the area, Pei Sun immediately ordered a sweep operation, directing all spirit warriors to engage in the hunt. As for his own safety, he simply had a few vicious wolves stand by his side. Let's see how the rankings stand. First place, Pei Sun Fengyu 6th high. Points, 1642, level, LV.10. Second place, Gu Xinjiang Maplefeather 1st high. Points, 198, level, LV.9. Third place, Chao Ruwashi Maplefeather number 2 high. Points, 167, level, LV.8. Fourth place, Chu Chuhong Maplefeather 6th high. Points, 158, level, LV.8. Fifth place, Yen Kai Maplefeather High School number 1. Sixth place, Bai Mantong Maplefeather Secondary School number 2. Glancing over the list, the top 10 were almost entirely from Fengyu number 1 High School and Fengyu number 2 High School. Only 2 were from their own number 6 high school, and this guy named Chu Chuhong caught Pei Sun's attention. He felt like he'd encountered that name somewhere in school before, but couldn't quite place it. This guy. Pei Sun propped his chin on one hand, his mind racing to recall any information about him. It didn't take long before it clicked. About a year ago, when Fang Zhixin and I had just started dating, this guy seemed to buy her breakfast every single day, trying to break us up. But then, for some reason, he suddenly vanished. Never thought I'd see his name on this list. Those who made it onto this top 10 list were undoubtedly the top geniuses from various schools. In his past life's memories, this guy had consistently ranked dead last in every test just a year ago. Who'd have thought he'd pull off such a dramatic turnaround in a single year? Probably awakened some top-tier talent a few days ago, Pei Sun muttered under his breath. Whatever. Not my problem. Just don't cross me. With that, Pei Sun resumed his stroll. A day in this other world also lasted 24 hours. Only about 10 minutes had passed since the assessment began, and Pei Sun was undoubtedly the smoothest performer so far. The most unfortunate, however, was undoubtedly Fang Zhixin. Fang Zhixin lay collapsed on the ground, her clothes torn in places, revealing patches of pale skin. She lacked even the strength to walk, her face edged with helplessness and misery. Before the assessment, she had imagined countless glorious scenarios for herself in this other world. She never imagined it would turn out like this. Me, with my awakened S-rank talent, eliminated this quickly, and in such a way. Fang Shixian gasped, a bitter smile on her lips. She was filled with confusion and hatred that a D-rank waste could possibly wield such power. How dare that reject she'd once spurned now look down on her with such arrogance? What kind of joke was this? She possessed an S-rank talent, a rarity among rarities. How dare a D-rank waste like him? Huff. Dwelling on it now was useless. Strangely enough, not a single spirit had appeared in the minutes since Pei Sun left. Combined with the effect of her mental suggestion, she even considered trying to survive here for a full 24 hours. But after a moment's thought, she picked up the bracelet and prepared to press the distress button to abandon the mission. After all, it was just an assessment. There was no need to risk her life so recklessly. Just then, a startled, earnest voice rang out. Fang Shixian? What are you doing here alone? Chapter 7, Chu Hong, you're so kind. Hearing the voice, Fang Shixian froze, turning toward the source. An almost imperceptible flicker of joy danced in her beautiful eyes. The newcomer bore a distinct shallow scar across his nose and had relatively dark skin, none other than the 6th-ranked elder brother, Chu Chuhong. I was attacked by Pei Sun. He injured me and then ran off. Fang Shixian extended a fair, jade-like hand to lightly brush her hair aside, her eyes brimming with hurt. Pei Sun? He's only a D-tier talent. How could he injure you? Chu Chuhong frowned slightly. Wah! Asking had been a mistake. Fang Shixian suddenly burst into tears, looking like a helpless child. Xu Chuhong froze, completely unaware that his words had deeply wounded Fang Shixian. His heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly asked. What about Gong Rui? Weren't you two always together? Why are you here alone? Fang Shixian rubbed her reddened eyes and sobbed, don't mention him. After we encountered Pei Sun, he probably still hadn't let go of our relationship. When he saw Gong Rui, he attacked him. We thought Gong Rui would teach Pei Sun a lesson and let him go, but we never expected. Gong Rui couldn't beat Pei Sun. After he was beaten by Pei Sun, he just abandoned me and ran off. If you'd come even a minute later, I might already be in that spirit creature's belly. What? Chu Chuhong stared in disbelief. Gong Rui couldn't beat Pei Sun? That can't be right. With you healing him the whole time, how could he lose? Fang Shixian nodded, utterly aggrieved, her slender frame trembling. I don't know what happened. Gong Rui was completely outmatched by Pei Sun. I used every ounce of my power to heal him. But once he realized he couldn't win, he just activated his teleportation crystal and left me here all alone. How could Gong Rui be so cruel? After hearing Fang Shixian's account, anger surged in Chu Chuhong's chest. Chu Hong. If I hadn't run into you, I was prepared to wait here for 24 hours. Even if I got devoured by the spirits, I'd accept it. Otherwise, if an S-tier talent like me just got eliminated like this, I wouldn't know how to face my teacher, how to face my mom and dad. Fang Shixian sobbed, covering her face. Hearing this, Chu Chuhong froze. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar way she addressed him that sent a jolt through his entire body, an unfamiliar sensation he'd never experienced before. It's okay, Shixian. Since you found me, I'll definitely get you out of here. Chu Chuhong fixed her with a resolute gaze, his voice firm and unwavering. Really? Chu Hong. I'm so sorry for what I did before. I'm truly sorry. Actually, before the assessment began, I knew you'd awakened an SS-grade talent. But you also know I was already with Gong Rui at the time. I'm a loyal person who values relationships. Shixian, why are you saying this? Of course I know your character. Back then, I was ordinary and didn't have the right to pursue you. But now that I have the ability, I will definitely protect you. Chu Hong. You're so kind. Fang Shixian's tear-streaked face and pitiful expression sent a rush of blood to Chu Chuhong's head. He instantly resolved to protect her. But, sigh. Maybe you should continue the assessment alone. My abilities are completely drained. You have a high chance of securing a spot on your own, but dragging me along is dead weight. Fang Shixian bit her silver teeth lightly, her shoulders tilting casually to reveal a generous expanse of snow-white skin at her neckline, utterly captivating. At the sight, Chu Chuhong was instantly spellbound, his blood boiling. His face visibly flushed crimson. What are you saying, Shixian? How could I possibly leave you here? Without hesitation, Chu Chuhong pulled out 2 tubes of milky white potion and handed them to Fang Shixian. I only have 4 vials of basic ability recovery potions left. I'll give you half. This isn't right. What if you don't have enough energy left for yourself later? Fang Shixian's eyes brimmed with tears as she gently declined, though a fleeting, barely perceptible flash of disgust crossed her gaze. After all, when she was with Gong Rui, they always used high-grade potions. She'd never seen such low-grade stuff before. It's fine. My talent purely enhances physical strength, so I don't need to expend much energy. Just take them. Chu Chuhong's tone brooked no argument. Alright then. Just let me know if you need my help, and I'll treat you. After a moment's thought, Fang Shixian decided to take the 2 vials of basic ability recovery potions. They were low grade, but what choice did she have in her current predicament? Ding. Defeated LV.7 Horned Panther. Gain 300 EXP stored in EXP Bank. Ding. Defeated LV.6 Horned Panther. Gain 250 EXP stored in EXP Bank. Ding. Defeated LV.12 Horned Spirit Leopard. Gained 1500 EXP stored in EXP Bank. Ding. Obtained Tier 1 material Leopard Skin 2. Ding. Obtained Tier 2 material Hardened Magic Horn 1. Defeated boss number 89 LV.12 Magic Horn Spirit Leopard. Earned 1200 points. New spirit race added to summoning list. Rare Bloodline Spirit. Magic Horn Spirit Leopard spawns 1 every 10 seconds. By now, Pei Sun had already defeated the second boss. With the 3D map displaying boss locations and level markers, clearing all 20 bosses was merely a matter of time for him. The experience is being temporarily stored, so that's acceptable. Otherwise, wasting massive amounts of experience on the remaining 19 bosses would be a shame. After defeating this boss, Pei Sun wasted no time. He immediately ordered the undead to hunt nearby prey, keeping only a few vicious wolves by his side. Pei Sun opened the 3D map again and murmured, "Next, the closest one is this level 15 boss, the black-spotted flower tiger. Let's go." With that, Pei Sun set off toward the boss's location. But suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air from the nearby grass. "Halt!" Pei Sun froze, his gaze snapping toward the source of the command. He hadn't expected anyone to approach so soon after his undead had departed. Under Pei Sun's gaze, 6 or 7 figures slowly emerged. Pei Sun recognized the familiar face of the leader and instantly understood. "Pei Sun, I told you today you wouldn't leave this alternate world alive." Gong Rui glared at Pei Sun, his voice thick with rage as he gritted his teeth. One hand clutched his bleeding shoulder, which was still dripping blood. Clearly, he hadn't received proper medical attention. "Brother Rui, are those vicious wolves the undead things you mentioned?" Someone beside him frowned. Gong Rui nodded. "This kid got his hands on some weird stuff from who knows where. They're tough to deal with. You guys be careful." Before Gong Rui could finish, another man beside him summoned a fireball and hurled it at one of the vicious wolves near Pei Sun. Boom! The fireball exploded with a thunderous roar, instantly reducing the wolf to ashes. "Bro Rui, you're being a bit too sensitive, aren't you? They're just some trash summons." The attacker sneered coldly, completely unfazed. "Oomph. Xiaoruoshi, I know you and Yenkai spent too much time at First High, so you've picked up some arrogance. But I still advise you not to be careless." Gong Rui snorted coldly in displeasure. "Ha ha ha ha. Relax, brother Rui. Just sit back and enjoy the show." Xiaoruoshi slapped Gong Rui's shoulder before stepping forward to scrutinize Pei Sun. "That's right, brother Rui. Ruoshi's spot on. Since you asked us to handle this, we'll make sure it's done perfectly. You can count on us." The boy named Yenkai stepped forward too, pounding his chest as he pledged. Pei Sun froze slightly upon hearing Gong Rui's address to the two. He seemed to have seen both their names on the top 10 list geniuses from First High. The others standing beside them couldn't be ordinary either. Did Gong Rui really have such powerful connections? After issuing his warning, Gong Rui fixed his gaze back on Pei Sun and coldly declared, "Blame yourself for crossing me. I don't care what dark arts you used to summon those things, but I've made it clear you die today." "I must die? Have you forgotten the assessment rules? No lethal force is permitted in internal conflicts." "Rules? Ha 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 ha. What bull rules? I am the rule. Attack." Chapter 8, What Demon Uprising? I summoned them myself. At Gong Rui's command, Yenkai suddenly charged forward with 3 others. The murderous intent in their eyes left no room for mercy toward Pei Sun. Meanwhile, Xiaoruoshi and another person unleashed their skills from behind. Hearing Gong Rui's words, Pei Sun shed all hesitation. With a flick of his thoughts, 200 ordinary bloodline undead materialized on the field, instantly surrounding the 6 opponents. Gong Rui, Xiaoruoshi, Yenkai, and the others instantly widened their eyes, forced to halt their actions. They stared blankly at the undead creatures, utterly bewildered. What the hell are these? Are these wasteland bulls? Aren't they aberrant spirits that only appear in the deepest, darkest regions? How did they get here? These can't be aberrant spirits. They look dead. What kind of eyes are these? Before the group could react, 10 more colossal beasts materialized before them, sucking the air of the room dry. Desert Scorpion King? Holy! That's a boss monster. Why are there 10 of them here? Yenkai was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the scene in disbelief. Behind him, Gong Rui and Xiaoruoshi were equally speechless, their brains frozen in shock as if they'd seen a ghost. What the hell? Playing tricks on us? Having already tested the waters, Xiaoruoshi was the first to snap out of it. She frantically channeled her abilities, unleashing her innate skill in the blink of an eye. Immortal Incineration. Suddenly, an eerie blood-red flame erupted from the bodies of dozens of vicious wolves closest to Xiaoruoshi. Under everyone's gaze, the crimson flames instantly consumed the wolves at a terrifying speed, leaving them utterly consumed without a single cry before death. Just a bunch of lifeless things, Xiaoruoshi snorted coldly, trying to reassure his troops. Nothing but bluffing lifeless things. You. Before she could finish, her expression froze. After he had destroyed those dozens of vicious wolves, Pei Sun instantly summoned hundreds more undead creatures, new species previously incorporated into his collection: vicious wolves, demonic horned panthers, desert scorpions, and wild oxen. Originally, he had intended to summon a few to intimidate these fellows, but he hadn't expected Chaoruwashi to remain unfazed. Now, he had no choice but to summon every undead creature currently within his summoning space. Moreover, the over 2,000 vicious wolves hunting elsewhere had already begun converging here at the first sign of danger. They now formed a complete encirclement, closing in from all sides. They're behind us too. When did they appear? What? They're on both sides too? How is that possible? The numbers are terrifying. Where the hell did he get so many summoned creatures? We seem to be surrounded by these damn things. Everyone, watch your positions. Execute the plan. Chaoruwashi was utterly dumbfounded, her mind going completely blank. What the hell are these things? She thought that if Pei Sun only had a few hundred, they might stand a chance. But now, with over 1,000 of these things suddenly appearing, how could they possibly win? What good were formations and tactics now? Chaoruwashi whipped her head toward Gong Rui, demanding. Gong Rui, you said there were only dozens, at most a few hundred summoned creatures. What the hell is going on? Gong Rui was panicking too. Though his family background was renowned in Fingyu City, recruiting these school geniuses to assist him had cost him significant connections. If they couldn't even handle Pei Sun now, he'd be losing everything. How was I supposed to know he had this many? There were clearly only dozens earlier. Gong Rui's face had turned ashen, utterly bewildered by how things had spiraled out of control. What good does complaining to me do now? If we can't take this guy down, we're all dead. Chaoruwashi shot Gong Rui a fierce glare before reluctantly shifting her focus back to Pei Sun, her brows knitted tightly. Simultaneously, one hand reached for a teleportation crystal, poised to shatter it at any moment. Why don't you two argue for a bit? Once you've reached a conclusion, we can continue? Pei Sun's lazy voice drifted over, causing the others' cheeks to twitch involuntarily. Then, under their wide-eyed stares, Pei Sun actually walked over to a large tree, sat down, and leaned back against it. After wandering around for so long, I really am a bit tired, Pei Sun murmured softly. If Gong Rui and the others could hear him, they'd probably be so furious they'd spit blood. Great. We've been on high alert every single moment since we entered, terrified that a spirit might suddenly jump out from somewhere. And you? You come here for a stroll? Well, why aren't you talking? If you don't speak up soon, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. Pei Sun's expression was as innocent as a lamb. Gong Rui, Chaoruwashi, and the others dared not breathe a word, terrified that the next target of these ghostly things might be them. Seeing their frozen expressions, Pei Sun saw no point in wasting more time and was about to order the spirits to attack. But just then, several sharp whistles pierced the air, catching Pei Sun off guard. Looking in the direction of the sounds, they saw several figures clad in black, form-fitting suits suddenly appear. I'm Duan Huanru, in charge of security for this area. There's been an entity uprising here. Please follow me immediately. Duan Huanru said, flashing his credentials at the group. But the moment he pulled out his credentials, his hand froze mid-air, his expression involuntarily stiffening. The other area officers nearby, witnessing this scene, all froze in disbelief. Isn't that boss number 86, the Desert Scorpion King? How did it end up here? And there are so many of them. Am I seeing things? What the hell is going on? Snapping back to his senses, Duan Huanru shouted breathlessly, please follow me out immediately. This spirit outbreak feels off. Your assessments will be rescheduled. Spotting Duan Huanru and the others, Gong Rui and Chaoruwashi's faces lit up with relief, as if they'd seen a savior. Chaoruwashi promptly stowed away her teleportation crystal, a precious item rarely seen by those from ordinary families. Spirit uprising? What spirit uprising? Pei Sun looked utterly bewildered. You brat, haven't you noticed you're surrounded by spirits? Hurry up and come with us, we'll get you to safety first, a bald officer beside Duan Huanru yelled. Duan Huanru's brow furrowed slightly. Her piercing gaze fixed on Pei Sun's face, and she froze for a moment. This is the D-grade talent the deputy mayor mentioned. Get him out of here first. D-rank talent? The bald man looked skeptical for a moment before adding, no wonder he seems a bit off mentally. You mean those vicious wolves? What else? Thousands of vicious wolves could tear you apart in less than a second. You're incredibly lucky they didn't attack you. The bald man said, walking toward Pei Sun's position. Oh, then you can leave. I summoned them all. Pei Sun said casually. The bald man didn't stop walking. Instead, he pointed a finger at Pei Sun and turned to look at Duan Huanru with a smile. See? I told you this kid's got mental issues. Enough nonsense. Take him away now, Duan Huanru snapped sharply. Chapter 9, are these students your relatives? What are you two standing around for? I didn't say anything about you. Scared stiff and can't even walk? Duan Huanru's piercing gaze swept over Gong Rui and Chaoruwashi. However, Gong Rui and Chaoruwashi's expressions were distinctly uneasy, even slightly awkward. They had assumed Duan Huanru and the others had come to stop Pei Sun from killing them, never expecting it was because they thought a spirit riot had broken out. For a moment, none of them knew what to say. If they admitted Pei Sun had summoned it, they'd be finished once the regional supervisor left. But if they denied it, they'd face a re-evaluation, meaning they'd have to relinquish the coveted spot in the Tianjin province secret training camp they'd secured. And with a re-evaluation, anything could happen. Exchanging glances, they seemed to communicate silently. After hesitating, Chao Ruoshi was the first to walk toward Duan Huanru. Seeing Chao Ruoshi's choice, the others followed suit and approached her as well. At this sight, Pei Sun's expression darkened instantly. With a flick of his thoughts, all 8 desert scorpion emperors simultaneously extended their long tail spines, aiming their sand spike bombs at the spot ahead of Chao Ruoshi. Duan Huanru's expression shifted slightly, mistakenly believing the desert scorpion emperors were attacking them. She immediately assumed a defensive stance. Boom! 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 A series of muffled explosions erupted as the sand spike bombs detonated between Duan Huanru and Chao Ruoshi, blasting open an extremely wide trench. Gong Rui and Chao Ruoshi instantly turned ashen-faced, frozen in place, unable to move. It seemed they had already envisioned the consequences of these skills landing on them. Is this how the regional supervisor openly favors examinees? Pei Sun's piercing gaze met Duan Huanru's without flinching. His voice was deep and measured. Or are these students all your relatives? Duan Huanru and the bald man froze, their pupils rapidly constricting. Duan Huanru, in particular, flashed shock and wariness in her eyes upon realizing the gravity of the situation. She re-examined Pei Sun, while the bald man halted, staring in disbelief at the desert scorpion emperors towering over him. If that's truly the case, you needn't have mobilized such a force. I'll let them go. With a wave of his hand, Pei Sun dismissed the 8 desert scorpion emperors, who vanished instantly back into his summoning space. Duan Huanru was utterly dumbfounded. After staring at Pei Sun in disbelief for a long moment, she finally gasped, thousands of vicious wolves, all summoned by you? The words barely left her mouth before Duan Huanru realized she sounded ridiculous. This kid was clearly just an ordinary D-rank talent. How could he possibly summon so many creatures? Even an SSS rank summoner might not be able to do that. But there was no other explanation for the scene before her eyes. Could it be that Vice Mayor Liao had made a mistake? With that thought, Duan Huanru switched the communication channel on her device to connect with Liao Yuza. From the moment they set out, every step of Duan Huanru's rescue operation had been projected to Liao Yuza on the other end. At this moment, both Liao Yuza and Hu Bin were in a state of mental overload. He had been thinking how fortunate they were that not a single examinee had been injured along the way. Little did he expect that the so-called spirit uprising was actually summoned by one of the examinees. In over a decade on the job, he'd never encountered anything like this. Naturally, he was utterly bewildered. If this were true, it would completely surpass his understanding. Back when Mayor Yao Jinchuan awakened as an SSS tier talent summoner, it had sent shockwaves through Tianjin province and neighboring regions. His terrifying summoning amplification abilities had struck fear into countless peers, but even that couldn't compare to the absurdity of this current scene. Liao Yuza's mind refused to settle. He retrieved the assessment roster from the side, flipped through several pages with a rustle, and then his gaze locked firmly on Pei Sun's name. He hadn't misread it, it was a D-rank talent. But what on earth was going on? Seeing the expressions on Liao Yuza and Hu Bin's faces, Duan Huanru finally understood. It seemed even Vice Mayor Liao was unaware of what was happening. My apologies, Student Pei. This is our mistake. Duan Huanru could only apologize to Pei Sun, offering a slight bow. Though this was a hard truth to swallow, it was undeniably unfolding before his eyes. So, we came all this way for nothing? The bald man scratched his head, finally catching on. After apologizing to Pei Sun once more, Duan Huanru shot a meaningful glance at Gong Rui and Chao Ruoshi before leading the bald man and the other 7 regional managers away. Gong Rui, Chao Ruoshi, and the others instantly tensed up. Pei Sun is going to kill us. You can't leave. Yan Kai suddenly shouted at Duan Huanru's retreating figure. Duan Huanru turned, glanced at Pei Sun leaning against the tree, then fixed her piercing gaze on Yan Kai. Competing for points is normal. If someone tries to kill you, press the distress button on your wristband. You'll be rescued. With that, Duan Huanru and her group departed. Only after Duan Huanru and her group vanished completely from Gong Rui and Yan Kai's sight did their expressions freeze into stiff, numb expressions. Seeing this, Pei Sun saw no point in further words. With a flicker of intent, all the spirit beasts surged forward in a frenzied charge. Leave one arm behind each of you, and you can leave. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly formed on Gong Rui's forehead. His legs involuntarily took a few steps back. One person beside him was so terrified he collapsed completely, slumping to the ground. Pei Sun, I remember you. Chao Ruoshi's gaze was icy cold. She then turned to Gong Rui beside her and said in a deep voice. Gong Rui, we'll settle our accounts later. With that, Chao Ruoshi squeezed the teleportation crystal in her hand, vanishing instantly. Gong Rui's face turned as sour as if he'd eaten, filled with regret so deep it made his guts turn green. Not only had he sacrificed Feng Shixian, but now he'd also antagonized Chaoruoshi, the prodigy from First High. Those in the know understood Gong Rui had invited her for assistance, but outsiders would assume Gong Rui had ambushed him. Now he was cornered once more. Chaoruoshi had a teleportation crystal to escape, but his were all gone. And he only had one arm left. Roar! A ferocious wolf charged forward, its roar alone distorting Gong Rui's face. With one savage bite, it tore off his other arm. Ah! Gong Rui's face twisted in agony as he let out a piercing scream. Without Feng Shixian to heal him this time, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the other wound on his body instantly burst open and worsened. Now he didn't even have a chance to press the bracelet for help. Yen Kai! Press the emergency button. Or else. Gong Rui coughed up a mouthful of blood before he could finish, his face visibly draining of color. Chapter 10, Distracted. Yet Yen Kai was currently being surrounded and attacked by dozens of vicious wolves, leaving him no time to attend to Gong Rui. As a fellow genius from First High, he hoped to hold out against these beasts for a while. But these wolves felt no pain whatsoever even after being knocked back, they charged straight at him without pause. Ah! In less than a minute, one of Yen Kai's arms was torn clean off. Instantly, he lost his balance and stumbled, crashing to the ground with a thud. The vicious wolves then shifted their focus to attack the others. Yen Kai! Yen, hurry up and press the distress button. Otherwise, I'm really going to die here. Gong Rui's bloodless voice grew fainter with each word, sounding as if he might stop breathing at any moment. Sorry, brother Rui. I don't want to give up this spot. Yen Kai lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on the azure sky as he spoke weakly, a faint, bitter smile spreading across his face almost as if he felt fortunate to have survived. He knew that pressing the distress button with his wristband would mean forfeiting his assessment eligibility. He refused to be eliminated after enduring such a catastrophe. Damn it! Put! Gong Rui violently coughed up another mouthful of blood. His neck snapped back, his eyes closed, and he passed out. Roar! Only after the vicious wolf tore off the last man's arm did Pei Sun order the undead to disperse. Such a scene would likely haunt them as a lifelong nightmare. From the moment Pei Sun commanded the undead to attack until all 5 men had lost an arm, barely a minute had passed. Though they had struggled briefly, they had only managed to kill a few dozen wolves utterly insignificant. Phew! That bastard probably won't be bothering me anymore. Pei Sun rose to his feet and walked over to the 5 men. His cold gaze swept across their faces one by one, finally settling on Gong Rui's deathly pale cheeks. Quite the vengeful streak. Pei Sun murmured before turning away to hunt for other bosses. As for these 5, they were all geniuses from various schools. Though no match for Pei Sun, they should still handle ordinary spirits without issue. After walking away, Pei Sun glanced at the map and noticed only the icons for bosses 86 and 89 were darkened. Meaning, so far, no one else had defeated a boss besides him. He glanced at the leaderboard again. His score of over 2,000 points still stood alone at the top, followed by the same few names as before. It's worth noting that due to this recent incident, Chaoruoshi has dropped from 3rd place to 9th, while Yen Kai has fallen out of the top 10 altogether. Meanwhile, Chu Chuhong smoothly advanced from 4th to 3rd place. After closing the rankings, Pei Sun immediately headed for the black-spotted flower tiger's territory, preferring to act swiftly rather than risk complications. This was the closest boss to him and also one of the lower-level ones. Although the power Pei Sun now wielded could be considered unmatched among practitioners at the same stage, it never hurt to be cautious. He estimated it would take about 10 minutes to reach the black-spotted flower tiger's territory. By then, he would have several hundred ordinary-level evil spirits and dozens of formidable desert scorpion emperors at his disposal. In other words, completing this SSS tier advancement quest would only grow easier for Pei Sun. Within the wilderness sanctuary of the otherworld, Liao Yuza and Hu Bin were still reeling from the shock Pei Sun had delivered. Immediately after hanging up with Duan Huanru, Liao Yuza rushed to the exam waiting area to find Pei Sun's homeroom teacher. Pei Sun's homeroom teacher was currently chatting animatedly with other teachers and administrators, completely unaware of what had transpired. Miss Son, could you come here for a moment? Pei Sun's homeroom teacher, Song Yingsen, paused for a second before smiling and replying, Sure thing, I'll be right there. As she spoke, she made sure to exchange warm greetings with each of the other teachers nearby. Upon entering the proctoring area, Song Yingsen visibly tensed up. It was common knowledge that the vice mayor of Fengyu City had a notoriously bad temper and was known for his harsh demeanor, especially considering he had been involved in some questionable dealings. Inside the proctoring room, besides several large screens, stood a purple wooden table large enough to seat over a dozen people, with a few scattered chairs nearby. Opposite the table sat Liao Yuza, with his assistant who'd been standing beside him. Please sit down. No need, Mayor Liao. I'll stand. The matter I wish to discuss with you is important. Please take a seat. Also, address me as deputy mayor, there's another person here. Alright. Xiaoson, this Pei Sun is in your class, right? Liao Yuza asked, his brow furrowed as he stared at the file on Pei Sun in his hand. Song Yingsen's heart skipped a beat. Her pupils dilated slightly, imperceptibly, before she hurriedly replied. Yes, he's in our class. Do you know what his profession is? Of course I know. He has a D-grade talent. There are only 3 D-grade talents in our class. Because his mental state seems... Question mark. Liao Yuza looked up at Song Yingsen, his puzzled gaze forming a giant question mark. Meeting his stare, Song Yingsen immediately shut her mouth. I asked about his profession, not his talent. Oh. You mean his profession? I know, of course I know. He awakened as a summoner. It's a decent profession, but unfortunately, he only got a D-rank talent. And then, after breaking up with his girlfriend, he took a huge blow. He insisted on joining this assessment no matter what. We couldn't stop him. Answer what I ask. Why keep bringing up this nonsense? What does it have to do with you? Oh. Then please continue asking. Liao Yuza grew impatient, glaring at Song Yingsen before refocusing his attention on Pei Sun's data sheet. Do you know what his current situation is? Me? This time, it was Song Yingsen's turn to look startled and uncertain, as if she'd misheard and needed to confirm. What possible condition could a D-tier talent be in after so long? Probably already digested by the spirit. Question mark. Seeing Song Yingsen's reaction, Liao Yuza couldn't hold back any longer. He was already confused and anxious about Pei Sun's situation, and now Song Yingsen's suspicious behavior only made him more irritated. Hey, Teacher Song, what's gotten into you today? Possessed by a ghost? You're acting way too weird. I'm talking to you right now. Who else could it be? Is it Xiao Hu? With you acting like this, I have every reason to doubt the quality of your teaching. The stern tone and irritated glare instantly made beads of sweat form on Song Yingsen's forehead. She sprang to her feet with a sharp snap and hurriedly apologized to Liao Yuza. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Liao. My students are currently undergoing assessments in another world, and their fates are uncertain, especially the child Pei Sun. As their homeroom teacher, I can't help but worry, which is why I've been distracted. Worried? Distracted? I saw you chatting happily with other teachers outside just now. Liao Yuza glared, his voice sharp with rebuke. Chapter 11, Inside Information. Song Yingsen was already drenched in sweat, her nerves stretched to the breaking point. She raised an arm to wipe the beads of perspiration from her forehead. Only after Liao Yuza glared at her for a full 2 minutes did his anger begin to subside. I'll say it again, answer only what I ask. Understand? Understood. Ask away. Song Yingsen stood there like a child who'd done something wrong, his face a picture of utter bewilderment. The two stared at each other for half a minute until Liao Yuza, so flustered by his own anger, momentarily forgot what he had intended to ask. After half a minute, Liao Yuza's tone steadied as he fixed his gaze on Song Yingsen's eyes. I have no idea how you assessed Pei Sun as a D-grade talent. His summoning abilities are terrifying. He was the first candidate to defeat the boss and now leads the rankings by a landslide. What? Song Yingsen's pupils dilated sharply, her face frozen in disbelief. Did they make a mistake during his test? Or are you guys fudging the results? How could this happen? Liao Yuza's piercing gaze stabbed at Song Yingsen like a sharp blade, sending waves of panic and dread through her heart. No, Vice Mayor Liao. How could we possibly falsify a student's awakening talent? It wouldn't benefit us at all. As if fearing Liao Yuza wouldn't believe her, Song Yingsen hurriedly added, Deputy Mayor Liao. The recording devices from these children's awakening sessions are still stored here. If you don't believe me, I'll go get them right now. There's absolutely no deception whatsoever. Oof. I hope that's true. You may leave. Liao Yuza shot Song Yingsen a fierce glare before waving him away. He knew the teachers wouldn't fabricate such records, but he wanted to give this guy a warning. Ever since entering the room, the man had been acting erratically, flustered and anxious for no apparent reason. Yet judging by his expression, he truly seemed unaware of Pei Sun's situation, which only deepened Liao Yuza's confusion. Meanwhile, Song Yingsen, having exited the proctoring area, was overcome with dread and terror, cold sweat pouring down his back. She had expected Pei Sun to be torn apart by the spirit beast within minutes of entering. Yet not only was he still alive, he had actually reached the top of the rankings? And his summoning abilities were terrifying. He was just a ragged D-rank summoner. Where did he get such terrifying summoning power? This was beyond belief. Now that Pei Sun was alive and well, how could he possibly look mentally unstable when he emerged after the assessment? If Liao Yuza discovered this, given his temperament, he'd at least skin him alive. To say the least, his position as a teacher would be absolutely gone. The thought sent a chill down Song Yingsen's spine. His face went blank and numb, as if he could already see Liao Yuza's terrifyingly dark expression erupting in rage. When Song Yingsen emerged from the proctoring area, the surrounding teachers grew curious and swarmed over. Hey! Teacher Song's out. Quick, go ask Teacher Song what happened. Teacher Song, what did Mayor Liao ask you about in there? Was it about this evaluation? Miss Song, you're quite the enigma. Who knew you had connections with Mayor Liao? Share some insider info with us. Exactly, Teacher Song. We've been colleagues for years now. Share whatever news you have with us. Song Yingsen felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. Colleagues for years? That won't last much longer. Miss Song, I never knew you and Mayor Liao had this connection. Looks like your class will sweep the top honors this time, one teacher remarked in a sarcastic tone. But Song Yingsen was completely oblivious to the sarcasm and mockery, still reeling from the shock of what had just happened. Pei Sun. Pei Sun took first place on the rankings. Song Yingsen's eyes went blank. What? First place on the rankings? Who is Pei Sun? Is he a student in your class, Teacher Song? I know the top talents in your class, but there's no one named Pei Sun. Teacher Song, are you kidding me? Even if you have connections with Mayor Liao, you can't be this blatant about it. It's already impressive for Fingyu's 6th high to have someone crack the top 10. First place? Teacher Song, you wouldn't have made some kind of deal with Mayor Liao, would you? TSK. Fingyu's 6th high's geniuses were a limited pool, so teachers knew their top students inside out. Yet no one had ever heard of Pei Sun. But that wasn't the crux. What puzzled them was how an unknown student could suddenly claim the top spot on the rankings. He's a D-tier talent. I tried to stop him from taking the exam, but he insisted. Who knew he'd end up topping the rankings and be the first candidate to defeat the boss? Song Yingsen continued, her mind elsewhere. He had intended to mention that he had tried to stop Pei Sun, but the thought that Pei Sun would emerge alive in just over 10 hours meant the truth would inevitably come out. He held his tongue. What? D-tier talent? A D-tier talent taking the exam? Teacher Song, no offense, but how could you let a D-tier talent take the exam? That's practically asking for someone to die. Exactly, Teacher Song. After awakening their talents, kids get all cocky. But no matter what the students think, you as their teacher should have done proper counseling. How could you let a D-tier talent run wild like that? It's been several hours already. The teacher froze mid-sentence, suddenly realizing what Song Yingsen had said next. Several teachers' eyes widened as they exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. A student with D-level talent topped the rankings? Was Teacher Song losing her mind? Or was she just talking nonsense to tease them? Teacher Song wasn't usually this dull. As the teachers grew increasingly uneasy, Song Yingsen's mind was already filled with dread over the consequences of being punished by Liao Yuza. Suddenly, Song Yingsen shoved aside the teachers in front of her and hurriedly exited the exam waiting area. Before leaving, she left a parting shot. Believe it or not, go ask Vice Mayor Liao yourselves. Hearing this, the teachers were even more baffled. What on earth is wrong with Teacher Song? She seems like a completely different person since leaving the proctoring area. Exactly. Why did she even bring up Vice Mayor Liao? Doesn't she know he hates being called Vice Mayor? He prefers Mayor Liao. Of course he knows. He's the one who calls him that most often. What's gotten into him? And that Pei Sun, if what he says is true, how could someone with a D-tier talent possibly top the rankings? That's pure fantasy. He'd be lucky to survive in there. This is baffling. Should we go ask Mayor Liao ourselves? No way. If you want to go, you go. I'm not stepping foot in there. Chapter 12, Shadow Sand Serpent. Elsewhere in the otherworld. Ding. Defeated LV.7 Desert Scorpion. Gain 300 EXP stored in EXP Bank. Ding. Defeated LV.9 Great Earth Wolf. Gain 400 EXP stored in EXP Chest. Ding. Defeated LV.6 Desert Scorpion. Gain 250 EXP stored in EXP Chest. Ding. Defeated LV.4 Demon Horned Panther, gained 150 EXP stored in EXP Chest. Ding. Kill. Ding. Defeated LV.17 Shadow Sand Snake, gained 7000 EXP stored in EXP Chest. Ding. Obtained Tier 1 material, Sand Hidden Scale Armor 5. Ding. Obtained Tier 2 material, Shadow Sand Hide 2. Defeated Boss Number 49, LV.17 Shadow Sand Snake. Earned 1700 points. New spirit race added to roster, now summonable, rare bloodline spirit, Shadow Sand Snake spawns 1 every 10 seconds. After roughly an hour, Pei Sun had already defeated the 8th boss. Although undead creatures kept spawning, defeating these bosses had also consumed a significant number of spirits. Calculating the gains, he had only added over 2,000 ordinary bloodline spirits and over 200 rare bloodline spirits in this hour. Combined with all the undead he had previously gathered, he now commanded over 5,000 ordinary bloodline undead and more than 300 rare bloodline undead. Such terrifying strength was more than enough to sweep through an ordinary level wild sanctuary. And this formidable reserve force had been created in just about 2 hours by Pei Sun. If others knew, they would be utterly astonished. This guy really is a tough nut to crack, Pei Sun muttered, struggling to speak as he watched the corpse of the Shadow Sand Serpent being devoured by dozens of vicious wolves. Among the 8 anomaly bosses he had slain thus far, this one ranked highest in level and proved the most troublesome. In the past hour, while Pei Sun had dispatched over 1,600 undead, the single Shadow Sand Serpent had single-handedly slaughtered more than 1,000 of them. It was crucial to understand that Pei Sun's undead army relied primarily on overwhelming numbers for their offensive. Yet this creature completely countered the tactic. A single lashing of its body was enough to scatter hundreds of Pei Sun's undead. Had it not been for dozens of rare bloodline tier spirits continuously unleashing skills from the rear, defeating this creature might have been impossible. Moreover, it possessed the ability to cloak itself. During the battle against the undead, it would periodically retreat into the sandy terrain, blending seamlessly with the surroundings and causing considerable trouble for Pei Sun. Fortunately, sheer numbers ultimately prevailed in defeating it. First place, Pei Sun Maple Feather 6th high. Points, 11,046, level, LV.10. Second place, Gu Xinjiang Maple Feather 1st high. Points, 2198, level, LV.10. Third place, Chu Chuhuang Maple Feather 6th high. Points, 1967, level, LV.10. Fourth place, by Mantong Maple Feather number 2 high. Points, 1588, level, LV.10. Fifth place, Lai Yunchi Maple Feather High School number 3. Sixth place, Zhuang Yushi Maple Feather High School number 4. Glancing at the leaderboard, the top 10 no longer showed any trace of the group who had ambushed Pei Sun earlier. Only unfamiliar names remained. This second place player, Gu Xinjiang, had also become the second person to kill the boss. While searching for the boss, Pei Sun would occasionally glance at the leaderboard out of boredom. Second place had been at just over 1,000 points earlier, but those weren't earned from boss kills, they came from slaying countless ordinary spirits. Now, seeing the points nearing 3,000 confirmed the successful boss defeat. Beyond that, everyone in the top 100 had reached level 10. They were likely all busy completing their advancement quests now. In a way, someone like Pei Sun, who could complete the advancement quest during the assessment period, was quite fortunate. Some players needed to obtain special materials matching their class or attributes to complete their quests, and those materials might not be available in the desert forest. Furthermore, since the assessment rules restrict all participants to the desert forest area, advancement cannot be achieved within these 24 hours. This meant the subsequent assessment stages would be undertaken at level 10. Pei Sun was clearly blessed by Lady Luck's radiance. After closing the leaderboard, Pei Sun opened the 3D map to check the current status of boss icons. Currently positioned in the lower left corner of the desert forest, he had already dealt with the 8 closest bosses surrounding him. Next, he would venture deeper into the heart of the desert forest. Just as he was about to close the 3D map, he suddenly caught sight of a boss icon squeezed into the farthest corner. Ha! A level 15 undead crack spider? Might as well take care of this one first. With that, Pei Sun turned and changed direction. Given his current strength and the progress of others, he was confident he could defeat at least 50% of the spirit bosses. Of course, that was in terms of time efficiency. If it came down to raw combat power, he could take on 100 of them single-handedly. Within the wilderness sanctuary, Liao Yuza was also closely monitoring the leaderboard, particularly Pei Sun's point fluctuations. Each time Pei Sun's points surged by thousands, he let out a gasp, his face radiating boundless excitement and genuine joy. After all, Fengyu City hadn't produced such an indescribably top-tier genius in decades. This had left Fengyu City obscure within Tianjing province, occasionally even getting trampled by other cities. Now, with Pei Sun's meteoric rise, Fengyu City could finally be reborn in glory. No, Fengyu City had never truly shone before. It was more accurate to say it could finally experience a moment of glory. At this thought, Liao Yuza couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. Hey! It's rising again. Little Hu. Check which boss's portrait is dimming. Mayor Liao, you've called out 10 times in the last 2 hours. As the city's leader, this is rather unbecoming. Even though Hu Bin had braced himself mentally, Liao Yuza's sudden, startled shout still caught him off guard. What do you know? I'm just too excited. Ah, you wouldn't understand anyway. Hurry up and check which boss's portrait is dimmed. It's boss number 49, the Shadow Sand Snake, Hu Bin replied helplessly. Oh, that level 17 Shadow Sand Snake? Liao Yuza's excited voice suddenly rose several decibels higher, his startled and dramatic behavior leaving Hu Bin feeling utterly exasperated. That boss is the strongest and most troublesome one in Pei Sun's area. That kid really made us proud. No way, Mayor Liao? Hearing this, Hu Bin froze for a moment before immediately retorting. Isn't it? I recall there are no other spirit bosses above level 16 in this area besides the level 17 Shadow Sand Snake, right? Caught off guard by Hu Bin's retort, Liao Yuza froze, scratching his head in confusion. True, there are no bosses above level 16. But Mayor Liao, haven't you forgotten? In the Black Death Forest, there's a level 15. Smack! Before Hu Bin could finish, Liao Yuza slammed his hand on the table, his expression suddenly dawning. You mean that undead rift spider in the Black Death Forest? Oh my, how could I have forgotten about it? Quick, check Pei Sun's current route. Hu Bin replied calmly, well, barring any surprises, he should reach the undead crack spider's territory in about 10 minutes. What? Liao Yuza panicked instantly. What kind of territory is the Black Death Forest? Anyone who enters suffers negative effects from the undead aura, having their combat effectiveness while impairing vision and mobility to varying degrees. The boss within, the undead crack spider, had devoured countless victims, earning it a notorious reputation as a graveyard for adventurers. Even those 1 or 2 tiers above its level dared not venture into the Black Death Forest lightly. Now, a prodigy like Pei Sun had finally appeared. What if he got lost in there? Chapter 13, what the hell? He really went in? At this thought, Liao Yuza's expression grew increasingly panicked. But Hu Bin remained calm as ever. Mayor Liao, haven't you forgotten? The Black Death Forest became inaccessible during the last 2 student assessments. Ah! Liao Yuza slapped his forehead in realization. Right. How could I have forgotten? Ouch ouch. Sorry, Xiaohu, I really did lose my composure there, Hu Bin. As the forbidden zone of the wilderness sanctuary, the Black Death Forest served as a persistent thorn in the side during every student assessment period. The school had even attempted to post bounty missions through the Maple Feather City Otherworld Exploration Association to eradicate this scourge. Yet, whether epic tier or glorious tier practitioners, anyone entering the Black Death Forest would suffer various debuffs. The most lethal was the blinding effect, rendering most practitioners unable to even locate the undead rift spiders within the forest. Epic tier and glorious tier adventurers couldn't handle it, while immortal tier and above adventurers simply refused to come. Asking an immortal tier adventurer to take on a mission to eliminate a king tier spirit? Word of that getting out would mean you'd never work in this line of business again. It's a thankless task, to say the least. This has cemented the Black Death Forest's notorious reputation. When dividing examination zones, cities deliberately avoid including it. Maple Feather City, however, lacked the resources to compete. As the weakest city in Sky Crystal Province, it held no bargaining power and could never win disputes against other cities. Ultimately, it had no choice but to be assigned to Maple Feather City year after year. This culminated in a situation where even Deputy Mayor Liao Yuza had to remind students before assessments not to set foot in Black Death Forest. However, this was already 2 years ago. 2 years prior, an unknown change occurred in the Black Death Forest. Students who approached it were suddenly repelled by an inexplicable force, rendering it impossible for them to enter. Liao Yuza, overcome by emotion, had momentarily forgotten this incident. Such promising students, if anything happened to them, I'd be utterly ashamed. Liao Yuza exclaimed. At that moment, Pei Xin had no idea Liao Yuza was fretting so much over his actions. He was still planning where to hunt the next boss after taking down the undead crack spider. After pondering for a while, he couldn't come up with a solution. There weren't any particularly powerful bosses left in this vast area. He could just wander around and kill whatever he encountered. Weird, Pei Xin muttered, puzzled. The more I head this way, the more desert there is. How could that forest appear in the middle of a desert? The 3D map showed the desert forest as a vast expanse of desert surrounding a central giant forest. This small forest appearing inexplicably in the middle of the desert did indeed look quite jarring. As Pei Xin neared his destination, he noticed the sand beneath his feet growing increasingly dark, stirring a vague sense of unease within him. Pei Xin frowned and halted his steps. The color of this sand. He crouched down, scooping up a handful. The grains slipped through his fingers without leaving a trace of black. For some reason, Pei Xin couldn't shake the feeling that the boss of this Black Death Forest wouldn't be as straightforward as other bosses. The entire environment felt eerily off. Hopefully, I'm overthinking this. In less than 3 minutes, a patch of black forest that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment finally came into view. As soon as he approached the edge of the forest, a bone-chilling cold washed over him, starkly contrasting with the scorching desert heat. The trees were tall and dense, their branches twisted and tangled together in an eerie, unnatural dark green-black hue, sending a shiver down his spine. Worse still, the air here was thick with a stench of decay and death, intensifying the unease in Pei Sun's heart. Just as Pei Sun prepared to step inside, a hoarse, icy voice suddenly echoed nearby. Classmate, you can't go in here. Go find another spirit boss. Ha! Pei Sun, whose attention had been fully focused, was startled by the sudden, raspy voice. Following the sound, he spotted an old man clad in a gray coarse cloth robe, hunched over and seated in a black wicker chair, quietly reading a book. Who are you? Pei Sun asked in confusion. I am the overseer of the Black Death Forest. This is a restricted testing ground, extremely dangerous. Candidates are forbidden from entering. You should leave and seek other spirit bosses instead. The old man's tone remained utterly unruffled. A restricted testing zone? Is it really that serious? Pei Sun frowned. Though he'd heard rumors of this boss being extraordinary, he hadn't imagined it would warrant a restricted zone designation. If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourself. The old man didn't even glance at Pei Sun, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. Pei Sun blinked. This old man was remarkably calm. If he dared say that, it probably wasn't that dangerous. What could a level 15 boss possibly do to him? Was it going to overturn the heavens? At worst, he still had thousands of undead to cover him. No matter what, he could always escape. Try it and die. Without another word, Pei Sun strode straight inside. The old man beside him noticed this, gave Pei Sun a faint glance, then returned to his book, shaking his head slightly. Simultaneously, he extended a hand and silently conjured a massive, soft psychic shield dozens of meters behind Pei Sun. Last year, he'd seen too many examinees repelled by the Black Death Forest's energy, hurled so far they landed covered in bruises. If that affected their assessment performance, it would be such a waste. Kids these days, sigh, each one more arrogant than the last. As he spoke, the old man sensed Pei Sun's position as a psionic entity, adjusting the shield's placement accordingly. But after more than 10 seconds, he realized Pei Sun hadn't been knocked back at all. He froze in surprise. Ha! The old man uttered a rare gasp of surprise, tilting his head to look. He saw that Pei Sun had indeed entered the forest. His eyes widened instantly, and he hurriedly stood up, walking over to the entrance. What just happened? He actually went in? The old man hastily put away the book in his hand, pulled out his communication device, and dialed Liao Yu's number. Meanwhile, Liao Yu remained focused on monitoring the rankings. Looks like I was right. Those kids from First High must have clashed with Pei Sun. Now they're nowhere to be seen in the top 10, and only 3 spots are held by First High. Liao Yu analyzed, one hand pressed against his chin. In recent years, the top 10 consistently had 6 or 7 students from First High. Now there are only 3, while Sixth High has 2 on the list. This year's advancement situation is truly unpredictable, Hu Bin remarked. That's true. This guy from Sixth High, Xu Chuhong, actually made it to 3rd place. I visited Sixth High several times during my school inspections this year and never heard that name before. Meanwhile, the most promising candidates didn't even make it into the top 20. Just then, Liao Yu's communication device suddenly chimed. He picked it up and glanced at it, his expression momentarily blank. Ha! Why is old Shi calling me? Chapter 14, The Four-Tanked Demon Crocodile. The moment he answered, Liao Yu instantly transformed into a beaming smile. Master Shi seems in a splendid mood today. Did you successfully advance? You even have time to call me. Alright. I won't flatter you anymore. What? A cocky candidate? You mean that 6-foot-tall, handsome, and imposing young man? I know he went in. Yes. That kid performed exceptionally. What? He entered the Black Death Forest? Liao Yu's expression froze instantly. Hu Bin, standing nearby, also wore a puzzled look upon hearing the news. After whatever was said on the other end of the line, Liao Yu hung up the phone with a blank expression. Mayor Liao, what did Elder Shi say? Old Shi. Old Shi said Pei Sun went straight into the Black Death Forest without encountering any force repelling him. How is that possible? What did he say at the end? He said not to worry, that he'd be watching over him. But how could I not worry? This is a prodigy seen only once in centuries. He's the sole hope for Fengyu City to rise after decades of being trampled. How could this happen? Liao Yu slumped slightly, his voice growing weak and breathless. Duan Huanru. Find little Duan. No. Duan Huanru is only a brilliant tier practitioner now. Find the mayor. Pei Sun has boundless potential. He's too important to Fengyu City. The mayor will find a way. Little Hu, call Mayor Yao immediately. Though equally stunned, Hu Bin remained far calmer than Liao Yu. He advised, Mayor Liao, I think we should wait. Mayor Yao may be immensely powerful, but he's swamped with affairs of state right now. He's overwhelmed and simply can't spare time to intervene in our assessment here. Besides, the one overseeing things there is Elder Shi. You know full well how formidable he is, far stronger than even Mayor Yao at his peak. So for now, we should just wait for Elder Shi's instructions. Hearing Hu Bin's words, Liao Yu did indeed calm down, though his eyes remained filled with worry. But the Black Death Forest is exceptionally treacherous. Pei Sun. Oh. Why did it have to be him who went in? Within the Black Death Forest, towering trees stood majestically, their dense foliage layered thickly, shrouding the sky completely. Hardly any light penetrated through. Though it was nearly noon, the scene within the forest was as dark as nightfall after sunset. The moment Pei Sun stepped into the Black Death Forest, an intangible force enveloped him, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort. This mysterious, formless energy seemed to resonate with some force within his own body. Particularly, the undead spirits he summoned from his spatial realm became instantly animated upon sensing this force, each one eager and restless, as if desperate to leap out of the undead realm. Pei Sun wasted no time. Upon entering the Black Death Forest, he immediately summoned hundreds of rare-blooded spirits and 3,000 ordinary-blooded spirits. For some inexplicable reason, after summoning these spirits, Pei Sun could sense an intense, proactive fighting spirit emanating from them. This was unprecedented, leaving Pei Sun puzzled. After dispersing his thousands of summons, Pei Sun immediately began gathering environmental and spirit data through shared vision. Dozens of diverse spirits instantly filled his vision. Deathfire bats, demon blood foxes, per-cauldron demon crocodiles, purple pattern ghost goats, a series of rare spirits seldom seen in the outside world were all present here. These spirits, they're all rare bloodline spirits? That purple striped ghost goat is even an epic tier bloodline spirit? No way. Upon detecting these creatures' information, Pei Sun was utterly stunned. How could such a small territory nurture so many high bloodline spirits? Not a single spirit in sight possessed an ordinary bloodline grade. What shocked him even more was that upon sensing the presence of his undead creatures, these spirits showed not a shred of hostility. Simultaneously, though his undead creatures radiated fierce combat intent, they harbored no hostility toward these spirits. Pei Sun, who had intended to order his undead creatures to sweep through the forest, found himself hesitating. After a moment's thought, he commanded the undead to hold their positions and then, guided by the shared vision, approached the nearest spirit creature. It was a level 6 crimson blood fox of rare lineage. Pei Sun pushed through the surrounding undead creatures and approached the demon blood fox. The fox immediately noticed him, yet surprisingly, there was not a trace of hostility in its gaze. What's going on here? Pei Sun was utterly baffled. Something's off. Foxes are notoriously cunning creatures. Could this demeanor be an act? Pei Sun wondered. He then turned his attention to another spirit creature. This was a 4-ding demon crocodile, its bloodline equally rare, but its level had reached 9. Massive in stature, its skin was covered in jet-black scales as hard as iron, each gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. Its eyes burned like 2 eerie green flames, and 4 fleshy cauldrons rose high on its back, emitting a thick, putrid stench. When Pei Sun approached the creature, he detected not a shred of hostility. Strangely enough, he even sensed an inexplicable affinity from the 4 cauldrons demon crocodile, leaving him thoroughly perplexed. After all, the vast majority of spirit beasts were sworn enemies of humanity, harboring immense malice toward humans. Could it be that he had encountered one of the rare exceptions? Could it be because I'm just too handsome? Pei Sun pondered seriously. Just then, the 4 cauldron demon crocodile suddenly stirred, slowly crawling toward Pei Sun's position. Startled, Pei Sun stumbled backward. Yet, Pei Sun felt the creature's affinity toward him grow even stronger. What does this thing want? Seeing it still struggling toward him, Pei Sun stopped to observe its intentions. After all, several shadow sand snakes stood guard beside him. If this creature dared show the slightest hostility, it would be instantly flung away by the snakes. Moreover, as a summoner, Pei Sun was highly attuned to the presence of otherworldly spirits. In this situation, he could sense that this 4 cauldron demon crocodile harbored no hostility. Under Pei Sun's watchful gaze, the 4 cauldron demon crocodile crawled to his feet, extended its slender tongue, and licked his shoe. Then, it rubbed its massive head against his pants. Pei Sun scrambled back a few steps. Get away! You're getting my pants dirty. To his surprise, the creature actually stopped moving after he spoke. What's more, Pei Sun could discern a hint of hurt in its expression. No way. It understands human speech? Chapter 15. Are you mesmerized by my handsome looks? Just as Pei Sun stood there staring blankly at the creature, it suddenly spread out its limbs, flopped onto the ground, and lay completely still. Ha! What are you trying to do? Under Pei Sun's gaze, several obscure, incomprehensible runes slowly appeared on the 4-ding demon crocodile's forehead. Could it be? Pei Sun's eyes widened in shock. This 4 cauldron demon crocodile actually wanted to become Pei Sun's spirit pet, proactively completing a summoning contract with him? And its desire was incredibly strong. Could such a stroke of luck exist? As a summoner, Pei Sun understood all too well how difficult it was for an ordinary summoner to forge a contract with a spirit. Not only must one surpass the spirit in power, but one must also employ various methods to increase affinity with it. Even then, this merely grants the qualification to initiate a summoning contract. Whether the spirit would agree to it was another matter entirely. This final step was the most challenging part of completing a summoning contract with a spirit. Spirits were inherently hostile toward humans, forcing summoners to invest even more time and effort devising ways to align with them. As for a situation like Pei Sun's, now an entity proactively initiating a summoning contract with a human? This was unprecedented throughout all of China. At the very least, it had never been seen in any of the popular videos circulating online about forming contracts with spirit entities. Even if the strongest summoner in all of China stood here now, they would be utterly dumbfounded and profoundly shocked. Oh, I see. Well then. He had originally planned to slaughter this creature and gain a more powerful necromantic summoning entity. After all, it looked ferocious enough. But since it had initiated the summoning contract itself, he would reluctantly accept it. With that, and with Pei Sun's cooperation, the 4 cauldron demon crocodile successfully entered Pei Sun's spirit pet space, a realm completely separate from the summoning space, designed solely for housing spirit pets. Common grade spirit, 4-ding demon crocodile. Level, LV.9. Strength, 42.0. Intelligence, 20.0. Spirit, 31.0. Constitution, 41.0. Agility, 19.0. Skill, Crush Bite, inflicts 2 strength points of heavy damage on the target. Glancing at the creature's stats, Pei Sun nodded with satisfaction. For this level, the numbers were quite respectable even among rare bloodlines, especially the outstanding strength and constitution attributes. The skill was also highly practical, providing a decent burst of damage for the current stage. Just then, Pei Sun's sharp gaze caught sight of the demon blood fox he had evaded moments ago, now slowly approaching his direction. Does this one also want to form a contract with me? Pei Sun murmured. The entire process of his contract with the four-ding demon crocodile had been watched intently by this demon blood fox. Now, as it approached Pei Sun, it continued to radiate an unceasing aura of affinity. Sure enough, upon reaching him, the demon blood fox knelt on its front paws, its forehead glowing with obscure, cryptic runes. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Pei Sun's eyes lit up instantly. Was all this good fortune really happening to him? Without hesitation, Pei Sun completed the summoning contract, binding the creature to his spirit pet space. After all, there was no limit to how many spirit pets he could hold. He'd take as many as came his way. Any more? Any more? Pei Sun scanned the surroundings again through his necromantic summon's shared vision. The other spirits remained perfectly still, staring motionless at his necromantic creation. Fine, I'll take the initiative. With that, Pei Sun followed the vision to the location of the purple-striped ghost sheep. This purple-striped ghost sheep stood tall and straight, its back slightly arched. Its coat was jet black as ink, with an eerie deep purple pattern winding through the dark fur. Its thick, curved horns were sharp as needles, a deep, dark purple color, covered in a peculiar spiral pattern. Even though its empty purple eyes seemed somewhat vacant, it still looked quite terrifying. This was the epic bloodline spirit beast. Though seemingly indistinguishable from others of its kind, it constantly gave Pei Sun an eerie, chilling sensation. The purple-veined ghost goat continuously nibbled at the weeds on the ground, occasionally lifting its head to exchange glances with Pei Sun's necromantic summon before nonchalantly resuming its meal. Only when Pei Sun appeared before it did it cease its repetitive cycle. Well, blown away by my charm? Come on over. Pei Sun felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Yet, like the previous spirits, the purple-striped ghost sheep's gaze locked onto Pei Sun and wouldn't waver. It radiated the same comforting warmth that made Pei Sun feel at ease. In less than half a minute, the purple-striped ghost sheep lost all resistance and began walking step by step toward Pei Sun. Though Pei Sun didn't know the exact reason behind it, he was naturally delighted by the situation. Bah! Bah! Upon reaching Pei Sun, the ghost sheep bleated twice before kneeling down. Between its horns, on its forehead, obscure and cryptic runes slowly began to appear. This epic tier bloodline spirit has become my spirit pet? Even Pei Sun couldn't believe it. Capturing such an epic bloodline spirit in the outside world would require unimaginable effort, yet here it was, subdued by him. Common grade spirit, purple striped ghost goat. Level, LV.10. Strength, 42.0. Intelligence, 71.0. Spirit, 68.0. Constitution, 33.0. Agility, 47.0. Skill, Purple Vein Illusionary Gaze, casts an eye technique to confuse the opponent and control their consciousness. The higher the spirit stat, the longer the duration of control. After reviewing the information panels of these creatures, Pei Sun noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Despite possessing relatively high bloodline tiers, their levels remained uncommonly low. Logically, only creatures with common grade bloodlines had a level cap of 10. Rare grade bloodlines could easily reach level 20, while epic grade bloodlines could even hit level 30. Yet not a single one of these spirits exceeded level 10, leaving Pei Sun thoroughly puzzled. Take this purple striped ghost goat's special skill, for instance. Shouldn't it be able to do whatever it wants to the other spirits here? Yet here it was, barely level 10. What a disgrace to an epic bloodline spirit creature. Could this thing be some Buddhist vegetarian or something? Whoa! Seeing its innocent, bleeding expression, Pei Sun couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. What if it chickens out when he has to fight others later? Forget it. He probably won't even need to fight anyway. Might as well keep him. Better than nothing. Chapter 16, Captured. Phantom Saint Grade Bloodline Spirit, Undead Crack Spider. After storing this creature in his spirit pet space, Pei Sun used the shared vision to glimpse all sorts of other spirits. His eyes lit up, and for a moment, he forgot why he was even here. Wait, I came here to fight the boss. Where is that undead crack spider? Only then did Pei Sun recall his mission to find the undead crack spider. Ignoring the chaotic array of other spirits, he focused solely on tracking down the undead crack spider. The other bosses were easy to find, each guarding their own little patch of land. Pei Sun could spot them every time he followed the map to that general area. But this guy was completely different. This entire forest seemed to be his domain. Even with thousands of undead summons sharing the area's vision, there was still no sign of him. This forbidden zone truly lives up to its name. This place is terrifying. This was only because Pei Sun had ventured in. If anyone else had entered, they'd likely be overwhelmed instantly by the swarm of spirit entities with innate abilities, let alone the hidden boss lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Just then, a strange voice suddenly echoed in Pei Sun's mind, leaving him frozen in place. Your Majesty, the Supreme Necromancer Emperor, I am here. Pei Sun's pupils dilated sharply. He scanned his surroundings. No one was there. Damn it! No spirits either. Who was speaking? Honorable Supreme Necromancer Emperor. It's me, I'm above your head. Pei Sun jerked his head up, startled. Perched atop the surrounding towering trees, directly above him, was a necromantic crack spider so enormous that terrifying barely began to describe it. At a glance, the creature's body was as vast as a football field. Its shell gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen covered in eerie patterns. 8 thick, long legs resembled sharp sides, and 2 enormous fangs protruded from its mouthparts, radiating an overwhelming sense of fear and oppression from its very core. And this monstrous, terrifying creature was only level 15? You've got to be kidding me. And this entrance? Did it have to be this spine-chilling? You. What did you just call me? Your Highness, the Supreme Necromancer Emperor. Holy hell, Supreme Emperor. What kind of ancient relic is this? The first time he heard it, Payson thought he'd misheard. Why are you calling me that? Because I sense the purest undead essence emanating from you. You are our king. Pure undead aura? This guy must be confusing his necromantic aura with undead aura. But those two things don't seem all that different. I see. Payson realized with a flash of understanding. No wonder all the spirits here were so eager to form summoning contracts with him. Turns out they've been led by this guy to regard him as their king. But it's still absurd, a mere level 15 spirit managing to rule over so many others. Wait, level 15? Payson froze for a moment before asking, you're only level 15? How can you even speak? Payson's eyes widened slowly. Typically, spirit entities only mastered human language after reaching levels 30 or 40, when their intelligence attribute approached 200. This guy was clearly only level 15, how could he speak human language? Could it be that this creature's bloodline rank surpasses even the epic tier? The thought sent a chill down Payson's spine. Could this tiny desert forest truly harbor a spirit with a phantom saint level bloodline? Honorable Supreme Undead Emperor, I did not speak. I merely transmitted my thoughts to you through my abilities, which automatically converted into a language you could understand, the undead crackspider patiently explained to Payson. Oh, I see. Payson nodded thoughtfully, chin resting on his fingers. Even so, this creature's bloodline rank was undoubtedly at the phantom saint level or higher. Otherwise, even a 30th level epic bloodline spirit couldn't achieve this level of ability. When the 4-tanked demon crocodile and purple pattern ghost goat first appeared, Payson had instantly sensed their bloodline ranks. Yet with this creature, even though it had shown its most amicable side, Payson still couldn't immediately discern its bloodline rank. Something's wrong. Payson's expression changed abruptly as a crucial thought struck him. He had come to kill this creature, yet now it was telling him he was its king? What to do? Kill or not kill? If he subdued this creature, would it add to his assessment points or not? As if sensing Payson's thoughts, the undead crackspider leapt down from the treetop, transforming into a form no larger than a door before landing before him. Simultaneously, the contract rune reappeared upon its forehead. Your Majesty, the Supreme Necromancer Emperor, I pledge to become your spirit pet. Payson ignored the declaration entirely, exclaiming in shock, wait, you can shrink? Of course. That massive form was just one of my skills. A skill? What kind of skill did you show me when we first met? You scared the hell out of me. Payson couldn't help but retort, half amused, half exasperated. My apologies. I intended to demonstrate my power to protect you. He'd expected a bloody battle upon entering this so-called forbidden zone, but never imagined this outcome. With things having gone this far, killing him was definitely out of the question. Defeated boss number 100, LV.15 Undead Crackspider. Earned 1,500 points. The familiar voice echoed in Payson's mind, filling him with delight. Even capturing it into his spirit pet space still granted points, though the notification had changed from killed boss to defeated boss. After the undead crackspider entered his spirit pet space, Payson immediately opened its attribute panel. General Class Spirit, Undead Crackspider. Level, LV.15. Strength, 122.0. Intelligence, 148.0. Spirit, 113.0. Constitution, 109.0. Agility, 131.0. Skill, Undead Fury, infinitely inflates the body, causing all 5 attributes to surge dramatically. The specific inflation multiplier and attribute surge multiplier are determined by current intelligence. Skill, Death Rift Curse, splits the body into countless fragments to attack the target. Afflicted victims suffer the Death Curse, dealing 14.8 damage per second. Specific damage scales with current intelligence. This innate skill is indeed quite impressive, but a level 15 spirit beast possessing 2 bosses feels off somehow. After the undead shattering spider entered his spirit pet space, the mental bond between them grew even stronger. I have a question, Payson voiced his inner confusion. Why is your bloodline level so high, yet your attribute level so low? The undead shatter crystal elevated my bloodline to the phantom saint tier, but without viable prey to hunt, my level has stagnated. Ha! Aren't there abyssal spirits everywhere in this forest? With so many around, you should easily reach level 20. And what exactly is this undead shatter crystal you mentioned? Hearing the undead crackspider's explanation only deepened Payson's confusion. What kind of thing could actually elevate an aberrant spirit's bloodline level? That's unbelievable. The necromantic shatterstone is a black crystal that fell from the sky into the Black Death Forest 2 years ago. Its origin is unknown. This crystal elevated the bloodlines of all the spirit beasts here to their absolute maximum potential, the necromantic shatter spider explained. There's such a thing? Pei Sun was utterly astonished. This was the first time he'd ever heard of anything capable of evolving a spirit creature's bloodline rank. When the Necromancer's Shatterstone first appeared and we discovered it could elevate our bloodlines, the other spirits here erupted into chaos. They clashed violently among themselves. Ultimately, I secured this stone. Under its influence, all spirits were imbued with necromantic attributes. Since then, we've never turned on each other again. My own level, however, has plateaued at 15. Chapter 17, Bonding with 94 Spirit Beings. Then why can neither humans nor spirits enter this forest? Pei Sun grew increasingly curious and couldn't help but ask. It's also because of this necromantic shard. This forest. Hold on. Stop right there. Pei Sun cut the undead crack spider off mid-sentence, then summoned it from his spirit space with a thought. Otherwise, talking to thin air felt rather strange. Go on. Yes, Your Highness, the Supreme Undead. Hold on. Wait a moment. You should change how you address me. Just call me Brother Sun. Also, you don't need to be so formal when talking to me. Alright, Brother Sun. Pei Sun scratched his head. This guy talks like a robot. After the spirits in this forest were tainted with undead properties, the surrounding territories became infected too. This undead essence strongly repels creatures of other elements, so neither humans nor spirits from other areas can enter. I see. Pei Sun pondered thoughtfully. No wonder the sand around the Black Death Forest had turned black when he arrived. What about the undead Shatterstone? Where is it now? Right here. The undead crack spider slowly opened its mouthparts, then spat out a crystal stone of pitch-black darkness. This pitch-black crystal bore not a single trace of color. Its blackness was pure and profound, as if it had absorbed all surrounding light. Pei Sun felt himself lose focus at the mere glance, as if falling into an abyss. Is this the undead Shatterstone you mentioned? What immense power! Pei Sun was momentarily dazed. Yes, its origin remains unknown to us. We now entrust it to your care. As Pei Sun took the Necromancer's Shatterstone, he instantly felt enveloped by an incredibly soothing force. Simultaneously, the system interface popped up. Grade 5 material, Undead Shatterstone. Function, emits intense undead aura, amplifying undead creatures' fighting spirit. When fighting spirit peaks, it enables breakthroughs beyond bloodline tiers. Upon death, undead creatures split into two, each retaining half their original combat strength. Upon reading the item's effects, Pei Sun was ecstatic. While the combat spirit boost might not be significant for his necromantic summons, the bloodline breakthrough effect was terrifying. If his over 3,000 ordinary blooded spirits could all upgrade their bloodlines from common to rare, wouldn't they all be able to learn skills? Wouldn't his combat strength surge dramatically then? Pei Sun dared not imagine the scale of such a transformation. Moreover, that splitting function was extremely practical for him. Doing a quick calculation, wouldn't he now have over 3,000 plus over 6,000 spirit summons? Even if their combat power halved, his undead summons weren't strong fighters to begin with, they relied on sheer numbers to win. This was practically his exclusive material and equipment. This is fantastic. Pei Sun was overjoyed. Yet even with such formidable effects, it remained merely a material. Who knew how powerful it would become once crafted into actual gear? After Pei Sun took the Necromancer's Shatterstone, the Necromancer's Shatter Spider suddenly turned its body, staring intently in one direction. After a few breaths, it shifted its gaze to another direction, seemingly observing something. At the same time, Pei Sun also noticed something amiss. Through the shared vision of his necromantic summons, he saw distant spirits suddenly panic, darting about wildly and crashing into each other. What's going on? Pei Sun frowned. Brother Sun, it's because after you took the Necromancer's shard, these spirits can no longer feed off the necromantic aura and have started to panic. They've grown accustomed to that aura. The Necromancer spider finally turned back and patiently explained to Pei Sun. I see. Pei Sun fell deep in thought. Can you calm them down? Pei Sun asked. Of course. They are all my subjects. They obey my every command. The undead crack spider's eerie eyes seemed to sparkle with a hint of pride and confidence. However, it added, once you take this necrotic Shatterstone and I accompany you, their species will begin to degenerate in the next generation. Hearing this, Pei Sun once again fell into deep, agonizing contemplation. There were over 90 types of spirit beasts here, representing more than 90 distinct races. Combined, they numbered in the thousands. Under the influence of the necrotic shard, their power had become terrifying. To let them degenerate would be a tremendous waste. What if he bound contracts with all of them? Yet the moment the thought surfaced, Pei Sun dismissed it. If he took them all away, wouldn't he single-handedly destroy the ecological balance of this forest? After agonizing over the dilemma, Pei Sun resolved to take one spirit from each of the 90-plus species present. It would serve as a trace of his visit here. As for the rest, let them degenerate. After all, their very evolution was inherently disruptive to the ecological balance. After conveying his decision to the undead crack spider, it readily agreed. With a mighty leap, the necrotic crack spider returned to the treetops, emitting a piercing screech that instantly silenced the panicked spirits. With the undead crack spider's assistance, Pei Sun successfully contracted 94 spirit beasts in under 2 hours. Most of that time was spent traveling, as the spirit beasts prostrated themselves before Pei Sun and the undead crack spider the moment they saw them, willingly entering into contracts. A rough tally revealed 18 spirits possessed epic bloodlines, while the rest were all rare bloodlines, though none exceeded level 10. After completing the recruitment, Pei Sun's points experienced another small surge, now exceeding 13,000. As for the completion requirements of that SSS tier quest, he now needed only 11 more bosses. For him, it was merely a matter of time. Before departing, Pei Sun took a few extra glances around the surroundings. He knew that after he left today, this place would likely undergo a dramatic transformation before long, changing beyond recognition. As he reached the exit, Pei Sun couldn't help but think of the old man outside. And they dare call this a forbidden zone? Nothing special. Inside the shelter, Liao Yuza and Hu Bin had been closely monitoring Pei Sun's points, especially Liao Yuza, who remained tense throughout the entire process, as if he himself had entered the Black Death Forest. Only when he saw Pei Sun's points suddenly surge by 1,500 did he burst into joyful laughter, his heart soaring with pride. Knowing Pei Sun had successfully slain that undead crack spider, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and pride. Others might not grasp how difficult this undead crack spider was to deal with, but having served here for over a decade, he knew better than anyone just how troublesome this creature was. Countless epic tier, even glorious tier professionals had failed to deal with it, yet here he was, a mere candidate taking the assessment, having disposed of it. How could he not be thrilled? On a grand scale, this was ridding Fengyu City of a cancerous growth. Mayor Liao, Pei Sun is still deep within the Black Death Forest. Eldersure probably doesn't know the undead Ripper Spider has been slain. Should we inform him first? We don't want the old man worrying. Hu Bin suggested from the side. No need. Let's give him a surprise. Chapter 18, Shock Yet Again. Black Death Forest Exit. Shirleyhan paced back and forth, his brow furrowed. He had guarded this place for over a decade. Thanks to his vigilance, the number of souls who had strayed into the Black Death Forest over those years could be counted on one hand. Though few, every single one had met the same fate, vanished without a trace. It wasn't until 2 years ago, when he discovered the forest's inherent rejection of outside lifeforms, that his workload significantly decreased. He didn't mind letting those arrogant, overconfident candidates come in and get their comeuppance, taking a hard fall. But who could have imagined that today, Pei Sun would walk right in, looking so fresh and vibrant? For to this day, not a single candidate who entered the Black Death Forest had ever emerged alive. An opportunity. This is an opportunity, Shirleyhan muttered hoarsely as he paced back and forth. Suddenly, Shirleyhan sensed a surge of psychic energy emanating from the exit of the Black Death Forest. He whipped his head around to see a figure striding out with an air of nonchalance. You actually made it out? How did you? But before Shirleyhan could finish, his expression froze. What the hell was that huge spider following behind you? Grandpa, is this the forbidden zone you mentioned? It's nothing special. After I entered, I didn't even have to lift a finger, I just walked straight through the entire forest. Pei Sun narrowed his eyes, digging in his ear with a smug grin. You. Though Shirleyhan was surprised Pei Sun had made it out alive, he was even more stunned by the enormous spider beside him. That color. That appearance. Though no examinee had ever returned alive from the Black Death Forest, professionals who ventured in for bounty missions through the Otherworld Exploration Association had witnessed the appearance of the undead crack spider. Wasn't this thing a necrotic crack spider? Why the hell was it now scurrying along behind this kid? What's that behind you? How come it's following you? Shirleyhan exclaimed in disbelief. Ha? You mean this? Pei Sun turned his head, patted the undead crack spider's forehead, then turned back and said indifferently, this is the spirit I bound to a summoning contract while inside. Shirleyhan froze instantly, his eyes wide as saucers and his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a light bulb. Wasn't this the damn boss of this place? And now it's your pet spirit? It's a rare-blooded spirit, for crying out loud. How many elite summoners working together might not even be able to subdue it, yet you, a mere ordinary grade summoner, managed to tame it? Though hard to accept, this seemed the only explanation for the scene unfolding before him. The moment Shirleyhan spotted the undead crack spider, the creature noticed him as well. Sensing the aura emanating from Shirleyhan, the undead crack spider instantly bristled with tension. Its gaze toward Shirleyhan grew razor-sharp, its 8-clawed legs gleaming with a cold, eerie light. Hey! This is my teacher. He's here to help me. He means us no harm. Noticing the undead crack spider's sudden surge of alertness and combat intent, Pei Sun hurriedly tried to calm it down. Upon hearing Pei Sun's explanation, the creature indeed lowered its guard. It was well known that spirits and humans were inherently irreconcilable enemies. Only the Necromancer class granted to Pei Sun by the system had led the creature to mistakenly believe he was some supreme undead overlord. Otherwise, it would have been utterly impossible to subdue the undead crack spider so easily. Now, upon seeing another human, its sudden wariness was entirely understandable. Sure Lihan, having been stared at by the necromantic crack spider, instantly felt an indescribable pang of dread. This creature isn't just rare grade bloodline. Sure Lihan was utterly stunned once more. Logically, a level 15 spirit creature should never cause him such dread, even without any defenses up. Yet this creature had instilled such dread with a single glance, proving its power far surpassed level 15. In other words, this undead crack spider possessed an epic grade bloodline, or even higher. Considering that this creature had already been bound to a summoning contract by Pei Sun, it was utterly unbelievable. How did you form a summoning contract with this spirit? Sure Lihan forced down his excitement and asked curiously. Grandpa, you've got it all wrong. It was the girl chasing the guy. Oh no. It was the creature chasing me. It initiated the summoning contract with me. Pei Sun said with a sly grin. It did it on its own? Sure Lihan's eyes widened. Old man, I know you've got some serious skills, so you don't need to lie to me. I just want to know how you managed to defeat this undead crack spider and earn its recognition all by yourself in just 2 hours. Why would I lie to you? Pei Sun explained with a wry smile. Finding this creature inside took me quite some time. Once we found each other and took a liking to one another, the summoning contract was completed. Pei Sun didn't know how else to explain it. He couldn't very well admit his unique hidden class was Necromancer, and that the creature had mistaken him for the supreme undead emperor before the pact was sealed. That would only make things even more confusing. Forget it. At least tell me what bloodline this guy has. Look at the way you're talking like I'm lying to you. Seriously. Pei Sun laughed bitterly. This guy has a phantom saint level bloodline, but for some reason, his rank is really low. He said this because Pei Sun didn't want to reveal the existence of the undead rockbreaker. As the saying goes, don't flaunt your wealth, the fewer people who know, the better. Besides, the facts were right there. He couldn't possibly explain it away anyway. So it really is a phantom saint level bloodline. Sure Lihan's mind was once again utterly stunned. Even though he'd guessed it moments ago, he still couldn't believe that such a tiny kid could forge a summoning contract with a phantom saint level spirit. Didn't that mean this kid's future was paved with boundless success and limitless potential? At least his days in Tianjing province would be like that. So this is the opportunity the child encountered, Sure Lihan murmured with a bitter smile. Hey, Grandpa, can I ask you something? Pei Sun approached Sure Lihan with a cheerful grin. What is it? How much are 5th tier materials worth on the market these days? Whoa! Sure Lihan couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Just how many valuable items had this kid obtained inside? Currently, 5th tier materials on the market start at no less than 10 million blue star coins. However, if the 5th tier materials you obtained are currently in high demand on the market, or if they're materials urgently needed by wealthy families and nobles, then the price could rise even higher. Breaking the 100 million mark isn't impossible. Oh. What kind of 5th tier materials did you get? Sure Lihan asked tentatively. I was just asking out of curiosity. Pei Sun replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 19, Splitting Up. After bidding farewell to the old man, Pei Sun continued deeper into the desert forest as planned. After careful consideration, Pei Sun decided to simply leave the undead crack spider and the 94 other spirits he had just subdued outside. These creatures had spent long enough in the Black Death Forest. It was time to let them out to stretch their legs and gain some experience. With such exceptional innate talents yet such low levels, they were probably bursting with pent-up energy. With a flick of his thoughts, 94 diverse spirits materialized before Pei Sun. Ahem. Little Wong. I know you've been cooped up in the Black Death Forest far too long, unable to level up. Now I'm giving you the chance to prove yourselves. Xiao Wan was the name Pei Sun had casually given to the undead crack spider, and it seemed the creature didn't mind it much. After speaking, Pei Sun opened the 3D map. You should be familiar with the routes here in the desert forest, so I won't micromanage. Take these 94 creatures and eliminate this, and this. Got it? The undead crack spider glanced at the targets and immediately confirmed it was no problem. Though it was only level 15, its phantom saint grade bloodline meant its stats far surpassed those of ordinary level 15 spirits. Dealing with the school march bosses posed no challenge, especially with the assistance of 94 other spirits boasting respectable stats. The undead crack spider had ruled over these 94 spirits for a long time, making combat second nature to it. Alright, then head out. Only after issuing the command to avoid attacking humans did Pei Sun feel comfortable letting the group depart. Of course, if any of the others ignored his warning and foolishly attempted to attack the undead rift spider, Pei Sun wouldn't mind letting them taste a bitter lesson. Glancing at the time, it was already nearly 3 in the afternoon, and the time remaining until the assessment concluded had shrunk further. The time ahead would likely be the most tedious part of the assessment for Pei Sun, as he only needed to issue one command to his necromantic summons and could then do nothing else. After spending roughly 2 hours in the Black Death Forest, his summoning space now held over 7,000 ordinary bloodline spirits and more than 700 rare bloodline spirits. Combined with his previous holdings, that totaled over 10,000 ordinary bloodline spirits and over 1,000 rare bloodline spirits. With the splitting effect of the necromantic Shatterstone, he could probably push through the entire desert forest without any trouble. With a flicker of Pei Sun's intent, tens of thousands of undead souls burst forth as if escaping from an endless dark abyss. A chilling aura instantly spread, carrying a bone-chilling stench of decay. Their hollow eye sockets brimmed with murderous intent. Their appearance was overwhelming, obscuring the sky and drowning out the sun. They emitted waves of low moans and shrill screeches, resembling the legendary Empire of the Dead. At the sight of this spectacle, even Pei Sun himself was momentarily stunned. The Supreme Necromancer Emperor? This scene felt like a dream. He never imagined he could one day create a necromantic scourge that struck terror into countless souls. Snapping back to reality, Pei Sun wasted no time, immediately ordering the slaughter of the nearest boss. The deeper they ventured into the desert forest, the denser the boss encounters became, and the difficulty gradually increased. This suited Pei Sun perfectly. He disdained wasting time on weak bosses. Thus, Pei Sun steadily advanced toward the heart of the desert forest. Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crackspider, defeated LV.7 Horned Panther, gaining 150 EXP temporarily stored in EXP Bank. Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crackspider, defeated LV.9 Great Earth Wolf, gaining 200 EXP stored in EXP Chest. Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crackspider, defeated LV.6 Demon Horned Panther, gaining 125 EXP stored in EXP Chest. Ding! Kill! Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crackspider, defeated LV.14 Four-Winged Nightbird, gaining 1500 EXP temporarily stored in EXP Chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! Pet Spirit, Undead Crackspider, has leveled up to LV.16. New spirit race recorded, can now summon rare grade bloodline for Winged Nightbird. While Pei Sun was exerting himself, the undead Crackspider was also delivering frequent victories. This creature proved far more capable than he'd imagined. At this rate of leveling up, it likely wouldn't take long to reach level 20, and that was with both the undead Crackspider and Pei Sun splitting the experience points evenly. Spirit advancement wasn't as complicated as human evolution. As long as enough spirits were hunted, advancement succeeded directly. Failure simply meant not enough spirits had been slain. Ding! Defeated LV.9 Wasteland Bull, gained 400 EXP stored in EXP Bank. Ding! Defeated LV.7 Purple Skull Ant, gained 250 EXP stored in EXP Chest. Ding! Defeated LV.4 Demon Horned Panther, gained 150 EXP stored in EXP Bank. Ding! Kill! Ding! Defeated LV.15 Purple Skull Evil Ant, gained 5000 EXP stored in EXP Chest. New spirit race added to roster, now summonable, rare grade bloodline, Purple Skulled Evil Ant. After the undead Crackspider team took down their boss, the necromantic summons also delivered good news. 10 bosses had been slain so far. Killing 10 bosses within a few hours, no one would believe it if they heard, yet Pei Sun had done it. And at this pace, with the undead Crackspider's help, they'd likely reach 20 kills in under 2 hours. This feels amazing. Watching the experience points steadily climb, Pei Sun felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Even though it was stored in the temporary experience chest. While his necromantic summons and spirit pets worked tirelessly, Pei Sun steadily familiarized himself with the terrain and routes deep within the deserted forest. During this process, he encountered numerous examinees from other schools. They traveled in pairs or even groups of 4, and seeing Pei Sun alone filled them with astonishment. Everyone knew this assessment was a life or death test. It took immense courage to dare take the assessment alone. Of course, he also encountered several fellow candidates from his own school. Others might not recognize him, but fellow candidates froze in shock upon seeing him. Aren't you a D-tier talent? Just making it this far alive is a miracle. How the hell have you been dominating the top spot on the rankings since day one? Upon seeing Pei Sun, they acted as if they'd seen a ghost, each scrambling to keep their distance. Pei Sun didn't care. As long as these guys didn't bother him, it was fine, even though a few of them had mocked him before the assessment. He planned to quietly dispatch 20 bosses and complete the advancement quest, but trouble struck unexpectedly during the 16th boss fight. The 6 who had been working together suddenly blocked Pei Sun's path. The leader among them wore his greed openly in his eyes. So you're from 6th middle school. Surviving this far is impressive enough. But meeting me is your luck. The path ahead only gets more dangerous. You won't have to walk it yourself. Transfer your points to me, press the distress button, and get the hell out of here. Got it? Chapter 20, The Ice Mage. Pei Sun's brow furrowed slightly as he sized up the 6 individuals, 4 males and 2 females. From their school uniforms, he deduced they were 1 from 1st high, 1 from 2nd high, 2 from 3rd high, and 2 from 4th high. The one speaking up front was the guy from 1st high. It had to be said, 1st high students were truly arrogant to the extreme. Brother Lai, isn't this a bit much? This student is all alone now. Looks like his companions have already been killed. Attacking him now is taking advantage of his vulnerability, isn't it? One of the girls, with a slender figure and delicate features, turned to confront him, a sharp gleam flashing in her otherwise pure eyes. Taking advantage of someone in distress? Lai Yunqi scoffed with a dismissive laugh. Cece, you're mistaken. That kid has already used up all his luck just to scrape by this long. Continuing on would only seal his fate. I'm doing this for his safety. How could that be taking advantage of him? Ha ha ha. What makes you think he's barely scraping by? Just because he's from 6th High? Exactly. Precisely because he's from Fengyu 6th High. Aren't all 6th High students useless trash? Who knows what underhanded tricks he used to rig the system data and snatch the top spot? Students from schools fostering such corrupt practices should all be purged. Just as the girl called Xiao's sister was about to say more, the girl beside her suddenly tugged her arm and whispered, Xiaoxi, don't argue with Brother Lai. He has a point. Think about it, we let him off easy now, but what if he'd run into a pack of spirit beasts instead? And if it weren't for Brother Lai leading us like this, our points wouldn't be this high. Don't make him angry. But, before Zhuang Yushi could finish, Lai Yunqi turned back to Pei Sun and barked. I'll count to 3. If you haven't transferred your points by the time I finish, don't blame me for being rude. Pei Sun's gaze shifted back from Zhuang Yushi to Lai Yunqi, his eyes narrowing. Go ahead and count. Let's see how no mercy you can be. Oomph. Lai Yunqi snorted coldly, his expression darkening completely as he declared in a deep voice, seems the stubbornness of you 6th middle school students is remarkably consistent. As he spoke, Lai Yunqi slowly raised his right hand, channeling his ability. The temperature plummeted as an extremely sharp ice spike materialized in his palm. A mage specializing in ice attributes? Pei Sun felt a slight surprise, for mages typically only possess the 5 basic elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Attributes like lightning, ice, light, and darkness were relatively rare. He hadn't expected to encounter an ice element mage here. I'll say this one last time. If you... Before he could finish, Lai Yunqi's voice abruptly halted, his eyes widening in shock. Dozens of elongated, venomous-eyed spirit creatures suddenly materialized, swiftly encircling them. The group froze in terror. What are these things? Are these spirits? No, spirits don't look like this. They seem lifeless. Could they all be inanimate objects? Are you kidding me? How could inanimate objects have consciousness? This must be a haunting. You, stop talking. I'm scared. I recognize it. Isn't this the Shadow Sand Snake, Boss 49? What's it doing here? Yeah. This thing looks just like the Shadow Sand Serpent, but how could it be like this? And the Shadow Sand Serpent is supposed to be in the southwest direction. How did it end up here? And there are so many of them. Damn it, this is bloody hell. Seeing the situation, the group immediately fell into disarray, each panicking beyond measure. After a moment of stunned silence, Lai Yunqi snapped back to reality and glared at Pei Sun. Did you do this? What the hell are these things? You better explain yourself right now, or I'll make sure you freeze to death in agony. Pei Sun remained silent, finding the others' comical expressions rather amusing. Except for the girl named Xiaoxi, who was frowning intently as she observed the shadow sand snakes he had summoned, the rest were already drenched in sweat. All flash and no substance. Lai Yunqi's eyes narrowed dangerously. An ice spike, crackling with frigid energy, whistled through the air toward Pei Sun. Yet before Pei Sun could even move, the shadow sand snake beside him lashed out. Its whip struck the ice spike with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it completely. But the shadow sand snake, having absorbed the full force of the strike, instantly dissipated. Witnessing this, Lai Yunqi beamed with delight. Just as I thought, all flash and no substance. Utterly pathetic. Lai Yunqi turned back to the others. You all join me in attacking. Though these ghostly things are numerous, as long as... Before he could finish, the woman who had silenced Xiaoxi earlier suddenly grew alarmed again. Lai Gu. Look. What is it? Lai Yunqi, annoyed at being interrupted, turned his head and froze in shock. Damn it, 2 more tiny shadow sand snakes had appeared. Brother Lai, don't act rashly. These shadow sand snakes may be illusions, but they still possess some aggression. And judging from earlier, they split after being defeated. While we don't know his method, this situation is extremely unfavorable for us. We should leave now. Zhuang Yushi analyzed gravely. Hearing Zhuang Yushi's words, Lai Yunqi's temper flared, boiling over with rage. He couldn't beat a student from 6th High? Fine. But retreating and bowing down to them? What kind of joke was this? I don't need your orders. Just restore my powers. With that, Lai Yunqi began to gather his powers again, and this time, the commotion seemed even louder than before. A biting wind howled, temperatures plummeted, and a thin layer of frost formed on the surrounding trees. Utterly stubborn. Pei Sun sneered coldly, immediately ordering the shadow sand snakes to attack. Nothing but a bunch of lifeless puppets, and you dare flaunt your strength? Today, I'll eliminate you vermin from 6th middle school. Crack. Unseen, a shadow sand snake had silently approached Lai Yunqi. Before Lai Yunqi could finish his sentence, the snake materialized, leaping forward with a sudden burst of speed. Its long tail lashed viciously across Lai Yunqi's face. Boom! Caught completely off guard, Lai Yunqi was sent flying several meters away. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, stars dancing before his eyes, likely still unaware of what had just happened. Brother Lai. Zhuang Yushi rushed to help Lai Yunqi, but as she took 2 steps forward, another colossal creature suddenly materialized before her. A desert scorpion emperor? How could it be here? Zhuang Yushi panicked instantly, her legs going weak with fear. She stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. The desert scorpion king's venomous tail had already extended toward her, mere inches from Zhuang Yushi's forehead. Given her pitiful combat skills, a single sting to the head would likely be fatal. Chapter 21, Underhanded Tactics. You'd better not move. Hearing Pei Sun's voice emerge from the desert scorpion king's mouth sent a chill down Zhuang Yushi's spine. Yet she obeyed, frozen in place. Pei Sun then ordered several shadow sand snakes to bind the 5 individuals, rendering them completely immobile. Only after confirming everyone was subdued did Pei Sun approach. His piercing gaze swept across their faces before settling on Lai Yunqi. From what you just said, you've already harmed quite a few of our 6th high candidates. Pei Sun raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Ha! So what if I did? I just despise all you useless trash from 6th high. I don't care who pulled off those dirty tricks to snatch first place for your school, but since you did it, you'll pay the price. Underhanded tactics? What are you playing at? You should know what goes on at your own school. This happens every year. I never thought 6th high would dare to defy the rules this year. What I'm doing now is just handling you on behalf of the school. Oh, so basically you think 6th high students aren't good enough? Don't you know your own school's track record from previous years? You couldn't even crack the top 10 before. Now you've not only snuck in 2 spots, but one of them's been hogging first place? You think fudging data suddenly makes you worthy? Then why are you caught in my trap now? Why aren't you fighting back? Is it because you don't want to? You. Oof. I don't know what underhanded tricks you used, but I have to admit they're terrifying. Still, your bravado won't last long. Once the assessment ends and the school discovers your forbidden methods undermining fairness, the punishment will be the same. Every student from your 6th high will be expelled. Not a single one will advance. Pei Sun couldn't help but snort derisively. He glanced at the others before fixing his gaze on the girl named Xiaoxi. He stepped before Zhuang Yushi and demanded, "What's your relationship with them?" Only now did Zhuang Yushi gradually recover from the killing intent radiating from the desert scorpion emperor. Hearing Pei Sun's question, she met his gaze without flinching and coldly replied, "What business is it of yours?" Clearly, this girl also disliked Pei Sun intensely, likely having believed Lai Yunqi's words. "You also think my summoned creatures were obtained through forbidden means?" Pei Sun asked with a smile. He actually held a favorable impression of this girl. After all, she had just spoken up for him. If she hadn't been lacking in strength, she might have even intervened to help him out. What does it have to do with me? Those 2 short sentences left Pei Sun speechless, unsure how to respond. Fine. Then I'll ask something relevant to me. How many 6th high candidates have you encountered along the way? Zhuang Yushi finally gave it some serious thought. After a few breaths, she replied, 4, I think. What's their current status? All 4 sustained serious injuries. 3 pressed the distress button and were rescued. 1 didn't press it, so we don't know their status yet. Hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes glazed over slightly. In this place, sustaining serious injuries without pressing the distress button was tantamount to waiting for death. Yet pressing it meant abandoning the assessment, sealing one's fate with no chance of advancement. Fengyu City was already a severely underdeveloped city. He never imagined that in such a minor assessment, not only would they fail to unite, but acts of bullying and oppression would actually occur. Pei Sun felt a deep sorrow for these people. Fortunately, there were still kind-hearted classmates like this girl called Xiaoxi. "What's your name?" Pei Sun asked. "This has nothing to do with you." Zhuang Yushi shot Pei Sun a glare before speaking in a steady tone. "Tell me your name, and all these guys' points are yours." Pei Sun crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. "Not necessary. My current ranking is already in the top 10. Zhuang Yushi glanced dismissively toward the distance. "Oh?" Hearing this, Pei Sun perked up with interest. "Let me see then. They were calling you Xiaoxi just now, right? You were so far away just now. How could you hear us talking?" Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened in surprise. There were only a handful of names in the top 10. This guy was about to figure it out. "My summoned creatures can share sound and vision. I had an invisible spirit lurking beside you all along. These are your summons?" Zhuang Yushi instantly latched onto the crucial point in Pei Sun's words, her tone brimming with disbelief. How could a summoner possibly tame so many creatures in such a short time? And these were all desert forest boss spirits. "What's it to you, Zhuang Yushi?" Pei Sun asked smugly. "Oomph. If you won't say, then don't. And don't call my name." Zhuang Yushi pouted, her voice tinged with irritation. Seeing Zhuang Yushi like this, Pei Sun found her rather adorable. "Alright, since you spoke up for me earlier, I'll let you off the hook." With that, Pei Sun withdrew the spirit creature that had been staring at Zhuang Yushi. What about them? Zhuang Yushi asked. Instead of answering Zhuang Yushi, Pei Sun walked back to Lai Yunqi and the other 4. So you're Lai Yunqi, right? You cost our 6th high 4 spots. Taking 4 lives from your group of 5 isn't too much to ask, is it? You dare! Lai Yunqi erupted in fury. He'd been fawned over daily at first high, never once threatened in such a tone. You decide among yourselves. You have 1 minute. If you haven't reached an agreement by then, all 5 of you will be buried here, hand in hand. With that, Pei Sun stepped aside. Don't even think about driving a wedge between us, and don't even dream of laying a finger on me. Your 6th high candidates are a bunch of losers anyway. If the spots are gone, they're gone. I'm one of the most promising candidates at our school. If you dare to harm me and cut me off from the outside world, my teachers will dig through hell and back to find you. Did you hear me? If you know what's good for you, release me now. I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Hearing Lai Yunqi's words, a surge of rage welled up in Pei Sun's chest, but he forced himself to hold it back. Don't you know first high's teachers are notorious for protecting their own? If you dare lay a finger on Brother Lai, his teachers will investigate and make you pay. The girl who had earlier schemed to get Zhuang Yushi to mind her own business chimed in. Pei Sun acted as if he hadn't heard, merely replying coldly, "Time's running out." Put. Who are you trying to scare? Try laying a finger on me. I don't need this spot today anyway. Lai Yunqi's face twisted with rage as he shouted at Pei Sun at the top of his lungs. Chapter 22, Voting. Just then, Zhuang Yushi approached and whispered, "You really shouldn't mess with him. His teacher is Lu Di, a name well known throughout Fengyu City. He's known for his decisive actions and often goes to extreme lengths to protect students or the class's interests. Maybe you should." Before Zhuang Yushi could finish, Pei Sun ignored her completely and walked straight up to the 5 students. His first question was directed at Lai Yunqi. "Speak. Who do you want me to spare?" Pei Sun's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of any emotion. You'd better kill me today. Otherwise, as long as I have a breath left, I'll make you regret it. Mark my words, the real prodigies of First High haven't even shown their strength yet. If I tell them about this, you're dead. So you'd better. Before Lai Yunqi could finish, Pei Sun ordered the Shadow Sand Snake to bind the man's mouth. Immediately after, Pei Sun approached the boy standing beside Lai Yunqi. "And you? Who do you want me to spare?" Big brother, I'm just here to grind for points and experience. I've never laid a finger on any of your 6th high students." Hearing this, Lai Yunqi suddenly became agitated for some reason. His eyes widened, and veins bulged on his forehead. MMMPH. MMMPH. So you're saying you want the other 4 to be eliminated, right? Brother, pressuring me won't help. Just answer yes or no. Hearing this, the boy glanced guiltily at Lai Yunqi, whose eyes were wide with fury beside him, then said, "Yes." Pei Sun moved to the next boy. Before he could speak, the boy blurted out, "Bro! I'm here to rack up points just like him. I never laid a finger on any 6th middle students. Please, let me off too." "So your choice is also to let the other 4 be eliminated?" Yes. All right. Pei Sun glanced at Lai Yunqi, his tone level. "That's 3 votes against you. 1 more and you're buried." Pei Sun walked up to the last girl and asked. "That guy's not smart, he didn't vote. Now he has 3 votes and you have 2. So make your choice, do you want him to be buried alone, or do you want to join him?" Zhuang Yushi, standing nearby, nearly froze in terror at Pei Sun's words. That expressionless face could utter such ruthless, spine-chilling words with utter coldness. I beg you, spare me. I only came to scrape together some points. I don't want to lose my life here." Moments ago, this girl had seemed utterly indifferent, confident Pei Sun wouldn't dare harm them. But now, seeing the icy killing intent in his eyes, she instantly crumbled. "Weren't you defending him just now? Why the sudden change of heart?" I just want a spot. Wah!" The words barely left her mouth before she burst into tears, unable to hold back any longer, her face drained of color. "Stop crying, or you'll be buried alive right now," Pei Sun said with a frown. He detested girls crying, it was endless and impossible to console. Hearing this, the girl immediately shut her mouth, though pitiful tears continued to stream down her cheeks. After questioning everyone, Pei Sun approached Lai Yunqi. Half of this guy's face was completely flushed red, with several prominent veins bulging on his forehead. It was unclear why he'd become so heated. "Unfortunately, you received the most votes. You can rest assured you'll be buried. Oh, and don't worry, my points are now soaring far ahead on the leaderboard. If your teacher wants to find me, they won't have to dig up the earth, I'll be easy to locate." Though it was unclear what the guy was mumbling about, it was clear he wanted Pei Sun to let him go. Pei Sun couldn't be bothered wasting time on him. He immediately summoned 5 wild oxen, and within half a minute, they had dug a massive pit. "You really want to bury him?" Zhuang Yushi, witnessing this, hurriedly tried to stop Pei Sun. Just let him go. Otherwise, Lud really will come after you. With Lud's power and status, your school's teachers won't be able to protect you. What's this about Lude? Does he dare lay a finger on me in front of the teachers? Oh my. Why are you so stubborn? Even if he doesn't touch you openly, can you really guard against him going after you behind the scenes? Zhuang Yushi was genuinely worried for Pei Sun. While Lai Yunqi's actions along the way had indeed been outrageous, he hadn't actually killed anyone. Then I won't get involved. We'll deal with future problems when they come. Besides, he didn't press the distress button on his ability bracelet himself. Hearing this, Lai Yunqi wanted to curse. The creature you summoned has me tied up tight as a drum. I can't even muster the strength to lift my hand. How am I supposed to reach for the bracelet? Enough. Don't try to talk me out of this. That man deserved to die. Recalling Lai Yunqi's earlier words, an inexplicable rage flared within Pei Sun. It was as if everyone from 6th High was worthless trash, while they from 1st High were superior beings. Seeing Pei Sun's unwavering resolve, Zhuang Yushi knew persuasion was futile. She turned away, unwilling to witness a scene that would haunt her nightmares. 1 minute later. It's over. You can turn back now, Pei Sun told Zhuang Yushi. You'd better pray that Luda finds out about this later, or moves to another city. Otherwise, you won't have a place to stand in Fingyu City. Zhuang Yushi stared at the mound of yellow earth not far away and the wild bulls trampling back and forth on it, feeling utterly sick to her stomach. Move to another city? Impossible. And I've never even heard of this so-called Lude. You keep emphasizing him, and now I'm actually curious. Pei Sun replied honestly. You really don't know Lud? Good heavens. Are you even from Fangyu City? Well, since it's already buried, let them come after me. I'm not afraid, Pei Sun muttered. With over 10,000 spirit beasts covering his retreat, plus a Phantom Saint-level bloodline spirit beast commanding the front lines, this guy clearly thought he was a pushover. Besides, I'm not even from Fangyu City to begin with. I'm from Earth. Enough about that. Come here. What's up? Pei Sun led Zhuang Yushi to the 4 individuals and declared, You 4 transfer all your points to her, then get lost. Got it? The 4 men hadn't yet recovered from the scene they just witnessed. Each was in a state of extreme shock. They'd seen everything unfold before their eyes, a nightmare that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. And no problem. Of course, no problem. The 4 of them didn't dare to show the slightest hint of refusal. Instead, they eagerly transferred all their points to Zhuang Yushi right in front of Pei Sun. Alright, get lost. Got it. We're outta here. With that, the 4 scattered in different directions without looking back. Why did you give them their points? What? You don't want them? I don't want them. I feel uneasy holding onto these points. I'll transfer them to you. Saying this, Zhuang Yushi picked up the ability bracelet, preparing to transfer the points to Pei Sun. Chapter 23, Bong Shixian, ranked 84th? What's there to feel uneasy about? It's just a bunch of data. Besides, I already have over 10,000 points. Why are you giving them to me? Over 10,000 points? You really are the top-ranked player? Zhuang Yushi looked utterly stunned. Truthfully, when she saw Pei Sun display the God-tier infinite summoning ability earlier, she already suspected the top-ranked student from 6th middle school was this guy. But given the vastness of the desert forest, she hadn't dared to confirm it until now. First place, Pei Sun Maple Feather 6th High. Points, 14,257, level, LV.10. Second place, Gu Xingqiong Maple Feather 1st High. Points, 6133, level, LV.15. Third place, Chu Chuhong Maple Feather 6th High. Points, 3966, level, LV.13. Fourth place, Zhuang Yushi Maple Feather 4th High. Points, 3584, level, LV.10. Fifth place, Bai Mantong Maple Feather number 2 High. Sixth place, Wang He Maple Feather number 2 High. Glancing at the leaderboard, Pei Sun remarked, Your points should keep you in the top 10 for a while now. Of the players listed earlier, only Lai Yunqi had accumulated a significant number of points. Aside from Zhuang Yushi, the others only had a few hundred points each, with the highest still under 1,000. This was pure point scraping. So even if they transferred their points to Zhuang Yushi, she would only rank 4th at present. Seeing Gu Xinjiang in 2nd place and Chu Chuhang in 3rd, Pei Sun couldn't help but feel stunned. First, Gu Xinjiang. Had Pei Sun's game-breaking golden finger not suddenly appeared, the current landscape would likely be dominated by her, with everyone else trailing far behind. Then there was Chu Chuhang in 3rd place. Who knew what kind of talent this guy had awakened? Since entering the top 10, his ranking had been incredibly stable. Any changes only pushed him higher, he'd never dropped back. And not only that, both of them had already completed their advancement quests, breaking through the level 10 barrier to become elite-tier professionals. Looks like I need to pick up the pace too. Just as Pei Sun was about to close the rankings, his gaze inadvertently swept over the other positions in the top 100. Upon seeing one name, he froze instantly. Thinking he must be seeing things, he quickly checked the school listed behind the name and instantly went wide-eyed. She didn't die? The name belonged to Fong Shixian. After shutting down the rankings, Pei Sun's expression turned pale with horror, his eyes filled with utter shock. She hadn't died? And she'd even made it into the top 100 of the rankings. 84th place, Fong Zhixin Maple Feathers 6th Middle School. Points, 2335, level, LV.10. Who saved her? Pei Sun racked his brain for possible saviors. He knew a few prodigies at his school, but either they had zero connection to Fong Zhixin, or they hadn't even secured decent rankings themselves. How could they possibly have saved her? Could it be Chu Chuhong? The moment that name crossed his mind, Pei Sun's furrowed brow instantly smoothed out. It had to be that kid. A year ago, he'd been secretly infatuated with Fong Zhixin. After failing to sabotage their relationship despite his best efforts, he'd vanished from Pei Sun's sight. Now that he thought about it, besides him, there was probably no one else who would save Fong Zhixin. Fong Zhixin, you really are tough as nails, Pei Sun murmured softly, his eyes narrowing. What are you muttering about? Zhuan Yushi, hearing Pei Sun's voice, asked with her hands on her hips, puzzled. Nothing. You can go now. As he spoke, Pei Sun ordered the surrounding undead to disperse and search for the boss. Where am I supposed to go? You buried everyone I teamed up with for points. Where am I supposed to go alone? Zhuan Yushi retorted, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Ha? Well, then find someone else to team up with. Easy for you to say. This place is swarming with spirits. I'm a support class with support-focused talents. Where am I supposed to find a partner now? Besides, everyone's already grouped up. Why would they let an outsider join their team? You have a point. Then I'll have my summon creatures clear the path for you. I'll even tag along with a powerhouse to help you rack up points? Hearing Pei Sun's words, Zhuan Yushi was instantly speechless. Is this what they call the toughest of the tough? If he ever gets a girlfriend, I'll eat my hat. No thanks. Your half-dead summon creature scares me. I'll just follow you. Zhuan Yushi crossed her arms over her chest, her cheeks involuntarily flushing with a faint blush. Follow me? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to get you points? Oh, come on. Even if you have tons of summon creatures, you still need to rest in the summoning space when you're tired. Without them to fight, you'll have to do it yourself. And that means draining your energy. I can replenish your energy, and you help me get points. It's a win-win for both of us. But I have an endless supply of summon creatures, Pei Sun said innocently. Zhuan Yushi was speechless again, not knowing how to respond. Besides, I never fight myself, my summon creatures always handle it. If we teamed up, I wouldn't even know how to split the points with you, Pei Sun stated matter-of-factly. You. Fine. I don't care. You took away the person I was working with, so now you have to work with me. At the very least, you have to be responsible for my safety. Fine, then follow me. Pei Sun conceded helplessly. Just then, the system's voice echoed repeatedly in Pei Sun's mind. Ding. Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.9 Horned Panther, gaining 200 EXP temporarily stored in EXP Bank. Ding. Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.9 Giant Claw Ice Shrimp, gaining 200 EXP stored in EXP Bank. Ding. Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.8 Ice Crystal Fish, gaining 175 EXP stored in EXP Bank. Ding. Defeated. Ding. Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.15 Ice Crystal Fiendfish, gaining 1500 EXP temporarily stored in EXP Chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, has leveled up to LV.17. New Spirit Race recorded. Can now summon Common Grade Bloodline Giant Clawed Ice Shrimp. New Spirit Species catalogued. Can summon Common Grade Bloodline Ice Crystal Fish. New Spirit Race added. Can now summon Rare Tier Bloodline Ice Crystal Fiendfish. The Undead Crack Spider's boss kill notification arrived. This meant he only needed to defeat 3 more bosses to complete the advancement quest. Thinking of the rewards for completing the advancement quest, Pei Sun couldn't help but grin. What are you laughing about? Zhuan Yushi asked curiously upon seeing it. And nothing. Let's go. Oh. Now that he was no longer alone with Zhuan Yushi, Pei Sun had to be mindful of his facial expressions. Otherwise, constantly grinning like an idiot whenever the system spoke would make him look like a lunatic. Where do you plan to go next? Kill a boss. Where are we going to kill the boss? Wherever it is. Alright. Chapter 24, SSS Rank Undead Wrath. After this utterly pointless exchange, Zhuan Yushi found several black lines appearing on her forehead. He seemed to be thinking, what on earth do I need to say to communicate effectively with this person? For the next hour, Pei Sun led Zhuan Yushi around the vicinity. The surrounding spirits had long been cleared by his necromantic summons. Now, Pei Sun focused on deepening his understanding of the desert forest while awaiting good news from his necromantic legion and the undead spider. During that hour, Zhuan Yushi grew increasingly bored, unsure what Pei Sun was up to. Every time she considered asking, she saw his harmless, nonchalant expression and swallowed her words, as if already envisioning herself being stumped by this hopelessly clueless guy. It wasn't until an hour and a half later, when she saw the corner of Pei Sun's expressionless mouth suddenly lift, that Zhuang Yushi could no longer contain herself. Excuse me. What are you laughing at? Me? I just remembered something funny. You've been thinking about something happy the whole time? Yeah. When I think of something funny, I just can't help but laugh out loud. Alright. Then let me ask again. You said you were going to kill the boss, but it's been an hour and a half already. What the hell have you been doing all this time? You've been wandering around aimlessly. You haven't done a single thing in an hour and a half. I did do something. I told you I don't need to fight the spirits myself. My summons handle it for me. In this hour and a half, I've already taken down 3 bosses. What nonsense are you spouting? Your summons might be numerous, but their stats are abysmal. They'd probably be wiped out fighting 1 boss. How could you possibly take down 3 in such a short time? Don't believe me? Then look. With that, Pei Sun pulled up the 3D map and pointed out 3 boss icons to Zhuang Yushi, icons that had been glowing moments ago but were now dark. Thunderclap Beast, Bone-Shattering Jade Lion, and Azure Ape. Those 3 were just taken down by my summons. If you don't believe me, I'll take you there now. My Desert Scorpion Emperor is still waiting. Seeing Pei Sun's confident explanation and smug expression, Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but seriously consider the truth of the matter. She knew Pei Sun possessed numerous summons, but during the earlier altercation with Lai Yunqi and the others, she had witnessed firsthand how these creatures were utterly fragile and underpowered. Yet a bunch of these low-stat summons managed to take down 3 bosses in a row? And all within a mere hour and a half? No one would believe such a story if it got out. What she didn't know was that Pei Sun had only deployed a few hundred of his summons against Lai Yunqi and his group, not even a tenth of his total forces. The horde he'd dispatched to slaughter the bosses numbered over 10,000 undead. Not only that, but these undead benefited from the splitting effect of Necromancer's Stone Shatter, effectively multiplying 10,000 by 20,000 to yield 30,000 undead. With such terrifying numbers, forget about these rare-blooded bosses in the teens. Even an epic tier boss would get slapped around. And even if we take a million steps back, beyond these undead, he also had a Phantom Saint tier bloodline spirit serving him. That undead Shatter Spider is pure powerhouse against any marked boss here. It's a dimensional strike no matter which one it faces. Just like before, most of the time was spent hunting down the bosses. The actual combat time was negligible compared to the search time. Otherwise, he would have already taken down every single one of the 100 marked by the school. Then why have you been smiling all this time? Even if those 3 bosses gave you a lot of experience, you still can't advance now. Before she could finish, Zhuang Yushi's voice abruptly halted. She meticulously opened the ability bracelet's ranking list. After a glance, her beautiful eyes instantly widened. You're level 17? You completed the advancement quest? Holy crap! How much experience did you accumulate? Indeed, after defeating the final boss among the 20, Pei Sun's experience chest unlocked, propelling his level straight to 17. Ding! Defeated LV.16 Golden Scaled Rampaging Elephant, gains 6000 EXP. New Spirit Race added to collection. Can now summon Rare Grade Bloodline Golden Scaled Rampaging Elephant. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.11. All 5 attributes plus 2 points, plus 4 free attribute points. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.12. 5. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.17. All 5 attributes plus 2 points, free attribute points plus 4. Name Pei Sun. Level LV.17. Strength 190.0. Intelligence 90.0. Spirit 90.0. Constitution 90.0. Agility 90.0. Overall ability score 110.0. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the SSS tier advancement quest, Unstoppable Momentum. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards, 100 full-time points and a random reward voucher for the system store. Ding! Host has acquired skill passive, innate ability SSS rank Undead Wrath. Upon death, the undead explodes, dealing area damage equal to 5.0 times strength to targets within 1 meter. Seeing this skill, Pei Sun's smile grew even more uncontrollable. What attribute weaknesses? What numerical flaws? This skill makes up for it. 5 times the explosive damage. If defeating a boss originally required 100 undead, couldn't he just send 20 to sacrifice themselves and blow the enemy to smithereens? Though this method was a bit wasteful in terms of numbers, quantity was the one thing he never lacked. He dared not imagine the sheer spectacle if he encountered another formidable foe, dozens or even hundreds of undead exploding simultaneously. Zhuang Yushi, watching Pei Sun beside her, suddenly understood why he'd been struggling to stifle laughter all along. So your advancement quest involves defeating a boss? Pei Sun nodded. Yep, but not too many, just 20 will do. Hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief. She froze in place like a statue, utterly speechless. This assessment only had 100 bosses in total, and over 10,000 people were splitting up these 100 resources. And you alone claimed 1/5 of them? What she didn't know was that Pei Sun had already slain bosses before accepting the quest. The actual count was definitely over 20. No wonder you reached level 17. Zhuang Yushi's tone carried a hint of envy. Regardless of class tier, the experience required for leveling up increased exponentially. Even if the difference in stats between level 15 and 17 might be less than the fingers on one hand, the gap in required experience was an enormous chasm. Not bad. Though those last 3 bosses took me an hour and a half, a bit of a waste. Everyone else has leveled up now, so I need to hurry and take down more bosses. An hour and a half to take down 3 bosses is a waste? What about me? You really did waste an hour and a half. Chapter 25, The Teleportation Crystal of 5th Tier Materials. Pei Sun opened his system inventory, his gaze settling on the single-use card tucked away in the corner. System Store Random Reward Voucher, randomly obtain 1 item from the System Store. Reading the description, golden light flashed in Pei Sun's eyes. The System Store held an overwhelming array of treasures from common consumables to peak 7th tier divine gear. It possessed everything available on Blue Star, and even items beyond its reach. Use. Without hesitation, Pei Sun selected the option to use it, already brimming with anticipation for what precious reward might appear. A large animated question mark appeared on the system screen, followed by a flurry of various items flashing by. 5 seconds later, the image froze on a black crystal. What is this? A teleportation crystal? Why does it look different from the ones Chao Ruoshi and Gong Rue have? Pei Sun wondered inwardly. Those two had instant movement crystals of a deep, pure black, while this black crystal had a slight sheen to it. Congratulations on obtaining Tier 5 Material, Teleportation Crystal Permanent Item. Teleportation Crystal allows instant teleportation to any previously visited location within a 1,000 km radius. Unlimited uses CD, 60 minutes, stackable. 5th Tier Material? A teleportation crystal with unlimited uses? Pei Sun's heart surged with wild excitement. He couldn't help but exclaim, I've struck gold. Consider this, single-use teleportation crystals are merely Tier 2 materials, yet they cost around 100,000 gold each. And this crystal, merely with a bit more luster, was actually a Tier 5 material. At current market rates, 5th tier materials were worth tens of millions. Given the teleportation crystal's extreme practicality, even if Pei Sun auctioned it off for hundreds of millions, bidders would undoubtedly be scrambling to outbid each other. Hey, stop laughing. What about my points? Zhuang Yushi pouted beside him. Pei Sun suppressed his inner excitement and studied the girl once more. Her features were delicate and well-proportioned. Not only were her features well-proportioned, but her values were sound too. Pei Sun considered it. Since she'd spoken up for him earlier, he'd help her secure a spot. That way, when they went to the Tianjin province secret training camp, if they still had to pair up like this, they could look out for each other and wouldn't be too bored on the journey. What's your current ranking? Pei Sun asked. He opened the leaderboard and discovered she was no longer in the top 10. In just an hour and a half, her ranking had plummeted to 89th place. As Pei Sun searched for her name, he first spotted Fong Shishuan. She'd already racked up over 4,000 points and climbed to 24th place. It was important to understand that the rankings maintained a dynamic equilibrium. While positions might appear stable, everyone's points were surging at an astonishing rate. For someone like Zhuang Yushi, who suddenly lost her points source and thus saw no increase, the drop in ranking was substantial. After deep consideration, Pei Sun resolutely decided to help Zhuang Yushi secure a spot at the Tianjin province secret training camp. After all, if not for his interference, Zhuang Yushi's original points accumulation trajectory would have easily earned her a place. You're about to fall out of the top 100. Fine, I'll give you a hand. But first, call me handsome guy. Why? Shouldn't you have helped me get a spot anyway? Besides, your points are all earned by your summon creatures. How could they help me fight? Hearing Pei Sun's words, Zhuang Yushi's cheeks flushed a shade redder as she pouted indignantly. If I said I could help, I have a way. Just say it. If you won't, I'm leaving right now. With that, Pei Sun took a step back, ready to walk away. You? Threatening me? That's right. Zhuang Yushi was so flustered she couldn't find words again. Seeing Pei Sun about to leave her behind, she finally chose to back down. When you're in someone else's house, you gotta play by their rules. Mr. Handsome Pei. Satisfied now? What? Didn't catch that. Speak up. I said you're as graceful as a jade tree and dashingly handsome. Oh. I knew you thought that, hee hee. Just then, Pei Sun suddenly plopped down on the ground and asked with interest, I'm bored too right now. Why don't we chat for a bit? Tell me how you guys ended up teaming up when you're not even from the same school? And what's your innate skill? Chat? Didn't you say you'd help me get points? My advancement depends on you. If you're not in a hurry, I sure am. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Zhuang Yushi instantly felt like she was falling apart. What's the rush? We still have half a day left, don't we? Pei Sun shrugged indifferently. Seeing that expression, Zhuang Yushi was convinced Pei Sun was lying to her, and her panic only intensified. You? How could you? You promised to help me secure a spot just now. I did agree, but I never said when I'd get it. You're deceiving me. You. Zhuan Yushi's chest heaved violently with rage, on the verge of tears. Just as she was about to speak, a massive spirit creature suddenly emerged from behind Pei Sun. Its terrifyingly enormous form hadn't even reached them yet, but its colossal shadow already engulfed both figures. Zhuan Yushi's eyes widened in terror. The next moment, as if witnessing something horrifying, her legs buckled beneath her. A spirit. What a huge spirit. What huge spirit creature. An aberration. A huge spider. Run. If you don't run now, it'll eat you. Pei Sun looked utterly bewildered. His unmoved expression only made Zhuan Yushi panic more. She'd already been furious with him moments ago, but now, seeing the enormous spider closing in behind him, she was nearly paralyzed with fear, her delicate body trembling. As the spider halted, its sharp fangs lunging toward Pei Sun, Zhuan Yushi's eyes widened in terror. Her mind went blank. Without a second thought, she lunged forward, intending to drag Pei Sun to safety. But to her shock, Pei Sun didn't budge an inch. Instead, he pulled her back with equal force. What are you doing? Let go of me. You don't want to live, but I do. Feed yourself to this giant spider. Let go of me, wah. Seeing the giant spider's fangs less than a meter away from them, Zhuan Yushi couldn't hold back any longer. Like a bursting dam, she burst into uncontrollable sobs, struggling desperately to free herself from Pei Sun's grasp. In that moment, she could already see herself being swallowed whole by that monstrous spider. Just as Zhuan Yushi had given up all hope, resigned to becoming the spider's next meal, the creature's fangs unexpectedly veered away from them both and extended toward a spot beside them. Zhuan Yushi froze, yet her despair remained undiminished. She dared not utter a sound, assuming the spider's poor eyesight had caused the misdirection, fearing any noise might alert the creature. Chapter 26, Pear Blossoms in Rain. What followed left Zhuan Yushi even more bewildered and utterly perplexed. From the spider's mouthparts emerged a spirit creature. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than a severely wounded, barely breathing wasteland ox. Zhuan Yushi's expression grew even more shocked and bewildered. She had no idea what this giant spider intended to do. At the same time, a glimmer of hope for survival flickered within her. Perhaps the giant spider's poor eyesight meant she might have a chance to escape. As Zhuan Yushi pondered, another spirit creature rolled out of the spider's mouthparts, this time, a gravely wounded demon-horned panther. Zhuan Yushi had no clue what this creature was up to, but there was little time left for contemplation. Seizing an opening, she mustered every ounce of strength to break free from Pei Sun's grasp and flee. But unexpectedly. Whether Pei Xuan did it intentionally or not, Zhuan Yushi couldn't break free no matter how hard she struggled. Pei Xuan's body didn't even flinch. Let me go. You want to die, but I don't. Feed this spider to yourself. What do you mean, die or not die? What are you talking about? Can't you see this huge spider? Does it have bad eyesight, or do you? Let me go. I'm leaving. You mean it? This thing? Pei Sun pointed an innocent finger at the undead crack spider beside them. What else could it be? Are there other spirits here? You. Let go of me now, or once it reacts, we're all dead. SSS. The undead crack spider beside them emitted two low, hissing sounds. Though no one understood what it was saying, it seemed to convey a sense of grievance. What nonsense! Big spider? We're doomed? This is my summoned creature. It's called the undead crack spider. It won't harm anyone. As he spoke, Pei Sun even stroked the spider's leg. See? This guy's perfectly docile. Zhuan Yushi was instantly dumbfounded. This can't be. A spider this huge is your summoned creature? And it's completely different from the one you had before. Seeing Zhuan Yushi's tear-streaked face, Pei Sun couldn't bring himself to keep it from her any longer. With a mix of laughter and exasperation, he explained. The summoned creatures you saw earlier were necromantic beings conjured by my innate talent. This undead crack spider, however, is a spirit I subdued not long ago. We've already forged a summoning contract. Formed a summoning contract? Zhuan Yushi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Though she was a support class, she had heard teachers at school mention how incredibly difficult it was for a summoner to forge a summoning contract with a spirit. Under normal circumstances, it was highly unlikely for a practitioner to form a summoning contract with a spirit of equal rank. Yet Pei Sun had not only succeeded, but accomplished it during such a crucial assessment? Just how bold is this guy? This undead rift spider looked terrifyingly massive, its bloodline grade likely rare or even higher. How on earth did Pei Sun manage this? This is truly your summoned creature? Zhuan Yushi asked, still utterly incredulous. Why would I lie to you? I've already dealt with all the surrounding spirits. Everything you see here is my summoned creature. Pei Sun patted his chest proudly. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? I was so worried about you just now. You didn't even warn me. You knew she was coming all along, didn't you? You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. You jerk, wah. As she spoke, Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but shed tears again. Yet it felt like a sense of relief after narrowly escaping danger, causing her to giggle uncontrollably amidst her sobs. Oh, come on. Stop crying, really. Look how pretty you are when you smile. Crying just makes you look ugly. Pei-sun felt helpless whenever he saw a girl crying, completely clueless on how to comfort her. He could only blurt out whatever came to mind. Oomph. You jerk. With that, Zhuang Yushi's pink fist slammed hard against Pei-sun's chest. Pei-sun promptly fell backward with a thud, landing on the ground with a look of utter misery which Zhuang Yushi instantly saw through. Stop faking it. You didn't even flinch when I pulled you that hard just now. Caught red-handed, Pei-sun could only chuckle as he scrambled to his feet, scratching his head and approaching her with an embarrassed grin. This sight finally coaxed a bittersweet smile from Zhuang Yushi. Alright. Don't be mad. These few spirit beasts are the points I brought you. They're still barely alive. If you don't act now, they'll really die. Hearing Pei-sun's explanation, Zhuang Yushi finally understood the undead crack spider's purpose and Pei-sun's. So this was the method he'd mentioned for earning points. Having a spirit creature personally deliver another spirit creature for her to finish off. No one would ever believe such a thing if she told them. But Zhuang Yushi's focus wasn't on points anymore. She was utterly fascinated by this undead crack spider, her curious gaze constantly darting over its body. Even the undead crack spider felt a bit aggrieved. Just moments ago you were so hostile toward me, and now you look at me like this? What a fickle woman. What level is this spirit creature? What's its bloodline rank? About level 18, I'd say. Bloodline grade isn't too high, just Phantom Saint. Pei-sun replied. Illusory Saint grade? Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened instantly. She repeated the words in disbelief, convinced she must have misheard. Even though she'd initially dared to speculate it might be an epic grade bloodline, she never imagined it could be a Phantom Saint grade spirit. A Phantom Saint grade spirit? Good heavens! How on earth did you manage to tame this thing? Zhuang Yushi asked in utter shock. Probably because it fell for my looks and willingly followed me. Pfft, you really are full of yourself. That spirit must have terrible taste to fall for someone like you. Zhuang Yushi instantly realized Pei-sun was teasing her, but since he clearly didn't want to reveal how he'd tamed it, she didn't press further. Hey, watch what you say. The undead crack spider can understand you. Undead crack spider, SSS. Zhuang Yushi. And you're already this shocked by just one spirit creature? What would you do if you saw the scene? With that, Pei-sun shrank the undead crack spider back to its normal size, revealing dozens of other spirits behind it. Zhuang Yushi was utterly stunned once more, speechless for a moment. Earlier, the undead crack spider had been so enormous she hadn't seen what lay behind it. Now that it had shrunk, she suddenly saw a vast swarm of otherworldly spirits behind it, marching in orderly formation. Though she had suspected as much, she still asked in disbelief, These are all your spirits? Pei-sun spread his arms wide, murmuring with pure delight. That's right. This is my spirit legion. And, the undead legions fighting on other territories. Chapter 27, Ability Recall. Zhuang Yushi was utterly stunned, her gaze toward Pei-sun growing complex. It was hard to imagine this level of power coming from someone who took the exam in the same year as her. Pei-sun's gaze swept over the 90-plus spirits. Scrutinizing their levels, he nodded with satisfaction. Having been confined in the Black Death Forest for so long, Pei-sun had assumed their innate bloodlust would have dulled. Yet, to his surprise, nearly everyone had leveled up 3 to 4 times. The epic bloodline Purple Vein Ghost Goat had even reached level 15. Though Pei-sun was puzzled by its method of leveling up, he had no time to investigate further. Take a seat, Pei-sun said casually. Don't worry about the points. My summons will continuously deliver otherworldly spirits for you to slay. Yet to Zhuang Yushi, those words sounded utterly jarring. Earn points just by sitting around? What about everyone else out there risking life and limb, fighting on the edge of death to slay these spirits? What's your innate skill? Pei-sun asked curiously. As a student from 4th High, her ability to partner with a top-tier genius like Lai Yunqi proved her talent was no slouch. S rank, ability regeneration, Zhuang Yushi declared proudly. It restores 30% of the ability energy expended by one ally after they use a skill, with only a 30-second cooldown. Though her talent didn't match Pei-sun's, it still surpassed the vast majority of people. No wonder, Pei-sun nodded thoughtfully. Most support skills that restore energy do so gradually. Hers offered a small but substantial burst of recovery with an exceptionally short cooldown, truly outstanding even among S-rank talents. So how did you end up teaming up with Lai Yunqi? Pei-sun pressed. We just happened to meet. He thought my talent skill was powerful, so he teamed up with me. The other girl was my original teammate, and I don't know the other 2 guys. But overall, we're pretty lucky. Lucky? Why do you say that? I don't know the details. Lai Yunqi told me he'd encountered many people along the way. He'd been looking for a support player from the start but couldn't find anyone who met his standards. He ended up taking points from those who didn't fit his criteria. If he hadn't recognized my support skills, my points might have been wiped clean too. After a few seconds of contemplation, Payson asked, so what he said earlier about targeting 6th high candidates was all lies? Pretty much. Zhuang Yushi shook her head slightly before continuing. He did target students from 6th high, but according to him, it seems candidates from every school fell victim to his schemes. Payson fell deep in thought. It seemed this Lai Yunqi was truly cold-blooded and twisted. If someone like that graduated from school, he'd likely become a hidden menace. Why are you asking all this? Nothing. Just focus on taking down these spirits first. We'll talk about it once you're in the top 10. With that, Payson stood up and shared the vision of his necromantic summon. As they drew closer to the heart of the desert forest, the number of scattered bosses increased and they encountered more and more candidates. The assessment was now entering its most intense phase. Most serious contenders had gained the capability to take down bosses, causing significant fluctuations in the rankings. Boss kills granted 4-digit points, shattering the previous dynamic equilibrium. During their brief conversation, the necromantic summons had already taken down 2 more bosses. Glancing at Zhuang Yushi, he noticed the girl still relying on the most primitive blade techniques for slaughter. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, inwardly sighing. Support classes rely too heavily on others. If you're acting alone in a world like this, even survival is a luxury. Forget it. Don't bother killing these spirits. Huh? Why? Your points are climbing too slowly this way. Go take down the bosses, or else they'll be snatched up by others. Zhuang Yushi froze, momentarily unable to grasp what Payson meant. After locking eyes with him for a few seconds, it finally clicked. If we don't kill the bosses soon, others will snatch them all? What an obscure term. Glancing at the 3D low-level map, out of the 100 bosses, 37 had already turned gray. Of course, most of those were thanks to Payson. Let's go. With those 2 words, Payson led Zhuang Yushi toward the nearest boss. Zhuang Yushi was naturally filled with anticipation. Even though she knew Payson took down bosses as easily as drinking water, she still wanted to witness the awe-inspiring spectacle of his summoned creatures defeating them firsthand. With time pressing, Payson didn't want to waste any more. Within 15 minutes, they arrived near the closest boss. You want to challenge the Blazing Sun Fire Lion? Payson nodded. This spirit creature was already level 17, just like the Shadow Sand Snake before. Back then, dealing with the Shadow Sand Snake had cost him a significant number of his necromantic summons. But now, with the blessing of the undead rockbreaker, dealing with this level 17 spirit creature would naturally be much easier. After walking a few more steps, a flat grassland came into view. Barely a tree graced the landscape. Perhaps due to prolonged sun exposure, the center of this small meadow was even completely bare of grass, making it seem somewhat out of place in the vast forest. Right in the center lay a sleeping spirit beast. It was a lion, entirely golden red in color, enormous in size, as large as an ordinary house. The crimson fur on its neck was particularly dazzling, swaying gracefully in the breeze, giving off an air of lazy indolence. With a flicker of intent, Payson summoned thousands of ordinary bloodline spirits, instantly surrounding the Sunfire Lion. Unaware of the impending danger, the Fire Lion of the Blazing Sun remained deep in slumber. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened in astonishment. She hadn't even blinked. How did thousands of spirits appear out of nowhere? Wait. These aren't spirits, he said, they were his necromantic summons. They look way too creepy. Ferocious wolves, demon-horned panthers, desert scorpions, jackals, wild oxen, purple-headed ants. Plus the desert scorpion king, demon-horned spirit leopard, shadow sand snake, 4-winged nightbird, golden-scaled rampaging elephant. Though all undead creatures, vastly different from their living spirit forms, Zhuang Yushi still noticed these undead bore a striking resemblance to the bosses here. Where on earth did you get these undead? Why do they look so much like the bosses marked for the school assessment? Zhuang Yushi instinctively wanted to ask Payson where he'd obtained these necromantic summons, but remembering his earlier reluctance to speak, she voiced her confusion directly. Payson saw no reason to hide anything. He smiled and explained. Any spirit I've slain can become a spirit I command regardless of its origin. Chapter 28, Blazing Sunfire Lion. Hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's curious eyes widened in astonishment once more. You're an SSS tier talent? Zhuang Yushi asked, utterly fascinated. But the moment she asked, she realized how absurd her question sounded. A talent that allowed infinite summoning and even replication of infinite types of spirits? Even a typical SSS tier talent skill couldn't possibly be this outrageous. From childhood, she'd heard countless tales of Mayor Yao Jinchuan's SSS tier talent, and even that had limitations and flaws. But Payson's summoning was the ultimate, it was practically invincible. Facing Zhuang Yushi's question, Payson merely smiled without responding. After all, she had entered the assessment under the guise of a D-rank talent. If word got out that she possessed an SSS rank talent, it would be downright ridiculous. Besides, being too flashy wasn't wise. With her points soaring far ahead of everyone else, she probably had countless eyes on her already. Seeing Payson's refusal to answer, Zhuang Yushi relented, though she couldn't help but gaze at his legion of undead with unmistakable envy. Pei Sun wasted no time, immediately forming his undead into battle formation. Though he hadn't trained them in tactics, Pei Sun knew enough to position ranged attackers in the rear and melee or heavily armored units in the front. At Pei Sun's command, dozens of Desert Scorpion Emperors in the rear ranks instantly launched their sand spike bombs. Boom! Boom! A series of muffled explosions echoed through the air. Only then did the blazing sun fire lion rouse from its slumber. Realizing what had happened, it instantly flew into a rage. Roar! After letting out a long, skyward roar, the blazing sunfire lion charged headlong toward the nearby demon horn spirit leopard without a second thought. But before it could take a few steps, dozens of shadow sand snakes suddenly materialized from the empty terrain nearby. Crack! Crack! Dozens of lashing sounds rang out simultaneously. Compared to the Desert Scorpion King's sand spike explosions, the shadow sand snake's close-range lashing dealt significantly higher damage. The blazing sunfire lion let out a pain howl, roared several times in anger, and charged toward the shadow sand snakes once more. After all, this creature was a genuine level 17 spirit beast. Though these necromantic summons were also level 17, neither their stats nor individual combat prowess could compare to this creature. It was like trying to crack a nut with an egg. The undead summon shattered at the slightest touch. After launching their attacks, the shadow sand snakes showed no intention of retreating. Instead, they engaged the blazing sunfire lion directly in place. Simultaneously, dozens of golden-scaled rampaging elephants charged forward from behind the fire lion. The earth shook violently, as if a prehistoric beast had stomped down with all its might. Dirt and gravel churned up from the ground, giving Pei Sun the sensation of mountains trembling and earth shaking. Boom! Boom boom boom! Dozens of golden-scaled behemoths collided mindlessly against the blazing fire lion, unleashing a series of thunderous crashes. This clash of colossal beasts left Pei Sun speechless. All he could muster was one word: exhilarating. Zhuan Yushi beside him watched spellbound, exclaiming it was spectacular. It was hard to believe humans could orchestrate such a battle. No, it wasn't merely a battle, it was a miniature war. The golden-scaled rampaging elephant's frame was scarcely smaller than the blazing sunfire lion's. After colliding with it, the fire lion instantly lost its footing, completely off balance. Staggering several steps, it seemed poised to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, Pei Sun immediately gave the order. Thousands of vicious wolves, wild oxen, jackals, and purple-headed ants charged forward with frenzied abandon, throwing themselves recklessly upon the blazing sunfire lion. Roar! Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the blazing sunfire lion let out a piercing roar to the heavens. Golden red flames ignited within its window-sized eye sockets, and moments later, the fur across its entire body burst into golden red flames. Pei Sun thought he was seeing things, but after blinking, he realized the fur was indeed burning. Though not as potent as Chao Ruoshi's immortal burning, the flames instantly incinerated any undead summoned creatures that touched them, reducing them to ash. Not only that, the blazing sun lion suddenly seemed to go berserk, charging wildly at all the surrounding spirits. The raging fire burning in its eye sockets seemed to scream its refusal to be swallowed so easily. In less than half a minute, Pei Sun lost 300 to 400 ordinary blooded spirits and dozens of rare-blooded ones. Though they possessed the ability to split, the resulting undead entities were weaker. Facing the sunfire lion in this state, they didn't even get a chance to strike back. The moment they felt the intense heat, they were instantly melted away. Pei Sun frowned. Was he really going to send his undead summons to their deaths like this? He didn't want to do it, but he had no other options right now. Moreover, if he wasn't careful and this beast went berserk and charged at him, it would be difficult to handle. It was better to have the undead summoned creatures take the brunt of the attack first. Just as Pei Sun pondered alternatives, he suddenly noticed the blazing sunfire lion's speed slowing. The flames in its eye sockets are gone. The skill effect must have ended. Zhuan Yushi, who had been watching the battle intently, suddenly spotted the detail and shouted the warning. Pei Sun froze, glancing at the sunfire lion's eyes. The golden red glow had indeed vanished, and he could clearly feel its charging speed slowing considerably. He immediately ordered his undead summons to accelerate their advance. Within less than a minute, the flames on the blazing sunfire lion's body vanished entirely. Its charging speed continued to decrease until it finally seemed to run out of strength, simply walking forward. Yet facing it were hundreds of undead creatures charging madly. With no means to fight back, the sunfire lion could only let these undead creatures pile onto its body and tear at it viciously. Already teetering on the brink of collapse, the sunfire lion could no longer steady itself and crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! Despite its massive frame, it soon became covered in Pei Sun's undead summons. The sunfire lion had little strength left to resist and was quickly surrounded by the undead creatures, which tore into it with frenzied bites. Zhuan Yushi watched with wide eyes, her cherry red lips parted in astonishment. Though the entire battle appeared chaotic, it had actually lasted only a few minutes. The fact that a boss could be taken down in mere minutes left Zhuan Yushi utterly stunned. At this rate, if Pei Sun so desired, the other bosses wouldn't even get a chance to fight anyone else. The boss hadn't even seen anyone else before being killed by Pei Sun. What she didn't know, however, was that this blazing sunfire lion was actually one of the most challenging bosses Pei Sun had ever defeated. The previous one was the Shadow Sand Serpent, but that one was difficult to kill because it could cloak itself, forcing Pei Sun to waste considerable time locating its target. This one, however, charged straight at Pei Sun's necromantic summons without flinching, forcing her to lose hundreds of spirits in the process. When he sensed it was nearly defeated, Pei Sun recalled the undead summoned creatures clinging to the Sunfire Lion. A Sunfire Lion, now little more than a massive skeleton with patches of flesh still clinging to its bones, appeared before Zhuang Yushi. Go! The final blow is yours. Chapter 29, 100,000 points. After speaking, Pei Sun opened the leaderboard again. He saw that once Zhuang Yushi defeated this boss, her points would push her into the top 30. The remaining time might be urgent for others, but for the two of them, it would be leisurely. Still, to be safe, Pei Sun led him toward the next boss. What's your advancement quest? Pei Sun asked curiously. Mine is called Rest and Recuperate. I need to use the ability Rewind 50 times on my teammates, but it looks like I won't finish it before the assessment ends. Mentioning this, Zhuang Yushi's brow still held a hint of frustration. She hadn't seen Pei Sun expend any psychic energy at all. He hadn't even had a chance to cast a skill. Ha! How many more do you need? Over 30 more. Alright. Pei Sun sighed helplessly. His innate abilities were all passive skills, he simply hadn't had the chance to actively use them. After an unknown amount of time, the sun began to set and night gradually descended. After Pei Sun helped Zhuang Yushi take down 3 bosses, her ranking shot straight up to 5th place. Only about 40 boss avatars remained lit at this point. Everyone's active range was shrinking as they converged toward the center of the desert forest. What had started as avoiding bosses had now turned into actively seeking them out, each player desperate to beat others to the kill. Precisely because the assessment area was shrinking, more and more people witnessed the undead summoned creatures Pei Sun had deployed for hunting. The overwhelming majority of candidates reacted with shock and confusion upon sighting them, unable to discern what these bizarre, eerie creatures truly were. Of course, some hot-headed candidates ignored Pei Sun's warnings and still tried to attack the undead summons. Naturally, they had no one to blame but themselves when Pei Sun taught them a lesson. After that, no one dared to touch Pei Sun's undead summonings again. Instead, these undead creatures became the hot topic of conversation among this year's examinees. Those creatures were utterly bizarre. They looked like spirits, but their expressions were as lifeless as the dead. And there were so many of them. Where on earth did they come from? You bet. Those creepy things could even speak human language. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard them. So what were they, otherworldly spirits or something else? Didn't you try killing any? We could have checked if they dropped points after death. No way. They must be someone's summoned creatures. I thought about it at first, but when those weird things suddenly spoke in a man's voice claiming they were his summons, I backed off. They spoke? What a bizarre and strange occurrence. No way. There must be thousands of those things. And you still dared to attack them? You guys are brave. I advise you not to mess with those things. My buddy with an S-rank talent just told me he tried to kill a few and run using his teleportation skill, but no matter where he went, he kept seeing them. He got chased for 2 solid hours. So I say, just pretend you never saw them. Killing them doesn't earn points anyway. My buddy's already pressed the distress button and left. They're everywhere? That's terrifyingly large scale. The scariest part is, it seems like one of the candidates from our batch summoned them. A candidate from our batch? Impossible. Even someone with SSS tier talent couldn't summon something this massive. If you hadn't said anything, I'd have thought some seal around here had weakened. Who knows? Maybe forbidden magic. But that's none of our business. If it really involves violating exam rules, his results will be invalidated after the exam anyway. So for now, just stay away from those things. A candidate barely above level 10 summoning thousands, maybe even tens of thousands? That's practically impossible without forbidden magic. Meanwhile, Pei Sun was still carefree, grinding bosses with Zhuang Yushi, completely unaware that he'd become the subject of whispers as a forbidden magic practitioner. Why does it feel like we haven't encountered any other candidates in ages? Night had fallen deep. After chatting all afternoon, Zhuang Yushi's mood had visibly lifted, and she'd grown much more talkative. Because there are no more bosses left in our vicinity. Everyone's scrambling to kill the remaining ones, so this area is practically deserted now, Pei Sun explained. The closest bosses had all been claimed by Pei Sun. At least in the southern sector where he operated, the boss population was nearly depleted. Aside from those in particularly chaotic terrain, almost every killable boss had fallen to his blade. To date, Pei Sun had claimed a staggering 49 bosses, propelling his leaderboard points well over 100,000. The second-place contender, Gu Xinjiang, trailed far behind with just over 10,000 points. It was safe to say Pei Sun's top position was now firmly cemented. Even if Gu Xinjiang managed to take down all 30-odd remaining bosses, her points would still fall short of Pei Sun's total. First place, Pei Sun Maplefeather 6th Middle School. Points, 104,387, level, LV.18. Second place, Gu Xinjiang Maplefeather 1st High. Points, 14,883, level, LV.16. 3rd place, Chu Chuhong Maplefeather 6th high. Points 9,844, level, LV.14. 4th place, by Mantong Maplefeather number 2 high. Points 8,922, level, LV.14. 5th place, Zhuang Yushi Maplefeather High School number 4. Points 8781, level, LV.10. 6th place, Fong Shixin Maplefeather 6th high. Points 8123, level, LV.14. 7th place. He had intended to check Zhuang Yushi's points situation to see how many more bosses she needed to kill to secure her position, but he never expected Fong Shixuan's name to appear in the top 10 list. This left Pei Sun astonished. Not only did Chu Chuhong maintain a steady 3rd place ranking himself, but he was also able to allocate extra boss points to Fong Shixin. As of now, 3 spots in the top 10 belonged to Fingyu's 6th middle school. If the principal of 6th middle school found out about this outcome now, he'd never believe it. He wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. Such extreme randomness was extremely rare, only visible within the top 10. The subsequent rankings were dominated by students from 1st high school, 2nd high school, and 3rd high school. By around 11 or 12 at night, Pei Sun was exhausted from walking and didn't want to go on. After leading Zhuang Yushi to defeat several more bosses to secure their spot firmly within the top 10, he said to her, "How come you can walk more than me? Aren't you tired?" "Not at all. I can restore my stamina with my abilities," Zhuang Yushi replied playfully, her sparkling eyes looking even more beautiful in the moonlight. "For real? Or just pretending? How about we get some sleep?" Pei Sun flopped onto a patch of grass, his voice sounding utterly drained. Hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened in shock. Her face flushed visibly as she exclaimed, "You! What did you say? How shameless and shameless of you." Chapter 30, Chao Ruoshi returns to the top 10. Pei Sun had already settled down, but Zhuang Yushi's sudden tirade left him utterly bewildered. He looked at her with confusion and speechlessness, unsure how to respond. "What are you looking at? You think just because you got me a spot, I'll... Oomph. You're shameless." Only then did Pei Sun recall what he'd just said. Why had this girl suddenly gotten so worked up? And why did her face flush bright red in an instant? You misunderstood. I meant we sleep separately, I never said we'd sleep together." "That's just you twisting my words. You clearly said we should sleep together just now." "No way. I clearly said if we weren't tired, we could get some sleep. So we'd be refreshed and ready to head back to the shelter tomorrow." Hearing Pei Sun say this, her earlier words still echoed in her ears. It really did sound like that. Had she misunderstood him? Really? Zhuang Yushi bit her silver teeth, her delicate white hands unconsciously clenching the hem of her robe as her voice faltered. "Sis, how could you think I'd be that kind of person? I was the one who told you to leave, but you insisted on staying," Pei Sun said, both amused and exasperated. Hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's cheeks flushed even redder. She couldn't bear to look Pei Sun in the eye, only daring to steal a few furtive glances at him like a child who'd done something wrong. But you still owe me compensation." Zhuang Yushi persisted in arguing her point, but her tone and voice grew increasingly faint. It was clear she realized she had misunderstood Pei Sun. Pei Sun didn't know what to say either. When arguing with others, he could always speak with such eloquence that his opponents were left speechless. But whenever he talked to girls, he always stuttered. Even when he started out with a valid point, by the end, he lost all ground. "Anyway, I'm going to sleep for a bit. If you don't sleep, I will, and you can keep watch for me." "Me? Keep watch for you?" "Yeah, you're not sleeping, so what do you plan to do?" "No way am I standing guard for you." "Then I'll just go out for a walk myself." "Oh, go ahead then. There are spirits all around. Call me if you get eaten, and I'll come save you." With that, Pei Sun shifted his position, turned his back, and closed his eyes. Though as a professional, he could maintain alertness for long periods without sleep, he had no desire to waste the night in boredom. Sleep would at least make the time pass faster. Are you threatening me again?" "Oomph." Hearing Pei Sun emphasize the word spirits, Zhuang Yushi immediately adopted a pouty tone. She knew there were no other spirits nearby. Either that, or he had plenty of his undead summons guarding the area, otherwise, how could he sleep so soundly? But gazing at the endless forest plains stretching into the distance and the pitch-black darkness where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face, how could she possibly venture out alone? Seeing Pei Sun fall silent, Zhuang Yushi glanced left and right before settling down to rest where she stood. The grassy blanket beneath her was surprisingly soft, yet sleep eluded her completely. To be in peak condition for today's assessment, she had gone to bed early the night before. After closing her eyes several times without success, she opened them again and began counting the stars. After losing count for a while, boredom set in and she sat up. Watching Pei Sun, who was already deep in slumber, snoring steadily, Zhuang Yushi found herself smiling with a sense of relief for some reason. While other candidates were fiercely battling for points and spots in the Tianjing province secret training camp where death was a constant possibility, this guy was sound asleep here, even making her keep watch for him. He really wasn't afraid she might do something to him. About 5 or 6 hours passed. "Hey! Wake up! Pei Sun opened his eyes groggily, his vision immediately filling with Zhuang Yushi's slender figure. What time is it? Pei Sun asked blearily. It's 5 o'clock. The assessment ends in 2 hours, Zhuang Yushi replied in a gentle tone. Pei Sun rubbed his eyes. The moment he opened them and clearly saw Zhuang Yushi's face, he froze slightly. How could this girl look even prettier after just one night? That fair, smooth skin. Did you put on makeup? Pei Sun asked, his eyes widening with curiosity. Oh my. Isn't it normal for girls to wear makeup? I woke up at 4 just to apply it so I could wake you up. Zhuang Yushi pouted softly, sounding like a completely different person from yesterday. Oh. You look pretty. After saying that, Pei Sun opened the leaderboard and began analyzing the current situation. Zhuang Yushi watched him, dark lines involuntarily appearing on her forehead. She pursed her lips, her gaze toward Pei Sun filled with exasperation, as if saying, didn't you even notice the lipstick I carefully applied? But Pei Sun's full attention was on the rankings. The top 10 spots remained largely unchanged, meaning this girl should secure a spot. Fang Shixian was still holding on to 7th place. After a night of fierce competition, maintaining the position was no small feat. When he saw the name in 8th place, Pei Sun froze again. Chao Ruwashi? This guy had fought his way back into the top 10. After Pei Sun had severely wounded him earlier, he'd lost most of his combat ability, causing his ranking to plummet out of the top 10 and even the top 100. Yet, at this crucial final moment, he'd managed to claw his way back into the top 10. You know Chao Ruwashi? Hearing Pei Sun's faintly puzzled voice, Zhuang Yushi let out a surprised gasp. I suppose you could say we know each other. We had a minor conflict before, Pei Sun said nonchalantly. Why? Do you know him too? No, I don't, Zhuang Yushi shook her head. But Lai Yinchi does. When we were working together, he often mentioned Chao Ruwashi, calling him his good brother. He said Chao was incredibly strong but hadn't shown his full potential yet. Lai was certain Chao would secure a top 10 spot by the end. Oh. Pei Sun nodded. Lai Yunqi was right. Chao Ruwashi has already broken into the top 10. Hearing Zhuang Yushi's words, Pei Sun vaguely recalled something. That guy had indeed mentioned some genius from their first high school who hadn't shown his full potential yet. So he was talking about Chao Ruwashi? If he knew Chao Ruwashi had been knocked out of the top 100 by Pei Sun long before they ever met, who knew what kind of expression he'd pull? He's absolutely right. She really is a genius, Zhuang Yushi said enviously. Pei Sun smiled. Aren't you a genius too? A profession everyone loves, with that rare S-tier talent. Hearing Pei Sun's praise, Zhuang Yushi's heart fluttered with delight, her pulse quickening as a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Alright, just secure your spot. You can head to the wilderness sanctuary now to await the assessment results, Pei Sun said as he stood up. Chapter 31, Chu Chuheng. Among the top 10 spots, one name sent a jolt through Pei Sun's heart. Ranked 10th was Pei Tian from Fengyu First High School. In Pei Sun's past life, this Pei Tian was his younger brother. Their relationship had always been distant, and after parting ways in high school, they became virtual strangers. The family's meager resources, including their mother's meager monthly salary, were almost entirely given to Pei Tian. Only whatever was left over or surplus would be given to Pei Sun. During the assessment, Pei Sun had completely forgotten about this guy, as Pei Tian's name had never appeared among the top rankings. But just now, he saw it, the 10th spot was occupied by none other than Pei Tian. Though Pei Sun didn't recognize most of the names in the top 10, the same faces appeared every time he checked. The only changes were minor fluctuations in their rankings. That's why Pei Sun immediately noticed Pei Tian. What's wrong? Zhuang Yushi asked curiously, observing Pei Sun's expressionless face. Though they'd only spent a little over half a day together, he knew this guy was usually optimistic most of the time. If he suddenly went expressionless or furrowed his brow like this, it meant something was definitely on his mind. Nothing. I'm just a bit surprised by this top 10 list, Pei Sun replied. Surprised? Zhuang Yushi pondered for a moment before replying, true. In previous years, I recall hardly any names in the top 10 had the number 6 high suffix. Even our number 4 high only managed to squeeze 1 or 2 in. Yet this year, your number 6 high has 3 entries. I don't know, but now that you mention it, our school has been pretty lucky this year. Setting aside my own cheat code for now. That guy Chu Chuheng has been absolutely exploding with luck. Who knows what top-tier talent he awakened that keeps him ranked in the top 10 for a full 24 hours straight. And Fang Shixian knew without a doubt that it was all thanks to Chu Chuheng. It was only because this person was Fang Shixian that Chu Chuheng bothered. For anyone else, he wouldn't have lifted a finger. Pei Sun knew this guy's personality well enough. Yeah, those two probably just got lucky awakening powerful talents. But you, well, you're definitely getting investigated. What? You think I used some forbidden technique or unfair means? No idea. But your summoning ability, it's just too outlandish. Pei Sun chuckled. He couldn't really blame others for suspecting him. It was only because Zhuang Yushi was beside him, witnessing his methods firsthand, that such suspicion even arose. After seeing Pei Sun's points, the other candidates had already assumed he'd tampered with the data. The 6th middle school suffix was the best proof of that. Moreover, Zhuang Yushi's willingness to partner with Pei Sun proved her trust in him. If Pei Sun had truly broken the rules, her points would be revoked too. Within a single night, the remaining 40-odd bosses had all been defeated. Second place Gu Xinjiang now held just over 50,000 points, less than half of Pei Sun's total. Knowing there were no more bosses left, Pei Sun decided to recall all the external spirits and pet spirits as well. Over the course of the night, Pei Sun's summoning space had generated over 18,000 ordinary blooded spirit beasts and over 1,800 rare-blooded ones. Combined with those he had recalled, he now possessed roughly 30,000 ordinary blooded spirit beasts and 3,000 rare-blooded ones. In less than an hour, Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi arrived at the entrance of the wilderness sanctuary. The area was already packed with examinees awaiting verification of their assessment results. Whether on the way there or upon reaching the entrance, the moment other examinees spotted Pei Sun's 6th middle school uniform, hostile glances immediately followed. Pei Sun knew exactly why, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. When the school's tests later confirmed his results were normal, it would be a slap in the face for these people. Pei Sun? A deep, gruff voice suddenly sounded beside Pei Sun. Pei Sun turned his head to see a tall, muscular, dark-skinned guy. Chu Hong? When did you get here? The moment he asked, Pei Sun's gaze was drawn to the person beside Chu Hong. Sure enough, it was Fang Shixian. I've been here for a while, Chu Hong said expressionlessly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Hearing this, the look in Pei Sun's eyes toward Chu Hong instantly grew more complex. A year ago, though this guy hadn't spoken much to Pei Sun, he knew he was quite shy. So why did he feel such a heavy aura of hostility from him after just a few words today? Brother Sun, aren't you being a bit harsh? Chu Hong's sharp gaze locked with Pei Sun's, his tone growing colder. Pei Sun froze upon hearing this, instinctively glancing at Fang Shixian. He caught her watching him with an almost imperceptible smugness. But the moment Pei Sun's gaze swept over, that smug look instantly shifted to one of hurt innocence. Pei Sun instantly understood what was happening. Brother Sun, you don't need to put Shixian on the spot. This is between the two of us now, Chu Hong said in a deep voice. You two are together? Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly as he glanced from Fang Shixian to Chu Hong. What happens between us is none of your business, Chu Hong retorted. Pei Sun glanced at Zhuang Yushi. This guy talks just like her. Always going on about whether it's any of his business. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yushi seemed to have picked up on something from their exchange. Spotting the 6th middle school emblem on Chu Hong's uniform, she instantly understood the situation, her exquisite face breaking into a look of pure amusement. Seeing this, dark lines instantly appeared on Pei Sun's forehead. Chu Hong also noticed Zhuang Yushi standing nearby. But after a single glance at her, his gaze shifted back to Pei Sun. I don't care what your relationship with Shixian was like before, but you were together for over a year. Now that it's time for the otherworld exam, you just abandon her there like that? Don't you know how dangerous it is over there? Hearing Chu Hong's accusatory tone, Pei Sun instantly felt annoyed, his brows furrowing slightly. This wasn't the shy guy he used to know. Awakening a top-tier talent had transformed him completely. What are you trying to say? Are you dissatisfied with my actions? Or are you upset that I didn't let the otherworldly spirits tear me apart in front of her like she wanted? Pei Sun demanded. At those words, Chu Hong visibly froze, his brow furrowing into a question mark as he glanced at Fang Shixian. Fang Shixian, sensing Chu Hong's gaze, immediately adopted an even more aggrieved expression. Seeing this, Chu Hong's tone grew sharper. Pei Sun, I warn you. Don't slander Shixian here. Even though I've barely been in contact with her this past year, do you think I don't know her character? How could she possibly say something like that? Chapter 32, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Why not? Ask her yourself. I bet she won't have the nerve to deny it. Pei Sun's temper flared, his tone equally confrontational. Shixian, did you say that? Chu Hong turned his head, demanding with an overbearing tone. Pei Sun's gaze locked onto Fang Shixian. Even though she'd already shown no shame, Pei Sun refused to believe she'd be so shameless as to not admit it. Fang Shixian's face was already etched with hurt. Hearing Chu Hong's forceful interrogation, she burst into tears. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, her eyes filled with sorrow and resentment. Witnessing this, the sharpness in Chu Hong's gaze softened instantly. His tone grew gentle as he addressed Fang Shixian. I'm sorry, Shixian. I simply couldn't stand by and watch him slander you like that, so my tone got a bit harsh. You don't need to say anything. I believe you never said it. Fang Shixian's split-second performance left Pei Sun utterly dumbfounded. Had he not known from his past life what Fang Shixian was truly like, he might have been fooled by this performance. Whoa! Pei Sun couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He turned and exchanged a glance with Zhuang Yushi only to find her staring at him with a look of schadenfreude. Did this girl know about my current predicament? Yet Zhuang Yushi had grasped the situation after hearing just a few sentences of their conversation. Fang Shixian's subtle shift from smugness to feigned hurt had not escaped her keen observation. So before Fong Shixian could even start crying, Zhuang Yushi already knew what Pei Sun was about to face and couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. Women. Who doesn't understand them? Besides, she was quite curious to see how Pei Sun, who was invincible on the battlefield, would handle and resolve this kind of situation. Pei Sun, you've truly betrayed my trust in you. Xu Chuhong's sharp rebuke snapped Pei Sun back to reality. He shouted angrily, I gave up pursuing Shixian because I thought you were good to her. Yet you could do something like this at a time like this. How utterly despicable. I never imagined you, Pei Sun, could be this kind of person. Pei Sun looked utterly helpless. Just moments ago, he'd been addressed as Brother Sun, yet now his name was being shouted so loudly. Was this a case of first courtesy, then confrontation? What kind of person am I? She herself said that even if I were torn apart by a spirit in front of her, she wouldn't spare a single spirit to heal me. Was it too much to throw her out? Bull. Knowing Shixian, she'd never say something like that. If you slander her again, I won't hold back. Hearing Xu Chuhong speak like this, Pei Sun was at a loss for words. This guy's brain, both cerebrum and cerebellum, must be entirely consumed by love. In this state, he'd lost all capacity for rational thought, his mind entirely controlled by Fong Shixian. All it took was a single look from her to make him say whatever she wanted. Fine, if you don't believe me, that's your problem. But let me ask you this, Gong Rui was the one who abandoned him and ran off. Shouldn't you have gone after Gong Rui first? And according to your own story, if it weren't for Gong Rui meddling, Shixian and I wouldn't have split up. Doesn't that make Gong Rui the one you should be after? Though Pei Sun was boiling with anger, he still wanted to get to the bottom of what he needed to know. So he asked patiently once more. Don't try to shift the blame. Your breakup with Shixian had nothing to do with Gong Rui, it was purely because you weren't good enough for her. Of course, that coward Gong Rui. I haven't run into him yet, but when I do, I'll settle the score. Xu Chuhong's gaze was sharp as ice, his tone righteous and indignant. Pei Sun was utterly speechless. What kind of mind-altering potion had Fong Shixian slipped him? Why did he believe every word she said? Pei Sun didn't need to guess how Fong Shixian had slandered him in front of Xu Chuhong. He'd already tasted that bitter pill yesterday with Gong Rui. This woman truly had a knack for bewitching men, especially those like Xu Chuhong and his former self, Pei Sun, both hopeless romantics. But she was right about one thing, Fong Shixian and Pei Sun had broken up because Pei Sun was incompetent, having only awakened a D-grade talent. But could he really be blamed for that? If he could have, he would have awakened an SSS-grade talent back then too. So what do you want? Just say it. I don't want to beat around the bush anymore. Pei Sun had lost all patience and cut straight to the chase. Both the guy's tone and the occasional snickers of schadenfreude from Zhuang Yushi beside him made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. We're still classmates, and we're undergoing evaluations here. I don't want to make things too awkward. Just give Shixian a sincere apology, and we'll consider this matter closed, Xu Chuhong said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fong Shixian grew defiant. She clung tightly to Xu Chuhong's arm while crying, her sobs growing louder. Xu Chuhong instantly understood her meaning. He leaned close to her ear and whispered something, causing her sobs to subside slightly. However, upon hearing what Xu Chuhong had said, Pei Sun couldn't help but freeze, his expression turning peculiar. You don't want to make this too awkward? Have you got something wrong? Have you seen the leaderboard? Have you seen the points on the leaderboard? Ha! Xu Chuhong gave a cold laugh and spoke slowly. I do admire your 100,000 points. But Shixian told me your innate skill summoning is perfectly suited for this assessment format. But when it comes to combat ability, while you have many summons, each one is utterly useless. And my innate skill just happens to counter yours. If you insist on making a scene and tarnishing our school's reputation, I won't mind giving you a taste of your own medicine. Question mark. Pei Sun was once again rendered speechless by Xu Chuhong. Seems this guy isn't just emotionally challenged, his IQ is terrifyingly low too. He knew his summons were fragile and numerous, but how the hell did his points end up more than triple mine? Pei Sun couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. He cut straight to the point, an apology is out of the question. Do whatever you want. At those words, Xu Chuhong's gaze instantly sharpened. He turned to Zhuang Yushi beside him and coldly said, Are you teamed up with him? I advise you to be on your best behavior now. Otherwise, you might get caught in the crossfire when I take action, and I don't like laying hands on women. Pei Sun instinctively craned his neck, his eyes widening slightly. Not much skill, but plenty of attitude. Let's see what special talent makes you so cocky. Hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's expression also turned serious. She didn't flinch as she replied. While I'm not officially teamed up with him, we do cooperate. But I advise you not to start anything. The assessment ends in an hour. Losing points or your spot over this wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 33. This entry is Osmanthus. As soon as she finished speaking, despite the distance between them, Pei Sun immediately sensed an astonishing surge of supernatural energy emanating from her. Seeing this, Zhuang Yushi took a few steps back without a hint of worry. Though she could clearly sense that Xu Chuhong was no pushover, Pei Sun's abilities were simply on another level. She trusted him unconditionally. The surrounding onlookers had instinctively cleared a space between the two, their eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. What's going on? Why are they arguing? They're fighting. Two guys from 6th High are going at it. What a joke, a tiny school like this having an internal war. Two 6th High students? Could it be the top-ranked and third-ranked ones? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Anyone standing here isn't ordinary, especially at a low-tier campus like 6th High. Probably only these few are left from 6th High's assessment. Looks like we're in for a show. I'll be damned if I don't see how he earned those 100,000 points. The onlookers quickly guessed the two fighters' identities. The crowd surged like a tide, gathering faster and faster. You really want to fight me? I'm afraid once my fist connects, you won't be able to scrape your way back out of the ditch. Shu Chuhong fixed his gaze on Pei Sun as he spoke. Pei Sun frowned slightly, then pondered, what's your innate skill? Trying to pry information out of me? Shu Chuhong sneered coldly. I'll tell you anyway. SS rank, Divine Warrior, 10-fold damage from melee attacks or skills, 10-fold physical stats, no cooldowns, no stamina cost. It's only the second SS rank talent in our school's history. Since you've chosen to oppose me, consider the consequences carefully. Hearing the first part, Pei Sun felt a flicker of awe. But upon hearing the second part, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could this kid be so full of himself? And what's with bringing up the school? Think the school will back you up when push comes to shove? Cut the crap. Let's fight. Pei Sun couldn't be bothered with this guy's nonsense anymore. He walked straight over to a nearby tree and leaned against it. You? What are you doing? Afraid to fight me? Shu Chuhong frowned, puzzled. Didn't Fang Shixian tell you about my abilities? I'm a summoner. You want me, a summoner, to go fight you hand to hand? Pei Sun couldn't help but retort. Fine. Then summon something quickly. Don't waste time. The assessment ends in just over an hour. Shu Chuhong urged, convinced Pei Sun was stalling. But the moment the words left his mouth, Shu Chuhong's expression froze. Before him appeared thousands of undead creatures, their forms strikingly similar to the desert forest spirits, yet their expressions were utterly lifeless. Is this the bizarre summoned creature Shixian mentioned? Shu Chuhong wondered silently, feeling a cold sweat break out at the sight of such a vast number of undead spirits. Chuhong! Pei Xuan somehow procured these bizarre summoned creatures, but their defenses are weak, they shatter at the slightest touch. Fang Shixian, fearing any mishap, urgently warned Shu Chuhong. Don't worry, Shixian. My innate skill is perfect for dealing with these flashy things. Just watch. Okay. Just be careful. Fang Shixuan's voice was as gentle as flowing water. Hearing Fang Shixuan's tender concern, Shu Chuhong's expression transformed. His eyes visibly sharpened with resolve, radiating battle intent and surging momentum. Without hesitation, Shu Chuhong charged toward the nearest vicious wolf like a meteor. He swung his fist, and with a thunderous boom, he smashed the wolf's skull clean off. Utterly pathetic. Shu Chuhong's lips curled into a smirk. But before his triumph could last a few seconds, his expression froze again. After the first wolf vanished, it had split into two. What a flashy trick, Pei Sun. Today, I'll make you admit defeat. With that, Shu Chuhong charged forward again, wind whistling around him. His two punches carried the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, instantly obliterating the two split undead beasts. Shu Chuhong turned, gasping for breath as his chest heaved, his aura surging upward. Suddenly, he leapt high into the air, descending with boundless divine might to crash down upon the center of the undead horde. Boom! A deafening roar, no less than an explosion, echoed through the air. The struck area of undead was instantly pulverized, vanishing into nothingness. Seeing the undead split into twice their number, Shu Chuhong merely sneered with disdain. Another leap and slam sent terrifying power erupting, instantly scattering nearly 1,000 undead spirits. Seeing this, Pei Sun frowned slightly. This guy really has some skills. Releasing skills continuously without cooldowns? That's a bit over the top. Moreover, the power and range of this skill felt like it was at least an A-rank skill, right? Where did this guy get the skill book? After instantly slaughtering a massive number of undead spirits, Shu Chuhong turned to Pei Sun with a smug look, catching the slight frown on his brow. Regretting it now? Too late. Next, I'll show you the gap between us. Bullying some low-level spirits in the desert forest and thinking you're something special? Today, you must apologize to Shixian. With that, Shu Chuhong, brimming with boundless fighting intent, charged toward another cluster of undead. His methods remained as straightforward as ever, shattering hundreds more of Pei Sun's summoned undead in the blink of an eye. Pei Sun's thoughts flickered. Abandoning the thousands of ordinary blooded undead, he summoned a full 1,000 rare-blooded spirits instead, determined to see if this guy had any limits. The formation remained unchanged, the Desert Scorpion Emperor anchored the rear, the golden-scaled rampaging elephant stood at the front to absorb attacks, the shadow sand snakes concealed themselves, poised to strike, while the four-winged nightbirds circled overhead. Those around him were instantly stunned by the sight. What the hell is this? Desert Scorpion Emperor? Isn't that a boss from the southwestern desert region? How did it end up here? Holy, and there are so many of them. There must be over 100. Holy crap, golden scaled rampaging elephants. 4 winged night birds. I was just about to go hunt those 2 bosses, but before I even got there, their icons went dark. How did they end up here? This is freaking crazy. These can't be the real golden scaled rampaging elephant and 4 winged night bird. Their eye sockets have no pupils, they look way too creepy. What the hell are these things? Are these aberrant spirits? And they're all level 17? This is terrifying. The scariest part is that guy summoned all these 1000 boss level aberrations by himself? No doubt about it. Looks like he's the top ranked player. So these bizarre creatures scattered throughout the desert forest were summoned by this guy. Unbelievable. Yeah. I've only heard his voice before, it was pretty nice. And now he looks this handsome too. If he summoned them legitimately, racking up 100,000 points makes sense. But a summoner barely past level 10 summoning this many spirits? That's a bit much, isn't it? What do you mean a bit exaggerated? It's absolutely outrageous. This guy is definitely cheating. Trust me, once they audit him, there'll be issues. It might not be points farming, but he's definitely using some kind of illegal method. Chapter 34, Golden Scales Reflecting Light. Everyone present was utterly stunned by Pei Sun's display. Some were already convinced he'd resorted to foul play. Even Chu Chuhong's sharp eyes flickered with astonishment at the sheer scale of the display. The earlier summons had seemed weak, but this new wave not only appeared formidable and towering, radiating murderous intent, but their formation was also orderly and disciplined, each unit with a clear role. It genuinely put him under some invisible pressure. Oomph. What good is all that flashiness? There's still no match for me. Chu Chuhong was utterly confident in the power of his skill. After a brief charge up, he unleashed another attack without hesitation. Shatter Sky. With Chu Chuhong's thunderous shout, his aura surged several notches higher. The cold wind whipped his clothes into a rustling frenzy, while the icy killing intent in his eyes seemed to pronounce a death sentence upon the summons. Though merely repeating the same skill, his aura grew steadily more formidable, as if each strike forged newfound confidence. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed through the air. Chu Chuhong neither attempted nor intended to target the rear ranks, instead directing his attack squarely at the golden-scaled rampaging elephant in the front line. He intended to counter violence with violence, testing just how resilient these golden-scaled rampaging beasts truly were. As the thunderous roar echoed, the hundreds of golden-scaled rampaging beasts in front instantly collapsed under the devastating blow, disintegrating on the spot only to split into twice as many golden-scaled rampaging beasts. Just as Chu Chuhong was about to flash a smug grin, his expression abruptly changed. Dizziness and vertigo washed over him, his internal organs churning violently as if displaced, a wave of nausea surging up his throat. Sweet blood rose to his lips, nearly spilling out. But considering the situation, Chu Chuhong forced himself to hold it back. His expression darkened completely. He had no idea what source could unleash such power capable of harming him. Seeing this, it was now Pei Sun's turn to lift the corners of his mouth. The source of this effect was none other than the innate skill of the golden-scaled rampaging elephant. Golden Scales Reflection. Upon receiving a physical attack in close combat, 2% of that force is returned to the attacker. Originally, when Pei Sun's necromantic summons confronted the living aberration golden-scaled rampaging elephant, this skill's counterattack damage reached a full 2%. It was only after being incorporated into Pei Sun's arsenal that it was reduced to 2%. Even so, though the individual damage was small, the sheer number of creatures made it overwhelming. Most crucially, the source of this power, Chu Chuhong himself, had unleashed terrifying force. It was sheer luck that this guy didn't encounter the golden-scaled rampaging elephant when he killed the boss. Otherwise, given his reckless fighting style, he would have suffered a heavy loss. But the outcome remained the same. He was now tasting the bitter consequences on the golden-scaled rampaging elephant. Seeing Pei Sun's smug expression, Chu Chuhong's rage flared. Forgetting the source of the damage, he unleashed another skill, smashing it toward the split golden-scaled rampant elephant. Boom! As the deafening roar echoed across the sky once more, the hundreds of split golden-scaled rampants instantly scattered. Chu Chuhong's face twisted in disgust, his pupils dilating wildly as disbelief washed over him. Put! A mouthful of crimson blood spurted onto the ground. Simultaneously, his previously rosy cheeks visibly drained of color. Chu Chuhong! Seeing Chu Chuhong in such a state, Fang Shixian immediately lost her footing. Her face twisted with anxiety as she rushed to his side. Chuhong! Let me heal you! Fang Shixian's voice brimmed with urgency and worry. But upon hearing her, Chu Heng's face darkened as he shook his head, gritting his teeth. I said this was a one-on-one duel with him. You, cough cough. You don't need to worry about me. Chu Heng. Fang Shixian gazed at him tenderly, her voice laced with worry. You must be careful of these summoned beasts resembling golden-scaled rampaging beasts. They all possess counterattack abilities. Your power is too terrifying, so the counterattack damage you take is also immense. It's best if you avoid them as much as possible. So that's how it is. Cough, cough. Hearing Feng Shishuan's words, Pei Sun nearly burst out laughing. He expected Feng Shishuan to worry about Chu Chuhang's safety and urge him to stop fighting. Instead, she'd pointed him toward an entirely different battle strategy. She's just afraid Chu Chuhang won't get hurt and she won't die herself. Feng Shishuan, I thought you'd changed for the better. Turns out you're still as venomous as ever. Especially someone like Chu Chuhang, who takes relationships so seriously. He's already immersed in a world where Feng Shishuan's word is law, completely impervious to outside interference. The split golden-scaled rampant elephants, though their counterattack effect was reduced to just 1%, doubled in number. Thus, their actual damage output remained nearly identical to before. This was one reason Chu Chuhang suffered such severe injuries. Seeing this, Pei Sun immediately ordered the Shadow Sand Snake and Desert Scorpion Emperor to attack. The four-winged nightbirds circling overhead also sliced through the sky, their sharp beaks piercing the air as they charged forward. He intended to see just how far this man could push himself. If Pei Sun truly intended to finish off Chu Chuhang now, it would take no more than a thought. Summoning the undead crack spider and instantly inflating it to its maximum size would likely terrify the man to death. The undead rending spider had now reached level 18, surpassing Pei Sun by 1 level. Moreover, it possessed a phantom saint-grade bloodline, boasting terrifyingly high 5-dimensional attributes. Dealing with someone like Chu Chuhang, whose 5-dimensional attributes might barely exceed 100, would be as easy as kicking a ball. Even without the undead crack spider, Pei Sun's own epic bloodline purple vein ghost goat could easily defeat Chu Chuhang. Yesterday, while letting his spirits hunt freely, the purple striped ghost goat's skills appeared to be purely single-target abilities. Yet, for some reason, it was among the fastest at gaining experience. Of course, Pei Sun had neither the time nor the need to figure out why. It was enough for him to know the purple vein ghost goat possessed formidable single-target abilities. Watching the swarm of spirits closing in, Chu Chuhang's eyes held not a trace of fear despite the onslaught. Instead, his fighting spirit only surged higher. Pei Sun couldn't help but marvel at how utterly mad this guy was. Boom! A four-winged nightbird approached with murderous intent, only to be ruthlessly blasted away by Chu Chuhang's single punch, a display of sheer physical strength that was astonishing. Facing the ensuing onslaught of undead spirits, comparable to a full-scale spirit uprising, Chu Chuhang seemed divinely empowered, like a celestial being descended to earth. Whether it was the lashing strikes of the Shadow Sand Serpent or the heavy charges of the Horned Spirit Leopard, none could withstand a single blow from Chu Chuhang before being sent flying and scattered. Though Chu Chuhang was constantly targeted by blind spot attacks from the undead, his tenfold enhanced physical constitution, a gift of innate talent, allowed him to navigate this barrage of attacks with ease. Pei Sun couldn't help but be stunned by Chu Chuhang's performance. It seemed this guy had earned his 40,000 points and Feng Shishuan's 10,000 plus points punch by punch. Looking at it this way, if not for Feng Shishuan, this guy might even have surpassed Gu Xinzhong, the top genius of first high school, in the points rankings. Chapter 35. You two seem to have issues, don't you? For the next few minutes, Chu Chuhang relentlessly slaughtered the summoned creatures Pei Sun sent his way, as if tackling an endless challenge mode. He was convinced that his lack of cooldown and damage doubling talents made him the perfect counter to Pei Sun, certain he could shatter Pei Sun's last summoned creature. Little did he know that Pei Sun had been stockpiling since yesterday, with his summoning space now holding over 20,000, nearly 30,000 undead creatures. The ones he'd summoned so far were but a drop in the bucket compared to the vast horde within his summoning space. Seeing that this stalemate was unsustainable, Pei Sun no longer wished to continue the deadlock. He began scheming for a way to end this battle with the guy. After all, with so many people watching, if Chu Chuhang didn't feel embarrassed, he certainly did. Just then, a commanding voice boomed from the shelter's entrance. Enough! Startled, the crowd turned toward the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a black jacket and a slightly shorter young man stepping out from the shelter entrance. Mayor Liao. The examinees recognized the man's face and immediately greeted him. Mayor Liao? Upon hearing the name, Pei Sun instantly searched his memories from his previous life for any information related to it. Within mere seconds, Pei Sun grasped the gist. This middle-aged man, referred to by others as Mayor Liao, actually held the position of deputy mayor. But because he desperately wanted to become mayor, he liked being called Mayor Liao. For reasons unknown, he had served as deputy mayor in Fengyu City for 16 years. Mayors came and went, generation after generation, yet he never advanced beyond his position as deputy mayor. Liao Yu's brow furrowed, his expression stern as he strode directly toward Pei Sun and Chu Chuhang. In his memory, Mayor Liao had a notoriously bad temper and was perpetually unpredictable. Seeing this expression on his face, Pei Sun instantly felt an ominous foreboding. Almost simultaneously, upon sensing Liao Yu's approach, Pei Sun immediately recalled all his necromantic summons into his summoning space. Chu Chuhang also halted his abilities activation, though his disheveled appearance and fresh scars betrayed what had just transpired. You two have some nerve. Don't you know combat is strictly prohibited around the sanctuary? Or are you trying to intimidate me the moment you arrive? Liao Yu barked at them. Hearing this, Chu Chuhang glanced at Feng Shishuan before slowly lowering his head like a child who had done something wrong. Pei Sun, however, remained utterly unfazed. He met Liao Yuza's gaze without flinching, as if trying to read something in his eyes. Noticing Pei Sun's behavior, Liao Yuza's brow furrowed even deeper. He strode toward Pei Sun, his piercing gaze making the other man shiver. "You're that Pei Sun?" Liao Yuza asked, frowning. That Song Yingsen had claimed this boy was mentally unstable, and now it seemed there truly was something peculiar about him. Other children reacted to his presence as if encountering some terrifying specter, either bowing their heads or averting their gaze, scarcely daring to meet his eyes. And this one not only dared to look at him like that, but seemed to be actually sizing him up from head to toe. It was utterly defying the heavens. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Liao Yuza needed to know, was this child truly mentally unstable? If it was true, as Song Yingsen claimed, that this child had serious mental issues, then the terrifying power he possessed would be like a ticking nuclear bomb for them. Worse still, if this child had joined criminal forces, it would be a catastrophic blow to them. "Why did you clash with him?" Liao Yuza demanded sharply. Though Pei Sun's gaze didn't resemble that of a child who'd done wrong, Liao Yuza was looking at him with the eyes of a parent confronting a misbehaving child. Faced with the question, Pei Sun was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. If he were to recount the entire story, it would take an eternity. He summarized briefly, "He thinks I don't make his girlfriend feel secure." Liao Yuza froze at Pei Sun's answer, exchanging a look with Hu Bin. Both saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. He thinks I don't give his girlfriend a sense of security? How could these characters, clearly Chinese, form a sentence he couldn't comprehend? Was this even human speech? At this point, Liao Yuza was certain Pei Sun had lost his mind. But to be thorough, he still asked Chu Chuang in front of everyone. "Is what Pei Sun said true?" He's telling the truth. Not only did he fail to give Shixian a sense of security, he nearly caused her death in this strange world. From awakening his talent to now, it had been less than a week. Chu Chuang was still adjusting to his new identity as a powerful individual, striving to project the persona befitting such strength. Yet his innate sense of inferiority and utterly guileless nature made his speech somewhat abstract when facing a figure like Liao Yuza. He dared not entertain any other thoughts, completely immersed in his own inner world. Liao Yuza's brow furrowed into a question mark. He was starting to wonder if these two were teaming up to play him for a fool? "So you're saying your girlfriend needs someone else to make her feel secure?" Liao Yuza forced down his inner exasperation, asking in a deliberately calm tone, his words drawn out as if afraid he might mispronounce a single syllable. At those words, Chu Chuang abruptly jerked his head up, his face flushing crimson as he realized the outrageous statement he'd just made. How should he respond now? If he said yes, Mayor Liao would probably label him mentally unstable. But if he said no, it would seem like he didn't value his girlfriend at all. No matter how he answered, it fell off. Mayor Liao. It's my fault. I apologize to you. The root cause of the altercation with Pei Sun was entirely my doing. I'm willing to take full responsibility for all consequences. Hearing Chu Chuan's flushed response, Liao Yuza couldn't help but exchange another glance with Hu Bin. These two, they must be seriously ill, right? Especially this Chu Chuang. Not only is he mentally unstable, but he probably has some deep-seated psychological issues too? For a moment, Liao Yuza was at a loss for words. He began to regret not just walking away earlier. Ahem. Liao Yuza cleared his throat, his disdainful gaze sweeping over both of them. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he swallowed his words. After a long pause, Liao Yuza addressed them. "When the assessment period begins, you two are responsible for gathering the top 10 students on the leaderboard. Understood? Understood." No sooner had Liao Yuza finished speaking than Chu Chuang eagerly bellowed his reply. It was clear this guy loved helping the teacher get things done. Pei Sun couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. He didn't even know what most of the top 10 looked like. How was he supposed to find them? Chapter 36, Liao Yuza. Just as Liao Yuza was about to leave, a student suddenly shouted from behind. Mayor Liao! I need to report something." The abrupt outburst startled Liao Yuza. He whipped his head around to face the shouting candidate, his expression instantly turning icy. Shouting at him like this in a public setting was an extremely disrespectful act. Moreover, muttering about reporting him was also a form of questioning their testing methods. It was well known that before the candidates began their assessments, highly ranked practitioners had already set up magical arrays to detect whether the candidates possessed any prohibited items or had consumed any banned substances. Any issues would have been detected beforehand. While there was a minuscule chance of something slipping through, a second, more thorough inspection would be conducted after the assessment concluded. Regardless, it was not the candidates' place to question this, especially not by shouting in such a crowded setting. It was nothing short of provocation. What are you shouting about? How does this look in front of Mayor Liao? As students of our city, every word and action represents Fengyu City's image. What kind of behavior is this? Is there no discipline left? Before Liao Yuza could speak, Hu Bin frowned and scolded him bluntly. I'm sorry. But I have to report this. We need fairness for us test takers. The student's voice was slightly weaker, but he still spoke clearly, word by word. What's your name? Liao Yuza narrowed his eyes, stepping close to the boy and fixing him with an intense stare. I'm reporting anonymously. It had to be said that Liao Yuza's words carried an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The moment he finished speaking, the boy flinched, his voice stumbling as he spoke. Anonymous? You won't even tell me your name. How can I trust what you say? Are you trying to fabricate some lies? Why not? The city's suggestion box accepts anonymous submissions. Why can't I make an anonymous report? Oh, so you know it's a suggestion box? Well, I can choose not to accept suggestions from others. But a report is entirely different. I have to investigate the facts thoroughly. If you make a malicious report that causes negative consequences for someone else, I'll hold you accountable. Hearing this, the student fell silent, his face flushing with embarrassment. He lowered his head, only to see the surrounding students looking at him with encouraging eyes, as if they were placing their fate in his hands. His courage surged back. Fine, I'll say it. My name is Shi Yangyan, and I'm filing a formal complaint under my real name. Shi Yangyan's tone grew more resolute, his voice rising. We're standing right here, why are you shouting so loud? We're not deaf, Hu Bin retorted. Go ahead. What are you reporting? Though he asked this, Liao Yuza already guessed who this guy intended to report. I'm reporting Pei Sun from Fengyu 6th Middle School. Oh? What did he do? He used forbidden techniques, summoning endless creatures that looked neither alive nor dead. It was clearly a ban spell. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surrounding examinees chimed in agreement. Exactly. How could a summoner barely over level 10 summon so many creatures? Forget him being a 6th high candidate, even the top-tier genius summoners from 1st or 2nd high couldn't summon this many terrifying creatures at just over 10 levels. Even if he's top tier, could he possibly match Mayor Yao Jinchuan's level back in the day? Is he some kind of SSS tier summoner? This year's SSS tier talents are so few you could count them on less than one hand. How come we've never heard of such a genius emerging from 6th high? Mayor Yao Jinchuan was SSS tier 2, but even he wasn't this godlike back then. I think SSS tier doesn't even begin to describe his talent, it's practically cheating. So it's just cheating? Hearing the surrounding examinees chattering away, Hu Bin suddenly spoke up again, his voice filled with anger. Shut up. What do you take us for? If you have something to say it openly like the student. Stop being sneaky and playing smart. What are you gossiping about? Hu Bin's words seemed to carry a terrifying supernatural force. Upon hearing them, the examinees felt as if an invisible force had violently struck their entire bodies. Liao Yuza waved his hand, signaling Hu Bin to stop speaking. Liao Yuza understood these students, except for those purely seeking attention or stirring up trouble for publicity. He couldn't blame them. Even he found Pei Sun's ability to summon those things utterly unnatural. At first glance, he'd nearly thought it was a spirit uprising, how much more so for these students taking the exam? Claims require evidence. What proof do you have that Pei Sun used forbidden techniques? Evidence? What evidence do you need? Does his school count as evidence? A candidate from Fengyu 6th High School dominating the top spot on the rankings for nearly 24 straight hours, isn't that proof enough? And that third place guy, Xu Chuheng. They all need to be thoroughly investigated. Right. Investigate thoroughly. A small school like Fengyu number 6 High just a few years ago, they couldn't even crack the top 10. Now not only do they have 3 students on the list, but they've taken the top 2 spots outright. Who'd believe they got there without underhanded tactics? Exactly. I'm starting to suspect their principal pulled some strings. Hey! Don't say things like that. Mayor Liao is still here. Hearing the crowd's intense hostility and emotions, Liao Yuza felt utterly helpless. He too wanted to know how Pei Sun managed to summon so many bizarre things. But after arriving yesterday and inspecting the formation, he found nothing amiss, proof that Pei Sun was indeed above suspicion. What's more, this guy's entry list clearly marked him as a D-tier talent. He dared not mention it, revealing it would likely cause an uproar. At this point, he didn't know how to counter the contestants' accusations. He could only resort to official language. I understand everyone's feelings. But without rules, there can be no order. If you wish to report someone, you must present factual evidence. Otherwise, it's malicious false reporting. Yesterday's detection array found no abnormalities in Pei Sun's array, so Pei Sun is not at fault. We will conduct a second round of testing on the top 10 candidates, including Pei Sun. Once the results are in, I will inform everyone immediately. Please stop discussing this topic now. Hearing this, the surrounding students gradually quieted down. They seemed astonished that the usually hot-tempered Liao Yuza could compromise so easily. Even Hu Bin, standing nearby, wore a look of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 37, The Arrogant Yellow-Haired Brat. When did Mayor Liao become so easygoing? After giving his instructions, Liao Yuza motioned for everyone to disperse. His piercing gaze lingered on Pei Sun for a moment before he walked away. After Liao Yuza and Hu Bin departed, Xu Chuheng and Pei Sun locked eyes once more. Xu Chuheng's gaze remained sharp. Though clearly resentful, he made no further move. You got lucky today, Chu Chuhong said in a low voice. If Mayor Liao hadn't arrived, I would have beaten you and made you apologize to Shi Xian. Give me a break. You couldn't even defeat my summoned creatures, and you think you could beat me? Pei Sin rolled his eyes. Oomph. Chu Chuhong snorted coldly, his resentment palpable. It was just a matter of time running out. If we meet again after this assessment ends, you'll see if I can't wipe out every last one of your flashy, useless ghostly things. Pei Sin couldn't be bothered with this guy and simply went to find Zhuang Yushi instead. But he had to admit, this guy's abilities were genuinely impressive. If Pei Sun were just an ordinary summoner, he might actually have been outmatched by this guy. Where are you going? None of your business. Mayor Liao told us to find the other 8 people. You. SSS-SSS-SSS-SSS-SSS-SSS-SSS. You. Oomph, you're going to dodge even this small matter? I'll tell Mayor Liao about it later. Oh, go ahead. Even as he turned his back and walked away, Pei Sun couldn't resist rolling his eyes. This guy really seems to have some serious issues. Upon reaching Zhuang Yushi's side, Pei Sun instantly switched to a different expression. Am I handsome or what? Not bad. Zhuang Yushi crossed her arms over her chest, wearing an expression that said she'd expected nothing less. That's all you've got, okay? You didn't even lift a finger, it's all thanks to your summoned creatures. Well, I summoned them all too. After bickering with Zhuang Yushi for a few moments, he realized this girl was actually pretty amusing. He found himself growing more and more charmed by her. Watching Pei Sun walk away, Chu Chuhong stood rooted to the spot, momentarily at a loss. He began regretting why he'd agreed so decisively to Mayor Liao earlier. With so many people present, Chu Chuhong felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had no idea what the others looked like. Where was he supposed to find them? He couldn't very well start bellowing questions at the top of his lungs, could he? Or was he really supposed to go around questioning each person individually? The mere thought sent a shiver down Chu Chuhong's spine. A wave of intense resistance surged within him, instantly quashing the idea. After all, Chu Chuhong had always been a solitary soul. Initiating conversation with others was practically unthinkable for the person he used to be. Asking each person for information was more agonizing than fighting another fierce battle against Pei Sun's summoned creature. He stood frozen in place for a long while, his brow furrowed as he racked his brain for a solution. But as the assessment deadline approached, he remained utterly stumped. With no other choice, he turned his pleading gaze toward Feng Shixian. Shixian, what should I do? I don't even know what I look like. Chu Chuhong's voice carried a hint of panic and helplessness as he looked at Feng Shixian with a touch of expectation. Yet Feng Shixian's expression remained utterly unruffled. She casually replied, I don't know what to do either. Why did you agree so readily just now? With so many people here, why don't you just go find those guys yourself? Shixian, could you ask for me? I just can't bring myself to ask them. Chu Chuhong scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes brimming with tenderness and pleading. It was hard to believe this was the same man who had just fought moments ago. Me? Chu Chuhong? Are you kidding me? You want me, a girl, to ask them in front of all these people? You care about your dignity, but what about mine? Feng Shixian's voice rose sharply, her tone turning sharp as she frowned and shouted at Chu Chuhong. Shixian, don't get angry. I was just asking your opinion. If you don't want to go, it's fine, I'll handle this myself. Seeing Feng Shixian's anger, Chu Chuhong hurriedly tried to placate her in a softer voice, forcing a strained smile onto his face in an attempt to ease the tense atmosphere. Feng Shixian saw this look on Chu Chuhong's face, and a fleeting, barely perceptible flash of disgust crossed her eyes. A man who was fundamentally lowly and servile, truly disgusting. Seeing no other solution, Chu Chuhong paced anxiously back and forth. Suddenly, after a few minutes, his eyes lit up as if he'd thought of something. Feng Shixian watched him with confusion as he walked straight toward a candidate. What's your name? Did you make it into the top 10? Chu Chuhong asked with feigned humility. This candidate had witnessed Chu Chuhong's heroic performance throughout and held him in awe. When asked, he immediately answered honestly that he hadn't. What about you? Made it into the top 10? Chu Chuhong turned to another examinee. No, the candidate replied respectfully. For the next few minutes, Chu Chuhong continued asking each candidate in turn. Until he reached the student with dyed yellow hair styled in an upside-down look. That's when the tone shifted. What's your name? Did you make it into the top 10? Chu Chuhong asked in the same manner as before. The student froze for a moment, then frowned and shouted. Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours whether I made it or not? What the hell do you care? This time, it was Chu Chuhong's turn to be taken aback. But thinking this guy might have run into some trouble during the assessment, he still spoke calmly. My apologies for the intrusion. Mayor Liao asked me to locate the top 10 candidates. Could you please? Are you deaf? Can't you understand a word I'm saying? Get lost. Before Chu Chuhong could finish, the man cut him off mid-sentence and launched into another tirade. Chu Chuhong finally couldn't hold back, his brows furrowing deeply. What the hell are you staring at? Got a problem? The yellow-haired candidate, seeing Chu Chuhong's expression, instantly flew into a rage. He glanced at the emblem on Chu Chuhong's school uniform and sneered with contempt. 6th high? Made it this far? Lucky for you. I suggest you disappear from my sight right now. Otherwise, I'll make you regret every step you've taken. Clearly, this guy was new to the scene. Seeing him dare to yell at Chu Chuhong like that, the surrounding students were already sweating bullets for him. Xiao Chuhong was already seething with pent-up anger. First, he'd been belatedly tricked by Pei Sun, then cold-shouldered by Feng Shixian. He'd been looking for an outlet for his frustration. Seeing this yellow-haired brat's arrogant demeanor, Chu Chuhong could no longer hold back. His special abilities began to stir within him. Yo! What's that look on your face? What? Think you can lay a finger on me? You think I can't make you? Chapter 38, Playing games will send you flying. Before he could finish, Chu Chuhong's massive fist, fueled by a fierce glare, slammed into the blonde punk's face. Thud! The yellow-haired punk was instantly knocked flying over 10 meters away. Put! From that single punch alone, the yellow-haired guy violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Chuhong. Closer inspection revealed a massive fist-shaped imprint smack in the center of his face, with blood trickling from his left nostril. You have a choice, Chu Chuhong snarled, his expression ruthless. Either answer my questions truthfully, or hand over your points and get the hell back to Blue Star right now. The blonde-haired man was instantly too terrified to utter a sound. This guy looked so meek and easy to bully, but why was he so brutal when it came to fighting? And wasn't he a candidate from 6th high? Since when did 6th high candidates become this formidable? Could he be one of the top 10 on the rankings? The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he dared not dwell on it further. Could things get any worse? Finishing 11th was already frustrating enough. Just venting a little, and I get caught by a big shot who punishes me harshly. Why is today so cursed? I'm sure Shiyun. 11th place I didn't make the top 10. Sure Shiyun stammered out each word, trembling like a frightened kitten. Why didn't you just behave like this earlier? Did you really need a punch to get you to cooperate? Chu Chuhong shot the kid a glare before moving on to the next examinee. What's your name? Did you make the top 10? No. Having witnessed Chu Chuhong's violent display, this candidate stood as straight as a bamboo pole, not daring to breathe a word. Before Chu Chuhong could finish speaking, he immediately answered loudly. Seeing this, Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy had some moves. And within the next few minutes, Chu Chuhong actually found several candidates. Chao Ruoshi ranked 8th. For some reason, this girl seemed much more subdued now, a complete contrast to how she'd appeared when she first met Pei Sun. She was practically a different person. The moment Pei Sun spotted Chao Ruoshi, she noticed him too. But after glancing at him a few times, she quickly looked away. Pei Tian ranked 10th. At first glance, Chu Chuhong froze. How could this guy look so much like Pei Sun? If not for Pei Sun still standing there, he would have thought this was Pei Sun. Compared to Pei Sun, however, Pei Tian was considerably more polite. Facing Chu Chuhong's tone, which still carried traces of anger, Pei Tian simply stated his name as instructed. It made Chu Chuhong want to ask what the hell this guy's relationship with Pei Sun was, but considering the tight schedule ahead and fearing unnecessary trouble, he decided against it. 5 minutes later, Chu Chuhong approached a girl with an icy demeanor and fair skin. His tone had softened considerably as he asked, "What's your name? Did you make it into the top 10? Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as an icy gaze swept over Chu Chuhong, sending a chill down his spine. Mayor Liao instructed me to tally the number of top 10 entrants. Hearing this, the girl's frown finally relaxed. She replied coldly, Gu Xinjiang. I made it into the top 10. Though he had already guessed this girl was Gu Xinjiang, hearing her say it aloud still surprised Chu Chuhong. This was the girl who had dominated the second spot on the rankings from start to finish. With her quiet, reserved demeanor and an icy aura that kept others at arm's length, it was hard to imagine how she had fought her way to second place. With the final member of the top 10 located, the weight pressing on Chu Chuhong's throat finally lifted. Come with me. Mayor Liao has something to discuss with us, Chu Chuhong said. Gu Xingqiang nodded and promptly followed behind Chu Chuhong. Chu Chuhong led Gu Xingqiang to gather the other confirmed top 10 candidates, finally arriving near Pei Sun. Upon arriving, Chu Chuhong merely shot Pei Sun a fierce glare before turning away to call out the names once more. Only after confirming everyone was present did he speak. My apologies for taking up your time. Mayor Liao instructed me to gather everyone here. Now that we're all present, let's proceed. With that, Chu Chuhong strode ahead alone, while Pei Sun, Zhuang Yushi, and the others followed behind. Pei Sun scanned the group. He recognized nearly everyone present, save for 2 or 3 unfamiliar faces. He scanned left and right, his eyes darting around as if trying to take in every single face. His curious gaze first lingered on Chao Ruoshi. But after staring at him for a while, the guy just kept walking ahead expressionless, as if deliberately avoiding Pei Sun's gaze. His gaze then settled on Pei Tian. Though they were blood relatives, Pei Sun felt no trace of familial warmth toward this man. It wasn't solely because he was a transmigrated soul. The previous owner of this body had felt the same way in his memories. Feeling Pei Sun's gaze, Pei Tian slowly turned around, locking eyes with him. The look in Pei Tian's eyes was incredibly subtle, a mix of puzzlement and disbelief, yet also tinged with a meaningful, joyful hint. For a moment, Pei Sun couldn't quite decipher what this guy was thinking. After Pei Tian turned away, Pei Sun shifted his gaze to Gu Xinzhong. The moment he saw Gu Xinzhong, Pei Sun was stunned. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Truly an ethereal beauty. Her exquisitely sculpted face, skin as smooth as jade, long hair like ink cascading over her fragrant shoulders, a delicate nose and rosy lips. Tall and slender, her flawless complexion was as white as snow. Combined with the icy aura she radiated, she surpassed even the most stunning female leads in the manga he'd read in his previous life. Holy moly! How could anyone be this beautiful? Noticing Pei Sun's gaze, Gu Xinzhong's eyes flashed with undisguised disgust. She was no stranger to such repulsive stares in her daily life, but she never imagined that the prodigy who stood out among thousands would be such a lecherous scoundrel. 2 minutes later. Creak! Zhu Chuang gently pushed open the door to Liao Yu's office. The moment he stepped halfway inside, his pupils dilated instantly, and he froze in place. Come on, why are you blocking the door? It's so narrow, we can't even fit through. Pei Sun nudged Zhu Chuang while glancing into the office. But the moment he stepped inside, he too froze in shock. What? Why are there so many people? This can't be right. Anyone walking by would think they'd come to turn themselves in. But even the most heinous murderer wouldn't be interrogated by this many people? And these people, each one radiated an intimidating aura. No need to guess they were all big shots from Fengyu City. Thud. After all 10 entered, the door slammed shut without warning, startling the last person to walk in. Chapter 39, Tactics. In the small office, besides the 10 candidates, the other side of the desk was packed with over 20 people. At the forefront sat Liao Yuza at the very front. His piercing gaze swept expressionlessly over the 10 candidates. Compared to his earlier demeanor in the public gathering outside, he now seemed even more unsettling. Even Pei Sun, who prided himself on his mental fortitude, felt a chill run down his spine under Liao Yuza's stare. After a long pause, Liao Yuza finally spoke in a deep, solemn voice. First, congratulations to the 10 of you who advanced to the top 10. Next, you will all undergo a second assessment. Let me make this clear up front, if anyone has used improper means, it's best to confess now. I can overlook it, and the punishment will be no more than forfeiting your spot this time. But if I discover it, prepare to go to prison. 10 years minimum. I'll count down from 3. 3. Liao Yuza's gaze grew sharper, and the tension in the office thickened. The other influential figures present all furrowed their brows, their piercing stares seeming capable of shattering their psychological defenses. 2. Seeing no reaction after his countdown, Liao Yuza's icy gaze suddenly fixed on Pei Sun. A terrifying sense of pressure instantly descended upon him, making it hard for Pei Sun to breathe. Pei Sun, are you certain you're clean? Pei Sun's face paled, his instincts kicking in to summon his necromantic creature. Oomph. Fengyu 6th High has certainly made a name for itself. After years of obscurity, it makes a splash with its first major move. Not only did 3 of its students crack the top 10, but 1 even secured the number 1 spot. Truly, the young generation is formidable. As soon as Liao Yuza finished speaking, a leader's voice cut in, shrill and dripping with sarcasm. Director Su, drop the sarcasm. Hurry up and have teacher he conduct the verification. I want to see what tricks this kid used to not only bypass teacher his first verification checkpoint but also dare to act so brazenly during the assessment. He clearly doesn't give a damn about the entire Fengyu City administration. Another leader barked, his furious tone revealing long simmering resentment. Pei Sun, I'll ask you this once. Do you admit to violating the rules? Liao Yuza glared at Pei Sun, his voice thick with venom. Bei Shuan's forehead was now beaded with large drops of sweat. His breathing grew increasingly ragged, and his face visibly flushed crimson. The other top 10 contestants had anticipated a second round of scrutiny focused on Pei Sun, but none had foreseen it being conducted in such a brutal manner. Pei Tian and Chao Ruoshi showed little change in expression, merely watching Pei Sun impassively, while Chu Chuang and Feng Shixian wore smug looks. Zhuang Yushi, seeing this, grew frantic and shouted, "What evidence do you have that Pei Sun violated the rules? This is intimidation. Deputy Mayor Liao, you just told others not to make baseless accusations, yet now you're pressuring Pei Sun without any evidence? How dare you?" As soon as Zhuang Yushi finished speaking, another wave of terrifying, intangible pressure descended upon her. Since when does a little girl like you dare question us? Don't think we don't know you and Pei Sun have been reaping all the benefits from your partnership. Rest assured. Once Pei Sun's violations are confirmed, you'll be the next one punished. Another leader slammed his fist on the table, roaring at Zhuang Yushi. Gu Xingqiang watched the scene unfold, astonished. She hadn't expected these people to act with such lightning speed and such crude efficiency. So this is the one they call Pei Sun. Watching Pei Sun, who was nearly crushed by the terrifying pressure until he could barely stand straight, a flicker of astonishment passed through Gu Xinxian's eyes. She had initially assumed he was simply grinding points, but now realized he'd resorted to prohibited methods during the assessment. Her curiosity was piqued. What kind of forbidden method could have allowed him to rake in over 100,000 points in just 24 hours? As far as she knew, the top scorer in the previous Fengyu City assessment had only managed 50,000 points. She had planned to overshadow last year's results by securing 60,000 points and bask in glory, but now all the spotlight had been stolen by this Pei Sun. So even though she resented the others' bullying tactics, she still thought it best to get Pei Sun kicked out first. Pei Sun struggled to lift his head, glaring furiously at Liao Yuza. He never imagined Liao Yuza would be such a two-faced hypocrite. Oomph. To think a high-ranking official of Fengyu City would stoop to such despicable acts truly eye-opening. Panting, Pei Sun glared at Liao Yuza, his words coming out with difficulty, each one filled with fury. Liao Yuza was clearly using this brutal, violent tactic to force him to admit to misconduct and give up his spot. Though he didn't know who wielded such immense power, Liao Yuza personally attacking him in front of the other 9 candidates was a blatant attempt to ruin his reputation. After staring intently at Pei Sun for a few moments, Liao Yuza declared, "I gave you a chance. Since you refused to seize this opportunity, prepare to rot in a Chinese prison." With that, the terrifying pressure surrounding Pei Sun dissipated. "Professor He, begin the assessment." Liao Yuza's face darkened as his voice turned icy. A bespectacled male instructor with an air of scholarly refinement approached. 10 students, stand in line. We'll test you one by one, Mingyuan instructed Pei Sun and the others. Only then did Pei Sun struggle to stand straight, his vicious gaze sweeping over Liao Yuza and the other leaders. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of pity passed through the icy corner of Chu Chuang's eye. Mingyuan stepped before the 10 individuals, raising his palm toward them. Amidst their puzzled gazes, a circular rune slowly materialized on his palm. Once fully formed, the rune emitted an eerily crimson glow that enveloped every inch of the 10 individuals. The crimson light swept over each person's body. Chu Chuang and the others felt as if their bodies were being completely analyzed by the light, their entire forms appearing to turn crimson. Xu Chuhong, no issues. Chao Ruoshi, no issues. Fang Shixian is not. The voices in the office grew fainter and fainter, until only He Mingyuan's remained. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, so thick you could hear a pin drop. Liao Yuza stared wide-eyed at the people being scanned by He Mingyuan, feeling extremely tense. Especially as it neared Pei Sun's turn, not only he but all the other leaders frowned deeply, watching the scene without blinking. Beep. Beep. A piercing beeping sound suddenly rang out. This was the signal emitted by the crimson light when it detected prohibited items or substances. Chapter 40, by Mantong cheating? Liao Yuza's expression instantly darkened. The other leaders' eyes widened simultaneously, their faces shifting with shock. By Mantong cheating. Took a 5th-tier prohibited substance before the exam, energy release potion. Several examinees, including Pei Sun, were utterly shocked. Their gazes shifted to Bai Mantong, whose abdomen bore faint traces of yellowish-green residue. Upon hearing He Mingyuan's accusation, Bai Mantong's expression froze instantly, her entire body turning to stone where she stood. Bam! Liao Yuza slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet with a clatter. He whipped his head around and roared at someone behind him. "Zhou Nizhou? You think you're so tough now? You actually brought in 5th-tier banned substances? You really want to test my limits, don't you, Liao Yuza?" Zhou Nizhou stood up, equally stunned and bewildered, stammering. Mayor Liao. You've got the wrong idea. Misunderstanding? What the hell am I misunderstanding? Don't tell me you didn't know she used performance-enhancing drugs. Are you really willing to risk your life for a single spot? Liao Yuza's furious eyes seemed to shoot flames. Zhou Nizhou was the principal of Fengyu No. 2 High School, the head of the institution. Gulp. In the office, already eerily quiet, Zhou Nizhou's swallow was audibly clear. I truly had no knowledge of this matter, Mayor Liao. Zhou Nizhou stammered, his face etched with innocence. You dare claim ignorance again? Your Zhong family dominates Fengyu City's pharmaceutical industry. You still won't admit it? If not you, then tell me who else could it be? Who else could procure 5th-tier energy release potions? Liao Yuza glared at Zhou Nizhou, his face twisted with fury as he shouted. The other leaders present, witnessing this scene, were all startled by Liao Yuza's furious demeanor, their expressions turning unnatural. Oomph. Liao Yuza snorted coldly, slamming his hand hard on the desk once more. He turned his head, his icy gaze shifting to Bai Mantong. You've got some nerves of steel. Ordinary tactics don't faze you, do they? Liao Yuza stepped in front of Bai Mantong and said coldly. You'd better tell me the truth. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your life. You should know how severely our country cracks down on drugs like this. Faced with Liao Yuza's furious expression, Bai Mantong couldn't withstand the pressure any longer and burst into tears. It's not mine. This isn't mine. Wah! I didn't even plan to take it. Bai Mantong cried out in a broken, sobbing voice. What are you crying for? Answer me. If it's not yours, then whose is it? You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, you'll only be adding to your crimes. Liao Yuza knew he had breached the girl's psychological defenses and pressed her relentlessly. No, please don't. Please don't, Mayor Liao. It really isn't mine. This. Principal Zhang Yizhou gave it to me. Bai Mantong sobbed. Hearing this, Liao Yuza's expression froze instantly, revealing a look of disbelief yet somehow anticipation. Liao Yuza slowly turned around, his gaze as sharp as a dagger locking onto Zhang Yizhou. Upon hearing Bai Mantong's words, Zhang Yizhou's entire demeanor collapsed. His eyes darted frantically toward Liao Yuza as he turned, panic reaching its peak. You! What nonsense are you spouting, Bai Mantong? When did I ever give you any banned substances? What are your motives for making such false accusations at a time like this? Is Qingfeng Enterprises behind this? Unable to meet Liao Yuza's gaze, Zhang Yizhou instead turned to the sobbing Bai Mantong and shouted at her. This sudden turn of events left Pei Sun dumbfounded. At first, he'd assumed Liao Yuza was pulling some kind of stunt, even bringing in this so-called teacher he and Bai Rantong to act it out. But as he watched, he realized this didn't seem like a performance at all. Especially this Zhang Yizhou, it seemed like the guy had really gotten himself into some serious trouble. Qingfeng Enterprises? The moment Zhang Yizhou uttered those 4 words, Pei Sun's mind raced. Qingfeng Enterprises was a renowned pharmaceutical brand in Fengyu City. It was common knowledge that nearly all pharmaceutical businesses in Fengyu were monopolized by the Zhong family's Zhong Enterprises. Only the recently emerged Qingfeng Enterprises had the standing to challenge the Zhong Enterprises. And naturally, Zhang Yizhou had pinned this slanderous accusation squarely on Qingfeng Enterprises. Wah! Principal Zhong. How could you do this? You were the one who told me that bottle of 5th-tier energy release potion would definitely not be detected. I only dared to drink it because of you. How can you deny it now? What am I supposed to do? Bai Mantong was already reduced to a tearful mess, her eyes reddened as she sniffled and explained while wiping her eyes with her sleeve. You! Mayor Liao! This child is spreading lies. I never said any such thing, nor did I ever give him any potion. You can't just believe this little brat's one-sided story. This must be some faction, definitely Qingfeng Enterprises trying to frame me. Zhang Yizhou was completely flustered, his responses rambling incoherently, spouting irrelevant nonsense unrelated to the matter at hand. Principal Zhong. You personally told me this was a 5th-tier enhancement drug you'd worked so hard to obtain, claiming it would never be detected. Now that it's been discovered, you just wash your hands of it? What about me, Principal Zhong? Am I supposed to go to jail for you? Liao Yuza glared at Zhang Yizhou, his voice cold and gritted with anger. Zhang Yizhou, rest assured I will investigate you thoroughly. He was genuinely furious. He had brought this group here because none of them believed Pei Sun hadn't cheated. They insisted on witnessing Pei Sun pass the detection methods before they would relent. Though Liao Yuza held higher authority, faced with such intense public outrage, he had no choice but to bring everyone along. His belief in Pei Sun stemmed from the fact that teacher He Mingyuan had broken through to legendary tier before this assessment, significantly enhancing his detection capabilities. Thus, when all students passed the first stage screening, he was convinced no one had violated the rules. Yet, to his shock, banned substances had surfaced, and to evade He Mingyuan's detection, the perpetrator had even escalated to using 5th-tier banned agents. Previously, the highest-tier banned agents detected had only reached 4th tier. Liao Yuza turned back, glaring at Bai Mantong as he demanded. Is one spot worth such a huge risk? That's a 5th-tier energy release potion. Are you really that reckless? Energy-releasing agents were the most prevalent banned substance on the market. Their significant enhancement of supernatural abilities made them highly sought after by drug dealers. Though the side effect was prolonged inability to use supernatural powers afterward, some still succumbed to temptation to prove their strength in the moment. Chapter 41, Maple Feather Government Office. A 5th-tier energy release potion could boost a practitioner's stored energy reserves nearly 5-fold, but its side effects were far more pronounced. What might normally cause only 1 or 2 hours of weakness could extend to nearly 10 hours. If the body experiences severe rejection, it could even lead to paralysis, loss of sensitivity to psychic abilities, and permanent inability to use them ever again. In the Huaxia city-state on Blue Star, this might be manageable. But here? This is another world. This was a place where one could lose their life at any moment. Scolded by Liao Yuza, Bai Mantong's bright eyes filled with hurt, though her sobs grew quieter. It seemed she understood she had made a mistake. After all, if she had refused to take it, would Zhang Yizhou have forcibly administered it to her? Zhang Yizhou did it for the school's reputation, while Bai Mantong did it for her own grades. It could only be said that they deserved this outcome. Liao Yuza's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, furious at this sudden turn of events. Continue the scan. As Liao Yuza angrily barked out those 4 words, the crimson light emitted by He Mingyuan resumed scanning toward the next target. Student Pei Tian shows no issues. Gu Xingqiong, no issues. Pei Sun. No issues. As the crimson light swept over him, Pei Sun felt a wave of warmth envelop his skin, an incredibly soothing sensation. After scanning him for half a minute, the light finally withdrew. Hearing this, Liao Yuza, whose gaze had been fixed on Pei Sun the entire time, finally let out a long sigh of relief. The other leaders and teachers present, however, could no longer sit still. He's fine? That can't be possible? Teacher did you make a mistake? Pei Sun, how could he possibly be fine? Exactly, teacher His score of over 100,000 points is unprecedented in Fengyu City's entire history. The highest score ever recorded here was 70,000 points by a student with SSS-level talent. How could this kid from 6th middle school, who's barely even heard of, possibly achieve over 100,000 points on his own? Teacher why don't you recheck the results? This outcome, it's simply too hard to believe. Hearing this, Liao Yuza could no longer contain himself. He turned and glared at them. Luo Hanlei? You think I'm giving you some kind of special treatment? You insisted on coming over to see the results yourself when you didn't believe it, and now that you've seen them, you refuse to acknowledge them? What the hell is your problem? Are you questioning teacher Ming Yuan's abilities? Or are you just trying to oppose me, Liao Yuza, because you can't stand seeing me do well? You really think I, Liao Yuza, won't lay a finger on you? You actually believe working at the Fengyu City military headquarters gives you free rein to act lawless? Luo Hanlei stared blankly at the furious Liao Yuza, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. He forced a smile. How could that be, Mayor Liao? I was merely expressing some doubt. After all, that 100,000 points, it is rather exaggerated. Well, now that the test results are in, we naturally believe them, we certainly believe them. Liao Yuza turned his gaze to the aggressive figures beside Luo Hanlei, his voice sharp and unforgiving. And you lot. My patience with you has reached its absolute limit today. Consider yourselves unlucky to have stumbled into my powder keg. Before I lose it completely, you'd better get out of here now. At those words, Luo Hanlei's expression froze instantly. The looks on the faces of the people beside him also stiffened one by one, something clearly off. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Hanlei gave a few awkward chuckles before saying, Mayor Liao, please don't be so angry. It was indeed our fault today we didn't consider things thoroughly enough. Since that's the case, we'll step out for now. With that, Luo Hanlei slowly composed his expression and led his companions out of the office. Once outside the office, one of them immediately voiced his discontent. Brother Lei, isn't Liao Yuza being way too arrogant? He's been deputy mayor for over a decade and still hasn't made it to mayor. What gives him the right to talk to us like that? Anyone watching would think he's the mayor of Fengyu City. Even Yao Jinchuan wouldn't dare talk to us like that. What gives him the right? Exactly, Brother Lei. He's just a lowly deputy mayor, yet he dares to boss us around. Who among us can put up with that? Luo Hanlei's expression gradually calmed as he said in a deep voice. Enough of this. We have to endure it, whether we like it or not. Let's head back first. Alright. Inside the office. After dismissing Luo Hanlei and the others, the rest of the group brought by Liao Yuza also wisely slipped away, fearing Liao Yuza might vent his displeasure on them. Thus, aside from Liao Yuza and Hu Bin, only Ming Yuan and the 10 top-ranked candidates remained in the office. Phew! Liao Yuza exhaled deeply, shed his coat, and casually sank into a chair. Only then did Pei Sun and the others notice the cold sweat beading on his forehead. Please sit down, teacher You all sit down too. No need to stand. Seeing that Pei Sun hadn't uncovered anything, Zhu Chuhong and Fang Shixian immediately lost their composure. They exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Gu Xingqiong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Pei Sun repeatedly. He hadn't violated any rules. And under normal, non-violating operations, he'd actually earned over 100,000 points. How on earth did he manage that? What Gu Xingqiong didn't know was that Pei Sun only had over 100,000 points because he had transferred a significant portion to Zhuang Yushi. If her points were included, the total would be an astonishing figure. Seeing that Pei Sun had come through unscathed, Zhuang Yushi instantly broke into a sweet smile. Pei Sun glanced at Liao Yuza before nervously settling into his chair. From the earlier exchange between Liao Yuza and Luo Hanlei, he sensed that Liao Yuza still trusted him. He also understood that Liao Yuza's earlier pressure tactics were merely a performance for others' benefit. Are you okay? Liao Yuza's tone softened, his eyes filled with concern. He knew he hadn't held back earlier. I'm fine, Mayor Liao, Pei Sun replied. Liao Yuza nodded, then said. I apologize for putting you through that earlier. But there was truly no other way. Those people won't let it go unless they see it with their own eyes. I understand, sir. As the deputy mayor, Liao Yuza had already pushed himself to his limits with what had just transpired. Chapter 42, 11th place. Those individuals sitting at the same level as Liao Yuza were certainly no nobodies. Liao Yuza nodded, then shifted his gaze to Bai Mantong standing nearby. The girl stood there with tear-filled eyes, looking deeply wronged. She hesitated, unable to sit down yet reluctant to leave, lost in thought. Sigh. Liao Yuza shook his head helplessly, exhaling a long breath before instructing He Mingyuan, escort her out. Bring in the 11th place candidate. Understood. With that, He Mingyuan led the sniffling by Manton out of the room. He had already memorized his congratulatory speech perfectly, but this unexpected turn of events left him at a loss for words when facing Pei Sun. Ha! Liao Yuza suddenly let out a soft exclamation, his gaze toward Pei Sun tinged with added confusion. Does your teacher know you're taking this exam? Pei Sun paused for a moment before nodding. Yes. Hearing this, Liao Yuza furrowed his brow in thought. This kid didn't seem to have any mental issues, after all. Then does Teacher Song know you're a D-tier talent? Yes. Liao Yuza's expression darkened instantly. While I don't understand how a D-tier talent like you could demonstrate such astonishing abilities, since there was no violation, it must be justified. What I want to know now is, why did Teacher Song allow you to take the assessment knowing full well you were a D-tier talent? Mayor Liao, it's not Teacher Song's fault. It has nothing to do with her. I insisted on taking it, Pei Sun said earnestly. Having witnessed so many manipulative girls in his past life, he now found himself playing the manipulator, and it felt surprisingly satisfying. Sure enough, Liao Yuza, whose anger had yet to subside, flew into a rage upon hearing this. That Song Yingxin is utterly audacious. Is this how she treats her own students? Treating their lives as worthless as grass? Not only did she defy superior orders, but she committed such an outrageous act that provokes the wrath of both heaven and man. Xiao Hu! Go fetch Song Yingxin for me. Seeing Liao Yuza's furious expression, one could tell he was ready to skin Song Yingxin alive. The others, having overheard their exchange, all wore expressions of utter disbelief. Grade D talent? You've got to be kidding me. I'd believe it if you said it was 5 S-tier talent. You're telling me it's D-tier? A D-tier talent had suppressed them for a full 24 hours? Though doubt clouded their eyes, none dared speak up, fearing they might provoke the already furious Liao Yuza. Only Fang Shishuan's eyes betrayed a bitter taste. He really was D-tier after all. But how could a D-tier talent possess such terrifying abilities? For a moment, Fang Shishuan began to regret. Had she known Pei Sun's D-tier talent was this powerful, how could she have ever parted ways with him? Perhaps by now, Pei Sun would be first and she second. This thought only deepened her regret. Not only was Pei Sun more handsome than Chu Chuheng, but his intelligence and emotional intelligence clearly outshone Chu Chuheng's. How could she have been so decisive in breaking up with him back then? Now he had that vixen by his side. Returning to their former relationship seemed even more impossible. Fang Shishuan shot Zhuang Yushi a fierce glare, only to find Zhuang Yushi was already sizing her up from head to toe and meeting her gaze without flinching. Fang Shishuan's pupils instantly narrowed with intense displeasure. Her gaze, almost murderous, seemed to scream, "I'm the real deal here. Who do you think you are, you little mistress?" Zhuang Yushi had long since guessed Fang Shishuan's identity. She knew exactly what was going on. Fang Shishuan had broken up with Pei Sun right after he awakened his D-rank talent, and now she was regretting it and trying to come crawling back. The whole scene struck her as rather amusing. Since he was a man she, Zhuang Yushi, had set her sights on, there was no way she'd let him slip away so easily. A few minutes later, He Mingyuan pushed open the door, dragging along a guy with dyed yellow hair, the very same one who clashed with Shi Shiyun and Chu Chuheng. This guy was now beaming with a smile, looking like a completely different person from the gloomy face he'd worn just moments ago. Upon seeing Chu Chuheng, Shi Shiyun froze momentarily, then reluctantly forced his smile into a more subdued expression. Hu Bin followed shortly after, but he came alone. Seeing this, Liao Yuza's already furrowed brow deepened. Where's Song Yingxin? She's not in the waiting area. I just checked the Blue Star Wilderness Shelter when I returned, and she wasn't there either. No idea where she went, Hu Bin replied truthfully. Liao Yuza instantly understood what had happened and coldly declared. That son of a... He dared to run. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Shi Shiyun, witnessing this scene, froze in terror, unable to move. She stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Liao Yuza. Though she'd long heard rumors of Mayor Liao's unpredictable temper and fiery nature, witnessing it firsthand was beyond anything she'd imagined. Oomph. Liao Yuza gave another cold snort before sizing Shi Shiyun up from head to toe. You're the 11th ranked candidate? Yes, yes. I am. My name is Shi Shiyun. Shi Shiyun hurriedly replied. Teacher, conduct the assessment. Liao Yuza said lazily. Understood. With that, He Mingyuan once again emitted the crimson light. Student Shi Shiyun, normal. Hearing this, Liao Yuza finally relaxed. Alright, thank you for your help, teacher He. If you have any matters to attend to, please go ahead. Not at all, not at all. I'll take my leave now, Mayor Liao. If you need anything else, just call me. Goodbye. With that, He Mingyuan exited the office. Gazing at the 10 children before him, Liao Yuza's eyes flashed with sharp intensity. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, but each time the words died on his lips. Liao Yuza glanced at his watch, waved his hand, and instructed Hu Bin. Take them to register. Results will be posted in the exam waiting area in 20 minutes. Understood. Students, please follow me. In the exam waiting area, the teachers' discussions grew increasingly heated and lively. Beaming with joy, they seemed confident in their students' performance. I hear your geniuses from number 2 high have been scoring exceptionally high on recent mock exams. Looks like your school might secure 3 or even 4 spots this year. No. Teacher Lee, you're too kind. How can mock exam results compare to the real thing? Getting 2 spots would be great if we actually get 3. I'll take you out for drinks in the provincial capital. Oh, Mr. Zhang, you're being too modest. Didn't your class get 3 spots last year? How could the results possibly get worse year after year? Ha. If you ask me, first high will still take the lion's share of spots this year. I heard their teachers are super confident in their students. Especially that Lude he just swore up and down their class will get at least 1 spot. Chapter 43, Maple Feather High School's 3 spots? 2 spots per class? That's outrageous. Other schools struggle to get even 1, and he's getting 2 per class? That means Lude's special teacher qualification is practically guaranteed this year, right? What can you do? He's just that talented. Sigh. It's like the flood kills the drowned and the drought kills the parched. If our number 3 high can even hold on to 1 spot this year, we'll be lucky. Yeah. Let's hope our 4th middle school can snag 1 too. Hey, wait, where's Teacher Song? Why isn't he here? No idea. He left ages ago. I'd forgotten he was even here until you mentioned it. Listen up, everyone. This Song Yingsin, she might have some secret connection with Liao Yuza. Ha? You can't just make things up like that. How is that making things up? Sigh. I can't explain it to you right now. Let's wait and see the rankings later. Maybe 6th high school will get 1 or 2 spots. Don't joke around, Teacher Wang. If the 6th high candidates even make it back alive, that'd be something. Securing spots? Exactly, Teacher Wang. In my opinion, the real highlight this year will be 1st high. They might even snag 5 spots. 20 minutes later. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the large classroom serving as the exam waiting area. Ding! This assessment has concluded. We will now announce the top 100 students. Ding dong! This assessment has concluded. In the very center of the large classroom directly facing the massive screen, a middle-aged man in the prime of his life, radiating cheerful energy, was chatting contentedly with someone beside him. His companion responded enthusiastically to every remark. Teacher Lu. I'll congratulate you in advance. It seems the sole special grade teacher position in Fengyu City this year is yours for the taking. Ah. Don't say such things so early. I'm just confident in my students. Whether I can secure the spot is still up in the air. Look at you. Teacher Lu being modest again. Which of the students you've recommended over the years hasn't secured the spot? Exactly, Teacher Lu. At this point, let's all get the atmosphere going. Teacher Lu is truly a legend. To cultivate 2 top-tier geniuses for Fengyu City from a single class. Some schools can't even produce 1 genius, let alone an entire class. Teacher Lu has consistently produced 1 top-tier genius for Fengyu City year after year? Such an achievement is truly unprecedented, and I doubt it will ever be matched. If only I'd been in Teacher Lu's class when I was young. Ha. Alright, quiet down everyone. The screen is about to activate. With that, the screens before the teachers lit up, gradually revealing a clear table. First place, Payson Maple Feather 6th high. Points, 104,387, level, LV.18. Second place, Gu Xingqiong Maple Feather 1st high. Points, 54,883, level, LV.17. Third place, Chu Chuhong Maple Feather 6th high. Points, 43,844, level, LV.15. Fourth place, Zhuang Yushi Maple Feather number 4 high. Points, 33,781, level, LV.10. Fifth place, Fong Shixin Maple Feather 6th high. Points, 25,123, level, LV.14. Sixth place, Higuang Maple Feather number 2 middle school. Points, 22,334, level, LV.14. Seventh place, Chao Rawashi Maple Feather 1st high. Points, 19,843, level, LV.13. Eighth place, Lu Zhe Maple Feather number 2 high. Points, 18,423, level, LV.13. Ninth place, Pei Tian Maple Feather 1st high. Points, 17,889, level, LV.13. 10th place, Shi Shiyun Maple Feather High School number 3. Points, 16,743, level, LV.13. Lu De, brimming with confidence, immediately scanned the top spot. His eyes locked on the first place name, and he froze. When he saw the school name following it, he went completely blank. His gaze darted downward, desperately searching for the name he longed to see. But after scanning from 1st to 10th place without finding it, his mind went blank. The joyful expression that hadn't yet faded from his face instantly froze. Ha? What's going on? This list must be wrong, right? First place is actually from 6th high? Are you kidding me? Not only is the top spot from 6th high, but third place is too? This can't be right. 2 of the top 3 are from 6th high? Damn it. Keep looking down the list. 5th place is also from 6th high. What's going on? Where's Chu Shinhong? The principal of 6th high? Isn't he here? Who can explain this mess to me? Chu Shinhong didn't come. Didn't you know? He only came once 3 years ago. He hasn't been here since. He knows his school can't produce results. This is bizarre. Where did it all go wrong? 1st high and 2nd high only got 2 spots each, while 6th high snagged 3. It's like the heavens have turned upside down. This result is beyond absurd. See what I was saying earlier? I told you 6th high might get 1 or 2 spots, but you didn't believe me. Now you do, right? And I was being conservative, they actually got 3 spots. It's not that we didn't believe you, it's that what you said sounded so ridiculous. But, this situation, well, yours is the only explanation that makes any sense now. Forget it, forget it. We're just glad 4th high got 1 spot. Exactly. Even if we don't know what happened, as long as our number 3 high school spot is safe, that's all that matters. Amidst the crowd's incredulous gasps, Lu De remained utterly bewildered, a wave of confusion washing over him. It had been decades when had the list on the screen ever been wrong? Every single person in the top 10 had carved out their own niche and built a reputation for themselves. How could a system operated by countless people behind the scenes possibly make such a mistake? But seeing the top-ranked school, the third-ranked school, and the one name missing from the top 10, Lu De was momentarily speechless. That kid Pei Tian, only 9th place? What happened? Didn't I tell him to hold on to 10th place? The thought struck him, and suddenly, it dawned on him. Someone must have been penalized for violating the rules. What exactly happened during this assessment? How could the rankings possibly be like this? Even if he believed the top 10 candidates had encountered unexpected issues, he refused to accept that his own students' score manipulation abilities had failed. Judging by the facts, Lu De's reasoning was sound. But, where was Lai Yunqi? How could this boy possibly not make the top 10? Lu De even suspected his own eyes were playing tricks on him. He scrutinized the top 10 names repeatedly, confirming Lai Yunqi's absence before his expression shifted subtly. He began scanning the rankings for Lai Yunqi among the top 100. Chapter 44, Returning to Blue Star Together. What the hell is going on here? How could the top spot belong to someone from 6th high? Who has Chu Shinhong's number? Get him over here. We need answers. It probably wasn't Brother Chu messing with the results. If it were, he'd be waiting here for the announcement. I know his temperament. Then what's going on? Hey! Teacher Lu. Both spots from 1st high are students from your class? Lu De shook his head. Pei Tian is my student. The other one didn't make the list. Teacher Lu, clarify this. Did he fail to enter the top 10 or simply not make the list? How could your student not be ranked? He didn't make the list at all. By now, Lu De's voice carried no trace of emotion, and his expression grew increasingly somber as if contemplating something unbearable. Just then, a tall, slender figure suddenly appeared beside Lu De. The figure wore an orange baseball cap and a blue mask covering most of his face, leaving only his eyes barely visible. If Pei Sun had been present, he would have recognized those eyes immediately. They belonged to one of the regional officers who had accompanied Duan Huanru here. He lowered his head, leaned close to Rud's ear, and whispered a few words. Instantly, a barely perceptible shadow of gloom flashed across Rud's eyes. So it was. After seeing the names of the top 10, he had already vaguely guessed this outcome might be the case. Yet hearing it confirmed with his own ears still felt somewhat hard to accept. Understood. You may go now. Understood. The man in the orange baseball cap nodded, then left with his head bowed, his eyes darting around as if afraid someone might recognize him. After the man departed, Lud's dark gaze fixed on the top-ranked individual. Oomph. Huangyu 6th Middle School? Chu Shinhong. I'll see how you explain this to me. With that, the sullen-faced Lu De turned and vanished into the crowd. Not long after Lu De's departure, Fengyu City Mayor Yao Zhenchuan appeared in the exam waiting area. Ahem. Everyone, quiet please. Yao Zhenchuan cleared his throat, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. The assessment results are in, and I trust you've all seen them. I imagine the outcomes differ somewhat from what many teachers anticipated. However, since the spots have been finalized, I ask the teachers of these 10 candidates to put in a little extra effort and thoroughly review the important notes regarding the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp. Now, let us congratulate these 10 students. As he spoke, the enthusiastic Yao Zhenchuan was the first to applaud, followed by Pei Sun and the others entering from the side. The venue erupted in thunderous applause. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the exam waiting area, behind a glass window, Lu De watched the scene unfold with a cold expression. His already small eyes gleamed with an even more unsettling intensity. So your name is Pei Sun. To dare bury my student alive, you've truly lost your mind. If I don't make you go down there to join my student, I'll change my surname. As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Lu De's icy gaze. By now, Pei Sin had long forgotten about Lu De. When Lai Yunqi mentioned him earlier, Pei Sun had dismissed it as a joke and walked away, completely unaware that he had already been targeted. 10 candidates, including him, stood there as cameras snapped away. After Yao Jinchuan delivered some perfunctory remarks, the award ceremony concluded swiftly. Once the teachers dispersed, at Yao Jinchuan's signal, only the 11 of them and Liao Yuza remained. I've heard all about your situation, truly astonishing. You are now undeniably Fengyu City's foremost prodigy. Yao Jinchuan's gaze toward Pei Sun sparkled with admiration, as if appraising some precious treasure. Thank you for your praise, Mayor Yao. It's merely an ability I happened to acquire. I consider myself fortunate. Judging by Yao Jinchuan's gentle demeanor, he was a man of considerable depth. Thus, when posing questions to Pei Sun, he carefully measured his depth and shallowness. If he'd asked directly where Pei Sun's abilities came from, Pei Sun wouldn't have known how to respond. He couldn't exactly say it was a cheat code from being transported here, could he? They probably didn't even know what a cheat code was. Seeing Pei Sun reluctant to elaborate, Yao Jinchuan did not press further. Instead, he continued. Based on the current outcome, your ability is entirely usable without causing any negative repercussions. We won't interfere further. However, after today, you're bound to become a hot topic in Fengyu City. How you handle the upcoming public scrutiny and any unexpected situations you might encounter here will depend entirely on your personal coping skills. I understand. He knew it well. Not just Fengyu City, the entire Tianjin province would likely be swept up in a significant media storm. Fengyu City, lagging behind in every aspect, was already the focus of scrutiny from other cities. If word got out that their top genius hailed solely from 6th middle school, ridicule and scorn would inevitably follow. Of course, Tianjin province would also eventually erupt in a public uproar over him, simply because Pei Sun had secured a spot in the Tianjin province secret training camp. Good to know. Yao Jinchuan's gaze toward Pei Sun grew increasingly appreciative. This young man possessed remarkable composure despite wielding such terrifying abilities. He showed not a hint of arrogance, maintaining instead a consistently cautious and vigilant demeanor. Had he not instructed Liao Yuza to retrieve the surveillance footage for a thorough review, he would never have known Pei Sun possessed such terrifying summoning abilities. As a fellow summoner, only he truly understood how utterly unnatural Pei Sun's summoning power was. Alright, since there's nothing else. Ahem. Yao Jinchuan's words trailed off mid-sentence as Liao Yuza suddenly cleared his throat a few times, then blinked at Yao Jinchuan. After a moment of surprise, Yao Jinchuan quickly caught on and said, "Let's head back to Blue Star first. This otherworldly realm is still pretty dangerous." Together? Pei Sun's eyes narrowed in confusion. Is that a problem? You're now a key protected individual in Fengyu City. I should be able to escort you back to school safely, right? Yao Jinchuan said with a smile. No. Of course it's fine. Pei Sun hurriedly replied, though he hadn't expected the renowned and perpetually busy Mayor Yao to accompany him. Alright then, Yuza, let's go. With that, Yao Jinchuan stood up and led Pei Sun away. As he watched Liao Yuza follow behind them, Pei Sun felt something was off, but he didn't press the matter. Thus, Yao Jinchuan, Liao Yuza, Pei Sun, and Hu Bin arrived together at the Spirit Vortex teleportation point in the Wilderness Sanctuary, returning to Blue Star as a group. Blue Star, Fengyu's 6th high school. At that moment, Chu Xinhong, the principal of Fengyu's 6th middle school, was sound asleep in bed, completely unaware of the events that had unfolded over the past 24 hours. Ring ring. Ring ring. The shrill ringing of the phone pierced the silence. Chu Xinhong opened his eyes groggily, shot an impatient glance at the communication device, then answered the call. Hello? What is it? Chapter 45, Old Wang, you must be mistaken? Principal Chu. Please come to the first floor of the teaching building immediately. Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao are waiting for you here. Chu Xinhong, still half asleep, frowned, thinking he must have misheard. He glanced at the caller ID again. Security guard Uncle Wang. Mr. Wang, you must be mistaken. Why would Mayor Yao come looking for me this early in the morning? First floor of the teaching building. Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza stood with their hands behind their backs, surveying the surroundings of Fengyu 6th Middle School. Pei Sun and Hu Bin stood nearby, listening to the conversation between security guard Wang Hai and Chu Xinhong. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Yao Jinchuan frowned involuntarily before taking the phone and saying, Principal Chu, is it inconvenient for you to come now? If so, I can come to you. On the other end, Chu Xinhong's world exploded at the sound of that voice. His eyes widened instantly, and his previously foggy mind cleared completely. No. I'll be right over, Mayor Yao. I want to see you in 1 minute. Understood. I'll be right there, beep beep beep. Damn it. He hung up on me. Xiao Xinhong muttered while dressing, why is Mayor Yao coming today? He hasn't shown up in years. What could he possibly want? Wasn't yesterday the graduation assessment? Shouldn't he be at the awards ceremony for the students? This is really strange. After pondering it for a while without finding an answer, Chu Xinhong hurried off to the teaching building without delay. At that moment, Pei Sun was also surveying the campus environment of Fingyu's 6th middle school. Though he'd never attended here, memories from his past life made every corner of Fingyu's 6th middle school feel like a scar from past bullying. As he was reminiscing, a slightly overweight middle-aged man, about 5 feet 7 inches, appeared in his field of vision. Ha! He got here in less than half a minute? This man was none other than Chu Xinhong, the principal of Fingyu's 6th middle school. Mayor Yao, why didn't you give us any advance notice? I could have had someone come to greet you. Chu Xinhong said, laughing breathlessly. No need. I specifically wanted you to greet me, Yao Zhenchuan replied, his piercing gaze fixed on Chu Xinhong. No problem. No problem. Since you said so, I'd definitely come. Your visit is an honor for our 6th middle school. We're all humbled by your presence. Cut the crap. I don't want to hear this. Before Chu Xinhong could finish his flattery, Yao Zhenchuan couldn't help but interrupt. Yao Zhenchuan didn't bother with small talk. He cut straight to the point. Is there a teacher here named Song Yingsen? Song Yingsen? Yes, Mayor Yao. What about her? Chu Xinhong looked puzzled. Have her come see me, Yao Zhenchuan said expressionlessly. Oh, okay. Not daring to ask further questions, Chu Xinhong quickly pulled out his communication device, found Song Yingsen's number, and dialed it. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. After 3 consecutive rings, Song Yingsen still hadn't picked up. Chu Xinhong was instantly baffled. This guy usually answered calls pretty quickly. What was going on? Mayor Yao. Mayor Yao, he probably forgot his phone. Is there something you needed? Chu Xinhong glanced cautiously at Yao Zhenchuan and asked softly. Oomph. Yuza, call him again. Yao Zhenchuan replied with a displeased expression. Me? All right. A lazy expression flickered across Liao Yuza's face, tinged with resignation. He resigned himself to patiently recounting the entire situation to Chu Xinhong once more. As Chu Xinhong listened, his eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. The more he heard, the more bewildered he became. He kept turning his head to glance at Pei Sun, as if he'd seen a ghost. You're telling me that after I slept, my student ended up taking first place in the graduation assessment? Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? At my age, my heart can't take this kind of shock. How many years has it been since 6th middle school last ranked in the top 10 of this exam? Got it? That's why we rushed straight here after the awards ceremony. Didn't expect Song Yingsen to be so fast. Liao Yuza spoke while gently massaging his temples, visibly exhausted from the rush. Meanwhile, Chu Xinhong remained completely immersed in his overwhelming shock. He instinctively reached up and pinched the fleshy part of his cheek. How could this feel so unreal? Liao sure. Vice Mayor Liao. You're not joking with me, are you? That kid really came in first place on this assessment? Chu Xinhong's voice trembled slightly, his eyes brimming with disbelief. You think I'm joking? Do I have nothing better to do than come here personally to joke with you? Liao Yuza shot Chu Xinhong a disapproving look. Yao Zhenchuan couldn't help but find the scene amusing, but he quickly composed himself, his expression turning serious as he returned to the matter at hand. Did you know about Pei Sun's talent from the start? Chu Xinhong's eyes widened abruptly. He shook his head vigorously like a rattle and hurriedly replied. No, Mayor Yao. At 6th middle school, the assessment tasks are handled by each class's teachers every year. You know how schools like ours, ranked lower, struggle with teaching quality. As principals, our focus isn't on these matters. Poor teaching capabilities? Yao Zhenchuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a fleeting, subtle meaning flashing in his eyes. Your school hasn't been poor at all this year. Among the top 10 in this assessment, 3 are students from your 6th middle school. Yao Zhenchuan's voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a heavy bomb detonating right beside Chu Xinhong's ear. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Chu Xinhong's expression, trying to catch any subtle shift in his reaction. Yet Chu Xinhong's reaction seemed entirely genuine. He stood frozen in place as if under a spell, his face frozen in utter astonishment. After a long moment, he seemed to snap back to reality. He reached up and pinched his own cheek hard, muttering to himself. 3 of the top 10 are from our school. Am I really not dreaming? Seeing Chu Xinhong's flustered state, Yao Zhenchuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He cleared his throat and said, first place, Pei Sun 3rd place, Zhu Chuheng 5th place, Fang Shixian. You should know all these students, right? Hearing these names, Chu Xinhong's face flushed crimson. He hadn't heard of any of these names before. Wait. He had a vague recollection of this Fang Shixian. She was considered one of 6th highest top geniuses, having awakened a rare S-class talent. She was a key focus of the school's cultivation efforts. But no matter what, there was no way she could have secured a spot. The prodigy classes at number 1 and number 2 high schools were overflowing with geniuses, SSS-tier talents emerging one after another. How could she, with just an S-tier talent, possibly secure a spot? Chapter 46, feels like a dream? You really don't know her? Liao Yuza shot Chu Xinhong a surprised look. Chu Xinhong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. There are only a handful of geniuses at our school. Besides Fang Shixian, who I've heard of a little, I've never heard of these two kids. Just as Liao Yuza was about to say something else, Yao Xinchuan spoke up first. Let's go. He probably won't be coming back. Waiting here is pointless. Alright. Liao Yuza nodded and immediately prepared to follow Yao Xinchuan out. Seeing this, Chu Xinhong finally let out a sigh of relief. But just as the two were about to leave, a solid figure suddenly approached from nearby. Yao Xinchuan froze upon recognizing the man's face, his expression turning puzzled. Teacher Lu? What brings you here? Liao Yuza recognized the man as Lu Di and likewise wore a puzzled look. Lu Di, recognizing Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza, froze momentarily. Mayor Yao? Vice Mayor Liao? You're here too? Lu Di greeted them in a stiff tone, his displeased expression catching Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza's attention. Professor Lu, is something the matter? Yao Xinchuan inquired, puzzled. Yes, of course I do. Saying this, Lu Di stepped in front of Pei Sun, shot a glare at Chu Xinhong beside him, then fixed Pei Sun with a piercing stare so intense it felt suffocating. Upon seeing Lu Di approach, Chu Xinhong instantly tensed up again, feeling as if the sky had fallen. All he wanted was a good night's sleep. Why were so many big shots suddenly showing up? Although Lu Di was merely a teacher, in terms of both strength and influence, Chu Xinhong couldn't hold a candle to him. Thus, while their positions placed them in a superior-subordinate relationship, in reality, Lu Di didn't even deign to look at him properly. Seeing this, Liao Yuza frowned and asked. What's this, Teacher Lu? Do you have a bone to pick with this student? Luo De narrowed his eyes, his teeth clenched as he spat out each word. You can ask him what he did. Liao Yuza was utterly baffled. How could these two seemingly unrelated people have a grudge? Teacher Lu, if there's something on your mind, why not just say it? Yao Xinchuan, standing nearby, noticed something off about Lu Di's expression and asked. Lu Di then fixed his gaze on Chu Xinhong. The mere intensity of his stare sent a cold sweat breaking out on Chu Xinhong's forehead. Principal Chu, your student has truly committed an outrageous act. Burying my student alive in another world. Don't you owe me an explanation? By the end of his sentence, Lu Di's voice had risen several decibels beyond his control, clearly revealing the raging fire burning within his chest. Before he could finish, all three present froze in shock. Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza first furrowed their brows, then exchanged a glance. They simultaneously saw something in each other's eyes that connected the dots, slowly smoothing their furrowed brows. As for Chu Xinhong, he was frozen in shock. After several breaths, he finally asked in disbelief. Teacher Lu, you're not joking, are you? My 6th high student killed your 1st high student? One of your Lu Di students? As he uttered those final words, Chu Xinhong emphasized them with added intensity. For anyone involved in education in Fengyu City, students, teachers, or staff had heard the name Lu Di. And whenever Lu Di's name surfaced, 6 words immediately came to mind: strict, protective, elite. The prodigies Lu Di acknowledged were essentially the pinnacle of talent in Fengyu City, proving these students possessed truly extraordinary abilities. Equally renowned was his fierceness in protecting his own. He treated his students like his own children, if not more so. Provoking one of his students was tantamount to provoking him directly. Yet at this moment, Chu Xinhong remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, not even considering such implications. He was still reeling in disbelief. How could a student from 6th high possibly kill their 1st high prodigy? It was nothing short of a fairy tale. You think I'd lie to you? Then ask this fine student standing beside you. The fine student you taught. Oomph. Rudd snorted coldly once more. Only then did Chu Xinhong turn his head in astonishment to look at Pei Sun. So Lu Di had been referring to Pei Sun all along. For a moment, he was thrown into confusion, dazed and bewildered. It felt like he'd slept through a world-altering transformation. Could it be that he was still dreaming? His student had topped the graduation exams. His student had killed 1st high's prodigy. Either of these events, had they been told to him before, would have made him think the speaker was insane. But now, the truth was staring him right in the face. For a moment, Chu Xinhong's mind went blank, unable to form words. Pei Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. So this was the Lu Di teacher Zhuang Yushi had mentioned. Although Zhuang Yushi had warned him that this Lu Di might cause trouble, he never imagined it would come knocking so soon. Wait. How did he know I buried that kid, Lai Yunqi? Pei Sun's mind raced. Logically, not all candidates from the otherworld had emerged yet. Even if someone who witnessed the incident had tipped off Lu Di, there was no way Lu Di could have appeared here so quickly. Just then, Liao Yuza asked with a puzzled tone, Teacher Lu, are you saying Pei Sun killed your student in the otherworld? That's correct. Lud nodded emphatically as he exclaimed. That brat used his bizarre summon creature to bury my student alive. Such a young age, yet capable of such viciousness. His methods are utterly ruthless. If we let this brat grow unchecked, he'll become a major cancer in Fengyu City. Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza exchanged another unspoken glance, understanding what had been implied. It was common knowledge that the geniuses of 1st high were notoriously arrogant. Every year during evaluations, conflicts erupted between students, with first and second high students accounting for a disturbingly high proportion of the involved parties. The moment Lu De and Chu Xinhong exchanged their first words, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze had already pieced together the entire story. Though the exact details remained unclear, they could easily guess the outcome. Lu De's student had likely provoked Pei Sun with arrogant behavior in the alternate world, only to be dealt with by that monster. Mr. Lu, you must back up your claims with evidence and take responsibility. You can't expect us to believe your one-sided account without proof. What evidence do you have that your student died at Pei Sun's hands? Although Luo had shifted the blame onto Chu Xinhong, intending to make things difficult for him, Liao Yuze didn't want Pei Sun to be unfairly implicated. He decided to confront Luo immediately and get to the bottom of this matter. Chapter 47, Breaking the Stalemate. Upon hearing Liao Yuze's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu De's eyes before he retorted. Deputy Mayor Liao, are you questioning my integrity? When have I ever deceived anyone? While it's true I cherish talent like my own children, that doesn't mean I'd falsely accuse someone over it. I certainly know your character, Teacher Lu. However, what you're saying seems unrelated to my inquiry. If Pei Sun truly killed your student as you claim, we will naturally handle him. But I reiterate, I need evidence. Hearing this, Lu De's expression froze. He'd always maintained excellent relations with Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Liao Yuze to take the opposing side at this critical juncture. The information that person had given him couldn't be wrong. Plus, Lai Yunqi's name hadn't even made it into the top 100. Lu De was completely convinced that Lai Yunqi had died in the otherworld, and he was certain it was at Pei Sun's hands. But if you asked him for proof, he simply couldn't provide any. He couldn't possibly expose the person who tipped him off, otherwise, no one would ever leak information to him during future alternate world assessments. A subtle shift crossed Lud's expression. He glanced at Pei Sun, then at Liao Yuze, and an inexplicable surge of anger welled up inside him. He immediately turned to Yao Zhenchuan, forcing a strained smile as he tentatively inquired. Mayor Yao, do you share this view? Yao Zhenchuan spread his hands helplessly. There's no way around it, Teacher Lu. This isn't a trivial matter, we must take it seriously. If you have any relevant evidence, please provide it. Otherwise, we truly can't act rashly against Pei Sun. Lu De narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists as his breathing quickened. These two truly understood each other implicitly at times like this. You two mayors are truly upright and incorruptible. In that case, I'll take my leave and not disturb you further. Once I find the evidence, I'll hand it over to you immediately. Lu De said, his eyes narrowed. That would be most welcome. Rude shot another glare at Pei Sun before turning and leaving Fingyu 6th Middle School under the watchful eyes of the others. Once Lu De was gone, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze's expressions instantly turned serious, all traces of jesting vanishing. For none present knew Rudd better than they did. Only they knew how relentless this man could be, and the lengths he'd go to achieve his goals. Judging by his tone earlier, he'd likely set his sights on Pei Sun. Thank you both for saving me. I never imagined so much would happen in this strange world in just one day. It's all my fault for failing to teach my students properly. Only after Rudd completely vanished from Chu Xinhong's sight did he exhale a long breath of relief, thanking Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze. Rude had clearly intended to humiliate and embarrass him thoroughly just now. He never expected Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze to come to his rescue. Without these two mayors, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. The oppressive weight Rudd carried felt like a massive, heavy mountain crushing down on Chu Xinhong's heart. Nearly being locked in Lu De's piercing, intimidating gaze for a moment had left him breathless, as if invisible hands were clutching his throat, making him feel slightly suffocated. Well then, you may leave for now. There's nothing for you here at the moment. Pei Sun and I need to continue our discussion in depth. Should we require your assistance later, I'll certainly call you. Yao Zhenchuan nodded solemnly. Alright. You two go ahead. I'll be on my way. Chu Xinhong responded hastily, as if granted a reprieve, then jogged away from the academic building. Only after exiting the building did he raise his hand to wipe the fine sheen of cold sweat from his forehead. His previously hurried pace slowed involuntarily, and the tension in his body finally began to ease. His mind was filled with confusion and helplessness. He couldn't fathom why such inexplicable trouble had suddenly befallen him. Why had his student, who had been perfectly fine, suddenly caught the attention of some big shot? This was nothing short of an unearned calamity. He knew full well that if Mayors Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze hadn't been present today, who knew what underhanded tactics Lu De might have employed to make things difficult for him? The thought alone made Chu Xinhong's head throb painfully. What if Lu De came looking for trouble again? After all, the two mayors couldn't shield him constantly. Was he supposed to go into hiding like Song Yingsen? A bitter smile touched his lips as he shook his head helplessly. And that's Song Yingsen. She's caused me nothing but trouble. When I catch you, I'll make you pay. Chu Xinhong gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. Inside the teaching building. Let's sit down and talk first. At Yao Zhenchuan's gesture, he, Liao Yuze, Pei Sun, and Hu Bin gathered around a table in the lobby. Seeing Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza's expressions instantly turn grave, Pei Sun's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but sense the gravity of the situation. Especially the look of fear on Chu Xinhong's face when he saw Lu Di. It was deeply etched in his mind, forcing him to reassess Lu Di's identity and capabilities. He wondered privately what kind of background or formidable power could allow someone holding merely a teaching position to speak to Chu Xinhong in such an arrogant tone. Pei Sun, just tell me the truth. Is what Lu Di just said about the situation factual? Yao Jinchuan's piercing gaze locked onto Pei Sun as he demanded, enunciating each word deliberately. Make sure you state the facts word for word. We have the entire proctoring video recording we can review and verify at any time. Liao Yuza added from the side. Pei Sun understood their intentions clearly. It seemed they genuinely wanted to help him out. After a moment's thought, he decided he had nothing to hide and replied truthfully. Yesterday afternoon around 4 o'clock, at the Wilderness Sanctuary in the Otherworld, I encountered Lai Yunqi, the genius student Mr. Lido mentioned. The moment he saw the emblem on my school uniform, he displayed extreme hostility toward me. Not only did he brazenly provoke me, but he also threatened to take my points. As he spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in Yao Jinchuan's eyes. Go on. His tone was exceptionally arrogant and rude. He claimed all 6th high candidates were trash in his eyes, boasting that he'd effortlessly seized every point from 6th high candidates he'd encountered along the way, all because he genuinely looked down on 6th high candidates. Liao Yuza furrowed his brow slightly, crossing his arms over his chest as his expression grew more solemn. Yao Jinchuan tapped lightly on the tabletop, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 48, Duan Huanru, a talent wasted. So you're saying he's targeting 6th high candidates? Do you know why? Liao Yuza asked, puzzled. Pei Sun thought for a moment before replying. He claimed that the top spot on the points leaderboard, meaning me, was achieved through illegal means of manipulating data. That's why he looks down on 6th high candidates. But when I later asked Zhuang Yushi, she said that almost every candidate Lai Yunqi encountered along the way except those from 1st high had their points stolen by him. Zhuang Yushi was already teamed up with me then. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Of course, there were students from other schools present too, though we didn't know them. Seeing Pei Sun's gaze, as resolute as if he were joining the party, Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza adopted thoughtful expressions before exchanging a glance. Ahem. Alright, we understand the situation. If the facts are as you describe, then your actions would constitute self-defense, and you wouldn't be held responsible. Of course, we'll need to verify the footage before confirming the specifics. Liao Yuza said after clearing his throat twice. Alright, thank you, Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao. Yao Jinchuan propped his chin on one hand, pondered for a moment, then turned to Liao Yuza and said, Yuza, go fetch the kid Duan Huanru to serve as Pei Sun's counselor for the next 15 days until the Tianjing province secret training camp. Song Yingxin has gone rogue, and this kid has no one to guide him now. Might as well give that kid Duan Huanru something to do. Duan Huanru? Liao Yuza's eyes widened slightly. He won't actually come, will he? I doubted he'd show up when we assigned him as regional coordinator. Now you want him to mentor this wet behind the ears kid? Will he even agree? Stop all this nonsense. Just do as you're told. Yao Jinchuan shot Liao Yuza a glare. Fine. Liao Yuza reluctantly pulled out his communicator and dialed the number. Duan Huanru? Pei Sun felt a sudden sense of familiarity upon hearing the name. It seemed to appear on the list of regional coordinators for this assessment. Judging by their tone, asking him to tutor me, or even serving as the regional supervisor for this assessment? That seems like a waste of his talent. Duan Huanru is the captain of the regional supervisors for this assessment. I don't know if you encountered him during the evaluation, but I heard there were no spirit disturbances this time, so you probably didn't meet him. The captain of the regional supervisors? Pei Sun racked his brain. Though no spirit uprising had occurred, the regional supervisor had mistaken his necromantic summoning for one back then. So they had indeed crossed paths. So that person back then was Duan Huanru? Pei Sun couldn't help but recall the man leading those 9 regional officers. He was still young then, with an utterly ordinary appearance, the kind you'd instantly forget if you passed him on the street. Yes. Why? Have you encountered him? Yao Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. Pei Sun had no choice but to recount the entire incident to Yao Jinchuan in detail. As he listened, Yao Jinchuan's eyes widened, his face growing increasingly incredulous. Summoned creatures being mistaken for a spirit uprising? How much psychic energy would that consume? An entity uprising that drew their attention would involve at least 1,000 entities mobilizing simultaneously. How could a greenhorn like him summon 1,000 entities? Can I see your summoned creatures? Yao Jinchuan asked, utterly astonished. Of course. With that, Pei Sun summoned a Desert Scorpion King. Click. Click click. The Desert Scorpion King swung its terrifying pincers the moment it materialized, producing a bone-chilling sound. Its terrifying, pupil-less eye sockets used surrounding objects as reference points. The creature appeared lifeless, its entire body rigid and motionless except for the occasional flick of its pincers. What kind of spirit is this? Yao Jinchuan asked in shock. Liao Yuza had finished his call by then. Seeing Pei Sun's summoned creature, he was surprised too, though nowhere near as shocked as Yao Zhenchuan. He had seen this creature through Duan Huanru's real-time projection device at the start of the assessment, though it had been a ferocious wolf back then. This is Boss 86 we set for this assessment, the Desert Scorpion Emperor. No idea how this kid summoned it, Liao Yuza explained helplessly. Pei Sun smiled and clarified, this is my summoning ability. I can recall defeated spirits to fight again, though their power is only 1/10 of mine. Pei Sun deliberately omitted mentioning his other god-tier ability, summoning one entity per second, knowing it was always wise to keep some secrets, no matter the situation. Hearing Pei Sun's explanation, Yao Zhenchuan's expression grew even more stunned. No wonder others think you're using forbidden techniques. Resurrecting deceased spirits to fight before meeting you, this technique was a definite forbidden art. Are you certain this method, or rather, that summoning doesn't place a burden on your body? Yao Zhenchuan asked again, his disbelief palpable. Pei Sun shook his head with a smile. Not at all. You can think of this ability as my innate talent. Yao Zhenchuan's face twitched involuntarily. I haven't even asked about your D-rank talent yet, and now you're keeping me in suspense. After speaking, Pei Sun recalled his Desert Scorpion Emperor. Before doing so, he glanced at its attribute panel. King Class Undead, Desert Scorpion Emperor. Level, LV.18. Strength, 19.6. Intelligence, 9.2. Spirit, 9.2. Constitution, 9.2. Agility, 9.2. Skill, Sand Spike Explosion, inflicts small area explosive damage equal to 1.5 times the user's strength value on the target area. Though only 1/10 of Pei Sun's stats, this attribute panel was already comparable to that of an average level 1 unarmed professional. It had doubled since the first time he summoned this creature yesterday, leaving Pei Sun quite satisfied. Yao Zhenchuan turned to Liao Yuza and asked, how long will it take Duan Huanru to arrive? He's still in the otherworld. Probably about 10 minutes. Alright, we'll wait a bit longer then. Yao Zhenchuan nodded. So the group turned to other topics. In a large villa in the heart of Fengyu City, Dong Rui, now without both hands, lay motionless on the bed, his face ashen. Even the most basic functions, eating, drinking, and using the restroom, required assistance from the nanny beside him. Especially when he needed to defecate, someone had to hold him steady, lest he lose his balance and fall while straining. Besides several caregivers, a middle-aged man with a prominent beard and thick eyebrows stood nearby. His imposing presence commanded respect without a word. Xiaorui, tell daddy what that man's name is. I'll dig through the earth itself to find him and tear him limb from limb. Chapter 49, The Man in Black. Dong Han, who was conducting business away from home, rushed back immediately upon learning his son had lost both hands. Witnessing the scene, he erupted in fury, his brows furrowed like a tiger's. He had only this one child. To return from an assessment looking like this, how could a father not be furious? Who would take over the family business now? Was he supposed to hand it over to a cripple? What infuriated him most was that while severed arms could be reattached under normal circumstances, his son's limbs had been devoured by someone's summoned creature. Where on earth was he supposed to find a replacement? Even if the most advanced medical techniques of the era could find another arm for transplantation, it would never feel as comfortable as his original one. What kind of person could harbor such a vicious heart? It was Pei Sun. Dong Rui's face drained of color, each word a struggle to utter. Pei Sun? Hearing that name, Dong Han froze in shock. Wasn't that the cute kid from his son's class that he often mentioned? He said not only was he low-talented, but his year-long girlfriend had been effortlessly stolen away by my son. Pei Sun? Son, did you mistake him? Didn't you say he only awakened a D-rank talent? With your S-rank talent, how could he possibly hurt you? Dong Han frowned, asking anxiously. No. I didn't mistake him. It was definitely Pei Sun. He used some forbidden technique to summon terrifying creatures. My talent is single-target attacks. I couldn't do anything against him. Dong Rui gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Forbidden technique? Where would he get a forbidden technique from? He comes from a family that's as poor and shabby as they come. Dong Han's frown deepened. I don't know either, but... Before he could finish, a wave of nausea hit Dong Rui. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face visibly drained of color. Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao. Quick, get Dr. Zhao over here. Seeing this, Dong Han's expression changed instantly. His eyes filled with pity as he shouted urgently. Dad. You must avenge me. Otherwise I'll. Don't speak now. Rest assured, I'll bring you Pei Sun's head. Whoever dared maim my son like this, I'll make him wish he were dead. With that, Dong Han, his hair standing on end and eyes bulging, strode out the front door. But the moment he stepped outside, a man dressed in a black suit and wearing a black mask suddenly appeared before Dong Han. Dong Han's heart lurched. Furrowing his brow, he demanded sharply, Who are you? What are you doing outside my house? The man in black did not answer Dong Han's question. Instead, he said, Mr. Dong Han, my superiors sent me to find you. I heard you're searching for a student named Pei Sun. Is that correct? At the mention of Pei Sun's name, Gong Han's pupils instantly contracted, his vigilance heightening. Who are you? Who are your superiors? Why are you looking for me? Mr. Gong Han, there's no need for such suspicion. We're both victims. I'm searching for Pei Sun, the man in black said calmly. Gong Han paused, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly, yet he pressed. You're a victim too? Why do you say that? Yes. During the assessment, Pei Sun killed my superior's son. Upon learning this, my superior discovered that your son had also been severely injured by Pei Sun. That's why he sent me to seek your cooperation to ensure Pei Sun is dealt with without fail. Who exactly is your superior? How does he know about my situation? Gong Han couldn't help but grow wary again. My superior's identity isn't important. What matters is that we absolutely cannot fail in this operation to eliminate Pei Sun. Otherwise, my head is on the line, and you might also be implicated. Are you threatening me? Gong Han's expression instantly darkened with displeasure. Not at all. I'm merely reminding you to take this joint operation seriously. Oomph. Do I need you to tell me? My son was injured by him like that, of course I take it seriously. Not only will I take it seriously, but I'll keep a constant watch on him. I will make sure he dies by my hand. Gong Han snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with fierce murderous intent. And let me make one thing clear, Pei Sun's head belongs to me. Very well, I agree. I'll take my leave now. The man in black lowered his voice. Gong Han froze, frowning. Are you kidding me? You haven't even told me what this joint operation entails, and you're leaving already? Not at all, not at all. It's just that the timing of the operation isn't convenient to disclose now, but I'll notify you when the time comes. Oomph. You'd better be. With that, Gong Han had no choice but to return home to comfort Gong Rui. The man in the black suit vanished from the spot without a trace. After returning home, Gong Han couldn't help but speculate about the identity of this man in black and his superior. Who exactly was his superior? How could they know he intended to seek revenge against Pei Sun? Less than an hour had passed since the assessment ended. Apart from himself and the few maids in the house, no one else knew his son had ended up in such a state. The fact that the other party not only knew about it but also timed their intervention perfectly to intercept him meant they had completely anticipated his actions. This was what terrified him most. Could it be that he has connections in the city? Did he learn during the assessment that my son had been severely injured by Pei Sun, then deduced I would be enraged and sent someone to inform me? Gong Han's frown deepened. He couldn't fathom who could possess such influence. Even for the Fingyu City assessment, which his family considered a major event, infiltrating spies was utterly impossible despite the Gong family's reputation as a prominent powerhouse. What kind of power and connections did this person possess? The thought sent Gong Han pacing restlessly once more. They'd only said they'd notify him when the operation began, but never specified when that would be. Wasn't this just making him wait anxiously? Could they be afraid I'll kill Pei Sun myself and steal their kill? A faint possibility flashed through Gong Han's mind, but he dismissed it immediately. Probably not. A powerhouse that terrifying wouldn't stoop to such tactics. I'll just wait for the call, Gong Han muttered distractedly, shaking his head. Clearly, the other party had become an unattainable figure in his mind. After coming to terms with this, Gong Han returned to Gong Rui's room and explained everything. Upon hearing the details, Gong Rui immediately voiced fierce opposition, struggling to shout. No. No way. Dad. You have to kill Pei Sun with your own hands. I need to see his head. Otherwise, I'll never get over this. Seeing this, Gong Han hurriedly reassured him, don't worry, son. That man is just like me, he suffered the same fate. He has no interest in the head. Since I've promised you, I will definitely bring Pei Sun's head to you when the time comes. Chapter 50, Fingyu City Adventurers Guild. Maplefeather 6th Middle School, first floor of the teaching building. Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza were deep in conversation when an ordinary-looking young man approached. Huanru, you're here, Liao Yuza greeted him. Duan Huanru nodded and said, something came up on the way, otherwise I could have arrived a few minutes earlier. No problem, no problem. Liao Yuza waved his hand dismissively before asking, you met this child in the otherworld, right? Do you remember him? After speaking, Duan Huanru shifted her gaze to Pei Sun. Even from a distance, he'd wondered where this student had come from, someone who could sit at the same table and converse with Mayor Yao. Now, seeing the boy's face clearly, it all clicked. Of course he remembered. That kid, wearing a 6th middle school uniform, had summoned a horde of creatures out of nowhere and made a group of 1st middle school candidates tremble in fear. How could he not remember? If detecting violations hadn't been outside his jurisdiction, he would have inspected Pei Sun on the spot back then. Of course I remember him. It was this kid's summoned creatures that made me mistake it for a spirit uprising. I remember it all too well. Duan Huanru scratched his head and chuckled. Well, don't just blame yourself. Even Xiao Hu and I thought it was a spirit uprising back then. This kid really is a bit strange, huh? Liao Yuza joked. Mayor Yao, Vice Mayor Liao, what brings me here today? Nothing major. His assigned teacher has gone missing, leaving him without a counselor. We'd like you to serve as his counselor for the next 15 days, Yao Zhenchuan said with a smile directed at Duan Huanru. The teacher in charge ran away? Duan Huanru instantly wore a puzzled expression. Teacher ran away? What an obscure phrase combination. Yuza, could you recount the situation with Song Yingxin to Huanru again? Yao Zhenchuan glanced at Liao Yuza. Ha? Me again? Fine. Liao Yuza grumbled, though he dared not disobey Yao Zhenchuan. This scene amused Pei Sun, who hadn't expected Mayor Liao so imposing in the office moments ago to display such an awkward side. So over the next few minutes, Liao Yuza recounted the entire incident to Duan Huanru from start to finish. As he listened, Duan Huanru found himself frowning involuntarily. Only after Liao Yuza finished speaking did he finally ask. So, Song Yingxin intended for Pei Sun to die in the alternate world, but when he unexpectedly survived, she fled to avoid blame? Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza nodded in unison. How did someone like that become a teacher? It's truly pathetic. Duan Huanru's brow furrowed deeply as he clenched his fists. No idea. You'll have to ask that guy Chu Xinhong, he's the principal. Anyway, back to the point, can you take this assignment? Liao Yuza inquired. Of course I can accept it. It would be my honor to teach such a prodigy. Duan Huanru quickly affirmed. He did the math. 15 days later was precisely when the Tianjin province secret training camp began. He instantly understood the two mayors' intentions, they simply wanted him to hone Pei Sun over these 2 days. Ah, what genius this, what genius that, aren't you already Fengyu City's top prodigy? Yao Zhenchuan chuckled. I wouldn't dare claim that. If I were truly a genius, I'd already be deployed to the spirit vortex generation point to block the spirit force's assault. Duan Huanru retorted. Geniuses need tempering, after all. Besides, isn't it better to stay safe and sound in the city? Are you really so eager to fight on the front lines? After uttering these words, Duan Huanru's expression shifted imperceptibly, yet she maintained her smile as she replied. After all, defending our homeland is ingrained in us from childhood. Ha 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 ha. Look at this kid. Fine. I admire you. Now take Pei Sun and go. We've got things to attend to. We'll see you later. Yao Zhenchuan pointed at Duan Huanru and laughed heartily at Liao Yuza. Understood. I'll keep a close eye on this kid. As Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza rose to their feet, Pei Sun and Hu Bin quickly stood up as well. Alright, we'll be on our way then. No need to see us out. With that, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza departed Fengyu's 6th middle school with Hu Bin in tow. Duan Huanru watched their retreating figures, his expression gradually blanking out. Only when they vanished completely from view did he turn back, his voice cold as ice. Let's go. Follow me to the Otherworld Exploration Association. The abrupt shift in tone startled even Pei Sun. Just moments ago, he'd been smiling shyly, but now he seemed like a completely different person. So all that earlier deference had been reserved for Mayors Yao and Liao. He hadn't gotten a shred of respect himself. All right. Though slightly annoyed, Pei Sun obediently agreed. The Fengyu City Otherworld Exploration Association was located in a clubhouse in the southern part of Fengyu City. This was a haven for adventurers, professionals who hunted otherworldly spirits for survival. These individuals lived daily on the edge of a knife, their profession being extremely high risk. Yet despite the danger, the rewards upon completing a mission were substantial, attracting far more people to this line of work than one might imagine. Simultaneously, Fengyu City's Otherworld Exploration Association stood as one of the city's 3 major powerhouses outside official channels. Its underlying strength was terrifyingly formidable. Within Fengyu City, only the official authorities dared not provoke it. Everyone else felt emboldened to challenge it. Considering Pei Sun's slower pace, Duan Huanru hailed a dedicated shuttle to the association upon leaving campus, arriving in about half an hour. Have you ever been to our city's Otherworld Exploration Association? Duan Huanru asked, sitting beside Pei Sun. Pei Sun shook his head honestly. No, this is my first time. Alright. Then stay close to me, don't speak out of turn, and don't wander off, understand? Duan Huanru instructed. Got it. Overhearing their conversation, the driver up front, cigarette dangling from his mouth, narrowed his eyes and glanced at them through the rearview mirror before quickly looking away again. Duan Huanru and Pei Sun remained completely unaware of this observation. About half an hour later. Hello, we've arrived. Please get off now, the driver announced. After getting off the bus, Pei Sun stayed close beside Duan Huanru. This place was quite different from the area around his school. The bustling intersection was teeming with traffic and people. Even in broad daylight, the neon lights flickering everywhere nearby were dazzlingly bright. Towering buildings rose skyward, their heights impossible to gauge with a single glance. Resembling crystal structures, their facades were composed of high-strength transparent nanomaterials. The color and transparency automatically adjusted with the light, giving them a distinctly futuristic feel. Maple Feather City Otherworld Exploration Association. At a height of about 70 or 80 meters, the name hung in letters made of some unknown special material. Chapter 51, The Emerald Grade Adventurer's Badge Order. Stay close to me. Let's go inside. With that, Duan Huanru deftly pushed open the entrance doors, and Pei Sun followed closely behind. Upon entering, Pei Sun's eyes widened involuntarily. The space was incredibly vast. A single glance revealed an area of at least 1,000 square meters. Spherical lamps of various sizes hung from the ceiling, illuminating the interior with brilliant light. What truly stunned Pei Sun, however, was the sheer number of people. A sea of humanity, an overwhelming cacophony of noise. Their school only had a little over 2,000 students, yet it seemed like there were at least 1,000 people standing here. The reception area boasted no fewer than 50 counters, each with a long queue snaking around it. The sheer bustle was palpable. These people were either here to post bounties, pick up tasks, or complete them all sorts of business. Guided by Duan Huanru, the two quickly found the end of a line with fewer people. I'm fully aware of your abilities. I'm assigning you a task now. You must complete it within the stipulated time. Understood? Duan Huanru stood before Pei Sun and said in a solemn tone. Understood. Pei Sun nodded. Though the man's tone made him uncomfortable, he chose to comply unconditionally since he'd been sent by Mayors Zhao and Liao. Of course, as long as this guy didn't make things too difficult for him. While waiting in line, Pei Sun noticed a peculiar group of people. They all wore uniforms with distinct yet strikingly similar features. Some gathered randomly in groups to chat, while others leaned against the front desk between reception counters, chatting idly without accepting tasks or doing anything else, just talking. This left Pei Sun feeling quite puzzled. As if sensing his expression, Duan Huanru lowered her head slightly and whispered. Keep your eyes to yourself. You might attract unnecessary trouble. I'll explain everything once we're outside. Oh. Pei Sun reluctantly shifted his gaze away. Though he didn't know why, he trusted Duan Huanru. After waiting in line for about 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. A young woman with a sweet appearance and gentle voice greeted them at the front desk, immediately flashing a polite smile as Duan Huanru and Pei Sun approached. I'm accompanying him to pick up the mission. Please proceed with the screening based on my instructions, Duan Huanru stated firmly. Hearing this, the receptionist paused, glanced at Pei Sun, and asked, May I ask if you are here with this gentleman? Pei Sun nodded. The receptionist smiled again and turned to Duan Huanru. Alright, let's proceed with the registration first. She logged into a website and began recording Pei Sun's information. Name, Pei Sun. Occupation, Summoner. Level, 18. Adventurer's Badge, Bronze. Available quests, 1 star to 2 star. Detected that this is your first time accepting a mission. Your Adventurer's Handbook has been automatically registered. You may now select your mission. Duan Huanru nodded without hesitation and stated, I'll take a 2-star quest 1 related to conquering the Wild Sanctuary. A standard level 1 will do, and the closer the location, the better. Hearing this, both the people behind her and the uniformed officers nearby immediately shot her strange looks. A wave of sharp, dismissive whispers followed. Level 18 taking a Wild Sanctuary quest? What kind of bandits are these? Are both of them new here? Probably spent decades living in a spirit nest and are seeing human civilization for the first time. Taking on a level 2 mission, the highest difficulty tier, on their very first quest? They've got no clue how dangerous that is. Exactly. Wild Sanctuary? Forget that they'd struggle to handle even a few basic level spirits. Look at those skinny frames, daring to take on a Wild Sanctuary quest? That's hilarious. Didn't you see he accepted it himself? Maybe he has some grudge against the two of them. Youngsters these days, so full of ambition but lacking the skills to match. No worries. You can't teach someone by talking, but they learn once they see it done. I bet we won't see this kid around here for the next year. A year? You're being too conservative. My guess is he'll be gone for good after today. Listening to the snide remarks from those around him, Pei Sun began to grasp just how challenging the mission Duan Huanru was about to assign him might be. Though he wasn't entirely familiar with the term Wild Sanctuary, judging by these people's reactions, it seemed like a terrifying place. Duan Huanru, however, remained utterly composed, as if she hadn't heard a word. She simply kept her gaze fixed on the front desk attendant. The receptionist paused, then asked, The mission to conquer the Wild Sanctuary requires a minimum level of 20 to accept. Unless you are. Before she could finish, Duan Huanru produced an adventurer's badge order from somewhere behind his back. The badge featured several emerald green crystal patterns that shone brilliantly. Upon seeing the badge, the group that had been sneering moments before froze in place, each of them dumbstruck. Emerald grade badge? Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? That kid looks barely 20 or 30, and his adventurer badge is already Jade grade? No wonder he was asking for help with cross-level quests. With a Jade grade badge, he gets those privileges. He can take any quest he wants. How is that possible? I've spent my entire life risking my neck, and I'm barely a purple Jade level adventurer badge holder. How could this kid have a Jade level badge at such a young age? Who on earth is he? It's unbelievable. Could he have connections at the Adventurers Guild? Otherwise, I can't fathom how he managed it. This is beyond ridiculous. Every single day, we keep running into the strangest things. Upon seeing Duan Huanru's adventurer's badge, the young lady's attitude and expression underwent a dramatic shift. I see. It's the esteemed Emerald Grade badge. My apologies. I'll process your request immediately. Duan Huanru didn't want to waste words. After resolving the matter, he retrieved his adventurer's badge. Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly. He couldn't help but marvel at what this thing actually was. It could even help others accept quests beyond their level? That privilege was beyond belief. While the young lady searched for a suitable quest, Duan Huanru quietly turned his head to look at Pei Sun and said, "You complete the quest, but the reward is mine." Hearing this, Pei Sun froze in shock. Are you kidding me? Treating me like a slave laborer? Chapter 52, Ordinary Grade Wild Shelter Number 48. Why? Because I accepted this mission on your behalf under my name. You couldn't have taken it alone, Duan Huanru said with complete seriousness. Pei Sun found himself at a loss for words. But it didn't matter. After all, he was here for the sake of honing his skills. In less than a minute, the front desk attendant located the quest and handed Pei Sun a blue translucent card. Mission objective, Conquer Wild Sanctuary Number 48 Common Tier. Time limit, within 12 hours. Requirement, deliver the psychic fragment from this wild sanctuary. Reward, 1B grade skill book, 850,000 blue star coins, 50 adventure points. As a 2-star mission, monetary rewards typically ranged from over 100,000 to under 1 million credits. Clearly, this reward was already considered high for a 2-star mission. Adventure points serve as currency within the Adventurers Guild, non-transferable and non-resellable, yet highly valuable. One adventure point can be exchanged for goods worth approximately 10,000 blue star coins, similar to the profession points in Pei Sun's mall. The key difference lies in convertibility. While the system's profession points can be converted into blue star coins, adventure points can only be exchanged for goods and cannot be converted into currency. Speaking of which, Pei Sun recalled he still had 100 full-time points stored in the system. He could check them all for something worthwhile to spend them on when he had time. After obtaining the coordinates for the sanctuary they needed to conquer, the two prepared to leave the Adventurers Guild. A man in uniform nearby kept glancing at his phone screen and then at Pei Sun, seemingly comparing something. Upon seeing the pair leave, he immediately signaled to several others nearby. They understood the message and swiftly followed the man out. Wild Sanctuary 48. Duan Huanru murmured as she opened an electronic map of the alternate world. It displayed numerous markers of varying sizes and colors, each representing the coordinates of a different shelter. Sanctuaries were classified into 4 tiers: ordinary, primitive, ruined, and lifeless. The shelters marked on the digital map were those conquered by humans, now inhabited or guarded by them. Wild shelters, however, remained occupied by otherworldly spirits. Clearing all entities from a wild shelter and capturing its soul entity crystal allows players to seize control of that shelter. However, exterminating all spirits within a wild shelter is an extremely difficult task. Even a common grade wild shelter is guarded by at least 100 spirits. Ordinary grade wild sanctuaries primarily harbor ordinary grade and general grade spirits, keeping the danger level manageable. They serve as ideal training grounds for fledgling adventurers like Pei Sun. Primitive grade wild sanctuaries, however, present a drastically more severe situation. Not only do they harbor formidable lord grade spirits that roam freely, but sovereign grade spirits also lurk within, deterring countless adventurers. As for ruin level wild sanctuaries, they are considered extremely dangerous forbidden zones. Not only do they harbor awe-inspiring dominion level spirits, but also cataclysm level spirits whose every move can cause the heavens and earth to change color. Wherever they pass, only ruins remain. Typically, only human armies or exceptionally professional and powerful adventurer teams can conquer them. Yet the most spine-chilling of all are the lifeless level sanctuaries. Each life-destroying tier sanctuary is guarded by at least one annihilation tier spirit whose power defies imagination. These entities can effortlessly overturn entire regions of the world and eradicate all life within nations, representing humanity's ultimate nightmare. To this day, humanity has conquered fewer than 50 lifeless grade sanctuaries in its journey through with China alone claiming 14 of them. Wild Sanctuary 48 lies 17 kilometers beneath the Azure Sanctuary, not too far. Let's go. Duan Huanru stowed away the electronic map and led Pei Sun toward the nearest spirit vortex teleportation point. In this otherworld, human-controlled sanctuaries are interconnected via teleportation, drastically shortening travel distances. Sky Sanctuary, a ruined-grade sanctuary controlled by humans for decades, was surrounded by numerous primitive-grade and ordinary-grade sanctuaries. It bustled with constant human traffic, its vibrant exchange and interaction between sanctuaries of different tiers forming a thriving, dynamic region. The moment Pei Sun stepped through the teleportation array into Skyward Sanctuary, his eyes were instantly drawn to the scene before him, revealing a hint of astonishment. Before him lay a meticulously arranged landscape of human structures, large and small. Streets bustled with pedestrians, shops displayed dazzling array of goods, and the clamor of vendors mingled with laughter and conversation, a scene of thriving prosperity. This place bore no resemblance to the desolate foreign world Pei Sun had imagined. Instead, it was a brand new city sculpted by human ingenuity, radiating the vibrant creativity of a thriving civilization. Is this your first time in a large-scale sanctuary? Duan Huanru observed Pei Sun's astonished expression and couldn't help asking. Pei Sun nodded. The wasteland sanctuary he'd been transported to for this assessment was merely a primitive-level sanctuary, barely showing the rudiments of human civilization. But this sky sanctuary, judging by this section alone, could easily be mistaken for Blue Star itself. Then take a good look around. Broaden your horizons? This way. Guided by Duan Huanru, the two quickly left the densely populated area and entered a sparsely traveled road. As the flow of people thinned, the path ahead grew increasingly rugged and desolate, as if they had suddenly stepped back from modern civilization into primitive times. There aren't many people around here. Could you show me your summoning ability? Duan Huanru suddenly turned and asked as they walked. Pei Sun paused for a moment before nodding. Sure. The next instant, over 100 undead summoned creatures materialized beside them, shuffling slowly behind the pair. Seeing this, Duan Huanru's eyes widened. This felt completely different from when she'd first encountered these creatures in the desert forest. Back then, at first glance, she thought they were hostile, dangerous creatures, filling her with wariness. Now, knowing they were Pei Sun's summons, she felt something entirely different, something she couldn't quite put into words. Though numerous, they're actually quite weak just for show, Pei Sun stated earnestly. Duan Huanru, however, analyzed with a solemn expression, to summon this many, several times more than before. Powerful. Very powerful. Even if their individual combat strength isn't great, their sheer numbers are terrifying. This isn't just for intimidation at this level, there's probably no one who could defeat you, right? Chapter 53, The Palace Shrouded in White Mist. Watching Duan Huanru's earnest analysis, Pei Sun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She probably assumed these few hundred creatures represented his entire arsenal. Little did she know that on the way here, Pei Sun's summoning space had already generated over 5,000 ordinary bloodline spirits and more than 500 rare bloodline spirits. Combined with the ones generated earlier, he now commanded nearly 40,000 ordinary bloodline spirits and 4,000 rare bloodline spirits. At the same level, it might be, as you say. But as an 18th level professional appearing in a place like this, it should be pretty hard to run into other professionals at my level. Ha ha ha. That's fine. Your god-defying abilities need hellish trials to temper them. Anything less would be a waste of your talent. Duan Huanru declared. Pei Sun chuckled inwardly. Hell-level trials? Fine. Then let's start by giving those wild spirits in the shelter some hellish trials. After about half an hour of chatting, the two unknowingly arrived at the location of Wild Sanctuary number 48 marked on the electronic map. Number 48 was merely a designation for these wild sanctuaries, assigned sequentially based on the timeline of bounty quest releases, holding no other significance. After walking a few steps, a mysterious and majestic palace suddenly materialized before them like a phantom. Rising from the hazy white mist, it radiated a deathly stillness. Standing 6 or 7 stories tall, it exuded a suffocating, lifeless aura amidst the swirling clouds, sending a chill down one's spine. The palace walls were carved with intricate, enigmatic patterns that shimmered with a faint glow. Its massive doors stood tightly shut, each panel inlaid with gems that emitted a ghostly light. The eaves curved upward like swallowtails, with mythical beasts carved at the corners, their lifelike forms gazing down with an air of solemn authority, as if guarding the palace. What a magnificent palace! Is this the Sanctuary 48 we've been searching for? Pei Sun's pupils widened slightly, his eyes filled with shock and astonishment as he instinctively halted his steps. Duan Huanru nodded solemnly, her eyes gleaming with a light that seemed to hold reverence for the unknown. Surprised, aren't you? This is the marvelous creation of nature in the otherworld. Since humanity discovered the existence of this realm, explorers still haven't figured out how such rule-defying architecture came to be. Hearing Duan Huanru's words, Pei Sun was once again struck by profound astonishment and overwhelming curiosity. Such a beautiful and perfect structure was actually formed naturally? Who would have believed this in his previous life? No wonder the bounty setter offered such an exorbitant reward for this sanctuary. Enough admiring for now. See those shadows darting through the mist beneath the palace? Duan Huanru's expression grew slightly tense. Shadows? Pei Sun froze in place before looking down at the palace. Sure enough, dozens of shadowy figures darted back and forth, seemingly patrolling the area. The thick white mist obscured their details, but Pei Sun could tell these were the otherworldly spirits guarding the sanctuary. These are merely the spirits patrolling the outer perimeter. There are many more within, especially near the psychic fragments. The number of guardian spirits only increases there, Duan Huanru explained patiently as she sat down beside him. I see. Pei Sun sat down, his full attention focused on analyzing the situation. Duan Huanru paused upon seeing Pei Sun's movement before asking. Why are you sitting down? Are you telling me to attack this sanctuary? Huh? No. Pei Sun blinked rapidly, pointing toward the palace. My summoned creature has already gone over there. Duan Huanru was utterly dumbfounded. He turned his head toward the palace and saw dozens of familiar, lifeless-looking spirits suddenly appear, quietly creeping toward the palace's base. Witnessing this scene, Duan Huanru couldn't help but marvel, is this how summoners operate? If he were to get into a fight outside like this, wouldn't he just be able to sit back and sip hot tea? What Duan Huanru didn't know was that only Pei Sun's unique hidden class, the Necromancer, dared to pull off such a stunt. For ordinary summoners, forget about having this many summons. Even if they did, the creatures would grow distant unless the summoner fought alongside them. That's why only Pei Sun, with his disposable summon creatures, dared to act this way. Under Pei Sun's specific orders, his necromantic summons were instructed to avoid damaging the palace structures. Such a beautiful palace, if it were chipped or scratched, it would be such a pity. Otherwise, these necromantic summons wouldn't have crept over stealthily, they'd have charged in wildly, slaughtering indiscriminately. But, are all these summons enough? Didn't you say your individual summons are weak in combat and have low stats? The spirits in here are genuinely powerful. And most of them are level 10 or higher. Not sure, but probably. Didn't you just say my strength lies in numbers? Pei Sun blinked innocently, staring up at Duan Huanru with an almost comical expression. I was talking about having numerical superiority when multiple of you gang up on one. There are at least 100 aberrations in this sanctuary. One can handle 10 or more of your summons. How are your few undead summons supposed to gang up on the aberrations inside? Duan Huanru couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over her. Why did this kid only remember the part where she praised him? Is that so? Pei Sun feigned confusion, then with a flick of his thoughts, over 1,000 undead summoned creatures instantly materialized before them. This time, alongside the common bloodline undead, rare bloodline undead were also present. After issuing the same command, these undead creatures sprang into action immediately. Is this enough now? Pei Sun's eyes darted around as he turned to look at Duan Huanru with a serious expression. Duan Huanru, who had suddenly noticed the thousands of undead spirit summoned creatures out of the corner of her eye, instantly widened her eyes in disbelief as she watched them charge into the sanctuary. He hadn't blinked. How did an entire legion of undead spirits suddenly appear out of nowhere? These are all yours? Duan Huanru was clearly stunned by Pei Sun's display. Such a terrifying number of summons, and they were conjured by a summoner barely in the double digits? Wasn't that just unfair? Yes. Didn't you say there weren't enough? Now we should be able to gang up on the spirits inside, right? Pei Sun asked with an innocent expression. Enough. Duan Huanru's cheeks involuntarily twitched. Mayor Liao had only warned him that this guy's abilities were beyond belief. He hadn't mentioned they could reach such extreme levels. What he didn't know was that Liao Yu's understanding of Pei Sun's abilities was limited to summoning numerous creatures. He had no idea the scale could be this terrifying. If Liao Yuza had witnessed this scene firsthand, his expression would likely have mirrored hers. Chapter 54, The Undead Legion. The atmosphere in the air instantly grew awkward. Duan Huanru watched the scene, at a loss for words. Ding! Defeated LV.12 Iron-maned Black Snake. Gained 1500 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.13 Purple Flame Silkworm, gained 2000 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.14 White Flame Fighting Tiger, gained 3000 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.9 Black Scaled Rabbit, gained 400 EXP. Ding! Obtained Tier 1 material, Iron Mane Snake Gallbladder 3. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Purple Flame Silkworm Wing 1. New spirit species added to roster, now summonable, rare bloodline spirit, Iron-maned Black Snake spawns 1 every 10 seconds. New spirit race added, summonable, rare bloodline spirit, Purple Flame Silkworm spawns 1 every 10 seconds. New spirit race added, summonable, rare bloodline spirit, White Flame Fighting Tiger generates 1 every 10 seconds. New spirit race added, summonable, common bloodline spirit, Black Scaled Rabbit spawns 1 every second. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.19. All 5 attributes plus 2 points, plus 4 free attribute points to distribute. Name, Pei Sun. Class, Necromancer unique hidden class, other classes omitted. Proficiency, color diamond. Talent, SSS rank talent, Necromantic Pact, entities summoned by the host carry necromantic essence, obeying the hosts will completely and immune to negative effects. Entities slain by the host can be summoned by the host for their own use, with no summoning limit. Level, LV.19 2.9%. Strength, 202.0. Intelligence, 94.0. Spirit, 94.0. Constitution, 94.0. Agility, 94.0. Overall ability score, 115.6. Skills passive, innate ability SSS rank Necromantic World Forge, summons 1 spirit per second to fight for the host. Summon spirits share the host's level and possess 1/10 of the host's attributes. Currently summonable spirit types. Common grade entities, Dire Wolf, Desert Scorpion, Coyote, Wasteland Ox, Horned Panther, Giant Clawed Ice Shrimp, Ice Crystal Fish, Black Scaled Rabbit. Rare grade entities: Desert Scorpion Emperor, Demon Horn Spirit Leopard, Shadow Sand Snake, Four-Winged Nightbird, Purple Skull Vicious Ant, Ice Crystal Fiendfish, Golden Scaled Rampaging Elephant, Iron Maned Black Snake, Purple Flame Silkworm, White Smoke Pipe Tiger. Skill passive: Innate ability SSS rank Delusional Gaze, host shares vision with all summon creatures. Skill passive: Innate ability SSS rank Death Spirit's Wrath. Upon death, the spirit explodes, dealing 5.0 strength value area damage to targets within 1 meter. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of leveling up echoed in Pei Sun's mind, a result of the substantial experience he had accumulated earlier. Opening the long dormant system panel revealed a dramatic transformation in his stats, most notably his strength value having surpassed 200 points. The variety of summonable spirits had also expanded dramatically, from the solitary wicked wolf to over a dozen distinct races. It was nothing short of spectacular. Wait! Scanning his skill panel, Pei Sun suddenly remembered something crucial. He quickly disabled the skill effect causing undead to explode upon death, otherwise, this magnificent palace would be ruined. Through the shared vision skill, Pei Sun could clearly see the forms of these spirits and the palace's interior. The palace was already breathtaking from the outside, but the interior was even more dazzling. At a glance, it seemed as large as several villas combined. The first glimpse inside conveyed a sense of vastness and solemnity. The interior soared high and open, with the dome stretching hundreds of meters above the floor. A rough estimate suggested it could easily accommodate 400 to 500 people. Merely an ordinary grade shelter, its capacity already rivaled that of some primordial grade shelters. The floor was composed of mirror-smooth stone slabs, each measuring several meters in length, fitted together with precision. Dense patterns were carved into their surfaces. Along the surrounding walls hung a series of profoundly symbolic murals, both awe-inspiring and beautiful. Ah! What a pity such a splendid sanctuary, only to end up working for others. When I have the time, I'll build one myself. Pei Sun murmured with envy. This palace was exactly his style. As time ticked by, not only did the sound of experience points accumulating echo in Pei Sun's mind, but death notifications for his necromantic summons also flashed continuously. It must be said, the spirits here were exceptionally formidable, even more so than Duan Huanru had described. Nearly all were above level 10, with only a handful below the threshold. Nearly all possessed innate abilities, inflicting significant casualties on Pei Sun's undead. Despite the splitting effect, he lost 800 to 900 undead creatures in a short span. Pei Sun had no choice but to deploy several thousand more undead summons. Fortunately, the death rate of the spirits within the sanctuary remained within acceptable limits. Watching Pei Sun's seemingly limitless summoning ability, Duan Huanru was utterly dumbfounded. This seems like he's here to temper me? In a clearing far from the wild sanctuary, 6 or 7 burly middle-aged men stood there, discussing something. They all wore identical uniforms, each bearing a striking sapphire blue ice crystal emblem on the chest. Among them, a thin, middle-aged man stood with intense focus, his ear pressed toward a specific direction, straining to hear something faintly. The others stood solemnly, their eyes fixed intently on him. That student actually summoned over 100 bizarre creatures. We'll wait until he exhausts his power in this wilderness sanctuary before moving in. The young man beside him must not be underestimated. We can't let that kid interfere while we deal with him. Boss, are you sure you didn't misread? According to intel, this student is only in the teens in level. How could he summon over 100 creatures? A burly middle-aged man beside him frowned and asked. Nonsense. Do you think I have time to argue with you now? Bro, I don't think we need to be this cautious. There are only 2 of them, and one's just a wet behind the ears kid. With 5 of us are rank mercenaries and you, an S-rank mercenary, how could we possibly lose to that one guy? Oomph. I said this operation must be flawless. That guy has an emerald grade adventurer's badge. Until we know his true capabilities, we must proceed with the utmost caution. Come on, that's taking it too far. I have an emerald grade adventurer's badge too. The rest of the brothers all have jade grade badges. There's no way we can't take him down. You? How old are you? How old is he? He looks barely over 20, maybe 30 at most. You're in your 50s or 60s. You've been in this line of work nearly half a lifetime longer than him. How dare you compare yourself to him? Hearing the boss speak, the man immediately fell silent. And I've already said it, higher-ups entrusted this critical mission to our 7th squad because they trust us. If we fail, it'll severely damage the reputation of the entire Frostsoul mercenary corps. So I don't want to hear any more of your stupid questions, got it? Understood, boss. After reprimanding his subordinate, the man resumed his intense focus on intercepting information from Pei Sun's side. Chapter 55, A Spatial Mage? The Frostsoul Mercenary Corps was one of the renowned 4 great mercenary corps that had long operated within the Celestial Sanctuary. Under the guild's strict tiered squad system, these 6 individuals represented the Frostsoul's elite combat force. Among them, the leader, Lu Feng, possessed S-rank talent bordering on clairvoyance and top-tier strategic acumen. Leading Squad 7, he had completed numerous challenging missions, earning considerable renown throughout the entire Sky Sanctuary. Their current mission was to assassinate Pei Sun. It's almost time. That kid summoned over 1,000 bizarre creatures, and they're nearly depleted. Get ready. Before he could finish, the others behind him swiftly conducted final equipment checks, poised and ready. Wait. What? What the hell? He just summoned another 2 or 3,000. How is that even possible? Lu Feng's shocked tone caused the others nearby to frown as well. They exchanged glances, wanting to question but afraid of being reprimanded. This kid is seriously messed up. Lu Feng said, clearly troubled. Let's wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe it. I'll see just how many he can summon. Brother, now that you mention it, this kid seems pretty smart. He knows to keep a trump card up his sleeve. Thank goodness for your command and judgment, brother. Otherwise, if we'd rushed in recklessly, we might have suffered a major setback. Oomph. Cut the flattery. Not at all, brother. I genuinely admire you. Lu Feng has S-rank talent, 1,000 miles in a glance, allowed him to project real-time visuals of a specific location within a certain range into his mind. While it might not be particularly effective as an individual combat skill, when used in team combat, it was nothing short of divine. It's almost done. The spirits inside the sanctuary are nearly wiped out, and that brat's over 2,000 summons have been whittled down to less than 100. Move in. Roger that. The others responded in unison, then charged toward Pei Sun with overwhelming momentum. At that moment, Pei Sun remained immersed within the palace shrouded in white mist, his thoughts drifting. Hey, check it out. Is it quiet in there? Duan Huanru reminded Pei Sun with a sigh of exasperation. The guy hadn't taken his eyes off something, lost in whatever he was staring at. Oh. Seems like it. Only then did Pei Sun realize the otherworldly spirits within the palace had been completely eradicated, leaving only the remnants of his own necromantic summons. What a waste of my undead legion. Pei Sun murmured softly, his voice tinged with genuine regret. Had he not prioritized protecting this sanctuary at all costs, he would have allowed his undead to unleash their innate skill, undead wrath. That way, he wouldn't have lost so many of them. All told, in less than half an hour of combat, he had lost over 3,000 ordinary bloodline undead summons. What are you babbling about? Hurry up and find the psychic spirit shards inside. We need them to complete the mission. Oh, okay. Just as Pei Sun prepared to step into the palace himself, a shrill voice suddenly rang out behind them. Halt! Who gave you permission to attack the wild sanctuary we've claimed? Scram now, and I might spare you. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you join those spirits you just killed. Pei Sun froze, turning his head in surprise. He saw 6 middle-aged men of varying heights and appearances, all dressed identically in uniforms. Upon hearing the words, he couldn't help but frown. How could their first mission end up like this? Duan Huanru, however, showed little reaction upon seeing them. The moment they appeared nearby, Duan Huanru had sensed their presence. Mercenaries in uniform were a common sight anywhere in this otherworld, so he hadn't paid them much mind until he realized these men had targeted him and Pei Sun. What are you staring at? Don't you understand human speech? Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. One of the burly men glared menacingly, his tone harsh and domineering. This wild shelter was conquered by us. It seems a bit unfair for you lot to want to reap where you haven't sown, don't you think? Duan Huanru frowned, his voice cold. Oomph. Improper? Nothing I set my sights on ever ends up in someone else's hands. One swing of my blade and you'll see if it's proper or not. With that, the burly man drew the coldly gleaming blade at his waist and advanced step by step toward Duan Huanru and Pei Sun. Duan Huanru's expression turned icy. Standing beside her, Pei Sun suddenly sensed the surge of her supernatural energy. Stay right beside me. Don't move a single step away. Pei Sun was about to summon his legion of 10,000 undead spirits to help Duan Huanru intercept the attack. But suddenly, he recalled the scene from that morning at school when the two mayors had lavishly praised Duan Huanru as a genius. He held back from summoning his forces immediately, wanting to see firsthand what kind of ability could earn such praise from Mayors Yao and Liao. He was deeply curious. You're courting death. Fine then, I'll send you both down myself. With that, the burly man tensed every muscle as his ability surged through his body. His long sword hummed in his grasp. Then, bellowing, he closed the distance in 2 strides, swinging his blade high with a flash of cold steel. Duan Huanru's expression remained cold and stern. Uttering not a word, a piercing gaze, sharp as a physical blade, suddenly shot from her eyes, like a cold star suddenly appearing. Though a distance still separated them, the burly man suddenly flew backward uncontrollably. He traced a clumsy arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust with a dull thud. Witnessing this, the expressions of the others shifted abruptly, their eyes filled with shock and dread. Third brother. One of them shouted, then flashed forward, rushing to the fallen man. He helped him up and checked his injuries. Pei Sun's eyes widened instantly, his gaze brimming with utter disbelief. He hadn't seen Duan Huanru make any move to strike. Just that one glance had sent the man flying? What kind of god-defying ability was this? Could she be a spatial mage? Before Pei Sun could recover from his shock, Duan Huanru delivered an even more astonishing display. Suddenly, Duan Huanru's hands formed a strange gesture. 3 seconds later, a magical seal rapidly took shape. In an instant, a fiery dragon surged forth, its terrifying heat blasting toward the group. The roaring flames twisted and distorted the air wherever they passed. Pei Sun felt the surrounding temperature spike several degrees, leaving him utterly dumbfounded once more. What is this? How does he know fire element skills? Is he a fire mage? Chapter 56, The Tree Cage. A mage who masters 2 elemental skills? Mages were considered the most late-game oriented profession among all classes. Therefore, most mage practitioners specialized in only one elemental discipline. Pursuing 2 would consume both excessive resources and time. Yet Duan Huanru not only wielded the extremely rare spatial element, but also executed fire skills with masterful precision. The opponents across the field were already stunned by Duan Huanru's earlier display. Now, witnessing this crimson flame dragon, they were utterly horrified. After rescuing the third brother, another figure flashed into view. His hands were instantly enveloped in earth-brown light. With a furious roar, he slammed both palms down onto the ground. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground instantly shattered, sending countless fragments of rock flying into the air. The flying debris swiftly coalesced before the man, forming an impenetrable stone wall in the blink of an eye. Like a solid hill, it stood firmly before the 6 figures. Rumble! The crimson flame dragon roared toward them, slamming violently into the stone wall. In that instant, the terrifying impact triggered a deafening crash. The wall shattered instantly under the immense force, scattering into countless fragments across the ground. The crimson flame dragon itself dissipated in the violent collision. Fifth brother, move! Lu Feng and Meng abruptly turned their heads, their piercing gazes fixed on a man beside them whose features were as smooth and gentle as jade. They barked the order sharply. In the next instant, the man swiftly drew a silver-white longbow. His fingers pinched the air lightly, and instantly, countless crystalline droplets materialized, linking together to form an arrow radiating a faint blue glow. With practiced ease, he knocked the arrow and drew the bowstring taut. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like lightning, piercing the sky with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for Duan Huanru. Seeing this, Pei Sun's heart sank. He prepared to summon his spirit beast to block the strike for Duan Huanru. After all, when the power gap between opponents wasn't vast, such an attack based on absolute elemental suppression could inflict unimaginable damage upon Duan Huanru. Yet, just as Pei Sun prepared to act, Duan Huanru merely flashed a trace of disdain in her eyes. With a gentle flick of his knuckled bony hands, a vivid green whirlwind materialized before him, spinning rapidly. The hurtling water droplet arrow collided with the vortex and was instantly deflected, its trajectory abruptly altered. Pei Sun's eyes widened in shock. He could wield wind element too? How many elements did he actually control? Witnessing this, the icy gaze of the fifth brother flickered with disbelief. He had timed his attack perfectly, capitalizing on his teammate's support, only to have it so effortlessly nullified by this guy. What was crucial was that this guy had already demonstrated 3 elements so far. Not only were the powers of these 3 elements terrifyingly potent, but he wielded them with consummate skill. It was hard to imagine what kind of training had forged him to this level. No wonder he earned the Emerald Grade Adventurer badge, coveted by all adventurers, at such a young age. The Soul Frost Mercenary Group? They certainly have guts. Duan Huanru's expression darkened completely. His gaze, filled with icy coldness, fixed on the group. Except for the leader, Lu Feng, the others were all forced to take a few steps back by the murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Though he didn't know the reason yet, after today, he definitely crossed swords with the Frost Soul mercenaries. After exchanging blows, he realized they weren't after the shelter at all. They were determined to kill him and Pei Sun. Oomph. You actually recognize our shelter's insignia. But you'll die today. Just remember not to mess with the wrong people in your next life. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Lu Feng's eyes before he barked out commands again. Yuan Mu, barrier. Fourth brother, refresh Yuan Mu's abilities double barrier. Oomph. Let's see how many abilities you really have. Lu Fenghe glared at Duan Huanru as if he intended to devour her. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a slightly stocky figure leapt forward. Extending both hands, he formed a complex hand seal in mere seconds, just as Duan Huanru had done moments before. Boom! Boom! In an instant, deafening roars surged from all directions. Pei Sun's expression instantly turned grave. He scanned his surroundings warily, hearing only the unceasing rumbling. Yet the environment remained unchanged, causing his heartbeat to accelerate involuntarily. Duan Huanru was now enveloped by intense unease. He instinctively snapped his head up, and upon seeing what lay ahead, his pupils contracted sharply. The towering trees around them had suddenly begun growing at a frenzied pace. Their trunks thickened and lengthened visibly before their eyes, especially at the crowns where lush foliage spread wildly, nearly obscuring a small patch of sky entirely. Feeling a wave of oppressive pressure, Pei Sun finally reacted. He looked up, his face etched with disbelief. He saw those thick, serpentine trunks plunging down from the heights with a sharp whistling sound, piercing straight toward Duan Huanru. Duan Huanru's expression shifted slightly. For the first time since the battle began, he sensed such an intense aura of danger, causing his nerves to tighten like never before. Faced with the frenzied pursuit of this terrifying arboreal cage, Duan Huanru's mind raced within mere seconds, formulating countless countermeasures. While spatial teleportation could temporarily evade the pursuit, it would consume vast amounts of his supernatural energy, leaving him severely disadvantaged in the ensuing battle. Attacking with fire elements, which held an elemental advantage, was impractical. It would be impossible to burn through the dense tangle of branches in a short time. Worse, if he were struck by a burning branch, it would cause him considerable trouble. As for wind elemental attacks, they were essentially useless, utterly incapable of shaking these incredibly resilient tree trunks. After a moment's deliberation, Duan Huanru had no choice but to summon his fourth element earth. A warm brown glow instantly enveloped Duan Huanru. As the light flickered, his movements visibly slowed. The glow grew denser, gradually solidifying as if countless tiny earth particles rapidly coalesced, tightly adhering to his skin. Finally, layer upon layer of earthen fragments encased Duan Huanru's entire body, leaving him frozen in place like a petrified statue. Chapter 57, The Fourth Element? The pursuing tree cage instantly engulfed Duan Huanru. Layer upon layer of tree trunks wrapped around him, nearly wrapping him like a rice dumpling, firmly imprisoning him in place. After the cage of trees enveloped him, their frenzied growth showed no sign of stopping. Like thick, green vines, they coiled around Duan Huanru, seemingly intent on crushing him, rubbing against his body with every passing second. Fortunately, the earth element armored Duan Huanru had forged offered formidable defense. Despite the terrifying pressure, his body remained largely unaffected. Though his pupils and features had transformed into earth element, Duan Huanru could still clearly perceive his surroundings. Facing the suffocating sensation akin to being constricted by pythons, he found himself utterly powerless to break free. If these trees merely held him still, he could find a way to escape. But in this situation, he couldn't muster the strength to move. But it wasn't over yet. After the slightly overweight man finished casting this skill, an overwhelming look of exhaustion washed over his face. At that moment, the man beside him, known as Fourth Brother, raised his hands. A slow, silvery glow illuminated them, then settled onto the slightly overweight man's body. Within 2 breaths, the slightly plump man was instantly revitalized, his eyes brightening noticeably. His hands moved with lightning speed as he began the second round of hand seals. Accompanied by a continuous rumbling, countless sturdy tree trunks once again extended toward the petrified Duan Huanru. The double cage of wildly growing trees imprisoned him. Duan Huanru's heartbeat raced wildly, panic finally seeping into his mind. This was the first time since awakening his innate profession that he faced such a life-or-death moment. He had taken on countless missions and danced on the edge of death countless times before, yet never had he felt so utterly powerless. This time alone made him feel as if he had 1 foot already in the grave. If not for the earth element shielding him, he would have been reduced to fragments by now. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Soul Frost mercenary group finally exhaled a long breath of relief. To wield 4 elements with such mastery at such a young age. If we let you escape today, I shudder to think what kind of terrifying foe we'd be facing in the future. A rare cold smile flickered at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth as he gazed upon Duan Huanru, now firmly bound. Joy welled up within him. The fourth element? Though Pei Sun was stunned once more, the pressing crisis left him no time for hesitation. He immediately summoned his undead legion, unleashing tens of thousands of ordinary bloodline spirits and thousands of rare bloodline spirits without hesitation. The dense swarm of undead creatures moved with a ghostly, sluggish pace, their bodies pressed together, emitting a faint, putrid stench. With their arrival, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, the gentle breeze halting abruptly. The temperature dropped sharply, and an eerie, deathly stillness spread rapidly. At Pei Sun's command, the undead legion surged like a tidal wave toward the position of the Soul Frost Mercenary Corps. Some split off to attack the tree trunk imprisoning Duan Huanru. They frantically tore at the bark with sharp claws and gnawed at the trunk with pointed teeth. Yet, like a death-coiled python, the wildly growing tree trunk instantly shattered any of Pei Sun's undead summonings upon contact. The two forces were simply not on the same level. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Lu Feng and the others were stunned speechless upon seeing the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of necromantic summons before them. Bro, he actually has this many summoned creatures? You tell me? I can see it myself. Lu Feng shouted, eyes wide. Was this kid seriously overdoing it? Regardless of their stats, how did a student who'd only awakened his talent class less than a week ago barely level 10 achieve this? Bro! Did that brat use forbidden magic? We gotta take him down today. Ban my ass. If he used forbidden techniques, how'd he walk out of Liao Yu's office unscathed? And listen. We're paid to eliminate troubles, not some bull rid the world of evils. Don't make us sound so noble. Then, what the hell is going on? I can't even fathom what kind of talent could pull this off. Is it an SSSS tier talent? Or even an SSSS tier talent? Lu Feng and Luo exchanged helpless glances, shot the guy a withering stare, and decided to ignore him entirely, focusing all their attention on Pei Sun. All that waiting earlier had been to let the wild sanctuary drain Pei Sun's strength so they could focus entirely on the other opponent during the fight. Who would have thought this kid was hiding his strength so deeply? And now, at the critical moment, he'd managed to meddle in things. Lu Feng glanced at Duan Huanru, still bound and restrained, then turned to Yuan Mu with a grave expression. Can we just strangle him to death? Yuan Mu shook his head solemnly. His defenses are too high in this state. We can't break through them quickly. Hearing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. This was the most troublesome target their team had ever encountered on an assassination mission. Countless shrieks and clashes echoed relentlessly across the territory. Lu Feng has stared at the dense horde of undead before him, momentarily at a loss. Fifth brother, activate your third innate skill. Second brother, activate your first innate skill. Both nodded, swiftly activating their abilities. Fifth brother's third innate skill, Water Spirit Chant, inflicted continuous drip damage within a 10 by 10 meter radius for 10 seconds. After Old 5 spent over 10 seconds forming a complex hand seal, water molecules in the air near him suddenly magnified countless times. What had been indistinguishably small instantly expanded to visible size. Immediately after, these water bubbles detonated in rapid succession, producing a series of crackling explosions. The undead creatures adjacent to the bubbles instantly exploded and perished. Just as I imagined. Before he could finish, Lu Feng and the smirk forming on his lips froze solid. Damn it, how did it split in two? What the hell is this thing? Why is it so stubborn? Old 5, step it up. After Old 5 finished his skill, Old 2 began to exert himself. Upon hearing his elder brother's command, he had wondered why a warrior like himself should use a charged skill against these ghostly things. It turned out their defenses were extremely low. With that thought, the second brother decisively accelerated the flow of his supernatural energy. Visibly, the skin on his body flushed a deeper red, and the surrounding air seemed to rush by faster. After a brief buildup of power, he charged forward the next second like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Chapter 58, Death Element. The reality matched his expectations. His usual displacement technique, meant for traversal, dealt almost no damage. Yet, the sheer force of the wind it generated and the impact of his body alone instantly obliterated a large swath of these ghostly things. They shattered like paper dolls at the slightest touch. After their second death from Death Split, these necromantic summons, empowered by the undead curse, emitted a modest explosive effect, crackling faintly. Of course, to opponents of such terrifying strength, it felt no worse than a mosquito bite. Damn it! Why do these things still try to blow me up after they die? Disgusting. After charging forward, the second in command and his men were instantly thrown into a state of irritation, cursing under their breath. Seeing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but marvel at Lu Feng's meticulous judgment. That guy must have known the moment he summoned them that these undead creatures had weak defenses, which is why he had his men attack with area of effect skills. Still, this battle situation wasn't too bad. After all, he didn't know what terrifyingly powerful opponents he was facing. Being able to buy time for Duan Huanru was already quite good. Judging by their current pace of eliminating his undead, it would likely take several minutes to deal with this batch of over 10,000 undead summons. Yet his summoning space still held a full 30,000 ordinary blooded spirits and 3,000 rare blooded spirits. Delaying until Yuan Mu exhausted his psychic energy should be no problem. Number 5, speed up your spellcasting. Release them sequentially at different locations. Number 2, you two. What the hell are you doing over there? Tickling yourself? Can you finish dealing with these things before you scratch? Under Lu Feng's tight command, the rate at which Pei Sun's undead summons were being consumed exploded almost exponentially. In just 3 or 4 minutes, he had already used up nearly half over 5,000 of his undead summons. Yet his undead creatures couldn't inflict any damage whatsoever. Not only did they fail to make contact, but even if they did, it wouldn't even amount to a tickle. Though his undead summons were being consumed at an alarming rate, the deathly aura in the air showed no sign of diminishing. Instead, it grew increasingly potent. Under Pei Sun's watchful gaze, some of the ordinary blooded spirits actually evolved into rare blooded spirits. What is happening? Pei Sun froze for a moment before realizing this must be the effect of the Necromancer's Shatterstone. The description of this 5th-tier material stated that when his necromantic summons possessed sufficient battle intent, their bloodlines would upgrade. He never imagined it would activate at such a critical moment. It was no exaggeration to say this undead Shatterstone had saved both his and Duan Huanru's lives. Lu Feng and Xiren from the opposing side also sensed the anomaly immediately. After several rounds of observation, they finally fixed their icy, piercing gazes on Pei Sun. We weren't planning to bother with you just yet, giving you a little more time to live. But you had to go and stir up trouble. Looks like we'll just have to chop you up and take you back piece by piece. You lot, eliminate these half-dead, half-alive things faster. I'll deal with that brat. Ha? Boss, that's not right. Didn't we agree to bring them back alive? We can't afford delays, things will go wrong. Just do as I say. Yuan Mu, cover me. Got it. With that, Lu Feng, his eyes flashing with menace, set off alone toward Pei Sun's location. The air thickened with the oppressive aura of death. Though Duan Huanru, frozen in place by the petrification defense, could sense everything around her, she remained trapped, unable to move an inch. Any attempt to break free would mean being instantly strangled by the terrifying, coiling branches. Seeing the tens of thousands of undead spirits Pei Sun had summoned, he felt both shocked and deeply grateful that Pei Sun had bought him time. Yet the situation remained dire, and he had to find a way out. As time ticked by, Duan Huanru seemed to sense something. His gaze shifted toward Yuan Mu's position. Strange, he's still casting spells, yet the speed at which these branches are constricting seems to have slowed slightly. Just as Duan Huanru pondered this, the deathly aura brought by Pei Sun reached its peak intensity. It pierced through Yuan Mu's trunk and directly invaded Duan Huanru's body. Duan Huanru's eyes widened slightly. This is death element. It's this death element that's affecting the tree's growth. No wonder he felt the speed of the vines binding him slow down. The realization sent a surge of excitement through Duan Huanru. He had finally found a way to counter it. Under Duan Huanru's deliberate influence, the surrounding undead aura began to steadily seep into his body. Yet he felt no ill effects. In fact, he found himself somewhat enjoying this death element. This kid actually managed to generate such astonishing elemental power on his own. I suppose it's a blessing in disguise, granting me this unique elemental affinity. Duan Huanru murmured to himself, his mind settling into focus. Within his earth element defensive form, Duan Huanru once again began frantically channeling his abilities. A terrifying aura of death radiated from him, seeping into the trees that entangled him. Almost instantly, the trees eroded by the death elements ceased growing, solidifying in place like lifeless corpses. Far away, Yuan Mu sensed this and his expression changed drastically, as if he had foreseen something terrifying. Put! The next second, Yuan Mu violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. What's wrong, Yuan Mu? The support beside him watched in horror, his own expression turning grim. After working alongside Yuan Mu for so long, this was the first time he'd seen him suffer such severe injury. Cough, splutter. Before he could finish, Yuan Mu coughed up more blood and collapsed unconscious. This scene immediately caught the attention of the other four nearby, their expressions shifting slightly. With the boss handling that kid alone, none of them dared make any sudden moves. Now that Yuan Mu had collapsed inexplicably, why did it feel like their side was suddenly in trouble? Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, snatching the attention of both Lu Feng, whose eyes blazed with malice as he prepared to strike, and Pei Sun, whose tense expression was etched with sweat. A slender figure stood out starkly against the explosion's aftermath, surrounded by burning stumps and charred branches. Pei Sun's face lit up with joy. He had broken free from those layers upon layers of restraints. What Pei Sun didn't know was that Duan Huanru had absorbed his elemental power to break free. Lu Feng and Yi were instantly dumbfounded. He glanced back at Yuan Mu, only to find him already lying motionless on the ground. His expression darkened instantly. Chapter 59, Sorry, you can't leave. Pei Sun, watch out. Duan Huanru's voice suddenly rang out from afar, a desperate shout. The man who had been called Big Brother charged toward Pei Sun at breakneck speed, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Pei Sun merely turned his head dismissively, revealing a dark crystal in his hand. The next instant, Pei Sun materialized beside Duan Huanru. A teleportation crystal? Seeing this, Duan Huanru froze for a moment before her expression turned puzzled. How could the crystal still be intact after using the teleportation effect? Wasn't it supposed to be disposable? Duan Huanru couldn't help but scrutinize Pei Sun more closely. After all, ordinary people couldn't possibly obtain such precious materials. Where on earth did this kid get it? Nearby, Lu Feng watched as Pei Sun vanished and reappeared beside Duan Huanru. Momentarily stunned, he realized he hadn't had a chance to act. He immediately sprinted back to Yuan Mu and the others. In combat, he'd never personally engaged, always serving as the strategist. He never imagined facing just two opponents would force him into action today. Yuan Mu? What's wrong with you? Lu Fenghe frowned, glancing at the others. What's wrong with Yuan Mu? Why did he suddenly faint? The others shook their heads in unison, none of them knowing what had happened. He had clearly been casting spells moments ago, then collapsed without warning. With both opponents under their watch, they naturally hadn't witnessed the cause. Fourth brother. You were assisting Yuan Mu the entire time. Don't you know what happened to him? Lu Feng's voice cracked with fury. Pei Sun's summoned creature had already caused them considerable trouble, and now this. The situation had pushed him over the edge. I don't know. 1 second he was normally releasing his ability to control the trees and restrain Duan Huanru, but then suddenly, without warning, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Fourth brother said, looking utterly wronged. Lu Feng's chest heaved violently with rage. Despite all the preparations made before the mission began, unexpected incidents kept arising. What the hell is that guy's background? He's got extensive combat experience, flexible on the spot decision making, and as a mage, he can actually master 4 elements simultaneously. And how the hell did he break through Yuan Mu's restraints? Duan Huanru's performance had left Lu Feng and the others deeply shaken. Pei Sun, too, felt profound admiration for Duan Huanru. He hadn't realized she possessed such formidable combat prowess. No wonder Mayors Yao and Liao had both lavished such high praise on her as a genius. Duan Huanru's gaze fixed on Lu Feng and the others with icy intensity, while a faint black mist began seeping from his skin. Upon seeing the black mist, Pei Sun's expression instantly grew tense. Why did this mist feel strangely familiar and comforting to him? Lu Feng and the others, with their keen eyes, immediately noticed the changes occurring on Duan Huanru's body surface, and an ominous premonition instantly rose in their hearts. Their strongest tactical approach had proven ineffective against this man, and now they had no idea how to deal with him. Meanwhile, he seemed to have more tricks up his sleeve yet to be deployed. Coupled with the endless tide of death state creatures before them, Lu Feng and the others instantly felt a headache coming on. Brother, maybe we should retreat first. This situation seems to be spiraling out of our control. The third member, who had been the first to fall, recovered and, seeing the situation before them, spoke with a sigh of defeat. Lu Feng and the others seemed not to hear him, their gazes fixed sharply on Duan Huanru in the distance. If they fled this operation in such disarray, how could they save face? How could they continue serving in the Soul Frost Mercenary Corps? How could they face the superiors who had entrusted them with this mission? And given the situation now, judging by that guy's stance, whether they could even escape was still a question. After all, they still had to carry an unconscious comrade. Sorry, but you're not getting away. In the tense, charged atmosphere, Duan Huanru's voice rang out, cold as ice. Instantly, a towering wave of black mist surged up behind him. The ink-black mist, thick and impenetrable, surged toward Lu Feng and the others with overwhelming force. The surrounding air seemed to be crushed by this mysterious darkness, becoming almost suffocating. At this moment, Duan Huan unleashed his full power without reservation. Finally, Pei Sun sensed Duan Huan's true strength level. A level 44 glorious tier professional. Lu Feng's eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle's. Without hesitation, he barked out a command. Number 2, number 5. Forget about those troublesome summons for now, deal with this guy first. Number 2, summon your frost-charred elephant to split the battlefield. Remember, stay clear of that eerie black mist at all costs. Roger that. Second and fifth answered in unison. Fifth drew a staff from his robe, a deep azure blade carved from some pristine material, radiating a frigid aura. He raised it steadily above his head with both hands, and the natural energies in the surrounding air instantly converged like a surging tide. Immediately, a massive water ring materialized above Old Five's head. Water elements poured in ceaselessly from all directions, carrying a power beyond description. The ring's direction was aimed squarely at Pei Sun. Simultaneously, Old Five's gaze sharpened, and with a flicker of intent, a deafening roar echoed. A colossal ice blue elephant, its body as massive as a small building, materialized. The frost chatter elephant radiated a biting cold, every inch of its skin seemingly forged from solid ice. Its icy eyes flashed with a chilling light. Old Second flickered, leaping lightly onto the broad back of the frost chatter elephant. Under his command, the frost chatter elephant stomped its hooves, sending dust flying. Like an arrow released from a bow, it charged recklessly toward Duan Huanru. My elder brother rarely let me summon my frost chatter elephant before, but now he finally permits it. They're nothing but two greenhorns. Watch my frost chatter elephant trample them into dust. The second brother, mounted on frost chatter, seemed consumed by battle frenzy. He cast aside Lu Feng's earlier warning about avoiding the black mist, his eyes fixed solely on Duan Huanru. Duan Huanru sneered coldly with disdain. Though he had only recently touched the death elemental power brought by Pei Sun, he had already fully grasped its function and application. Under his mental command, the surging black mist closed in on the resisting second brother and fifth brother, especially the second brother charging toward him atop his giant elephant. Within mere breaths, the torrent of black mist touched the frost chatter elephant, instantly devouring it whole. Oomph! Use the frost roar. Old Second commanded with disdain. Chapter 60, New Elemental Power. Roar! The frost chatter elephant unleashed another roar powerful enough to shatter everything, its nearly tangible sound waves radiating outward. Not only Pei Sun, but even Lu Feng and the others reacted swiftly, covering their ears. That second brother. He'll never shake that arrogant streak. Even after telling him to avoid that black mist, he still has to be stubborn. Lu Feng muttered angrily. Yet second brother wore a cold smirk. His icy roar had shattered nearly all the devouring black mist, allowing only faint wisps to seep into the frost chatter elephant's body from unseen corners. The frost chatter elephant's pace visibly slowed. But given its massive frame, its speed was never swift to begin with, so the second brother didn't notice immediately. He just frantically ordered the beast to charge forward and crush Duan Huanru, as if he could already see her shattered into pieces. After the black mist seeped into the frost chatter elephant's body, it swiftly moved toward the second brother. Second brother's brow furrowed deeply. Though Big Brother had instructed them to avoid this black mist at all costs, it now pressed directly against him. He possessed no third hand to cast a skill and disperse it. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Lu Feng and the others, the black mist began to seep into the second brother's body, thread by thread. Lu Feng and the others could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless to stop it. Big brother. What should we do? The third brother asked anxiously from the side. I don't know. We can only trust old 5 and old 2. If even they can't stop that guy, then You go clear out that kid's summon creatures first. Don't let them interfere with old 2 and old 5. Lu Feng, his tone had grown heavy, a stark contrast to his earlier resolve. Hearing his elder brother's words, the third brother suddenly understood something and couldn't help but scrutinize Duan Huanru. He never imagined she could push their team to this point. Earlier, while waiting at a distance, he also bearing the Emerald Adventurer's badge had looked down on their opponent. Yet when the real battle began, a single glance from that man had sent him flying. Now, single-handedly, he'd driven their entire team to the brink of destruction. Lu Feng's current expression of utter helplessness was something he had never seen since joining this team. He dared not waste another moment. His innate abilities surged violently within him as he charged forward, his long sword slashing fiercely at Pei Sun's undead summons. His skin flushed crimson, hair stood on end, and his clothes ripped open to reveal dark, bulging muscles. The blade in his hand swung faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, a single slash of sword energy cut down over 100 of Pei Sun's undead summons. In contrast, though Pei Sun's undead summons were numerous, they couldn't inflict any damage on them. The second brother's eyes burned with growing murderous intent, his smug expression impossible to hide as he imagined his elder brother's praise moments later. What he failed to notice was that as Frost Shatter Elephant's speed gradually slowed, the vitality within its body was steadily diminishing. I told you all to hand over the sanctuary and you could leave. You wouldn't listen. Fine, then all of you. Ouch. The second brother shouted arrogantly at Duan Huanru and Pei Sun, but his words cut off abruptly mid-sentence. The Frost Shatter Elephant beneath him suddenly collapsed with a thud, its massive body crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The second brother tumbled over with it, letting out a pained yell. When he finally stood up and realized his Frost Shatter Elephant had collapsed unconscious, terror washed over his face. His eyes widened to their limits as he rushed over in 2 strides, both hands stroking the beast. Unable to believe what had happened, he cried out. What happened to you? What happened, Xiao Shuang? Get up! As a knight, unlike summoners who could command multiple creatures simultaneously, he could only have one mount at a time. Only if that mount perished could he seek another. Seeing his Frost Shatter Elephant and noble Phantom Saint Grade bloodline companion who had been by his side for decades collapse like this for the first time, his face drained of color, his heart pounding in terror. Xiao Shuang, don't scare me. What happened to you? Duan Huanru shot a dismissive glance at the Frost Shard Elephant before fixing her gaze on the figure casting spells in the distance. Upon witnessing this scene, the fifth brother and Lu Feng were once again overcome with dread. They never imagined second brother's incredibly powerful mount would be rendered combat inactive so abruptly. Old 5, unleash it now! Lu Fenghe shouted urgently. Old 5 dared not hold back any longer, immediately unleashing the water ring heavy cannon he'd been charging for so long. Whoosh! 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 The intense friction between water and air erupted as the water ring heavy cannon hurtled toward Duan Huanru like a missile, poised to engulf and detonate her in an instant. Yet, mere meters before reaching Duan Huanru, the cannon suddenly wilted as if crushed by multiple times its weight, disintegrating into ordinary water elements that splashed onto the ground. Seeing this, Old 5's eyes widened instantly. His most powerful charged skill had been nullified by this guy? The next second, Old 5, his face twisted in horror, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Lu Feng and the others watched, their hearts sinking further. Their eyes, now as still as death, fixed on Duan Huanru. Who exactly is he? Seeing the others across from him already severely wounded, Duan Huanru remained expressionless, as if this outcome were inevitable. Immediately, he began forming intricate hand seals. The black aura surrounding him vanished abruptly, transforming once more into fire elemental energy. Pei Sun, standing nearby, was so stunned he couldn't speak. This constant shifting between elements, what kind of talent was this? How many elements could he possibly command? Throughout the battle, Duan Huanru had continuously unleashed his abilities, yet he showed no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. Instead, his momentum kept surging. Judging by his current state, it seemed he was about to end the fight. Suddenly, dozens of blazing red fireballs materialized before him. Condensing to the size of basketballs, they shot forth like bullets, targeting the scattered opponents. Lu Feng and the others froze in place, their bodies limp and utterly unable to move. The golden red fireballs grew larger and larger in his pupils. Until the very last moment, he couldn't comprehend how a young man ranked lower than all of them could possess such overwhelming power. Boom! Boom! The deafening roar of explosions echoed in rapid succession. Squad 7 of the Soul Frost Mercenary Corps was wiped out. Pei Sun's inexhaustible horde of undead summons swarmed over the corpses. Through shared vision, they confirmed everyone was utterly destroyed, especially Lu Feng, who possessed almost no combat skills, and the others, reduced to nothing but dust. Chapter 61, White Ice Sanctuary. Meanwhile, Duan Huanru could hold on no longer. Stumbling, he lost his balance and crashed to the ground. A metallic taste filled his throat as a mouthful of blood surged up, but he forced himself to swallow it back down. Teacher Duan. Pei Sun hurried over to help him up. He hadn't expected Teacher Duan, who had seemed almost effortless throughout the battle, to collapse like this afterward. Clearly, he had been holding back for an unknown amount of time to avoid revealing any weaknesses. Others might not know, but Duan Huanru himself understood the immense toll this had taken on his body, continuously switching elements in such a short span, each shift draining vast amounts of energy. To others, he still appeared brimming with energy, capable of fighting dozens more rounds. But in truth, after unleashing his final skill, not a shred of power remained within him. Had that strike not utterly annihilated his opponent, it would likely have been the two of them who perished. I'm not, cough cough. I'm fine. Hurry to the shelter and retrieve the energy crystals. You must step inside yourself. Duan Huanru's face paled further, yet he patiently urged. All right. I'll go now. Saying this, Pei Sun laid Duan Huanru down on a patch of grass and commanded over 100 undead summons to surround and protect him. It would be disastrous if anyone else attacked Duan Huanru now. Pei Sun wasted no time, sprinting toward the palace. Curiosity gnawed him. Why did Duan Huanru insist he retrieve the spirit essence tablet personally? Otherwise, he would have sent his undead summons to fetch it. Pushing open the palace doors, Pei Sun entered without hesitation, simultaneously releasing 2 desert scorpion emperors from his summoning space to follow at his side. Even though he'd already seen the palace's interior through shared vision, witnessing its exquisitely detailed architecture and vast, open spaces in person still left him in awe. Such a vast palace, yet the psychic fragment he sought was so small. For a moment, Pei Sun was stumped. Completely unfamiliar with the sanctuary, he had no idea where to begin searching. He couldn't very well comb through every inch along the walls, could he? By the time he found his way out, he'd likely be mortally wounded, and Duan Huanru would have already breathed her last. Pei Sun scanned the area and suddenly noticed a golden armchair positioned directly opposite the entrance gate at the far end. His eyes lit up. Passing through the 4 massive supporting pillars at the palace's center, Pei Sun quickly reached the golden armchair. Sure enough, he discovered a milky white crystal embedded in a recess above it. Pei Sun decisively plucked it free. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind, simultaneously forging a subtle connection between himself and this sanctuary. White Ice Sanctuary. This was the name of the sanctuary. And the moment he knew its name, it meant the sanctuary belonged to him. Unless he transferred the psychic fragment to another, ownership of this sanctuary would never change hands. What a pity! Such a splendid sanctuary. Pei Sun gazed at the milky white crystal fragment in his hand, his heart racing with desire. He silently vowed that once this mission was complete, he would seize a sanctuary of his own. Then he could settle the spirit entities he'd brought out of the Black Death Forest here, letting them quietly level up. Wouldn't he end up with a massive spirit legion? Pei Sun's mind was filled with delightful thoughts as he quickened his pace to leave. But before he could take a step, in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing directly at the entrance of the White Ice Sanctuary. Wow, how amazing! Pei Sun glanced back at the sanctuary in awe. So being the owner of a sanctuary had this perk too. After exiting, Pei Sun was about to seek out Duan Huanru when he noticed she had already approached him. He observed that her injuries had significantly improved. Her complexion had regained its rosy hue, and a faint green tint now graced her skin. Ha! Pei Sun murmured in mild surprise. Just moments ago, she couldn't even stand steadily, and now she could walk? Teacher Duan, is that wood element? The words tumbled out before he could stop him, and Pei Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed to him that Duan Huanru had demonstrated all 5 elemental abilities. She could attack, defend, and now even heal herself. Wasn't that a bit too powerful? Duan Huanru nodded, but immediately changed the subject. You got the ability spirit fragment, right? What's the name of this sanctuary? White Ice Sanctuary, Pei Sun replied truthfully. It seemed Duan Huanru knew the shelter well. Good, just getting it is enough. Let's go back and hand over the mission. Only then did Duan Huanru nod reassuringly, leading Pei Sun back along the same path. First, they would return to the Azure Sky Shelter, then use its portal to get back to Maple Feather City on Blue Star. Although the White Ice Shelter also had a spirit vortex teleportation point, they didn't know where on Blue Star it would transport them. For safety's sake, the two chose to return via the Sky Shelter. Along the way, Pei Sun couldn't help but ask Duan Huanru. Teacher Duan, are you an SSS tier talent? Does your talent allow you to cultivate multiple elements simultaneously? Judging by the ability he had just demonstrated, that seemed to be the only possibility. Duan Huanru nodded, then shook her head and smiled. You guessed my talent rank correctly, but not my talent ability, though you're very close. Close? Then what is it? Pei Sun was instantly filled with curiosity. Whenever I sense an unfamiliar element, I can transform it for my own use and fuse it with skills I've already learned. Hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. That's possible? So that meant he must possess other elemental powers too, right? The question arose, what element were those black vapors earlier? Why did they feel so familiar the moment they were released? Why did they surround him, even bringing a sense of comfort? Hearing Pei Sun voice this question, Duan Huanru smiled again and explained. That was the element of death. It was transformed from the undead aura I sensed emanating from you. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't summoned so many undead creatures, unleashing that immense undead aura, I might have truly met my end here. My undead aura? Pei Sun was utterly astonished. He hadn't realized he'd played such a crucial role in this battle. Duan Huanru nodded and continued, your undead aura possesses growth-inhibiting properties. After I transformed it into death element, it gained even stronger suppression and withering capabilities. It can even directly disrupt a living organism's physiological functions. That's precisely why I managed to break free from that tree cage. So you've done me a tremendous favor this time. Duan Huanru lavished praise on Pei Sun without reservation. Had it not been for him, she might truly have been finished. Moreover, Pei Sun had unexpectedly gained a new elemental power, a welcome surprise. Chapter 62, Another Batch. In a villa in the heart of Fengyu City. Gong Rui lay on the bed, his expression faintly sorrowful, the light gone from his eyes. On either side of him stood a female nurse, providing constant care. Directly facing Gong Rui stood several women, each quite attractive. Their faces were heavily made up, and they wore flashy outfits, black stockings, white stockings, schoolgirl uniforms, you name it. Yet Gong Rui showed no interest whatsoever, his vacant gaze fixed out the window as if lost in thought. Brother Rui, look at me. Noticing Gong Rui's dazed state, the woman in the black stocking uniform flashed a sweet smile, about to speak, only to be cut off by his furious roar. Get out! All of you! Send in another batch! Hearing this, the woman in black stockings froze, her expression stiffening. Daring not to say another word, she hurriedly led the other girls out. As soon as they left, the next batch of flamboyantly dressed women entered. You two get out too! Gong Rui bellowed at the two female nurses beside him. The two nurses, naturally, dared not disobey. With look of grievance on their faces, they left the room. In the lobby, Gong Han sat on the sofa, his expression grim since morning. Hearing his son's furious shouts from the next room, he felt a pang of heartache yet was powerless to help. He could only hope the man in the black suit would come notify him soon. It seemed only Pei Sun's head could appease his son's fury and get him to focus on his treatment. Thump! 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 A series of urgent knocks suddenly echoed. Gong Han startled, hastily instructing the servant at the door to open it. Brother Han! It's terrible, Brother Han! A middle-aged man rushed in, his face etched with panic. Gong Han frowned, his heart sinking at the sight of the man's frantic expression. He sprang to his feet with a sharp snap. What's wrong, Xiao Jiang? A sense of foreboding rose in Gong Han's heart. Jiang Ling looked tense and spoke urgently. Brother Han! We followed your orders and had someone tail Pei Sun. At noon today, we spotted that kid heading to the Adventurers Guild to pick up a quest. So we followed him all the way to the Sky Sanctuary in the otherworld. While he was clearing a wild sanctuary beneath the Sky Sanctuary, a group of Frost Soul mercenaries suddenly ambushed him. They nearly killed the kid. Before he could finish, Gong Han erupted in fury, slamming his palm hard onto the table. Those bastards! They dared to move against him behind my back. But the good news is that Pei Sun summoned some incredibly powerful enforcer out of nowhere. He single-handedly wiped out the entire Frost Soul squad. One man took on an entire Frostblade squad? Hearing this, Gong Han froze, his expression shifting to utter astonishment. Having lived in Maplefeather City in the Sky Sanctuary, the corresponding realm to the Spirit Vortex teleportation point, for so many years, he knew the Frost Soul mercenaries' depth. Nearly 100 squads within it were at least level 30, and the top 10 squads were almost entirely composed of level 40+ members. To wipe out an entire squad single-handedly, what kind of feat was that? Jiang Ling nodded, then looked surprised as he said. I saw that summon creature Pei Sun mentioned, it was utterly bizarre. Never mind, we recorded it. Brother Han, you should see it for yourself. With that, Jiang Ling used his communication device to project the scene from noon, showing Pei Sun and Duan Huanru battling the Soul Frost mercenary squad at the White Ice Sanctuary. The recording started mid-battle, so the moment it projected, Gong Han witnessed the tens of thousands of densely packed undead summoned by Pei Sun. What the hell is that? Did that kid summon all of them by himself? Gong Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ling nodded solemnly. Besides him, there was only the person beside him. And that person beside him is a mage. So it could only have been him. Gong Han stared at this otherworldly scene, reminiscent of a necromancer's realm, and felt a chill run down his spine. This was merely watching the video. If he had been there, feeling that overwhelming aura of the undead, he would likely have marveled at what a hell on earth it must have been. Gong Han shifted his gaze to Pei Sun's companion in the footage, Duan Huanru. He studied her for a few moments but couldn't recognize her. Still, he was equally stunned by her astonishing elemental manipulation abilities. His eyes then scanned the members of the Soul Frost mercenary group. He didn't recognize the first few, but his eyes widened instantly upon seeing Lu Feng and he. That's Lu Feng, huh? Team 7 of the Frost Soul mercenaries. That man, he single-handedly wiped out their entire squad? Though Gong Han wasn't very familiar with the Frost Soul mercenary group, he recognized some of its members, especially Lu Feng, whom they had dealt with before. Brother Han, you know this guy? Zhang Ling asked in confusion. Gong Han's face was frozen in shock as he nodded, his voice trembling. Of course he recognized him. He had witnessed Lu Fenghe commanding battles with his own eyes. He knew this man was cunning and brilliant, having led his own team through countless dangerous missions. Never did he imagine that today, Lu Feng would fall into the hands of such an unknown individual. But Lu Feng and his team were already level 47 glorious tier professionals 2 weeks ago. Their average level was close to 45. How could they possibly lose to a single level 44 glorious tier professional? At this thought, Gong Han couldn't help but look puzzled. Brother Han, could it be because that guy's innate talent is SS rank or even SSS rank? Each rank increase grants him more stat points than them, which explains his astonishing performance. Zhang Ling analyzed earnestly. Hearing this, Gong Han fell deep in thought. It was indeed a possibility. But if he possessed an SS or SSS tier talent, how could he not have heard of someone that powerful active in this area? Could it be from somewhere else? The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. Gong Han decided to let it go and refocus his thoughts on Pei Sun. That bastard. Trying to steal my kill by pulling this kind of trick. If I ever see him again, I'll tear him apart. A cold glint flashed in Gong Han's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Lu Feng and Gong Han shifted his gaze back to the gaunt figure in the video feed. His voice grew solemn. He only has himself to blame for taking this mission. Though they knew each other, their relationship ended there. It wasn't deep enough for grief over his death at most, there was a hint of regret over wasted talent. Brother Han, what should we do now? Chapter 63, not Gong Han's doing? Gong Han thought for a moment before saying, what else can we do? We go out and find that kid right now. Call Gao Wen over. We have to take out this Pei Sun today. Gao Wen? Brother Han, why not call both brothers from the Gao family? That guy wiped out an entire team of 7 opponents single-handedly. Shouldn't we be cautious? Zhang Ling voiced his concern, recalling Duan Huanru's astonishing performance. Gong Han shook his head firmly. That guy is exceptionally skilled, but it wasn't the one against 7 miracle you make it out to be. From the footage, if Pei Sun's summoned creature hadn't bought him so much time, he'd have been finished. Yao Wen's abilities counter that summoned creature perfectly. Just call Gao Wen. If you're still uneasy, have Gao Wen bring more men. As for Yao Xian, I have other plans for him. Understood. With that, Gong Han led Zhang Ling out of the villa gates, his expression unreadable. The man in the black suit, however, did not reappear. Fengyu City, Fengyu First High School. Inside an ordinary office. Ludus sat in his office chair, his face twisted with displeasure, a mix of frustration and anger evident. He held a video recording in his hand. Didn't I explicitly order him not to make the first move? Why did he still act on his own? Not only did he act, but he failed. This has alerted the target. How are we supposed to proceed now? Ludus seethed with pent-up fury. He really doesn't know when to stop. Before Ludus' desk stood a man in a black suit, head bowed as he endured the torrent of anger. Mr. Lu, Gong Han didn't carry out this operation. Ha? Luo paused, then frowned in confusion. If it wasn't him, then who? Who else could possibly have such a deep grudge against this Pei Sun? The man in black shook his head. We don't know. We can only confirm it wasn't Gong Han. We've been monitoring him constantly. He just left the city center with his men moments ago. Hearing this, Luo slowly furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Who else could have such a deep grudge against Pei Sun that they could even enlist the Frostblade mercenary group? That fool. Pei Sun must be back in Fengyu City by now. Why would he go out? Does he dare make his move within the city? Luda's thoughts returned to Pei Sun, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Teacher Lu, what should we do now? Should we go support Gong Han, or let him act first? Support him? Bull. I refuse to believe he'd dare make a move within the city. We'll wait and see. You lot keep monitoring Pei Sun. The moment he heads to the other world again, notify me immediately. Understood. With that, the man in the black suit vanished instantly from Luda's office. After the man in black departed, the look of confusion on Luda's face only deepened. To actually plant Duan Huanru beside Pei Sun. Yao Jinshuan. It seems you're determined to fight me to the bitter end this time. Well, I'll see if this Duan Huanru can protect Pei Sun. With that, Rud stood up, his face darkening. He walked out of the office to the school garage and navigated to a location, the military headquarters in Fengyu City. Maple Feather City Adventurers Guild. Pei Sun and Duan Huanru had finally returned. Pei Sun, you're probably being watched. You must be extremely cautious in your movements for the next 15 days. Stepping through the Adventurers Guild's entrance, Duan Huanru felt the stares from nearby and quietly warned Pei Sun. Pei Sun nodded. Though he anticipated potential assassination attempts before this mission, he assumed Master Duan's presence would suffice. He hadn't expected to face such life-threatening danger. Only at the Tianjing province secret training camp could his safety be guaranteed. During the desert forest assessment, he had offended far too many factions. For the moment, he couldn't pinpoint which group had sent the attackers. Duan Huanru, though unaware of the caliber of enemies this young man had made, understood that since Mayor Yao had issued the order, protecting Pei Sun was now his foremost duty. How many of your summoned creatures remain now? Can you continue with the next phase of training? Pei Sun considered for a moment before replying. That last battle consumed nearly 10,000 of my undead summons. I only have a little over 30,000 left now. Oh. Ha? Young Master Duo? Duan Huanru's eyes widened instantly. So that terrifying horde summoned earlier was only a quarter of his total count? You didn't actually use forbidden magic, did you? Over 30,000. Ugh, if it weren't for protecting that sanctuary, I could have saved so many more. Pei Sun lamented, his voice tinged with regret. Duan Huanru's forehead creased with frustration. Oh. Alright, no problem then. After handing over this mission, we'll move on to the next training session. We're not going to the... Follow me to the Maplefeather City Combat Ladder Arena. Ha? Not going to the... Why? I'm almost at level 20 and about to unlock the advancement quest. Pei Sun exclaimed excitedly. Fighting those guys had drained his undead summons without gaining any meaningful XP. He only leveled up to 19 during the rampage at the White Ice Sanctuary, and now his XP bar was nearly full and she was telling him to skip it? What are you talking about? I have no idea how many people are targeting you now. My injuries haven't healed yet either. If we go out and get targeted by people like that again, we'll be joining the party in the afterlife. Duan Huanru couldn't help but roll her eyes at Pei Sun. Ha? Fine then. Pei Sun reluctantly abandoned his plans to level up today. He'd been so excited to find out what his third innate skill would be when he returned. Upon reaching the reception desk in the lobby, Duan Huanru recited the mission number to the receptionist before pulling out the psychic crystal Pei Sun had given him. They then waited in place. Certainly, please hold on. With that, the receptionist began tapping away at the keyboard. A few seconds later, the receptionist paused, looked up, and said, Mr. Duan, the task issuer wishes to meet with you after learning you accepted the assignment. May I ask if you'd like to meet them? Meet with me? This time, it was Duan Huanru's turn to be taken aback. It was just an ordinary 2-star task, why would they need to meet him? After a moment of quick thought, Duan Huanru nodded. He was curious to see what the other party was up to. If they were also after Pei Sun, they'd likely be watching him either when he accepted the mission or even now from afar. This only made him more eager to see what the other side was planning. Alright. I'll contact them immediately. Please wait a moment. With that, the front desk attendant dialed the number, and the call was answered immediately on the other end. Hello, Ms. Yi. Mr. Duan has agreed to meet with you. Alright, I'll be right over. The moment the words left her mouth, Pei Sun and Duan Huanru both turned to look at each other. The voice on the other end was female. Which woman wanted to meet with him? Chapter 64, Teacher Duan. Teacher Duan, you have a girlfriend? Pei Sun's eyes widened as he asked curiously. Hey, don't go saying things like that. Who would I have a boyfriend with? Then why does this person want to meet you? How should I know? I don't even know her. Alright. Well then, Teacher Duan, you better seize this opportunity. Duan Huanru rolled her eyes at Pei Sun and said, Stop stirring up trouble, kid. Ha. After waiting about 2.5 minutes, two graceful figures suddenly appeared in their field of vision. One appeared slightly older, roughly the same age as Duan Huanru. The other appeared more youthful, looking even younger than Pei Sun. The former possessed an elegant demeanor, a slender figure, and long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair complexion was graced with a perfectly curved smile, radiating a unique charm of mature composure. The latter was gracefully poised, with large, watery eyes and a round, adorable face. Her jet black hair was tied back in 2 braids, radiating a lively and spirited energy. Hello? The former, presumably the Ms. Yi from the phone call, approached Duan Huanru and greeted her warmly. Hello. Faced with Ms. Yi's warmth, Duan Huanru was clearly a bit nervous. I'm the one who assigned this task to your agency, and I'm also the vice president of the Fengyu City Adventurers Association. My name is Yi Yunqing. This is my daughter, Yi Xiaomei. As she spoke, Yi Yunqing produced her ID photo for Duan Huanru to glance at. Duan Huanru froze for a moment, unable to help but scrutinize the woman anew. The vice president of this place? The people around them, including the receptionist, were all taken aback upon hearing this, casting curious glances as if seeing Yi Yunqing for the very first time. This woman is actually the vice president of our city's Adventurers Association? How come I've never seen her before? Of course not. Whoever sees the vice president? I've lived in Fengyu City for 3 or 4 years and taken quests here for over 3 years, yet I've never seen her. Who knew I'd run into her here today? Exactly. We only ever hear about our city's Adventurers Guild president running around non-stop. The vice president is hardly ever seen. Who knew the vice president was a woman? Is that her daughter next to her? She's really cute and pretty. I wish she could be my girlfriend. You? Bro, you're almost 30. Are you even listening to yourself? If the vice president heard you, you'd be done for. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was just joking. Seriously though, how did the vice president suddenly show up here and start talking to that brat? No idea. Duan Huanru inwardly gasped. Why would the vice president of a city-level adventurers guild suddenly seek him out? Oh. So you're the vice president of our adventurers guild. Long admired, haha. Duan Huanru forced a few awkward laughs before offering a stilted greeting. However, Yi Yunqing merely gazed at Duan Huanru with a seductive look, as if admiring something, and didn't respond to his words. Duan Huanru's face visibly flushed redder. He chuckled awkwardly, scratched his head, and pretended to glance casually at Pei Sun. Pei Sun stood frozen in place, utterly confused. This was the first time he'd heard of the vice president of Fengyu City's Adventurers Guild, and he had no idea what she was up to. When he caught Duan Huanru's desperate, pleading gaze, he could only pretend not to notice, turning his head and clearing his throat awkwardly. Duan Huanru felt a chill in her heart, nearly ready to curse. It's truly an honor to meet you today, Vice President Yi. Your daughter is absolutely adorable. Yi Xiaomei? What a lovely name. Oh, she takes your surname? Duan Huanru racked her brain for conversation topics, having completely forgotten that Yi Yunqing had sought him out. But mid-sentence, something suddenly fell off, and she blurted out her question. Hearing this, Pei Sun froze in place, his forehead creased with frustration. Bro, you really haven't dated before, have you? I haven't either, but at least I know it's not appropriate to ask such a forward question in this kind of setting. How dare you? Yi Yunqing, however, seemed completely unfazed. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, completely ignoring Duan Huanru's question. In a sweet and gentle voice, she said graciously, Mr. Duan, there's no need to be so formal here. I came today primarily to thank you. This quest was my gift to my daughter as shelter. It had been unclaimed for ages, and she'd been talking about it for so long. Then suddenly, you took it on and completed it so swiftly. I came personally to express my gratitude. Ha! Duan Huanru's eyes widened slightly. A sanctuary for her daughter? What an obscure request. But considering her status, it made sense. Oh, I see. Well, congratulations to your daughter. That shelter is truly beautiful, but this kid handled the entire assault. You should thank him instead. Duan Huanru pointed at Pei Sun with a beaming smile, giving him a thumbs up. This is my student. I assigned him this mission to hone his skills, and he performed quite well. As she spoke, Duan Huanru's expression softened with pride. Student? This boy looks about the same age as my daughter. 20 years old? Duan Huanru nodded. He just awakened his abilities not long ago. Yi Yunqing was stunned, her attention instantly fixated on Pei Sun. She exclaimed in surprise. So he just finished the advanced high school graduation assessment in Fengyu City today? Completing a 2-star mission solo right after finishing the exam? And one of the tougher ones at that, a wild sanctuary type? That seemed a bit too unbelievable. Mr. Duan, you're not joking, are you? He just finished his graduation exam today and can already solo a 2-star mission? No one would believe that. Duan Huanru chuckled. I wouldn't believe it either if I'd just heard about it. But I witnessed the entire process of him completing the mission today. May I ask the name of this student? Yi Yunqing's beautiful eyes betrayed her utter astonishment as she couldn't help but inquire. She was somewhat familiar with the prodigies from various middle schools in Fengyu City, having met most of them. How come she had never encountered this student before? Hearing the question, Duan Huanru instantly grew wary, her expression visibly tightening. Perhaps it's best not to, Vice President Yi. Just consider what I said earlier a joke. With that, Duan Huanru handed the psychic fragment in her hand to Yi Yunqing. Chapter 65, Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing paused, puzzled by Duan Huanru's sudden wariness. Thinking her question might have caused discomfort, she quickly apologized. My apologies, Duan Huan. Mr. Duan, for any offense. Mid-sentence, Yi Yunqing paused abruptly. A fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she unconsciously reached up to brush a strand of hair behind her ear. I've seen some of the top talents at our city's elite high schools, but your student's appearance felt unfamiliar. That's why I asked without thinking. My apologies. By this point, Duan Huanru had already furrowed his brow. His gaze toward Yi Yunqing grew increasingly complex as he asked in a questioning tone. What did you just call me? Hearing this, Yi Yunqing's slender fingers unconsciously twisted together, fidgeting nervously as her eyes darted around before she replied. I called you Mr. Duan. Why? Did you just call me Mr. Duan? You must have misheard. I definitely called you Mr. Duan. Before Duan Huanru could finish, Yi Yunqing cut him off with a cheerful laugh. Duan Huanru's brows furrowed. He glanced at Pei Sun, whose solemn expression only reinforced his certainty that he hadn't misheard. Before Duan Huanru could ask again, Yi Yunqing quickly took the psychic energy fragment from his hand. Once again, thank you, Mr. Duan, and this student. Go claim your mission reward. We'll be on our way now. Xiaomei, let's go. With that, Yi Yunqing led her daughter away. Yi Xiaomei had listened intently throughout, her bright eyes wide and ears perked up. She'd occasionally glance at Pei Sun, but he never once looked her way, leaving her slightly puzzled. Now, with her mother suddenly taking her away, she had no choice but to follow. Just before they left, she caught Pei Sun finally glancing at her. Instantly, she stuck out her tongue at him. Pei Sun stood there feeling utterly baffled. Was this kid really his age? She seemed so childish. After Yi Yunqing and Yi Xiaomei departed, the front desk attendant promptly processed Duan Huanru's mission rewards. A purple skill book appeared, and 850,000 blue star coins were transferred to Duan Huanru's card. Simultaneously, 50 adventure points were added to her adventurer's badge. 1B grade skill book, 850,000 blue star coins, and 50 adventure points. Here you go, the front desk attendant said gently. Duan Huanru nodded, then quickly left the area with Pei Sun. Did you hear what Yi Yunqing called me just now? Duan Huanru asked impatiently as soon as they stepped outside. Of course I did. I heard her say Duan Huan, she definitely knows your name. Pei Sun replied with absolute certainty. Duan Huanru fell deep in thought. Just as she suspected Yi Yunqing really did know her. Whether accepting or submitting tasks, the identities of the recipient and the issuer were strictly confidential. Logically, she shouldn't have known his name. How could she possibly know? As if sensing Duan Huanru's confusion, Pei Sun explained. She's the vice president here. Finding out your name is as easy as making a phone call. Duan Huanru shook her head. The Adventurers Guild maintains strict confidentiality for its users. Not even the guildmaster could know her name, let alone her. Besides, I've never seen her before. I don't know her at all. Why would she suddenly look up my name? Just because I accepted this quest? Just because I destroyed the sanctuary her daughter cherished? Hearing Duan Huanru's explanation, Pei Sun felt his head spin. But when he caught her last remark, he perked up instantly and retorted. That shelter wasn't destroyed by me? Don't try to take credit for my work. Ah, well, sort of. Sort of. Pei Sun stared at the skill book in Duan Huanru's hands, a wave of emotion washing over him. Judging by its purple cover, it appeared to be a mage skill book focused on lightning attributes, something he likely wouldn't use. But there were still 850,000 blue star coins and 50 adventure points. Was he really not giving him a single bit? Noticing Pei Sun's gaze, Duan Huanru immediately clutched the skill book tighter. What? This is mine. Pei Sun was utterly speechless. He thought Duan Huanru was just joking around at first. Who knew she'd be this stingy? Besides, what use would a summoner have for a mage skill book? Is that even necessary? Who needs it? I'm not a mage. But you. What do you need this lightning element skill book for? Ha? Then what are you after? Want money? No way. And why can't I use this lightning element anymore? Didn't I tell you my ability shifts between all elements? All elements? What else? What did you think? Think I have some kind of superpowered talent? Duan Huanru retorted irritably. Alright. He'd assumed Duan Huanru's talent only allowed switching between those few elements, never imagined it was all elements. That was indeed a bit over the top. This skill book. Fine, he'd give it to him. But he couldn't bring himself to part with a single blue star coin or adventure point. How could a teacher be so stingy? Pei Sun inwardly rolled his eyes, suddenly understanding where that astonishing jade grade adventurer's badge in his hand had come from. Now that we've successfully registered your information, the next time you take on a quest, all the rewards will be yours. Duan Huanru said with a delighted expression. Oh, thanks a lot. Pei Sun couldn't be bothered to respond to this guy. The way he phrased it made it sound like taking quests and claiming rewards was some kind of favor being done for him. Heh, alright then. Come with me to the combat ladder arena now. Your talent's shining a bit too bright, kid. I've gotta knock you down a peg. Though he said this, Duan Huanru understood that no one below his rank could likely defeat this guy. Just look at how Pei Sun handled the Peshwang mercenary group earlier today. Even several powerhouses close to his level had to expend so much time on him. It was clear that someone of equal rank simply couldn't beat him. Forget peers, this kid was already an elite tier professional. Even epic tier professionals would likely be helpless against him. But to prevent this guy from getting too cocky, Duan Huanru decided to intervene. Today, she would make him suffer a little. Within a pink-hued room on the second floor of Fengyu City's Adventurers Guild, Yi Yunqing leaned back on the sofa, eyes tightly shut, her slender hands gently massaging her temples. Her daughter, Yi Xiaomei, played with her phone nearby. Mom! You promised to let me meet him. Why did you suddenly leave like that? Yi Xiaomei said, looking thoroughly displeased. Chapter 66, Yi Xiaomei. Sigh. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but exhale a long sigh. In truth, the moment she learned her task had been accepted, she immediately peered through the second floor window to see the acceptor's face. That meant she actually seen Pei Sun and Duan Huanru right away. Seeing Duan Huanru had shocked her, for she had actually met Duan Huanru before and knew everything about him. She knew Duan Huanru was from Bua province, having once worked for the provincial government there. Seeing him now appear at their Fengyu City Adventurers Guild to accept a mission filled her with surprise. After leveraging her privileges to inquire further, she learned that Duan Huanru wasn't actually taking the quest for himself, but to help one of his students. This astonished her even more, and she immediately wondered what kind of student could warrant personal instruction from someone with SSS tier talent. Driven by curiosity and doubt, she decided to meet Duan Huanru. Though their conversation had focused on him, she long intended to steer the topic toward Pei Sun and bring her daughter along. She wanted her daughter to meet Pei Sun, knowing her daughter was overly ambitious and looked down on ordinary men. Just as he had suspected, the youth beside Duan Huanru was indeed a prodigy, though he hadn't imagined the extent of that genius. Having visited several elite high schools in Fengyu City, she was somewhat familiar with the faces of prodigies from various institutions. Pei Sun's features struck her as entirely unfamiliar, prompting her to tentatively ask his name. She hadn't anticipated Duan Huanru's intense reaction. This threw her into a panic, and she nearly blurted out Duan Huanru's full name. Even if she hadn't, judging by his reaction, he probably knew she knew his name. "We'll get acquainted next time." Yi Yunqing didn't know what else to say. After pondering for a while, that was the only response she could come up with. Yi Xiaomei immediately pouted, her lips curling as she protested, "Next time? When will that be? He looks pretty handsome. What if we never run into him again? Trust me, Mom. You two will definitely meet again." Yi Yunqing's mind was completely occupied with thoughts of Duan Huanru. That guy had been living comfortably in Bua province. Why had he suddenly come to their Tianjing province? And why had he ended up right in her territory, Fengyu City? That guy was probably curious about her now too. If they met again, he'd likely grill her with questions. She glanced at Yi Xiaomei's displeased expression and felt helpless. They'd probably meet again soon enough. Aren't you going to meet up with your bestie? Why aren't you going? Yi Yunqing turned to ask Yi Xiaomei. Who said I wasn't going? I'm heading there now. Alright, remember to bring Uncle Luo along. Don't stay out too late at her place, come back early. Got it, got it. With that, Yi Xiaomei tucked away her phone and hurried out of the room. Fengyu City Fighting Arena. Pei Sun and Duan Huanru arrived before a colossal structure that rivaled the towering building of the Adventurers Guild. Ahem, go buy me a bottle of water. I'm kinda thirsty. I'll wait for you inside. Duan Huanru cleared her throat twice, then ordered Pei Sun with a look of pure satisfaction. Pei Sun immediately wore a look of contempt. Why was he finding it harder and harder to respect this guy? Despite his inner thoughts, Pei Sun obediently headed to the nearby supermarket. Before stepping through the entrance, Duan Huanru cautiously glanced back at Pei Sun. Only after confirming he entered the store did she hasten her pace to the front counter. Hello? The front desk staff, noticing Duan Huanru's anxious movements, immediately looked puzzled. Hello, hello. Duan Huanru walked with frequent glances over her shoulder, fearing Pei Sun might suddenly appear behind her. 4 or 5 receptionists at the counter watched her hurried movements, their expressions turning strange. Duan Huanru approached the front desk staff member who had spoken to her and immediately began whispering something urgently, her hands gesturing wildly. The other's eyes widened, bewildered by Duan Huanru's peculiar behavior. After her explanation, the front desk staff member couldn't help but wear an expression that defied description. So you're saying your genius student will be here for practice shortly, demanding increased difficulty at least 1 or 2 tiers higher than his current level and must be SS-Grade or even SSS-Grade talent? Otherwise, it won't challenge him? Duan Huanru's eyes widened instantly. She glanced back furtively, relieved that Pei Sun hadn't arrived yet. Bro! Don't say it out loud. Just know it, okay? My apologies, I thought I misheard. Just confirming with you, the front desk staff explained. Upon overhearing their exchange, several curious glances turned their way. Curiosity, mockery, confusion, disdain. What's he saying? His genius student is coming over to train? Cross-tier training? This guy must be a little darling. Barely. Cross-tier combat is incredibly difficult. He wants to cross tiers? Does he have some deep-seated grudge against his own student? Seems like it. And he wants SS rank and SSS rank talents. Probably afraid his student will survive. What a narrow-minded fool. Who comes here to train who isn't a genius? Who else would waste money in such an expensive place? And he still boasts about being a genius. Just wait until he gets beaten to a pulp and he'll learn his lesson. Exactly. We've got plenty of SS and SSS tier geniuses here. Once he climbs the rankings, he'll get his chance to face them. Just hope he doesn't end up with his teeth knocked out. I think this guy's just here for attention. His students probably don't even know he's bragging about them like this. No worries. We'll find out soon enough when his students show up. I have a friend who works for the government. I've basically seen all the geniuses from every school in our city. Once his students arrive, I'll know if he's the real deal. Hearing the cold mockery from others, Duan Huanru didn't bother explaining anything. As an SSS tier talent himself, he'd endured plenty of mockery during similar situations. But as long as he delivered, he'd prove these people wrong. And this current Pei Sun was likely 100 times more extraordinary than he had been back then. After about 2 minutes, Duan Huanru was getting impatient. Why wasn't that kid coming in yet? Buying water couldn't possibly take this long. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the door swung open. There stood Pei Sun, though for some reason, he seemed a bit unhappy. He wasn't like this on the way here. Could he be upset about that mission reward? Pei Sun held a bottle of mineral water in his hand, his face sullen and gloomy. To an outsider, he might have looked like someone had picked on him. When he told me to buy something for myself, he really only meant one bottle for himself. He couldn't even spare one bottle for himself. Is he that frugal? What's wrong? Duan Huanru asked curiously as Pei Sun walked beside her. Teacher Duan, does this water cost 1 yuan back home? Yes. What's wrong? Duan Huanru paused, then a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. I just bought it at that supermarket and they charged me 5 yuan. That's outrageous. Pei Sun said angrily. Chapter 67, A Bit of Strength. Duan Huanru. Prices in the city center were significantly higher than back home. This kid. Hearing Pei Sun's complaint, the people nearby burst into laughter. $5 for a bottle of water is expensive? Did he just crawl out of the mountains? Ha. More like from the middle of nowhere. How unworldly. Even funnier is that his teacher actually called him a genius. A genius from the sticks. No. I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. Look at that cheapskate, clutching that crappy bottle of water so tight. He can't even bring himself to buy one for himself. You really do see some strange things in this world, Hearing the surrounding jeers, Pei Sun froze. What were they saying? Were they mocking him? Before Pei Sun could process it, Duan Huanru immediately pulled him over and said, just register first. Register now. Time is precious. Hurry up and finish training, we've got another thing to do. Oh. Pei Sun looked at Duan Huanru, sensing something off about her, but nodded anyway. Upon reaching the front desk, Pei Sun noticed not only the clerk processing his paperwork but also other staff nearby staring at him with peculiar expressions. When Pei Sun met their gazes, they immediately looked away, leaving him thoroughly puzzled. Just as he frowned, about to ask what they were staring at, Duan Huanru behind him suddenly cleared her throat twice. Ahem. What the hell? Pei Sun jumped at the sudden commotion caused by this guy. And nothing. Just a sore throat. Duan Huanru explained with an awkward chuckle. Pei Sun's suspicious gaze lingered on Duan Huanru for a long moment before he finally turned away to continue his conversation with the front desk staff. As soon as Pei Sun turned away, Duan Huanru shot the other staff members a fierce glare. Only then did they look away and stop watching Pei Sun. Name, Pei Sun. Occupation, Summoner Level, 19. Gender, Male. The registration process was almost identical to that at the Adventurers Guild. After completing the registration, Pei Sun suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Duan Huanru. You're not going to sign me up for something else, are you? Duan Huanru smiled and nodded. Of course. Otherwise, the combat restrictions for you would be too low. I'm just bumping up the difficulty a bit. But don't worry, if you win, all the combat points are yours. Hearing this, Pei Sun's expression finally eased a little. Though they'd only spent a single afternoon together, Pei Sun felt like every move this guy made was calculated. Hello, your combat match has been arranged. This is a 10-player round-robin tournament. Each participant will fight 9 times. The event starts at 2:30 p.m. in Room A on the 24th floor. Round-robin format? Pei Sun frowned in confusion, unfamiliar with the technical jargon. It means you'll fight every single person except yourself, Duan Huanru explained. Oh. The match begins in 19 minutes. You two may proceed upstairs now, the staff member reminded them. Alright, thanks for the heads up. With that, Duan Huanru led Pei Sun into the elevator. Teacher Duan, you brought me here so abruptly for this fighting thing, could you at least explain the rules or something? Rules? Duan Huanru scratched her nose thoughtfully before replying, just don't kill anyone. There aren't any prohibited items, equipment, or forbidden techniques? Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly. What? You plan to use them? No, I'm worried the other side might use them. Duan Huanru rolled her eyes at Pei Sun. With that ghostly thing you summon, it's a miracle no one's accused you of using forbidden techniques and you're worried they might use them? Besides, with your god-defying talent, even if they did use forbidden techniques, they wouldn't stand a chance against you. Why aren't you answering me? It's fine. All combat here is open and fair. Equipment is allowed, but forbidden techniques are off limits. Don't worry, no one will use forbidden techniques. Duan Huanru explained earnestly. Oh, that's good then. Upon reaching the 24th floor, the elevator chimed and slid open. Stepping out, a white wall came into view first. Turning to either side, he spotted two massive black walnut doors, each marked with a large A and B. Only 2 rooms? Pei Sun voiced his confusion. He had seen the building was so wide from downstairs. Logically, each floor should have at least a dozen rooms. How could there only be 2? Floors above the 20th are reserved for high-level combat matches, each with only 2 large rooms. If you prefer smaller rooms for matches, you can go to the 3rd floor. That floor has 15 rooms, though opponents there are likely below level 10. Duan Huanru explained patiently with a smile. Oh, then I'll just stay here. Just so you know, your starting combat points are 1,000. Each victory earns you 1050 points. If the match is judged as an absolute rout, you get double points. Similarly, losses deduct points. Every 1,000 points earned grants you a Dan level title. For example, I currently have 5,480 points, making me a 5th Dan fighter. A fighter's rank? What's the point of that? Of course it matters. Just like an adventurer's badge, it grants special privileges. Otherwise, why would I have matched you with a cross level? I mean, a high-intensity, billion-point battle just now? Alright. Without overthinking it, Pei Sun slowly walked to gate A on the left and pushed it open. The scene inside made Pei Sun's eyes widen in astonishment. A colossal fighting platform, larger than he could have imagined, stood imposing in the room's center. On the platform, 2 professionals were locked in a fierce, intense battle. Sweat poured like rain from their foreheads and cheeks, soaking their clothes, yet they paid it no mind, completely immersed in the fight. Above the arena, a massive 4-sided screen broadcasted their battle and highlighted key moments. Below the screen were their profiles, a level 29 assassin and a level 25 warrior, both possessing SS-Grade talent levels. Surrounding the arena like a surging tide, the crowd packed tightly together, stretching as far as the eye could see. The roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, wave after wave, deafening in its intensity, brimming with passion and fervor. Pei Sun was momentarily speechless. He never imagined a combat arena and audience of such immense scale existed. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly soundproof this enormous room was. Outside the door, he'd heard nothing at all. Now, the moment he pushed open the door, a tidal wave of shouts crashed over him. Duan Huanru, however, was unfazed by the spectacle. Having seen it all before, she was unfazed. Upon entering, her attention was immediately drawn to the 2 combatants on the stage. If I'm not mistaken, the one on the left will lose within 5 minutes, Duan Huanru stated with confidence. The one on the left? That level 29 assassin? He's a full 4 levels higher than the other guy. Pei Sun's attention quickly followed Duan Huanru's gaze to the 2 combatants on the platform. Hearing Duan Huanru's words, Pei Sun immediately voiced his doubt. It won't matter. His charge abilities are useless against that opponent. Warriors inherently counter assassins. In a match with such a small level gap, if the assassin can't finish the opponent quickly, it's basically a declaration of defeat. Oh, I see. Pei Sun nodded thoughtfully. As soon as Duan Huanru finished speaking, several sharp voices rang out from the surrounding spectators. Dude, do you even know how to watch a match? The assassin on the left has such a huge advantage right now, and you're telling me he's about to lose? Exactly. If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your analysis to yourself. If you stay quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute. Can't you see how the assassin's attacks are getting fiercer? And look at that warrior's expression, he's clearly on his last legs, nothing but a spent force. Losing within 5 minutes? I say that warrior on the right will be rolling off the stage in less than 3. There's a full 4 levels between them. You dismiss all their hard work with a simple stat advantage comment. I can't stand know-it-alls like you who spout nonsense just because they know a little. Exactly. Both of them are wearing gold tier gear. Even ignoring the stats from their equipment, their level difference alone is dozens of points. Do you have any idea what that gap means? Chapter 68, Fixed Match? Hearing the sudden chorus of skepticism around him, Duan Huanru narrowed his eyes slightly. Since you disagree with me, how about we make a bet? At this, the doubters froze, exchanging glances. After locking eyes, they saw excitement in each other's gaze as if they'd stumbled upon a little cutie. Are you sure? You better take a good look at the situation on the field. It looks like the fight is about to end. Don't try to back out later. Exactly. You're not just messing with us, are you? Looks like it. He doesn't seem like someone who understands battles at all. He's been spouting nonsense since he walked in. If you really dare to mess with us, we'll make you pay when we get outside. Duan Huanru's exchange with them instantly drew the attention of the surrounding spectators. Their focus, which had been on the battle stage, shifted instantly to Duan Huanru and her group. Hearing the content of their argument, the onlookers immediately began to cheer and jeer. Enough, enough. If you're all so sure, why not settle it with a bet? Exactly. Make it a bet. Everyone here can watch. We'll be your witnesses. Hurry up and make the wager. Otherwise, it'll really be over soon. Exactly. Hurry up and agree so I can back you. Duan Huanru smiled and nodded. Alright, I don't have much cash on me, but I'll put up 800,000 yuan first. If the assassin wins, this 800,000 is yours. How much are you guys putting in? 800,000? Hearing the figure, their eyes widened instantly, gleaming with greed like they'd spotted a money tree. Yet they dared not show it too openly, forcing down their excitement. Right, 800,000. You decide how much to put in. If you win, this 800,000 will be split according to your respective stakes. Alright. But no backing out. I'll put up 100,000. Only 100,000? I'll go 200,000. 20 grand? Get lost. Money's lying on the ground and you won't even pick it up? I'll give 40 grand. 40,000? Move aside. I'll give 50,000. Fine. Deal. With all these people watching, you'd be embarrassed to back out now. How could we possibly back out? As long as you don't back out. After that, Duan Huanru immediately sat down beside these people with Pei Sun. Pei Sun scanned the battle platform. To him, the assassin seemed certain to win. But when he turned back to see Duan Huanru's utterly unflustered expression, he suddenly had no idea who would prevail. The doubts voiced by those earlier spectators echoed Pei Sun's own thoughts. He'd felt the same way but hadn't voiced it aloud. From the moment they entered until now, the warrior had been on the defensive, getting beaten relentlessly without a chance to strike back. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the assassin broke through his defenses and ended the fight. But why was Duan Huanru so certain the assassin would lose? Over the next few minutes, the assassin's torrential assault failed to breach the warrior's defenses. Switching tactics, the assassin launched thrusting attacks from different angles, attempting to find a way to overcome the warrior. But this new approach inadvertently created openings. Seizing the moment when the assassin shifted his stance, the warrior swung his long staff with brutal force, landing a vicious blow to the assassin's back. The assassin immediately grimaced in pain, his momentum visibly slowing. Damn! What's going on? What's he doing? No idea. His attack was so sharp just now, almost breaking through that guy's defense. Why suddenly change tactics? He must be crazy. He's just a frail assassin. How could he take a solid hit from that guy? What are you afraid of? He's still 4 levels higher than that warrior. So what if he got hit? Can't you see he's still dominating? Exactly. Look at that warrior, he can barely stand. He won't last much longer. He's just a spent force. Listening to their self-reassurance, Duan Huanru remained silent, merely smiling. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the warrior, though staggering, seized the moment to drive another club blow into the assassin's back. Thud. The blow sent the assassin staggering backward, crashing to the ground. His face contorted in agony. He struggled to rise several times, but his limbs felt utterly limp and weak, leaving him unable to stand. Witnessing this, the crowd that had been rooting for the assassin turned pale with shock. They scrambled to their feet, cursing furiously. What the hell? What the hell just happened? Are you kidding me? He was dominating the fight 1 second, then suddenly he's down? This pisses me off. I told him not to switch tactics recklessly. He had the upper hand, just hold on a bit longer and he could have crushed the enemy. Instead, he messed himself up first. This is disgusting. How can a match be this sickening? Damn it. Are you sure this isn't a fixed match? Losing like this is beyond ridiculous. After the last person said that, the bettors suddenly turned their enlightened gazes toward Duan Huanru. You little bastard. No wonder that assassin lost. You colluded with him beforehand to screw us over. So that's how it is. You'd stoop to this trickery for a few bucks. Don't let me catch you outside, or I'll beat the crap out of you. Disgusting. At least act convincing. Did you think we'd fall for that cute act? Forget about getting your money back. And you better watch your back. Don't let me catch you out there. Oomph. That little punk beside you, he's your hired actor too, right? Is he your next fake fighter? So you can take bets from others? You parasites of Fengyu City. All you think about day in and day out is how to swindle people. Hearing this, Duan Huanru narrowed her eyes slightly and said, So you're implying I organized a fixed match? Of course. With such an obvious fake match right here, I can't think of any other reason for it besides you. Exactly. You just want to rip us off this way, don't you? That assassin would have beaten the other guy if he'd just messed up a little. The acting was so bad. No wonder you initiated this wager. The city's too complicated. I'm heading back to the countryside. Beside them, Pei Sun watched the sudden reversal in the match's momentum and couldn't hide his shock. Duan Huanru had actually been right. 1 second the assassin had complete dominance, the next he was knocked flat on the ground. That warrior looked like he could barely stand. If he just held on a little longer, he would have won. So how did Duan Huanru predict this outcome? Listening to the bitter, resentful remarks from those around them, Pei Sun expected Duan Huanru to get angry. To his surprise, she showed not a trace of anger. Instead, she calmly explained. It's true I proposed the wager, but wasn't that because you questioned me the moment I voiced my opinion? So what? You obviously said that on purpose to get our attention. Who else would bet with you? It's all your scheme anyway. This must be a fixed match you set up. I'm not giving you this money. Duan Huanru smiled, her tone utterly unruffled as she replied. So you're saying none of you want to pay up? Exactly. Why should we pay you for rigging the game? Frankly, if you just hired actors to make it look more convincing, we would have paid up. This whole stunt is just treating us like suckers. Exactly. You don't treat us like human beings at all. I'm not giving you a dime, and whoever wants to pay you can go ahead. If I hadn't been smart, I'd have fallen for your scheme. Next time you try this trick somewhere else, make sure your actors put out a better show. Your behavior is disrupting our viewing platform order. You better leave now. Watch out, I might call security to kick you out. Chapter 69, why not try ripping off some other people? Duan Huanru shrugged and smiled. Whatever. I never expected you guys to actually give me anything anyway. You're just spectators with no money. Can't afford to play? That's normal. As long as you all witness and accept my judgment, that's enough. Hearing this, the witnesses nearby chimed in. This kid's got some serious skills. Did he really rig the match? No idea. It sure looked fake to me, but you can't accuse someone of match fixing without proof. Warriors do have an attribute advantage over assassins. Even though this assassin was higher level. I can't quite explain it. But no matter how you slice it, this kid still won the bet. Wait, are they refusing to pay up? They're such sore losers. They kept upping the stakes right before the match ended, and now they refuse to pay up after losing? They're regulars here, familiar faces. To renege on such a small wager. Who'd dare bet with them again? I bet they never had the money to begin with, they were just jumping on the bandwagon earlier. I agree. They're like fence sitters. They act tough when they're winning, but when they lose, it's suddenly a fixed match. If you're broke, work harder. If you can't afford to bet, don't play. Perhaps because they hadn't placed bets themselves, these witnesses remained remarkably level-headed. Seeing the others' shameless behavior, they couldn't stand by any longer and began speaking up for Duan Huanru. Hearing this, the cheaters flushed crimson, their voices thick with rage. Who the hell do you think you're calling poor? It's only a few $100,000. I'm not so broke I can't afford to bet. If he hadn't fixed the game, I'd have paid him up already. Anyone can see this is a fixed match. Can't you see it? What? Did he pay you off too, that you're sticking up for him? How much money would it take for you to be someone's lapdog? Name your price. Come over here and be my lapdog too. Seriously. You guys are playing along again. Hearing this, the witnesses' eyes widened one by one. Anger flared on their faces as they erupted into curses. What? Hit a nerve? Calling you poor dogs is an insult? You were all shouting louder than anyone when you were betting. Now that you lost, you're spreading rumors about match fixing. Do you have any proof? Are you even men? Can't you admit it? Enough, enough. Don't waste your breath arguing with these turncoats. Just steer clear of them in the future. Today's been quite the eye-opener. I've always heard about poor spectator conduct and toxic atmospheres at other fighting arenas, but I never imagined we'd have such people right here in Fingyu City. You lot are the real parasites of our city. Their faces are thick enough to wall a house. Faced with such sharp accusations and verbal abuse, the bettors were instantly speechless, their faces flushing crimson as if they wanted to sink into the ground. They knew they were in the wrong, but this loss was absurd. They could accept defeat under normal circumstances, but not this inexplicable one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bet so recklessly. Handing over all that money to this kid now would make them the biggest laughingstock around here. They were regulars here after all who wanted to lose face? They'd hoped to expose this guy's scheme publicly, but unexpectedly, everyone sided with the kid, leaving them stuck between a rock and a hard place. As their arguments grew louder, more people turned to watch, their curious stares fixed on the bettors. Seeing the situation escalate, the group reluctantly transferred the money to Duan Huanru. You little brat. I'll remember you today. Better not run into me out there. After the first person transferred the money, the others followed suit, their faces darkening with displeasure. Under Pei Xinjian's envious gaze, over 2 million yuan landed in Duan Huanru's account within a minute. How the hell did he figure that out? After receiving the money, Duan Huanru smiled broadly at Pei Xinjiang, seemingly flaunting it on purpose. At the same time, he instantly saw the confusion in Pei Xinjiang's eyes and said with a smug smile, "Who do you think I am? I've been to this place hundreds of times. I can tell who'll win and who'll lose in these fights just by looking." Before Pei Sun could respond, the bettors who had just transferred their money grew restless again. Cut the crap. Either you rigged the fight yourself, or you just got lucky winning a bet and now think you're hot stuff? Exactly. You were just bragging about how noble you are, calling us a bunch of stinking spectators, but aren't you just another stinking spectator yourself? That 800,000 in his pocket was probably swindled through the same despicable means, right? Hearing these words, Duan Huanru, who had been about to lead Pei Sun elsewhere to watch the spectacle, suddenly perked up with renewed interest. Sorry, but I'm not here just to watch today. With a smile, Duan Huanru decided to sit right next to the group, bringing Pei Sun along. Oomph. I knew it, you're here to swindle us today. What are you doing sitting with us? You've already swindled us out of all our money. Why don't you go find some new victims to fleece? Duan Huanru smiled faintly and replied. I'm here today to bring my student to compete. His match is up next. Hearing this, the group's eyes widened instantly. Their gaze toward him and Pei Sun shifted completely. It must be noted that the teaching profession in this world was nothing like the one Pei Sun had known in his previous life. In this world, becoming a teacher wasn't something anyone could achieve through hard work alone. It required extraordinary talent and power. Once one became a teacher here, it was practically a lifetime iron rice bowl unless, of course, they courted disaster, like Song Ying-sin's actions. You're a teacher? Are you serious? This is serious business. You're not pulling our leg, are you? Several voices immediately grew panicked. After all, anyone capable of becoming a teacher possessed astonishing power. The thought sent a chill down their spines. Thank goodness they'd given him money earlier. Yet others reacted with utter disdain, their voices dripping with contempt. You believe him just because he says he's a teacher? What kind of teacher? Which school? Show us your teaching certificate. Exactly. You guys are way too gullible. You just believe whatever he says. And he brought a student to compete? The one next to you? Skinny as a stick. One punch from me and he'd probably fly right out the window. I bet that's just another stooge he brought along. Probably going to put on a fixed match for us in a bit, then bet against someone else to rake in another pile of cash. Chapter 70, A Feast for the Eyes. Duan Huanru inwardly sighed with bitter laughter. These people sure put on quite a show. Relax, everyone. I'm staying right here. I won't be placing any more bets myself. Of course, if you disagree with my predictions or think I'm wrong, feel free to challenge me to a bet any match you like. Yeah, right. You'd say that because you probably rigged every match today. I'm not buying it anymore. That last one was definitely fixed. Duan Huanru couldn't be bothered with these guys anymore. She simply sat there quietly, watching others battle alongside Pei Sun. With each new match round, within 2 or 3 minutes, Duan Huanru could accurately predict the winner and loser. The mage won this one. No need to watch. This one will probably go to the knight. What do you say, kid? Watch and learn. Huh? Why is there a support? What's that support doing here? Oh boy, this warrior is probably going down. High attack stats, and a retribution warrior at that. I'm rooting for this archer. What do you think? Duan Huanru's voice buzzed incessantly in Pei Sun's ear like a fly, driving him to the brink of irritation. He recalled their first meeting in the desert forest, where he'd mistaken this guy for an aloof loner. He'd been wrong. Pei Sun kept hoping to catch him wrong so he could mock him into shutting up, but to his surprise, the guy never missed a beat. He got every prediction right. Gradually, even those around them began casting envious glances his way. Bro, how the hell do you guess it? Can you teach me? Duan Huanru smiled faintly and waved his finger dismissively. No apprentices. After all, this skill for predicting outcomes was quite valuable in such places. During high-stakes matches, the crowd would swell to several times its current size, and the organizers would even host official betting events. Of course, the real money was in the illegal betting organized privately by the crowd below the stage. Not only was it all real cash, but the odds were extremely high. Possessing Duan Huanru's ability to predict outcomes with 100% accuracy would guarantee a life of financial security. A few minutes later, as the final match concluded, the 4 screens at the center of the arena went dark. Simultaneously, the announcer's voice echoed from all directions. All 45 matches of this major event have concluded. The next major event will commence in 5 minutes. Participants for the next round, please assemble in the preparation room immediately. You know where the preparation area is, right? Hurry up. I'll be cheering for you from here. Duan Huanru said to Pei Sun with a smile. Bye. Pei Sun hurriedly stood up. Finally over. Finally free from this guy's constant nagging. But the moment Pei Sun stood up, that grating, dismissive voice rang out again. This kid's actually going to compete? That's hilarious. Hope he doesn't get beaten into a pulp. Probably not. The script goes like this, he'll tough it out for a while. Just when the audience thinks he's got what it takes, he'll suddenly take a massive dump on everyone. I'd love to see what kind of students someone like him can teach. Pei Sun couldn't be bothered to respond. Suddenly, he wished Duan Huanru would take another bet with them. Another section of the spectator stands. At a glance, this section was filled with spectators who looked remarkably young, radiating even more vitality than the middle-aged crowd earlier. Seems like a lot more people came to watch this afternoon. More is better, isn't it? More lively. I heard many young masters and ladies from prestigious families are here to hone their skills. Today's matches are bound to be spectacular. Isn't today the day our Fingyu City High School graduation exams end? There'll definitely be prodigies from all the schools coming to hone their skills too. Now that you mention it, you're right. No wonder there are so many people today. Exactly. Otherwise I wouldn't have come. Then we're in for a real treat today. In a corner not far away, a girl with delicate, lively features and twin ponytails sat quietly. No one occupied the seats beside her. She was the only one in this corner. Why has everything gone wrong these past few days? Yesterday, when Sister Shinjeon wanted to meet me, I was training here. Today, when I tried to find Sister Shinjeon, she was training again. Why can't anything go my way? Yi Xiaomei sat motionless in her seat, her hands stuffed in her pockets, pouting angrily as she grumbled. Good thing Sister Shinjeon's match was scheduled early today. Otherwise, I'd have to wait until tonight to go out. It's about to start. Let me see which match Sister Shinjeon's in and if her skills have improved. At this thought, Yi Xiaomei's expression finally brightened a bit. She pulled out her phone, opened the pinned chat window in the app, and sent several messages in quick succession. When Payson entered the preparation room, he found the other 9 members had already gathered. He was the last to arrive. The moment he entered, before he could even get a good look at the others, his gaze was immediately drawn to a large chart posted on the room's main screen. The table listed their 10 names, professions, levels, talents, and more. Below that were the schedules for their head-to-head matches, including the order of the rounds. Payson froze momentarily upon seeing one name. Gu Xinjiang? She was here too? What a coincidence, and she'd even been matched with him in a major event. His gaze instinctively swept over the 9 figures, finally settling on Gu Xinjiang. Gu Xinjiang, too, was staring at Payson with surprise. Though she'd seen his name upon entering, she'd assumed it was just a coincidence, never expecting it to be the very same Payson she was being assessed with. Once she confirmed it was him, a barely perceptible flicker of fierce competitive spirit ignited in Gu Xinjiang's eyes. During yesterday's assessment, she had been nearly suppressed for a full 24 hours by Payson, a mere student from 6th high school. As a top genius from 1st high, she naturally refused to accept this. Even as this morning's assessment neared its end, she hadn't paid it much mind, assuming Payson's scores were fabricated through data manipulation. Yet to her shock, subsequent verification revealed no irregularities. The results were entirely legitimate. This left her utterly incredulous. Before the assessment began, the list of potential threats to her top position had been meticulously mapped out in her mind. Though a few expected names were missing, seeing a 6th high student above her had convinced her victory was assured. Even while undergoing the verification process alongside Payson in the office, she was already mentally popping champagne corks. Chapter 71, Slightly More Handsome Than You? Learning that Payson's score was legitimate, she naturally refused to accept it. She wanted to see what this 6th high student possibly had that allowed him to take first place in this city-wide assessment. If he truly possessed such ability and talent, why had he chosen 6th high over their prestigious 1st high? Most crucially, she had researched the prodigies from every school before the assessment and had never heard of Payson. For such a genius among geniuses to suddenly appear out of nowhere during the exam, how could she possibly calm her emotions? She'd been holding her breath for so long, and now, of all places, she'd run into Payson today. She'd planned to observe his methods at the Tianjing province secret training camp, but it seemed she'd get her chance today. Payson was equally stunned, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Xinjiang. Though the fiery competitive edge in her eyes flickered and vanished, his extraordinary psychic senses had caught it. But he could understand it too. This citywide assessment was so crucial it could shape one's entire life. After preparing for so long, to be held back until the very end by some unknown nobody he'd never even heard of. Anyone would feel resentful. So when he sensed that faint edge of hostility, Payson wasn't surprised. Likewise, he was deeply curious about what kind of ability this Gu Xinjiang possessed that allowed her to leave everyone else so far behind. Hey, kid, what are you staring at? Never seen a girl before? A hostile voice suddenly rang out from the side. Payson glanced over to find a lavishly dressed boy with an arrogant expression speaking. Never seen one before? What's it to you? Payson had no intention of acknowledging him, but with several minutes left before the match began and his own turn not until the 5th round of the first stage, he decided to engage the guy in conversation. Judging by his appearance, he was probably from another influential family. The extravagantly dressed boy paused, then waved at Payson and declared, "This girl is my girlfriend. You better stop staring, or I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Payson froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Gu Xinjiang. This girl had a boyfriend? But Gu Xinjiang showed no reaction whatsoever to the luxury guy's declaration. She simply sat down at her seat, engrossed in her phone, chatting with someone else. Payson shifted his puzzled gaze back to the luxury guy, his eyes seeming to ask, "Are you sure she's your girlfriend? Why isn't she acknowledging you at all?" Ahem, ahem. The luxury-clad man cleared his throat awkwardly twice and said, "My girlfriend's just a bit introverted, doesn't talk much. But you better not get any ideas. I'll say it again, if you ever have any thoughts about my girlfriend, I'll definitely..." Before he could finish, Gu Xinjiang suddenly walked over from the side toward Payson. Payson froze. It was obvious Gu Xinjiang was coming for him. What did she want? The flashy guy, seeing Gu Xinjiang suddenly head towards Payson, swallowed the rest of his words mid-sentence, his eyes widening in shock. This girl had barely glanced at him since he'd greeted her warmly outside the preparation room earlier. What was she doing now? Why would she suddenly approach a stranger? Was this guy that handsome? Sure, he looked over 6 feet tall with a decent build and a face like carved jade, but compared to him, he was still a notch below. Could she possibly be interested in him? Gu Xinxiang walked over to Pei Sun with a blank expression and whispered in a voice barely audible to anyone but him. I hope you give it your all. With that, Gu Xinxiang headed for the door, preparing to leave the preparation room for the battle stage. She was the first round combatant. Pei Sun froze. Give it my all? Think again. What if I casually summon dozens of shadow sand snakes to slither up and lash at you? How would you handle that? Stop. Just as Gu Xinjiang was about to step out of the room, Pei Sun suddenly shouted. Gu Xinjiang froze momentarily, turning back with furrowed brows. What is it? She demanded in a low voice. Is this guy your boyfriend? Pei Sun stared at Gu Xinjiang, pointing at the extravagant man with dead seriousness. Question mark. After hearing the question, Gu Xinjiang didn't even bother to glance at the extravagant man. She merely shot Pei Sun a fierce glare before storming out of the room. Immediately after, the other contestant also walked out. The extravagant man was still reeling from the shock of Gu Xinjiang initiating conversation with Pei Sun. His mind was filled with disbelief. Hey, kid, do you two know each other? The extravagantly dressed man asked excitedly. Isn't she your girlfriend? Just wait until she finishes her match and ask her yourself, Pei Sun replied as he found a seat and sat down. Hearing this, the luxury-loving guy's expression changed completely. He grinned and walked over to Pei Sun, his attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. He asked cheerfully. Bro. Honestly, she's not my girlfriend. I just think she's gorgeous and can't get enough of her. I wanted to ask her out. But she's like a stone. I've been chasing her for ages, and she hasn't said a single word to me. Tell me, bro, how did you pull it off? How did she even start talking to you? Do you two know each other? You're not her boyfriend, are you? Hearing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but he kept his expression neutral as he replied. I don't know her. Go ahead and pursue her. What? Seriously? Hearing this, the flashy guy instantly perked up, nearly jumping for joy. Ha! Mid-cheer, the extravagant man froze, sensing something amiss. His brow furrowing, he pressed, wait, if you don't know her, then why would she approach you first? Pei Sun shook his head. I have no idea. He genuinely had no clue why Gu Xinjiang had walked over and spoken those words to him. The only plausible explanation he could think of was that Gu Xinjiang now deeply resented him and desperately wanted to defeat him, which would explain her actions. Otherwise, he couldn't make sense of it. Bro. Please. Tell me. I'll treat you to a fancy dinner, the extravagant guy pleaded, his face begging. Pei Sun stared blankly at the guy, momentarily at a loss for words. Maybe I'm just way too much hotter than you? Why don't you go chill out for a bit? The extravagant guy froze solid on the spot. You better be joking. But judging by his deadpan expression, this didn't seem like a joke. So how did someone with such low emotional intelligence manage to get a goddess-level beauty like Gu Xinxiang to approach him first? Besides, he didn't look much worse than him. His meticulously styled short hair, trendy jacket, straight leg pants, and eye-catching Chelsea boots. The more he looked at himself, the more confident he felt. How was he any worse than this guy? Chapter 72, Double Attribute Points. Pei Sun couldn't be bothered with this guy anymore. He shifted his gaze to the contestant information screen displaying the details of their 10-person team. He scanned the details of the other 9. At a glance, besides the 3 of them who had hidden their talents, the remaining 7 possessed 5 SS tier talents and 2 SSS tier talents. Gu Xinjiang was one of them. These people are all over level 20? Did I show up to the wrong event? As he looked on, Pei Sun couldn't shake a sense of unease. Even Gu Xinjiang had somehow completed her advancement quest and reached level 22. He was the only one still below level 20. Was this right? After double-checking the photos on the roster, Pei Sun discovered that the extravagantly dressed guy was by Yaofeng 1 year older than him, currently level 27, an SS tier talent archer. But looking at this guy's demeanor slacker-like, scatterbrained. He didn't look anything like an SS tier genius. After getting a rough grasp of these individuals' backgrounds, Pei Sun walked over to the window and stood there, looking down at the combat arena below. He decided it would be best to first observe what abilities Gu Xinjiang possessed, so he could figure out how to deal with her later. Bro. Brother Pei, don't you think this girl is super hot too? Seeing Pei Sun approach the window and stare intently below, Bai Yaofeng immediately trotted over to his side, grinning as he spoke. Hearing this, Pei Sun shook his head. I'm observing her innate abilities. That way, when it's my turn to face her, I can prepare countermeasures. Oh, I see. Bai Yaofeng's expression shifted as he glanced at Pei Sun's information on the screen. The next second, he froze. You're level 19? Yeah, what's up? Shouldn't a level 19 be fighting on floor 21 or 22? How did you end up on our floor 24? Both floor 23 and 24 are home to epic tier and above practitioners, with combat scores over 3,000 points. Most are tier 3 fighters. How did a level 19 like you get matched here? Bai Yaofeng asked, utterly perplexed. Seeing the guy's dead serious expression, Payson froze in place. He knew nothing about the rules here, and hearing this left him completely bewildered. Before Payson could respond, Bai Yaofeng suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, "You didn't come here alone, did you?" Payson nodded. "I knew it. Someone used their privileges to get you matched here. Otherwise, there's no way you'd be matched here at your level, let alone on the 24th floor. Why are you emphasizing that? What's the difference between the 23rd and 24th floors?" Of course there is. Level 23 is for those with talent ratings from D to A, while level 24 is for those with talent ratings from S to SSS. Looks like your talent isn't low either, but how are you supposed to fight when you're jumping an entire tier? With that explanation, Payson finally understood. No wonder Duan Huanru looked so tense when he first entered the building, and everyone else had been staring at him with those strange looks. So this guy had directly matched him against opponents a tier above his own. And it was this pressure room filled with demons and monsters boasting top-tier talent. Teacher Duan, really? Out of our 10 people, only Gu Xingxiang is lower ranked than you. But even though she's only 3 tiers above you, she's a bona fide epic tier professional now. She has one more innate skill than you, and her attribute values are over twice yours. How could you possibly beat her? Hearing this, Payson finally grasped the gravity of the situation. So the other 9 people on the field all had stats twice his? What's your overall ability score? Payson asked. I'm already at level 27, and you're still comparing yourself to me? The stat points per level up differ between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. My overall ability score is already over 300 now. You couldn't beat me even if you fought me with one hand. Bai Yaofeng declared with brimming confidence. Over 300? Payson fell deep in thought. Compared to others, his stats were heavily skewed toward strength. From level 1 to his current level 19, he'd poured every extra stat point into strength. As for the other attributes, no one could even touch him. What good were high values in those 4 attributes anyway? Though his overall ability score was only just over 100 now, his strength attribute had already surpassed 200 points. With that, he could still hold his own against the other 9. What are you thinking about? Looking at your combat points, this is your first time here, right? I advise you to withdraw. Even if you're an SSS tier talent, you won't be the single person on this stage. Don't make your debut your retirement, that'd be a real shame. Bai Yaofeng sat there, hands clasped under his chin, speaking with utmost seriousness. It's fine. I'll use this to acclimate to the intensity of the fights here. Think of it as preparation for my next visit. Payson's gaze returned to the combat platform. On the massive, nearly 1,000 square meter arena, Gu Xingxiang and another contestant were already ready. The other guy was a level 24 warrior with SS tier talent. Though his talent didn't match Gu Xingxiang's, the look in his eyes as he glanced at her carried a hint of contempt. Meanwhile, the spectators below erupted into excited cheers upon seeing the 2 combatants. That girl is stunning. Not only is she gorgeous, but she's also an SSS tier talent. If I could make her my girlfriend, I'd gladly trade my entire set of purple jade gear for it. Hey, bro, how come you're eating and taking stuff at the same time? That Gu Xingxiang, her name sounds so familiar. Of course. She's the top genius at Fingyu First High. Our teachers always mention her name, and every time they do, we get scolded. Oh. I remember now. But I heard she didn't even get first place in the city-wide graduation assessment this time? Yeah. Apparently someone used illegal methods to rack up points, scoring an unprecedented 100,000 plus points. Gu Xingxiang only got 60,000, barely half of that. Dude, don't spread rumors. They investigated it thoroughly later, no foul play involved. She earned first place purely on her own merit. What's his name? Let me see if I've heard of him. I remember the highest score in our city last year was over 50,000 points, which was already the highest record ever. How did he manage to double that? What's going on these days? Is Fingyu City about to undergo a major shift? I don't know his name either, but I heard he's from Fingyu 6th High. Number 6 High? Dude. You're joking, right? A student from number 6 High not only topped this graduation assessment but also doubled the points of number 1 High's top genius? Chapter 73, is this it? Who's joking? That's what I heard. Take it or leave it. Ah ha ha ha. Bro, it's not that I don't believe you, ask around and see who would. This is pure fantasy. Exactly, bro. It'd be impressive enough for a 6th High student to even make the list, let alone take first. How is that possible? Well, you know what? Not only did 6th High take first place this time, but 3 of the top 10 spots belong to their school. Ha 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 ha. Bro, you're gonna crack me up. If what you're saying is true, I'll eat the chair I'm sitting on. How could their school possibly have 3 on the list? If what you're saying is true, then the only explanation is that their principal rigged the results. That bunch of trash at their school? Even if they did rig it, what difference would it make? I don't buy it. Alright, let's drop it for now. The match is about to start. We'll talk after we watch it. On the battle stage. As the timer started, astonishing supernatural energy surged through Gu Xinzhong's body, a faint golden glow appearing in her eyes. Seeing this, the level 24 warrior merely sneered in contempt, giving Gu Xinzhong no chance to cast spells. He charged forward with a powerful gust of wind, his momentum suggesting he intended to crush her like withering leaves and broken branches. Gu Xinzhong's expression merely sharpened slightly. As the warrior charged toward her, she remained utterly still, the golden light in her eyes growing ever brighter. When the warrior close to within mere meters of Gu Xinzhong, a piercing golden beam suddenly shot from her eyes, striking the warrior squarely. The warrior, upon seeing the golden light, didn't even think to dodge. He took the full brunt of it head on. Yet the instant he was struck, his expression changed dramatically. His speed visibly plummeted, transforming from a sprint to a run, then to a shuffle, until he finally collapsed to the ground. Having lost his basic mobility, Gu Xinzhong unleashed another barrage of golden light. The soldier instantly contorted in agony where he stood, his body curling up as waves of pain shot through him one limb, then another, until his entire body was nearly convulsing. Though the sight was absurdly comical, the audience watched his expression with such empathy that they collectively gasped, feeling sympathy for his plight. After another barrage of golden beams struck the warrior, Gu Xinzhong lowered her guard and slowly approached him, her expression icy as she declared, "Every meridian in your body is sealed by me. A single thought from me and you'll be reduced to ashes right here. Surrender now, and I'll withdraw my ability. If you delay another few minutes, they'll decompose inside you. You won't die, but you'll be completely paralyzed." The warrior heard every word clearly, yet showed no sign of yielding. He continued to struggle, his face contorted beyond recognition by agony, clinging desperately to the faintest glimmer of hope for victory. Seeing this, Pei Sun was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell kind of god-defying power is this? He thought Duan Huanru's spatial elemental abilities this noon were already mind-blowing, a single glare sending someone flying. But here was someone even more outrageous. Without moving a muscle since stepping onto the combat platform, he'd actually crippled his opponent? Wasn't this even more overpowered than Duan Huanru's SSS tier talent? What the hell am I supposed to do when I fight this guy later? Even with my terrifying undead army, this guy has ranged attacks. And it seems to be auto-targeting. How am I supposed to dodge? Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yaofeng's eyes instantly widened as if he'd seen something terrifying. This woman is terrifying. The level advantage he'd been so proud of suddenly felt utterly useless. What good was being so many levels higher? Thankfully she's magnanimous. Despite how annoying I was just now, she didn't even bother to acknowledge me. Otherwise, if they met outside, wouldn't she just crush him to pieces? The audience below the stage erupted into chaos upon witnessing this scene. Wait, what just happened? I blinked, and it's over? Hey! What just happened? The fight ended? Did I see that wrong? Is Gu Xinzhong that strong? She just stood there motionless and got subdued by her opponent. It's not just subdued. Look at him, he doesn't even have the strength to resist. That's terrifying. She's a true prodigy. She's in a league of her own. This is borderline unreal. Who'd dare fight her now? I was just thinking this warrior might not be as gifted as Gu Xinzhong, but at least their level stats were higher, and then the fight ended before I could even analyze it? This is just too much. She's definitely taking first place for most consecutive victories this season. The warrior on the combat platform writhed in agony, rolling around on the ground. His body began to convulse violently, giving the impression he might pass away at any moment. After writhing in agony for over 30 seconds, he finally raised his hand in surrender. Only then did Gu Xinzhong raise her hand and pinch his position. His body suddenly burst into golden light, illuminating his veins and arteries with crystal clarity. When the light faded, he appeared much better. Seeing the man seemingly faint from agony, staff immediately dispatched 2 pre-positioned medics carrying a stretcher. They expertly applied medication before carrying the warrior away. Being carried off on a stretcher from the combat stage was a profoundly humiliating experience at any province or city's combat ladder arena. This was especially true in a match where rank disparity led to an underdog's victory. And this was the first stretcher case of the day. After receiving treatment and being carried to the medical room, the fighter gradually regained consciousness. His eyes were vacant, his mind blank, filled only with the memory of Gu Xinzhong's instant kill. Though his talent was only SS tier, it specialized in countering mages. Fading Robe, 50% damage reduction against physical attacks, 60% block rate against true damage, 90% immunity to spell damage. He was practically a natural counter to mages. He had only recently arrived here and had been fighting for a few days. He had even imagined that soon, a player with the title Mage Killer would emerge and make a name for themselves. His recent battles had gone smoothly. While other classes proved challenging, mages were always easy pickings. But today, he was instantly killed, becoming nothing more than a backdrop for someone else. He knew his opponent possessed SSS tier talent, but hadn't he faced SSS tier talent just days ago? And hadn't he defeated them then? But just now, why wasn't his damage immune? If he'd known, he never would have tried to tank it. Chapter 74, Bai Yaofeng's first battle. Something felt off the moment that first golden beam struck him. At that point, he hadn't felt any significant pain yet, but for some reason, his speed suddenly slowed down. But when the subsequent golden beam struck, the pain made him roll on the ground, sweat pouring from his forehead. Even now, the memory left him trembling with lingering fear, casting a deep shadow over him. What kind of attack was that? After each match concluded, participants were immediately rotated to begin the next round of duels. Although each participant had to face 9 opponents, the organizers avoided scheduling consecutive matches to prevent unfairness due to fatigue. Pei-sun was scheduled for the 5th match of the first round. His opponent was a level 25 knight with an SS tier talent, likely proving far more formidable than Gu Xinjiang's current adversary. Just as he finished thinking this, Gu Xinjiang pushed open the door and entered. Her next match wasn't until after Pei-sun's bout, so she could take a proper break. Wait, she hadn't even exerted herself much just now. Upon entering, Gu Xinjiang's gaze immediately locked onto Pei-sun. Though her expression remained utterly unreadable, Pei-sun caught the fleeting glint of smug satisfaction in her beautiful eyes. Gu Xinjiang said nothing. After her gaze shifted away from Pei-sun, she immediately found a seat and resumed chatting on her phone. This girl is way too calm. She was texting before the fight, and now she's texting again right after. Doesn't she even bother to observe others' abilities? Is she that confident in her own skills? Could she be some kind of internet-addicted girl? Holy crap, that lightning-fast typing speed. Is she chatting with her online boyfriend? Pei-sun's heart began pounding wildly, nerves on edge as thoughts raced through his mind. She must still be holding a grudge over me snatching her top spot. Will she go all out against me when the time comes? Thud. The door slammed shut. Pei-sun turned to see that the 2 contestants for the second round had already left and Bai Yaofeng was one of them. Pei-sun moved back to the window to gauge this guy's skill level. Generally speaking, marksman's dueling capabilities were weaker than other classes. While they could unleash explosive bursts of damage, they also needed reliable survival tools. Team fights were one thing, but in a one-on-one duel, lacking mobility or evasive skills meant you were basically just standing there getting beaten up. This piqued Pei-sun's curiosity. What tactics would this seasoned-looking opponent employ? Bai Yaofeng's opponent was a level 26 SS tier assassin. Though lower in level, the class itself held a significant advantage over Bai Yaofeng. The 2 classes archers dread most are mages and assassins. At least mages are visible targets that skilled players can defeat, but assassins, those elusive, ghostly figures, were an absolute nightmare for archers. Once both players stepped onto the duel platform, Pei-sun noticed that Bai Yaofeng's expression was remarkably calm, a stark contrast to the person who had been sitting here moments ago. A jet-black longbow suddenly materialized in his hands, its cold gleam flashing across the limbs. With a casual pinch, a pitch-black arrow appeared in his grasp. The masked assassin across from him, his expression hidden, did not act rashly upon seeing Bai Yaofeng knock the arrow. Instead, he slowly took 2 steps forward. Noticing the assassin's advance, Bai Yaofeng instantly drew his bout of full moon, the string taut. When the opponent suddenly halted, he eased the tension slightly, yet his gaze remained piercingly fixed. Both sides were clearly cautious, but the spectators below the stage grew restless at the drawn-out standoff. What's that assassin doing? Is he that scared of facing an archer? He's not facing a warrior. What's he afraid of? He's an SS tier talent, after all. Doesn't he know assassins counter archers? Where did he even get over 3,600 points? How many easy targets did he run into along the way? I'm seriously fed up. This isn't some nail-biting, high-stakes match. Watching him play so timidly is just painful. Is he really that scared? Could it be he's too intimidated because this marksman is a level higher than him? Seriously. Matches that should have ended instantly ended with a snap before we could even see what happened, while the ones that should have dragged on are now tense battles. This assassin is truly something else. Pei-sun watched the scene unfold, utterly baffled. Bai Yaofeng wasn't dealing damage, and the assassin wasn't attacking either. The 2 just stood there staring each other down, seemingly lost in their own world. By now, Bai Yaofeng's initial composure had given way to a serious expression. He defaced countless assassins before. Typically, they launch lightning-fast assaults on marksmen the moment combat began. But this assassin not only refrained from attacking, but after a few tentative probes, had simply stopped moving and was observing instead. Was anyone this cautious? As time ticked by, the tension on the duel platform thickened like gunpowder, the air growing increasingly thick and heavy. If the battle wasn't concluded within 5 minutes, victory would be determined by the combatants' current states. Such identical conditions were virtually unheard of, occurring only in battles between 2 support characters with little combat ability or 2 super tank warriors. 3 or 4 minutes had already passed, yet the assassin still hadn't made a move. The crowd below the stage began to curse loudly. Damn it! An assassin playing like such a coward. How disgusting. If you won't fight, just quit. Stop wasting our time. Wimp. Total wimp. You're such a softie. You're so timid even against a marksman. Just go for it, damn it. If you mess up, just retreat and try again. How can you be this weak? Never seen such a useless assassin. I'm blacklisting his name. I'll never watch another match with him on it. Today has truly disgusted me. Stay away, stay away. This pathetic assassin? I'd love to jump in and kill him myself. Time ticked by, and it was already 4 minutes and 30 seconds in. Huff! A faint sigh suddenly echoed through the arena. Peering intently, the assassin had vanished from his spot. The vast battle stage now held only by Yaofeng alone. Pei Sun, who had nearly dozed off, instantly perked up, straining to locate the assassin's position. But the guy had completely cloaked himself, not a single trace remained. Without the opponent initiating an attack, there was simply no way to strike back. Invisibility was a skill nearly every assassin possessed. Used well, it made them elusive and unpredictable. Used poorly, it was utterly useless. And the longer Pei Sun watched, the less certain he became about which category this assassin fell into. Chapter 75, Breath. Bai Yaofeng's eyes narrowed, his breathing nearly ceasing. Though the assassin was cloaked, he remained unflustered. As if counting time in his mind, 3 seconds later, Bai Yaofeng abruptly aimed his jet-black longbow at the ground. Instantly drawing the bowstring to its full moon, he unleashed a fierce shot. Simultaneously, propelled by the recoil, his entire body shot upward into the air. The moment Bai Yaofeng left the ground, the assassin materialized from the shadows, his dagger already thrust toward Bai Yaofeng's original position. Spotting Bai Yaofeng soaring upward, the assassin froze in place, utterly stunned. Though his face remained hidden behind the mask, one could sense the assassin's bewilderment. He stood there flustered, frozen for a second before realizing the figure was now overhead. Boom! An explosive roar echoed through the air. Bai Yaofeng's jet-black arrow, fired with all his might, struck the assassin and instantly exploded, sending a cloud of black dust into the air. Cough, 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 cough. The assassin, choking on the acrid dust, coughed uncontrollably. Lost in the swirling haze, he frantically tried to clear the dust from his arms, but it seemed endless. Visibly panicked, he began pacing. To Pei Sun and the audience below the stage, however, the black dust cloud didn't actually cover a large area. Yet the assassin had completely lost his bearings, darting about like a headless fly within that tiny space, looking utterly ridiculous. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Several more whistling sounds pierced the assassin's ears in quick succession. All 3 arrows struck their mark, and he collapsed instantly. Had Bai Yaofeng not used unmagic-enhanced, untreated arrows, the assassin would have met his end. Witnessing this, Pei Sun's eyes widened instantly. This kid is way too cool. The assassin across from him was playing it safe despite the professional disadvantage, yet this kid was even cooler than his opponent. What's his background? The audience below the stage was left speechless. WH, what just happened? They just stared each other down for over 4 minutes, and the actual fight ended in less than 40 seconds? Am I dreaming? Today's matches can't even be called strange anymore. Fine, a level 29 assassin losing to a level 25 warrior is one thing, but with barely any level gap, the assassin actually lost to the marksman? Are you kidding me? This isn't a team fight, it's a one-on-one duel. After all that standoff, he just pulled a huge turd for everyone. Stalemate? I'm baffled. How the hell can a marksman class hold an assassin in a stalemate during a one-on-one duel? This day is straight out of hell. That marksman kid's got nerves of steel. Facing an assassin, he stayed calm for so long, anticipating moves, then hit that guy with a combo that left him reeling. Yeah. Finally someone praising this marksman. I'd say he's got at least 2 or 3 years of real combat experience. He's so composed, he doesn't even seem like a teenager. On the battle stage. As the black dust cloud slowly dissipated, the assassin lying on the ground was exposed. 3 arrows pierced different parts of his body, but fortunately none penetrated too deeply, leaving him only unconscious. Seconds later, 2 medics arrived to tend to him before loading him onto a stretcher and carrying him away. Inside the preparation room, Bai Yaofeng pushed open the door, a smug look on his face. He walked straight over to Pei Sun, casually draping his arm over the other man's shoulder as he said, "How about that, little brother? Not bad for my skills, huh?" Pei Sun nodded, simultaneously sliding the guy's arm off his shoulder. Pretty impressive, actually. The guy had been all smiles and jokes since walking in, a complete contrast to his earlier self on the stage. But you had to admit, his technique was seriously solid. This is just pretty good? Bai Yaofeng's eyes widened slightly as he retorted, "I won despite my class being countered, and this is the low rating you give me? Well, I'll see what you've got to show later." With that, Bai Yaofeng turned his gaze back to the table on the screen. The final match of the first round? You got pretty lucky landing in the last slot. A level 25 knight? Bai Yaofeng paused before adding. And you're a summoner. You should know that knights are extremely effective against summoners, whether in team fights or one-on-one duels. Not to mention the huge level gap between you two. Oh? Hearing Bai Yaofeng share this valuable insight, Pei Sun's interest was instantly piqued. Elaborate. Sure. Bai Yaofeng flashed a satisfied smile, as if he'd been acknowledged. He glanced casually at Gu Xinjiang before shifting closer to Pei Sun. Let me tell you, in the one-on-one tournament format, the 2 most useless roles are support and summoner. Ha? Pei Sun froze, then asked, are summoners that weak? No, no, no. Summoners aren't weak. They're just ill-suited for this format, especially for a beginner like you. Bai Yaofeng's tone rose and fell dramatically, like a storyteller. During battles, summoners fight through their summoned creatures, their spirit pets. You could say their own combat power is zero. So after releasing your summoned creature, you're essentially an unarmed ordinary person, right? Pei Xin pondered this, then propped his chin on his hand and nodded thoughtfully. Right. After deploying my summoned creature, I usually just watch from the sidelines. Even if I wanted to intervene, I wouldn't know how. Exactly. That's why once you summoners deploy your creatures, victory rests entirely on them. At the same tier, a summoned creature's power is incomparable to other classes. And the worst part is, if the enemy ignores your summoned creature and attacks you directly, you have absolutely no means to fight back. That's because a summoner's first few skills are usually enhancement abilities. Unlike us archers, where at least one of our first 3 talent skills is a movement skill. Oh, I see. So why do I say summoners only become strong in the late game? First, you can only capture more summoned creatures in the late game. While the summoning space has no limit, your own abilities are finite. At your tier, you can capture at most 5 summoned creatures. Second, you can only capture high bloodline level summons in the late game. Unless you're some noble from a prestigious family with solid connections and resources, who've arranged for you to tame high bloodline spirit pets specifically, that's when you summoners hit your power spike. So here's the question, how many summons do you have right now? Chapter 76, On the Spot Decomposition. Pei Xin tilted his head, pondering for a moment. Figuring this guy would see it soon anyway, he decided to just tell him straight up. I have. Before Pei Xin could finish, Bai Yaofeng cut him off. I'll assume you have 5 summoned creatures. Now answer me, what bloodline grades do they possess? Some are common bloodlines, others are rare, I guess? Pei Xin pondered before answering. He recalled that during the battle against the Soul Frost mercenaries, under the influence of the necromantic Shatterstone, some of his ordinary blooded undead had evolved into rare-blooded spirits. He wondered if any rare-blooded undead had advanced to epic-blooded status. But probably not. If there had been, he would have sensed it. Snap. Bai Yaofeng slapped his palm with the back of his hand, his voice tinged with excitement as he declared. See? I knew you weren't from some wealthy family. Your summoned creatures have such low bloodline grades. How could you possibly defeat a knight so many grades above you? Actually. Knight, let me tell you why knights are such a counter to summoners. From a certain perspective, the knight class shares similarities with you summoners. Though they can only tame one spirit companion, their mount strength typically surpasses even your strongest summoned creature. After all, as I've emphasized before, your advantage lies in quantity, not quality. Second, you must understand that knights possess independent combat capabilities without their mounts. Think about it, if your opponent summons their mount to tie up your summons while they attack you, what can you do? For other classes, your mediocre summons might stall them for a bit. But the knight class is unique, they can launch attacks right from the start. That's why knights are so counter to summoners. Got it? Pei Xin froze, a vivid image forming in his mind. One of his mounts intercepting his tens of thousands of undead? And that's still a somewhat far-fetched scenario. If the opponent disregards the rules of combat and just rides their mount straight at you to beat you up, you'd be completely helpless. You'd have no choice but to surrender on the spot. Bai Yaofeng spread his hands innocently. Add to that the fact there's so many levels higher than you. Ouch. You've got zero chance of winning. You should quit now. While you still have 2 rounds left. Once you reach the round before your match, you won't be able to quit. Oh, thanks for explaining all that to me. Pei Xin said with sudden understanding. Well, little bro, I don't mind spending all this breath explaining, but the important thing is you actually listen to what I'm saying. Otherwise, it's all for nothing, right? Bai Yaofeng sighed, his tone earnest and concerned. Though he couldn't fathom why Bai Yaofeng was being so earnest with a near stranger today, it was clear he meant every word. No need to worry about that. I'll give it a shot anyway, just to gauge the intensity. Pei Xin looked at Bai Yaofeng with an innocent expression. Bai Yaofeng was instantly speechless, helplessly pressing his hand to his forehead. Seems like all my advice went to waste. This kid. Whatever. Since he wouldn't listen to an elder's advice, it would be good if he stumbled and fell later. Then he'd learn his lesson. After their conversation, the 3rd round had already concluded. One participant held an SSS tier talent. Pei Xin hadn't witnessed the match but knew that despite being 2 levels behind, the SSS tier talent had narrowly defeated his opponent. The 4th round commenced, and Pei Xin began preparing. His turn was imminent. Sitting quietly nearby, staring at her phone, Gu Xinzhong found Bai Yaofeng utterly infuriating. Not only was he irritating, but all his talk was pointless. While others might be unaware, she certainly knew Pei Xin's capabilities. During the Desert Forest assessment, as the circle of competitors grew smaller, she had witnessed Pei Xin's half-dead, half-alive summoned creatures. At first, she hadn't paid them any mind, her attention entirely focused on the leaderboard at the time. It was only later that she learned those were Pei Xin's summons. She had been stunned then, unable to comprehend how someone of Pei Xin's rank could summon so many creatures. What she didn't know was that the hundreds she'd seen were merely the tip of the iceberg within Pei Sun's summoning space. If he could witness Pei Sun's full power today, he'd likely be stunned speechless. But she doubted anyone could push Pei Sun to that limit today. Ah, seems my words were wasted. Go on then. A good beating will teach him a lesson. Bai Yaofeng let out a long sigh, then leaned back complacently, feigning helplessness as he glanced at Gu Xinjiang. If he knew that his lengthy speech hadn't caught Gu Xinjiang's attention but had instead annoyed her, he'd probably think the sky was falling. Fortunately, Gu Xinjiang had been staring straight ahead the entire time, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge either of them. There was a certain type of person in this world, the kind who not only didn't get angry when you scolded them, but actually felt a sense of satisfaction. Gu Xinjiang feared she might actually enjoy being scolded by Bai Yaofeng. The fourth round of combat offered no real highlights. It was standard fare, wrapping up in just 3 minutes. After preparing, Pei Sun turned and strode resolutely out of the preparation room. Hey! When it's time to concede, just concede. Getting beaten so badly they have to carry you off on a stretcher is embarrassing. Wait, maybe surrendering is embarrassing too. Ah, well, at least it's better than taking a beating. Seconds after Pei Sun left the room, Gu Xinjiang, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up. She slowly walked to the window, her beautiful eyes fixed on Pei Sun now fighting on the stage. Beside her, Bai Yaofeng's eyes whitened instantly. Seizing the moment, he casually inquired. Miss Gu. Miss Gu, if I may ask, what exactly is your relationship with Brother Pei? But Gu Xinjiang seemed not to hear him, standing silently as she watched the battle platform. Ah. Ha, it just seemed like you two were quite familiar with each other. I was just curious, nothing else, huh? Gu Xinjiang remained silent. Ahem. Ha ha ha. I said so much earlier, but Brother Pei just wouldn't listen. He's a bit impulsive, don't you think? Ha ha ha. Miss Gu, from your fight earlier, I could tell you're a highly experienced professional fighter. You must be interested in these matches at the end of the month. Why don't we discuss this fight? I can analyze who'll win for you. My win rate is pretty high. Gu Xinjiang's expression grew increasingly stiff as she listened. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, she whipped her head around and glared fiercely at Bai Yaofeng, her voice icy. One more word and you'll be disintegrated on the spot, believe me. Chapter 77, Blue Flame vs Fighting Tiger. Gulp. Hearing this, Bai Yaofeng froze instantly, too terrified to even breathe, producing a distinctly audible gulp. This girl, why isn't she responding to either soft or hard tactics? He just laid out such a logical analysis, didn't she get it? Didn't she admire him at all? Recalling Gu Xinjiang's bizarre and astonishing abilities during the battle, Bai Yaofeng obediently shut his mouth. He placed his hands behind his back and paced back and forth behind Gu Xinjiang before finally stopping on the opposite side of the window, his face bearing only a faint expression of sorrow. On the battle platform, Pei Sun and his opponent were both ready. The guy across from them rode over on his mount, looking incredibly cool and getting the crowd below hyped. It was a tiger-like spirit beast, entirely blue in color. Its massive, rounded head bore a prominent blue character on its forehead. Its copper bell-sized blue pupils shone intensely, like burning blue flames, sharp and piercing. Its wide, thick jaws and powerful limbs were complemented by sharp fangs that flashed with icy light. A faint blue flame seemed to burn across its entire body. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the heavens. Is this the Azure Flame Battle Tiger? Pei Sun recalled that earlier today at the White Ice Sanctuary, he had captured a type of spirit beast called the White Flame Fighting Tiger. But that was merely a rare bloodline. This Azure Flame Fighting Tiger seemed even more formidable than the White Flame Fighting Tiger. Could this be an epic bloodline spirit? Below the stage, a deafening roar erupted, growing louder by the second. Finally, it's young Master Shi's turn. Ah! We finally get to see the real deal. Shi Feng. Shi Feng. Shi Feng. Is this the young master of the Shi family, one of Fengyu City's 3 great noble houses? Hey! Can you be more precise? They're now the foremost among the 3 great noble families. Ha! Isn't the Gong family the foremost among the 3 noble families? When did it become the Shi family? Oh my! Just the other day, the Shi family patriarch led his forces to conquer 2 more primordial tier sanctuaries in the otherworld. They're undeniably the undisputed top noble house now. Exactly. Bro, don't you ever watch the news? Cut back on your late-night shenanigans and pay more attention to current events. Wow! That spirit creature is so cool. Who knows what species it is? I've never seen one like it before. That blue flame is insane. Where'd you snag it? I gotta get one too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's an epic tier spirit beast. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but its appearance radiates sheer dominance. The going rate for one is easily in the millions, maybe even tens of millions. Are you sure you want to get one? Holy crap. An epic tier spirit creature. It's absolutely stunning. After watching so many dull matches, I was getting depressed. Finally, a thrilling game to watch. Exactly. This is the kind of atmosphere we need. Hope the other guy can hold out a bit longer. Ha! The opponent's a summoner? And only level 19? The air instantly grew quieter upon hearing that remark. Are you kidding me? Level 19? Did he get matched wrong? Some elite tier kid showing up here to fight? No way. Cross-tier matches require manual intervention, how could it be wrong? So he deliberately came to challenge an epic tier professional? This guy's insane. How confident is he? With half the stats and one less talent skill, how dare he? Wait, I remember. This afternoon when I passed through the lobby, I overheard a teacher saying he wanted to toughen up his student and asked the front desk to set up a cross-tier match. The timing fits perfectly with this match. Could it be this guy? Now that you mention it, I vaguely recall it too. I was wondering who was so arrogant back then. Who knew we'd witness this showdown so soon? This is hilarious. And he's actually a summoner. Ahahaha. This guy's insane. Not only did he cross-tier challenge, but he picked summoner, one of the weakest classes in the early game. Seriously, I'm speechless. I was looking forward to a proper match, but this is ridiculous. Exactly. I was hoping to see young Master Sher's Azure Flame fighting Tiger show off a bit longer. What a buzzkill. Haven't seen a summoner in the dueling arena in ages. What a freak show. Meanwhile, at Duan Huanru's location, the guys who had just bet against him burst into uncontrollable laughter upon seeing Pei Sun's profile. Wahahaha. So this is your student? I'm dying here, ha 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 ha. Are you even sure you're the teacher? Sending your student to challenge someone from another realm? How can you lack even the most basic common sense? He was bragging about this and that just now. I thought he was something special, but turns out he's just some kid under level 20. And a rare summoner class at that. Ha 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 ha. I'm speechless. Guess I should have checked the almanac before leaving. Today's been weird enough as it is. Even a summoner showed up. This is practically handing out points. The last few matches were almost putting me to sleep, but this one's got me pumped. Duan Huanru stood with her hands in her pockets, smiling silently. After the taunts died down, Duan Huanru said with a smile, so, how about it? Anyone still up for a bet? Interested? Hearing this, the others froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. You still think you can scare us? The last actor was strong enough to fool us, but now it's some lousy level 19 summoner? Even Sher's young master could beat him up without a mount. You still want to bet? This is hilarious. Are you sure you want to bet? Forget the 25th level Sher young master, even that 22nd level girl from earlier would beat him. And you're a teacher? Where's your teaching gone? Sure, the levels are close, but his stats are light years behind. How could you become a teacher? Exactly. And he's missing a talent skill. I seriously don't get what you were thinking. And he even hid his talent, probably some embarrassing S-rank talent. I bet you've got a grudge against this kid? Without you, he wouldn't even be matched for fights this intense. What, didn't he pay your tuition? Ha 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 ha. Duan Huanru blinked innocently, not the least bit annoyed. Instead, she drawled. After all, I'm an excellent teacher. I have faith in my students. So, anyone else want to take a bet? Wager on whether my student wins or loses. This time, I'll put up 2 million. Oh, and if you don't have the money, don't bother playing. Looks like you're burning a hole in your pocket. Fine, since you're practically handing us money, we'll gladly take it. This is hilarious. Come on. Today you're gonna have to spit out every penny you swallowed. This is unbelievable. I'll put up 1 million. I'll put up 50,000. 50,000. I'll match 30,000. Damn it. The crowd around them began to cheer, all eager to get a piece of the action from Duan Huanru. Chapter 78, Gone Mute? But some who'd just learned their lesson dared not follow suit. This guy looks so confident, something's definitely fishy. On the battle stage, Sherfong looked at Pei Sun with utter contempt, sneering arrogantly. Level 19? What's that supposed to mean? Did you come here to hand over your combat points? Pei Sun remained silent. Ha! If someone forced you into this fight, blink your eyes. I might let you off easy. Seeing Pei Sun's silence, Sherfong continued. After more than 10 seconds, Pei Sun still hadn't spoken, just staring at Sherfong. Kid, are you dumb? Are you mute? Sherfong grew impatient, furrowing his brow. This is getting boring. Sherfeng's patience snapped completely. He immediately ordered his Azure Flame Battle Tiger to charge toward Pei Sun. A sharp gleam flashed in Pei Sun's eyes. The next instant, a dense swarm of undead summoned creatures erupted onto the combat platform, at least 3,000 of them, as far as the eye could see. A torrent of undead energy surged skyward, while the endless howls of the dead echoed across the arena. Seeing this, Sherfong froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. What are these things? They looked like lifeless corpses, yet resembled spirit entities. Could these bloody things be his own summons? This many? Are you kidding me? How the hell am I supposed to fight this? I can't even touch it. Upon witnessing this scene, the Azure Flame fighting tiger beneath Sherfeng's crotch suddenly contracted its azure pupils. Like Sherfong, it froze in place, utterly motionless. Not only that, but it seemed a peculiar bond existed between spirits. Upon seeing this endless horde of undead, the blue flame fighting tiger's eyes lost all trace of killing intent. Its entire body went limp, curling up into a ball. After a moment of stupor, it began trembling violently in place. Such temporary cowardice in spirit companions was not uncommon, whether for knights or summoners, especially in these early stages. Only by spending more time with the spirit companion and increasing its affection would such sudden timidity or other unexpected incidents decrease. Under normal circumstances, seeing his mount cower like this would have made Shifeng erupt in curses. But now, he himself stood frozen in place, his face ashen with fear. He seemed to have forgotten what he was doing, let alone spare a glance for the azure flame fighting tiger beneath him. Preparation room. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Xinjiang's eyes widened instantly. Had she seen correctly? Her vantage point offered a far more shocking view than Shifeng or the audience below. Though the preparation room was some distance from the battle platform, the sheer number of these bizarre summoned creatures now filling the vast arena gave Gu Xinjiang a terrifying sense of their sheer quantity. Could it be that he had these monstrous things grinding points for him back in the desert forest? No wonder his points were double hers. At that thought, Gu Xinjiang instantly felt her resentment melt away. She had assumed Payson only possessed a few hundred summoned creatures, just the ones she'd witnessed firsthand. Little did she know he harbored such terrifying reserves behind the scenes. Who could possibly defeat him now? How on earth did he manage this? Beside him, Bai Yaofeng froze in place, utterly dumbfounded by the scene. He rubbed his eyes, then opened them wide and exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Why is the battle platform dark? Did someone turn off the lights? No, that can't be right. The lights on the battle platform are never turned off." Only after staring for several seconds did he finally make out the writhing undead summoned creatures, leaving him utterly speechless with shock. WH what? What is this? Bai Yaofeng clung desperately to the window frame, his face pressed flat against the glass as if he might lean out at any moment. A level 19 summoner? This can't be right. How could he summon so many creatures? Did he activate it? It was his first time seeing Pei Sun's summoned creature, so his shock was far more exaggerated than Gu Xinjiang's. His mouth gaped wide open and wouldn't close. The audience below the stage froze upon witnessing this spectacle. In perfect unison, the entire venue fell silent for a split second. The next moment, it erupted like a bomb had been dropped. What the hell is that? Why is the stage turning pitch black? Holy! What the hell is that stuff? I've never seen anything like this before. They're all wriggling. Holy! Those are summoned creatures. Impossible. What summoner could conjure up this many creatures? Not even Mayor Yao from our city could manage that. Exactly. There's only one summoner on stage, and he's just a level 19. How could he have summoned all this? Those freaking things are summoned creatures? Are you sure you're not mistaken? They look dead as doornails. They definitely don't look like summoned creatures. But some of them look so familiar. Why do they resemble the spirit beasts so much? That one over there. Isn't that the Desert Scorpion King from the desert forest? Wait, no. The Desert Scorpion King should be sand-colored. That one looks like it's covered in a deathly gray. And it's got this lifeless aura about it. Now that you mention it, I see a few familiar spirit beasts too. But why do they all look so lifeless? What's going on? Where's young Master Shi? Where is he? I can't see young Master Shi anymore. We're buried under this terrifying horde of summoned creatures. How could we possibly find your young Master Shi? Ah, my young Master Shi. Where's young Master Shi's azure flame fighting tiger? Come out now. Did this guy use forbidden magic? How could a level 19 summoner summon this many creatures? Shoo! How dare you say that? Didn't you hear? The last person who questioned the officials got dragged out and permanently banned from spectating. Exactly. This building's detection system is practically the most advanced in all of Maple Feather City. They say the person who set it up is a legendary tier professional. You can mess around with your food, but don't mess around with your words. Then what the hell is going on? Where did it all go wrong? It just doesn't make any sense. Duan Huanru watched the scene unfold without a flicker of emotion. Seeing his expectedly unruffled expression, the crowd was instantly puzzled. Who exactly are you people? What do you mean, who are you guys? What are you talking about? Duan Huanru looked at the speaker with confusion. What the hell is this kid's background? What kind of power does he have? How could he possess such monstrous abilities? As he spoke, his voice and tone grew weaker, panic spreading through his mind as he envisioned the money he'd just bet vanishing into thin air. Oh, just a blue star human. From Fengyu City. And my student, actually. Duan Huanru replied casually, his full attention now fixed on the battle platform. More precisely, on Shifeng standing on the stage. Chapter 79, Referee Interference. Though his position was invisible to the naked eye, Duan Huanru could sense Shifeng's current state. He'd gone limp as a wet rag. Had Payson not restrained his necromantic summon from attacking, Shifeng would have been reduced to fragments by now. Listening to the cheers of the crowd and witnessing the scene on the stage, he suddenly understood why so many people harbored grudges against Pei Sun. What are you playing at? The money's not being held back. At least let us know what's going on. Exactly. I'll take the fall for this today. But you owe me an explanation, damn it. I just want to know how the hell this kid got such insane abilities. Even a top-tier SSS talent couldn't pull off what he did. How did he manage it? You claim to be his teacher, you must know. Or are you lying to us? Those who had placed bets earlier had accepted their losses, but compared to moments ago, their moods had clearly improved. Duan Huanru felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He genuinely didn't know the specifics of Pei Sun's abilities, only that he could summon endlessly. The details? He had no clue. As the undead lingered longer on stage, the aura of death grew thicker, beginning to seep into the spectators' seats. Those in the stands who sensed this undead aura immediately grimaced, visibly uncomfortable. Professionals managed to endure it as mere discomfort, but ordinary spectators, those who hadn't awakened and were simply paying to watch the match, suffered terribly. Completely defenseless, their minds were eroded by the necromantic aura, causing endless negative emotions to surge within them, plunging them into profound agony. On the battle platform, Shi Feng's pupils dilated wildly. Like Qingyan Dutu, he trembled uncontrollably in place, utterly drained of any fighting spirit. Forget finding Pei Sun, just breaking through these summoned creatures was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yet Pei Sun, through the shared vision mechanism, saw this guy stay clearly. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath about how cowardly this kid was. Isn't he already incapacitated? Why hasn't anyone come up to carry him off yet? Maybe I should break both his legs first? Pei Sun furrowed his brow slightly, deep in thought. What he didn't know was that the medical staff below couldn't even see what was happening on the stage. In a way, their field of vision was even narrower than the audience's, as they were positioned at the edge of the combat platform to observe the match more clearly. Now, all they could see was an endless, dense swarm of bizarre summoned creatures, absolutely nothing else. Though they analyzed that under these circumstances, Shi Feng might have lost his combat ability. If they went up only to find him unharmed, it would be an embarrassment to the official organizers. If staff paid by the organization can't even handle this, what right do they have to stay? Not only would they be unable to remain in their official positions, but the incident would likely be widely mocked. Just as both Pei Sun and the officials felt utterly at a loss, a deep, resonant voice suddenly boomed from the central screen above the battle platform. This match is over. Pei Sun wins. This match is over. Pei Sun wins. Next match contestants, please prepare to enter. Hearing this, Pei Sun finally exhaled in relief and recalled all his summoned creatures. If it had dragged on any longer, he truly would have had to take action against Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the audience below the stage reacted with expressions of shock and confusion. Whose voice is that? The referee's voice? No way. Their match actually required a referee to decide the winner? What's going on? Didn't they say there were no referees for the regular tournament in the 20-something story rooms? Where's this voice coming from? Holy crap. This must be the first time something like this has happened at Fengyu City's fighting ladder arena. Referees are usually only called in for extremely important events. Who would have thought a regular one-on-one match like today's would have a referee's voice popping up? Ordinary? How is this ordinary? Young Master Shi Feng's life hangs in the balance. As the referee's voice faded, Pei Sun recalled his summoned creature, revealing Shi Feng's figure to the crowd. Though he now stood alone on the combat platform, Shi Feng seemed still trapped in the previous moment. His entire body trembled faintly, his eyes unfocused and his face deathly pale, as if possessed by a ghost. Nearly a minute had passed since Pei Sun's descent, yet Shi Feng still hadn't regained his composure. Only after another minute, when medical personnel finally escorted him away, did the next pair of combatants approach. Maple Feather City Combat Ladder Arena, Floor 60. This floor marked the building's ceiling level, the highest tier. This floor contained only one room, the largest of all 60 floors. Yet no combat took place here, nor was there a fighting platform. The room felt somewhat empty, furnished casually. Chairs and sofas were scattered about, while on the wall opposite, an enormous screen stretched across nearly the entire surface. Not far from the screen, staff members sit in an orderly fashion, resembling a reception area. The screen displayed the live feeds from every room in the building, essentially surveillance. With over 100 rooms in the building, even this massive screen couldn't display all the feeds simultaneously. Only the main room and a secondary room were shown in full screen mode. The rest were displayed as tiny video thumbnails. Currently, the main room's feed showed room 24A, where Pei Sun was located. Several men in suits, seated on a nearby sofa, had been chatting and laughing while watching the screen scroll through the various room feeds. But when it landed on Pei Sun's room, they all froze instantly and jumped to their feet. What are those black things? Why are there so many? They look like summoned creatures? My god. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could there possibly be that many summoned creatures? Exactly. One of them is level 25, and the other, only level 19? Cross-tier challenge? Xiaoqin, check who set up the matchmaking for them. What's that black mist? It looks abnormal. Look. That black mist is corroding the bodies of ordinary spectators it touches. This is bad. This is bad. Boss, stop the match immediately. After speaking, the leader's expression turned grave. He immediately ordered someone nearby to connect to the audio feed of Room A on the 24th floor, declaring the match over and awarding victory to Pei-sun. Bro, this. Chapter 80, to fight or not to fight? Confusion spread across everyone's faces. They all knew this kid couldn't possibly be using illegal methods, but this was just too absurd. Let's observe for a bit longer. I need to figure out what's going on. Xiaoqin, check if he was matched for a cross-tier challenge. The man turned to a woman monitoring the operations in back-end systems. She nodded and replied. Confirmed. It's someone named Duan Huanru. He's a 5th-tier fighter. Duan Huanru? Hearing that name, the man was struck dumb with shock. Staring in disbelief, he walked to the front desk himself. Upon seeing Duan Huanru's information, his expression instantly darkened. It really is him? But isn't he working in Buyue province? How did he end up in Tianjin province? Brother, do you know him? The man stared at Duan Huanru's information for a few seconds, then shook his head and said. Keep an eye on this kid for now. If his dark aura spreads to the audience during his next match, stop the fight immediately. Understood. When Pei-sun returned to the preparation room, he found Bai Yaofeng and Gu Xinxiang both staring at him with peculiar expressions. Gu Xinxiang was slightly better, though she was trying her best to suppress it. Pei-sun still caught the hint of shock in her eyes. She couldn't hide that look. Growing up, she'd always been the one on the receiving end of such looks. This was the first time she'd ever directed them at someone else. She couldn't help but wonder, how could 6th High produce someone so breathtakingly extraordinary? After locking eyes with Pei-sun for a moment, Gu Xinxiang jerked her head away as if electrocuted. She seemed to fear he'd seen the shock in her eyes, and for some reason, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Bai Yaofeng's gaze toward him had already turned abnormal, as if staring at a ghost. His eyes held neither shock nor confusion, only pure caution and utter silence, as if terrified that any wrong word or action might cause Pei-sun to devour him in the next second. Pei-sun couldn't be bothered with the guy. He rolled his eyes at him before promptly returning to his seat. The others seated nearby also regarded Pei-sun with peculiar looks, as if observing a monster. They had all witnessed Pei-sun's abilities earlier, their initial disdain giving way to stunned silence. They couldn't believe this scene was created by a level 19 professional. So what if his stats were more than double his? So what if he had one more innate skill? Once on the battle platform, they were so terrified they couldn't even tell north from south, unable to unleash a single skill. It was utterly ridiculous. That Shifeng, though young, had become a renowned figure in Fengyu City through his family's influence. Who wouldn't greet him with respect? They considered themselves geniuses of Fengyu City too, but they couldn't guarantee they'd win with such overwhelming dominance against Shifeng. And the thought of having to face Pei-sun next made their expressions sour as if they'd eaten. They were all glorious tier professionals in their 20s, while Pei-sun was merely a 19th level epic tier professional. When their turn came, should they fight or not? If they fought, they could already envision themselves getting utterly crushed on the field like Shifeng had been. But if they didn't fight? Glorious tier professionals surrendering to an epic tier professional? If word got out, they wouldn't be able to show their faces in Maple Feather City anymore. Unprecedented in history, and likely never to be repeated. They'd be nailed to the pillar of shame, forever the laughingstock of every resident in Fengyu City. It would be an absolute joke. Why are you staring at me like that? Pei-sun felt uneasy under Bai Yaofeng's strange stare and asked helplessly. Bai Yaofeng's eyes darted wildly, fixated on Pei-sun for several breaths before he stepped closer. Leaning in, he whispered into Pei-sun's ear, his voice barely audible. Bro, tell me straight, did you use forbidden techniques? Pei-sun felt utterly helpless, unsure how to respond. Having been suspected of using forbidden techniques for the past 2 days, he had no way to explain himself. So he simply turned away, ignoring the guy, and leaned on the windowsill to watch the battle between the two people below. Seeing Pei-sun's silence, Bai Yaofeng became even more certain of his suspicions. But, forbidden techniques that could bypass the city's detection methods? Could it be that a mythic tier professional taught him? That seemed unlikely. Where would Fengyu City even find a mythic tier professional? Hey, you're still watching? Afraid to? Exactly. Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll win every battle. Before Bai Yaofeng could finish, Pei-sun cut him off. Whoa. Bai Yaofeng sucked in a sharp breath. He glanced at Pei-sun, then at the two combatants on the stage, and finally at the other professionals in the preparation room. Are you sure there are still opponents here you need to scout? Are you sure they won't try to outlast each other when they fight you? Are you sure the 24th floor, or even the 30th floor down can accommodate a giant like you? Why not try challenging a tier above yours? Sigh. Bai Yaofeng let out a long sigh. After a moment of contemplation, he silently sat beside Pei-sun and also turned his gaze out the window. He'd made up his mind. His match against Pei-sun would be the 4th round of the 6th stage. He'd forfeit right here. He didn't believe his longbow could gain an advantage against Pei Sun. Well, maybe it could hold out for a few seconds against that bunch of bizarre summon creatures of his. He didn't plan on going out to the preparation room either. Seeing his own big face out there would be too embarrassing. Recalling how he'd repeatedly urged Pei Sun to forfeit the match before this, his face flushed crimson. Never did he expect the boomerang would come back to hit him so quickly. On the combat platform, perhaps because the undead aura Pei Sun had just conjured hadn't dissipated yet, the two combatants moved in a hazy, stumbling mess. Their movements were sloppy and disorganized, as if they were drunk. In less than 2 minutes, their round concluded. The second round of duels was notably brief on average. Once again, Gu Xinjiang and Bai Yaofeng fought before Pei Sun. Just as Pei Sun had anticipated, they swept through their opponents with overwhelming force, especially that Gu Xinjiang. Bai Yaofeng, at least, relied on his technique and overwhelming combat experience to defeat his opponents. But Gu Xinjiang? She ended her fights with just a few flashes of golden light. It was a bit excessive. In the fourth match of this round, it was Pei Sun's turn to step forward. His opponent was the same fighter Gu Xinjiang had faced in the previous round. Initially brimming with arrogance and disdain, the fighter had been thoroughly humbled by Gu Xinjiang and now looked subdued. As Pei Sun made his way to the combat platform, he marveled at how efficient the medical support here was. They'd healed that guy back to full strength in no time. But before he reached the platform, he received a message: the opponent had surrendered. Ha! Pei Sun couldn't help but utter a soft exclamation. That arrogant guy actually surrendered? It was a bit unexpected. Chapter 81, The Aesthetics of Numerical Superiority. But Bai Yaofeng wasn't surprised at all. Any sane person wouldn't dare fight you, right? In the next 2 rounds, Pei Sun's opponents predictably surrendered without exception. In the 8th round of the 5th match, it was Pei Sun's turn to face Bai Yaofeng. That kid Bai Yaofeng promptly surrendered too. In total, Pei Sun had only fought 1 match, yet he gained nearly 200 points, bringing his total to 1200. Since rounds where opponents surrendered outright counted as crushing victories, he received double points. Floor 24 was dominated by players starting in the 3,000-point range, except for those like Pei Sun and Gu Xinjiang who had jumped straight into the high-difficulty training upon arrival. Although Gu Xinjiang was also exceptionally talented, she was nowhere near as dominant as Pei Sun, who crushed opponents consistently. She began to struggle when facing other SSS-tier professionals besides the two of them, though the level gap certainly played a role. Apart from this match, Gu Xinjiang ended all other battles with her golden radiance in a matter of seconds, leaving no room for suspense. It was during this very match that Pei Sun finally witnessed her second innate skill. It resembled a magical formation enemies within sustained continuous damage, and it appeared she herself received a significant power boost while inside. She's a light element mage too. Could this create an elemental counter effect against my necromantic summons? After observing Gu Xinjiang's innate skill, Pei Sun couldn't help but ponder seriously. Light element mages were exceptionally rare among spellcasters, even more so than the ice element mage encountered in the desert forest. Alongside Duan Huanru's spatial elementalist, they shared a level of rarity. As Duan Huanru had mentioned, his own summons were essentially death elementals. Could his light elemental actually counter his death elemental? At this thought, Pei Sun couldn't help but rest his chin in his hand. Fighting this guy might prove rather tricky. After defeating that SSS-ranked professional with some effort, Gu Xinjiang faced no further opponents. In subsequent rounds her opponents surrendered outright. When it came time for Pei Sun to face that SSS-tier professional, the guy actually surrendered too. This puzzled Pei Sun immensely. He hadn't even summoned a tenth of his total undead minions. Was it really necessary? The audience watching below grew increasingly stunned. Where did these kids even come from? How can they be this strong? Exactly. They're both new faces. We thought they'd be the ones getting roughed up during their first training session here, but it turned out they were the ones doing the roughing up. Forget about that level 22 girl, at least she's the same tier, with stats not too far off. But, what the hell is that level 19 kid? If someone told me this outside, I'd never believe it. An elite tier professional making a bunch of epic tier professionals surrender? That's ridiculous. I've been watching this combat ladder arena for decades. I'm practically a veteran spectator, right? And this is the first time in all those years I've ever seen anything like this. I remember now. I remember. This is what I told you before. The runner-up in our Fengyu City graduation exam was that Gu Xinjiang, and the top spot went to this Pei Sun, a student from Fengyu 6th High. It all comes back to me now. Ha! Impossible. He's really just a 6th middle student? How could such a promising talent end up at 6th High? This. Unbelievable. The subsequent matches were lackluster and uneventful. With all eyes fixed on Pei Sun and Gu Xinjiang throughout the tournament, even when their names appeared in matchups, their opponents would simply surrender, utterly anticlimactic. Finally, in the 9th round, the very first match of the final round, Pei Sun and Gu Xinjiang faced off. Hey! Wake up! Look! It's Pei Sun and Gu Xinjiang's match. They finally face off. The earlier matches were so boring. I haven't seen these two on the battle stage in ages. What's going on? No kidding. Those two are freaks. People see their names and just surrender without even challenging them. Where else would you see them? I can't even watch the other matches without them. Everyone else is boring me to tears. Finally, it's their turn. You think either of them will surrender? Probably not. Geniuses recognize each other's talent. They'll treasure this round. I agree. So who do you think will win? No clue. Both of them are just unreal. Just then, a few people beside Duan Huanru suddenly turned to her and asked, "Bro, who do you think will win between these two?" Noticing their polite tone and respectful attitude, Duan Huanru gave it some serious thought before replying. "It should be my student." "Any reasoning?" the person asked curiously. "Yes. Purely overwhelming force through sheer numbers." Though he phrased it this way, Duan Huanru had actually given it considerable thought. The moment he first witnessed Gu Xinzhong's abilities, he had been astonished. After all, his spatial elemental power had been accidentally replicated through immense hardship. He knew full well how rare such high-tier elements were. And coincidentally, Gu Xinzhong's light element was one of them. Pei Sun's element could also be considered rare, a death element, but it was countered by light elements. So upon hearing this question, he gave it serious thought. Yet despite their attributes being in a counter relationship, Pei Sun's abilities were simply too overwhelming. He still believed Pei Sun would emerge victorious. In a corner of the spectator stands, Yi Xiaomei closed her phone with delight, then fixed her gaze on the battle stage. Her beloved sister Xinzhong was about to take the stage next. Upon seeing the opponent's information, Yi Xiaomei froze in surprise. Pei Sun? A level 19 summoner? Did I see that correctly? Having missed all of Gu Xinzhong's previous matches, she hadn't noticed Pei Sun before. Of course, Pei Sun had only appeared once. Though that single appearance had unleashed an overwhelming aura of undead energy, Yi Xiaomei's spot in the corner of the spectator section was the farthest from the stage. Absorbed in her phone, she hadn't paid Pei Sun much attention at the time. How did a level 19 summoner get matched into this epic tier professional match? Is this a mistake? It shouldn't be. How could they mix up a match like this? Someone must have manually matched him. But this guy's pretty brave. All of Sister Xinzhong's other opponents surrendered immediately, yet he dared to step up and challenge her. That kind of courage is commendable. Yi Xiaomei said with a serious expression. Chapter 82, Him? What she didn't know was that every single opponent this level 19 summoner had faced earlier had also surrendered. If anything, he exuded an even more oppressive aura than Gu Xinzhong. After all, he was facing only one opponent, while Gu Xinzhong had two. As Pei Sun and Gu Xinzhong stepped onto the battle platform, Yi Xiaomei froze the moment she saw Pei Sun's face. It's him! Yi Xiaomei's eyes widened slightly as she recalled the scene at the Fengyu City Adventurers Guild this afternoon. Wasn't it this guy who helped her secure the sanctuary she'd been eyeing? And now he was here too. She had been hoping to get to know Pei Sun through her mother's matchmaking and personally thank him properly. Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten the chance. Now, seeing Pei Sun here, Yi Xiaomei felt a surge of energy. A level 19 summoner single-handedly conquered a sanctuary. Even if it was only the lowest tier common grade, he's still unparalleled among his peers. As she pondered this, admiration and envy flickered in Yi Xiaomei's beautiful eyes. So, the person who handled his proxy matchmaking must be the same one who accepted the quest she had posted for him. Yi Xiaomei focused intently on the match, eyes wide open, afraid to miss a single frame. She wanted to see what astonishing ability Pei Sun possessed to take down a sanctuary single-handedly. On the battle stage, Pei Sun and Gu Xinzhong stood on the platform. Pei Sun dared not relax. The moment he stepped onto the stage and the match began, he summoned thousands of undead creatures to surround him. Gu Xinzhong's abilities were equally formidable. Though she had only fought 2 rounds the first round and the round against the SSS tier talent, her displayed abilities were already chilling enough. That eerie golden light could instantly incapacitate anyone it struck, rendering them unable to fight and causing their movements to become utterly bizarre. Though Pei Sun didn't know the reason, he remained extremely cautious. Gu Xinzhong's expression was equally grave. Upon witnessing the bizarre summoned creatures Pei Sun had conjured, a faint golden light instantly flickered across her body. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden light flared within Gu Xinzhong's eyes. As she became surrounded by those bizarre summoned creatures, dozens of golden beams shot forth relentlessly. The moment these beams touched Pei Sun's undead summons, they instantly disintegrated. Pei Sun sensed this and felt profoundly unsettled. Though he had anticipated her light element would counter his own, he hadn't expected it to be this potent. After shattering his necromantic summons, her golden beams didn't fragment, they simply dissipated into the air. Pei Sun couldn't help but frown slightly, his expression growing even more serious. Seeing her attack succeed, Gu Xinzhong's expression eased slightly, though she dared not relax. Golden light surged across her body, coalescing into golden arrows that, together with the golden sparks in her eyes, rained down upon Pei Sun's summons like a golden storm. The moment Pei Sun's necromantic summons touched these golden rays, they instantly disintegrated without a trace, vanishing at an astonishing speed. Thus, the scene on the combat platform finally diverged from the earlier pattern both had displayed. Amidst the swarm of eerie, densely packed undead summons, Gu Xinzhong single-handedly eradicated all the spirits surrounding her. Golden light radiated outward, as if a sun had sprouted from a vast black carpet. The spectators below the stage finally revealed expressions of satisfaction at this sight. Wow! Is this still an epic-level professional battle? This is insane. The younger generation is just too overpowered these days. This is the kind of battle I came to see. What were those earlier matches even about? Exactly. I gotta pull out my phone and record this. You probably only get to see a fight like this once in a lifetime. Absolutely incredible. Hey, you should edit the video, tweak the cover art a bit, and title it The Clash of the Light God and the Dark God. It'll go viral for sure. Ha ha ha. Even though your description is rough, it kinda captures the vibe, doesn't it? A battle of this caliber. Whoa. This is so moving. Could it be that Fengyu City is finally rising? For years, Fengyu City has been the bottom dweller of Tianjin province. We never get any benefits, only the worst stuff gets dumped on us. Ugh. How many years has this gone on? But these two kids, looks like Fengyu City is finally standing tall. On the battle platform, Pei Sun's face was etched with solemnity. His eyes were fixed intently on the battlefield. At this very moment, he felt it acutely. The undead creatures he had summoned were dwindling at a terrifyingly rapid pace. The light elemental power wielded by Gu Xinzhong proved exceptionally troublesome, exerting near absolute dominance over his undead summons. The pure light elemental energy directly nullified the splitting effect of Pei Sun's necromantic rock splitter. The battle platform now bore no resemblance to the one from Pei Sun's previous round. Where his undead summons had previously radiated a sinister aura, like dark clouds threatening to crush the city, now only sparse wisps of faint black smoke lingered above the arena. Not only that, but Pei Sun knew that Gu Xinzhong hadn't yet unleashed her full power. She hadn't activated the innate ability of her magic formation. This realization instantly gave Pei Sun a headache. Once Gu Xinzhong unleashed that skill, the remaining undead creatures he commanded would dissipate even faster. Yet Pei Sun dared not rashly order his undead to attack Gu Xinzhong. The shield radiating a soft golden glow around her possessed autonomous offensive capabilities. The moment his undead creatures drew near Gu Xinzhong, that golden shield would react swiftly, launching precise attacks that instantly shattered his undead minions. Pei Sun's brow furrowed deeply. Though he had anticipated this scenario back in the preparation room, standing here now, the situation proved far more difficult to handle than he had imagined. Gu Xinzhong watched as the situation gradually stabilized under her control. A hint of smug satisfaction finally flickered in her eyes, though she managed to hide it. Within her body, the flow of her supernatural energy showed no sign of slowing. It grew faster and more turbulent by the second. Through the shared vision Pei Sun maintained, he distinctly sensed the natural energy in the air around Gu Xinzhong thickening at a visible pace, coalescing toward her like a swirling vortex. Pei Sun's expression finally shifted slightly. Chapter 83, Not a Word. The next instant, a massive golden magic array abruptly materialized beneath Gu Xinzhong's feet. Spanning dozens of square meters, its center featured a tightly closed eye. The array's edges were adorned with incomprehensible, bizarre symbols. Though strange, these symbols seemed subtly designed to complement the central eye, as if meant to accentuate it. As the golden formation unfolded, the surrounding undead summoned creatures were imperceptibly drawn into its embrace. Seconds later, the golden formation finally unfolded completely, under the tense gaze of Pei Sun and all the spectators. The golden eye at the array's center abruptly opened. In that instant, all the undead summoned within the golden array instantly disintegrated, accompanied by a sound like they were being vaporized. Not only that, but the golden light radiating from Gu Xinzhong grew even more intense. The beams of light shooting out in all directions accelerated rapidly. In just a few breaths, Pei Sun's 1,000 undead summons were cut in half. Combined with the losses already incurred, he now had fewer than 200 remaining. Pei Sun now appeared to be at a disadvantage. Gu Xinzhong showed no sign of letting up. Her overall momentum continued to surge, determined to annihilate Pei Sun's undead summoned creatures in one fell swoop. Yet she knew full well that Pei Sun had yet to unleash his full power. During his battle with that other opponent, Pei Sun had summoned over 2,000 creatures. Yet against her, he had deployed only half that number. Whether out of contempt for her or some other reason, Gu Xinzhong threw everything she had into the fight. Even if she couldn't defeat Pei Sun in the end, she would force him to the limit, at the very least making him bleed heavily. Seeing this, Pei Sun narrowed his eyes. This guy's golden magic array was just as he'd suspected. Its power was terrifyingly strong. Combined with the elemental advantage, it was indeed pushing him to his limits. To defeat this opponent, he would have to resort to some tactical maneuvers. The sudden reversal on the battlefield caught the audience below the stage completely off guard. Holy crap! What kind of formation is that? It just wiped out so many of Pei Sun's summons. Even with the elemental advantage, that's ridiculous. It looks like Pei Sun is no match for Gu Xinzhong at all. Just moments ago, Pei Sun held the upper hand. How did Gu Xinzhong gain the advantage in the blink of an eye? What's going on? Did you notice? Even though Pei Sun's summons are ridiculously numerous, their defenses are pathetically low. They practically shatter at the touch of Gu Xinjiang's golden light. That's obvious. Gu Xinjiang's level is higher than his, and her elemental power is double his. If she couldn't even shatter one of his summons with that strike, what's the point of fighting? Exactly. Besides, Pei Sun doesn't rely on the individual strength of his summons to win. It's all about sheer numbers. It's just that Gu Xinjiang happens to have attributes that counter him. If someone with the same talent and rank faced him, the outcome could be totally different. This match. Ugh. You guys just watch, not a peep out of you. Over at Duan Huanru's side. The people beside him watched the scene unfold, their expressions turning stunned. One of them couldn't help but say to Duan Huanru, "Bro, did you misjudge this time? Your student, the Sky Pei Sun? His summons are nearly wiped out. How's he supposed to fight Gu Xinjiang now? I don't think he can. Those summons look flashy, but they're fragile as hell, all style, no substance. If I'd known they were so flimsy, I'd have bet against you again." Exactly. All that quantity was just for show. Look how quickly the tables turned once the real fighting started. But this kid's only level 19. His stats are barely half of Gu Xinjiang's. His summon stats are probably tied to his own stats. Even if he can't beat Gu Xinjiang, reaching this level at his age is pretty impressive. True. Add in the elemental advantage. If others hadn't surrendered outright, who knows how things would have gone against Pei Sun. Making such an impression on his debut is already impressive. Duan Huanru, who had already concluded Pei Sun was destined to lose, let out a faint smile. If others didn't know, how could he not? Back at the White Ice Sanctuary at noon, this guy summoned over 10,000 undead creatures. Just now, he's summoned over 1,000 more. And according to the kid himself, he still has over 30,000 undead summons left. If he summoned them all now, the battle platform wouldn't hold them all. They'd spill right onto their spectator platform. Last round, just summoning nearly 2,000 had unleashed that overwhelming undead aura. If he summoned 30,000 now, wouldn't it drown the entire building? The referee would likely halt the match immediately and declare Pei Sun the winner. Bro, what are you laughing at? Look. Your student's summon creatures are down to less than 100 now. He's about to lose. Someone beside him gloated again. Yeah, bro. I gotta admit your win rate predictions are usually spot on, but you totally messed up this time. Damn it. I should have bet against you again. I don't know why he's summoning fewer this time, but even if he summons that many again, he still can't beat Gu Xinjiang. Exactly. Let me break it down. Last round, this guy Pei Sun summoned over 2,000 creatures. This time he only has 1,000 or so, but judging by how fast they're getting wiped out, even 3,000 wouldn't save him, and he's only got 2,000 plus. Exactly. Forget 3,000 even if he had. The speaker trailed off abruptly mid-sentence. What? Why did you stop mid-sentence? Another person looked at him in confusion. His expression had frozen solid, as if he'd witnessed something horrifying. His face visibly drained of color. What the hell is wrong with you? The other person frowned slightly, following his gaze toward the battle platform. Instantly, he froze in place, his eyes widening as his pupils rapidly contracted. He stood rooted to the spot, utterly petrified. On the combat platform, Pei Sun, who had seemed utterly defeated moments before, suddenly summoned a new wave of undead creatures. They swarmed the area in such overwhelming numbers that they were impossible to count, their sheer quantity horrifying. Accompanied by an endless chorus of low, guttural growls, the entire arena plunged back into pitch darkness, a profound, impenetrable blackness that seemed to swallow all light, evoking a profound sense of despair. Watching from the preparation room, Bai Yaofeng's eyes widened in shock. He had assumed Pei Sun's unexpected defeat was final, never anticipating that he could instantly summon such a terrifying horde of creatures. It appeared to be 10 times the number from just moments ago. Chapter 84, Surging Battle Intent. Every spectator in the stands was utterly stunned, their eyes widening instantly. A spirit uprising? Who can explain this? How did so many summon creatures appear all at once? Did that kid summon all of these? A level 19 summoner? We really need to investigate him. Holy crap. This can't be possible. In the corner of the spectator stands, Yi Xiaomei witnessed the scene and instantly widened her eyes in disbelief. There are so many more? Yi Xiaomei had just been stunned by Pei Sun summoning over 1,000 creatures. Seeing Sister Xinxiang about to win, she planned to comfort Pei Sun after the battle ended. But now, there were even more summoned creatures? How did he do this? There must be tens of thousands of them now? How could a level 19 summoner summon such a terrifying number of creatures? And they all looked incredibly creepy, brimming with fighting spirit. Top floor room. Ever since witnessing Pei Sun's godlike summoning abilities for the first time, they'd kept a close eye on his battle rounds. Though several opponents had surrendered outright. But when they saw Gu Xinjiang and Pei Sun both ascend to the battle sky moments ago, they immediately perked up, standing before the screens with solemn expressions, fixated on their battle. When they witnessed Pei Sun suddenly summon tens of thousands of creatures, they froze in unison, their pupils rapidly constricting. The look in their eyes toward Pei Sun was no longer the admiring gaze reserved for a genius, but rather the incredulous stare one might reserve for a monster. How is it possible? How could a level 19 summoner achieve something like this? Brother! Could he have learned some forbidden technique? How else could he summon such a terrifying number of creatures? Even the spirit uprising in the otherworld wouldn't be this bad. The man called Big Brother would normally have flown into a rage at such words. But now, witnessing this scene firsthand, even his own convictions began to waver. For this spectacle defied all rational explanation. If it truly is forbidden magic, then it must have been taught to him by a mythic tier practitioner. But, how could a mythic tier practitioner possibly appear in Fengyu City? Forget Fengyu City, you won't find a single mythic tier practitioner in the entire Tianjin province. In all of China, there are barely 10 mythic tier practitioners. Even if it were a mythic tier practitioner, why would they take an interest in such a kid? And why teach him forbidden techniques? Does he have some kind of background? I just looked into it. This kid has no background. He comes from an ordinary family. His father disappeared years ago, leaving just his mother to raise him and his younger brother. He attends 6th middle school, while his brother goes to 1st middle school. Word is he ranked first in this year's citywide graduation exams. So he possessed this terrifying power even before yesterday? An ordinary family. What's really going on? There's no reason a mythic tier practitioner would take an interest in him. A level 19 summoner? That terrifying power. If it's not forbidden magic, then I can only think of one possibility: his innate talent. As the man finished speaking, the gazes of several nearby individuals shifted toward him, pausing momentarily. What do you mean? His talent? Are you saying his talent might surpass SSS rank? Old Joe, don't be ridiculous. Are you suggesting this kid awakened talent surpassing SSS rank? I'm telling you, it's impossible. The man called Old Joe showed no sign of jesting. His voice was solemn as he replied. You all saw it. The abilities this kid has demonstrated at his current stage completely surpass everyone's expectations. It's unrealistic to attribute it to forbidden techniques, since Tianjin province doesn't even have any mythic tier practitioners. The only explanation lies in his innate talent. This kid's talent, he might very well be the legendary Divine Awakener. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. Old Joe, this joke isn't funny at all. Do you even know what the term Divine Awakener signifies? Do you understand what it means for one to appear in Fengyu City? Exactly, Old Joe. In the entire history of Huaxia spanning hundreds of years, fewer than 100 divine enlightened ones have ever appeared. Our Tianjin province has only ever produced 2 in all of history. 2. How could Fengyu City possibly produce 1? I said I'm not joking with you. Zhou Lei's voice grew harsher, tinged with palpable agitation as his entire body trembled slightly. If you don't believe me, ask Big Brother. Big Brother Kong Rui stared intently at the screen, his expression grave. Listening to the heated debate around him, Kong Rui felt his own head was about to explode. He himself wasn't sure whether this kid was practicing forbidden arts. This was the first time the question had crossed his mind within this building. Calling it a forbidden technique felt somewhat far-fetched, yet dismissing it as such offered no explanation at all. As for divine revelators, they were a dream beyond the reach of a small city like theirs. Talents surpassing SSS rank, some people hadn't even heard those 3 letters, let alone understood what they signified. For most people, SSS tier talent represented the pinnacle of ability. Yet in truth, talents surpassing even SSS tier existed. Divine Awakened, the supernatural. Divine Enlightened ones, at least, were a top-tier talent that had appeared many times throughout Huaxia's history. In the minds of these people, there existed a keyword for this, and they understood what it meant. As for Divine Anomalies, talents surpassing even Divine Revelators, these 3 characters exist only in legend. Ordinary people and low-level practitioners at the grassroots level likely remain unaware of this legend's existence. Only those in slightly higher circles have heard such tales. The legend circulating states that throughout all of China's history, only 1 practitioner with Divine Anomaly talent has ever appeared. The accounts also indicate that this practitioner vanished from China at the time, and no one has seen them since. Thus, the term Divine Anomaly remains confined to legend. Thus, even if they considered this possibility now, they dared only contemplate the level of a divine-inspired talent, never entertaining the latter notion. Old Joe has a point, but I still trust our building's security protocols. I don't believe some mythical tier practitioner would randomly show up in our city to teach forbidden arts to someone as ordinary as can be, Kong Rui said solemnly, enunciating each word carefully. Chapter 85, Divine Inspired? But bro, if he really is a Divine Awakener, why have none of us ever heard of him before? And why would he only attend Fengyu 6th High School? That's just too hard to swallow. If that kid really is a Divine Awakened, then Fengyu City has truly reached its end. But is he really one? While his abilities are undeniably extraordinary, how could a Divine Awakened just appear so easily in our city? At that moment, a man approached Kong Rui and whispered. Boss, the black mist this kid's generating is even denser and more intense than before. It's already spread to nearly the entire spectator area. Should we halt the match and declare him the winner? I see the audience is visibly repulsed by that black mist. Kong Rui frowned, his gaze shifting between Pei Sun and Gu Xinzhong's faces. After a few seconds of contemplation, he replied. No need. Let's head downstairs now and find Duan Huanru first. Ha? Okay, understood. With that, the group exited the room, stepped into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 24th floor. The moment tens of thousands of undead summoned creatures appeared, the aura of death on the battle platform instantly thickened beyond measure, not just dozens of times denser than before, but spreading with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it permeated every corner of the spectator seats. At that moment, Gu Xinzhong's golden domain shone like a solitary star in the endless night. Only a faint golden speck could be seen, appearing utterly powerless and suffocating within the boundless darkness. Most spectators, already horrified by the sheer number of summoned creatures, now wore expressions of dread. As the thick, black aura of death seeped into them, their faces twisted in agony, especially among the non-professional, ordinary spectators. In the corner of the spectator stands, Yi Xiaomei's complexion was also far from pleasant. Although the undead aura drifted toward her, it inexplicably avoided Yi Xiaomei. Still, she felt profoundly repelled and uncomfortable. No wonder he could conquer an entire sanctuary alone. That summoning power is truly formidable. Yi Xiaomei stared blankly at the scene on the battle platform, murmuring softly. The people beside Duan Huanru had completely frozen, their eyes glued to the battle platform. They seemed to have forgotten Duan Huanru entirely. Combined with the erosion of the undead aura, these individuals appeared to have fallen into a state of mental confusion. In contrast, Duan Huanru showed no rejection upon sensing this undead aura. Firstly, he had already encountered this energy earlier that day. Secondly, having mastered the death element ability, he no longer clashed with such undead energies, he even found them somewhat comforting. On the battle platform, Gu Xingxiong's expression had carried a hint of confidence just a moment before. Yet, upon seeing the sudden appearance of endless, densely packed summoned creatures surrounding her, her gaze instantly went blank, and her entire being was overcome with terror. This had nothing to do with her innate talent or class level. It was an innate physiological reaction, the primal fear triggered by encountering something beyond comprehension, especially when confronted with such terrifying numbers of these ghostly things. Most people would have wet themselves in terror by now. Only she could still stand here, barely maintaining a semblance of composure. Remember, the last person who fought Pei Sun had been scared stiff, collapsing to the ground. Pei Sun's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, a serene calm settling over his delicate features. After seeing Gu Xinzhong's situation through their shared vision, he was still slightly taken aback. Only he, sharing the same space, truly understood the terrifying pressure and dire situation Gu Xinzhong faced, a situation where the slightest misstep would result in being torn apart by the undead summoned creatures. After much deliberation, Pei Sun could only conclude that it was the effect of the sky's light element that was helping her resist the erosion of the undead aura. Otherwise, she wouldn't possibly still be standing on the battle platform. Duan Huanru witnessed this scene and gained a new appreciation for Gu Xinzhong. Besides Pei Sun, he was the only one truly experiencing it firsthand. Seeing her maintain such unwavering resolve and composure under such extreme pressure was truly commendable. Just then, several men clad in brown jackets appeared at the door of room A on the 24th floor. They pushed the door open quietly and stepped inside, unnoticed by anyone. The sight that met their eyes, a towering black mist nearly filling their entire field of vision, sent a chill through them, causing them to shudder involuntarily. The scene was utterly overwhelming, a stark contrast to what they'd seen on surveillance. The immersive reality felt almost surreal. After entering the room, the leader slowly took a few steps forward. He extended one hand and waved it gently toward the combat platform. Instantly, a transparent, milky white barrier materialized around the platform. This barrier instantly isolated the undead aura emanating from the combat platform. Simultaneously, another individual performed a complex series of hand seals. Upon completing the seals, the undead aura in the spectator area began to slowly dissipate. Within less than half a minute, all traces of undead energy vanished from the spectator area. Trapped within the barrier, the audience could only see a towering mass of black mist on the combat platform, desperately struggling to break through the barrier yet utterly unable to escape. As the black mist dissipated, the spectators who had been severely affected by the corruption slowly regained their senses. What just happened? It felt like I was in a nightmare. I feel awful. What nightmare? You were affected by that kid's black mist. It wasn't just you, lots of people around here fainted and lost their senses. Fainting and disorientation? What does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like. I don't know if you're all professional practitioners, but if you're not, being corrupted by that black mist is perfectly normal. I'm the only one here who just broke through to epic tier practitioner, and even I was affected by the black mist that kid released. You mean, he single-handedly knocked out nearly everyone watching from the viewing platform? Exactly. But just now, for some reason, a barrier appeared around the combat platform, sealing off that black mist. That's why you all slowly came to. Otherwise, especially you'd probably still be stuck in a nightmare. Ah. That terrifying? Just now, I think I had a nightmare. I think? I'm not sure. It felt so real, I felt awful, so miserable. Chapter 86, Your Relationship. What nonsense are you spouting? Judging by that direction, he must have been severely corrupted by the black mist and hasn't woken up yet. Ugh. That kid is utterly terrifying. I was thinking this level 19 brat was someone I could handle myself, but never imagined his abilities would be this terrifying. Duan Huanru watched the dazed figure beside her slowly regain consciousness and couldn't help but chuckle. They were likely still trapped in nightmares. Though their eyes were open, their minds had drifted off to who knows where, their brains seemingly out of commission. After an unknown amount of time had passed since the black mist dissipated, one of them suddenly snapped out of his daze. His unfocused gaze sharpened as if waking from a deep sleep. He turned his head in confusion, scanning the surroundings. Noticing the eerie expressions on everyone else's faces, he turned back to Duan Huanru and asked blankly. What happened? Who won? Duan Huanru replied, It's not over yet. It's not over? Yes. Just look at the battle platform yourself. Hearing this, the man finally shifted his gaze toward the combat platform. His expression grew even more bewildered upon seeing the scene unfolding there. Then what is that barrier? Duan Huanru couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was the corruption from that undead aura really that severe? It felt like this guy's IQ had plummeted back to that of a 5-year-old. Though he didn't know why this barrier had appeared, he knew that without it, the man would likely still be in that unconscious state. He turned his gaze to the others beside him. Seeing everyone else looking dazed and confused, his bewilderment reached its peak. Weren't they all passionately debating with him just a second ago? How did they all suddenly turn into this? Had they all been secretly drinking behind his back? He quickly reached out to shake them awake. It took several minutes before they gradually came to. Clearly, these individuals were all ordinary people who hadn't successfully awakened. After waking up, their state mirrored that of the person who roused them, like someone just opening their eyes after sleep, utterly bewildered. Duan Huanru found the scene rather comical, but she refocused her attention back on the battle platform. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared behind him. One of them tapped Duan Huanru lightly on the shoulder. Duan Huanru froze, startled, then slowly turned his head to look at the figures behind him. At first glance, he recognized almost none of them. Only the man standing at the very edge seemed vaguely familiar. That man was the referee here, a judge who usually only appeared in high-level competitions. Duan Huanru wondered why he was here now, and it seemed as though he had come specifically for him. As for the others, he had no recollection whatsoever. They were complete strangers. Good day, Mr. Duan, the leader said softly. Hearing his name spoken, Duan Huanru felt even more puzzled, wondering why they would know his name. As if sensing his confusion, before Duan Huanru could speak, the leader pulled an ID card from his breast pocket and introduced himself. I am Kong Rui, the manager of Fengyu City's fighting ladder arena. Duan Huanru froze, staring at the photo on the ID. It was an exact match for the man before him. After confirming his identity, Duan Huanru understood a bit more and also guessed why these people had come. May I ask if you personally arranged the cross-tier match for Pei Sun? Kong Rui inquired politely. Duan Huanru nodded. Kong Rui continued. What is your relationship with him? He is my student. At this answer, a hint of surprise flashed in Kong Rui's eyes. A student? He's the teacher? He came all the way from Biyue province just to be a teacher? Seeing the puzzled look on the other person's face, Duan Huanru suddenly felt perplexed herself. Didn't she know him? Why was he looking at her like that? What's wrong? Duan Huanru countered. Kong Rui hesitated for a moment before saying after a brief pause. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me first. Duan Huanru furrowed her brow slightly, her guard immediately rising. I'm sorry, but I must ensure my student's safety at all times. I can't leave with you. Hearing this, Kong Rui froze, exchanging a surprised glance with those beside him before replying. Mr. Duan, you may have misunderstood me. My purpose is straightforward, but it truly cannot be discussed here. As the person in charge, I am responsible for the safety of everyone here. If possible, I would still prefer we discuss this matter on the top floor. Of course, if you feel particularly uneasy, we can talk about it here. Hearing this, Duan Huanru hesitated. Observing the sincere expressions on the faces of the others, particularly the man named Kong Rui, Duan Huanru hesitated briefly before agreeing. He had frequently trained here before, racking up over 5,000 points in a single month with an exceptionally high win rate to earn the title of 5th-degree fighter. Yet in that entire month, he had never once seen the person in charge of this fighting ladder arena. Now, suddenly encountering him, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Since this man was indeed the manager, there was no point in Duan Huanru being coy any longer. After agreeing, he followed the group to the top floor, the 60th level. Only after entering the elevator did Duan Huanru realize belatedly that this barrier must have been set up by these people. A barrier array measuring thousands of meters in length, width, and height was something ordinary people simply couldn't achieve. On the combat platform. Seeing herself at a disadvantage, Gu Xinjiang forced herself to calm down. Golden light erupted from her body once more, and her aura underwent an inexplicable elevation. Pei Sun, witnessing this, froze momentarily, startled by Gu Xinjiang's suddenly heightened aura. Is this an equipment effect? Pei Sun fell into deep thought once more. Under normal circumstances, Gu Xinjiang shouldn't even be able to resist at this point. Merely standing her ground would be remarkable. Yet not only was she largely unaffected, her aura was actually intensifying. Logically, since both of his innate skills had already been activated, and there were no enhancement-type abilities present, such a sudden surge in aura shouldn't occur. Yet, given that this situation had unfolded, there was only one way to interpret it. Equipment effect. And it must be at least a gold-tier equipment effect. Ordinary low-tier equipment effects lack such active functional capabilities. Only gold-tier or higher equipment possess this ability. Chapter 87, 6 Magic Circles. Pei Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, holding back his undead summons from attacking for the moment. He wanted to see what other tricks Gu Xinjiang had up her sleeve. Under countless fixed gazes, an intensely brilliant golden light erupted from Gu Xinjiang once more. As the magic array beneath her feet abruptly expanded, 5 additional magic arrays materialized out of thin air around her. These 5 golden arrays were identical to the one beneath Gu Xinjiang's feet, each centered around a slowly unfolding golden eye. As before, the moment Pei Sun's necromantic summons touched these golden arrays, they instantly disintegrated. The difference was that, bathed in the overwhelming surge of undead energy, the splitting ability of Pei Sun's necromantic summons manifested once more. Although Gu Xinjiang had swiftly deployed 5 additional arrays, the situation on the combat platform remained firmly in Pei Sun's control. Compared to Gu Xinjiang, who now faced twice as many undead summons, those arrays along with Gu Xinjiang herself, bathed in golden light at their center, resembled a golden crow desperately struggling to break free from darkness, yet utterly powerless and frail. The spectators on the battle platform had all awakened. Witnessing this scene, their eyes gleamed with awe as they murmured in astonishment. Such high-caliber combat was rarely witnessed on the 24th floor. Now, they could witness this spectacle at a fraction of the cost, and they were naturally delighted. In a corner of the spectators' seats, Yi Xiaomei watched, her expression growing increasingly dazed. She was utterly captivated by both fighters' prowess, yet the thought that one of them would inevitably lose and most likely her beloved Xinjiang left a bitter taste in her mouth. Yet, the thought of Pei Sun emerging victorious somehow made the outcome more bearable. At that moment, Gu Xinjiang on the battle platform was clearly at the end of her strength. For the first time, crystal-clear cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Those 6 magic arrays simultaneously unleashed their power, swiftly eliminating Pei Sun's summons. Their numbers were insignificant compared to his total forces. Meanwhile, her own abilities were rapidly depleting. This was all happening without Pei Sun even commanding his summons to attack. Remembering the first time she'd seen these ghostly things in the desert forest, their eyeless sockets had made her hair stand on end, sending chills down her spine. Yet after battling these specters for so long, they hadn't even attempted to strike back. Nearly overwhelmed by sheer numbers, she found herself utterly powerless to fight back, consumed by despair. After sustaining the spell for roughly 6 or 7 minutes, Gu Xinjiang's supernatural abilities finally depleted. Her expression was filled with unwillingness, her beautiful eyes brimming with bitterness. Both SSS tier talents, why such a vast gap? Pei Sun observed Gu Xinjiang through their shared vision with an unreadable expression. The girl was surprisingly resilient. While her light element effectively countered Pei Sun, his death element imposed its own constraints upon her. After all, she had to expend vast amounts of light element to suppress his summoned creatures. Another minute passed. Gu Xinjiang, clinging to consciousness by sheer willpower, could hold on no longer. A dizzying blur swept over her vision as she plunged into an endless sea of darkness. The golden light was completely swallowed, leaving only profound, pitch-black void. Seeing this, Pei Sun recalled all his undead summons. A wave of pain washed over him in just these few minutes. Gu Xinjiang had consumed over 1,000 of his ordinary bloodline undead summons. Even during the assault on the White Ice Sanctuary earlier that day, the depletion hadn't been this rapid. As Pei Sun withdrew his black tide, the spectators finally saw Gu Xinjiang lying unconscious on the combat platform. She was the nth contestant carried off by medical personnel today. Yet at this moment, not a single soul felt Gu Xinjiang had disgraced herself. After the battle concluded, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into deafening, sustained applause. That was absolutely incredible. I haven't seen such a thrilling battle in centuries. What the hell just happened? Is this still our Maple Feather City? Is this even a match I can watch? Both of them are beyond belief. Even though that girl lost, it wasn't undeserved. Just daring to challenge Pei Sun alone makes her defeat honorable. Yeah. Looks like Fingyu City is finally rising to prominence. Inside the top floor suite. After Kong Rui and Zhou Lei brought Duan Huanru inside, they didn't jump straight into business. Instead, they let her sit down and watch the match. Though Gu Xinjiang ultimately suffered a regrettable defeat, they were thoroughly impressed with her performance. Only after the grand spectacle concluded did Kong Rui finally fix his gaze on Duan Huanru and broach the main topic. Brother Kong, please get straight to the point. My student is downstairs looking for me and must be worried. Before Kong Rui could respond, Duan Huanru spoke first. Not to worry. I've already sent someone to fetch your student. He should arrive shortly. However, it would be best to conclude our discussion before then, as the matter involves some sensitive details, Kong Rui replied, his expression as calm as a still lake. Hearing this, waves of unease instantly churned within Duan Huanru. What could possibly be sensitive about Pei Sun? He was just a talented brat. What about him could warrant such importance from the man before her? A flicker of confusion crossed her mind before she nodded. Kong Rui then cleared his throat twice. The others present glanced over before promptly and discreetly exiting the room. The room was suddenly left with only Duan Huanru and the few people Kong Rui had brought along. I wonder if you've considered this possibility. We suspect your student, Pei Sun, is a divine awakened. As he uttered those final 3 words, Kong Rui's tone grew heavier and his expression instantly turned grave. Hearing this, Duan Huanru showed no outward change in expression, but inside, a storm of shock and confusion erupted. After a brief 2-second pause, Duan Huanru froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, responding with feigned nonchalance. Brother Kong, you're overthinking it. How could he possibly be a divine awakener? I've spent this much time with him, don't you think I'd know what kind of talent he has? Ha ha. Hearing this, several people, including Kong Rui and Zhou Lei, narrowed their eyes. Oh? Are you so certain, Mr. Duan? Duan Huanru chuckled, what certainty? I've never even considered that possibility. The kid just got lucky awakening an SSS tier talent. What divine awakener nonsense? If he were truly one, wouldn't his talent awakening have thrown our entire Fengyu city into chaos? Brother Kong, you really are overthinking this. Hearing this, Kong Rui and the others' expressions shifted noticeably yet subtly once more. Suddenly, a burly man beside them spoke up with a grim expression. Mr. Duan, I hope we can maintain sincerity as we conclude this discussion. If your student truly is a divine awakener, the implications for Fengyu City indeed, for the entire Tianjing province are self-evident. As his teacher, you should understand this better than anyone. Chapter 88, Are you joking about Mayor Yao? Hearing this, Duan Huanru narrowed her eyes slightly, her demeanor shifting ever so slightly. So you're implying I'm not sincere enough? Smack! Zhao Hao's face darkened to the point of no return. He slammed his palm hard onto the table and roared furiously. Pei Sun is a student at Fengyu 6th High. Forget about 6th High's outdated awakening facilities that haven't been replaced in years. Even the most advanced equipment at 1st High couldn't have detected a divine awakener's talent back then. Every single divine awakener in history was discovered later in life. And you're bringing this up now? Either you don't know your student attends 6th High, or you're treating us like little kids. Look. Feeling Zhao Hao's intense emotional outburst, Kong Rui shot him a glare before gesturing for him to calm down. He then turned his gaze back to Duan Huanru. Mr. Duan, it's true our nation's awakening facilities aren't advanced enough to directly detect divine awakened talents. Based on the information you just provided, it doesn't contradict Pei Sun being a divine awakened. If you don't believe us, we can find someone. Kong Rui's words were abruptly cut off mid-sentence by Duan Huanru. Duan Huanru had little patience left at this point. Sorry, Brother Kong, we don't have time for this now. Whether Pei Sun is a divine awakened is indeed major news for Fengyu City, but it seems none of your business. If there's nothing else, we'll be taking our leave. Duan Huanru stood up, her smile fading as she spoke each word with perfect diction. Seeing Duan Huanru like this, Kong Rui's expression shifted subtly once more. Strangely enough, though Kong Rui knew Duan Huanru, his tone when speaking to her bore no resemblance to that of someone addressing an acquaintance. Instead, it was unnervingly polite and distant, as if they were complete strangers. From Duan Huanru's perspective, he genuinely didn't know Kong Rui. You can't leave. Zhou Lei, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up, his gaze fixed on Duan Huanru with a sharp intensity. Duan Huanru met his gaze without flinching, her voice firm. Try it? As the tension in the room thickened like gunpowder, with everyone on edge, Kong Rui stepped forward again to smooth things over. Mr. Duan, there's no need for such anger. Since you brought him here today and openly allowed this child to demonstrate his abilities, it's clear you genuinely didn't know he possessed the potential of an enlightened one. But now that we've discovered it, I believe it's necessary for professionals to conduct a re-evaluation. Seeing Kong Rui interrupt him yet still speak with such patience and good nature, Duan Huanru's expression softened slightly. He was, after all, a reasonable man. No need, Brother Kong. I only brought him today for some training. I never expected anyone could push him to that limit. As for his talent, his registration form for the Fengyu City graduation assessment listed him as D grade. I'd rather not delve deeper into this topic with you now. Hearing this, the others were instantly startled. Zhao Hao's eyes flashed with undisguised contempt. Mr. Duan, I think what we should be discussing now isn't talent, but attitude. We're doing this for Fengyu City's sake, yet you keep treating us like little kids to be fooled. I can't fathom how someone like you became a teacher. I won't dwell on that. I'll ask you this, will you cooperate with the test? As he spoke, the defiance in Zhao Hao's eyes flared openly, showing utter disregard for Duan Huanru. His body language, brushing shoulders with others, clearly signaled his intent to take action against her. At this moment, Kong Rui made no move to stop Zhao Hao. Duan Huanru gave a cold smile. Her icy gaze swept over Zhao Hao, Kong Rui, and Zhou Lei before settling firmly on Zhao Hao's face. Fine. Since you wish to discuss attitude, let's discuss it properly. With that, Duan Huanru pulled her communicator from her pocket, opened her contacts, and dialed a familiar number. Seeing this, Zhao Hao immediately took several quick steps to stand before Duan Huanru, sneering contemptuously. Oomph. Calling for backup now? Too late. You really are naive. As he spoke, Zhao Hao reached out to snatch Duan Huanru's communicator. Kong Rui, who had remained silent nearby, made no move to stop him, seemingly tacitly approving Zhao Hao's actions. Seeing Zhao Hao's move, Duan Huanru let out a cold laugh. In his eyes, Zhao Hao's attempt was utterly laughable. Before Zhao Hao could reach out, Duan Huanru activated the speakerphone and held the device's display showing the name directly in front of Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao froze, halting his steps as a look of confusion spread across his face. He stared at the name displayed on the device. At the same time, Kong Rui, Zhou Lei, and the others also looked at the name on the other side of the device with puzzled expressions. Upon clearly reading the 3 characters on the screen, Zhao Hao's expression turned suspicious. After a moment's thought, he continued his mockery. Bro, you just called us little cuties. That's one thing. But now you dare bring Mayor Yao into your jokes? Do you know what awaits you if we tell Mayor Yao about this? Duan Huanru shook her head. I don't know, but I reckon I'll find out soon enough. Zhao Hao let out a ridiculous laugh, so infuriated he was amused. Turning his head, he pointed at Duan Huanru and sneered, well, this is a first for me. Using Mayor Yao as a joke? Haven't seen such a weirdo in centuries. And you call yourself a teacher? After speaking, Zhao Hao pulled a phone from his pocket, dialed 11 digits with practiced ease, and Mayor Yao's name instantly appeared on the screen. Bro, if I dial this number now, can I pull off the same show-off act as you? Ha? Who in Fingyu City doesn't know Mayor Yao's number? I know it by heart. Who could possibly get through? You think you can get through? That number you dialed is wrong. At a time like this. I thought you were going to call for backup. Turns out you're here to put on a circus act for me. You've got quite the knack for humor, huh? For a moment, Zhao Hao was so amused by Duan Huanru that he burst into laughter, his anger dissipating considerably. Before his laughter had even subsided, the other end of Duan Huanru's communication device abruptly picked up. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing that sound, Zhao Hao's expression froze instantly. His voice stopped abruptly, not daring to make a single sound. Kong Rui and Zhou Lei also wore solemn expressions, holding their breath as if afraid to make a sound. Chapter 89, Ironclad Ties. What's up, Xiao Duan? You actually called me today? Hearing that voice, Zhao Hao's eyes widened instantly. He stood frozen in place, utterly motionless, as if turned to stone. Kong Rui, Zhou Lei, and the others also paled instantly. They never imagined Duan Huanru had actually gotten through to Mayor Yao. How could this be? Among them, Kong Rui's expression changed the most after Zhao Hao. His pupils contracted sharply, as if he'd witnessed something utterly shocking. It was already hard enough to believe he'd come all the way from Biyue province to Fingyu City, but now he had Mayor Yao's phone number? How could that be? And it seemed like that number was Mayor Yao's personal line. How could he possibly have it when even he didn't? Judging by Mayor Yao's tone, their relationship seemed quite cordial. Mayor Yao, I have a question. Go ahead. Duan Huanru's expression remained calm as she prepared to ask, but Zhao Hao started his act again. Where the hell did you find this AI voice? You really think I'm some little cutie? Making a random call from an unknown number, plus some AI synthesized voice that sounds vaguely familiar, you actually think you can fool us? Could you at least use your brain when you're pulling this scam? You're just some lowly teacher. Does Mayor Yao even take your calls? Does he have time to deal with you? You've been fooling yourself all this time, and now you think you can pull it on us? By now, Zhao Hao's forehead was covered in beads of sweat as big as peas. It was unclear whether he was startled by Mayor Yao's voice or had simply talked himself into a corner. Kong Rui, who had already been skeptical, felt his resolve waver upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. He found himself hoping Zhao Hao would say more to expose Duan Huanru. The other man beside him spoke even more bluntly. That's hilarious. You actually dare to fake Mayor Yao's phone call. Looks like you're really eager to spend a few years in jail. This whole thing wasn't a big deal to begin with, but you had to make it into this mess. Let me be blunt. I have connections within the government, and so does brother Kong Rui, rock solid ones. How else do you think he became head of our city's Tianji fighting arena? You're making up some phony phone call and deluding yourself? Who do you think you are? Want me to send someone right now to check what Mayor Yao is doing? Must we expose you face to face before you'll back down? Hearing this, Kong Rui's expression shifted noticeably. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and cheeks. If Duan Huanru hadn't been present, he would have cursed this fool out. His heart was now filled with unease. Though his men were relentlessly attacking and seemed to hold the upper hand, he couldn't confirm that the person on the other end of the line wasn't actually Mayor Yao. After several people took turns speaking, the person on the other end remained silent, listening the entire time. Seeing this, Zhao Hao wiped his brow and his expression grew even more smug as he said, "What? Too scared to speak now? Realize the consequences of being exposed? Relax, it's too late for regrets. This room has 24/7 audio and video recording. We'll send this recording straight to the authorities. You're looking at jail time. You really have a death wish." Exactly. Who would dare impersonate government officials these days? Impersonating any ordinary official is bad enough, but daring to impersonate Mayor Yao? This isn't just petty trickery, you're challenging the authority of the entire Fengyu city government. Or maybe you're just plain stupid. Duan Huanru's lips curled into an even wider smirk. The thought that Mayor Yao had heard every word they said made him chuckle. What a seat secured through connections. But after today, you might not be sitting there anymore. Though Kong Rui now fully believed Zhao Hao's account, Duan Huanru's smirk sent an uncomfortable tingle through him, accompanied by a rising sense of foreboding. What are you laughing at? Celebrating your own impending prison sentence? Or knowing you won't have an easy time inside, so you're laughing while you still can? Zhao Hao continued his relentless barrage. The other side isn't talking, so you're staying silent too? Just because they're mute, does that make you mute too? You two seemed pretty coordinated earlier, you hadn't even opened your mouth before they finished their story. You must have pulled this scam on plenty of people before, huh? Works every time, until now it backfired on us? Watching Duan Huanru smile, Kong Rui felt increasingly uneasy. After a moment's thought, he stepped beside Zhao Hao and said, "Zhao, hold your tongue." Zhao Hao casually brushed Kong Rui's hand aside and bellowed, "Don't worry, big brother. Today I'll make sure you get justice against scum like this. These people are morally bankrupt. Their presence in Fengyu City is a complete disgrace to our city's reputation. I can't stand the thought of such parasites infesting Fengyu City for even a moment longer." After uttering these words, Zhao Hao's face flushed crimson and his breathing quickened, though his expression visibly lightened. Once Zhao Hao fell silent, the others immediately quieted as well, all eyes fixed on Duan Huanru. The atmosphere instantly grew thicker. The others remained silent, unsure of the situation. What was certain was that Zhao Hao, having expended too much energy, was now exhausted and speechless, his face flushed and neck strained. After a dozen seconds, the voice on the other end of the communication device finally spoke again, this time tinged with confusion. "Xiao Duan, what's going on over there? It sounds really noisy." Hearing this voice, Zhao Hao let out a cold laugh, suddenly energized as if injected with adrenaline, ready to jump back into the fray. Kong Rui's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this, and he quickly grabbed Zhao Hao's arm. That voice, whether real or not, sounded uncannily familiar. Were AIs really that advanced now? What was even more absurd was that not only did the voice sound alike, but the tone and mannerisms were so strikingly similar too. Everyone knew Mayor Yao's favorite four-word phrase was, "What's going on? Bro, don't hold me back. That punk hasn't hung up yet. He's not just challenging me, he's challenging your authority. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat the crap out of him. First, I'm smashing his phone." Seeing Zhao Hao stubborn as a bull, impossible to restrain, Kong Rui felt his face flush with anger. "Get back here." Hearing Kong Rui's thunderous shout, Zhao Hao froze in place, turning his head in shock to look at Kong Rui. "B brother, it's fake. Don't be scared. Chapter 90, you should come over." At that moment, the voice on the other end of the line spoke again. "Ha? That voice? Xiao Duan, is Kong Rui with you?" Hearing this, Kong Rui's eyes widened abruptly, and beads of sweat the size of beans instantly formed on his forehead. This seems real. Otherwise, how could he recognize my voice? AI can't be that advanced? Duan Huanru nodded, then replied directly. Yes, Mayor Yao. Wait, no, it's me here with Brother Kong. Oh, what did you want to ask me? Mayor Yao, on Pei Sun's application for the municipal graduation assessment, it says he has a D-grade talent, right? Yes, it was. What's the matter? These people don't believe me. They insist I'm lying, refusing to cooperate with their investigation. Mayor Yao, I just want to know, does everyone who comes to Brother Kong's place now have to undergo an investigation? It looks like they're about to take action, especially the one who mentioned you're an AI voice. As he spoke, Duan Huanru simply plopped down on the sofa with his phone on speaker. Hearing this, Kong Rui and the others immediately grew flustered. Mr. Duan. Mr. Duan, you can't just say things like that. We never said anyone has to undergo an investigation. Kong Rui seemed convinced, but Zhao Hao still wore a look of astonishment, his eyes filled with suspicion. Mayor Yao, it seems they still don't believe it's really you. But I just heard them mention they have some connections in the city and want to find out what you're doing now. Why don't we have them confirm with you right away? Hearing this, Zhao Hao's expression finally showed a hint of panic. Yet, frozen in place, he seemed utterly convinced, his pupils merely widening slightly as he stared at Duan Huanru. Meanwhile, Kong Rui was now utterly convinced that the man before him was indeed Yao Zhenchuan. His entire being felt uneasy. What was even worse was that after the previous topic had been dropped, Duan Huanru had brought it up again. In an instant, the air grew deathly quiet, as if one could hear a pin drop. After several frozen seconds, Yao Xinchuan's voice came through the phone again. You said too much all at once, and I didn't catch everything. But my phone is on auto record, so I'll go back and listen to it again. Still, I got the gist. Anyway, you're having a conflict with someone over there, right? That's correct, Mayor Yao. You haven't left Fengyu City yet, have you? Would it be convenient for you to come over now? Duan Huanru sat on the sofa, narrowing her eyes. Hearing this, Kong Rui's eyes widened further. What kind of relationship did this guy have with Mayor Yao that he dared to summon him like this? Mayor Yao was a busy man with countless responsibilities. How could he possibly come over for such a minor matter? And besides, the scale of the issue hardly justified it. How dare he speak to Mayor Yao in that tone? Kong Rui's mind nearly short-circuited. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. The expressions of Kong Rui's associates also shifted repeatedly, growing increasingly grim with each passing moment, as if they had already foreseen their own fates. How did they suddenly cross someone connected to Mayor Yao? They'd always followed Kong Rui around. After today, Kong Rui was finished for sure. Wouldn't they all be left out in the cold too? It's all your fault. What the hell was wrong with you, talking so much? What connections? What the hell do they have to do with you? Do you have connections in the city? Now look, you idiot got our boss thrown out. What are we supposed to do now? Behind Kong Rui, someone gritted his teeth and hissed at the guy who had been so arrogant and loudmouth moments ago. The cursed man's face had long since turned ashen. How could he have known that the call Duan Huanru made was actually to Mayor Yao? Besides, Zhao Hao kept insisting it was a fake AI on the other end. If it weren't for exposing Duan Huanru, he wouldn't have blabbed so much. It was clear all of them were kicking themselves now, their expressions as grim as could be. Only Zhao Hao, however, was thinking something different from the others at that moment. He had almost been convinced it was Mayor Yao, but upon hearing Duan Huanru's tone with the person on the other end, doubt suddenly crept back in. Surprise kept flashing in his eyes. This call was already riddled with inconsistencies, yet he dared to speak to Mayor Yao like this? How was that tone any different from an order? Zhao Hao's heart surged with renewed excitement. He was almost certain this call was fake. Holding his breath, he listened intently to the response on the other end, afraid to miss a single word. After several more seconds of silence, a voice came through again. I am in Fengyu City, but I'm currently discussing matters with Vice Mayor Liao and cannot come over. Duan Huanru blinked her eyes, her voice tinged with regret as she replied. Very well then, Mayor Yao. After speaking, Duan Huanru's gaze swept across the faces of those present. She noticed that most of them had been completely terrified, especially that guy Kong Rui. His expression looked like he'd been scared out of his wits. Ah, Mayor Yao, but I don't think you need to come over after all. It seems they suddenly don't need my cooperation with the investigation anymore. As she spoke, Duan Huanru stood up and walked over to Kong Rui's side. Sure enough, Kong Rui remained frozen in place, staring at Duan Huanru with a look of terror, completely unable to stop her. The others were no different, staring at Duan Huanru in terror, not daring to make a single move. Oh, that's fine then. I've got important matters to attend to here and can't make it over. No problem, Mayor Yao. Solving the matter is what matters. With that, Duan Huanru stepped out the door. Before leaving, he shot Kong Rui a few lingering glances. The man stood frozen in place, staring blankly after Duan Huanru as if under a spell. Just as Duan Huanru was about to step outside, Zhao Hao suddenly stepped forward and blocked his path. Duan Huanru paused, startled. The cold sweat on Zhao Hao's forehead had faded, and for some reason, his eyes now held an inexplicable confidence. He coldly said, Your acting was truly masterful. You almost had me fooled. And you even brought Mayor Yao here. What do you think you are? Mayor Yao has a mountain of work to handle, endless tasks on his plate. And you think you can just remotely control him? Stick to being an actor. What, can't wake up from your dream? If you're so capable, make Mayor Yao come here right now. Hearing this, Kong Rui's expression suddenly turned alarmed. He was about to stop Zhao Hao when he realized there was some truth to what he said. It was already bizarre enough that Mayor Yao had taken his call. How could he possibly be so courteous as to follow his orders? Come just because he asked? Mayor Yao had mountains of daily responsibilities. How could he possibly spare time for such an insignificant person? Especially someone from another province. Chapter 91, The Stunned Live Surveillance Footage. Thus, Kong Rui refrained from stopping Zhao Hao, instead choosing to hear what Duan Huanru had to say. Zhao Hao's expression swiftly reverted to its previous disdain, gazing contemptuously at Duan Huanru as if he'd already seen her exposed as a clown. Duan Huanru smiled and said, Mayor Yao, perhaps you should come over after all? It seems I can't leave just yet. Hearing this, Zhao Hao burst into loud laughter. You must be dreaming. Got too caught up in your act? Come on, go ahead and get Mayor Yao here now. I've got all the time in the world to play along. If he doesn't show up soon, I'll slap your mouth until it swells. And not just you, that AI clown on the other end of the line too. Just wait and see if I beat you both to a pulp. The atmosphere in the air seemed to liven up a bit. Kong Rui tried several times to speak, but the words stuck in his throat each time. By the time Zhao Hao finished his rant, he simply gave up. Looks like your business is more important. I'll come over now. The voice on the other end of the line said. Hearing this, Zhao Hao froze for a moment before sneering. Trying to scare us? Think we're pushovers? I'll be damned if I believe it. Get Mayor Yao on the line. If he's not here in an hour, I'll skin you alive. The moment Zhao Hao finished speaking, a voice immediately came through the phone. No need for an hour. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Zhao Hao froze again, then hurled abuse at the communication device. What the hell are you playing at? I said he didn't mention you, right? Are you addicted to this charade? If you've got the balls to show up in 10 minutes, I'll kill you. Clearly, Zhao Hao was now certain who was on the other end of the line, teaming up with Pei Sun to pull this prank on him. Beep, beep, beep. After Zhao Hao finished speaking, the line went dead. Zhao Hao burst into laughter, turning to Kong Rui and the others. See? I told you it was fake. How the hell could he come over in 10 minutes? Why didn't he say 1 minute? Feeling Zhao Hao's relaxation, the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Only Kong Rui still harbored a lingering doubt. But his failure to stop Zhao Hao's actions signaled his alignment with Zhao Hao's side. Duan Huanru narrowed her eyes. This Zhao Hao really was something else. He decided not to say anything more, simply flopping down on the sofa to wait for Mayor Yao's arrival. Since Mayor Yao had said he'd arrive in 10 minutes, he certainly wouldn't take more than 11. Everything those people had just said had reached Mayor Yao's ears, and he'd likely sorted it all out on his way over. If Zhao Hao was so eager to see Kong Rui removed, he naturally wouldn't interfere. Everything would be settled once Mayor Yao arrived. Then he could enjoy a good show. On the battle stage. After Gu Xingjian was carried off and Pei Sun was declared the official winner, Pei Sun returned to his seat to look for Duan Huanru. Upon returning, however, he found Duan Huanru gone from her seat. A look of confusion immediately crossed Pei Sun's face. Where did teacher Duan go? Just then, several figures clad in black formal attire suddenly appeared behind Pei Sun. A chill ran down his spine, and he whipped around abruptly. Hello, brother Pei. Your teacher received an invitation and is currently meeting with our martial arts ladder arena manager on the top floor. Please come with us now. A meeting? Pei Sun froze, furrowing his brow. With so many people plotting against him, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The speaker nodded and produced a tablet. This is the live feed from the top floor room. Take a look. This is, this is your teacher. See if it's him? The man opened the tablet and pulled up a video feed. He froze, his expression shifting between shock and suspicion for several seconds before finally handing the tablet to Pei Sun. Pei Sun took the tablet, utterly baffled. The scene on the screen froze him in place. Duan Huanru lay casually on the sofa while the others in the room stood on the floor. They stared at her with expressions of shock and disbelief, clearly dissatisfied with her behavior yet too afraid to speak up. They just stared at her helplessly. Pei Sun's eyes widened slowly. Was this really a meeting? Even teachers don't act like this in class. What the hell was going on here? Clearly, the people in black formal were also taken aback, unsure of the situation. Nevertheless, they led Pei Sun toward the elevator. Though he had no idea what teacher Duan was doing upstairs, he decided to go check it out. This video couldn't be faked, and teacher Duan's abilities couldn't be forced either. With that thought, Pei Sun readily agreed to follow them upstairs. They crossed a narrow path toward the elevator, and just as they reached the entrance, a familiar face appeared before him. Her large, watery eyes, round and adorable face, and jet black hair tied into 2 braids at the back gave her a lively and spirited appearance. Ha! Pei Sun recognized the girl instantly, letting out a soft gasp. Wasn't this the little girl he'd met at the Adventurers Guild earlier that day? That white ice shelter seemed to be the gift her mother had intended for her. How could he run into her here? The girl's beautiful eyes flashed with delight upon seeing Pei Sun, and she hurriedly approached him. Seeing this, the men in black suits frowned and blocked Yi Xiaomei. Yi Xiaomei frowned and turned away, her expression turning displeased. She placed her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Who are you people? Why are you blocking my way?" The man in black spoke without a trace of emotion. "We apologize, but we must escort him away now. Please step aside." Yi Xiaomei froze for a moment, then glanced at Pei Sun before reluctantly stepping aside. No wonder he suddenly had so many people around him. Of course, with such formidable strength, it made sense for him to be watched. With that thought, Yi Xiaomei took a few more steps back, looking at Pei Sun with a sense of disappointment. Pei Sun was thoroughly puzzled. It seemed this girl had come looking for him. He walked over and asked, "What do you need from me?" Seeing Pei Sun approach, Yi Xiaomei's eyes lit up again, and she flashed a delighted expression. "Do you remember me? You were the one who completed that task my mom posted. I'm so grateful to you." "Oh." Pei Sun nodded. Yi Xiaomei's expression froze for a moment. She gave a nervous chuckle, flicked her hair, and stammered. Where are you headed now? Upstairs. Why? Yi Xiaomei fell silent again, then forced a smile and said. And nothing. Go ahead then. Alright, I'll be going then. Chapter 92, got time? Pei Xin shifted his slightly puzzled gaze away from Yi Xiaomei. Just as he was about to follow the others into the elevator, Yi Xiaomei called out to him again. Wait a minute. Pei Xin turned back, puzzled, looking at Yi Xiaomei without understanding. Could you spare some time to accompany me to the Bai Bing shelter? The one you helped me secure? I'm afraid to go alone. Hearing this, Pei Xin froze for a moment before asking. You don't have anyone to go with you? Not only was it dangerous for her, but even Pei Xin himself faced peril when venturing alone into the otherworld. But wasn't her mother the vice president of Fengyu City's Adventurers Guild? Couldn't she just issue an order and have someone accompany her? Yi Xiaomei gave an awkward chuckle, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she forced out. No. I don't want to go with them. It doesn't feel safe. I watched your battle earlier and I think you're really skilled. So, if you have time, could you accompany me? Oh. Pei Sun thought for a moment before replying, I'm busy lately. In 15 days, I have to go to the Tianjin province secret training camp. During this period, it's hard for me to get away. Ha? Why can't you go out? You still have 2 weeks left. Aren't you going to the other world to level up and gain some experience or something? Yi Xiaomei looked puzzled. It's a long story. If you want me to go with you, you'll have to wait until the Tianjin province secret training camp is over. Hearing this, Yi Xiaomei immediately pouted, looking rather unhappy. The Tianjin province secret training camp lasts 30 whole days. Yeah, but what can I do? I can't just drop out midway. Fine then. A wave of disappointment washed over Yi Xiaomei once more. Then give me your contact info first. I'll call you when the time comes. Pei Xin changed direction and approached Yi Xiaomei. Yi Xiaomei's eyes lit up instantly, and she promptly gave Pei Sun her contact information. After adding her, Pei Sun entered the elevator with the others. Yi Xiaomei felt incredibly happy and waved goodbye to Pei Sun. Once inside the elevator, Pei Sun composed his expression and shifted his focus to Duan Huanru. What the hell was that guy doing on the top floor? These people told me they were having a meeting, but lying on the sofa like that? That didn't look anything like a meeting to me. However, seeing how startled these people had been upon witnessing that scene earlier, he realized they were unaware of the office's actual state at the time. If everything had appeared perfectly normal, Pei Sun might not have followed them at all. After all, far too many eyes had been watching him lately. While the city offered more safety than the outskirts, reckless individuals could still appear. Better to err on the side of caution. Ding! The elevator chimes sounded. Despite the 60 floors, the elevator moved surprisingly fast, catching Pei Sun off guard. Stepping out of the elevator, a single door stood before him. Guided by the others, Pei Sun knocked on the door before pushing it open and stepping inside. A creak sounded as the door swung open. Stepping inside, Pei Sun saw everyone standing there staring at him with expressions of extreme surprise and suspicion. But upon clearly recognizing his face, they instantly relaxed. Pei Sun, equally perplexed, walked straight toward Duan Huanru's spot. Duan Huanru's demeanor stood in stark contrast to the others. He radiated complete relaxation, lying on the sofa with such natural ease it looked like he owned the place. You're here? Duan Huanru beamed at Pei Sun the moment he saw him. Sit down. You must be exhausted after battling for so long. A huge question mark appeared on Pei Sun's face. What was teacher Duan playing at? Didn't he know about his infinite summoning ability? They'd just met at noon today. Why was he suddenly asking about this now? Teacher Duan, Before Pei Sun could finish, Duan Huanru cut him off. You look exhausted. Come on, lie down and rest for a bit. This time, it was Pei Sun's turn to look utterly bewildered. What on earth is teacher Duan playing at? Does she really think this place is her home? At first glance, shouldn't this room layout be where the managers rest? How can you be so at ease here? Pei Sun glanced around at the others in the room, noticing they were all staring at him with peculiar expressions. Particularly one man, a burly figure whose expression brimmed with disdain. That look made Pei Sun feel extremely uncomfortable. Though he didn't know why the man was staring at him like that, he didn't ask Duan Huanru either. Because the current situation seemed far too peculiar. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Pei Sun, Zhao Hao's face lit up with a smug look. Hands stuffed in his pockets, his face radiating arrogance, he paced back and forth across the room. After a few steps, Zhao Hao glanced at his watch. Only 5 minutes left. Hearing this, Pei Sun looked at Duan Huanru with a puzzled expression. Duan Huanru smiled and replied. Don't worry. A good show is about to begin. Just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Oh. Zhao Hao's face darkened with contempt, though he remained silent. His expression seemed to say Duan Huanru was deluding herself. Pei Sun had no idea what these people were up to, so he simply sat there, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing Duan Huanru so relaxed, he felt he had nothing to worry about. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere in the air seemed to grow increasingly charged. Ding! Suddenly, the elevator chime sounded. After Payson entered, the people behind him had closed the room door, yet the elevator bell's ring still carried clearly. Hearing the sound, Zhao Hao, Kong Rui, and the others beside him all flinched in place. Their gazes abruptly shifted toward the doorway, all expression vanishing from their faces. Witnessing this, Payson couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity. Hadn't these same people been staring at him with that exact look when he first entered? Why were they giving him that look again now? What exactly were they looking at? Or were they afraid of something? Payson glanced at Duan Huanru and noticed she had already risen to her feet. Seeing this, he immediately stood up as well. Though unsure what was about to unfold, following teacher Duan's lead was always the safe bet. And judging by the atmosphere, it seemed like some important figure was about to arrive? Otherwise, why would everyone else look so serious? The elevator bell chimed, yet the knock on the door was slow in coming. Zhao Hao's gaze remained fixed on the doorway. After staring for a while without anyone entering, an expression of impatience flashed across his face. Kong Rui also felt a bit irritated. Among the people present, Zhao Hao seemed to be the most emotional, yet in reality, Kong Rui was the one most affected. Chapter 93, Yao Zhenchuan arrives. Zhao Hao was merely one of his subordinates. Even if this mess got really big, the worst that could happen to him was losing a minor job. Kong Rui, however, was different. He stood to lose not just his job, but his considerable power and influence within Fengyu City. His heart was now clenched in his throat. Sizzle. Seconds later, an odd sound suddenly filled the room. It wasn't the sound of the door opening, but rather like air friction against the wall. Zhao Hao frowned, hands tucked into his pockets, and walked toward the doorway with a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to turn the doorknob to investigate, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! Zhao Hao's expression changed instantly, and he instinctively started running backward. But it was too late. The door exploded outward violently, as if forced open by some immense force. Both panels flew out with a terrifying gust of air. Zhao Hao, standing closest, had no time to react. He was struck directly by the flying door and slammed violently backward. Ouch! Zhao Hao crashed to the floor, letting out a pained cry. Kong Rui's expression also changed as he watched Zhao Hao fly away. He hurried over to help him up. After helping Zhao Hao up, Kong Rui turned to the doorway with a dark expression. He'd lived here for decades, and no one had ever dared to smash his door like this. Forget smashing doors given his current position, few who dealt with him dared to bare their teeth at him. But when he saw the face at the doorway, Kong Rui froze, his expression suddenly stiffening. The others watching also paled in shock. Payson glanced over and froze as well. Mayor Liao? What was he doing here? And this manner of arrival? Is this a new research project? Payson, unaware of the situation, looked at Liao Yuza by the door with confusion. Liao Yuza stood there with a cold expression, hands clasped behind his back, staring impassively at the people inside the room. Behind him stood another figure, none other than Yao Zhenchuan. Damn it! Who the hell dared to smash? Zhao Hao, still reeling from the pain, suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing as he glared at the figure at the doorway. The moment he recognized Liao Yuza, Zhao Hao's expression froze. He stood rooted to the spot, his raised hand dropping instantly. Leah! Mayor Liao? What are you doing here? Oomph. Liao Yuza gave a cold snort, shot Zhao Hao a fierce glare, then walked straight in to stand before Kong Rui. Which one of you was looking for Mayor Yao? Mayor Yao arrives and no one even opens the door to greet him? Liao Yuza's gaze was sinister as he looked at Kong Rui and the others. Kong Rui was so terrified he couldn't even breathe, his pupils dilating to their limits as he stared at Liao Yuza with utter dread. Though Kong Rui had seen his share of high-stakes situations and possessed reasonably strong nerves, the others behind him were already trembling in terror. Their faces drained of color, their legs turned to jelly, giving the impression they might collapse at any moment. Just like on the phone, what an imposing presence. Liao Yuza's piercing gaze made Kong Rui's hair stand on end. By the time he finished speaking, Kong Rui's own legs were trembling. Only then did Yao Zhenchuan stroll leisurely into the room. After entering the room, Yao Zhenchuan first crouched down to touch the door lying on the floor. He examined the dust on his fingers before standing up again and walking over to Liao Yuza. As for Zhao Hao, Yao Zhenchuan didn't even glance at him, for he didn't recognize the man at all. Upon seeing Yao Zhenchuan enter, Zhao Hao was utterly dumbfounded. He forced a smile and greeted Yao Zhenchuan with a strained expression. When Yao Zhenchuan completely ignored him, Zhao Hao actually let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yao Zhenchuan's expression wasn't exactly pleasant either. Upon entering and spotting Kong Rui, he strode straight toward him. Payson watched the scene unfold, utterly baffled. Why did these two seem so furious? Liao Yuza was another story. He'd witnessed his outburst in the office earlier that morning, and it was common knowledge that Mayor Liao had a notoriously volatile temper, prone to frequent anger. But what was Mayor Yao Zhenchuan's problem now? Mayor Yao had always presented a gentle image to Fengyu City's citizens. His public appearances and dealings were generally well received. Pei Sun had never seen Mayor Yao like this before. Pei Sun turned to look at Duan Huanru in confusion, only to find Duan Huanru standing there with her arms crossed over her chest, watching the scene unfold with a look of schadenfreude. Pei Sun, piecing together the expressions on those other guys' faces, began to grasp the situation. He had intended to ask Duan Huanru what was going on, but seeing the current atmosphere, it was better not to speak. As Yao Zhenchuan approached, Liao Yuze took a few steps back, his sinister gaze fixed on Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, who had been feeling somewhat relieved, instantly tensed up again upon catching Liao Yuze's gaze. Kong Rui, seeing Yao Zhenchuan approach, was overcome with terror. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Those nearby rushed to support him. Once upright, Kong Rui's complexion grew even paler. He'd been hoping to feign fainting. Why were they helping him up now? Mayor Yao. What brings you here? Kong Rui asked with a forced smile, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Yao Zhenchuan's eyes were cold as ice, his voice deep and low as he said. Kong Rui, it's been a while. Your audacity grows by the day. You intended to detain my men? Kong Rui shook his head frantically like a rattle. No. Mayor Yao. I truly didn't know he knew you. Yao Zhenchuan didn't pursue the subject, instead asking. Who was speaking to me on the phone just now? Kong Rui's expression froze once more, unsure whether to speak up about Zhao Hao. After all, Zhao Hao had spoken up for him. If he had stopped him earlier, he wouldn't have gotten himself into such a mess now. Panicked, Kong Rui glanced at Zhao Hao, who stood not far behind Yao Zhenchuan. He noticed Zhao Hao's entire body was trembling slightly, a movement that stood out starkly in the thick, almost frozen air. The guy looked like he was about to wet himself. Though the moment was fleeting, Kong Rui resolved to take the fall. Even if he didn't, Mayor Yao would certainly deal with him. Just as Kong Rui was about to speak, Yao Zhenchuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. The air around him instantly rippled with intense psychic fluctuations. Before Kong Rui and the others could react, a golden, winged lion-tiger hybrid suddenly materialized behind Yao Zhenchuan. The moment this spirit beast materialized, the surrounding air felt denser, making breathing feel strained. Pei Sun felt it most acutely. Whether it was because they were both summoners, the moment the golden winged lion-tiger materialized, Pei Sun was instantly overwhelmed by an utterly terrifying sense of oppression. Chapter 94, The Golden Winged Lion-Tiger. This majestic golden winged lion-tiger shimmered with radiant gold, like a bolt of thunder descending. A pair of dazzling golden wings spread across its sturdy back. The feathers were thick and resilient, their edges glowing with a crimson halo as if scorched by flames. Its head radiated sheer intimidation, copper bell-like eyes blazed like two golden suns, deep and fiery. Its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs that seemed capable of crushing steel effortlessly. Its thick limbs appeared immensely powerful, muscles taut and strained, especially the rear legs where bulging muscles resembled miniature iron towers, brimming with explosive force. It stood motionless, yet every breath exuded a suffocating aura. Beneath its fierce brows radiated boundless majesty. Any other summoned creature present would instantly prostrate itself. Though Pei Sun couldn't gauge its exact rank, the regal aura radiating from it suggested it was at least sovereign tier, possibly even a dominion tier spirit. Its bloodline was undoubtedly no less than illusionary saint tier. The oppressive aura this creature radiated was something the undead crackspider could never match. After summoning this entity, Liao Yuze seemed to grasp something. He swiftly turned and waved a single hand, causing the two wooden doors on the floor to automatically fly back into their original positions. Instantly, the room appeared as if nothing had ever happened. After the doors closed, a peculiar light flickered in Yao Zhenchuan's eyes. His piercing gaze made Kong Rui's hair stand on end. The next instant, as if obeying a command, the golden-winged lion-tiger leaped forward, its murderous intent palpable as it pounced toward Zhao Hao. In an instant, Zhao Hao's head was torn off by the golden-winged lion-tiger. The process was so swift it was shocking. The moment Zhao Hao's neck snapped with a crack, before even a spurt of blood could emerge, the golden-winged lion-tiger turned back, opened its bloody maw, and swallowed Zhao Hao's entire body whole. Even in his final moments, Zhao Hao remained utterly unaware of what was about to happen. Having witnessed Liao Yuze's bizarre method of restoring the door to its original state, he still harbored a trace of admiration and astonishment for Liao Yuze's abilities. He never imagined that in the very next second, he would be devoured by the strange spirit summoned by Mayor Yao. Even as his head snapped clean off, Zhao Hao's expression remained a twisted blend of terror and curiosity. Witnessing this scene, Kong Rui shuddered violently. The faces of the few people behind him instantly turned as ashen as dirt, draining of color within mere seconds. Their lips trembled involuntarily as they froze in place, utterly bewildered. Duan Huanru, witnessing this, lost his composure as well. His arms, crossed over his chest, slowly dropped. Though he had summoned Mayor Yao, he clearly hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Pei Sun stood frozen in utter bewilderment. Mayor Yao now looked completely different from the Mayor Yao he knew. This version of Mayor Yao was utterly unfamiliar. Though he didn't know what had transpired before, he never imagined Mayor Yao would act with such decisive ruthlessness. After swallowing Zhao Hao whole, the golden-winged lion-tiger spirit vanished from the spot. Yao Zhenchuan had retrieved the creature into his spirit pet space. Kong Rui's breathing quickened as he stared at Mayor Yao with terror in his eyes. He had met Mayor Yao a few times before. Though he didn't know the mayor's personality well, the impression Yao had left on him was one of great gentleness. Seeing the furious expression on Mayor Yao's face this time, he understood why. He knew they had truly caused trouble this time, but he never imagined Mayor Yao would take direct action and kill one of his men. Do you not notice such individuals serving under you? Doesn't this affect your daily work? Yao Zhenchuan stared at Kong Rui expressionless, his tone eerily calm, as if nothing had just transpired. Gulp. Kong Rui swallowed hard, his face drained of color. Mayor Yao. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Do I need you to say it? Kong Rui fell silent, his body trembling involuntarily under the terrifying pressure. If Kong Rui's current state were broadcast outside, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar, especially among the spectators at the combat ladder arena. Normally, Kong Rui managed every detail of this building with an air of absolute sternness. If the spectators here saw this fearful side of him, they would undoubtedly be shocked. After speaking, Yao Zhenchuan's gaze swept over Pei Sun and Duan Huanru sitting on the sofa. He shouldn't have looked. The moment his eyes met Pei Sun's, the latter felt a chill run down his spine. What was with Mayor Yao's gaze? It felt like he could dispose of them at any moment. Duan Huanru, too, had never sensed such a chilling aura emanating from Yao Zhenchuan before. He stood frozen in place, utterly flustered. The only person in the entire room who remained completely unfazed was Liao Yuza. To him, this scene seemed perfectly normal, as if he'd seen it countless times before. After withdrawing his gaze from Pei Sun and Duan Huanru, Yao Zhenchuan turned his attention to Kong Rui. He took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them to barely half a meter. He reached out and patted Kong Rui's shoulder before speaking in a deep, measured tone. This isn't a big deal. Someone will come find you later. Though Yao Zhenchuan's touch was light, the 2 gentle pats felt like they could have shattered Kong Rui's soul. Despite the minimal force, Kong Rui nearly stumbled backward. Hearing Yao Zhenchuan's words, Kong Rui finally let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't be killed after all. Earlier, when he witnessed Yao Zhenchuan's lightning-fast execution of Zhao Hao, he feared Yao would turn on him the very next second. With his skills, he wouldn't last even half a second against Yao Zhenchuan. Now, judging by Yao Zhenchuan's tone, it seemed he was sparing his life at least for the moment. At that moment, he realized that his position meant little compared to his own life. Having achieved the desired intimidating effect, Yao Zhenchuan saw no need for further words. His piercing gaze swept over the figures behind Kong Rui once more before he prepared to lead Duan Huanru and the others away. Duan, Pei Sun, let's go. The moment the words left his mouth, Pei Sun promptly walked over obediently, falling into step behind Yao Zhenchuan. Duan Huanru, who had been quite relaxed with Yao Zhenchuan moments ago, now walked stiffly behind him like a robot. Observing the expressions on Kong Rui and the others, Pei Sun couldn't help but wonder what had transpired before his arrival. Chapter 95, Personal Protection. From what he could gather so far, it seemed these guys had offended Vice Mayor Liao and Mayor Yao. Wait, wasn't Vice Mayor Liao and Mayor Yao supposed to arrive later? From the live surveillance footage shown to him earlier by those who summoned him, Duan Huanru had been here alone just moments before. Could it be that they offended Duan Huanru, who then summoned Mayor Yao and the others? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just a teacher, and this morning he seemed so cautious and careful around Mayor Yao. How could he possibly have summoned Mayor Yao over? So what the hell is going on here? After Yao Zhenchuan and Pei Sun stepped out of the room and into the elevator, Yao Zhenchuan's expression hadn't improved as much as Pei Sun had imagined. He remained impassive. Speak. What else do you need me for? After the elevator doors closed, Yao Zhenchuan stood at the front of the elevator and addressed the closed doors. Only 4 people were inside the elevator at that moment: Pei Sun, Duan Huanru, Liao Yuza, and Yao Zhenchuan. Pei Sun froze for a moment. Who was he talking to? Could it really be Duan Huanru who called him? Where did he get the nerve? Pei Sun glanced at Duan Huanru and noticed her expression was also slightly unnatural, though he couldn't tell why. Moreover, he had noticed something earlier in the room. When they first entered, she had seemed perfectly cheerful. But after Mayor Yao killed that man, Pei Sun had sensed something was off with Duan Huanru's expression. His curiosity was now at its peak, but the current situation simply didn't allow him to ask more questions. If Duan Huanru had indeed summoned him, wouldn't the matter already be resolved? Why was Mayor Yao asking this question now? Duan Huanru stood perfectly straight. Hearing the question, she turned her head to glance at Pei Sun before speaking clearly. Mayor Yao, it concerns Pei Sun. Hearing this, Yao Zhenchuan turned his head and gave Pei Sun an expressionless glance before looking back at Duan Huanru. What is it? Pei Sun, caught in Mayor Yao's gaze, felt his hair stand on end. It was clearly just an ordinary, everyday look, yet somehow it made him feel uneasy inside. And why was Duan Huanru suddenly mentioning his name? He hadn't done anything wrong. And their tone was perfectly normal now, right? This morning, Duan Huanru had been even more reserved than she was at this moment. So how dare Duan Huanru call Mayor Yao over? Smack! At that moment, Liao Yu's large hand slapped down on Pei Sun's shoulder. He chuckled and said, "Kid, what are you nervous about?" "And nothing." Startled by Liao Yu's sudden touch, Pei Sun replied in a weak voice. Ding! The elevator bell chimed, temporarily halting their conversation. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator doors onto the building's first-floor service level, Pei Sun instantly felt countless eyes fixed on him. "Alright, I guess I do have something to do." After exiting the building, the group didn't venture onto the bustling main street but instead turned into a narrow alleyway. "Mayor Yao, Pei Sun is being watched by too many people now. He simply can't go to the otherworld for training. This noon, I took him on a mission to take down a sanctuary, but we were ambushed shortly after arriving. To be honest, if it weren't for Pei Sun's abilities, I almost lost my life there." Duan Huanru explained. The moment the words left her mouth, a murderous glint flashed in Yao Zhenchuan's eyes as he murmured. "Has it escalated to this level already? Who are they?" It was the Soulfrost Sanctuary, one of the 3 major sanctuaries operating within the Azure Sky Sanctuary. But we wiped out the entire squad they sent out. The Frost Soul Sanctuary? Yao Zhenchuan searched his memory for the name of this sanctuary. After a moment of silence, he said, "Alright, I got it. I'll go cause them trouble." At these words, both Duan Huanru and Pei Sun's expressions turned uneasy. "Mayor Yao, why is he so murderous today? You didn't call me here just to have me avenge you, did you?" Yao Zhenchuan raised an eyebrow at Duan Huanru. No. Of course not." Duan Huanru immediately grew tense, enunciating each word carefully. "Mayor Yao, isn't Pei Sun heading to the Tianjing province secret training camp in 15 days? That kid is currently at level 19. He's just one level away from breaking through from elite tier to epic tier. As you know, though it's only one small level difference, the chasm between those 2 tiers is like a bottomless abyss. And right now, far too many people have their eyes on him. My abilities alone are simply insufficient to guarantee his safety. If I hadn't replicated his death element today, I probably would have met my end in the alternate world. So I was wondering if you could personally escort Pei Sun to the alternate world to help him level up that final tier. After all, he's representing Fengyu City in this battle." By the end of her plea, Duan Huanru scratched her head sheepishly. Yao Zhenchuan's expression remained largely unchanged after hearing this, but he found himself intrigued by a casual remark Duan Huanru had made. "You replicated Pei Sun's death element? What exactly is that ability?" Duan Huanru dared not conceal anything and replied truthfully. "This death element is quite peculiar, not the dark power one might imagine. It possesses powerful suppression and debilitating effects, capable of directly disrupting a living organism's physiological functions. It's terrifying. It was only through this ability that I escaped that squad's clutches." Even now, the memory left Duan Huanru trembling with lingering fear. Had she been protecting someone else, she might truly have fallen there? Of course, someone else might not have attracted so many enemies either. "Oh." Yao Zhenchuan nodded thoughtfully, then finally broke into a rare smile as he said, "Then let me offer you a modest congratulations. After all these years, you've finally gained a new elemental ability, and such a potent one at that, the death element." "Thank you, Mayor Yao. But it's mainly thanks to Pei Sun." Yao Zhenchuan's gaze shifted back to Pei Sun. After a moment's thought, he said, "The matter you mentioned certainly shouldn't be underestimated. In that case, let's head to the otherworld now. We'll help Pei Sun advance to an epic tier practitioner before we leave." At these words, Pei Sun's eyes lit up instantly. "Thank you, Mayor Yao." Yao Zhenchuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "We'll only handle threats from outsiders. But when it comes to gaining experience for leveling up and completing advancement quests, you'll have to handle those on your own." "Understood." Pei Sun nodded frantically. Dealing with those spirits? Piece of cake. Leveling up was just a matter of time. What he feared were the professionals who might strike him down. From the moment he left the Adventurers Guild until now, nearly an hour or 2 had passed. The necromantic summons destroyed by that bastard Gu Xinzhong had mostly been replenished. Even if they weren't, he still had around 30,000 left, more than enough for leveling up. Chapter 96, Absolute Zero Cold Valley. After speaking, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza both donned sunglasses and masks. After all, they were well-known figures in Fengyu City. They'd be recognized almost anywhere they went. To avoid trouble, it was better to conceal their identities. "Mayor Yao, where should we go?" Duan Huanru asked. "Weren't you ambushed near the Sky Sanctuary?" "Let's head back to the Sky Sanctuary, specifically to the Absolute Zero Cold Valley northwest of it," Yao Zhenchuan suggested after a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Duan Huanru's expression turned astonished. "Mayor Yao, the spirits in the Absolute Zero Cold Valley are at least all Lord level, and even Sovereign level spirits have been spotted. Pei Sun is only an elite level practitioner now. Isn't it a bit reckless to send him there?" When training Pei Sun at Fengyu City's Combat Ladder Arena, he had only arranged opponents 1 tier above his level. But in Absolute Zero Cold Valley, he could easily face spirits 2 tiers above him. Unwise? Why unwise? This kid can't be compared to ordinary people. Besides, I believe only this kind of cross-tier challenge can truly train him to his full potential. As he spoke, Yao Zhenchuan shot Pei Sun a glance. True to his expectations, Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly, his pupils gleaming. If that place housed at least Lord-level, or even Sovereign-level, spirits, that meant their bloodlines were epic or Phantom Saint grade. Couldn't that mean he'd have new, high-grade spirits to recruit? The thought sent a wave of excitement coursing through Pei Sun. Yao Zhenchuan observed Pei Sun's expression, feeling both amused and nostalgic. Geniuses like them only truly thrived when faced with monumental challenges. Challenges at their own level were merely tedious, offering little to spur their growth. And seeing this guy's enthusiasm, he was even more excited than he himself had been back then. Duan Huanru, seeing Pei Sun's excited expression, felt a wave of helplessness. Though he too possessed SSS tier talent, he couldn't begin to relate to Pei Sun's feelings. Across the street from the Maple Feather City Combat Ladder Arena building, several men in light-colored uniforms stood there with their hands in their pockets, their expressions somber. The faces of the others were unfamiliar, but the leader was a familiar sight. It was none other than Gong Han, his face twisted with resentment. Brother Han, what do we do now? With Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza by his side, we'll never get a chance to move. Yeah, Brother Han. Who'd have thought Yao Zhenchuan would personally come to protect Pei Sun? Is he really that important? Who knows what happened in those 2 hours Pei Sun spent with that guy? When I saw Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza go in earlier, I wondered if they were looking for Pei Sun. Turns out I was right. This is trouble. Even if we get a chance to act, if we don't take Pei Sun out in one shot, Yao Zhenchuan will definitely kill us. Gong Han, the leader, stood frozen in place, his face dark enough to drip blood. He had schemed to send men to follow Pei Sun, planning to strike the moment he emerged. But he never expected Pei Sun to emerge directly with Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao. How could they possibly make their move now? What kind of status did this Pei Sun possess that he could draw both mayors to protect him simultaneously? Even if he had SSS tier talent, that wouldn't justify such protection, would it? Or did he have some powerful connections? But that didn't make sense either. They had thoroughly investigated Pei Sun's background beforehand. He was an ordinary student, as ordinary as they come, with a mere D-grade talent. The thought alone gave Gong Han a headache. Even now, he still couldn't fathom why his son had been so severely injured by someone with a mere D-rank talent. As for connections, even if this kid had some hidden background, he lived in Fengyu City. How much bigger could his connections be than Mayor Yao's? After racking his brain, Gong Han was at a complete loss. Gritting his teeth, he finally said, "There's nothing we can do. Let's head back for now. But for the next 10 days until the Tianjing Province secret training camp begins, every single minute and second, you must keep a close eye on this Pei Sun." I refuse to believe Yao Zhenchuan can stay by his side every single moment. His face darkening, Gong Han could only lead his men home. He'd set out with such fierce resolve, even bringing along his family's most capable enforcers, yet this was the outcome he faced. Second floor, Maple Feather City Adventurers Guild. A man in a black tuxedo and another in light green military attire stood by the window, their eyes fixed intently on the flow of people below. Though the crowd moved swiftly, their pace seemed to freeze time in the men's eyes. Their slow walk allowed them to scrutinize every face in detail. "Hey, old Lu," one of them said, "didn't you already have people watching that guy? Why bring me here to watch? If he shows up, won't someone call you?" One of them asked slowly. This man stood tall and straight as a pine tree, his military uniform crisp and immaculate. His face bore hard, chiseled lines with a bronze sheen, his eyes sharp and piercing, his words carrying weight with every syllable. Luda shook his head slightly and replied in a deep voice. "Old buddy, you've been with our city's military command for so many years, yet your perspective hasn't broadened much, has it?" Hearing the tone in Luda's voice, the other man's expression darkened involuntarily. "What do you mean?" Luda paused before continuing. "Haven't you heard the news? Duan Huanru has been assigned to our city." Duan Huanru? At the mention of that name, Xia Maohai's expression changed instantly. He asked in confusion, "How did he get here? And, why did you use the word planted?" Luding glanced at Xia Maohai and replied calmly, "That's none of your concern. All you need to know is that Duan Huanru has been following that kid." Xia Maohai narrowed his eyes, pondering for a few seconds before saying, "What kind of abilities does that kid possess, that even Duan Huanru is acting as his bodyguard? This does indeed pose a problem." Lud nodded. "That guy's spatial teleportation ability is terrifying. The few people I've stationed down there won't be able to keep tabs on them. And if they want to train here within these 15 days, this place is their only route. I refuse to believe they won't show up. How can you be so sure they'll come here? What if they don't care about the rewards here and head straight to the instead? You're mistaken. The other world today is nothing like it was before. It's immeasurably more dangerous than it ever was. Without precise coordinates or a confirmed location from here, even with someone like Duan Huanru by their side, they wouldn't dare venture into the other world on a whim. It has nothing to do with mission rewards." Chapter 97, So you have hay fever too? Xia Maohai nodded thoughtfully, then smiled and said, "It's been years since we last met, but your mind is still as meticulous as ever. You can't survive in this world without being meticulous, Lu De replied gravely. Just as Xia Maohai was about to continue, his phone suddenly rang. Xia Maohai's words froze on his lips as a look of confusion spread across his face. Something's up. Answer it quickly. Rude picked up the phone. His expression immediately turned serious as he recognized the caller's name. Found them? Have they started moving? They appeared at the fighting ladder arena? Alright, then we'll head there immediately. What? As he spoke with the person on the other end, Lu De's expression abruptly darkened. After listening for another minute or so, his expression grew increasingly grim. Witnessing this, Xia Maohai found himself holding his breath without realizing it. What could possibly cause such an expression on Rud's face? Having worked with him for over a decade, Xia Maohai had never seen him look like this before. After the call ended, Xia Maohai frowned and immediately asked, "What's going on?" After a moment of grim silence, Luo De narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "My people say that Pei Sun and Duan Huanru just appeared at the combat ladder arena. When they came out, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza were actually with them." Hearing this, Xia Maohai's expression turned shocked. Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza? What were they doing there? What else could it be? Most likely, they're there to protect that kid, Pei Sun. Lu De's face was as cold as frost, his fists clenching unconsciously. Pei Sun. Pei Sun. I'm finding you harder and harder to fathom. Not only is Mayor Yao personally protecting you, but Vice Mayor Liao is here too. As if Duan Huanru wasn't enough. Looks like I really underestimated you. Lu De seethed with fury, yet found himself utterly powerless. He gritted his teeth, his words directed at the air before him. Xia Maohai beside him grew equally grave. Old Lu, if Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza are backing that Pei Sun, I advise you to back off. I can't help you. Oomph. Lu De let out a cold snort of displeasure but said nothing more. He knew Xia Maohai truly couldn't help. Despite holding a significant position within Fengyu City's military command, he was utterly insignificant in Yao Xinchuan's eyes. Should they ever cross paths, Yao Xinchuan could command him to go east and he wouldn't dare step westward. Seeing old Lu's expression, Xia Maohai felt troubled. Lu De had helped him countless times before. Though they hadn't kept in touch much lately, their bond was unquestionable. Seeing Lu De's expression now, he didn't know what to say. He understood Lu De's temperament well. Upon hearing about his student's predicament, he had already silently prayed for Pei Sun's safety. Such incidents had occurred before anyone who crossed Lu De or his students was essentially signing their own death warrant, regardless of their rank or strength. Yet here was Pei Sun, someone who had managed to push Lu De to the point of helplessness. For a moment, his scrutiny of Pei Sun intensified significantly. At the same time, he began repeatedly urging Lud to stop. Though their relationship was strong, there was simply no way he could intervene at this juncture. If he intervened now, it could draw Yao Xinchuan's attention or even escalate to open confrontation with him. That would mean the end of his career in Fengyu City. There are 15 days left until the Tianjin Province secret training camp begins. You can make your move any day, but absolutely not today. You know the rest, so I won't elaborate. Don't blame your brother for not being able to help today. With that, Xia Maohai let out a long sigh, patted Lu De's shoulder, and urged him to act within his limits. In the past, if someone had interrupted Lu De at a moment like this, he probably would have slapped them across the face. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to heed Xia Maohai's advice and hold off for now. The appearance of Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza had completely disrupted his thoughts and plans. No matter how many ways he'd previously devised to eliminate Pei Sun, Yao Xinchuan's presence was like granting Pei Sun a golden ticket to immunity. In the end, Lu De could only abandon his plan, his face dark with frustration. After parting ways with Xia Maohai, Lu De had no other choice but to return to the school. Back in his office, Lu De immediately summoned several others, instructing them once more to keep a constant watch on Pei Sun. He refused to believe that Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza would spend every single day of those 15 days by Pei Sun's side. Even if Yao Xinchuan did accompany Pei Sun for 15 days, he would wait until after the Tianjin Province secret training camp concluded before taking action against Pei Sun. During the Tianjin Province secret training camp, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on Pei Sun. But once the camp ended and he got his hands on him, he would tear Pei Sun limb from limb. Sky Sanctuary. By now, Pei Sun and his group had arrived here safely. Of course, Pei Sun knew their safe passage was entirely thanks to Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao. Otherwise, they would likely have been targeted and attacked countless times along the way. Upon arrival, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza could finally remove their sunglasses and masks. This area essentially served as a hub for the entire Tianjin province, and most residents within the city were ordinary people from ordinary families. Those who frequented the otherworldly realm daily were generally unfamiliar with figures like Yao Xinchuan. Phew! This damn mask was suffocating me. Ah! The agony of having rhinitis! Liao Yuza exclaimed, his face looking as if he just struggled free from something as he took off his mask and took a deep breath. Mayor Liao, you have rhinitis? I have medicine for that. Duan Huanru, standing nearby, immediately stepped up to Mayor Liao. Pei Sun couldn't help but roll her eyes. When she first saw teacher Duan yesterday in the desert forest, how could she have imagined he was such a suck-up? Oh? Liao Yu's eyes widened slightly before he accepted the box of medicine Duan Huanru pulled from her pocket and handed him. He opened the box and examined the contents. Small brown pills. These pills should work. Wait? Hold on, how come you have nasal congestion medicine? Liao Yu suddenly looked up at Duan Huanru and asked. Mayor Liao, I have rhinitis too. I suffer from right sinusitis, it's tormented me for years. Duan Huanru said with a pained expression. Liao Yu froze for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. Ah, this condition is quite a torment. But I suffer even more than you, it's been plaguing me for over 20 years. Also, why do you keep calling me Mayor Liao? The real mayor is right beside me. Calling him that will only make Mayor Yao angry. Chapter 98, It's settled, you're the one, purple flame silkworm. Yet Yao Jinchuan, standing nearby, didn't get angry at all. Instead, he gave a helpless smile. Watching this scene, Pei Sun felt his head spin. The Mayor Yao now seemed like a completely different person from the one moments ago. If Duan Huanru had been sucking up in any other situation, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. But Mayor Yao was standing right there, and he still dared to suck up like that? What's more, Mayor Yao didn't react at all upon hearing it, he actually smiled. Bro! This isn't funny. That guy surnamed Liao standing right next to you is practically about to take your position, you know? Ahem. Liao Yuza cleared his throat, turned to Yao Jinchuan, and asked, Mayor Yao, it's been ages since I last visited the Absolute Zero Cold Valley. I've forgotten where it is. How much longer until we get there? Yao Jinchuan casually plucked a pampas grass stalk from nearby, flicked it, and said, about half an hour. Oh, okay. Liao Yuza nodded. Half an hour? Half an hour should be enough for him to summon over 1,800 ordinary bloodline undead and over 180 rare bloodline spirits from the spatial realm. Once they reached the Absolute Zero Cold Valley and collected the epic blooded spirits, he wondered how long it would take to generate just one. Pei Sun was quite curious about this, as it was his primary combat method. At this stage, deploying those ordinary blooded spirits for battle felt increasingly strained. He needed stronger summons. This had been especially evident during his recent battle against Gu Xinjiang in the combat ladder arena. That guy's skills instantly obliterated his undead summons far too quickly. If not for sheer numbers sustaining him, he might have truly lost. As he walked, Pei Sun felt the air temperature steadily dropping around him. The cold wind whistled through the fluttering edges of his clothes. An ordinary person would likely be shivering uncontrollably and curled up by now. But as professionals, they possess the ability to autonomously regulate their body temperature. Unless the environmental impact was extreme, they could easily maintain warmth. Yet as they ventured further in this direction, even Pei Sun, the lowest ranked among them, began to feel a hint of chill. After an unknown period of time, the surroundings had unnoticed transformed into a scene blanketed in silver. A thin layer of snow blanketed the ground, while flakes drifted down from the sky. The biting wind grew fiercer, stinging Pei Sun's cheeks like a knife. In contrast, the other three showed no signs of discomfort whatsoever, appearing as comfortable as if they were still on Blue Star. Pei Sun couldn't help but marvel at how bizarre the geography and climate of this strange world truly were. When they first arrived at the celestial sanctuary, it had felt almost like spring. Though the temperature wasn't high, it certainly hadn't been this bitterly cold. Yet after walking for just over half an hour, the temperature had plummeted to this extreme. A bone-chilling cold seeped through Pei Sun's clothes. Thick snow blanketed the ground, and as he looked up, a massive valley entrance came into view. The valley entrance was flanked by two towering ice peaks piercing the clouds. Huge icicles hung upside down from the peaks, radiating a chilling, murderous aura that felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Lead-gray clouds hung thickly around the ice peaks. Though the peaks were extremely high, the clouds seemed to press down low, heavy and dense, as if they might crash down at any moment. Was this the place Mayor Yao had brought him to test his mettle? Pei Sun couldn't help but mentally give Mayor Yao a huge thumbs up. So this was the powerful impression he had made on the mayor. If it was this cold just at the valley entrance, how freezing must it be further inside enough to freeze someone to death? And in such extreme cold, just how terrifying must the spirits dwelling within be? No wonder they're all at least Lord-level entities. It seems lower-tier spirits couldn't possibly survive such extreme temperatures. As they reached the valley entrance, Yao Jinchuan halted abruptly and turned to look at Pei Sun. Are you okay? Can you handle this cold? As the words fell, the calm expressions of Liao Yuzet and Duan Huanru also turned their gazes toward him. Pei Sun sucked in a sharp breath, his body already trembling uncontrollably. I'm fine. I can still hold on. Hearing Pei Sun's trembling voice, the others couldn't help but laugh. But what could they do? To grow stronger, one must endure this hellish ordeal beyond the limits of ordinary humans. Especially since Mayor Yao was personally leading the team this time. Pei Sun was seething inside. Thankfully, he wouldn't be the one fighting in a moment. Otherwise, his stiff limbs would likely be treated as human targets by the spirits inside. Alright then, let's head inside. With that, Yao Xinchuan strode inside without looking back. The others followed closely behind him. Upon entering the valley, the temperature plummeted once more. If a thermometer could measure it now, the temperature would likely be below -50 degrees Celsius, far beyond what a normal person could endure. Pei Sun, shivering uncontrollably, brought up the rear of the group, his gait resembling that of a penguin. After walking for several minutes, Yao Xinchuan abruptly halted, turned his head, and his expression turned serious. "Alright, we'll do it right here." Yao Xinchuan drew a distinct line in the thick snow with his foot and addressed Pei Sun. "The area in front of this line is your training zone. You must not retreat beyond it." "Alright. Alright, alright." Pei Sun swayed back and forth as he moved to stand behind the line Yao Xinchuan had drawn. With a sudden surge of intent, tens of thousands of undead summoned creatures erupted into existence. Roar! The valley instantly filled with a deep, rumbling roar as countless, endless spirits appeared in a dense swarm. The already confined space, with the sound waves echoing off the valley walls, instantly gave the feeling of stepping into a haunted den. As these tens of thousands of undead creatures materialized, a terrifying aura of death instantly condensed in the air. After summoning them, Pei Sun did not immediately order these undead creatures into battle. Instead, he first commanded a specific type of spirit creature, the purple flame silkworm, to approach him. Upon receiving his command, hundreds of purple flame silkworms slowly wriggled their way toward Pei Sun. These spirits were minuscule, at least dwarfing the undead legion before them, each radiating a faint, wispy purple flame. Pei Sun wasn't sure if the temperature of these flames was affected by the surrounding environment, so he reached out to touch the purple flames on the purple flame silkworm's body. However, before his hand even touched the purple flame, he let out a cry of pain. The invisible flames instantly burned him, forcing him to shove his hand into the snow on the ground. Only then did his expression ease slightly. "It's freezing out here, yet this thing's burning hot. It nearly scorched me alive." Pei Sun muttered weakly, wiggling his fingers as he spoke. Chapter 99, Enlisting the Epic Bloodline Spirit, Snow Shadow Ice Wolf. At the same time, Pei Sun realized his necromantic summons seemed unaffected by the environment. They showed no sign of shivering from the cold, radiating the same murderous aura of undead energy as usual. But that was fine by him, at least he wouldn't have to suffer the cold for now. At Pei Sun's command, nearly all the purple flame silkworms gathered around him. As the swarm grew denser, a faint warmth finally reached Pei Sun. Endless heat radiated from the purple flames of the silkworms, drifting toward him and slowly melting the snow on the ground nearby. Not far away, Yao Xinchuan, who had just crossed his arms over his chest, froze in place upon witnessing this scene. This is how the skill is used? And those countless summoned creatures stretching as far as the eye could see, were they all summoned by this kid? It was utterly unbelievable. Although Yao Xinchuan had witnessed Pei Sun's abilities before, most of his knowledge came from video recordings or Liao Yu's accounts. Even accepting Pei Sun's extraordinary summoning talent, witnessing this scene now left him profoundly shocked. Forget Fengyu City, across the entire Tianjing province, he alone possessed the qualifications to judge Pei Sun. No. Even Yao Xinchuan didn't believe he could judge this child. Judging by the talent he'd displayed so far, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru were also startled by the sight. Even though they'd witnessed such displays from Pei Sun multiple times before, each new occurrence still left them stunned. Seeing Pei Sun using these summoned creatures for warmth, the pair couldn't help but roll their eyes. But whatever, if you can actually use summons like that in combat to gain an edge, I'll admit you're a talent. Surrounded by the warmth radiating from the purple flame silkworms encircling him, Pei Sun's body finally began to warm up. He no longer shivered uncontrollably like before, and a faint flush returned to his cheeks. Suddenly, over 200 meters to his northeast, Pei Sun saw through his summoned creature's shared vision a white snow wolf leap from the snow, locking jaws with one of his creatures. This snow wolf was agile and powerful, measuring 3 meters in length with a shoulder height of 1 meter. Its muscles were taut, radiating astonishing explosive strength. Its fur was as pure as snow, spotless and untouched by dust. It seemed the creature had been hiding within a large snowdrift until Pei Sun's undead summoned it, prompting the wolf to leap out and immediately attack the summoned creature. Within mere seconds, the beast leapt repeatedly, tearing apart hundreds of Pei Sun's ordinary bloodline undead. Unsatisfied, the snow wolf continued its slaughter for an extended period before suddenly raising its head and letting out a piercing howl. The next instant, a bone-chilling cold light flashed across its forepaws and claws as it slammed them down onto the ground. All undead summons within a radius of over 10 meters instantly scattered. Though they later split into twice their number to attack again, their pitifully low defense values meant they fell in waves after just a few swipes. Fortunately, the other undead summons kept pressing the attack. Both melee-focused and ranged-focused undead races strained their feeble strength to strike at the snow wolf. For a time, the snow wolf grimaced in pain. As time ticked by, in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 of Pei Sun's summons had been annihilated. The snow wolf's condition rapidly deteriorated until it lay on the verge of death, unable to unleash even its most basic attacks. Ding! Defeated LV.25 Snow Shadow Ice Wolf. Gained 15,000 EXP. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Snow Ice Wolf Paws X4. New spirit race added to inventory, now summonable epic bloodline spirit, Snow Shadow Ice Wolf spawns 1 every 50 seconds. The familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in Pei Sun's mind. Upon hearing this, Pei Sun felt a surge of excitement, especially at the last line. This creature truly possessed an epic bloodline. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to level it up to over 20. Moreover, the respawn time was only 50 seconds. Pei Sun had even wondered if, based on the respawn patterns of ordinary and rare bloodline spirits, this epic bloodline spirit might require 100 seconds to respawn. Seeing it was only 50 seconds, he found the generation time perfectly acceptable. But this Snow Shadow Ice Wolf was remarkably powerful. It was merely the first spirit he'd encountered here, yet it was already over level 20. He wondered how high the spirits in the depths might climb. In just these few short minutes, he had already lost nearly 1/10 of his deployed undead summons. Thankfully, the effect of the undead shatterer had mitigated the damage. Otherwise, the single aberrant spirit alone could have crushed 2,000 of Pei Sun's undead summons. Yao Zhenchuan, witnessing this scene, once again wore a look of slight astonishment. His reason for drawing that line at that specific spot was precisely because a spirit lurked over 200 meters away. He had intended to use that spirit to gauge Pei Sun's capabilities. But this, alright. Though a bit crude, it still achieved the goal. Witnessing Pei Sun's terrifying summoning prowess and combat skills, his cross-tier performance matched their expectations, perhaps even surpassed them. Yao Zhenchuan and the others breathed a slight sigh of relief. This was actually preferable, it spared them unnecessary worry. They'd been concerned about Pei Sun getting injured by the powerful spirits here, but now it seemed no spirit could touch him. Put another way, no spirit should be able to instantly wipe out all of Pei Sun's summons. As his undead summons charged relentlessly forward, the shared vision of the Absolute Zero Cold Valley grew increasingly expansive. Though it appeared they were deepening their penetration into the valley. At the same time, Pei Sun encountered an increasing number of strange spirits, witnessing all manner of them. There were snow eagles with enormous wings, their feathers pure white and hard as steel, ice scorpions encased in thick layers of frost armor, and mammoths of colossal size, their entire bodies covered in white fur. Rarer creatures like the thunder ice lizard and the frost demon bat were also present, though they were seldom seen. Pei Xuan scanned these creatures through his shared vision, and the ice scorpion species particularly caught his attention. These ice scorpions appeared remarkably petite, barely reaching 1/10 the size of the Desert Scorpion King. Yet Pei Sun didn't consider them weaker than the Desert Scorpion King at all. In fact, a single flick of their tail spines could likely obliterate the Desert Scorpion King instantly. Consider this, the Desert Scorpion Emperor was merely a level 10-something alien creature, while these tiny ice scorpions were all at least level 20-something. Though their sizes differed greatly, their power was worlds apart. Chapter 100 SSS Rank Advanced Quest Reaching the Peak. As Pei Sun observed these spirit beasts, they naturally noticed his necromantic summons as well. Of course, summon forces of such terrifying scale were bound to attract attention. Upon seeing them, the other spirits instantly radiated an aura brimming with combat intent. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged directly at Pei Sun's necromantic summons. In their minds, the concept of defending their territory was paramount. They did not distinguish friend from foe based on racial classification, but solely on territorial claims. Even members of the same species would attack one another if they invaded territory claimed by others. Thus, instances of otherworldly spirits turning on each other were far from uncommon. It's not that only the spirits here are like this, nearly all lordship-level spirits are the same. Their sentience correlates with their rank. Generally, only those who reach the sovereign level manifest true sentience. Thus, when confronted by these lifeless creatures they'd never encountered before, the domain-level spirits were naturally brimming with combat intent. Pei Sun's necromantic summons weren't pushovers either. Forged in the overwhelming aura of death, though they shared his level 19 rank and possessed attributes that seemed low for otherworldly beings, they were lifeless entities. They showed not a shred of fear in battle. Thus, the fighting spirit of Pei Sun's undead summons surpassed that of the alien spirits themselves. Ding! Defeated LV.27 Frostbite Ice Scorpion. Gained 25,000 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.26 Frostfeather Snow Eagle. Gained 20,000 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.22 Ice Valley Mammoth, gained 12,000 EXP. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Ice Scorpion Cold Armor 2. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Frost Feathers 3. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Frozen Ivory X 2-inch. New spirit race added to roster, now summonable Epic Bloodline Spirit, Frost Scorpion spawns 1 every 50 seconds. New spirit race added, can be summoned, Epic Bloodline Spirit, Frostfeather Snow Eagle spawns 1 every 50 seconds. New spirit race added, summonable Epic Bloodline Spirit, Ice Valley Mammoth spawns 1 every 50 seconds. The relentless stream of system notifications echoed through the air. That familiar sensation had finally returned. This feels amazing. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.20. All 5 attributes plus 2 points, plus 4 free attribute points. Ding! Your current level has reached the maximum rank of Elite Class Practitioner. Complete the advancement quest to continue leveling. Ding! Due to your SSS tier talent, the SSS tier advancement quest, Summit of Excellence, has been automatically triggered. Reaching the peak, slay 50 across different tiers within 12 hours. SSS rank advancement quest rewards, double all 5 attributes, acquire a 3rd innate skill SSS rank, 200 full-time points, and 2 random reward vouchers from the system store. After some time, Pei Sun's experience bar finally reached its maximum level, triggering the advancement quest. After hearing the requirements for this advancement quest, Pei Sun sucked in a sharp breath. Last time it was 20 cross-tier kills, and now it's jumped straight to 50? Would the next one demand defeating 100 across tiers? Back in the desert forest, it was manageable. Though it was also cross-tier killing, the spirits he had to defeat were only around level 10, with stats still within acceptable ranges. But now, this cross-tier slaughter was starting to feel like a real struggle. That was evident right from the start when he faced that snow shadow ice wolf. Back in the desert forest, he didn't have to think twice, he'd just send out his undead summons to slaughter everything in sight. But that approach no longer worked. His current cross-tier targets were exceptionally formidable, primarily because these spirits possessed innate abilities to varying degrees, the most troublesome aspect for Pei Sun. Take that snow shadow ice wolf, for instance. With a single swipe of its claws, it wiped out hundreds of Pei Sun's undead summons in an instant. Therefore, in the ensuing battles, Pei Sun could no longer mindlessly send his undead minions to fight on the front lines. He had to personally command them. Although the mission difficulty had increased significantly, the rewards were also substantially higher, double full-time points and double random reward vouchers for the system store. The full-time points were one thing Pei Sun rarely had time to browse the system store's offerings. But that random reward voucher from the system store had him genuinely excited. After all, it was precisely this voucher that had yielded his teleportation crystal. During the assault on the White Ice Sanctuary earlier that afternoon, had it not been for the teleportation crystal's intervention, he likely would have fallen victim to the Frost Soul mercenaries. Thus, he harbored immense anticipation for this system store random reward voucher. After leveling up, Pei Sun didn't rush back into battle. After eliminating the remaining spirit entities, he approached Yao Xinchuan and exclaimed excitedly, "Mayor Yao, I've reached level 20. Completing the advancement quest will let me become an epic tier professional." "Oh?" Yao Xinchuan's expression immediately turned interested as he inquired, "Advancement quest? What are the requirements?" His own SSS tier advancement quest had been a major headache, consuming considerable time and effort to complete. He knew how challenging SSS tier adventurer advancement quests could be, so he was genuinely curious about what Pei Sun's quest entailed. After Yao Xinchuan asked, Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru beside him also turned to look with curious expressions. Defeat 50 spirit beasts across different tiers, Pei Sun stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Yao Xinchuan's expression instantly turned stunned. 50? So you have to kill 50 aberrations that are at least lord level? Pei Sun nodded helplessly. Yao Xinchuan couldn't help but turn and exchange a glance with Liao Yuza. Both saw a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. Was this kid's advancement quest really this outrageous? Even if it was triggered by an SSS tier talent, it shouldn't be this extreme. He himself had been tasked with slaying a massive number of aberrations back then, but they were all within the same tier. This kid was actually being asked to cross tiers and kill that many? Are you kidding me? Compared to the shock of the two mayors, Duan Huanru didn't appear as stunned, but a look of gravity appeared in his eyes. Ever since Kong Rue and the others had planted that idea in his mind an hour ago, he'd been replaying their words over and over. Yet he kept telling himself that Pei Sun was merely an exceptionally talented SSS tier professional. How could he possibly be a divine awakener? It was harsh to say, but it was the truth. Pei Sun attended a low-ranked school in a backward city. The fact that he had awakened an SSS tier talent was nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 101, A Bond of Brotherhood. Even with his dazzling performance, insisting he was a divine awakener felt like stretching it too far. Yet upon hearing Pei Sun's advancement quest, Duan Huanru found himself tentatively reconsidering. It wasn't that he wanted to dwell on it, but Pei Sun's advancement quest was simply too demanding. He clearly remembered his own elite tier professional advancement quest only required him to replicate a certain number of elemental types within a set time frame, then reach a specific limit in his strength attribute. His own mission could have been completed entirely through connections and money to buy equipment. In other words, if he'd wanted to, he could have finished it without taking a single risk. But now, it seemed Pei Sun's task was on an entirely different level of difficulty. Could this kid really be impossible? Mayor Yao, noticing Duan Huanru's grave expression, inquired. Little Duan, what are you pondering? Duan Huanru snapped back to reality and murmured softly, and nothing. Nothing? Yao Xinchuan narrowed his eyes, smiling as he stared at Duan Huanru. If it really was nothing, you wouldn't be wearing that expression. Hearing this, Duan Huanru flashed a stiff smile. After a moment's thought, he decided to tell Mayor Yao about the incident. Mayor Yao, do you know why Kong Rue stopped me today? Why he tried to take Pei Sun away? At the mention of Kong Rue's name, the smile on Yao Xinchuan's face instantly faded without a trace of concealment. Why bring him up? I have no interest in his affairs. If it weren't for the threat to you, I wouldn't have come over. The words hung in the air, leaving Duan Huanru momentarily stunned, unsure whether to continue. Duan Huanru's intensely solemn gaze met Yao Zhenchuan's relaxed one. Upon seeing her expression, Yao Zhenchuan's own face inexplicably grew slightly stern. Duan Huanru glanced at Mayor Yao, then at Pei Sun, as if burdened by some unspeakable secret or words she couldn't utter here. Yao Zhenchuan immediately grasped Duan Huanru's hesitation. He waved at Pei Sun and said, "You go ahead and complete your task. We need to discuss something." Pei Sun? Pei Sun's eyes widened like copper gongs. One second he was looking at me like I was a priceless treasure, and the next he's shooing me away? Forget it. Fine, I'll leave. Who can argue with higher authority? If it were anyone else, he might not have given a second thought. But this was Mayor Yao speaking to him. He didn't even dare give him a dirty look. After that, Pei Sun obediently went off to search for the spirit. Of course, he didn't take Mayor Yao's words to heart. Once Pei Sun was out of sight, every trace of emotion vanished from Mayor Yao's face, replaced by a flash of icy coldness in his eyes. Only now did he truly resemble the head of a city, his brow radiating boundless authority. Duan Huanru's expression also shifted to one of profound respect, appearing like a completely different person compared to moments before. Not only had she changed, but the dynamic between the two seemed to have shifted as well. To be precise, their posture now mirrored that of a mayor conversing with a subordinate. "What is it? Speak." Mayor Yao. Duan Huanru dared not beat around the bush any longer and got straight to the point. Today at the combat ladder arena, Kong Rui wanted to keep Pei Sun. He said Pei Sun is a divine awakened. Hearing this, Yao Zhenchuan's expression remained largely unchanged, but beside him, Liao Yu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Divine awakener? Impossible. Little Duan, don't believe that nonsense. What does that Kong Rui think he is? Just because he says so, it's true? Duan Huanru gave a wry smile. I didn't believe it either at first. But after Pei Sun revealed his advancement quest, I had to start considering this possibility. Because the difficulty level of his quest is completely different from mine. At this point, a look of gravity finally appeared on Liao Yu's face. Yet when it came to this topic, he held little authority. Among the three present, he alone lacked SSS tier talent. Thus, he could only cast an awkward glance toward Yao Zhenchuan. Upon hearing Duan Huanru's words, Yao Zhenchuan did not appear overly surprised. Instead, his gaze fixed intently on Duan Huanru. Such an intense gaze instantly sent a chill down Duan Huanru's spine. Yao Zhenchuan took a few steps toward Duan Huanru, finally stopping half a meter away from her. Duan Huanru, Yao Zhenchuan said, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed them on her, I hope you haven't forgotten why you came to Fengyu City. Stay out of matters that don't concern you. Hearing this, Duan Huanru instantly tensed up. I know you've endured considerable hardship during your time in Fengyu City. That's precisely why I've presented myself as a brotherly friend here. But I'll say it again, don't pry into matters that aren't yours to know. I'm doing this for your own good. With that, Yao Zhenchuan turned away expressionlessly, his gaze shifting toward Pei Sun. A flicker of disappointment crossed Duan Huanru's eyes upon hearing this. Several seconds of heavy silence hung in the air. Duan Huanru repeatedly considered asking Mayor Yao more questions, but the words Mayor Yao had just spoken stuck in his throat. He wrestled internally, unsure whether to speak or not. After nearly half a minute, Duan Huanru finally gathered her courage and asked through gritted teeth. Mayor Yao, I certainly haven't forgotten why I came to Fengyu City. I could never forget. But now I'm also Pei Sun's teacher. This child's personality resembles mine in some ways, and I adore him so much. If it's possible, Mayor Yao, I hope you could answer this small question of mine. Yao Zhenchuan turned back, his brow furrowed. After staring at Duan Huanru for several minutes, his expression suddenly relaxed. He sighed and said leisurely. Just consider him an SSS tier talent. With that, Yao turned and headed toward the direction Pei Sun had run off in. The kid had sprinted so fast he'd already vanished from their sight. Seeing Mayor Yao had no intention of elaborating further, Duan Huanru reluctantly abandoned her questions, her mind replaying his words. Why treat him as an SSS tier talent? Could it be that he wasn't truly SSS tier after all, but rather a divine awakened? But judging by Mayor Yao's expression earlier, he clearly hadn't anticipated Pei Sun's advancement quest being this difficult. How could he have possibly labeled Pei Sun as a divine awakened before this? For a moment, Duan Huanru felt a headache coming on. After watching Yao Zhenchuan depart, Liao Yuza immediately followed suit. Before leaving, he turned back and gave Duan Huanru a meaningful look before slowly walking away. Chapter 102, The Lord. While Pei Sun led his undead legion on a chaotic hunt, several snow shadow ice wolves materialized within the summoning space. The next instant, Pei Sun summoned all four of the generated snow shadow ice wolves. King class undead, snow shadow ice wolf. Level, LV.19. Strength, 20.2. Intelligence, 9.4. Spirit, 9.4. Constitution, 9.4. Agility, 9.4. Skill, Frost Palm Shatterstone, inflicts area of effect physical damage equal to 2.5 times strength on nearby ground targets. Skill, Pounce and Bite, charges toward the target direction at extreme speed, dealing massive damage equal to strength 10 to the first target bitten, ignores distance within the same tier. Gazing at the colossal creature before him, 3 meters long, 1 meter tall at the shoulders, and then at its stats. Even Pei Sun couldn't help but gasp. After all, it had been a genuine Lord tier spirit in life, yet now it had fallen to King tier, with its stats reduced by over tenfold. These shockingly low stats made even Pei Sun feel a pang of pity. I need to level up fast. Once I do, I'll get some gear to boost these stats, otherwise, it'd be a complete waste of potential. Pei Sun thought, realizing his severe shortcomings. Without boosting his stats, his undead summons would suffer for his shortcomings. Look at this imposing 3-meter-tall giant. After summoning these snow shadow ice wolves, Pei Sun immediately ordered them into battle. If they encountered other snow shadow ice wolves, they should be able to figure out their weaknesses. The view ahead grew increasingly expansive, the snow-covered ground resembling an endless ice plain. Pei Sun couldn't help but marvel at the sight. He never imagined the absolute zero cold valley would look like this, nothing like a valley as its name suggested, but rather an endless expanse of ice. This was his first time here, and he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this otherworldly landscape. As the landscape stretched wider, more and more spirit beasts appeared on the ice plain, including species Pei Sun had never encountered before. Frost gray serpents, icy wind lynxes, frozen bears, polar cold lizards, ice-crested ravine crows, and more. Every time Pei Sun encountered a new species of spirit beast, he was filled with awe and excitement. Any one of these creatures, if brought back to his previous life, would be an internationally prized specimen. The thrilling part was that these creatures were about to become Pei Sun's summoned beasts. Yet as the unfamiliar spirits multiplied, Pei Sun's undead summoned creatures were being depleted at an alarming rate. In just over 10 minutes, the tens of thousands of undead he had summoned had dwindled to just over 6,000. Damn it! Lord-level spirits really are something else. Pei Sun couldn't be bothered to hold back anymore. The next second, he unleashed all 20,000 plus undead summoned beings remaining in his summoning space. This was the first time he had ever summoned every single undead creature from his summoning space, a total mobilization, leaving not a single one behind. Even the newly generated undead creatures were immediately sent into battle by Pei Sun. As for his own safety? With 2 mayors here, what was there to fear? Across the ice fields, waves of undead energy surged forth. As Pei Sun's undead creatures visibly began to vanish, the tide turned the moment he summoned the remaining 20,000 plus undead. 20,000 undead creatures surged forth like a raging tide, joining the previous 6,000 plus to push the total count past 30,000. As far as the eye could see, the ice field was almost completely filled with dense swarms of vicious wolves, desert scorpion emperors, shadow sand snakes, white flame fighting tigers, and other undead creatures. Each one resembled a demon streaming forth from the gates of hell. Their eye sockets held no trace of white, their stares emanating from the abyss of death. Sharp claws and fangs clashed with a bone-chilling clang. Under Pei Sun's command, these undead creatures moved with military precision. Each step they took sent tremors rippling across the ice. Especially the larger, higher bloodline undead and large-bodied undead creatures swiftly deployed across the ice field, resembling a well-trained ironclad legion. The 4-winged nightbirds drifted ethereally through the air, enveloped in a cold, ghostly blue glow as if cloaked in a layer of mystical ice mist. With a powerful flap of their wings, eerie magical fluctuations filled the air. Upon being struck by the 4-winged nightbird's strange abilities, the shells and flesh of the other spirits began to rot away bit by bit. The transformation was most pronounced in the lower-ranked spirits. Though these 4-winged nightbirds were low-level creatures, the combined effect of thousands acting in unison proved astonishing. The 30,000-strong army of the dead spread out in a majestic fan formation. Wherever they passed, the snow on the ice plain was trampled flat. The aura of death became tangible, mingling with the biting cold wind of the ice field. The entire landscape plunged into endless gloom and terror. Standing out starkly against this terrifying undead legion was Pei Sun. Typically, a commander would stand at the forefront of their army. Yet not only did Pei Sun remain behind his undead legion, but he was also surrounded by those tiny purple flame silkworms. After summoning such a terrifying multitude of undead creatures, the aura of death in the arena grew increasingly potent. This thickening aura further fueled the combat fervor of the undead summons, creating a virtuous cycle. Over the course of the battle's 10+ minutes, Pei Sun gradually sensed that as their fighting spirit surged, more and more undead summons began undergoing bloodline evolution once again. Pei Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. What surprised him even more was that, for some unknown reason, the uncommanded spirits suddenly seemed to adopt some sort of tactical strategy. Unlike before, where they mindlessly charged to their deaths only to deal damage through the explosions of undead resentment, they now engaged in orderly, wave-by-wave combat rotations. This drastically slowed the rate at which Pei Sun's undead summons were being overwhelmed. Amidst his delight, however, Pei Sun was also profoundly puzzled. He racked his brain but could not fathom the reason. His Necromancer's Stone Shatter ability, while perfectly suited to his undead summons, possessed no such command function whatsoever. So Pei Sun focused his attention on the battlefield, straining to watch every corner of the fight. After careful observation, he finally caught a glimpse of the pattern. He noticed that wherever souls suddenly seemed to gain tactical awareness and coordination, a snow shadow ice wolf was present. It was the very snow shadow ice wolf he had recently incorporated and generated. This snow shadow ice wolf possessed no means of communication, yet wherever it appeared, the undead summons in that area fought as if following a leader. When the snow shadow ice wolf retreated, they retreated. When it advanced, they advanced. Chapter 103, Haphazard Battle Traces. Upon noticing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of wild excitement. Truly worthy of an epic bloodline spirit. Its mind works like a charm. Wait, they don't actually have brains. He couldn't fathom why these snow shadow ice wolves radiated a faint aura of leadership, compelling those battle-crazed undead summons to fight alongside him. But Pei Sun's focus shifted elsewhere. Another thrilling thought struck him. At Pei Sun's command, a colossal spirit creature instantly materialized before him. This spider-like entity possessed a body as terrifyingly vast as a football field. Its shell gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen covered in eerie patterns. 8 thick, long legs resembled sharp sides, while 2 massive fangs protruded from its mouthparts, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread and oppression from its very core. This was the undead rending spider. Though only level 18, the undead aura it emitted was still utterly terrifying. Its appearance caused the undead aura on the battlefield to surge to its peak once more, visibly heightening the combat fervor of the necromantic summons. Though their base stats remained fixed, their strength, intelligence, and agility now seemed to have received a subtle boost. Theory met practice, and Pei Sun's eyes instantly flashed with brilliant light, filled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Sun summoned all 94 remaining spirit beasts from his spirit realm. A low, rumbling roar echoed across the ice field once more. Under Pei Sun's watchful eye, these 94 undead attributed spirits were followed wherever they went by shadowy minions that joined their battles. Pei Sun's theory was once again perfectly validated. As a result of Pei Sun's maneuvers, the rate at which his undead summons were depleted slowed considerably. Combined with the splitting effect of the undead Shatterstone, it seemed as though his undead forces were actually growing in number as the battle progressed. Yao Xinchuan, now far behind Pei Sun, was slowly following in his tracks, silently tracing the path left behind. Seeing those incredibly sloppy battle traces, resembling a locust-ravaged landscape, Yao Xinchuan instantly wore an expression of helpless resignation. What kind of summoner fights like this? As he walked, Liao Yuza caught up. Seeing the battle traces, he too felt utterly helpless before turning to Yao Xinchuan and saying, "That kid's summoning ability is the most unstoppable I've ever seen. He seems to have absolutely no side effects, yet his summons just keep pouring out endlessly. I have no idea how he awakened such a summoning ability." "It's not just you. Even I've never seen such an overpowered summoning ability before," Yao Xinchuan replied calmly. Though a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes, what dominated his expression was genuine, heartfelt joy for Pei Sun. Looks like Fengyu City is finally poised for a rise. Starting with this Tianjing province secret training camp, we'll deliver a heavy blow to those old farts. Liao Yuza exclaimed excitedly. We'll certainly intimidate them, but now we must focus on. Mid-sentence, Yao Xinchuan's expression abruptly hardened. He snapped his head toward Pei Sun, his pupils dilating sharply. Not only Yao Xinchuan, but Liao Yuza too, whose expression changed instantly, turned to look in Pei Sun's direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza vanished from their spots as their expressions hardened. Within mere breaths, they materialized beside Pei Sun, who had already moved several paces away. Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their expressions frozen like stone, as if they had seen a ghost. Liao Yuza, in particular, was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Within their field of vision, a spider of terrifying proportions stood atop the ice field. Compared to the nearby ice peaks, it seemed to dwarf the entire landscape. The air was thick with a suffocating black aura of death, so dense it felt like a dark cloud pressing down upon the city, a description that still fell short. Beneath the spider, an endless sea of dense, black undead summons spread across the ice field like a tidal wave. Wherever it swept, the native spirits of the ice plains scattered in terror. The two men were utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Did this kid just summon an entire army? Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza slowly raised their heads, staring wide-eyed at the necromancer spider above them. A flash of terror flickered in their eyes. A phantom saint-level bloodline spirit? This kid actually subdued a phantom saint-level bloodline spirit? How the hell did he manage that? Yao Xinchuan clearly remembered that when he first subdued his first Phantom Saint-level bloodline spirit, he was only at level 42. Back then, having just stepped into the ranks of a glorious tier professional, he had successfully tamed a Phantom Saint tier bloodline spirit. He was unquestionably the most outstanding summoner of his generation, hailed by countless people as an unparalleled genius. Yet now, witnessing this staggering spectacle firsthand, Yao Xinchuan's gaze grew unfocused. He simply couldn't believe that a mere level 19 summoner could subdue a spirit with a Phantom Saint tier bloodline. In his previous understanding, this was nothing short of a fairy tale. As the mayor of Fengyu City, Yao Xinchuan prided himself on his broad knowledge, composure, and efficiency. Yet now, witnessing this astonishing scene, his expression was utterly stunned. And there were so many rare and epic bloodline spirits following him. Excluding those lifeless summoned creatures, the high bloodline spirits alone numbered close to 100. How could this kid possibly have contracted so many spirit pets? The scene before him relentlessly assaulted Yao Zhenxuan's mind. All the knowledge he had ever learned about summoners, information he had carried in his mind his entire life, seemed to be shattered and torn apart in this moment. It felt like an ever-tightening wooden cage had suddenly and inexplicably exploded. What Yao Zhenxuan didn't know was that this entire group of spirits, including the undead crack spider, had been successfully contracted when Pei Sun reached level 10. Pei Sun had encountered this undead crack spider while completing an advancement quest to hunt a boss. If Yao Zhenxuan knew that Pei Sun had contracted this undead crack spider at level 10, he probably wouldn't be an atheist anymore. Compared to Yao Zhenxuan, although Liao Yuza also showed shock, he wasn't a summoner and thus couldn't share Yao Zhenxuan's current feelings. While Yao Zhenxuan and Liao Yuza were reeling from the shock, Duan Huanru silently appeared behind them. Liao Yuza turned his head, his gaze meeting Duan Huanru's tense expression as he asked, "You sensed it too?" Chapter 104, A Splendid Level Up. Duan Huanru nodded solemnly, though he hadn't yet grasped the full significance. His gaze swept past Liao Yuza to the formation behind them. Duan Huanru's eyes suddenly widened, revealing shock comparable to theirs. "That Phantom Saint-level bloodline spirit is Pei Sun's familiar?" Duan Huanru asked incredulously. Before Liao Yuza could answer, Yao Zhenxuan beside him took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Yes. At 19 years old, he contracted a Phantom Saint-level bloodline spirit. A prodigious talent. Heaven blesses Fengyu City, heaven blesses China. Yao Zhenxuan murmured, his eyes gleaming with sharp brilliance, his tone barely wavering. Even though he had once outshone the current Pei Sun by far, he now had to admit that Pei Sun not only possessed greater talent than him, but surpassed him by a wide margin. And after this, Pei Sun would undoubtedly surpass him to become the rising star of Fengyu City and indeed, the entire Tianjing province. After speaking, Yao Zhenxuan slowly turned his head, his gentle gaze settling on Duan Huanru. "If I recall correctly, you've just ascended to the glorious tier practitioner level, correct?" Duan Huanru immediately nodded. "Yes, Mayor Yao. I'm currently at level 44. Upon hearing this, Yao Zhenxuan's eyes flashed with admiration once more. Impressive. To sense the emergence of a Phantom Saint tier bloodline spirit from such a distance as a newly minted glorious tier practitioner, it seems you've grown considerably. Receiving Mayor Yao's praise, Duan Huanru finally allowed herself a modest yet unmistakably delighted expression. Liao Yuza couldn't help but chuckle at Duan Huanru's reaction. At that moment, Pei Sun remained enveloped in a swarm of purple flame silkworms, watching with great satisfaction as the undead legion he had personally forged swept across the plain. It was a sight to behold. Ding! Defeated LV.28 Frostwind Lynx, gained 30,000 EXP temporarily stored in EXP chest. Ding! Defeated LV.22 Polar Cold Lizard, gained 12,000 EXP temporarily stored in EXP chest. Ding! Defeated LV.29 Frozen Rage Bear, gained 40,000 EXP stored in EXP chest. Ding! Defeated LV.24 Frost Ash Giant Python, gained 14,000 EXP temporarily stored in EXP chest. Ding! Defeated LV.25 Ice Abyss Raven. Gained 15,000 EXP temporary EXP storage box. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Windscale Leopard Hide 5. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Lizard Cold Isolation Membrane 20-inch. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Ice Bear Hide X8. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 material, Hard Python Meat 10-inch. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 materials, Ice Crow Feathers 4. New Spirit Race added. Can summon, Epic Bloodline Spirit, Frostwind Lynx spawns 1 every 50 seconds. New Spirit Race added, Summonable Epic Bloodline Spirit, Arctic Cold Lizard spawns 1 every 50 seconds. New Spirit Race added, Summonable Epic Bloodline Spirit, Frozen Wrathbear generates 1 every 50 seconds. New Spirit Race added, Summonable Epic Bloodline Spirit, Frost Ash Giant Python generates 1 every 50 seconds. New Spirit Race added, Summonable Epic Bloodline Spirit, Ice Abyss Raven spawns 1 every 50 seconds. A steady stream of voices echoed in Pei Sun's mind, filling him with immense satisfaction. Who would believe that just standing still could yield such a steady stream of experience? And at this astonishing rate. Other adventurers would never achieve such experience gains even if they risked their lives. Anomalies above level 20. The Lord tier anomalies already granted 5-digit experience points. Pei Sun dared not imagine how many levels he would leapfrog once he broke through the level cap. Of course, this wasn't what excited Pei Sun the most. After all, in his previous life, he played countless games and knew that the later stages required exponentially more experience to level up. What truly thrilled him were the second-tier materials and newly catalogued undead types. This meant a massive influx of funds into his account, and the growing variety of undead would finally allow him to master more combat techniques. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out behind him. Startled, Pei Sun turned his head. Only then did he notice that Mayor Yao and the other two had followed him over. "Oh? You guys came too?" Pei Sin realized belatedly. The constant clamor of combat, the clashes, roars, and explosions of the undead summons had drowned out the sound of Yao Jinchuan and the others approaching, so he hadn't noticed them until now. By now, Yao Jinchuan and the others had regained their composure. How's the progress? Yao Jinchuan asked gently. 23 down, nearly halfway there. Pei Sin replied cheerfully. Hearing this progress, Yao Jinchuan, Liao Yuza, and Duan Huanru were stunned once more. Liao Yuza's face twitched uncontrollably. A level 19 elite professional had just crossed tiers to eliminate over 20 lord-level aberrations in a mere 10-odd minutes. Is this right? Is this right? Yao Jinchuan also wore a stunned expression as he said, "This is much faster than I anticipated. Keep pushing forward. I have important matters to attend to. The sooner you complete your advancement, the sooner I can return." Understood. With that, Pei Sin solemnly saluted Yao Jinchuan, instantly making Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru burst into laughter. Chatting with this kid feels so cheerful. Though Yao Jinchuan didn't laugh out loud, the subtle lift at the corners of his mouth showed he was amused by Pei Sin's words. Alright, carry on then. Pei Sin turned back to oversee his undead summons in battle. Step it up, well, meaning to accelerate the deployment of newly summoned undead into the fray. Led by high bloodline pets like the undead crack spider, Ding demon crocodile, and purple striped ghost goat, along with the newly recruited epic bloodline spirits, the undead minions slaughtered the icefield spirits at an ever-increasing pace. Pei Sin deliberately allowed the undead summons to let the spirit pets claim kills, so these pets gained enormous amounts of experience in a short time. Since their levels were significantly lower than those of the icefield spirits, their experience bars filled rapidly. Among them, the undead crack spider leveled up the fastest. Ding! Pet spirit, undead crack spider, defeated LV.29 polar cold lizard, gaining 20,000 EXP. Ding! Pet spirit, undead crack spider, defeated LV.29 snow shadow ice wolf, gaining 20,000 EXP. Ding! Pet spirit, undead crack spider, defeated LV.21 frostfeather snow eagle, gaining 5,500 EXP. Ding! Defeated. Ding! Pet spirit, undead crack spider, defeated LV.25 ice valley mammoth, gaining 7,500 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, host. Pet spirit, undead crack spider, has leveled up to LV.19. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your pet spirit, undead crack spider, has leveled up to LV.21. Unlike humans, spirit beings do not require advancement quests during their early stages of progression. Only upon reaching level 50, the pinnacle of sovereign tier, on the verge of ascending to dominion tier, do they face advancement requirements. Chapter 105, New Skill Touch of the Nether. Moreover, compared to human advancement quests, the requirements for spirit evolution are exceptionally harsh, often carrying the risk of losing one's life. Ding! Pet spirit, undead crack spider, has acquired the innate skill, Spirit Layer. Skill, Undead Layer, utilizes undead aura to form a damage reduction shield. The higher the spirit intelligence attribute, the greater the damage reduction ratio. Current damage reduction ratio, 4.23%. Shield thickness varies with the concentration of undead aura, capping at 5 times current HP. If this limit is exceeded, HP itself gains damage reduction effects. Hearing the distinct voice suddenly ring out in his mind, Pei Sin's eyes flashed with golden light as he hurriedly opened the undead crack spider's information. Lord class spirit, undead crack spider. Level, LV.21. Strength, 287.0. Intelligence, 423.0. Spirit, 299.0. Constitution, 401.0. Agility, 388.0. Skill, Undead Fury, infinitely inflates the body, causing all 5 attributes to surge dramatically. The specific inflation multiplier and attribute surge multiplier are determined by current intelligence. Skill, Death Rift Curse, splits the body into countless fragments to attack the target. Afflicted victims suffer the Death Curse, dealing 42.3 damage per second. Specific damage depends on current spirit intelligence. Skill, Undead Layer, forms a damage-absorbing shield using undead aura. Damage absorption increases with spirit intelligence. Current absorption rate, 4.23%. Shield thickness varies with aura density, capping at 5 times current HP. Excess aura beyond this threshold also boosts HP absorption. The undead crack spider had now clearly evolved into a lord tier spirit, with all 5 core attributes showing significant increases compared to the last check. Moreover, this new skill proved remarkably practical. While it might not be needed in everyday situations, it perfectly complemented Pei Sin's summoning abilities during monster grinding and leveling. The more undead summons present on the battlefield, the denser the aura of the undead in the air becomes. According to the skill description, the thicker the air became, the stronger the undead rift spider's shield would grow. When its shield was at maximum thickness, its health increased and it gained damage reduction. Coupled with its massive size, Pei Sin couldn't imagine any other spirit of the same tier being a match for this beast. Pei Sin stared at the stats panel, feeling nothing but pure satisfaction. Though the necrotic crack spider was only level 21 lower than most spirits in this absolute zero cold valley, its stats were absolutely on par with them. Before Pei Sun's eyes, the undead crack spider's body suddenly swelled even larger, its head nearly obscuring the sky above like an immense, dark, heavy cloud. Not only that, a layer of dark green light began to form over its massive body. This green aura continuously absorbed the surrounding undead energy, intertwining and fusing with it until it solidified into a shield refracting twisted green light. Seeing the undead crack spider in such a state, Pei Sun couldn't help but think this shield was superfluous. Among all the spirits of this ice field, was there even one that could touch its body? Just getting close enough to touch one of its 8 massive legs would be a feat in itself. The battle's momentum had completely shifted in Pei Sun's favor. A glance across the field revealed only his spirit pets and necromantic summons. The native inhabitants of the absolute zero cold valley were almost nowhere to be seen. Yet the sound of experience points being gained continued to ring out. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the SSS rank advancement quest, reaching the peak. After an unknown amount of time, a peculiar voice echoed in Pei Sun's mind, causing his eyes to light up instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving your rewards, 200 full-time points and 2 random reward vouchers for the system store. Ding! Host has acquired, skill passive, innate ability SSS rank touch of the nether. All undead creatures possess a passive skill granting absolute immunity to attacks. If damage received exceeds current health, health is forcibly reduced to 1 point. Reading the skill description, Pei Sun was overcome with excitement. This skill meant that if a necromantic summon's health could withstand an enemy's attack, it would completely nullify the damage. If it couldn't, its health would instantly drop to 1 point. In other words, even Pei Sun's basic tier undead summons, the weakest species, would never be instantly killed. No matter how low their stats were, they could at least withstand 2 attacks, regardless of the opponent's strength. This passive skill was simply too overpowered. Mastering this skill means that even if he encounters overwhelmingly powerful foes far beyond his level in the future, he'll still have a fighting chance. It might not be highly effective, but it would definitely waste the opponent a significant amount of time. The system's voice continued to chime. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to Epic Tier Professional. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.21. All 5 attributes plus 5 points, plus 10 free attribute points. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.22. 5. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.23. 5. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.26. 5 core attributes plus 5 points, free attribute points plus 10. As he broke through the ranks, Pei Sun's experience bar shot up rapidly, leaping straight to 6 levels. Moreover, the level up bonuses had changed. The 5 core attributes now granted plus 5 points instead of plus 2, and the freely distributable attribute points had increased from plus 4 to plus 10. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, Pei Sun eagerly opened his information panel. Name, Pei Sun. Class, Necromancer, unique hidden class, other classes omitted. Proficiency, color diamond. Talent, SSS rank talent, necromantic pact. Entities summoned by the host carry the aura of the dead. Obeying the hosts will completely and immune to all negative effects. Entities of any type slain by the host can be summoned by the host for their own use, with no summoning limit. Level, LV.26 43.6%. Strength, 506.0. Intelligence, 222.0. Spirit, 222.0. Constitution, 222.0. Agility, 222.0. Overall ability score, 278.8. Skills passive, innate ability SSS rank necromantic world forge, summons 1 spirit per second to fight for the host. Summon spirits share the host's level and possess 1/10 of the host's attributes. Currently summonable spirit types. Common grade spirits, dire wolf, desert scorpion, coyote, wasteland ox, horned panther, giant clawed ice shrimp, ice crystal fish, black scaled rabbit. Rare grade spirits, desert scorpion emperor, demon horn spirit leopard, shadow sand snake, 4-winged nightbird, purple skull evil ant, ice crystal fiend fish, golden scaled rampaging elephant, iron maned black snake, purple flame silkworm, white smoke pipe tiger. Epic tier spirit beasts, frostbite ice scorpion, frostfeather snow eagle, ice valley mammoth, ash gray giant python, blizzard lynx, frozen tundra raging bear, arctic cold lizard, ice abyss raven. Skill passive, innate ability SSS rank delusional gaze, host shares vision with all summoned creatures. Skill passive, innate ability SSS rank death spirit's wrath. Upon death, the spirit explodes, dealing 5.0 strength value area damage to targets within 1 meter. Skill passive, innate ability SSS rank touch of the nether. All undead creatures possess a passive skill granting absolute immunity to attacks. If damage received exceeds current health, health is forcibly reduced to 1 point. Chapter 106, A New Undead Scourge. If others knew Pei Sun's current overall ability values, they might not be too surprised such stats were merely average among geniuses. But if others knew his current strength attribute value, they'd be utterly speechless. Others typically distribute their 5 attributes evenly. Even those with slight imbalances might allocate more points to one attribute and less to another. But who in their right mind would pour every single free attribute point into strength like Pei Sun? Of course, one can't really blame Pei Sun after all, that's simply how his innate talents are wired. Moreover, having just acquired such a new, game-changing innate skill, the attributes of his necromantic summons, whether constitution, agility, or any other stat, no longer mattered regardless of their numerical values. Because regardless of how much health they had, or whether they could escape, they could at least withstand 2 attacks from the enemy. Moreover, Pei Sun's undead summons possessed extremely low base stats to begin with, rendering attribute point allocation largely useless. Just then, Yao Xinchuan and his 2 companions who Pei Sun had shaken off moments earlier appeared ghost-like behind him. They had immediately and distinctly sensed the shift in his abilities, realizing he'd successfully advanced, and rushed over. Yao Xinchuan, leading the group, shared the same expression of admiration as Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru as they gazed at Pei Sun. Though they had witnessed the undead calamity Pei Sun summoned earlier, seeing it up close now still sent a chill through their hearts. Especially, that spider seemed to have grown even larger. And what was that green light shield on the creature? Of course, their focus wasn't on the undead rending spider at that moment. You advanced successfully? What's your innate skill? Yao Xinchuan asked Pei Sun with curiosity. Instead of answering directly, Pei Sun flashed Yao Xinchuan a mysterious smile before summoning a ferocious wolf. A necromancer of ordinary bloodline. Mayor Yao, try attacking this dire wolf. Though Pei Sun was trying his best to suppress it, his voice still betrayed a hint of excitement. Yao Xinchuan, naturally sensing Pei Sun's excitement, responded with eager cooperation. Alright. With that, Yao Xinchuan gave Pei Sun full face by summoning the very same golden-winged lion-tiger hybrid he'd previously called forth at Fengyu City's combat ladder arena. Pei Sun? You go first. Pei Sun couldn't help but gasp, taking several steps back. Merely standing there, he could feel the murderous aura emanating from Mayor Yao's spirit beast, making him extremely uncomfortable. Once Pei Sun had retreated to a safe distance, Yao Xinchuan showed no mercy whatsoever. He immediately commanded his golden-winged lion-tiger to attack Pei Sun's vicious wolf. Clang! Clang! Almost the instant Pei Sun steadied his feet, a piercing, razor-sharp clang of metal on metal erupted. The golden-winged lion-tiger lunged like a bolt of lightning, its suffocatingly oppressive attack concluded, before turning back without a glance, returning to its starting position with effortless grace. Upon returning, the golden-winged lion-tiger looked triumphantly toward the vicious wolf's position. The very next second, it suddenly wore an expression of shock so human-like it was startling. Yao Xinchuan, witnessing this scene, was also startled. What the hell was going on? Wasn't this summoned creature clearly just a common bloodline spirit beast? And only level 26 at that. How could it possibly withstand the attack of my divine-winged golden lion tiger king? What the hell? It wasn't just Yao Xinchuan. Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru beside him also stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene. Liao Yuza had been Yao Xinchuan's friend the longest. In all of Fengyu City, he was probably the only one besides Yao Xinchuan who knew just how terrifying and ruthlessly brutal this divine-winged golden lion tiger king was. Yet now, it hadn't even managed to finish off such a pathetically weak summoned creature in one strike? This was simply impossible. Though Duan Huanru didn't possess Liao Yuza's detailed knowledge of the divine-winged golden lion tiger king's power, as Yao Xinchuan's spirit pet, it was undoubtedly a powerful spirit of considerable strength. How could it possibly fail to instantly kill Pei Sun's summoned creature? How did it manage that? Yao Xinchuan asked, his expression utterly stunned. Liao Yuza stood dumbstruck, shifting his gaze between Pei Sun's summoned creature and Yao Xinchuan's expression. In all these years, this was the first time he'd ever seen such utter astonishment on Yao Xinchuan's face. This is my third innate skill. It grants my necromantic summons immunity to one attack. In other words, no matter how powerful the opponent, they can at least withstand 2 hits. Hearing this utterly game-changing skill description, Yao Xinchuan was instantly speechless. Is there any justice left in this world? The golden-winged lion tiger king had just emerged, and upon realizing it was attacking such a weak, pitiful creature as you, it had flashed an expression of utter contempt and disdain. But after the attack landed, the beast suddenly stood bolt upright, its expression shifting to utter astonishment, even doubting whether it had actually missed. Does this effect apply to all necromantic summons? Liao Yuza asked, his mouth twitching slightly. Pei Sun nodded smugly. Yes. The ones summoned before, the ones summoned now, and the ones summoned in the future all enjoy this effect. Liao Yuza was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the endless, dark mass of the undead legion. Didn't that mean he'd struggle to deal with this kid from now on? Yao Xinchuan beside him was equally stunned, but having witnessed Pei Sun's astonishing feats since meeting him, he was the first to regain his composure. Alright, since the mission objective has been achieved, we should get moving quickly, Yao Xinchuan said. Mid-sentence, his gaze drifted involuntarily toward Pei Sun, his expression turning resigned. Because the purple flame silkworms swirling around Pei Sun were growing denser by the second. They were standing so close now that if they were even a little farther away, they'd probably mistake him for a giant purple fireball. Mayor Yao, I'm already level 26. How about waiting just a little longer? I'll hit level 30 soon. Pei Sun exclaimed excitedly. Already level 26? Yes. Pei Sun nodded vigorously, like a garlic press. Yao Xinchuan propped his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, then said, "Alright, hurry up then. Don't worry, Mayor Yao, I'll be lightning fast. Done in minutes." By now, Pei Sun's undead legion had advanced significantly. After speaking, he immediately teleported behind his forces using his teleportation crystal. Chapter 107, Sovereign Class Anomaly, Necromantic Rift Spider. What's this? Seeing Pei Sun's departure method, Yao Xinchuan instantly wore a puzzled expression. That's a 5th-tier material. Pei Sun somehow acquired a permanent teleportation crystal. When I took him on a mission this morning, I asked him about it, but he seemed reluctant to tell me, so I didn't press further, Duan Huanru replied with a wry smile. Oh. Yao Xinchuan nodded thoughtfully. I thought it was a single-use teleportation crystal. I was wondering how this kid could afford to be so extravagant. Turns out it's a permanent teleportation crystal. Liao Yuza exclaimed in astonishment. Just how many surprises does this kid have up his sleeve that we don't know about? Pei Sun strolled leisurely behind his undead legion. As his own attribute values increased, the stats of his necromantic summons skyrocketed. Thus, his leveling speed accelerated even further. However, as his level climbed higher, the experience bar required for each level up grew increasingly longer. It took nearly 7 or 8 minutes before Pei Sun finally reached the highest level of the epic tier. Ding! Defeated LV.22 Frostwind Lynx, gained 12,000 EXP. Ding! Defeated LV.28 Ice Valley Mammoth, gained 30,000 EXP. Ding! Kill! Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.27. All 5 attributes plus 5 points, plus 10 free attribute points. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.28. 5. Ding! Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV.30. 5 primary attributes plus 5 points, free attribute points plus 10. Ding! Defeated LV.24 Frozen Wrathbear, gained 14,000 EXP stored in EXP chest. Ding! Defeated LV.29 Frost Ash Giant Python, gained 40,000 EXP stored in EXP chest. Ding! Defeated LV.25 Ice Raven, gained 15,000 EXP stored in EXP chest. Ding! Current level has reached the maximum rank 4 epic tier adventurer. Complete the advancement quest to continue leveling. Ding! Due to your SSS tier talent, the SSS tier advancement quest Transcendence has been automatically triggered. Transcendence, slay 100 cross-tier spirits within 6 hours. SSS rank advancement quest rewards, double all 5 attributes, acquire a 4th and 8th skill SSS rank, 1,000 full-time points, 10 random reward vouchers for the system store, and 1 purple jade grade equipment piece. The advancement quest popped up in Pei Sun's mind once more. Pei Sun had considered seizing this chance to complete the advancement quest, but upon hearing the requirements, he froze in shock. 6 hours? Cross-tier elimination of 100 anomalies? Not only was the time halved, but the required number of slain spirits had doubled. System, are you even human? He had guessed correctly that this time he might have to kill 100 spirits, but he never imagined the time requirement would also be halved. So does that mean next time it'll be 3 hours and 200? Pei Sun promptly dismissed the thought. Forget whether he had the ability to complete this task now. Since entering the Absolute Zero Cold Valley, he hadn't even encountered a single sovereign level spirit. Where on earth would I find 100 of them? Even if he encountered them, he couldn't guarantee he could defeat them. Compared to when he first entered the Absolute Zero Cold Valley, his overall strength had indeed increased 2- or 3-fold. But back then, even the Lord-level spirits he faced had proven extremely troublesome. He couldn't guarantee that encountering a swarm of sovereign-level spirits wouldn't lead to the same predicament. Thus, Pei Sun prepared to leave. But just then, the upgrade notification for his undead crack spider sounded in his mind. Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.24 Arctic Cold Lizard, gaining 7,000 EXP. Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.22 Snow Shadow Ice Wolf, gaining 6,000 EXP. Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.29 Frostfeather Snow Eagle, gaining 20,000 EXP. Ding! Defeated. Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.22 Ice Valley Mammoth, gaining 6,000 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, host. Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, has leveled up to LV.25. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, has leveled up to LV.27. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Spirit Pet, Undead Crack Spider, has leveled up to LV.28. Pei Sun's eyes darted around. He decided to wait a little longer. This undead rending spider's killing techniques were far more formidable than his own necromantic summons, which meant its leveling speed was exceptionally fast. Pei Sun resolved to wait until it advanced to sovereign rank before leaving, hoping to see what new talents and skills it might gain. Several more minutes passed. Ding! Congratulations! Ding! Congratulations, host! Your spirit pet, undead crack spider, has leveled up to LV 31. Ding! Pet spirit, undead rending spider, has acquired the innate skill, Dark Barrier Bind. Skill, Dark Barrier Bind, actively emits undead aura to bind the target. Bound targets are instantly afflicted with paralysis and curse, unable to move or use skills. While cursed, their skin and flesh slowly decay. Effective against targets of equal or lower tiers, ineffective against higher tier targets. This skill finally breaks free from being tied to attribute values, instead linking to tier. After studying it in detail, Payson found this skill quite formidable. If it can hit targets of equal tier without rules, doesn't that mean even a level 31 undead crack spider could directly take down a level 39 spirit fiend? Payson reopened the undead crack spider's info panel. Its 5 core stats had undergone another earth-shattering transformation. Monarch class spirit, undead crack spider. Level, LV.31. Strength, 502.0. Intelligence, 839.0. Spirit, 663.0. Constitution, 795.0. Agility, 822.0. Skill, Undead Fury, infinitely inflates the body, causing all 5 attributes to surge dramatically. The specific inflation multiplier and attribute surge multiplier are determined by current spirit. Skill, Death Rift Curse, splits the body into countless fragments to attack the target. Afflicted victims suffer the Death Curse, dealing 83.9 damage per second. Specific damage depends on current spirit intelligence. Skill, Undead Layer, forms a damage-absorbing shield using undead aura. The damage absorption rate increases with higher spirit intelligence. Current absorption rate, 8.39%. Shield thickness varies with aura density, capping at 5 times current HP. If exceeding this limit, HP also gains absorption effect. Skill, Dark Barrier Bind, actively emits undead aura to bind targets. Bound targets immediately fall into paralysis and cursed states, unable to move or use skills. While cursed, skin and flesh gradually decay. Targets of equal or lower tiers can be hit without rules, higher tiers are ineffective. Chapter 108, Ice Rhino. Payson's eyes shone like he'd found a treasure as he studied the undead crack spider's attributes, utterly satisfied. Just one sovereign tier spirit like this, how many in the Tianjing province secret training camp could field combat power like this? Even if they piled on all sorts of random gear, they probably couldn't match this creature's stats. Just as Payson prepared to leave contentedly, he noticed one of his summoned undead creatures fiercely attacking something. Through the shared vision, Payson was stunned to see hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of his summons attacking an ice-blue rhinoceros. This beast measured a full 10 meters long, with a shoulder height of 3 meters, a veritable colossus. Its physique was incredibly robust, with thick skin radiating a crystalline, translucent blue hue. Sharp ice spikes bristled along its back and head, while a thick, long ice horn protruded menacingly from its forehead. Payson observed that none of his summons, from the most aggressive common bloodline wolves to the epic tier snow shadow ice wolves, could inflict any damage on this creature. Particularly his snow shadow ice wolf, currently the most powerful combatant among his necromantic summons. Though this undead entity possessed only 1/10 of Payson's attribute values, its skill, Pounce and Rip, was a one-time, tracking, guaranteed hit burst ability. With 10-fold damage multipliers, it could unleash over 500 points of explosive damage. Yet even such terrifying damage couldn't scratch the rhino's hide, failing to leave even a single white mark. This caused Payson's eyes to whiten slightly. No matter how high level this rhino was, it couldn't possibly possess such formidable defense, could it? Could it be above Lord tier? With this question in mind, Payson felt a surge of anticipation and began walking toward the ice rhinoceros. Simultaneously, he ordered the undead crack spider to halt its slaughter and focus entirely on the ice rhinoceros. As the undead crackers shifted their focus, the ice rhinoceros seemed to instantly sense a terrifying pressure. It raised its forehead to lock eyes with the undead crackers, then let out a fierce roar directed at them. Before Payson could draw sufficiently near, the ice rhinoceros suddenly erupted in fury for reasons unknown. With a furious bellow, it charged at Payson's undead summonings, its horn aimed directly at them. Payson's necromantic summons couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact. Upon being struck by the ice rhino's horn, it instantly disintegrated and vanished. Not only the sharp ice rhino horn, but even the creature's massive body alone would instantly kill or destroy any of Payson's necromantic summons upon contact. The undead creatures split into 2 weaker entities upon death, only to be crushed underfoot by the beast in the very next instant. In mere seconds, Payson lost hundreds, nearly 1,000 of his undead summons. The entire encircling formation of undead creatures had been wiped out. Payson couldn't help but frown. This creature hadn't been this enraged moments ago, merely picking off the undead summon to attack it one by one. Why had it suddenly gone berserk, charging forward like a madman? Could it be because of the undead crack spider? Seeing the creature pause to catch its breath before launching into a second wave of slaughter, Payson hastily recalled his necromantic summons and all his other spirit pets except the undead crack spider. The undead summons and other spirit pets were simply no match for this creature. Letting them continue the fight would only mean certain death. And this creature was undoubtedly a sovereign tier spirit. In that case, it was better to let the undead crack spider try out its newly learned skill. With that thought, Pei Sun abruptly commanded the necrotic spider. Upon receiving the command, the necrotic spider emitted several incomprehensible, bitter squeaks from its mandibles. The next instant, waves of thick, black mist began to emanate from its mandibles. Pei Sun recognized this black mist immediately. It was the very same undead aura emitted when he summoned his necromantic creatures. The aura slowly coalesced into a thin thread, drifting steadily toward the ice rhino. Though its pace was unhurried, the ice rhino itself moved slowly, and moreover, it remained unaware of what was about to unfold. Compared to the ice rhino, despite its 8-meter length being considerable, it was utterly insignificant next to the terrifyingly massive undead crack spider, a creature far larger than a football field. The ice rhino raised its forehead, its small ice blue eyes fixed intently on the undead rift spider, emitting a low, constant growl. It seemed the undead crack spider truly had triggered its sudden rampage. Yet the undead aura emanating from the undead crack spider, its newly mastered skill, Dark Barrier Bind, had already slipped silently into the ice rhino's body. Pei Sun could only determine that this creature was a sovereign-level spirit beast. Its exact level remained beyond his perception. After the undead aura entered its body, no obvious changes were immediately apparent. Only faint wisps of black mist began to flow within its icy shell. The creature appeared unchanged, continuing to snarl defiantly at the undead rift spider. Had Pei Sun not ordered the undead crack spider to hold its ground, the creature would likely have already lunged forward, its slender, razor-sharp legs poised to tear the beast apart. It had been over 10 minutes since Pei Sun and Yao Xinchuan had said they were coming over to upgrade. After chatting briefly with Liao Yuza and the others, Yao Xinchuan realized Pei Sun still hadn't arrived and suddenly remembered him. Where the hell is that kid? Xiao Duan, go check on him. Liao Yuza frowned slightly. He said a few minutes, but it's been over 10 minutes now. That little brat. Got it. Duan Huanru nodded and immediately stood up to go find Pei Sun. Wait. Yao Xinchuan suddenly called out to Duan Huanru. No need to call him. We'll go over. Duan Huanru paused for a moment before nodding again. All right. With that, Yao Xinchuan and the other two headed toward the spot where Pei Sun had just departed to look for him. Pei Sun hadn't actually gone far, he'd merely rounded a few corners, which was why Yao Xinchuan and the others couldn't see him anymore. Because he had spent quite a bit of time on this ice rhino. Yao Xinchuan and the others had barely taken a few steps when they suddenly spotted Pei Sun's back. Huh? Wasn't this kid supposed to be leveling up? Why did he recall all his necromantic summons, leaving only that giant spider? Wait, what's that spider doing? Liao Yuza murmured in confusion. The scene the three witnessed was this. Pei Sun stood alone, gazing intently, surrounded by a swarm of purple flame silkworms. Directly in front of Pei Sun, the monstrously large spider stood utterly still, immovable as a mountain. Chapter 109, Resistance. From the creature's mouthparts, a stream of black, fluid-like substance seemed to be released. Its exact nature was unclear, but it could be seen flowing straight downward toward a specific location. Yao Xinchuan narrowed his eyes and squinted, finally discerning a colossal ice rhinoceros below. The black thread was connecting to this ice rhinoceros. Below, is that a spirit beast? A sovereign-level spirit beast? Duan Huanru, belatedly recognizing the scene, asked in a tone of confusion. A sovereign-level spirit beast? Liao Yuza's eyes widened in shock. How did that kid get tangled up with a sovereign-level spirit? Wait, is that giant spider also sovereign level? Upon sensing the aura of the undead rift spider, Liao Yuza was utterly shocked. If he remembered correctly, that giant spider had only just begun to emit the aura of a newly ascended lord-level entity. Now it was already sovereign level? What kind of terrifying leveling speed was this? It was one thing for the kid to level up fast, but for the spirit to level up this quickly too? That spider is battling a sovereign-level spirit, Yao Xinchuan said, his expression growing serious. I never expected that spider to have reached sovereign level too. Damn! This kid's defiance of the heavens can't be described as just terrifying anymore, he's practically an alien. So frightening. With this leveling speed, I'll never dare mess with him again. Liao Yuza said with an envious look. After that, the three fell into a shared silence, watching the scene unfold in quiet awe. As the black lines of undead energy continuously flowed into the ice rhino's body, its icy shell grew increasingly dark, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. These cracks were entirely different from the harsh, gouged-in marks. Instead, they were irregular, eerily shaped fissures. It seemed the corrosive effects of the dark barrier's binding were taking hold. Otherwise, such cracks wouldn't appear on its icy shell. As time ticked by, the cracks on the ice rhino's body multiplied, and the earliest fissures widened, turning the entire shell pitch black. The ice rhino seemed oblivious until a sudden pang of pain shot through its back, causing it to roar in fury. Even now, it seemed unaware of what had attacked it. Yet, the moment pain registered, it instantly assumed a combat stance and charged ferociously toward the undead spider's legs. Seeing this, Pei Sun's heart tightened slightly. Since unleashing its ability, the undead crack spider had remained motionless. Whether immobilized by the spell or not, it now appeared on the verge of being struck by the charging ice rhino. The sheer force of that impact was something Pei Sun dared not contemplate. Though the undead crack spider was massive, that didn't mean its defenses were strong. A single strike from that creature's icy rhino horn would surely tear open a gaping wound. Through the lich spider's consciousness transmission, Pei Sun confirmed that it truly couldn't move while channeling this skill. Doing so would disrupt the order chain of the black line. If the dark barrier bind wasn't fully executed, the lingering black mist within its body would only continue to corrode and affect the ice rhino, making it impossible to kill the beast with this skill alone. So that's the flaw in this skill. Well, I suppose that explains why it seemed too perfect. Pei Sun murmured inwardly. But the next second, something felt off. Wait. Pei Sun glanced again at the undead crack spider's info panel, his expression suddenly freezing. Wasn't it supposed to paralyze the target, completely preventing movement and skill use? How is this thing still moving? At this realization, a look of utter bewilderment spread across Pei Sun's face. How could this ice rhino be moving? Could it be that the paralysis only takes effect after the entire skill is fully cast? Then what's the point of this paralysis effect? It's only because the undead crack spider is so massive. If any other spirit creature used this skill, wouldn't it get knocked flying instantly? This thing isn't going to just stand there and take damage. Just as Pei Sun was ranting about how useless this skill was, the undead crack spider regained consciousness and clarified that the target would fall into a paralyzed state the instant it was hit by this skill. But this ice rhino was peculiar, somehow it could still move. Pei Sun was instantly puzzled. This thing looked clueless. How could it possibly counter the undead crack spider's attack? Or did it possess some powerful defensive ability? Crash! A piercingly shrill sound erupted, followed by a clattering noise like something shattering. Pei Sun's expression froze as he stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The ice rhinoceros's horn had pierced the undead crack spider's lower limbs with blinding speed. The spider's limbs shattered instantly, cracking from the bottom up. They crumbled into ice crystal fragments that rained down onto the ground, creating a clattering sound. Though Pei Sun couldn't share the pain with the undead crack spider, he could still sense its agony. After all, it was his spirit companion, not like those ordinary necromantic summons. Pei Sun couldn't even begin to imagine the sheer force behind this creature's attack. Even as a sovereign tier being, its destructive power was astonishing. Even with the protection of the necromantic layer, the undead crack spider's lower limb, shrouded in green light, was mercilessly pierced and shattered. However, because Pei Sun had already recalled his undead legion, there was no longer any necromantic energy available for the undead crack spider to recover or form its shield. Damn it! I recalled too soon. Pei Sun cursed inwardly. But he couldn't really blame himself. He'd assumed the undead crack spider's powerful single-target skill would hard control the rhino, letting it slowly die in agony. But who would have thought the beast would break free from the control? Just as Pei Sun prepared to recall the Necromancer's spider and send his undead summons to repeatedly bombard the beast with suicide explosions, the Necromancer's spider suddenly emitted a strong sense of resistance. Pei Sun froze in shock. This was the first time a summon creature had ever defied him. Seconds later, Pei Sun understood why the undead crack spider resisted his will. The undead crack spider didn't want to be recalled. It seemed determined to prove itself. Usually, when a spirit pet defied its summoner's will, it was because the summoner had ordered it into battle. But now, fearing further injury, Pei Sun wanted to recall it and the creature resisted. Perhaps driven by a desire to prove itself to Pei Sun, the undead crack spider's will to fight burned fiercely. Pei Sun had no choice but to abandon the idea of recalling it. Chapter 110, Absolute Control and Absolute Immunity to Control. Though the undead crack spider, missing one of its hind legs, showed no outward change in expression, Pei Sun, who shared its pain through resonance, could keenly sense its agony. Fortunately, the ice rhino's condition was also growing increasingly dire. Its once ice-blue, lustrous shell had now almost entirely turned black, with the dark aura within visibly swirling faster and faster. Cracks on its shell widened relentlessly, and where sections had completely shattered, the rotting, decaying flesh beneath was now visible. Thus, the ice rhino was also in excruciating agony. Yet, driven by its innate combat instinct, it still launched an attack toward the undead crack spider, charging at its other lower limb. Each pair of the undead crack spider's lower limbs was separated by over 10 meters, with the rear pair spaced nearly 100 meters apart. As the ice rhino charged toward the other pair of legs, its flesh rotted more severely, causing its strides to falter. Thud! Another crisp collision echoed. The ice rhino's horn slammed into another of the undead crack spider's lower limbs, instantly shattering it. Unlike the previous one, which shattered from bottom to top, this limb stopped breaking near the halfway point. Above that, only a thin layer of snowflakes formed. Pei Sun realized this creature was now a spent force. The impact of this collision lacked the fierce power of the previous one. As the undead crack spider continued to pour out its undead essence, its entire body had rotted beyond recognition. Its flesh was festering, its limbs melting unevenly, making it unsteady on its feet. Its head was so mangled it was impossible to discern its original form. Comparing this ice rhino to its initial appearance, it was hard to believe they were the same type of spirit beast. Though Pei Sun had always cherished his undead crack spider, this creature seemed to be suffering far more agonizingly than his own. The toxicity and death-dealing properties of the necrotic spider skill were terrifying. It felt like the kind of ability Duan Huanru had described, one that shattered the very foundations of a living being's physiology. Thud. After an unknown interval, the ice rhino, clinging to its last shred of consciousness, charged toward the undead crack spider's other hind leg. Once more, it slammed its nearly rotted horn into the limb with all its might. This time, however, the horn merely pierced the undead crack spider's limb without shattering it like before. Payson finally exhaled in relief, yet felt a chill at the creature's relentless killing intent and drive, staggering unsteadily yet still charging the undead crack spider. As the creature's horn sank into the undead spider's limb, the creature finally raised its head and let out several piercing screeches. Payson could sense its exhilaration clearly. It was overjoyed at defeating this ice rhino. Whether it was the lower limb pierced by the rhino horn or the two front limbs already crushed to pieces, the undead crack spider seemed utterly oblivious to any pain at that moment. Instead, it radiated the exhilaration and joy of victory. Crack! Crack! The undead crack spider abruptly lifted the leg impaled by the rhino horn, producing a crisp snap of breaking bone. The ice rhino's jet-black horn remained lodged in the spider's leg, while its heavy body was flung away by the force. In the next instant, the undead crack spider, its hatred now at its peak, thrust the raised leg with all its might into the body of the ice rhinoceros whose horn it had severed. Ding! Pet Spirit, Undead Crack Spider, defeated LV.34 Bone-Chilling Rhinoceros, gaining 80,000 EXP. New spirit species added to roster, now summonable, Phantom Saint Tier Bloodline Spirit, Bone-Chilling Rhino spawns 1 every 100 seconds. The system voice echoed in Pei Sun's mind. It's a level 34 spirit creature. Pei Sun was utterly stunned. The undead crack spider had split 80,000 EXP from slaying this level 34 creature, meaning a level 34 spirit would yield a staggering 160,000 EXP, a figure too terrifying to contemplate. A level 34 spirit creature was a full 3 levels above the undead crack spider. It was crucial to understand that the higher the tier, the more staggering the difference in power between consecutive levels. Take the gaps between levels 20 and 25, or 30 and 35. Though only 5 levels apart, the power disparity between them was worlds apart. Although the undead crack spider's skill claims to randomly control and kill targets within the same tier, it's unclear what counter skill this creature used. The result was that the undead crack spider's ability failed to unleash its full potential. Enduring the relentless assault of such a terrifying foe, one could only imagine the agony the undead crack spider endured. This creature also possessed a Phantom Saint Tier bloodline. Pei Sun grew increasingly curious what skill mechanism could possibly counteract the undead crack spider's ability. With that thought, Pei Sun immediately checked the creature's information. Lord Class Undead, Bone-Chilling Rhinoceros. Level, LV.30. Strength, 50.6. Intelligence, 22.2. Spirit, 22.2. Constitution, 22.2. Agility, 22.2. Skill, Ice Spike Barrage, fires all inverted ice spikes from the body, dealing 2 strength attribute damage as an AoE effect within a 3 meter area. Skill, Powerful Impact Drill, concentrates all supernatural energy at the rhino horn, delivering a lethal strike to the target. Inflicts 5 strength attribute value of single target burst damage, doubles if hitting a weak point. Skill, Absolute Purity Defense, the body is cleansed by pure, biting ice elements. When transitioning to an offensive stance, passively grants absolute immunity to one control effect, lasting until the end of combat, immune to any contact type attacks of equal or lower tier, but damage from ranged attacks is doubled. Skill, Frostquake Chant, consumes significant energy to unleash a ground-shaking strike. The longer the charge, the greater the damage and wider the area of effect. Maximum charge time, 30 seconds. Maximum damage, 5 strength attribute value. Maximum area, 10 meters. This guy also has 4 skills. After reading the descriptions of these 4 skills, Pei Sun couldn't help but be stunned by this creature. The undead crack spider possessed absolute control, yet this creature boasted absolute immunity to control? Thinking it through, perhaps this creature's higher level compared to the undead crack spider made its mechanics appear superior? Regardless, the creature's display of power had left a deep impression on Pei Sun, especially how it snapped off the undead crack spider's 2 hind legs. With that thought, Pei Sun immediately recalled the undead crack spider back into the spirit pet space. Though the spirit pet space lacked the dense undead aura condensed by the 30,000 undead summons within the summoning space. But the other 94 spirits within the space were also undead attributed, emitting enough undead aura for the undead crack spider to slowly recover. Chapter 111, Re-encountering Gu Xinjiang. At last, the endless ice plane was finally devoid of any otherworldly spirits. At least within Pei Sun's field of vision. Just as Pei Sun prepared to return to find Yao Jinxuan, he turned around only to find Yao Jinxuan and the other 2 staring intently at his location. It seemed they had witnessed the entire scene. Yao Jinxuan was only now recovering from the shock of what he'd witnessed. When he first saw that giant spider, it had only exuded the aura of a newly ascended lord-level entity. Now, it had actually managed to single-handedly slay a sovereign-level spirit. And there was a full 3 tiers between them. Not just Yao Jinxuan, but Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru both had to reassess Pei Sun. Duan Huanru, especially though he now outranked Pei Sun by over a full tier, he wasn't confident he could absolutely defeat Pei Sun if confronted by his army of 30,000 undead. Alright, we really need to get moving now. Liao Yuza brushed his sleeve and said to Pei Sun. Got it. Pei Sun immediately trotted over with a cheerful grin. Seeing this guy acting all cheerful and carefree, who would have guessed he was an epic tier peak level professional? And who would have guessed that just 2 hours ago, he was still an elite tier professional? The path they had taken was clearly visible. Pei Sun had led a swarm of purple flame silkworms, acting like a miniature furnace that melted the snow wherever he walked. As a result, he had carved out a trail where the snow had completely melted down to the ground. Looking back, the snow-covered ground was a chaotic mess. The surrounding frigid landscape had been utterly ravaged by Pei Sun's necromantic summons. The destruction was beyond description, worse than a locust plague. It was hard to fathom that such a brutal environment had been created by the efforts of a single individual. Pei Sun's leveling process took over 2 hours, yet the group's return journey to Absolute Zero Cold Valley took only 10 minutes. Upon exiting the Absolute Zero Cold Valley, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza promptly donned their sunglasses and masks again. You two head back first. Mayor Yao and I have work to attend to. Liao Yuza glanced at Duan Huanru, his voice low and subdued. Hearing this, Duan Huanru faltered momentarily. She scratched her head awkwardly, her expression strained as she stammered. Mayor Liao, how about you see this child back to school? It's still an hour's walk back and I'm a bit uneasy. Alright. Liao Yuza cut her off impatiently, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Seeing Duan Huanru's hesitant expression, Yao Xinchuan guessed exactly what she was thinking. He said nothing, merely offering a faint smile. Thus, Yao Xinchuan and Duan Huanru continued escorting Duan Huanru and Pei Sun back to the Azure Sky Sanctuary. Just as they prepared to teleport back to Fengyu City from the Sky Sanctuary, Pei Sun suddenly spotted a familiar figure and froze in place. Gu Xinjiang? She came here to train and level up too? Beside Gu Xinjiang stood a man wearing sunglasses. This man appeared remarkably young, even the sunglasses couldn't conceal his youthful aura. He looked significantly younger than Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza, appearing closer in age to Duan Huanru, who was in her 20s. Ha! The sunglasses-wearing man, who had been preparing to lead Gu Xinjiang straight through this section, noticed her sudden halt and let out a soft exclamation. What's wrong, Xiaoqiang? Gu Xinjiang stood frozen in place, for she too had spotted Pei Sun. You came to the other world to level up and gain experience too? Pei Sun was the first to greet Gu Xinjiang and strike up a conversation. Just over 2 hours ago, this girl had been defeated by him on stage. Now she was here training, and she looked in surprisingly good shape, a bit unexpected for Pei Sun. The moment she spotted Pei Sun, Gu Xinjiang froze for an instant. Her graceful figure immediately stiffened. Her gaze toward Pei Sun held not only a few imperceptible flashes of defiance but also a hint of embarrassment. A whirlpool of emotions churned within her, a complex mix of feelings, but the most intense was sheer unwillingness. Had fighting not been strictly forbidden within the sanctuary, she likely would have challenged Pei Sun to a duel on the spot. Gu Xinjiang bit her lower lip lightly, struggling to maintain her outward pride. Yet, perhaps weakened by her recent defeat at Pei Sun's hands, she could only manage a faint hum. Though it was just one syllable, Pei Sun detected a flicker of resistance in her heart. It was clear she still harbored some lingering anger. Seeing this, Pei Sun didn't want to say more. He nodded and prepared to leave. The sunglasses-wearing man nearby immediately scrutinized Pei Sun from head to toe. Though obscured by the lenses, Pei Sun could sense a look of surprise flicker across his face. At that moment, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza also spotted Gu Xinjiang. After all, she was the runner-up in this assessment. It would be hard not to recognize her. But with so many people around, they chose not to show themselves, pretending they hadn't seen Gu Xinjiang. Just as the two parties were about to pass each other, the sunglasses-wearing man walked up beside Pei Sun and abruptly stopped. Pei Sun startled, taking a step back as he fixed his gaze on the sunglasses-wearing man. To his surprise, the man abruptly removed his sunglasses and stared intently at Yao Xinchuan. Ha! Mayor Yao? The sunglasses-wearing man's eyes widened slightly before shifting to Liao Yuza. Mayor Liao? Is it really you two? Ahem. Yao Xinchuan raised his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat twice. Then, he placed one hand on Pei Sun's right shoulder, immediately preparing to lead him away. Seeing this, Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru immediately followed behind Yao Xinchuan. Mayor Yao? Wait. Did I see that right? Mayor Yao? The sunglasses guy scratched his head, a puzzled look on his face. But watching their retreating figures, he muttered again, no, I definitely didn't see wrong. Why isn't Mayor Yao acknowledging me? Mayor Liao isn't acknowledging me either. What's going on? With that, the sunglasses-wearing man vanished from his spot. The next second, he materialized right in front of Mayor Yao, blocking Yao Xinchuan's path once more. His voice brimmed with excitement as he exclaimed. Mayor Yao? Why won't you acknowledge me? By now, several curious glances had turned their way, filled with puzzlement. Yao Xinchuan, hidden behind his mask and sunglasses, wore an impatient expression and was about to speak when Liao Yuza suddenly blurted out a curse. You little brat! Who the hell are you? Do we even know you? Get lost! Get lost! Don't block our way! With that, Liao Yuza grabbed the sunglasses man's shoulder with one hand, then lifted his own sunglasses slightly, revealing one eye as he glared fiercely at the man. Immediately after, Liao Yuza shoved the man in sunglasses aside and left the area with Yao Xinchuan and the others. Chapter 112, Tong Lu. The sunglasses-wearing man was left standing there, utterly bewildered. This is strange. Why aren't Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao acknowledging me? Could I have really misidentified him? Impossible. That temperament could only belong to Mayor Liao. So why are they ignoring me? At that moment, Gu Xingqiang slowly approached from the side, looking much more composed than before. She asked with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Brother Lu? Are you sure those two were the mayors? Though she had seen Mayors Yao and Liao before, they were so heavily covered she hadn't gotten a clear look. I'm absolutely sure. How long have I known Mayor Yao and the others? And Mayor Liao, that tone just now was definitely his. He even glared at me fiercely. Tong Lu exclaimed excitedly. And that guy. That Duan Huanru was actually with Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao too. Hearing this, Gu Xingqiang couldn't help but turn her gaze toward the receding figures of Yao Xinchuan and the others, her eyes darkening slightly. Had he reached a point where two mayors personally needed to protect him? Seeing Gu Xingqiang's expression, Tong Lu immediately asked with concern. What's wrong, Xiao Qiong? Nothing. Gu Xingqiang shook her head gently, then turned away and walked back in the direction they had come. When you say nothing's wrong, something definitely is. Come on, tell me what's going on. No sooner had Gu Xingqiang taken a few steps than Tong Lu teleported right in front of her, sticking out his tongue and making a scary face as he pressed her for answers. Seeing Tong Lu like this, Gu Xingqiang stopped in her tracks, exasperated and helpless. Get out of my way. No way. Move. I won't. Fine, I won't move. I'll walk around you myself. Oomph. With that, Gu Xingqiang walked around Tong Lu and headed off the other way. But after taking only a few steps, Gu Xingqiang's pupils suddenly widened slightly. Her entire body froze in place. Realizing what was happening, she immediately wore a look of annoyance. 2 breaths later, Tong Lu materialized before Gu Xingqiang like a ghostly apparition. Honestly. Your dad said you have to listen to me when we're out. You're old enough to stop throwing childish tantrums. If something's bothering you, just tell Brother Lu. What's got you upset? Brother Lu will take care of it for you. Gu Xingqiang felt as if her limbs were nailed to the wall, utterly immobilized, unable to muster even the slightest strength. With no other choice, Gu Xingqiang replied, nothing's wrong. That boy I told you about earlier Pei Sun just now, as he walked past me, I sensed his aura had undergone a complete transformation. That means he completed his advancement task in just 2 hours. Oh. I noticed him. At first I wondered who could possibly warrant protection from both mayors. Then I saw his face and realized he was the one who defeated you just 2 hours ago. Tong Lu exclaimed. After hearing this, Gu Xingqiang couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Hee. Don't get mad, Xiao Qiong. I watched the recording of your fight. That kid's abilities are kinda crazy. Not just you, even the geniuses a year ahead of you might not stand a chance against him. So by your account, he was still level 19 2 hours ago, and now he's already completed the advancement quest to become an epic tier professional? That's fast, huh? He's not just an epic tier professional. I can't even sense his exact level anymore. That means he's at least level 22 now, the same as me. Gu Xingqiang pouted. Ha! Tong Li's expression instantly turned stunned. Completing an advancement quest and leaping 2 levels in just 2 hours? That's absurd. But then again, considering that Gai Pei Sun's abilities, this leveling speed didn't seem so outrageous after all. Leading an entire legion in a straight push, how could he not level up? After speaking, Tong Lu casually released the spell binding Gu Xingqiang. Could you please stop using that crappy spatial spell to imprison me? It's unbearably uncomfortable. If you lock me up like that again, I'll tell my dad you're abusing me. Gu Xingqiang crossed her arms over her chest, clearly displeased. Oh, come on. I was just trying to help you untangle your knots. Tong Lu said, sounding rather embarrassed. Oomph. And look at me now, has my emotional knot been untangled? It's fine. I'll take you grinding levels, we won't be any slower than that jerk. Let's go now. Now we're talking. With that, the two finally calmed down and started walking in one direction. After leaving the celestial sanctuary, Tong Lu recalled the earlier scene. His expression froze involuntarily as he seemed lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, Tong Lu suddenly turned and asked. Xiao Qiong, have you ever met Duan Huanru? Duan Huanru? Hearing the name, Gu Xingqiang fell into deep thought, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Duan Huanru. The name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. Tong Li's eyes widened. Duan Huanru? He's the area supervisor for your assessment this time. He's even the team leader you didn't know? Oh. Gu Xinjiang's eyes widened in realization. I remember now. But why are you asking? I didn't encounter any danger in there, so I never saw him. How come you remember him better than I do? Do you know him? Ahem. Ton Li's eyes darted around as she placed her hands on her hips. Of course I know him. It's just that he doesn't know me. Since he's the safety officer responsible for your assessment, I have to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, if you ran into trouble in there, who would I go to? Just because of that? Then you don't trust me. With my abilities, what danger could I possibly encounter in this assessment? Gu Xinjiang pouted her rosy little lips again. Looking into Ton Li's deep eyes, Gu Xinjiang sensed there was more to it. You didn't ask me just because of that, did you? Yes. Oh, no. No. Ton Lu, deep in thought, nodded at first, then shook his head hastily. Earlier, beside Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao, besides Pei Sun, wasn't there another person? That person was Duan Huanru. Hearing this, Gu Xinjiang froze for a moment, then strained to recall the scene from earlier. Earlier, she'd only focused on Pei Sun and the two people Ton Lu was questioning. She'd only glanced at the third person before moving on. She never imagined it was Duan Huanru. That it was Duan Huanru wasn't particularly surprising. What was strange was why he was now by Pei Sun's side. What was his relationship with Pei Sun? The topic Ton Lu had brought up piqued Gu Xinjiang's curiosity. That doesn't add up. Gu Xinjiang suddenly realized something and said, this Duan Huanru is just a low-level regional security officer. Would he really be mingling with Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao? I can't help but think you might have mistaken him for someone else. Chapter 113, Bringing Honor. Impossible. Impossible. How could I possibly have mistaken him? Then explain why. Because that Duan Huanru isn't just anyone. She's an SSS tier talent professional. Hearing this, Gu Xinjiang grew even more perplexed. An SSS tier talent? And they're assigned to be a district security officer? Are you even listening to yourself? Ton Lu gave a wry smile and patiently explained to Gu Xinjiang. I only know for sure he's an SSS tier talent. I saw him before in Bui province. As for why he's serving as a lowly regional security officer during this assessment in Fengyu City, I have no idea. Listening to Ton Lu, Gu Xinjiang felt something was off. She recalled him mentioning visiting Bui province before, but piecing this information together felt strangely jumbled. Wait. Gu Xinjiang suddenly realized something, fixing Ton Lu with a deeply skeptical gaze. If you know him and are aware of his SSS tier talent, and you know he's holding such a minor position in the city-level assessment, shouldn't you have been bragging about yourself to me long ago? How could I be that kind of person? You absolutely are. You look down on ordinary people, but when you meet someone else with SSS tier talent like yourself, you can't stop comparing yourself to them. Take Duan Huanru, a professional with SSS tier talent who ended up so miserable. Normally, you'd be bragging to me about how even with SSS tier talent, look at how he ended up. But this time, you didn't brag to me at all. That proves something's definitely wrong with you. Gu Xinjiang looked at Ton Lu triumphantly, her utterly certain expression practically casting her as Conan. Ton Li's eyes widened in shock. Is that really how you see me? He exclaimed helplessly. If I'm going to compare myself to anyone, it'd be someone I actually know. That Duan Huanru is from Bui province, why on earth would I compare myself to her? Gu Xinjiang stared intently at Ton Li's expression, afraid to miss a single detail. He didn't seem to be lying, but somehow, Ton Lu wouldn't just casually mention this Duan Huanru out of the blue. I should have never mentioned him. Ton Lu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I didn't ask you to. Oomph. It's all your fault for wasting so much of my time on the way here. If I don't hit level 25 by the scheduled time today, I'll have my dad teach you a lesson when we get back. Fengyu City. At that moment, Yao Zhenxuan and Pei Sun had just teleported back from the otherworld. Pei Sun was equally puzzled by the earlier scene. Mayor Yao clearly didn't want anything to do with that guy, yet he dared to repeatedly grab at the mayor. How could he be so bold? Pei Sun grew increasingly puzzled as he thought about it, so he asked directly. Mayor Yao, who was that person just now? Before Yao Zhenxuan could answer, Liao Yuza chimed in from the side. That kid's Ton Lu, Gu Xinjiang's cousin. He's got decent talent and strength, but his family's pretty poor. So Gu Chensong brought him into the Gu household to live, making him Gu Xinjiang's bodyguard. That kid's met Mayor Yao and me quite a few times, and we all get along fine. He's just a bit lacking in emotional intelligence. If there hadn't been so many people around, I'd have smacked him around. Gu Chensong? Pei Sun's expression turned puzzled upon hearing the name. Gu Chensong? You don't know the head of the Gu family? Liao Yuza slowly widened his eyes. Seeing Liao Yuza's astonished expression, Pei Sun finally searched his memory for information about the Gu family. The Gu family was a super elite dynasty in Fengyu City, standing alone in a class of its own. No other family could compare. The three prominent families rumored in Fengyu City were utterly insignificant in comparison to the Gu family, not even worthy of polishing their shoes. The Gu family was also one of Fengyu City's three supreme powers. The three supreme powers were The Fingyu City Military Command, the Fingyu City Adventurers Guild, and the Gu family. The Gu family was the only clan capable of going toe-to-toe with official power structures. Realizing this, Pei Sun understood why that brat had been so brazen toward Mayors Yao and Liao. And his emotional intelligence was indeed as low as Mayor Liao had described. At the same time, Pei Sun finally realized that Gu Xinjiang had such formidable backing it was hidden far too deeply. After about half an hour, the group returned to the gates of Fingyu 6th Middle School. Alright, let's head back, Yao Xinchuan said to Duan Huanru and Pei Sun. Mayor Yao, Mayor Liao, thank you both so much for this. Duan Huanru said gratefully, her eyes brimming with respect. Duan, I'll need to trouble you for a little longer. For the next 10 days or so, try to stay by Pei Sun's side at all times. Once he emerges from the Tianjin province secret training camp, you won't need to worry about him anymore. Yao Xinchuan looked at Duan Huanru and said earnestly. Mayor Yao, I understand. Ha 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 ha. Duan Huanru. Who knows? Once this kid emerges from the Tianjin province secret training camp, he might not need your protection anymore. Instead, he might end up protecting you. Liao Yuza roared with laughter. After the words fell, Duan Huanru couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He knew Mayor Liao wasn't joking. After all, he'd witnessed Pei Sun's terrifyingly rapid leveling progress more than anyone else. Forget just the month at the Tianjin province secret training camp. If that kid had been left to level up in the alternate world for the previous 15 days, he'd likely have reached the glorious tier professional level by the very first day of the camp. If an epic tier professional already exerted such a thick, terrifying sense of pressure, what would it be like at the glorious tier? He'd be a pushover. Though it seemed to defy the heavens, reality was inevitably heading in that direction. Pei Sun, listening nearby, felt deeply moved. The fact that both mayors had specifically set aside time to help him level up meant two things. First, they genuinely valued him highly. Second, he was now being watched by far too many people, demanding constant vigilance. Though he had Duan Huanru's protection, he still needed to focus his attention intensely over these 15 days. Thank you, Mayor Yao, Mayor Liao. Pei Sun stared intently at the two mayors, unsure how to express his gratitude beyond these simple words. If he had to express his gratitude in a meaningful way, it would be through his performance at the Tianjin province secret training camp in 15 days. Ha ha ha. Kid, just bring some glory to Fingyu City then. I have every faith in you. And by the way, I'm the vice mayor. Why do you keep calling me mayor? Can't you see the real mayor right beside me? Liao Yuza laughed heartily. It was rare for Pei Sun to see such genuine happiness on Liao Yuza's face. Rest assured, Mayor Liao. Starting today, Fingyu City will no longer be bullied or suppressed by neighboring cities. And Fingyu City will no longer be the bottom-ranked city in Tianjin province. Chapter 114, Crafting Equipment. After speaking, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza departed, their departure carrying a hint of haste. He had heard rumors that Mayor Yao was overworked, and now, seeing the anxious backs of the departing pair, he understood it to be true. At the same time, Pei Sun grew even more suspicious about Duan Huanru's identity. He couldn't fathom why she could summon Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao with just a few words. If it was merely to accompany him in leveling up, that seemed rather far-fetched. But he didn't dwell on it now. As long as it didn't harm him, that was all that mattered. He hadn't had a proper rest since 7 o'clock yesterday morning. It was time to get some sleep. Upon entering the campus, it was the middle break period. Students surged like wild horses set free, creating a bustling scene. Duan Huanru fished out her phone as she led Pei Sun toward the academic building. Principal Chu, it's Huanru. I've brought Pei Sun back. Please arrange accommodations for us. A room for the two of us will suffice. Duan Huanru lifted her head and spoke as they walked. Along the path to the academic building, students engrossed in play froze upon seeing Pei Sun. Their eyes widened in astonishment, sending ripples of commotion through the crowd. Wow! It's Pei Sun. Senior Pei Sun? Is he the one who took first place in the city-level assessment? Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he's also incredibly handsome, just my type. Pei Sun is amazing. I heard Fingyu 6th High hadn't secured any spots for 2 or 3 years. This time, we got 3 spots, and even the top spot is ours. That's incredible. I thought Pei Sun was only a D-tier talent? What's going on? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Didn't we just say he was a D-tier talent a couple days ago? Now he's suddenly the top scorer in the city-level exam? Are you guys kidding me? How could a D-tier talent possibly come in first? Exactly. Sure, Fingyu City hasn't gotten a spot in years, but couldn't they at least make up a story about a legitimate talent user winning first? That would give me some shred of hope. What's this nonsense about that good-for-nothing taking first? What nonsense are you two spouting? Sure, Pei Sun is D-tier talent, but that's probably just the talent detector malfunctioning. It's not like that's never happened before. Besides, our 6th High's detector hasn't been replaced in ages. Doesn't that make it even more likely? Oomph. I bet he used some illegal potion after awakening his talent to snatch that first place. Anyone with half a brain knows this guy was a complete loser at 6th High all these years. Suddenly he gets smart? You know why this year's enrollment policy changed from D rank to C rank participation? Because in recent years, the uprisings of otherworldly spirits have become more frequent and dangerous. For a D tier talent to survive this long is nothing short of a miracle. And you're telling me he won first place? Ha! If he didn't dope, I'll eat my hat. Then get ready to eat it. I saw Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao come to our school myself around 7:50 this morning. If Pei-sun really had issues, wouldn't Uncle Hat have called him in for questioning by now? Why is he still here unscathed? That proves Pei-sun is clean. Pfft, that's not convincing. First off, I didn't see Mayors Yao and Liao show up at our school myself. Those two are top-tier big shots in our city. Why would they come to a small place like ours? And even if we assume what you say is true, couldn't it be that this Pei-sun has some connection to the two mayors, leading them to cover up his violations? While that possibility is slim, it still exists, right? But compared to him, a D-tier talent, taking first place, I'm still more inclined to believe the former, okay? You. How dare you slander Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao? If anyone hears you saying that, you'll end up in jail. What kind of connection could he possibly have with the two mayors? Everyone knows Pei-sun's family is struggling. His family has an older brother. They raised the younger son frugally while spoiling the older one. Who doesn't know that? What kind of connection could he possibly have to get two mayors to cover for him? I think you're just jealous of Pei-sun. Who says that's true? Since you're so eager to argue with me, then explain why someone with a D-grade talent could take first place? Don't give me that nonsense about the talent tester being broken. Everyone else's results came out fine, only his had issues? Could it be his own fault? If that tester could talk, it'd probably jump up and slap you. You. You're just jealous of Pei-sun's talent. Entering through the school gate, a straight path led directly to the academic building. Across the vast campus, everyone who spotted Pei-sun now wore peculiar expressions. Pei-sun had become a major figure now. Not just at Fengyu's 6th middle school, but every middle school in the entire city of Fengyu knew his name. And it wasn't for any other reason than his school. As Pei-sun made his way toward the academic building, he found himself sandwiched between students lining both sides of the campus path. Naturally, he overheard the various whispers and comments. To all of it, he could only offer a hollow chuckle. So what if he had a D-grade talent? So what? Who cares when I've got a golden ticket? As they neared the entrance of the academic building, Duan Huanru ended her call and turned to Pei-sun. Principal Chu said he's arranging dorms for us. Let's go inside and wait for a bit. With that, the two entered the building. But not long after they entered, Duan Huanru's phone rang again. Duan Huanru answered. Huanru. I've arranged your rooms. Are you waiting in the teaching building now? I've sent someone to meet you. Just follow him to the dormitory area. Thank you, Principal Chu. You've been so kind. Not at all. In fact, you two have been working yourselves to the bone these past few days. Take this time to rest properly. After hanging up, Pei-sun and Duan Huanru began waiting on the first floor of the teaching building. While waiting, Pei-sun suddenly remembered something and asked. Teacher Duan, do you know anyone skilled in crafting equipment? I'd like to have an item made. Hearing this, Duan Huanru propped her chin on one hand and pondered for a moment before replying. There are some, but different people can craft different tiers of equipment. First, tell me what kind of equipment you want to craft. Hearing this, Pei-sun's eyes widened slightly. It seemed Teacher Duan really did have connections. Chapter 115, what equipment do you want to forge? And from the sound of it, it's clearly not just one piece. I currently possess a piece of 5th tier material. It's extremely valuable and significantly enhances my summoning abilities. I'd like to ask Teacher Duan, if I use this 5th tier material to craft equipment, will its inherent power disappear or diminish? Pei-sun's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Duan Huanru with keen curiosity, awaiting her response. He was precisely considering crafting the undead Shatterstone he held into equipment. During his afternoon battle against Gu Xingqiong in the combat ladder arena, his weaknesses had become apparent. Already burdened by extremely low base stats, the combined effects of his opponent's equipment had made the fight quite challenging. Therefore, Pei-sun now needed to find ways to boost his attribute stats and acquire some equipment effects. Otherwise, he'd be at a significant disadvantage during the Tianjin province secret training camp. 5th tier materials? Duan Huanru fell into deep thought again before replying. Crafting materials into equipment doesn't strip their original properties. Instead, combining them with other materials and the main equipment material amplifies their effects. However, most smiths I know are only 4-star rated, meaning they can only forge up to 4th tier equipment purple jade grade at best. Most? So there are a few smiths of other star ratings? Pei-sun's eyes lit up. Of course. I know a group of 3-star smiths there at my beck and call. Need any? Duan Huanru chuckled. Ha? Okay. Never mind then. Seeing Pei-sun's crestfallen expression, Duan Huanru couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I know a few 5-star smiths too, but if I recall correctly, none of them seem to be in Fengyu City right now. None of them? What a coincidence. Pei Sun said disappointedly. Duan Huanru nodded. There's an event in neighboring Buyue province inviting all 5-star and above smiths from the surrounding provinces. An opportunity to showcase prestige and skill like this, our Fingyu City wouldn't miss it either. Then what should we do? When will they return? They left a week ago. At least a month, I'd say. Hearing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but sigh deeply, his voice tinged with regret. Well, I was hoping to craft some decent gear before the Tianjing province secret training camp opens. Guess that's out of the question now. Don't lose heart just yet. I'll put you in touch with someone. Pei Sun looked up at Duan Huanru, his eyes flashing with renewed hope. But don't get your hopes up too high. The reason I'm reaching out to this person is because he's been extremely busy lately, preparing to break through to become a 6-star blacksmith. So it's highly likely he didn't attend that event next door. And because of that, it's also highly likely he won't be able to help me. Alright. Pei Sun could only steel himself and wait for the outcome. At the same time, Pei Sun noticed that when Duan Huanru called Mayor Yao, she used a device resembling an old-school mobile phone, whereas both her call to Principal Chu Xinhong and this current call were made with a smartphone. This couldn't help but make Pei Sun once again connect the dots about the mysterious relationship between him and Mayor Yao. Beep beep beep. The call was answered quickly. Ah, little Duan? How come you have time to call this old man? The voice on the other end sounded slightly weathered, likely belonging to an elderly man. Master Wan, I'm reaching out to request your assistance in crafting a 5th-tier piece of equipment. I was wondering if you might have time for this recently? Duan Huanru spoke with utmost respect. 5th-tier equipment? Oh. Is it because none of the other 5-star smiths you know are in Fingyu City, so you're asking this old man for help? Ah. You never bother to chat with me when you have time, only reaching out when you need something. It truly breaks this old man's heart. Hearing this, Duan Huanru couldn't help but laugh. Master Wan. You know how busy I am day in and day out. I've been working non-stop for Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao lately. It's only today that I finally got some time off. Look, I've barely had a moment to rest before this demand for a 5th-tier item comes up. After she finished speaking, there was an unexplained, lingering pause on the other end of the line. Pei Sun held his breath, listening quietly to their conversation. So far, the person on the other end sounded quite reasonable. Though likely quite old, he was humorous and seemed to have a good rapport with Duan Huanru. But the words that followed sent a chill through Pei Sun's heart. What kind of equipment are you forging? The tone shifted noticeably as the question was asked, the earlier traces of humor completely vanishing. Duan Huanru, however, seemed oblivious, continuing with a smile. Specifically, a weapon. I have a piece of material here, and this material. Before she could finish, the voice on the other end grew sharply colder. Duan Huanru? You want me to forge equipment for someone else? Hearing the sudden drop in tone, Duan Huanru's expression froze momentarily. After a brief, stunned exchange of glances with Pei Sun, she replied. Yes, Master Wan. And time is rather tight. Clearly, Duan Huanru hadn't grasped why the other party had turned so cold, simply stating the facts. The silence on the other end stretched on for an agonizingly long time, making Duan Huanru fidget restlessly. Her fingers tapped the speakerphone button repeatedly. Seeing this, Pei Sun felt his heart leap into his throat. Duan Huanru must have been extremely close to the other party, having never seen them angry or upset before, otherwise she wouldn't have failed to notice the obvious chill in their voice over the phone. But Pei Sun could feel it distinctly. The tone had dropped sharply from the previous sentence, clearly indicating the other party was upset about something. Duan Huanru, I don't want to keep playing games with you, either openly or behind the scenes. You know I'm at a critical juncture right now, pushing to break through to 6-star forger. If anyone else called me at this moment, I wouldn't even touch my phone. I only answered because it was you. If you'd asked me to forge equipment for you, I could have temporarily delayed my advancement. But since you want me to forge for someone else, I'm afraid I can't. I have other matters to attend to. Hearing this, Duan Huanru's expression froze completely. Pei Sun let out another long sigh. This guy's got such a weird temper. Is his relationship with Teacher Duan really that close? Does he only forge equipment for Teacher Duan? Duan Huanru racked her brain but couldn't fathom why Master Wan would act this way. She forced a smile and said, Master Wan, have you misunderstood something? Misunderstanding? What could I possibly misunderstand about you? 3 months ago, I forged Jade-grade weapons and equipment for you. Now you ask me to forge more, if not for you, then for whom? Chapter 116, The Ling Organization. Master Wan, this time I truly am not forging equipment for myself. I need to craft an item for my student. Oomph. Before Duan Huanru could finish, old Master Wan cut him off with a cold snort, his voice sharp. Duan Huanru, I didn't intend to discuss this with you, it's none of your business. But now it seems necessary. A month ago, Zhou Nizhou commissioned a top-tier 5th-grade piece of equipment from me. Yet yesterday, someone informed me that my very piece of equipment was spotted at the Ling Organization. Do you understand what this implies? At these words, Duan Huanru's eyes widened abruptly, her expression instantly turning grave. The atmosphere thickened noticeably. After a few breaths, Duan Huanru spoke solemnly. Senior Wan, are you certain this information is accurate? By your account, this Zhongyijo has ties to the Ling organization? Of course I'm certain. After decades of working alongside me, how could I not trust my own eyes? Duan Huanru fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Pei Sun was equally baffled, clueless about the situation. The Ling organization? This was the first time Pei Sun had ever heard the term. Though he didn't know what it meant, the sudden shift in tone between Duan Huanru and the person on the other end of the line made him suspect this organization wasn't benign. He immediately began searching his past life memories for any connection to those three characters. Duan Huanru's expression darkened completely as he said, Old Master Wan, thank you for sharing this information. Since you trust me, I'll find time to go to number 2 middle school and confront him. I'll get to the bottom of this face to face. Hearing this, the voice on the other end finally softened with relief. No need. I went to his school this morning to find him, but he wasn't there. The security guard said he'd gone to the other world early to check the students' assessment results. So I waited all morning for him to return, but he never came back. I only just returned from the other world 2 hours ago. Duan Huanru's expression instantly turned as serious as could be. The assessment results were released this morning, yet he didn't return until noon. It seems that guy really is connected to the Ling organization. At that moment, Pei Sun also retrieved information about the Ling organization from his memories. The Ling organization, the only SSS-level dangerous criminal organization wanted across all of China. Comprising 10 members, every one of them was a villain who had committed heinous crimes. Moreover, the organization wasn't solely composed of humans, it also included powerful otherworldly beings capable of shapeshifting into human form. The lowest ranked member possessed a level of 55, meaning every single member of the Ling organization was at least legendary tier. Long ago, someone had paid with their life to uncover intelligence revealing that mythic tier professionals existed within its ranks. To this day, domestic authorities remain unclear about the organization's true purpose. Some speculate it gathers something across the globe, while others believe it exists solely for slaughter, every member bearing endless blood on their hands, living for killing and reveling in slaughter. Regardless of its true purpose, this organization stands as the foremost target on China's most wanted list. Its pursuit extends beyond China's borders, as other nations also hunt it down. Over the past decade, it has plunged numerous countries into chaos. Most recently, one of its legendary tier operatives, wielding mastery over wind and thunder elements, single-handedly obliterated an entire island in Sakura Nation. This act enraged Sakura's highest authorities, who immediately ordered the pursuit and elimination of this legendary tier operative. However, due to the vast disparity in power and the unique mechanics of this legendary tier professional's abilities, even after deploying over a dozen of Sakura Nation's top experts, they failed to track him down. Xiao Duan, who are you crafting equipment for? After several seconds of silence, the voice on the other end of the line finally spoke again, its tone noticeably softer than before. Upon hearing this, Duan Huanru instinctively shifted her gaze toward Pei Sun. After a moment's thought, she replied, Senior Wan, since you trust me, I trust you in return. But I must ask, is anyone with you right now? Old Master Wan paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Young Duan, it seems you've become a bit scatterbrained. Have you forgotten that when this old man forges equipment, even a single person within 100 meters can unsettle my focus? Especially during a critical breakthrough like this. Hearing this, a weight lifted from Duan Huanru's heart. His tone grew solemn as he replied. Master Wan, I'm crafting equipment for my student, a student from 6th middle school. Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao personally requested me to be his teacher this morning. His surname is Pei. Duan Huanru enunciated each word with deliberate clarity, her tone carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. After she finished speaking, silence fell on the other end of the line. After a long pause, Old Master Wan spoke. All right, I understand. I can help you with this. Duan Huanru's pupils widened noticeably. Really, Old Man Wan? Don't get too excited just yet. This is a separate matter. I can agree to help you make it, but if I later discover that the equipment I create isn't on that kid, I'll be the first to take your head off. Got it? Rest assured, Elder Wan. If the day ever comes when that brat's gear is stolen, I'll be the first to charge in, head first, spilling my blood. This remark made Old Man Wan burst into laughter once more. You youngster. Still as sharp as ever, quick on your feet. Absolutely, Master Wan. I can joke around about other things, but this is no laughing matter. Alright, then discuss among yourselves first. Decide whether to build around a specific primary material or something else. If you have it, send it over today. If not, tell me his class and stats, and I'll craft something custom made for him. I guarantee that kid will be satisfied. Master Wan, he specifically requested preserving the properties of his original material. So we'll use that as the primary material. Shipping it would be a hassle, I'll just send someone to deliver it directly to you. Fine. Then get it over here ASAP, but remember to pay up. A jade grade piece crafted from 5th tier materials? That's worth at least tens of millions on the market. You gotta show some appreciation, right? Ha ha ha. No problem, Master Wan. If the gear turns out great, none of that matters. After exchanging these words, Duan Huanru finally waited for old man Wan to hang up. Having listened to the entire conversation, Payson finally let out a wry smile, as if he'd just survived a catastrophe. It seemed his equipment was finally secured. Chapter 117, Material Packing. Teacher Duan, do you have that much money right now? Though overjoyed, Payson immediately asked. He heard every word of the phone conversation. 10 million wasn't a small sum. Your teacher here is an SSS tier talent professional, after all. If I couldn't even cough up this small sum, I'd be a disgrace to my own talent. Now hurry up and bring out your materials. Duan Huanru responded with great enthusiasm, completely dismissing the amount as insignificant. Payson felt awkward, so he pulled out his bank card along with the Necromancer's Shatterstone. Though Duan Huanru's earlier actions had made him feel she was stingy, the fact that she was willing to part with 10 million now truly moved Payson. Adding the 1 million he'd earned from previous quests and the 200 class change points from his 2 subsequent advancement quests, converting it all to blue star currency meant he now had 3 million in savings. Without hesitation, Payson handed his bank card to Duan Huanru and shared the pin. Wait, there's more. Payson said, pulling out another bag. He packed all the Tier 1 and Tier 2 materials he had collected so far. Though these materials were commonplace and unremarkable, their combined value still amounted to a few $100,000. For a professional blacksmith like him, the value of these materials far exceeded a few $100,000. After packing everything up, Payson handed the bag along with the undead Shatterstone to Duan Huanru. You little rascal! I never would have guessed you were this loaded. Duan Huanru exclaimed in surprise, though she didn't take Payson's bank card. I can take these materials, but forget about the 3 million. As a summoner, you'll have plenty of expenses down the road. You should save it for when it really matters. Before Payson could say more, Duan Huanru stood up, dialed another number, and headed toward the entrance of the teaching building. Payson could only let it go. Perhaps 3 million yuan really was peanuts to teacher Duan. About 2 minutes later, a person in the school uniform suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Duan Huanru at the entrance, they immediately entered, warmly greeting both Duan Huanru and Payson before leading them toward the school dormitory area. Under this person's enthusiastic guidance, they soon arrived at a dormitory with an exceptionally large room. Although spacious, it contained only 2 beds, with the bathroom and balcony separated into their own areas, giving it a very luxurious appearance. Seeing this room, Payson couldn't help but mutter under his breath. His previous 8-person dorm room felt like a prison. So who actually lived in rooms like this? Mr. Duan, please give me your phone number. If anything comes up, just call me directly, the guide said warmly with a smile. Duan Huanru nodded and replied. No need. We'll only be staying here for a short while before moving on. We won't be much trouble. Though Duan Huanru had made his intentions clear, the man lingered, insisting on obtaining his phone number. Only after Duan Huanru finally gave him a number did he finally leave. Payson couldn't help but feel puzzled. This guy was downright overzealous. Shortly after the man departed, Duan Huanru's phone rang again. Duan Huanru answered the call while heading downstairs, carrying the spirit-shattering stone Payson had given her and a large bundle of materials. Payson immediately went to the balcony to investigate. He spotted a teenager in skin-tight jeans already standing at the dormitory entrance. He looked incredibly young, almost a few years younger than Duan Huanru. Yet Payson could discern a composure entirely out of place for someone of his age in the boy's expression. After taking the bag from Duan Huanru, the young man nodded expressionlessly. Finally, Duan Huanru gave the person a light pat on the shoulder. After whispering something else, she slowly made her way upstairs. Payson let out a long sigh. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, though as a professional he no longer required daily sleep or rest like ordinary people, he still felt utterly exhausted. Mentally exhausted. Payson simply flopped onto the bed. Nothing else was likely to happen today. He'd rest for a while, then wash up and sleep once night fell. When Duan Huanru pushed open the door and entered, she saw Payson looking utterly exhausted. She said nothing, merely hung up her clothes, washed her face, then lay down on the other bed and began scrolling through her phone. Maple Feather City Ladder Arena. 65th floor. The air in the room felt thick and heavy, suffocatingly oppressive. Though nearly 3 hours had passed since the recent upheaval, those present remained slumped on the sofa, their faces ashen, fear evident on their features. Especially Kong Rue, the leader. His usual spirited demeanor had vanished completely. He slumped limply on the sofa, his arms hanging lifelessly at his sides. His face was as pale as paper, devoid of color, and he was still breaking out in cold sweat. For he had already glimpsed the bleak, great future awaiting him. If even Kong Rue was reduced to this state, the others were utterly frozen in fear, not daring to breathe a sound. The room was filled with a deathly silence. Nearly everyone had witnessed Mayor Yao's summoned creature instantly annihilate Zhao Hao. The man hadn't even had time to scream. In that moment, they felt death closer than ever before. Simultaneously, they felt a quiet relief deep within. Thankfully, they hadn't followed Zhao Hao's lead in spouting nonsense. Otherwise, more than just a corpse would be lying on the floor now. Even now, Zhao Hao's headless corpse lay motionless on the floor. Since Yao Zhenxuan and his men had departed, no one else had entered the room. Even though everyone desperately tried not to glance at Zhao Hao's corpse, they couldn't help but steal a look. The sight of his death was utterly horrifying. Despite having his head completely severed, there was none of the gushing blood one might expect. Not a single drop had spilled. Even now, lying there, not a single drop of blood trickled from the severed neck. Bang! The door suddenly swung open. Kong Rui, still shaken, whipped his head toward the doorway. The abrupt sound of the door opening made his pupils contract sharply. Several middle-aged men wearing black jackets and sunglasses walked in. The leader stood a full 1.8 meters tall with a solid build, clearly a trained fighter. Upon entering, they ignored the corpse on the floor and walked straight toward Kong Rui. The leader, in particular, had fixed his gaze on Kong Rui the moment he pushed open the door, advancing toward him with a blank expression. Chapter 118, Smash His Mouth. Smack! Upon reaching Kong Rui, the leader removed his sunglasses. Without giving Kong Rui a chance to speak, he delivered a vicious slap across Kong Rui's face. Kong Rui's face instantly contorted with sheer terror. After slapping Kong Rui across the face, the man clearly still wasn't satisfied. He stepped right over Kong Rui and delivered several more slaps to the people behind him, even kicking the one furthest away so hard that he flew into the corner of the room. Only after completing this ritual did the ringleader circle back with a menacing glare. He glanced at Zhao Hao's lifeless body before returning to face Kong Rui. A stark, unmistakable handprint now marked Kong Rui's face, yet he dared not show the slightest hint of resistance, his expression frozen in sheer terror. Ironically, after receiving the slap, a faint sense of relief flickered in the deepest recesses of Kong Rui's eyes, as if he had been liberated from something. This man was none other than Tang Wenyu, deputy director of the Fengyu City Education Bureau. After glaring fiercely at Kong Rui, Tang Wenyu swept his gaze over the others in turn. After a few breaths, Tang Wenyu spoke in a deep voice. Well done, all of you. Who just claimed to have connections in the city government? Who said that? Though Tang's tone betrayed no emotion, those present sensed the eerie calm before the storm. Seeing no one speak up, Tang Wenyu took another step forward, grabbed Kong Rui by the shoulder, and yanked him aside. He knew it couldn't have been Kong Rui who said it. Only one of those brainless underlings who constantly hung around him would utter such nonsense. You have 1 minute to tell me who said it. If no one speaks up, none of you will be speaking again. Tang Wenyu's gaze bore into them as he spoke. Hearing this, the previously silent group instantly widened their eyes and exchanged bewildered glances. But it was Wei Yuanchu who said it. I didn't say a single word. Bull. I did say a few things earlier, but I never said that. Don't frame me. I think I heard Wei Yuanchu say it too. Exactly. Wei Yuanchu was the loudest. I even pulled him back, but he didn't stop, he just got louder. Deputy Director Tang. Tang. It was this Wei Yuanchu who said it. We didn't dare say a word. You bunch of good-for-nothings. When did I say that? Just now you were all strutting around like big shots, but now you're all as limp as a pile of mud. What a bunch of cowards. I'll be damned if I... Before Wei Yuanchu could finish, Tang Wenyu, gritting his teeth, delivered another vicious slap that sent Wei flying backward. 2 teeth flew out of Wei Yuanchu's mouth as he crashed painfully to the ground. Thud. Spit. Tang Wenyu spat on the fallen Wei Yuanchu, then delivered a vicious kick to the man. Only then did Tang Wenyu feel slightly appeased. Tang Wenyu glanced up at the others, causing them to involuntarily retreat, their faces drained of color. Turning to face Xiao Hao's lifeless body, Tang Wenyu casually waved at Wei Yuanchu lying behind him and ordered. Smash his jaw. Completely shatter it. Make sure he can't make a sound. With that, Tang Wenyu walked toward Xiao Hao's body. After Tang Wenyu left, a man in a black jacket and sunglasses who had followed him and picked up an elegant teapot from the nearby coffee table and began walking step by step toward Wei Yuanchu. Seeing this, Wei Yuanchu's face twisted into an expression of utter terror, his mind completely panicked. I didn't say anything just now. I really didn't say a word. I'm sorry. I'll never speak out of turn again. Please spare me. I promise I'll never say another word. This time it was my fault for talking too much. I promise this will never happen again. Please. I swear. Smack. Before Wei Yuanchu could finish, the man in the black jacket slammed the delicate teapot he was holding hard against Wei Yuanchu's mouth. The teapot shattered into pieces upon impact. Wei Yuanchu's mouth contorted grotesquely as shards sliced across his face, particularly his lips, leaving deep gashes that instantly gushed blood. In an instant, Wei Yuanchu could barely speak coherently. All that could be heard were high-pitched screams and indistinct gurgling sounds. But it wasn't over. The man in the black jacket and sunglasses, his face utterly expressionless, casually grabbed a broom leaning against the wall. He snapped it in half, then swung the long stick viciously at Wei Yuanchu's mouth. Ah, ah, ah. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, ah. When Tang Wenyu approached Zhao corpse, he examined it for a long time despite the absence of its head. Seeing the gruesome state of the man's death, Tang Wenyu confirmed this was Yao Xinchuan's signature killing method. He then slowly approached Kong Rui. Kong Rui, who had just begun to relax slightly, instantly tensed up again. Narrowing his eyes, Tang Wenyu spoke slowly. I notice your men are a bunch of idiots. Care to explain why? Hearing this, Kong Rui immediately lowered his head and cautiously replied. Deputy Director Tang. It's all my fault. I'll make sure to discipline them properly from now on. By the end, his voice trembled slightly, revealing genuine fear. Your fault? What exactly is your fault? Can you be specific? Is it because you're a dumbass too? Tang Wenyu narrowed his eyes, slapping Kong Rui's face repeatedly with his large hand. Now people are saying I'm your protector. Am I your protector? Have I ever protected you? As he spoke, Tang Wenyu's expression suddenly turned fierce, his tone rising sharply. Because of your few words, my position is now under scrutiny. Now they're making me investigate you. I'd love to chop you up right now. Hearing this, Kong Rui's face visibly drained of color, his pupils suddenly contracting. Speak. How should I deal with you now? Deputy Director Tang. I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit. As long as I'm allowed to stay here and continue serving the residents of Fingyu City, I'll. Smack. Before Kong Rui could finish, Tang Wenyu's eyes narrowed and his palm came down hard again. What the hell contribution are you talking about? Chapter 119, Choice. Tang Wenyu's brows furrowed, yet he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Damn it, I told you you're surrounded by a bunch of idiots. Turns out you're the biggest ING moron of them all. At a time like this, you're still thinking about your ING position. I'm doing you a damn favor keeping you alive. You're a brainless piece of. Tang Wenyu's chest heaved violently with rage at Kong Rui. After taking another slap, Kong Rui's head drooped even lower, nearly buried in his crotch. Though his face was hidden from view, one didn't need to guess to know it was probably redder than an apple. He dared not utter another word, just kept his head bowed, his entire body trembling slightly. Tang Wenyu's successive slaps had left Kong Rui's face swollen, with both cheeks puffed up to varying degrees. Deputy Director Tang, I obey your orders. Kong Rui's voice was now muffled and slurred. Oomph. Only then did Tang Wenyu let out a cold snort. His gaze shifted away from Kong Rui as he walked back to Zhao Hao's body and said, When I heard this news, I was genuinely curious. You dared to offend Mayor Yao like this, yet he still spared your life. Should I say you're incredibly lucky, or what? Though not directed at Kong Rui, the words carried an oppressive weight that defied description. Forget Mayor Yao. If anyone dared offend me like that, I'd bury them all right then and there. Tang Wenyu barked at Zhao Hao's corpse once more. Though not directed at Kong Rui. Even a fool like Kong Rui knew Tang Wenyu was taking a shot at him. Fear flashed in his eyes once more. After scrutinizing the corpse for a long while, Tang Wenyu finally approached. The anger on his face seemed to have subsided considerably. He let out a long sigh before speaking in a tone that showed little fluctuation. Why leave this corpse here? It's been hours and it still hasn't been cleared away. Are we keeping it as a specimen? Deputy Director Tang. I'll take care of it immediately. Tang Wenyu shot Kong Rui a glare before shifting his gaze elsewhere in the room and adding. Chop it up and toss it into the otherworld. If you can't even handle this, I'll make sure you get promoted on the spot. Rest assured, Deputy Director Tang. I'll handle it perfectly. Meanwhile, Wei Yuanchu's agonized screams continued to echo from behind. Wei Yuanchu's mouth had been reduced to a pulp of mangled flesh, his entire face a blur of soft tissue, nothing but bloodstains everywhere. The man in the black jacket and sunglasses showed no sign of stopping. He simply grabbed whatever was nearby and hurled it at Wei Yuanchu's mouth. As Wei Yuanchu's agonized screams echoed, the others were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. Thank goodness. Thank goodness they hadn't spoken out of turn earlier. Though Kong Rui remained facing Tang Wenyu and couldn't see Wei Yuanchu's current state, the piercing screams alone were enough to make him imagine the agony Wei was enduring. He too felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Enough. Stop it. As Tang Wenyu's voice rang out, the man in the black jacket and sunglasses finally stopped. Even with Wei Yuanchu reduced to this state, the man in the black jacket and sunglasses remained utterly expressionless. It seemed as though such scenes were nothing new to him. Kong Rui, given your intelligence, I think I'll just come out and say it. Hearing this, Kong Rui immediately perked up his ears obediently, daring not to make a single unnecessary move. Starting today, you no longer hold the position of manager at Fingyu City's ladder arena. After what happened, sparing your life is already the height of mercy. Do you understand? Understood. So you have two choices now, either get the hell out of Fingyu City and find your fortune elsewhere, or go find Zhoumijo. Either way, you won't be hearing the name Kong Rui in any respectable setting within Fingyu City anymore. Zhoumijo, but isn't he already? Don't speak of what shouldn't be spoken. It suffices that you know. What I mean is, if you don't want to give up this life you're living now, go find Zhou. With his current standing, it's more than enough for you to live out the rest of your days in comfort. Seeing Kong Rui still reeling, Tang Wenyu pressed on. I wouldn't say this to anyone else, but knowing you, I doubt you'd quietly start over somewhere else. You get what I mean? Kong Rui was still reeling from the shock. He knew exactly what path Zhou had chosen meant. Following him would indeed allow him to continue living like a local tyrant, money to burn, above everyone else. But, if he truly walked that path, he would be condemned to live in the shadows forever. Seeing Kong Rui's expression, Tang Wenyu could easily guess what was on his mind. Tang Wenyu slowly approached Kong Rui's side, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. The choice is yours. If you decide to follow Zhou path, you can visit the Tianshu Sanctuary. From what I understand, Zhou has been frequenting the sanctuary lately. With my introduction, he can pull you along. Understand? Understood. Understood. Thank you, Deputy Director Tang. After speaking, Tang Wenyu patted Kong Rui's shoulder again, like an adult earnestly guiding a child. Turning back, Tang Wenyu glanced at Kong Rui's group of underlings and couldn't help but bark. And you take these idiots under your command with you. If you don't, I'll deal with them myself. Before Kong Rui could respond, his henchmen scrambled to protest. Sir, rest assured. We'll follow Brother Kong wherever he goes. We swear. If you tell us to go east, we wouldn't dare go west. Since you're telling us to stay with Brother Kong, we'd never follow anyone else. Deputy Director Tang, even if you hadn't said it, we'd still follow Brother Kong. After all, he's looked after us for so many years. How could we abandon him at a time like this? We swear to follow Brother Kong to the death. Hearing these words, Kong Rui, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. It seemed these men he'd nurtured over the years still proved useful. Poof. Tang Wenyu's lips curled slightly, revealing an odd smile. Then, he turned to Kong Rui and said, Now I think your little brother seems a bit smarter than you. I was possessed by a ghost today. I wasn't myself at all. I apologize, Deputy Director Tang. Tang Wenyu waved his hand dismissively. No need to apologize to me. Though my position has faced some turbulence, I'm still holding on for now. You should focus on your own affairs first. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Director Tang. Chapter 120, This Path. He knew full well that despite being the head of Fengyu City's ladder fighting arena and enjoying a formidable reputation outside, before Tang Wenyu, he was nothing more than a shoe shiner. Because of his antics this afternoon, Tang Wenyu's standing had been shaken. Even if Tang Wenyu killed him outright, he would only regret his actions this afternoon, not harbor hatred toward Tang Wenyu. Now, not only had Tang Wenyu spared his life, but he had also pointed him toward a path to survival. Naturally, he was profoundly grateful. Alright, I'll be going then. You'd better disappear from here today. I'll send someone to take over tonight. Got it? Understood. Understood. I'll pack my things immediately. I'll leave right now. After speaking, Tang Wenyu slipped his sunglasses back on, smoothed his clothes, and led his henchmen out of the room. Only after watching Tang Wenyu disappear from sight did Kong Rui exhale a long breath, his expression finally easing. Though ordered to leave immediately, this felt like a quiet relief to Kong Rui. At least today's offense against Mayor Yao was finally over. Kong Rui turned his head and saw Wei Yuanchu's horribly contorted face, the bloodstains on his collar, and the pitifully wretched cries. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. One could only say he deserved it. Still, Kong Rui understood why his subordinate had spoken that way. Had he intervened even slightly at the time, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Send him to the hospital. Though Kong Rui felt an urge to beat the man to death, he remembered he needed him now and chose to spare his life. After all, he already suffered a cruel punishment. After the two men carried the man away, Kong Rui and several others who were still in shock remained in the room, staring at each other in silence. What are you staring at? Clean up. Waiting for me to clean up? If you don't start now, you won't have a place to stay after today. After Kong Rui spoke, the others obediently began packing. First, they disposed of Zhao Hao's body, then erased all traces of the fight, and finally started gathering their personal belongings. Kong Rui slowly walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling street below, filled with people coming and going. His heart suddenly clenched in pain. He had always been the local strongman in this area. While he was officially the manager of the ladder fighting arena here, behind the scenes, he had connections with all sorts of factions, big and small, in the surrounding areas. Leaving today meant abandoning everything here. Naturally, it felt like a stab in the heart. Starting anew in Fengyu City was impossible, so his only option was to focus on Zhou. At this thought, Kong Rui's eyes grew deeper. Though this decision seemed absurd, it was the only option left for him. After Pei Sun entered the school, those who had sought to harm him were forced to halt their actions. Killing someone in the city was already as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Now that Pei Sun had entered the school grounds, attempting anything against him was nothing short of a fairy tale. Perhaps the school truly couldn't protect Pei Sun, but if anyone dared to harm him, it would be a direct provocation against the Fengyu City authorities. In that case, the authorities themselves would step in to protect him. If it came to that, they would never be able to touch Pei Sun in Fengyu City again. Therefore, for the sake of long-term stability, those involved resolved to endure the situation. The Gong family residence in Fengyu City. Within the sprawling, luxurious villa compound, a layer of gloom now hung heavy, suffocating the air with its oppressive, stifling atmosphere. Gong Han sat slumped on the sofa, his eyes vacant. His face was gaunt and ashen, devoid of any life. Upon learning that Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza had taken Pei Sun to the otherworld, he realized that for the next 10 days or so after returning from that realm, Pei Sun would definitely not be leaving school. This meant his plan to take action against Pei Sun had completely fallen through. The thought sent a surge of nameless rage boiling up inside him. If that black-suited man hadn't suddenly appeared, Pei Sun might already be dead at his hands. Instead, he was now stuck at home, seething with frustration. And his son, Gong Rui, would have to endure the agony of these days. No, what 10 days? It was clearly at least a month plus another 10 days. During the entire month of intensive training at the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp, Pei Sun received the strongest protection the entire province could muster. Even if Gong Han possessed the boldest audacity, he would never dare to make a reckless move. The instructors leading this Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp were all hardened soldiers forged on brutal battlefronts. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless, cultivating a ruthless, decisive aura and a stern, commanding presence. To attempt anything against Pei Sun during the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp would be tantamount to courting death. After much deliberation, despair settled deeper into Gong Han's expression. His mind replayed the footage of Pei Sun's battle. In such a short time, he had already developed that terrifying, spine-chilling summoning ability. If given another month to develop, Gong Han dared not imagine just how powerful Pei Sun would become. By then, even if an opportunity arose to confront Pei Sun again, success would be far more elusive. In a modestly sized office at Fengyu First High School, Rude and the man in the black suit remained alone. Compared to their last meeting, Luda's expression was noticeably darker this time. He too had come to realize that it would be nearly impossible to make a move against Pei Sun within the next 2 months. Still, he hadn't reached the level of despair Gong Han had. After all, before encountering Pei Sun, he had faced individuals even more troublesome than him. Yet they were merely troublesome, it was only a matter of time before they were dealt with. Compared to Gong Han, Luda's standing in Fengyu City was nothing short of overwhelming power. Even if he couldn't take action against Pei Sun right now, once this period passed, Luda would still have ample time and means to make his move. While the Gong family was indeed a formidable force in Fengyu City, their strength lay primarily in economic power. Money didn't necessarily translate to real power, but real power always came with money. Lu De belonged to the latter category. Though he maintained a low profile at Fengyu First High School and throughout the city, the influence he wielded was substantial enough to rival even the city's most prominent factions. Teacher Lu, attempting an assassination at the school at this hour is impractical. We must exercise patience for the time being. The man in the black suit bowed slightly, his voice faint. I know. It's just, my student is suffering. For 2 whole months, I've been unable to avenge Yunqi. Lu De sighed deeply, his expression unreadable. Master Lu, rest assured. This Pei Sun is as good as dead. Though the timeline may be delayed, he absolutely won't survive. And Master Lu, that side, has agreed to intervene this time. Chapter 121, Purple Jade Grade Equipment. They agreed? At those words, a flicker of astonishment briefly crossed Lu De's otherwise expressionless face. Yes. They initially didn't want to intervene, but after learning that Pei Sun would be participating in the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp, they completely changed their minds and decided to step in. After the words fell, astonishment gave way to confusion on Lu De's face. What do you mean? They dare to clash with the military command? The man in the black suit shook his head slightly and explained. It seems they have a grudge against someone overseeing this Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp, so they're using this opportunity to stir up trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu De couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, suddenly feeling his mood lighten considerably. Well, that's fine. Let them tear each other apart. I could use a break myself. As he spoke, Lud slowly rose to his feet, adjusting his waist with a hand. His expression relaxed completely, a rare smile touching his lips. Night fell. Maple Feather 6th Middle School. Pei Sun emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel. A long, exhausting day was finally drawing to a close. The room wasn't particularly warm, yet Pei Sun felt slightly hot as he sat on the bed. Suddenly, something occurred to Pei Sun. He hurriedly opened his system backpack and discovered 2 random reward vouchers from the system store tucked away in the corner. These were the 2 vouchers he'd received for his recent advancement, but he hadn't had a chance to use them on the way here. Now he finally had time to use them. Pei Sun hadn't forgotten that last time he'd managed to draw a 5th-tier material. Instantly filled with anticipation, he wondered what reward would appear this time. Pei Sun sat up straight, his expression serious as he stared at the system interface visible only to him. The pale blue screen flickered once more, flashing images of various items, weapons, armor, defensive gear, materials, spirit pets, and even an unknown question mark. After a few seconds passed, the flickering abruptly ceased. An equipment reward appeared before Pei Sun. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the purple jade grade equipment, Moonlight Spirit Pattern Armor. Equipment, Moonlight Knight Soft Armor. Grade, Purple Jade. Strength, 695.0. Defense, 738.0. Spirit, 893.0. Constitution, 1323.0. Agility, 494.0. White trait, bulky, strength and defense values exceed those of equipment of the same tier. White stat, lightweight, extremely light equipment weight for easy portability. Green stat, night wind, enhances agility by 30% during nighttime operations. Purple stat, lunar spirit power, absorbing moonlight significantly boosts all 5 core attributes, potentially doubling base values. The brighter the moonlight patterns glow, the greater the enhancement. Background, a perfect piece of gear forged from lunar energy. Embrace the night, embrace the moonlight, embrace the silence. When its radiance peaks, it becomes the brightest moon in this realm. After clearly understanding this equipment's effects, Pei Sun couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. To be precise, this was actually his very first piece of equipment. Due to lack of time, he hadn't bothered to acquire any others. Now that he finally had the time to acquire one, he never imagined he could draw it directly from the system shop. Though it wasn't the weapon type gear he'd envisioned, the staggering stats left Pei Sun both astonished and exhilarated. However, after glancing at the description below, Pei Sun couldn't help but feel a bit unlucky. Equipment tiers were classified as bronze, silver, gold, purple jade, emerald, golden radiance, and colored diamond. These corresponded to the levels of his profession proficiency. Each of the 7 tiers corresponds to 7 exclusive equipment attributes. For example, bronze grade equipment had 1 slot, while colored diamond grade equipment had 7 slots. The tiers of these attributes are further divided into white, green, blue, purple, black, gold, and colorful. Each tier of equipment guarantees 1 color-coded attribute slot. For instance, silver tier equipment with 2 slots will always include 1 green slot, while colored diamond tier equipment will always include 1 colored slot. This means Pei Sun's purple jade tier equipment will definitely have 1 purple slot. Beyond this purple slot, the other 2 slots are the most common white and green slots. That's why Pei Sun felt a bit unlucky. Thinking of this, Pei Sun couldn't help but recall the equipment that Forger referred to by teacher Duan as Old Wan was about to craft for him. He hoped for favorable colored attributes. After stowing the Moonlit Knight pattern soft armor in his backpack, Pei Sun's gaze shifted to the single remaining random reward exchange voucher from the system store. Without much hesitation, Pei Sun immediately used the voucher. The same screen appeared as before, with countless dazzling rewards flashing by. This time, the image that lingered was a large question mark. Seeing the question mark, Pei Sun instantly wore a puzzled expression. Why a question mark? What would he receive now? Under Pei Sun's puzzled gaze, the prefix of the question mark suddenly added the words equipment. Is this equipment? Pei Sun murmured curiously to himself. He immediately checked the details of this so-called equipment. Equipment, Spirit Eye. Grade? Ability, Penetration, reveals all information about the spirit, ignoring level differences. Background, a pair of otherworldly pupils. After reading the effects of this equipment, Pei Sun's face instantly contorted with utter astonishment. Such a brief description initially led him to assume it was a bronze grade item. Just as he began pondering why a bronze tier item would appear as question marks, his eyes widened abruptly upon reading the subsequent entry's effect. Ignore level restrictions to view enemy information? That's just too overpowered. Didn't that mean that from now on, no matter what kind of spirit he encountered in this other world, he could simply activate this ability to see how to deal with it? Actually, the ability to view information wasn't that special, since many adventurers possess this innate talent, and many pieces of equipment had similar effects. But ignoring level restrictions? That was pushing the limits. So why is the equipment grade marked with 3 question marks? At this moment, Pei Sun's expression was practically turning into a giant question mark. Judging by its effects alone, this gear is practically a legendary artifact. But looking at other aspects, this gear didn't even have any stats. It only had 1 effect slot, and no color-coded tier classification. This was what puzzled Pei Sun the most. He couldn't fathom why this item's effect was like this. Just as Pei Sun was about to stow the item back into his backpack, a serious question suddenly occurred to him. Equip. Spirit Eye? How the hell do you equip this pupil onto yourself? Chapter 122, Disposable Equipment? Does that mean I have to remove my current eyeballs and replace them with this pair? Pei Sun's attention returned to the equipment, where he suddenly noticed the word use. Pei Sun froze for a moment. The Moonlit Knight pattern soft armor had displayed equip, yet this so-called equipment required use. What does this mean? Is this a one-time use item? Pei Sun felt another wave of confusion wash over him. He'd heard plenty about disposable materials or single-use items, but disposable equipment? That was a first. Yet seeing the word use, Pei Sun couldn't help but connect the two keywords. Still, he didn't dwell on it long before selecting use. Could this system possibly harm him? Ding! Use successful. Acquired, Spirit Eye. Pei Sun's eyes suddenly throbbed with intense pain, as if scorched by flames. Yet the next second, the agony vanished abruptly. Pei Sun felt the world before his eyes instantly warp and shift. Everything was no longer as it had been. He saw strange energies drifting through the air, crisscrossing like threads, a sight both wondrous and bizarre. Pei Sun slowly turned his gaze toward Duan Huanru. To his astonishment, he could now perceive the flow of her energy within her body, even though she was completely relaxed. Under normal circumstances, one could only gauge an opponent's level when they were fully unleashing their abilities. To witness Duan Huanru's abilities silently circulating even in a resting state was utterly impossible to discern his level. That Pei Sun could perceive the energy flowing through him like loose threads was remarkable in itself, given the vast tier gap between them. Based on that entry's description, it seems it only allows one to discern the rank of the spirit entity. Pei Sun murmured silently to himself upon learning this. Though he couldn't discern the details of human practitioners ranked higher than himself, he could still roughly gauge their abilities based on how their powers manifested. Having this ability was already quite remarkable. If it weren't for the darkness and Duan Huanru's insistence that he stay indoors these past 10 days, Pei Sun would have rushed to the other world to test this ability right now. This effect had truly stunned him. Why are you staring at me? What's wrong with your face? Having a seizure? Duan Huanru, drawn by Pei Sun's gaze, abruptly turned to face him and asked. The excruciating pain he'd felt the instant he activated the spirit eye was simply too intense. That was why his cheek had involuntarily twitched. And Duan Huanru had witnessed the entire scene. And nothing. My face just cramped up. With Pei Sun resting for over 10 days, the entire Fengyu city had grown much quieter. In contrast, Fengyu's 6th middle school had become even more bustling than before. For everyone knew that the peerless genius who had clinched first place in the city-wide assessment was right here in their school. How could anyone not be thrilled by this thought? Pei Sun had become the very model of diligence they aspired to emulate. Whether a 6th middle school student achieving first place in this city-wide assessment would be unprecedented or not remained to be seen, but it was certainly the first time in the school's history. Even some students who had previously given up on themselves, upon learning of Pei Sun's achievements, began striving once more, refusing to abandon their efforts. Over the past 10 days, Pei Sun grew increasingly bored, counting down the days until the Tianjin province secret training camp commenced. Because his summoning space now contained a staggering million undead summoned creatures. Among them were nearly 900,000 ordinary bloodline summons, over 80,000 rare bloodline spirits, more than 20,000 epic bloodline spirits, and nearly 10,000 phantom saint-grade spirits, the bone-chilling rhino. Even summoning just 30,000 of these spirits created an overwhelming, earth-shaking force. Pei Sun couldn't even begin to imagine the spectacle if he were to unleash all this million-strong army of spirits at once. Though he now commanded a million-strong army, Pei Sun still felt it wise to exercise restraint with such staggering numbers. Possessing such a terrifying number of summoned creatures inevitably carried the risk of momentary recklessness, leading him to provoke entities he should never have dared to challenge. As his level rose, the foes he would face would only grow more terrifying. As the saying went, in the late stages, whether it was practitioners or spirit entities, each tier higher represented a chasm of power that was unfathomably deep. Therefore, if Pei Sun were to encounter some terrifying entity, it wouldn't be impossible for it to crush his tens of thousands of undead summons underfoot. And this was only the count from the past 10 days. With several days left before joining the Tianjin province secret training camp, that number would only grow. During these past 10-odd days, Pei Sun also learned from Duan Huanru that the woman they'd met at the Adventurers Guild intended to seek him out, hoping he would take her daughter on adventures to the otherworld. However, Duan Huanru had flatly refused. Upon hearing this news, Pei Sun immediately recalled the girl named Yi Xiaomei. Back then, Yi Xiaomei had added his contact information. But now, Yi Xiaomei's mother had specifically come to Fengyu's 6th middle school to find him. This puzzled Pei Sun. Why hadn't Yi Xiaomei just called him directly? Could it be that taking Yi Xiaomei to the other world for training was solely her mother's wish? Was Yi Xiaomei herself completely unaware? After Duan Huanru's decisive refusal, Yi Xiaomei's mother didn't lose her composure. She calmly requested that Duan Huanru, if a suitable opportunity arose in the future, sincerely consider allowing Pei Sun to lead her daughter to the otherworld for training. Yet this perplexity wasn't limited to Duan Huanru. Pei Sun also found it utterly baffling. While Yi Xiaomei's mother's attitude was perfectly reasonable, why would she suddenly want Pei Sun to take her daughter to another world for training? Setting aside the fact that Pei Sun was a newly awakened professional with barely a few days of experience, could he even guarantee her daughter's safety if they truly ventured out? Moreover, the fees for professional otherworldly training companions were exorbitant. She hadn't offered Pei Sun anything. What made her think he'd agree to take her daughter on such a journey? While Pei Sun wasn't exactly short on money, she ought to offer some form of compensation. Of course, what puzzled Pei Sun most was why Yi Xiaomei hadn't contacted him herself. If it was because Yi Xiaomei was shy or felt awkward, that might be somewhat plausible, though it still sounded rather far-fetched. But if this was truly just her mother's wish, then Pei Sun couldn't understand it at all. And judging from the day Yi Xiaomei added his contact info, she didn't seem particularly shy either. The more he pondered it, the more perplexed Pei Sun became, so he decided to let it go. Chapter 123, The Death-Fearing Demon-Slaying Wand. Whether it was because Old Master Wan had discovered his true identity or not, it wasn't until the 14th day, the day before the Tianjing province secret training camp began. Master Wan finally dispatched someone to deliver the specially forged equipment for Pei Sun. Duan Huanru slowly pushed open the door, carrying a large, black, intricately crafted box that required both hands to lift. Pei Sun, here you go. Elder Wan's custom-made equipment for you is ready, Duan Huanru said. The look on her face clearly showed she was genuinely happy for Pei Sun. Upon hearing this, Pei Sun's face lit up with excitement. This was Jade-grade equipment. Its value was at least in the 9-digit range. What kind of professional could possibly possess Jade-grade gear at the epic level, unless they came from some wealthy family? Beishuan accepted the black, exquisitely crafted box with both hands, his face beaming with delight. He then placed it carefully on the bed. Perhaps for the sake of ceremony, Pei Sun even made a special trip to the bathroom to wash his hands. Only after drying them thoroughly did he return to begin opening the black box. Duan Huanru couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. As Pei Sun approached the box and his hand touched it, an icy chill instantly washed over him. Upon opening the box, a bone-chilling, eerie aura instantly emanated from within. Inside stood a staff, entirely grayish-green in color. The entire staff was fashioned from the bones of some unknown creature. The bone material possessed a pristine milky white hue covered in a dense network of grayish patterns. At the top of the staff, a massive dark green crystal was embedded. Within the crystal, a viscous liquid seemed to churn. A ring of barbs encircled the crystal, emitting a faint black mist. It was unmistakable this dark green crystal was Pei Sun's necromantic shard. Though significantly reduced in size, the jade-green glow emanating from it had noticeably intensified. The handle was wrapped in a layer of black leather, etched with several obscure, twisted inscriptions. It was unclear how Elder Wan had managed to affix them. The moment Pei Sun laid eyes on the staff, his gaze was utterly captivated, his eyes reflecting nothing but fascination. Without conscious thought, Pei Sun reached out to grasp the staff's handle. The instant his hand closed around it, the dark green crystal at the staff's tip erupted with an intensely vivid emerald glow, transforming the black box into a deep inky green container. Simultaneously, the staff's information flooded into Pei Sun's mind. Equipment, Death's Dread Demon Slaying Staff. Grade, Emerald. Power, 5998.0. Intelligence, 2003.0. Spirit, 2194.0. Physical Constitution, 882.0. Agility, 2025.0. Blue trait, Divine Speed, increases agility beyond what weapons and equipment should possess. Purple trait, Undead Aura, upon summoning undead creatures, unleashes a unique aura that amplifies their fighting spirit. The aura intensifies with each undead summoned, growing stronger as their numbers increase. Black trait, Annihilation, explosive power capable of delivering devastating blows to targets. Black trait, Rage, undead summons ignite with battle fervor under the influence of the undead aura. Greater fervor yields greater combat power. Upon reaching a certain fervor threshold, the summon's bloodline evolves no upper limit. Black trait, Split, upon death, a necromantic summon splits into two identical entities. Stats remain unchanged, but both entities vanish within 1 minute. Background, forged from the purest essence of death, this is the most unadulterated necromancer staff. All things perish in the depths of dark magic, everything is consumed by decay, tormented and obliterated. Before even reading the subsequent descriptions, Pei Sun was utterly stunned by this equipment's attribute values. Its strength stat was nearly 6,000 points. He knew that even when he completed SSS tier quests with perfect advancements and allocated every single free attribute point to strength, he only managed to break through the 500-point barrier. He never imagined this single weapon could multiply that by over tenfold, reaching a terrifying value approaching 6,000 points. Equipping this staff meant his necromantic summon stats would be nearly on par with his own unarmed stats. One necromantic summon might not seem significant with such terrifying power, but there were millions of them. Millions of undead summons all possessing these stats. Pei Sun couldn't even begin to imagine the sheer scale of such a force. Beyond that, Pei Sun noticed another crucial detail. The 5 stat attributes for weapons and defensive gear seemed to differ. For instance, the Moonlit Knight pattern soft armor he had just equipped featured a defense attribute, whereas the current necromantic fear-shattering wand lacked that attribute. Instead, it possessed a spirit intelligence attribute. Regardless of class, spirit intelligence was an extremely important attribute. Higher spirit intelligence meant faster skill learning and greater comprehension. However, Pei Sun didn't need this attribute. He felt his innate skills were already sufficient, and he didn't want to waste extra money and time learning new ones. Setting aside whether he could find other suitable undead attribute skills, the fact remained that after obtaining the system, he had promised to activate one more class for him each month going forward. That would allow him to learn class-specific innate skills. Therefore, in Pei Sun's eyes, the intelligence attribute held little significance. After reviewing the stats, Pei Sun shifted his gaze to the entries below. Upon clearly seeing these attributes, Pei Sun was once again utterly stunned. This Jade Grade equipment actually possessed 3 black tier attributes. While Jade tier equipment should have at least one black attribute slot, most pieces only featured one color slot matching their tier, like the Moonlit Knight pattern soft armor. Even though Pei Sun had complained about its single purple slot, the vast majority of equipment followed this pattern. Having 2 color-coded attributes matching the item's tier was considered exceptionally fortunate. Yet this staff possessed 5 attributes in total, and 3 of them were color attributes matching its tier. How could Pei Sun not be astonished? After carefully examining the abilities of these slots, Pei Sun's face broke into a delighted smile. The enhancement effects he had previously sensed emanating from the undead rockbreaker were now fully manifested on this staff as textual information. Especially that purple slot and the 2 black slots that followed. What slightly surprised Pei Sun was that the trait concerning the overwhelming undead aura was merely a purple one. In his view, this aura played a crucial role in his necromantic summons. Chapter 124, 3 black entries. The 2 black entries that followed Fervor and Fracture were abilities Pei Sun could distinctly sense and had repeatedly utilized in combat. He had distinctly felt his necromantic summons undergo silent bloodline advancements alongside surging battle intent, particularly during the assault on the White Ice Sanctuary. Now, these advancements were starkly laid out before him in written form. It must be said, this ability proved exceptionally practical for Pei Sun. As for the final entry, it filled Pei Sun with astonishment and immense delight. The enhanced splitting ability described here was markedly strengthened, and the improvement was nothing short of extraordinary. Originally, after splitting, the necromantic summon creature's abilities were halved, but it would persist permanently. Now, however, the necromantic summons would not lose half their power after splitting, but they would only persist for 1 minute. Had he obtained this enhancement before acquiring the staff, it might have felt rather useless. With his low attribute values, Pei Sun's necromantic summons were weak to begin with. Even without halved power, they'd still be instantly annihilated by opponents. But now, with this staff, Pei Sun's 5 core attributes have received a massive boost, meaning his Necromancer summon stats have also skyrocketed. Paired with this item's effect, it's like adding wings to a tiger. As for the 1 minute duration, this limitation renders the effect practically useless for Pei Sun's undead summons. Forget 1 minute if his undead summons could even withstand 2 attacks from the enemy, that would be impressive. With that realization, Pei Sun swiftly equipped the Moonlight Knight's soft armor from his inventory while wielding the staff. Instantly, Pei Sun felt a wave of refreshing clarity wash over him, acutely aware that his 5 core attributes had undergone a profound refinement, surging to unprecedented heights. His eyes gleamed brightly as he couldn't resist opening his attribute panel. Name: Pei Sun. Class: Necromancer. Unique hidden class, other classes omitted. Proficiency: Color Diamond. Talent: SSS rank talent, Necromantic Pact. Entities summoned by the host carry the aura of the dead. Obeying the hosts will completely and immune to all negative effects. Entities of any type slain by the host can be summoned by the host for their own use, with no summoning limit. Level: LV.3099.9%. Strength: 7259.0. Intelligence: 2245.0. Spirit: 3329.0. Constitution: 2287.0. Agility: 2761.0. Defense: 738.0. Overall ability score: 3103.2. Skills passive: innate ability. SSS rank Necromancer's World Forge summons 1 spirit per second to fight for the caster. Summon spirits share the caster's level and possess 1/10 of the caster's attributes. Currently summonable spirit types: common grade entities: dire wolf, desert scorpion, coyote, wasteland ox, horned panther, giant clawed ice shrimp, ice crystal fish, black scaled rabbit. Rare grade spirits: desert scorpion emperor, demon horn spirit leopard, shadow sand snake, 4-winged nightbird, purple skull evil ant, ice crystal fiend fish, golden scaled rampaging elephant, iron maned black snake, purple flame silkworm, white smoke pipe tiger. Epic tier spirit beasts: frostbite ice scorpion, frostfeather snow eagle, ice valley mammoth, ash gray giant python, icy wind lynx, frozen tundra raging bear, polar cold lizard, ice crested abyssal raven. Phantom tier spirit beasts: bone chilling rhinoceros. Skill passive: innate ability. SSS tier delusional eye, host shares vision with all summoned creatures. Skill passive: innate ability. SSS tier wrath of the dead, upon death the undead explodes, dealing 5.0 strength value area damage to targets within 1 meter. Skill passive: innate ability. SSS-Grade touch of the nether, all undead creatures possess a passive skill granting absolute immunity to attacks. If damage received exceeds current health, health is forcibly reduced to 1 point. At this moment, Pei Sun's attribute values underwent another earth-shattering transformation. Nearly all attributes had increased tenfold or more. Especially his strength attribute. Pei Sun clearly remembered checking his attribute panel at level 26, when his strength stood at 506 points. Since that was the only attribute that had surpassed 500 points, it remained vividly etched in his memory. After reaching level 30, Pei Sun had stopped paying much attention to the attribute panel. Based on the pattern of attribute points increasing per level, he assumed that even if the 5 primary attributes had grown at level 30, the increase wouldn't be significant. But now, the moment he donned the Moonlight Knight's soft armor and grasped the Death Spirit Dread Extinction Wand, his attributes underwent a true metamorphosis, a complete and utter transformation. Not only that, but Pei Sun also noticed that his 5 core attributes had quietly become 6, with a new defensive attribute added. Speaking of which, Pei Sun couldn't help but voice a complaint. Pure damage-dealing classes like mages, summoners, assassins, and archers were at a disadvantage early on. Upon awakening, they possessed only 5 attributes, lacking the crucial 6th dimension of defense. They could only compensate for this weakness through equipment enhancements gained later in their growth. Warriors, knights, supports, and similar classes, however, were entirely different. Not only did they possess the intelligence attribute, but they also naturally came equipped with the defense attribute. This explains why warriors and knights demonstrate formidable combat power early on, while mages and summoners must bide their time, only gradually gaining prominence in the late game. After all, in the early stages, warriors and knights have an extra attribute right off the bat. Who could possibly beat them? Now, with his gear enhancements, Pei Sun had navigated the early stages of his career flawlessly, accelerating into the mid-game phase. While mages and summoners typically only gain traction after surviving into the late game, Pei Sun sensed that among players of equal tier, he was now unrivaled. After picking up the Necromancer's dread-shattering wand, Pei Sun's entire aura underwent a profound transformation. Duan Huanru's gaze toward Pei Sun shifted with a startled look. Since Pei Sun's Moonlight Nightweave soft armor could be hidden from view, Duan Huanru assumed it was solely the necromantic Dreadbringer staff that had caused such a dramatic transformation. What startled Duan Huanru was the unfamiliar aura emanating from Pei Sun now. He could no longer see through Pei Sun completely as he had before, as if the staff itself concealed the aura emanating from him. Even Pei Sun himself, now wielding the staff, felt somewhat unfamiliar to himself. For he, too, could not instantly master the raw, numerically driven power of this brutal aesthetic. Of course, in a way, he doesn't need to master it. After all, he'd be sending his undead summons into battle anyway. With that thought, Pei Sun summoned a rare-blooded undead creature, the Feral Wolf. Lord Class Undead, Ferocious Wolf. Level, LV.30. Strength, 725.9. Intelligence, 224.5. Spirit, 332.9. Constitution, 228.7. Agility, 276.1. Skill, Pounce Bite, inflicts single target damage equal to 1.2 times the target's strength attribute. Chapter 125, Gathering. Indeed, the ordinary bloodline of the vicious wolf that Pei Sun initially possessed had already partially evolved into a rare-grade bloodline. The difference lies in the fact that rare-grade spirit beasts possess at least one skill. Seeing this wolf's information panel sent shockwaves through Pei Sun's mind. Its attribute values had already surpassed his own before equipping any gear. Consider this, an ordinary SSS tier professional at level 30 would only have stats comparable to this. And Pei Sun possessed over 1 million undead summons boasting these very stats. Combined with the skills of his high bloodline undead summons, Pei Sun truly felt invincible among his peers. Seeing Pei Sun's excited expression, Duan Huanru could understand his reaction. After all, when he first obtained his first piece of equipment, his expression had been much the same as this kid's. That sensation of stats exploding and power surging through your veins was undeniably thrilling and exhilarating. Alright, familiarize yourself with this gear, then pack up. We're setting out this afternoon, Duan Huanru said, straightening his clothes. Pei Sun froze at the words, then realized they were indeed ready to depart. Tomorrow marked the opening of the Tianjing Province secret training camp, and they were still in Fengyu City. The Tianjing Province secret training camp would be held in a suburban area of Sangjing City, the provincial capital. Therefore, Pei Sun needed to reach Sangjing City before tonight. After stowing away the Death Spirit Destroyer wand, Pei Sun began packing his personal belongings. Meanwhile, Duan Huanru had once again made a call to someone unknown. Over the past dozen days they'd spent together, Pei Sun had noticed Duan Huanru was extremely busy, taking over a dozen calls nearly every single day. Although Mayors Yao and Liao had instructed Duan Huanru to remain constantly by Pei Sun's side before their departure, the reality was that Duan Huanru had to leave at least 2 or 3 times each day. Out of 24 hours, she spent less than 10 hours by Pei Sun's side. Come out when you're ready. I'll wait for you downstairs, Duan Huanru said after finishing her call, opening the door and addressing Pei Sun. After that, Pei Sun went downstairs. Less than 20 minutes later, Pei Sun had quickly packed all his personal belongings. After one final check to ensure nothing was left behind, he headed downstairs to meet Duan Huanru. After leaving Fengyu City, the two quickly hailed a car. However, Duan Huanru didn't instruct the driver to head to Sangjing City. Instead, she asked him to take them to the Fengyu City government office first. Hearing this destination, the driver couldn't help but turn his head, casting surprised glances at Pei Sun and Duan Huanru before turning back to drive normally. Pei Sun and Duan Huanru understood his reaction. After all, this wasn't a place most people would visit. Arriving before the landmark building of Fengyu City's government offices, the driver stopped the car. Pei Sun and Duan Huanru stepped out. Surveying the imposing structures before him, Pei Sun felt a surge of awe. This was his first time visiting the Fengyu City government complex. He had seen such modern skyscrapers piercing the clouds before at the Fengyu City Adventurers Guild and the Fengyu City Ladder Arena, but both places only had a single towering building. Yet before him stood the Fengyu City government complex, boasting a full 6 such towers. How could Pei Sun not be awestruck? Seeing Pei Sun's wide-eyed expression, Duan Huanru couldn't help but smile. Sometimes he depictured Pei Sun as the ultimate prodigy from an unparalleled aristocratic family, only to be reminded of his ordinary origins when Pei Sun casually performed the most mundane of actions. Only then did he remember that Pei Sun was just an ordinary person born into an ordinary family and attending an ordinary school. "Let's go," Duan Huanru said with a smile. "Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao are waiting for us inside." She then led Pei Sun toward the second building on the premises. Pei Sun nodded and obediently followed behind Duan Huanru. In a place like this, it was best to keep a low profile and avoid any trouble. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, Pei Sun was once again dazzled by its opulent grandeur. A string of dazzlingly ornate crystal chandeliers hung from the vaulted ceiling, while the floor was paved with marble tiles polished to a mirror-like shine. It was even more opulent than the Adventurers Guild Hall in Fengyu City. The difference, however, was stark. While the guild bustled with constant foot traffic, this place was eerily quiet, almost deserted at a glance. For Pei Sun's gaze immediately fell upon several figures seated on a sofa not far away. Among them were none other than Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao. Duan Huanru led Pei Sun straight toward them. Pei Sun fixed his gaze on the people beside Mayor Yao. Aside from a few individuals in formal attire who seemed to be staff members he didn't recognize, he knew the rest. The others were precisely the students from Fengyu City who had secured spots in Tianjing Province's secret training camp. Gu Xingqiang, Pei Tian, and Xiao Ruoshi from Fengyu No. 1 High School. He Guanyan Lu Zhe from Fengyu No. 2 High School. Shi Shiyun from Fengyu No. 3 High School. Zhuang Yushi from Fengyu No. 4 High School. Chu Chuhong and Fang Shixian from Fengyu 6th High School. Looking at this list, it seemed like he was the last one to arrive. Among these 9, he was only somewhat acquainted with He Guanyan Lu Zhe from Fengyu No. 2 High School. He had interacted with nearly everyone else, especially Chu Chuhong and Fang Shixian. That Shi Shiyun also left a strong impression on Pei Sun, a little punk whose clashing personality had earned him a real beating from Chu Chuhong. "Hello, Mayor Yao. Hello, Vice Mayor Liao." Pei Sun grinned broadly as he greeted the two mayors, then followed Duan Huanru to sit on an unoccupied sofa nearby. Yao Zhenxuan and Liao Yuza smiled and nodded at Duan Huanru. "This kid seems like his strength has improved significantly. I used to be able to see right through him before," Liao Yuza remarked to Duan Huanru in a loud voice. "I procured some gear for him, which did boost his power slightly. I just wonder if he's fully mastered it yet." Duan Huanru replied with a smile. A sharp gleam flashed in Yao Zhenxuan's eyes. He shot Pei Sun a heavy-eyed glance before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Seizing the moment, Pei Sun's gaze darted restlessly, scanning Gu Xingqiang, Pei Tian, and the others in turn. Thanks to those otherworldly spirit pupils, Pei Sun was delighted to discover he could clearly see the threads of energy flowing within the 9 individuals. Though he couldn't pinpoint their exact ranks, with a reference point, he could gauge their levels by observing the patterns of these threads. The first person under Pei Sun's scrutiny was Gu Xingqiang. After not seeing her for over 10 days, her aura had undergone a remarkable transformation, starkly different from when they first met at the Azure Sky Sanctuary. Her expression now radiated confidence, her eyes deep and intense, projecting an aura of calm and steadiness. Chapter 126, A Familiar Face. As Pei Sun studied her, she too was observing him. When their gazes met, Gu Xingqiang immediately feigned a casual glance before turning away. Pei Sun shifted his gaze to the others. After scanning the group, he concluded that among these 9 individuals, Pei Tian possessed the greatest reserve of supernatural energy. To Pei Sun, Pei Tian was both familiar and unfamiliar. He didn't know what kind of impression he made on Pei Tian, but in Pei Tian's eyes, he was a deeply calculating individual, dangerous in certain respects. When his gaze shifted to Fang Shixian, she too was staring at Pei Sun. Yet she did not avert her gaze, instead meeting his stare with open composure. For reasons unknown, the look in Fang Shixian's eyes as she looked at Pei Sun was incredibly complex, tinged with a hint of regret. Perhaps it was because she had later acknowledged Pei Sun's ability to wield that terrifying power, and because she had dumped him back then, that now she felt a deep sense of unease in her heart. Xiao Ruoshi also left a profound impression on Pei Sun. He clearly remembered Fang Shixian's boyfriend back then, no, her ex-boyfriend now. He remembered clearly how Fang Shixian's ex-boyfriend, Gong Rui, had called a group of people to deal with him after their confrontation. Xiao Ruoshi was one of them. But later, Xiao Ruoshi had escaped using a teleportation crystal. Ever since then, whenever Pei Sun encountered that guy, he dared not even look him in the eye. Just like now, Chao Ruoshi's gaze remained fixed on the doorway. Pei Sun had been seated for a while, yet she hadn't once looked his way. Finally, Pei Sun's gaze met Zhuang Yushi's. Their eyes met, and Zhuang Yushi instantly broke into a sweet smile, as if seeing Pei Sun filled her with joy. Seeing the cheerful expression and the innocent aura radiating from her, Pei Sun was instantly transported back to the days of leveling up with this girl in the desert forest. Though he'd been taken advantage of by her more than once, having such a girl around him, always radiating positive energy, was actually quite nice. Ahem. Alright, now that everyone's here, I've got a few things to cover. Pay attention, listen up, especially once we get to Sangjing City. Liao Yu's expression turned stern as he cleared his throat, his gaze sharp as it swept over each of the 10 members of Pei Sun's group. Others might not yet grasp Liao Yu's style, but Pei Sun understood. When he wore this stern expression, it meant what followed was truly crucial. First, I know each of you is a top-tier genius, the cream of the crop from your respective schools, elites among elites cultivated by Fengyu City. I understand you all carry a measure of pride. However, during our upcoming exchanges and interactions, I urge you to make space for tolerance and understanding toward one another. After all, during this secret training camp, you will be completing tasks as a team. I am telling you this precisely to prevent any ugly infighting or arguments, especially once we arrive in Sangjing City. I, Liao Yuza, cannot afford to lose face. As Liao Yuza's words fell, the space, which had been filled with a faint murmur, instantly grew so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Seeing no response, Liao Yuza's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes. Did you all hear that? Yes, sir. The group finally responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. Good. If any of you cause such laughable trouble in Sangjing City, just wait until I get back, I'll deal with you properly. Second. This second point still revolves around that pride of yours. Let me stress this again, once we're in Sangjing City, you all need to rein in that pride. Everyone here understands Fengyu City's standing. Whether it's the pace of economic development, the richness of educational resources, or countless other aspects, we're stuck at the bottom of the pile in the entire Tianjin province. So when you're in Fengyu City, you're bound to catch some uncomfortable stares. But I want you to stay calm first and foremost, avoid conflicts whenever possible. You all know the saying, there's always someone better out there. Of course. I'm not telling you to back down. If you encounter someone who crosses the line with their words or actions, fight back. Got it? If you just take a beating without fighting back, don't call yourselves Fengyu City residents. I, Liao Yuza, won't stand for that. Understood. Good. Good. Now, let Mayor Yao address you. Liao Yuza finally wore a satisfied expression as his gaze shifted to Yao Zhenchuan. Yao Zhenchuan looked at these spirited, energetic young people, his eyes filled with admiration. Deputy Mayor Liao has already covered much of what you need to know. I'll keep my remarks brief. While I hope you all strive to bring glory to Fengyu City, you must also prioritize your own safety. As I've said before, avoid conflict whenever possible. If a dispute escalates beyond your ability to resolve it, you may seek mediation from the relevant personnel at the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp. Ensure that everything you say, do, discuss, and act upon is done within the bounds of safety. Beyond that, there's little else to add. In about half an hour, the bus assigned to transport you will arrive. You should reach Sangjing City around 6 p.m. In recent years, both Vice Mayor Liao and I have been unable to visit Sangjing City, and this year is no exception. Mayor Liao and I still have matters to attend to, so this time, Teacher Duan Huanru and several other school teachers will accompany you. Then I wish you all the best of luck. I hope you can strive to bring honor to Fengyu City amidst the fierce competition. At the same time, cherish this hard-won opportunity and showcase yourselves to the fullest. After speaking, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza rose and walked to the elevator in the lobby, stepping inside under the gaze of the assembled crowd. Only after the elevator doors closed did everyone present exhale a long breath. The sheer pressure emanating from the two mayors was downright terrifying. It had frozen them in place, unable to move. Whatever the mayor said, they echoed when they were supposed to answer, they responded with solemn seriousness when they were supposed to nod, they bobbled their heads like chicks pecking at grain. Only after the two mayors had completely disappeared from view did Pei Sun shift his astonished gaze to Duan Huanru. This time, it was he and several other teachers leading the delegation to Sangjing City, while mayors Yao and Liao were not going. He hadn't been informed of this beforehand, he'd assumed the two mayors would be leading them. Chapter 127, Ling Organization Qingning Star. If Duan Huanru was leading them instead, that was actually quite good news for Pei Sun. After all, he had spent over 10 days with Duan Huanru and had grown quite familiar with her, at least more so than with the others. After Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza entered the elevator, Liao Yuza couldn't help but wear a look of concern. Mayor Yao, are you certain sending Lu De won't cause trouble? Liao Yuza asked, looking at Yao Zhenchuan with genuine concern. Yao Zhenchuan shook his head gently, a sharp gleam in his eyes. It won't. Besides him, 3 other instructors are going too. He won't have a chance to make a move. Besides, he knows the rules of the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp. If he dares to make a move there, he'll be courting death. Yao Xinchuan spoke with calm composure, in stark contrast to Liao Yu's deep anxiety. But this Lude, he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. I've never seen anything like this before. What if he really does go after Pei Sun? Liao Yuza asked, his worry still palpable. This was a stark contrast to the imposing, naturally commanding figure he had been moments earlier. That's impossible. Yao Xinchuan replied simply. Ding! The elevator chimes sounded. After stepping out of the elevator, the two walked straight to a room at the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the door, not only Liao Yuza but even Yao Xinchuan straightened his clothes before knocking solemnly. Come in. A booming voice echoed. Yao Xinchuan pushed open the door and entered alongside Liao Yuza. It was an exceptionally spacious office. The space was now filled to capacity. The long conference table, both at its far end and along its sides, was lined with people dressed in formal attire, their expressions solemn. Seated at the farthest end of the desk and at the two outermost corners were three men in military uniforms. Their gazes were piercingly sharp, their faces angular and stern, their builds imposing and upright. An almost tangible, icy killing intent radiated from every inch of their beings. Their faces showed not a single flicker of emotion. Their gaze toward Yao Xinchuan and Duan Huanru held no hint of the fawning expressions others wore upon seeing them. They merely gave a slight nod, gesturing for the pair to take seats. Since all the seats were already occupied, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza had no choice but to take the last two chairs at the back. Any other resident of Fengyu City witnessing this scene would have been utterly stunned. That the city's mayor could only occupy the rearmost seats made one wonder what kind of heavyweights the others present truly were. And indeed, upon seeing Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza enter, those individuals merely gave a slight nod in greeting before refocusing their attention on the military officer seated at the far end of the long table. Since Xinchuan wasn't here earlier and missed it, I'll repeat myself. After our discussion, we unanimously agree that a member of the Ling organization may appear during this month-long secret training camp in Tianjin province. As for which member? I suspect it's most likely Qi Ningxing. The air in the room instantly grew thicker upon hearing this. That name evoked a series of painful memories they'd long tried to forget. Clearly, the name Qi Ningxing struck fear into their hearts. Though Yao Xinchuan and Duan Huanru didn't have deep impressions of Qi Ningxing, they understood that over a decade ago, members of the Ling organization had participated in the invasion of Tianjin province, an operation that had severely crippled Fengyu City. Thus, even without knowing Qi Ningxing personally, the name stirred up unpleasant memories. Qi Ningxing, a practitioner with SSS tier talent, had last appeared in China as a legendary tier practitioner at level 58. Her appearance was enchantingly alluring, her figure gracefully curvaceous, her demeanor radiating a captivating, intoxicating charm. A single seductive glance from her eyes could utterly ensnare any man. Qi Ningxing possessed no direct means of attack, but her seductive abilities were terrifying. Even though her face was plastered on wanted posters across every corner of China, ordinary people who encountered her would almost instantly lose their senses, forgetting everything. Then, with just one glance from Qi Ningxing, they would be utterly ensnared. After that, they become as helpless as fish on a cutting board, entirely at her mercy. While this woman's rank and power aren't the most terrifying within the Ling organization, the threat she poses to the safety of our Huaxia residents is no less than any other member. In fact, compared to the others, Qi Ningxing is even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, this operation will be somewhat tricky. But we've been investigating her movements for 4 or 5 years now. No matter how difficult this operation proves, we must be fully prepared and execute the takedown with absolute certainty. Understood? Understood. The subordinates responded in perfect unison. Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza were no exception. This operation will focus primarily on Sangjing City, but other regions must not be neglected either. Everyone, please be prepared to work extra hard in the coming days. With that, his piercing gaze swept across every face below. Only at the very end did he declare the meeting adjourned. First floor lobby. After Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza departed, Zhuang Yuxi immediately rose from her seat and, in full view of everyone, sat down right beside Pei Sun. Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly, and he hastily made room for Zhuang Yuxi. Though it was a two-seater sofa, he had taken the center spot upon arriving. Long time no see, Pei Sun. As soon as Zhuang Yuxi sat down, she flashed a sweet smile and greeted Pei Sun warmly. It's been a while. Pei Sun felt a bit flattered and surprised. In his previous life, girls rarely approached him to chat like this. You haven't seen each other in over 10 days, but you seem so much stronger now. Zhuang Yuxi's bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Pei Sun as she generously showered him with praise. A smile instantly spread across Pei Sun's lips, revealing his pearly white teeth. It was clear he felt genuinely pleased inside. It's nothing special. I trained for just 1 day after the assessment ended, then got pretty busy and haven't gone out since, Pei Sun replied honestly. Ha! Hearing this, Zhuang Yuxi's expression turned astonished. You only trained for 1 day out of 15? You rested for 14 days? Yeah. Pei Sun nodded. Zhuang Yuxi stared at Pei Sun in disbelief. Logically speaking, a prodigy with his extraordinary talent would seize every minute to enhance his abilities, especially with the upcoming trial at the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp, such a major event. Yet he de-rested for over 10 days? Chapter 128, Showing Off His Skills. Yet even after more than 10 days had passed, Zhuang Yushi still hadn't forgotten Pei Sun's terrifyingly unsettling summoning ability. The scenes from that day remained vividly etched in her mind. So she held her tongue, instead drawn in by Pei Sun's confident aura. A playful smile touched Zhuang Yushi's lips as she teased. Looks like you're pretty confident you'll get to show off your skills during this training session. Pei Sun shook his head slightly, replying with great humility, if this trial were held in Fengyu City, I might have a chance to shine. But at a provincial-level secret training camp like this, I'd be lucky not to hold our city back. Pei Sun possessed a rather steady and reserved nature. Whether in his past life or this one, he rarely celebrated prematurely. Hearing his words, Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but giggle, her laughter as clear and crisp as a silver bell. She recalled their first encounter in the desert forest, when Lai Yunqi had aggressively and arrogantly belittled Pei Sun. Back then, Pei Sun had maintained the same humble demeanor. Yet the moment Lai Yunqi moved to attack Pei Sun, he was instantly subdued by Pei Sun's summoned creature. Recalling that incident still gave Zhuang Yushi a slight shiver. Back then, she and Pei Sun weren't acquainted yet, and Pei Sun had even used his half-dead, half-alive summoned creature to scare her. Just as the two were laughing and joking, a cold, piercing gaze suddenly fell upon them from nearby. Oomph! What a fox spirit! That cheap look on her face, who's she trying to seduce? Fang Shishuan's face darkened as if it could drip with water, her normally fair complexion now flushed with anger. Her chest heaved violently, her voice thick with obvious urgency. But she deliberately lowered her voice, ensuring only she and Chu Chuhong beside her could hear. Upon hearing this, Chu Chuhong paused slightly before glancing toward Pei Sun's direction. Though he couldn't make out what Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi were saying, the playful banter between them instantly made everything clear. He gently placed a hand on Fang Shishuan's left shoulder and murmured soothingly. Shixian, I only learned later that this Pei Sun is even more morally corrupt than you described. You're just too kind-hearted. You don't need to spare such a person any face. It's also my fault I shouldn't have trusted you with him back then. I should have. Before Chu Chuhong could finish, Fang Shixian snapped angrily, don't touch me. Her voice carried an unmistakable edge of irritation and resentment. Chu Chuhong froze, quickly withdrawing his hand, a trace of awkwardness flitting across his face. I'm sorry, Shixian. I only wanted to comfort you. I know you've been deeply hurt by Pei Sun and feel terrible about it. But rest assured, during this trial period, if I get the chance, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson and force him to apologize to you in person. Hearing this, Fang Shishuan's expression remained unchanged, though a fleeting, barely perceptible look of disdain flashed in her eyes. Teach Pei Sun a lesson? Forget now, even facing the Pei Sun from just over 10 days ago, you probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Facing the endless horde of creatures Pei Sun could summon in an instant, you could only hack away at them one by one with your clumsy hand-to-hand combat. By the time you finished slaughtering them all, Pei Sun would have slept through the entire battle. Though deeply dissatisfied, Fang Shixian kept her resentment bottled up, saying nothing more, mindful of her current predicament. At that moment, Pei Sun felt an uneasy sense of being watched, making him squirm uncomfortably. The next second, he turned his head toward Fang Shishuan's position. The moment she met his gaze, she sat up straight as if struck by lightning, then shifted her posture unnaturally and averted her eyes to another direction. Pei Sun watched this unfold, feeling utterly baffled, though he didn't dwell on it. He continued chatting with Zhuang Yushi. The girl was telling him about where she'd been training these past 10 days, the unique spirits she'd encountered. By the end of their conversation, she also informed Pei Sun that she had now reached level 28 as an epic summoner. Rising from level 10 to level 28 in just over 10 days was a reasonable pace for a practitioner with SS tier talent. When Pei Sun asked what talent skills she had learned, she didn't tell him directly. Instead, she teased him, saying she'd reveal it if they could cooperate during the secret training camp. Pei Sun couldn't help but laugh bitterly. After an unknown amount of time, the main doors of the hall suddenly swung open. Pei Sun, who was already growing restless, immediately turned his attention to the doorway. His gaze shifted over to find three middle-aged men in formal attire pushing their way inside. Upon recognizing their faces, Pei Sun's expression turned astonished. One of them was someone he recognized, none other than Teacher Ludru, notorious throughout Fengyu City for his deep-seated hatred toward him. For a moment, Pei Sun's mind went blank. Why was he here? Could it be that he was going to join him at the Tianjin Province secret training camp? Wasn't this guy notorious for going to extreme lengths to protect his students? How had he ended up assigned to be with him? This was disastrous. After taking in the three figures, a fleeting, barely perceptible look of surprise flashed through Duan Huanru's eyes. Clearly, she too was baffled by Lu De's presence here. Nevertheless, Duan Huanru immediately stood up and walked over to greet them warmly. Teacher Qi. Teacher Jiang. You're here. Teacher Lu, I never expected you to come too. Mayor Yao mentioned this afternoon that other teachers would join us for this training session. I never imagined it would be you. The two individuals addressed as Teacher Chi and Teacher Jiang also engaged Duan Huanru in warm conversation. Huanru, when did you arrive? So early. Who would have thought you'd become a teacher now? Ha ha ha. Only Lu De's expression remained stiff, appearing less than friendly. The moment he entered, he immediately spotted Duan Huanru seated there. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly pieced together why she was here. It seemed Yao Jinchuan had genuinely tied him and that brat Pei Sun together. He'd intended to ignore Duan Huanru in public, but seeing her greet him so warmly coupled with Yao Jinchuan's words from yesterday, he reluctantly responded. I'm here at Mayor Yao's invitation, accompanying these children on their training journey. I never expected to see you here. Lud's tone held no emotion, only a hint of stiffness, and his expression was less than pleasant. The other two teachers and the group of students who witnessed this scene instantly understood what was happening. Chapter 129, Combined Strength. Just as the atmosphere began to grow tense, Teacher Chi stepped forward with a smile, moving between the two men to address Pei Sun and the others. The bus assigned to transport us has arrived. Let's get moving. That's right. The bus has been waiting outside for several minutes now. Everyone, please get ready. With that, Gu Xingqiang, He Guang, and Shi Shiyun slowly rose to their feet and headed toward the door. Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi were the last to leave the hall, taking seats in the back row of the bus. Zhuang Yushi seemed to be in an unusually good mood every time Pei Sun looked at her. Her face was beaming with a smile. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed and the bus began to move slowly. Zhuang Yushi sat beside Pei Sun. Just as they were chatting about other things, Duan Huanru suddenly walked over. On this bus, aside from the other three teachers and Pei Sun, none of the students actually knew Duan Huanru. Only Gu Xingqiang had some familiarity with him, but it was limited to knowing he had been the regional coordinator for the graduation assessment. Seeing Duan Huanru approach, Zhuang Yushi felt utterly confused. Though unsure why this teacher had suddenly approached, she sat up straight, her nerves tightening slightly as the smile faded from her face. Pei Sun couldn't help but find the scene amusing. Sure enough, all students felt an inexplicable fear when facing their teachers. Duan Huanru, who entered later, was unaware that someone was already seated beside Pei Sun, since Pei Sun had been the last of the 10 students to board the bus. Duan Huanru had intended to speak with Pei Sun about something, but upon seeing a girl beside him, she wore a look of surprise. With no other option, she sat down on the opposite side. Though Zhuang Yushi sat up straight, her nerves were still slightly on edge. But when Pei Sun saw Duan Huanru approach, he merely stared at her with a look of utter bewilderment. Duan Huanru, however, wore an "I get it" expression. She then stretched lazily, gave Pei Sun an OK sign, and promptly shifted her gaze out the window. Pei Sun. It was only a little past 2 o'clock, and they still had 4 hours to go before reaching Sangjing City. He had expected Zhuang Yushi to share all sorts of things with him along the way, but now she was too scared to speak after Duan Huanru's appearance. Well, guess I'll just have to endure the boredom for the rest of the trip. A hotel building in Sangjing City, Tianjin Province. Inside a spacious room, 3 soldiers in uniform were resting. They looked like they'd just returned from outside, their faces bearing traces of fatigue. 3 beds, a large table, and a few scattered chairs, more than enough space for 3 people. One lay sprawled lazily on a bed, idly scrolling through his phone. The other 2 sat on chairs nearby, each holding a stack of documents. Xiao Jun, have you completed the task I assigned you last time? Asked the one with dark skin and a determined gaze. Understood, Captain Yu. The materials are all here. Xiao Jun replied respectfully. I can't be bothered to look through them. Just tell me what's in them. Understood, Captain Yu. Saying this, Peng Jun picked up another stack of documents from the table. After flipping through a few pages, he continued. Based on our investigations and intelligence, among the 17 cities in Tianjin Province this year, Sangjing City, Yunsong City, and Nanxi City stand out as the 3 with the strongest overall capabilities. Of course, for the past decade or so, these 3 cities have consistently maintained a commanding lead in Tianjin Province. Yu Hongji nodded slowly upon hearing this. However, Peng Jun's gaze swept over the materials, and upon seeing something, his expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise. There's a city called Fengyu City that has consistently ranked last in Tianjin Province for over a decade. Particularly in the past 2 years, Fengyu City's per capita GPT this year is only 0.7 times that of the second to last city. Under the new regulations, in 2 years, Fengyu City will only receive 5 spots in the secret training camp. If Fengyu City's comprehensive strength remains the lowest in Tianjin Province by then, the number of spots will be further reduced. After listening, Yu Hongji slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket, casually grabbing a lighter from the table to light it. Taking 2 deep puffs, Yu Hongji remarked. Fengyu City, huh? It can't be helped. In recent years, the activities of otherworldly spirits have become increasingly rampant, posing a growing threat to humanity. From this perspective, we have no choice but to tighten the selection criteria. If Fengyu City, despite its low ranking, could still reliably secure 10 spots annually like other cities, it would be unfair to the higher-ranked cities. Peng Jun nodded in agreement with Yu Hongji's viewpoint, yet his tone carried a hint of pity as he added. It's just that Fengyu City was already lagging behind. If the quotas keep shrinking, I doubt they'll ever recover in Tianjin province. I recall during the Spirit Uprising over a decade ago, this city suffered the worst collateral damage. Families living in Fengyu City really have it tough. Hearing this, Yu Hongji suddenly smiled, as if he had detected the unspoken meaning in Peng Jun's words. Yu Hongji rose to his feet, walked over to Peng Jun's side, and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. His words carried a weight of earnestness. Jun, remember this, nation comes before family. Only when the nation stands firm can families thrive. Seeing Yu Hongji rise, Peng Jun dared not remain seated and quickly stood up as well. Upon hearing Yu Hongji's words, Peng Jun immediately responded, Captain Yu, I understand. Before he could finish, Yu Hongji raised his right hand, signaling Peng Jun to pause. Any news from Captain Jiang? Has he been in touch with you recently? Peng Jun thought for a moment before replying, no, it's still been 10 days since that last contact. Got it. If Captain Jiang contacts you later, notify me immediately. Also, cooperate fully with Captain Jiang to complete the mission. Understood? Understood, Captain Yu. Yu Hongji nodded and walked into the bathroom. Alright, get some rest early. You've had a long day. Yu Hongji's crisp voice echoed from the bathroom. Yes, Captain Yu. Though he replied verbally, Peng Jun's hands didn't pause, continuing to flip through the stacks of documents on the desk. About 3 minutes later, Yu Hongji emerged from the bathroom. Old Su, get ready. Yu Hongji's words trailed off abruptly. How could Su Shuxuan be asleep on the bed? She was still looking at her phone when he went into the bathroom just now. Still, Yu Hongji didn't wake Su Shuxuan. After all, he'd seen just how exhausted she'd been all day. Chapter 130, Rest. Yu Hongji approached Peng Jun again, asking with puzzlement, resting, right? What else would you be looking at? Captain Yu, I'm not really tired, and I'm not sleepy either. I'm just using this time to check the info on the new recruits arriving tomorrow. It's all here, their details and personality profiles. I'm just seeing if there are any troublemakers. Hearing this, Yu Hongji couldn't help but laugh aloud. Why do you always go after the troublemakers year after year? Times have changed. Kids these days are fiercer than ever. If we don't temper them a bit, they'll suffer big time both in dealing with people and when they get to the other world, Peng Jun said earnestly. Well, you do you. I'm different, I prefer to get straight to the point. We'll assemble at 6 tomorrow morning. I'll give them a taste of my style first. Then whoever's the troublemaker will reveal themselves, right? Yu Hongji flashed a sly, fox-like grin. Ha 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 ha. Alright then, I'm going to rest now. You should get some sleep too. With that, Yu Hongji flopped onto the bed nearest the door. Ha! Just as Yu Hongji settled in, Peng Jun suddenly let out a puzzled sound, his expression immediately freezing. Seeing this, Yu Hongji immediately asked curiously, what's wrong? Peng Jun stood up, carrying the documents in his hand as he walked over to Yu Hongji. Within just a few steps, the seriousness on his face became visibly palpable. Captain Yu, look, there's actually a D-grade talent on this Fengyu City list. Hearing this, Yu Hongji froze for a moment before his expression turned grave. He naturally didn't doubt Peng Jun's words, but how could someone with a D-grade talent possibly secure this spot? Even the most underdeveloped city shouldn't be so lacking that it couldn't produce a single S-tier talent, right? If there were no S-rank talents, surely there must be at least some A-rank talents? No matter what, it shouldn't come down to a D-rank talent, right? Taking the documents from Peng Jun, Yu Hongji's eyes widened in shock. It really was a kid with a D-tier talent. Pei Sun, D-tier talent? I recall the provincial governor issued a directive prohibiting D-tier talents from participating in municipal graduation assessments. How did this kid not only survive but also crack their city's top 10? Is Fengyu City really that hopeless? As he spoke, Yu Hongji's tone abruptly shifted from bewilderment to anger, his expression changing from disbelief to indignation. He knew full well that even the lowest-ranked city in Tianjin province, let alone the entire nation, couldn't possibly fail to produce 10 S-tier talents. This wasn't about capability, it was about attitude. A city this size, with spots representing the elite, given to someone with D-tier talent? What was the meaning of this? Treating the province's secret training camp as a joke? Buying spots outright without even pretending to compete? Wasn't this a blatant provocation? Yu Hongji grew increasingly silent as he looked through the documents, his expression darkening noticeably. Frowning, Yu Hongji took the remaining documents from Peng Jun's hands. He completely ignored the participation quotas for other cities, his gaze fixed solely on the remaining 9 spots allocated to Fengyu City. Gu Xinjiang SSS tier, Chuchuang S tier, Pei Tian SSS tier, Zhuang Yuxi S tier, Huang Shirshan S tier. There are actually S tier participants? Has this city fallen so far? Yu Hongji's brows knotted into a tight character, his breathing growing noticeably strained. Typically, among a city's 10 spots, at least 7 or 8 would be filled by practitioners with SSS tier talent, with only 2 or 3 at most being SS tier. Yet Fengyu City not only defied expectations with SS tier talents dominating, but even featured D tier talent. Yu Hongji's frown deepened with each passing moment. Smack! At the end, Yu Hongji angrily slammed the stack of documents onto the floor, producing a loud thud. The impact startled Su Xuxuan awake from her slumber. Su Xuxuan opened her eyes, utterly confused. Seeing Pang Jun with a frozen expression and Yu Hongji's face tinged with anger, she scratched her head in bewilderment. What was going on? Hadn't she just heard Captain Yu say they were done for the night and tell Pang Jun to get some rest? What was going on? Had she misheard? Or was it just a dream? I don't care how desperate this city is. But that's beside the point. If they dare buy spots with money, it's a blatant provocation against us. Tomorrow, I'll confront the mayor of Fengyu City face to face. I'll see how he explains this. But really, Yao Zhenxuan couldn't be blamed for this. Because this list was compiled based on the graduation assessment results from when Pei Sun and the others participated. No modifications were allowed afterward, which is why it still shows Pei Sun as a D-tier talent. If he could, Yao Zhenxuan would have changed it to SSS tier talent. Though he didn't know Pei Sun's true potential, declaring him SSS tier talent would face no objections. Su Xuxuan stared blankly at Yu Hongji, her drowsiness completely vanishing from the shock. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen Captain Yu lose his temper like this. What was going on today? Su Xuxuan's bewildered gaze shifted to Pang Jun, only to find him standing rigid as a telephone pole beside her, utterly frozen and not daring to utter a sound. Yu Hongji's expression darkened to the extreme. This was his first assignment in Tianjin province, and he never imagined encountering such a situation. They'd never encountered anything like this during secret training camps in other provinces. He felt this was nothing short of an insult to them. Captain Yu. According to records, Mayor Yao Zhenxuan and Deputy Mayor Liao Yuza of Fengyu City have led their delegation to Tianjin province's secret training camp for several years. This year is no exception. They sent several teachers from their city to participate instead. Hearing this, Yu Hongji burst into a bitter laugh. Fine. Looks like I overthought it. I thought they were trying to provoke us, but apparently they just don't give a damn about us. No wonder the city ranks among the worst in Tianjin province. With mayors like this, the city's future is as clear as day. I say they should just merge with another city outright. Though Yu Hongji was desperately suppressing his emotions, the violent heaving of his chest betrayed the fury raging within. As a soldier who had survived countless life or death situations in another world, his mental fortitude had reached a level beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Normally, he could rationalize or understand most events, big or small. But this matter was utterly incomprehensible to him. What had they been fighting for on the front lines? Wasn't it precisely to ensure the residents of Blue Star could live in peace and security? And yet, as the mayor of a city, this was how he treated his own citizens? Setting aside the question of how a D-rank talent even secured this spot, why would he send a D-rank professional to take this graduation assessment? Wasn't he afraid the individual would perish in the before even finding paid teammates to farm points? Chapter 131, South Station, Sangjing City, Tianjin Province. Seeing Su Xuxuan's face flush slightly, he understood what was happening, yet still dared not utter a word. He couldn't recall the last time Captain Yu had been this furious, but the familiar oppressive aura still silenced him. Pang Jun was much the same, falling silent after his earlier remark. After a long silence, Yu Hongji spoke in a low voice. Keep his D-grade talent under wraps for now. No need to pry into it. I'll speak with their instructor tomorrow. Understood. Pang Jun nodded immediately. Yu Hongji glanced at Su Xuxuan, who looked utterly bewildered, then turned back to Pang Jun. All right, you two can rest now. With that, Yu Hongji got out of bed and walked toward the door. Seeing this, Pang Jun asked in confusion, Captain Yu, aren't you going to rest? Do you think I can rest easy right now? Yu Hongji snapped without turning back. Pang Jun was instantly at a loss for words, watching Yu Hongji walk out without knowing what to say. Only after Yu Hongji had closed the door behind him did Su Xuxuan, who had been tense the entire time, finally exhale in relief. Her face still wore a look of shock and confusion as she asked. What's going on? Why is Captain Yu so angry? Is it still about that incident with Captain He? Pang Jun also exhaled a long sigh of relief. Having worked alongside Yu Hongji longer than Su Xuxuan had, he understood him better in certain ways. He couldn't recall the last time he'd seen Captain Yu this furious. The sheer intensity of his rage still sent a jolt through Pang Jun's heart. No, Pang Jun shook his head. It's about the city sending teams to participate in tomorrow's secret training camp. So Pang Jun patiently recounted the entire incident to Su Xuxuan from start to finish. After hearing the entire story, anger flashed across Su Xuxuan's face. When she heard that a D-tier talent had secured a spot, she merely looked surprised. But upon learning that neither the mayor nor the deputy mayor of Fengyu City had come, her brows furrowed. Mayors from every other city led their delegations here. What does it mean for the mayor of a bottom-ranked city not to show up? He doesn't even have the standing to act like a big shot. Su Xuxuan declared indignantly. I don't know. We've been to so many provinces and cities, but this is the first time we've encountered such a situation, Pang Jun replied. Tianjin Province, Sangjing City South Station. Shortly after 6:10 p.m., the bus carrying Pei-sun finally arrived in the city. After stepping off the bus, Pei-sun dramatically stretched his body, flexing his limbs. Sitting in that same seat for 4 hours on the bus nearly suffocated him. Duan Huanru had also been frozen in place for 4 hours, leaving Zhuang Yushi utterly bored and silent the entire journey. Upon stepping off the bus, Pei-sun's eyes lit up at the surroundings. No wonder this was the provincial capital. The surroundings were incredibly pleasant at first glance. The station seemed to be right next to a plaza. Pei-sun and the others immediately spotted a towering fountain sculpture in the distance. Illuminated by colorful lights, the spraying water created a dazzling display. The street connecting the square and the station was spotless, not a speck of trash in sight. The rows of streetlights on either side cast a warm, inviting glow, and the neatly trimmed flower beds beside them clearly showed meticulous care. Such a sight was unthinkable in Fengyu City. Only the north and west stations were somewhat clean, while the south station was downright filthy. The streetlights there were dim and gloomy, with barely a few intact when viewed in a row. The air quality here was also incomparable to Fengyu City. How beautiful! Zhuang Yushi skipped over to Pei-sun's side, gazed in one direction, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Following her gaze, Pei-sun looked up and was momentarily taken aback. A skyscraper stood before them, its silhouette outlined in dazzling neon lights, piercing the sky. The two visible sides of the building displayed exquisite artistic patterns and captivating animations, not a single advertisement in sight. Higher up, a tapestry of interwoven colors adorned the structure, staining the surrounding clouds in vibrant hues. The sight was utterly breathtaking. Although Fengyu City also had such towering skyscrapers piercing the clouds, none achieved such astonishingly beautiful effects. Those buildings were covered in advertisements, rarely displaying such a beautiful side. Moreover, Sangjing City boasted more than one such magnificent building. This particular one was simply the closest visible from the station. Out of the corner of my eye, the endless night sky sparkled with scattered neon lights. Though merely scattered dots, this was due to the great distance. Up close, they would blend into the same breathtaking visual spectacle as the skyscraper before us. Not only Pei-sun and Zhuang Yushi, but Gu Xingxian, Feng Shixian, Pei Tian, Zhao Ruoshi, and the others were all deeply immersed in this breathtaking night scene. Even the teachers were captivated by the dazzling spectacle. Ahem! Duan Huanru, who had slowly gotten off the bus behind them, saw everyone lost in the breathtaking scenery and couldn't help but clear her throat twice. Everyone, please make sure you have all your belongings. Once you're ready, we'll depart. The hotel reservations have already been made for us. Only then did the group reluctantly turn back, double-check their belongings, and confirm nothing was left behind before informing Duan Huanru they were ready to go. Teacher! Do we have to go to the hotel right now? Can I go buy something? A familiar voice, tinged with wisdom, suddenly rang out. Pei-sun froze, looking in the direction of the voice. There stood Shi Shiyun, chatting beside Teacher Qi. Judging by their demeanor, they must have known each other beforehand, otherwise, they wouldn't be standing so close together. Pei-sun remembered Shi Shiyun quite well that day. His hot temper had earned him a harsh lesson from Chu Chuang. No. All your actions must be conducted under absolutely secure conditions. Right now, you must return to the hotel with us. We still have matters to discuss. Teacher Qi refused outright, his expression stern. Oh come on, teacher. We're perfectly safe here. Besides, this is Sangjing City, the capital of Tianjing province. How could we possibly be in danger? Shi Shiyun pouted with a playful smile. Cut the act. You do exactly as I say. Every warning comes with bloody lessons learned. Just follow me back quietly. Teacher Qi remained completely unmoved, crossing her arms firmly across her chest. Fine then. Shi Shiyun looked thoroughly disgruntled, clearly reluctant to comply. Seeing this, Pei-sun couldn't help but lower his head and whisper to Zhuang Yushi. This Shi Shiyun seems familiar with the teacher. Do they know each other? Chapter 132, Of course they know each other. Of course they know each other. Zhuang Yushi flashed a meaningful smile and explained. Teacher Qi is a distinguished teacher at Fengyu No. 3 High School, and Shi Shiyun is the school's prodigy. Do you really think they wouldn't know each other? Oh, I see. Pei-sun suddenly looked enlightened. Wait, how did you know this teacher Qi is from Fengyu No. 3 High School? Pei-sun suddenly remembered something and couldn't help asking. Silly. Zhuang Yushi's lips curved upward in a playful smile as she scolded him gently. Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao already told us everything before you arrived. You were the last one here. But you still got special attention. Mayor Yao even mentioned it again just for you when he left. As she spoke, Zhuang Yushi poked Pei-sun with her finger, her voice tinged with a hint of envy by the end. Oh. Pei-sun nodded vigorously. What about the other two teachers? Pei-sun asked, puzzled. 2? I thought there were 3. You should know about that Lu De guy. Wait, he's already given you trouble, right? He's the teacher I mentioned back in the desert forest. His personality can only be described with 2 words, fiercely protective. You took down his student and you're still alive? You're something else. At this point, Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but shoot Pei-sun a sharp glance before giving him a thumbs up. Several black lines appeared on Pei Sun's forehead. Lud is a distinguished teacher at Fingyu First High, but not many people recognize his title. Probably because of his personality, a lot of my classmates don't like him. Then there's Teacher Jiang, a special grade teacher at Fingyu No. 2 High School. This teacher is the complete opposite, very gentle. All my friends from Fingyu No. 2 High School often praise him. So I really like this teacher too. Pei Sun nodded thoughtfully once more. As for that last teacher, Duan Huanru, I don't know much about her, though the name does sound familiar. At the mention of Duan Huanru, Zhuan Yushi's expression turned pensive. She propped her delicate white wrist against her chin, her earnest contemplation making her look utterly adorable. Think hard. Could it be that we heard this name during our assessment in the desert forest? Watching Zhuan Yushi's earnest contemplation, Pei Sun flashed a sly smile, unable to resist teasing her. Ha! Upon hearing Pei Sun's words, Zhuan Yushi's eyes lit up instantly. She exclaimed excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. I remember now. We heard that name during the desert forest assessment. He was the regional supervisor back then, right? I even studied their names for ages. Ha! Zhuan Yushi suddenly tilted her head in confusion and asked, how come you remember it so clearly too? Pei Sun couldn't help but laugh aloud. I was about to ask you the same thing. Your memory's pretty sharp. You remembered it the moment I mentioned it? Because I'm a support player. When Lai Yunqi was leveling me up, I'd get bored and start reading up on everything related to the assessments. Names of assessment organizers, security personnel, even the transporters for the bosses within the territory, I basically memorized them all. Hearing Zhuan Yushi's answer, Pei Sun was momentarily at a loss for words. During those grueling 24 hours of the assessment, while everyone else was working themselves to death, racing against the clock to farm monsters and rack up points, you went and did this. You sat around bored, reading lists of people involved in the assessment. Looks like being a support class is pretty chill after all. No need to exert yourself, just find a strong player to tag along with. So, how do you remember all this so clearly? Zhuan Yushi stared intently at Pei Sun as she asked. She knew Pei Sun had the ability to be idle, but surely he wasn't so bored that he'd focus on those lists like he did. Because we crossed paths during the assessment. Pei Sun shrugged, explaining honestly. I summoned too many creatures back then. Teacher Duan thought it was a spirit uprising and brought several regional supervisors over. Oh, I see. Zhuan Yushi nodded slowly after hearing this, though the pensive look in her eyes suggested she was still deep in thought. Wait, that doesn't add up. Zhuan Yushi suddenly remembered something and murmured, Teacher Duan was a regional supervisor during the assessment. How come he's here teaching now? And, the other 3 teachers are all renowned special grade instructors in Fingyu City. Teacher Duan. Her voice trailed off as she deliberately lowered her tone. A sly look flashed in her eyes as she turned to Pei Sun, her gaze brimming with suspicion. Pei Sun understood exactly what Zhuan Yushi was implying. How could Duan Huanru, merely a district supervisor, be working alongside Fingyu City's renowned special grade teachers, especially on such a critical mission? To be honest, Pei Sun also felt a bit puzzled by this. Though their points of confusion differed, they shared a similar essence. In Zhuan Yushi's view, Fingyu City's special grade teachers likely held relatively high status within the city's system. But in Pei Sun's eyes, their standing wasn't particularly elevated. He suspected that any practitioner with an A or S grade talent, coupled with some teaching aptitude and a likable personality, could fill that role. So why would Duan Huanru, a practitioner with SSS tier talent, end up serving as both a district supervisor and a teacher in Fingyu City? Looking at Fingyu City or anywhere else, which SSS tier talent hasn't carved out their own little corner of the world? Some, like Qiao Jinchuan, climb the ranks to become high-ranking officials. Others dominate other worlds, ruling multiple sanctuaries and forging their own small empires. Setting aside whether Duan Huanru possessed the capability to achieve any of that, the mere fact that she could endure serving a group of newbie practitioners like Pei Sun filled him with both puzzlement and admiration. Moreover, Pei Sun believed Duan Huanru was entirely capable of achieving both of those goals. Navigating the bureaucratic system might be complicated, but forging his own power base in another world was certainly within his reach. So even though he'd known Duan Huanru for some time, Pei Sun still harbored considerable curiosity about him. During the assault on the White Ice Sanctuary, Pei Sun had actually broached this question with Duan Huanru, only to be met with vague evasions and little concrete response. Now that they had a chance to be alone, Pei Sun intended to ask again. His confusion ran deep, especially given Duan Huanru's willingness to cover the entire 10 million cost for Pei Sun's equipment forging. Pei Sun simply couldn't fathom why someone of Duan Huanru's caliber, a top-tier talent, would go out of his way to assist him like that. I don't know much about Teacher Duan either, Pei Sun replied with a smile, but I'm somewhat more familiar with him than you are. I can ask him for you when the chance arises. Chapter 133, Downtown Sangjing City. So what if you've met him once more than me? How does that make you more familiar? Zhuan Yushi pouted, her voice sweet and coquettish. Still, that makes me more familiar than you. Pei Sun beamed with self-satisfaction. At that moment, Zhuan Yushi naively assumed Pei Sun simply had one more meeting with Duan Huanru than she did. However, she didn't press further, so Pei-sun wisely dropped the subject. Alright, everyone, follow me. After confirming no one had left anything behind, Duan Huanru brushed past Pei-sun and took the lead. Ludi, Teacher Qi, and Teacher Jiang all followed closely beside her. For some reason, Pei-sun sensed that Duan Huanru's status seemed to carry more weight than the three so-called special grade teachers beside her. With the minor incident caused by Shi Shiyun resolved, the group obediently followed Duan Huanru as they set off. It must be said, the night in Sangjing City was utterly pure and beautiful, a stark contrast to the nights in Fengyu City that Pei-sun knew. Everywhere, neon lights shone like fireworks, dazzlingly brilliant. If the exterior was this breathtakingly beautiful, one could only imagine the fantastical scenes awaiting inside. Whether it was an illusion or not, the group felt the very air they breathed here tasted sweet. After Duan Huanru hailed a cab via her phone, 2 green taxis appeared before them in under 3 minutes. The 14 people split into 2 groups and boarded the taxis. Each car carried 2 teachers, with their destination being the central square of Sangjing City. Pei-xuan and Zhuang Yushi naturally shared one cab, with Shixian and Teacher Qi also in that vehicle. Teacher, we're staying downtown? Aren't the hotels there really expensive? Shi Shiyun, seated in the front row, chatted animatedly with Teacher Qi. Her tone didn't sound like a typical teacher-student conversation at all, but rather like a parent chatting with a child. It was clear their relationship was anything but ordinary. Why do you care if it's expensive? You're not paying for it. The higher-ups will reimburse us. We chose this location because we need to use the spirit vortex in the city center to teleport to another world, Teacher Qi explained. Overhearing their conversation, Pei-sun couldn't help but inwardly gasp. The otherworldly realms accessed via downtown portals were typically at least cataclysm-level sanctuaries, like the Sky Sanctuary reached from Fengyu City's center. At that thought, Pei-sun could already sense the intensity of tomorrow's training. Oh. Shi Shiyun nodded thoughtfully. Does that mean we won't be able to come out during training? Shi Shiyun tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. This kid was still scheming about sneaking out to shop. Teacher Qi couldn't help but chuckle at the question, replying with a weary sigh, your question. I have to admire your mindset. At a time like this, you're still thinking about trivial things. Tomorrow, you'll get a taste of the training intensity. Then, when you come to the hotel tomorrow night, you can ask me again. I'll tell you then. Ha? Why wait until tomorrow night? Shi Shiyun scratched his head in confusion. Because tomorrow night is the only time we'll see each other again. We might not meet for the next month. Teacher Qi's expression slowly grew solemn. All right. Shi Shiyun looked utterly helpless. Not just Teacher Qi, even Pei-sun couldn't help but admire this guy's mindset. Even after such a clear warning, he was still thinking about going out to buy things. If he didn't get beaten into submission tomorrow, he'd be lucky. On the way to the city center, the scenery outside the window captivated them. As they drew nearer to the heart of the city, skyscrapers rose densely packed, one after another. It felt like stepping into a virtual world, surrounded by dazzling LED lights that created a comfortable atmosphere without feeling overwhelmingly bright. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at the city center. After getting off the bus, they were once again deeply astonished. Even though the scenery at Sangjing City South Station was already beautiful, it was more of a clean, delicate beauty. Here, however, it was a pure beauty woven from various artistic lighting elements. Immersive animations played on the walls of the surrounding skyscrapers. Amidst it all, the group felt as if they had stepped into a 3D animation themselves. The atmosphere was saturated with technological wonder, utterly breathtaking. Don't lose track of us, okay? After getting off the bus, Duan Huanru reminded them once more before striding purposefully in one direction. Pei-sun and the others followed closely behind, soon arriving before one of the dazzlingly colorful skyscrapers. Rainbow Hotel. Pei-sun gazed up at the towering structure piercing the clouds, a wave of disorientation washing over him. In his previous life in China, there were only a handful of skyscrapers of this caliber. As an ordinary pet shop owner, he had never even seen one, let alone stayed in one. He never imagined that in this life, he would so quickly find himself staying in such a luxurious hotel. Upon entering the hotel, attendants on both sides of the lobby in trance immediately bowed in greeting. Duan Huanru approached the front desk, exchanged a few rapid words with the staff, then led Pei-sun and his companions to the 10th floor. Evidently, everything had been pre-arranged, so the process went smoothly. Teacher Jiang entered the elevator last, her voice gentle as she announced, "This entire floor is reserved for us tonight and tomorrow night. So everyone can pick a room for themselves. Of course, ahem. If any of you are couples, you can share freely. But from what I've observed, that shouldn't be the case. So just find a room to stay in." After Ms. Zheng finished speaking, Mr. Qi, who was walking ahead, continued. "Although we've reserved this entire floor, everyone should still get some rest early tonight and avoid making noise. After all, we're here representing Maple Feather City." Ahem. A stern, deep cough echoed through the room. "Everyone, please gather in room 1001. I need to go over some important points." Lude, expressionless, cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. Though his voice wasn't loud, everyone heard it. No wonder all my friends from Fingyu First High hate him. I hate him too. He's not gentle at all. Zhuang Yushi pouted, whispering cautiously beside Pei Sun. Pei Sun gave a helpless smile. Setting aside everything else, he didn't like this teacher either. After everyone entered room 1001 one by one, the atmosphere inside grew tense as teacher Jiang closed the door behind them. Perhaps because Lu Di had maintained a stone-faced expression throughout the journey, everyone's impression of him remained tense. Even now, with over 10 people crammed into one room, the silence remained thick. Lude was the first to enter the room. With a relaxed air, he plopped straight onto the bed. Only after the last person came in and closed the door did Lude's gaze sweep across the faces of the 10 students. Chapter 134, A Few Points. When his gaze landed on Pei Sun, a distinct shadow of malevolence flickered in his eyes. Pei Sun couldn't help but shiver, his expression slowly fading. It seemed this Lude genuinely hated him, showing no restraint in his resentment even at a time like this. Suddenly, Pei Sun felt something jab him. Turning his head, he saw Duan Huanru behind him, her arms crossed over her chest, accidentally brushing against him. Pei Sun and Duan Huanru exchanged glances. Instantly, he saw a resolute look in her eyes. It seemed to convey a message telling Pei Sun not to be afraid. It seemed Duan Huanru had also caught the hint of malevolence in Lud's eyes. Everyone's here, so I'll get straight to the point. First, remember at all times that this mission represents the image of Fingyu City. You are responsible for every word and action. Second, during this month, you must strictly adhere to the rules of the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp. Once you enter the alternate world tomorrow, obey every order from your trainers. Even if they tell you to eat dirt, you must not hesitate for a second. At these words, the expressions of the group shifted noticeably. Even before the training began, the psychological pressure was already mounting. It seemed tomorrow's training would be far more grueling than they had imagined. Third, we will gather here again tomorrow evening. At that time, if anyone experiences discomfort or illness, you must report it to us for instructors. This is to determine whether you can continue with the subsequent training. After tomorrow night, you may not see us again. Therefore, if you have any issues, seize this final opportunity to bring them up. We will communicate with the relevant personnel. Fourth, this month-long intensive training I hope everyone can persevere. If you stick with it diligently for this month, you'll achieve unimaginable results. Afterward, you'll get a full day to relax and explore Sangjing City. Didn't I just hear someone mention wanting to go shopping? I hope you can make it through this month. If you can't, you can submit a request to return to Fingyu City tomorrow night. As he spoke, Lu Di's gaze drifted toward Shi Shiyun. Shi Shiyun faltered for a moment before replying with unwavering confidence, "Don't worry, Teacher Lu. I'll definitely see this through." It was clear that Lu Di still held some authority over Shi Shiyun. Had Teacher Chi said this, he wouldn't have responded with such cautious care. Fifth, we'll assemble at 6 tomorrow morning. So by 5, everyone should be ready to head out after freshening up. I'll be waiting for you all downstairs at the entrance. The importance of first impressions goes without saying. I trust you all understand, so I won't dwell on it. Alright, that's all I have to say. Over the next month, I hope each of you will showcase your brightest selves. Dismissed. At his command, the crowd immediately began jostling toward the exit. Once outside, Pei Sun headed straight for the end of the corridor. At a glance, this floor had over a dozen rooms, enough to comfortably accommodate all 10 students and 4 teachers. But Pei Sun, wanting to avoid interaction, chose a room far away from the others. Yet after only a few steps, he noticed Zhuang Yushi still trailing closely behind him. Pei Sun slowed his pace and asked, "Which room are you going to?" "I don't know either, but I'm a bit timid. Could I share a room with you?" I. "Don't worry. I promise I won't disturb your rest." Zhuang Yushi twisted her hands awkwardly in front of her cheeks flushing with an unnatural blush as she pleaded with Pei Sun. Pei Sun hesitated before replying, "You saw that room earlier. The bed only fits one person. Besides, we're leaving around 5 tomorrow morning. A few hours will pass quickly." Zhuang Yushi's eyes, which had held a glimmer of hope, instantly lost their confidence. This guy. But won't you get bored with just a few hours? I was planning to tell you so much on the bus this afternoon, but that teacher Duan suddenly sat over and ruined it. Do you want to hear it now? Even if you're not bored, I'm still a bit bored. Zhuang Yushi said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After hearing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Duan didn't just randomly sit over here. He probably came over wanting to sit with me, but when he saw you here, he ended up sitting beside us instead. Pei Sun still remembered Teacher Duan's knowing look at the time. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Teacher Chi just asked us to keep the noise down. We don't want to disturb anyone else. Pei Sun explained earnestly to Zhuang Yushi. Zhuang Yushi pursed her lips, exhaled a long, helpless sigh, and looked at Pei Sun with a weary expression, unsure what to say. Looking into Pei Sun's clear eyes, Zhuang Yushi couldn't tell if he was being deliberate or just unaware. Fine, we'll talk tomorrow. Zhuang Yushi felt her toes digging into the floor tiles as if she might crack them. Turning away, her face flushed a vivid crimson in an instant. At Fingyu No. 4 High School, she was a fiercely sought-after presence. Countless boys fawned over her daily, and after awakening her SS-tier talent, even more scrambled to have her as their support. Now she was humbling herself to ask to share a room with him, and he wasn't even interested? Was she not good enough? He didn't seem like the type to be too picky. Sigh. Zhuang Yushi sighed deeply once more, utterly helpless, then slunk into the room opposite Pei Sun's. She couldn't fathom why Pei Sun was so resistant to her. They'd been chatting just fine earlier. The truth was, Pei Sun simply felt a bit sleepy. Though as a professional, he could maintain alertness for extended periods without rest. After sitting in the car all afternoon, his butt was starting to ache. The journey had been unbearable, crammed into a tiny space with a mix of unpleasant smells and no room to move. Now that he finally had a chance to be alone, all he wanted was to lie down on that soft bed for a bit, take a nice, relaxing shower, and then sleep. After all, it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and there were still nearly 10 hours before tomorrow's departure. That would give him a chance to catch his breath. Upon entering the room, he had to admit that luxury hotel rooms in big cities were truly something else. The painted walls around the room were a feast for the eyes, all the appliances were fully equipped, the bed was large and soft, the bathroom and shower were separate and spotless, and a faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, making one feel very comfortable. Chapter 135, Cold and Quiet. At another room door down the hallway, Chu Chuhong and Feng Shixian stood there. Seeing Feng Shixian show no intention of entering the room, a look of surprise flashed across Chu Chuhong's face. "What are you doing?" Feng Shixian's hand was already on the doorknob, yet she hesitated to open it. Instead, she turned back, her eyes fixed on Chu Chuhong with a look of caution. Chu Chuhong stood frozen in place, hesitating before stammering out, "Shixian, it might be dangerous for you alone. I should go in to protect you." "Chu Chuhong, we've only been together for less than 2 weeks. Do you really think it's appropriate for you to want to enter a room with me now?" Feng Shixian's tone was extremely cold. I know, Shixian. Don't worry, I absolutely won't do anything to you. I'll just wait outside for you." Chu Chuhong's breathing quickened noticeably, his tension palpable. He hadn't shown this kind of nervousness even when facing Pei Sun's terrifying undead army. Now, after just a few words with Feng Shixian, he felt his cheeks burning hot. "It's unnecessary. Since our teachers chose such a luxurious hotel for us, there's no need to worry about safety. Besides, all 4 teachers are staying on the same floor as us. There's nothing to be concerned about." Feng Shixian's tone remained icy, utterly unlike the way lovers spoke to each other. Even ordinary friends wouldn't be this distant. Yet Chu Chuhong, oblivious to this, merely nodded blankly. He didn't overthink it, simply agreeing that Feng Shixian made sense. They'd only known each other for such a short time, barging into someone's room now would be unreasonable. With that thought, Chu Chuhong replied in a steady voice, "It's fine, Shixian. I respect you. Maybe I'm not the perfect person you envision right now, but trust me, I will become that person in the future." A flicker of impatient disgust flickered in Feng Shixian's eyes, but she concealed it well, and Chu Chuhong didn't notice. Feng Shixian replied coldly, "Then go to the room across from mine. The one opposite is occupied, so find another room first. We'll see each other again in a few hours anyway." "Alright, Shixian." After speaking, Feng Shixian opened the door. After stepping inside, she turned back to glance at Chu Chuhong. He, however, stood completely still as if determined to show her he would never offend her, fixing her with a righteous smile. Seeing Chu Chuhong like this, Feng Shixian felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise in her chest. Facing Chu Chuhong's attentions, Feng Shixian offered him not a shred of kindness, slamming the door shut with a loud slam. Once the door was shut, the disgust in Feng Shixian's eyes became utterly unmasked. Perhaps it was Chu Chuhong's groveling manner that struck her as too pathetic. Now she only found him repulsive, harboring not a shred of affection for him. If she didn't still need him during the secret training camp, Feng Shixian would have broken up with him and cursed him out right then and there. As Feng Shixian closed the door, the smile on Chu Chuhong's face slowly froze. He couldn't pinpoint why, but the Shixian of now felt so different from the one he'd first met. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed, but he knew this relationship was making him miserable. He stood outside Feng Shixian's door for a long time, unable to figure out why, before finally finding a room and walking straight to the large bed in the center. He flopped down onto it. He was exhausted too. The next day, before 5 in the morning, the sky remained thick with darkness, not a hint of dawn visible. Yet a crowd had already gathered at the hotel entrance. Among them were 4 teachers, Duan Huanru, Lu De, and the others. Besides them, 6 or 7 other figures could be vaguely discerned. However, the darkness made it impossible to discern their faces clearly. And at this moment, Chu Chuhong was also among those figures. Last night, lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with thoughts of Feng Shixian, replaying everything she had said to him over the past period. These past 15 days, they'd already spent little time together, and Feng Shixian's conversations with him had been pitifully scarce. The 2 sentences she uttered last night amounted to roughly a week's worth of their previous conversations. To Chu Chuhong, every word Fong Shixian spoke to him carried the weight of sacred truth. Consequently, he etched every word she uttered into his memory, dissecting each phrase to discern hidden meanings. Why else would she be so distant? After mulling it over for nearly half an hour, not only did he fail to figure anything out, but he grew increasingly irritated. He couldn't tell if Fong Shixian genuinely disliked him or was testing him. This relationship was too painful for him to bear. With Fong Shixian occupying every thought, Chu Chuhong ultimately decided against resting. He went straight to the hotel lobby and emerged at 5 o'clock sharp. He just wanted to see Fong Shixian sooner. As the minutes ticked by, Pei Sun's figure also appeared on the first floor of the hotel. Last night, he had finally slept soundly and deeply. He had set his alarm for 4:30 a.m., but woke up naturally at 4 a.m. After a quick wash, Pei Sun came downstairs. Not long after he reached the first floor, Zhuang Yushi appeared behind him. "Hey!" Pei Sun turned around in surprise, then froze upon recognizing Zhuang Yushi. Judging by her alertness, it seemed like she hadn't slept a wink all night. "You're awake too?" Though Pei Sun had splashed water on his face, he still felt bleary-eyed and groggy. "Let's go. The teachers should be waiting for us at the entrance by now." Zhuang Yushi didn't answer Pei Sun's question, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. Pei Sun didn't mind, merely raising his hand and saying, "Oh, let's go." So the two of them stepped out together to the hotel entrance. It was just past 5 o'clock. Outside was pitch black, you couldn't see a thing. Only the LED lights illuminating the hotel's facade provided a faint glow. However, since the light had a deep reddish hue, it only vaguely outlined the figures of the people standing there. Despite the limited visibility, Pei Sun managed to recognize Duan Huanru. The three figures beside her were naturally the other three teachers. As for the faces hidden behind the other silhouettes, Pei Sun couldn't be bothered to look closely. He simply plopped down on the steps and waited for the teacher's instructions. "Hey! You, don't you find this dirty? Who knows how many people trample these steps every day? And you just plop down like that?" Zhuang Yushi slowly widened her eyes, her tone tinged with exaggeration. Chapter 136, Clean. How could it be dirty? The janitors clean it every day. Look how spotless these steps are, they're practically gleaming. As he spoke, Pei Sun pinched the surface of the steps with his finger and held it out toward Zhuang Yushi. His finger was indeed spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened slightly as she scrutinized Pei Sun's finger. Then, in a drawn-out tone, she said, But you can't just sit down like that. The floor isn't clean anyway." As she spoke, Zhuang Yushi reached out her own delicate little hand, grabbed the hem of Pei Sun's clothes, and tried to pull him up. Pei Sun couldn't help but let out a helpless, wry smile. The floor clearly wasn't dirty, okay? Girls are just so fussy. As Pei Sun stood up, he glanced around the room, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was constantly fixed on him. This gaze made him feel quite uncomfortable. Following the gaze, Pei Sun recognized a familiar silhouette. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chu Chuhong. It seemed like the moment he stepped out, this guy's gaze had been fixed on him. What the hell was his problem, staring at him for so long for no reason? Pei Sun couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him and walked a few steps forward. Chu Chuhong's expression was dull, his facial features stiff, his eyes filled with confusion. When Pei Sun's gaze met his, Chu Chuhong flinched, his body jerking as his eyes darted away. After Pei Sun walked away, Chu Chuhong's bewildered gaze shifted to Zhuang Yushi, lost in thought. Pei Sun approached Duan Huanru, intending to ask her something. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Duan Huanru turned toward him first. Spinning around, Duan Huanru spotted Zhuang Yushi following behind Pei Sun. She offered Pei Sun a polite smile before spinning back. Pei Sun. He had intended to ask how much it would cost for so many people to stay overnight in such a grand hotel. But, better not ask. After about 10 minutes, all 10 classmates finally gathered. What surprised Pei Sun slightly was that the last to arrive was Fong Shixian. After stepping out of the hotel entrance, Fong Shixian scanned the area with her beautiful eyes, as if searching for someone. Xiao Chuhong, witnessing this, instantly lit up with a hint of joy. He raised his hand and started walking toward Fong Shixian's location. However, after taking only a few steps, he noticed Fong Shixian's searching gaze suddenly freeze. Following her gaze, Chu Chuhong froze in place. His pupils dilated sharply, his entire expression stiffening as his heart gave a violent thud. Fong Shixian's gaze was fixed squarely on Pei Sun. Upon seeing Pei Sun standing with Zhuang Yushi, the previously expressionless Fong Shixian's face subtly shifted, revealing a trace of resentment. Her delicate fists clenched tightly for no apparent reason, her eyes turning cold and hard. She gave a sharp snort before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Spotting Chu Chuhong, she slowly made her way over to his side. Chu Chuhong, who had raised his hand, had already lowered it. He had assumed Fong Shixian would seek him out first upon her arrival. With everyone present, Lu Di, leading the group, finished his final headcount before clearing his throat and announcing, "Everyone, stay close together. This is your first meeting with the instructor, so I expect you to present yourselves in the most energetic and alert state possible." With that, Lu Di began walking toward the dimensional vortex teleportation point in the city center. Along the way, if not for Zhuang Yushi keeping Pei Sun company, he felt he might have collapsed from exhaustion right where he stood. Though he'd been told he could sleep for nearly 10 hours, after showering, scrolling through his phone, and letting his mind wander, he'd actually slept less than 8 hours. So now, he still felt a bit sleepy. Fortunately, their destination was close by. It took them about 20 minutes to reach the spirit vortex in the city center. Though the time of day was typically quiet, this place was anything but deserted. It was no different from daytime, bustling with people flowing like a tide. After a day of boredom, he had finally arrived safely in the otherworld. After arriving in the otherworld, when Pei Sun opened his eyes again, he was startled. This sanctuary seems even larger than the Sky Sanctuary? No. Not just bigger than the Sky Sanctuary, it's vastly larger. Several times bigger. At first glance, Pei Sun hadn't fully grasped the scale. But after scanning the surroundings, his eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the Sky Sanctuary wasn't even the tip of the iceberg here. The Sky Sanctuary was merely the size of a small residential complex, a cluster of villas put together. But this sanctuary stretched endlessly before him, streets as far as the eye could see, bustling with activity that rivaled Sangjing City on Blue Star. In some ways, the environment here felt even more beautiful and natural than Sangjing City. What truly stunned Pei Sun was the colossal milky white steel standing less than 10 meters directly ahead of their teleportation landing point. Engraved upon this milky white steel were road markers of varying lengths and sizes, forming a colossal stone map. Judging by its scale, this map was comparable to that of an ordinary town on Blue Star. A sanctuary of this magnitude undoubtedly far exceeded the ruined tier. The realization sent shockwaves through Pei Sun's mind. There were only 14 unborn level shelters in all of China, and today he had arrived at one of them? China comprised 40 provinces, and these 14 unborn level shelters were distributed across them. Until now, he had no idea that his own Tianjin province also housed a life extinction level shelter. Not only Pei Sun, but the others also let out gasps of astonishment in unison. Clearly, this was their first time setting foot in a whooshing level shelter. Ahem. Lu declared his throat twice before resuming his stern introduction. As you can see, this is a whooshing level sanctuary named Bishuan Sanctuary. Its scale is comparable to an ordinary township on our Blue Star. Take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the map. Our next destination is the C Street Training Grounds area. As soon as Lu De finished speaking, Shiyan pulled out his phone, opened the camera app, stepped back a few paces, pinched to zoom out on the screen, and snapped a photo. Seeing this, Chu Chuang, He Guang, Lu Zhe, and Fang Shixian all followed suit. Just as Pei Sun was about to take a photo too, Rud spoke up again. Once you meet the instructors, you won't have a chance to pull out your phones again until after evening rest. So don't waste your time now, use this moment to memorize the map properly. Chapter 137, Tone. Lu De crossed his arms over his chest, watching Pei Sun and the others take photos with an expressionless face. Though these were merely his temporary students, his tone when reprimanding them was remarkably seasoned, as if he were scolding students he had taught for years. Upon hearing this, the group froze in place before promptly tucking their phones back into their pockets. Eyes widened, they stared intently at the map. Pei Sun, however, couldn't be bothered with such formalities. He snapped a photo before tucking his phone away. After all, he did just follow the teacher to that C Street practice ground later. Mayor Yao had mentioned that most operations here required teamwork, so he did simply tag along with others. After stowing his phone, Pei Sun shifted his gaze elsewhere. The surrounding buildings appeared more beautiful than those in Blue Star Sangjing City because they blended artificial elements with traces of nature, creating a beauty incomparable to Sangjing's architecture. His gaze drifted unintentionally toward Zhuang Yushi, only to find the girl intently studying the map before her. After about 2 minutes, Rud raised his hand at the front, signaling to stop. Alright, let's get moving. With that, Lu De led the group toward the so-called C Street training ground. Pei Sun followed closely behind, his mind churning with thoughts. Whether it was the pressure from the outside world or the experiences he'd personally encountered, this secret training camp was undoubtedly the most crucial turning point in his entire life. The geniuses of the entire Tianjin province had gathered here. Though he prided himself on being unmatched among his peers, at this critical moment, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness. His gaze turned inward toward his summoning space. Observing the serene undead legion within, waves of emotion once again surged through Pei Sun's heart. Over 1.3 million ordinary blooded spirits, nearly 170,000 rare blooded spirits, close to 30,000 epic blooded spirits, and over 10,000 lord blooded spirits. Surveying this terrifying multitude of summons, Pei Sun felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Millions of undead summons and a sovereign-level spirit companion would forever remain his most reliable trump card. Minutes later, after navigating through layers of streets, Rod and his group finally reached their destination. From a distance, they spotted a sign by the roadside reading C Street Training Ground. Seeing this destination, Pei Sun felt a hint of surprise. There was no luxurious training ground as he had imagined, nor the skyscrapers he had envisioned. True to its name, it was just a random stretch of street, a large expanse of seemingly undeveloped land surrounded by peculiar milky white stone slabs. The material matched exactly that of the map stone they had seen upon entering. The surrounding stones appeared entirely natural, bearing no traces of artificial carving. Neither too tall nor too short, they stood at about 3 meters high, roughly the height of a single story. The ground was covered in deep, earthy soil with uneven terrain, further enhancing the wilderness survival vibe. The open area appeared to span over 200 square meters. At that moment, several rows of people were forming orderly lines, though it was unclear what they were queuing for. At the very front of the line stood 5 soldiers in uniform. At the rear sat a group of young people, presumably those who had already completed their registration and were ready to proceed. If Pei Sun's guess was correct, these 5 soldiers were the drill instructors they would soon face. Let's go. Lud turned back one last time before murmuring softly. As soon as the group entered the training ground, a young man in military uniform approached them. The 4 columns on the left are for student registration, and the single column on the right is for city representatives. Lu De nodded in understanding, then joined Duan Huanru and the others in lining up on the right. Pei Sun followed Chu Chuhuang and Shi Shiyun to the left queue. Glancing around, he saw that the people in his queue were all young individuals similar to them, likely prodigies from other cities, who would become their opponents in the upcoming competition. The registration process moved swiftly, taking barely 10 seconds per person, so it was soon their turn. Earlier, from a distance, he hadn't noticed, but now that it was their turn, after just one glance at the soldier before him, Pei Sun instantly felt an oppressive pressure. The soldier stared at Pei Sun with an icy gaze, as if appraising a criminal suspect. Every inch of his being radiated an unwavering resolve and a ruthless decisiveness. It was precisely this look that weighed heavily on Pei Sun, a gaze forged only through the crucible of life and death experiences. It wasn't just this instructor. Amidst his tension, Pei Sun glanced at the others. Every single one radiated that same powerful aura and icy demeanor. I ask your name. What is it? Upon hearing Pei Sun mention Fengyu City, the instructor's tone suddenly grew colder, his eyes flashing with disdain. Pei Sun. Pei as in upper non-lower garment, Sun as in seek. Pei Sun replied in a low voice. It was obvious this instructor was speaking to him with such a tone because of discrimination against Fengyu City. It wasn't just him. When the instructors beside him questioned Chu Chuhuang, He Guang, and Shi Shiyun, upon hearing they were from Fengyu City, they all seemed to transform instantly. Their tones plummeted into an icy abyss, making everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. After completing his registration, Pei Sun spotted Lu Di and his group approaching the city representative registration lane on his way back. What surprised Pei Sun was that the instructor handling city representative registration, upon hearing Lu De mention Fengyu City, instantly flashed an undisguised chill in his eyes. Are you the mayor of Fengyu City? Or? The instructor's tone was even more stern than the one who had registered Pei Sun, sounding almost like an interrogation of a criminal, utterly devoid of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Rudd immediately furrowed his brow. It had been decades since anyone had dared speak to him like that. In Fengyu City, if figures like Gong Han were local warlords, then Lu De was the undisputed ruler of the school. Those with higher ranks or greater influence than him had no interest in provoking him, while those with lower ranks or weaker power avoided him like the plague. After all, Lu De had connections in both legitimate and underworld circles. His covert influence aside, he could openly and legitimately deal with anyone who defied his will. He had previously attended the secret training camp as a city representative, though that was long ago, when he had come alongside Yao Zhenxuan. The instructor handling registration back then certainly didn't speak with such brashness. Chapter 138, Lu De's Wrath. Though the current registration officer wasn't the same as the one back then, this guy's tone truly stirred a surge of anger within him. He couldn't fathom why this man was interrogating him with such an attitude, but after careful consideration, he chose to swallow his anger. I'm the city representative for Fengyu City this time. Before Rudd could finish, the instructor cut him off with a sharp bark. I don't give a damn if you're Fengyu City's representative. I asked what role you play in Fengyu City. Did the mayor of Fengyu City die? Is that why you're here as the representative? Try giving me that look again. Peng Jun glared at Lu De, his rage boiling over. He slammed his fist hard onto the desk in front of him, sending a thunderous clap echoing through the room. Before arriving, Captain Yu had instructed him to pause briefly when registering the Fengyu City representative. As for Peng Jun, upon learning last night that the mayor wouldn't be present, he'd already resolved to deliver a sharp rebuke to the city representative this morning. Not to mention Captain Yu had specifically emphasized it. The loud bang instantly drew the attention of many around them, their eyes darting over to Lu De. The Peng Jun of today was a stark contrast to the man from last night. Anyone who had witnessed his demeanor the previous evening would find it difficult to believe this was the same person. Maple Feather City? After hearing Peng Jun's furious outburst, the surrounding gazes froze in shock before instantly shifting to expressions of contempt, mockery, and provocation. Wait, did I hear that right? Fengyu City? People from Fengyu City actually have the nerve to show up at the secret training camp? Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Fengyu City? Ha 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 ha. Just the name sounds so ridiculous it makes me laugh. Ha 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 ha. Maple Feather City? If I recall correctly, out of the first 10 people eliminated last year from the 170 participants, 8 were from Maplefeather City? Ah, you've got that wrong. 9 out of the 10 who got kicked out first were from Fengyu City. Ha 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 ha. Why is Instructor Pine so angry? What were they saying over there? Dumbass. Didn't you hear? Fengyu City is acting all high and mighty. Their mayor and deputy mayor didn't even show up. Some random person they found off the street is representing the city. Of course Instructor Pang is furious. Ha? Fengyu City is acting all high and mighty? What's Fengyu City playing at? Acting like a big shot when they're not. Their reputation's already terrible across the whole Tianjin province and they still pulled a stunt? Aren't they just asking for a scolding? Exactly. All I can say is Instructor Pang was spot on with his rant. But I heard from my friends who were here last term that Fengyu City's representative last time wasn't even the mayor either. They just picked someone random too. Not just last term. For the past 3 or 4 terms, they've just picked random people. Their mayor hasn't even shown up in years. Oh. So basically, the mayor of this city has just given up on it altogether. Pretty much. Looks like this city's going down the drain. And this city representative is such a pushover he didn't even dare to fire back after getting yelled at like that by Instructor Pang. Yeah. He even insulted their mayor and still didn't dare to fight back. Sigh, I think Fengyu City is just a bunch of cowards. But you can't really blame them if you're weak, you can't help but be scared. Who'd have thought we'd get such a show first thing this morning? After being publicly berated by Peng Jun in front of so many people, Luda's face turned ashen and darkened. Seeing this, Payson felt a chill run down his spine. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed intently on Lude. Others might not know, but Paysun was well aware of Luda's temper. Their first meeting over 10 days ago had left a deep shadow on Paysun, thanks to Luda's menacing glare. Vengefulness was Luda's defining trait, though whether he would choose to continue biding his time now remained uncertain. As Luda's expression darkened further, his face grew so grim it seemed blood might drip from it at any moment. Just then, a strong hand landed on Rud's shoulder. Duan Huanru stepped forward gently, positioning herself before Rud. Her tone was gentle as she explained, "Apologies, instructor. The mayor of Fengyu City had an urgent matter and couldn't attend. He sent us as representatives to complete this intensive training. We are from Fengyu City, specifically, teachers from Fengyu City Senior High School. These 3 are all distinguished teachers from Fengyu City." What the hell? After hearing Duan Huanru's explanation, Peng Jun furrowed his brow slightly, dug his fingers into his ear, and wore a look of utter contempt. However, observing Duan Huanru's composed demeanor, Peng Jun managed to suppress his rising anger. Though lacking formal education and unaware of the distinction between ordinary teachers and special grade teachers, his tone softened considerably, no longer brimming with hostility as before. These 3 are Fengyu City's special grade teachers. Duan Huanru continued explaining to Peng Jun in a submissive tone, taking a few steps back as she gestured for him to look at teachers Qi and Jiang, and Luda standing behind them. Only then did Peng Jun shift his gaze to teacher Qi and teacher Jiang, finally settling on Lude. You're not convinced? Seeing the dark glare in Luda's eyes, Peng Jun's brows, which had begun to relax, instantly furrowed again. Noticing this, Duan Huanru immediately reached out to pull Luda behind her, offering a forced smile. Instructor, he's just. Did I give you permission to speak? Peng Jun cut Duan Huanru off without a shred of courtesy, his contemptuous gaze returning to Lude. A verbal reprimand alone wasn't enough. After staring at Lud for several seconds, Peng Jun stood up and strode toward him. Seeing this, the smile on Duan Huanru's face faded noticeably, replaced by a hint of barely perceptible hostility in her eyes. Just then, another military uniformed figure appeared beside Peng Jun without warning, tall and imposing, with an icy stare. Peng Jun's imposing aura instantly dissipated upon recognizing the newcomer. He bowed his head slightly. Captain Yu, you're here. Seeing Peng Jun abruptly lower his guard and address the newcomer, Payson froze momentarily, shifting his gaze to the arrival. Since their uniforms were nearly identical, Payson could only focus on the rank insignia on their shoulders. The instructors registering these students all bore 2 bars and 2 stars on their shoulder insignia. Peng Jun's insignia bore 2 bars and 3 stars, while the newcomer's insignia had no bars, only golden foliage and a single gold star. Having some knowledge of military ranks, Payson immediately recognized the corresponding grades for these 3 insignia. Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Major General. No wonder Peng Jun showed such deference to this so-called Captain Yu. The gap between field officers and general officers was as vast as heaven and earth, not to mention the additional rank of senior colonel separating a colonel from a brigadier general. Chapter 139, Xiao Yanma. Observing team leader Yu's appearance, Payson couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. This guy looked no older than his late 30s, maybe early 40s at most, yet he already held the rank of Major General. Yu Hongji waved his hand, signaling Peng Jun to hold his tongue. Peng Jun immediately stood at attention beside him, his expressionless gaze fixed on Lude. Are you the city representatives from Fengyu City? Yu Hongji asked, hands clasped behind his back, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes, the four of us, Duan Huanru nodded, then gestured toward Teacher Chi and Teacher Jiang. Why did the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City not come? Yu Hongji continued his inquiry. We're not sure. We only received the notice at the last minute. Duan Huanru shook her head, answering truthfully. After all, he hadn't initially expected himself, Rud, and the other two special grade teachers to lead the delegation here. He'd assumed Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao would be in charge. Yu Hongji narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. He seemed to want to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. What are you staring at? Hurry up and register. Don't block the entrance. Yu Hongji glanced at the few people handling registration nearby and spoke in a leisurely tone. Though only about 2 minutes had passed since Peng Jun began provoking Lud, the street entrance was already packed with people. Oh. Right. The four men immediately resumed their registration duties. Stop gawking, everyone. Break it up and clear the way. Yu Hongji addressed the crowd gathered in a circle once more. The onlookers among the examinees promptly began dispersing. After speaking, Yu Hongji took a few steps forward and approached Duan Huanru. Is there a student named Pei Sun in your class? Yu Hongji narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping significantly. Hearing this question, Duan Huanru froze in place, a flicker of wariness appearing in her eyes as she instinctively took a step back. Pei Sun, who had just turned to leave, also halted upon hearing the words. There is a student named Pei Sun. Do you need something from him? Duan Huanru had no idea why this influential figure was specifically inquiring about Pei Sun, but considering her own standing, she could only respond obediently. Oh, all right. That's all then. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Yu Hongji gave his wrist a squeeze, signaling Duan Huanru that she could leave. Behind Duan Huanru, Lu Di, Teacher Chi, and Teacher Jiang were equally baffled, unable to fathom why Yu Hongji had singled out Pei Sun by name. Immediately after, under their stunned gazes, Yu Hongji left the practice area. Zhuan Yushi, standing beside Pei Sun, overheard Yu Hongji mention his name and turned to look at Pei Sun in confusion. Pei Sun himself had no idea what was going on and could only shrug helplessly. After completing registration, Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi made their way to the far end of the practice area. Glancing around, they saw that there were now over 150 people gathered. The students who had already registered were relaxed, sitting directly on the ground since there were no chairs. Pei Sun didn't bother with formalities either, finding a sparsely occupied spot and plopping down. Couldn't you be a little cleaner? Zhuang Yushi immediately scolded upon seeing him. Pei Sun smiled faintly, scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground, and looked at Zhuang Yushi with a grin. Didn't you have military training in high school? Or middle school? No military training at all? Military training? What's that? Zhuang Yushi asked, completely baffled. Pei Sun faltered. It seemed schools in this world didn't have the tradition of military training. In his previous life, military training was an indispensable part of middle school, high school, and even university. During military training, it wasn't just about getting your clothes dirty, just don't make them roll around in the mud. In Pei Sun's estimation, the grueling nature of this secret training would surely rival that of his past life's military drills, especially considering that Lud had already warned him earlier. It's hard to explain right now, but you'll understand soon enough. Alright. Though she didn't understand what Pei Sun was talking about, seeing how relaxed he was, Zhuang Yushi could only give him a helpless look. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. Hey! Bro! What city are you from? Pei Sun froze for a moment before turning to look at the speaker. It was a guy about his age, but with an utterly ordinary appearance, the kind who, like Duan Huanru, would vanish into a crowd in the blink of an eye. Right now, the guy was staring at Pei Sun with an excited look, as if he was deeply interested in which city Pei Sun came from. Seeing Pei Sun didn't respond, the guy continued. Hey, bro! My name's Xiao Yanma and I'm from Kongqing City. Let's be friends. We can look out for each other when missions come up. Seeing Pei Sun still silent, Xiao Yanma continued enthusiastically, his whole demeanor radiating optimism. In contrast, Pei Sun wasn't nearly as outgoing. He rarely initiated conversations unless absolutely necessary or under special circumstances. I'm from Fengyu City. After a moment's hesitation, Pei Sun was about to say his name, but upon second thought, he only mentioned his city. Fengyu City? Upon hearing the city name, Xiao Yanma froze in place, his expression subtly shifting. Pei Sun immediately caught the shift in Xiao Yanma's gaze and nodded calmly without flinching. Xiao Yanma's expression betrayed a hint of bewilderment. Just as he opened his mouth to speak again, several voices suddenly chimed in from nearby. What? Fengyu City? Did I hear someone say he's from Fengyu City? Look, everyone. We caught someone who admitted he's from Fengyu City. Wow. He actually dared to admit he's from Fengyu City. Won't he get targeted to death later? Oh my. This kid looks so delicate and fair-skinned, yet he actually admits to being from Fengyu City? Ha 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 ha. I can only pray for his future luck. Rare breed. Didn't your city reps tell you to hide like rats during secret training? Didn't they tell you Fengyu City is the lowest, most insignificant place in Tianjin province? Ha 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 ha. If this guy's from Fengyu City, then that little girl beside him must be from there too, right? Hee hee hee. Fengyu City girls are actually pretty decent looking. She really is pretty. Too bad she's competing under Fengyu City's quota. Hey Xiao Yanma. Can't you find any decent teammates? You actually ended up with someone from Fengyu City? Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 140, Friend or Foe. This is hilarious. Xiao Yanma was just trying to recruit my friend, and after getting rejected, he actually went after someone from Fengyu City. But honestly, what else could he do? The guy's just an S-rank loser. No idea how he even got his city's spot. How else could he have gotten it? It just shows their city is trash too. Probably on par with Fengyu City by now. Why else would they be recruiting from there? You're absolutely right, huh? As the mocking whispers swirled around him, Pei Sun's face twisted in agony under the piercing stares. By the end, Pei Sun finally understood why these people were mocking him and that guy named Xiao Yanma. He had anticipated being viewed through tinted glasses and facing some discrimination from other cities because of his association with Fengyu City. But he never imagined it would be this severe. And then there was Xiao Yanma. Earlier, Zhuang Yushi had mentioned all the cities participating in this secret training. If Pei Sun remembered correctly, Kongqing City was the worst off among them, second only to Fengyu City. No wonder he'd immediately sought mutual assistance from others, so that was the situation. And from what these people were saying, Xiao Yanma possessed S-tier talent. That really did paint their city in a grim light. While Fengyu City also had an S-tier talent, Fang Shixian, she was entirely brought up by Chu Chuheng. Even if they looked at the next few spots in the rankings, they were all SS-tier talents. Thinking about it, Pei Sun realized Fengyu City wasn't as hopeless as others made it out to be. Because even without him, Chu Chuheng and Fang Shixian, the dark horse and the slacker, Fengyu City's 10 spots wouldn't be filled by S-tier professionals. It seemed Fengyu City simply lacked SSS-tier talents. Besides himself, only Gu Xinjian, Pei Tian, and Xiao Ruoxi fit that category. Though Chu Chuheng had never disclosed his own talent level, Pei Sun had sparred with him and estimated Chu Chuheng to be an SS-tier talent. Just as Pei Sun was about to respond, something suddenly occurred to him, and his gaze shifted to Xiao Yanma. Xiao Yanma, who had stumbled into the spotlight without warning, felt his head grow hot. Unsure what to say, his complex gaze swept over the others before settling back on Pei Sun. This time, the look he gave Pei Sun was different, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Pei Sun's silence was deliberate. He wanted to see how Xiao Yanma would react. After a few seconds of hesitation, Xiao Yanma, still seated on the ground, unconsciously clenched his hands together. His voice trembled as he addressed Pei Sun. So, would you be willing to team up with me? There will be many tasks ahead that require a party to complete. Pei Sun smiled. They say you're an S-tier talent? Well, give me a reason to team up with you. Otherwise, can't I just team up with members from our city? If this guy could set aside external opinions and genuinely wanted to team up with Pei Sun, then Pei Sun wasn't opposed to the idea. After all, in this secret training in another world, having one more friend was always better. Xiao Yanma, who had flushed crimson upon hearing Pei Sun's first words, immediately regained an excited expression after hearing the latter two sentences. Some later missions won't allow teaming up with members from the same city. They require cross-city teamwork to complete. My value is, my cousin participated in last year's Tianjin province secret training camp. I know the procedures for what comes next. Upon hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes lit up. If what he said was true, it seemed like genuinely useful information. Alright, Kongqing City, right. We'll have a chance to meet up later then. Pei Sun nodded. Upon hearing Pei Sun's agreement, Xiao Yanma's face instantly broke into a broad smile. What's your name? How should I address you? We won't be splitting up today. We'll leave the shelter tomorrow to complete the mission. So compared to the next 30 days, today might be the easiest day. At least there's no immediate danger. My name is Pei Sun. Just call me whatever you like. After speaking, Pei Sun pondered Xiao Yanma's words. If they were leaving the shelter tomorrow, today truly was the most comfortable day of this period. Alright, then I'll call you Brother Sun. Xiao Yanma exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Just then, a series of shrill voices erupted nearby. Look at that pathetic look on his face. Let him gloat. He found some nobody from Fengyu City and acts like he struck gold. A particularly shrill voice cut through the crowd, accompanied by a piercing laugh, as if the speaker had found something utterly amusing. The speaker was a small, thin boy with a hint of cunning in his eyes. He gestured exaggeratedly as he spoke. Just two losers finding each other. Still say the same thing. If I run into scum like that during the shelter evacuation later, I'll just treat them like stray spirits. Look at how skinny they are, like bamboo sticks. Another voice chimed in immediately. It belonged to a burly boy, his face twisted in disdain, the corners of his mouth curling up in a mocking sneer. His tone dripped with arrogance, making it clear that in his eyes, an S-rank talent wasn't even worthy of wiping his feet. He's just an S-rank waste of space. What more do you want? Finding anyone to partner with is already a win. Besides, it makes perfect sense for someone from Fengyu City to team up with him. I can't think of anyone else who'd partner with him. The speaker was a fashionably dressed girl. She twirled a strand of hair as she spoke with contempt, her entire being radiating disgust. These taunts barely registered with Pei Sun, he was used to it by now. Xiao Yanhua, however, flushed bright red upon hearing them. It was clearly a perfectly normal business exchange, yet the contemptuous stares from these people had thrown his thoughts into disarray. He felt utterly humiliated by their words, unable to meet their gaze even once more. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the front, offering Xiao Yanhua a momentary reprieve. All 170 participants have completed registration. Everyone stand up. Form separate lines according to your city representative's 17 lines total. Failure to complete within 1 minute will result in penalties. Still sitting there? You come in early and just sit down? Are you that tired? Don't you fear your buttocks will rot from sitting too long? Pei Sun slowly lifted his head and saw the 4 people who had been helping with registration walking away, leaving only Peng Jun standing there barking orders. After delivering these 2 sentences, Peng Jun's lips curled into a faint smile, seemingly relishing the sensation of issuing commands. Chapter 141, No Moving. Pei Sun glanced back at the dazed Xiao Yanhua beside him, then gently patted his shoulder with a solemn expression before standing up. He led Zhuan Yushi to find their formation. Over 100 people moved simultaneously, creating a momentary chaos. But Pei Sun quickly led Zhuan Yushi to where Chu Chuhong and the others were. Shi Shiyun stood at the front, followed by He Guang, Lu Zhe, and the others. By the time Pei Sun and Zhuan Yushi arrived, many had already taken their places, leaving them no choice but to join the very end of the line. A few breaths later, Pei Tian, Zhao Ruoshi, Gu Xingxiang, and the others finally arrived, positioning themselves behind Pei Sun. Halt! Everyone freeze! As the full minute concluded, Peng Jun's thunderous shout abruptly echoed from the front. Though the command, infused with powerful psychic energy, reverberated sharply across the training ground, some still scrambled about frantically. Worse still, others had started arguing on the spot for reasons unknown. Peng Jun instantly frowned, his expression sour, a flash of silver light darting through his eyes. The next second, inexplicably, every single person on the field froze in place. Including Pei Sun, who strained every muscle yet couldn't budge an inch. Pei Sun's pupils dilated slightly. He had no idea what was happening. This was the first time he'd encountered such an overpowering force. I said no one moves. Are you all deaf? Peng Jun's booming voice echoed again, this time tinged with impatience and a much harsher expression. Only then did Pei Sun realize why he couldn't move at all. Peng Jun had used his methods. For a moment, he couldn't help but be stunned by Peng Jun's domineering tactics. At that moment, was it spatial power? Or temporal power? Without any visible action, Peng Jun had instantly rendered him completely immobilized. What was even more astonishing was that it wasn't just him. In an instant, everyone present found themselves immobilized. A cold gleam flashed in Peng Jun's eyes as he swiftly descended, cutting through the dense crowd to head straight for his target. Along the way, Peng Jun tapped a few people on the shoulder. Pei Sun observed that those he tapped seemed to be those who hadn't yet taken their places in the formation. Even after Peng Jun reached the area behind Pei Sun didn't hear him pat anyone behind him. This meant their group must be fully assembled. Upon reaching a particularly chaotic section, Peng Jun halted. A silver gleam flashed in his eyes once more, and instantly, everyone was permitted to move. Though restrained for so long, Pei Sun felt no discomfort. He merely turned his head to see what the instructor intended, catching sight of several individuals standing beside him, the very ones who had been arguing amidst the earlier commotion. Not just Pei Sun, many others turned their heads too, eager to see how Peng Jun would handle those individuals. Quiet down, all of you. Or don't bother moving at all this morning. Peng Jun first shot a glance at the onlookers before turning his attention back to the individuals before him. What are you arguing about? Didn't you hear what I just said? Peng Jun stood with his hands on his hips, his voice dripping with irritation. Yet after his reprimand, the individuals before him merely lowered their heads, not a single one uttering a word. Seeing this, Peng Jun's frown deepened as he continued his scolding. What? You were shouting so loudly just now, and now you've gone silent? Have you all gone mute? When still no one spoke, Peng Jun rolled his eyes. He walked up to a bespectacled boy and demanded, Did you hear what I just said? The bespectacled boy lifted his head slightly. Realizing Peng Jun was addressing him specifically, he replied in a soft voice, I heard you. But before the boy could finish, Peng Jun cut him off with a shushing gesture and moved on to the next person. Did you hear me? I heard it, but... Again, before this person could finish, Peng Jun moved on to the next person. Same question, similar answers. The next few people were the same. As soon as they said I heard it, Peng Jun cut them off. Alright, you lot, step back. After finishing his round of questioning, Peng Jun said in a light tone, gesturing toward the spot against the back wall. The others dared not object and promptly moved over. Turning back, Peng Jun walked forward and announced, Everyone I caught just now, move to the back too. I'll count to 10. If you haven't moved by then, you're on your own. 1, 2. Pang Jun's drawn-out voice echoed through the air. Hearing this, the few who had just been tapped by Pang Jun hurriedly scrambled to the back, fearing they might be left behind. 9, 10. The count quickly reached 10. Pang Jun exhaled deeply, hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed as he fell into deep thought. After a few breaths, Pang Jun opened his eyes and sat down once more. This time, his pace slowed considerably as he moved at a leisurely pace, lost in thought. Upon reaching Pei Sun's side, Pang Jun's steps abruptly halted. Pei Sun froze, his heart skipping a beat as panic washed over him. Big brother, you haven't forgotten, have you? You didn't slap me just now. I was standing in line early too. Smack! A sharp slap echoed beside Pei Sun's ear. Pei Sun shuddered violently, glancing sideways with narrowed eyes. Pang Jun delivered a hard slap to a guy's shoulder, fixing him with a piercing stare as he demanded in a deep voice. Didn't I just slap you? The man's pupils dilated instantly. After being slapped by Pang Jun, he stumbled, unable to steady his feet, his entire body beginning to tremble slightly. Sir. Pang Jun slowly furrowed his brow. The man mumbled incoherently, unable to articulate himself clearly. Pang Jun saw no point in wasting time and declared. I didn't frame you, did I? Go stand with them in the back. Pang Jun waved toward the rear and pointed at the group who had been arguing earlier. The guy's face had turned a deep liver red by now. Daring not to utter a single word of protest, he obediently followed Pang Jun's instructions and walked to the back. Whether it was his inherent nature panicking when caught lying or Pang Jun's intimidating presence that silenced him, he remained silent. Once everyone he'd singled out had moved to the back, Pang Jun finally nodded. Pang Jun scanned the room once more. Those who met his gaze flinched involuntarily. His icy, piercing gaze was utterly unsettling, conveying the chilling sense that anyone who had wronged him would be slaughtered in the next instant. Chapter 142, Standing at Attention. For our first meeting, I'd hoped to make a good impression. But since you haven't impressed me, let's use this opportunity for you to get to know me properly. I'll just say this, I expect everyone to follow orders and obey commands over the next month. With that, Pang Jun turned and walked toward the group behind him. The crowd gazed slowly filled with curiosity, wondering how Pang Jun would punish these people. Hands tucked into his pockets, Pang Jun stopped at the rear. All of you, listen up. Stand at attention right where you are. If you can hold the position for 30 minutes without moving, you pass. After giving the order, Pang Jun approached the individuals who had been arguing earlier. You lot too. Stay still, but you'll be doing it upside down. Upon hearing Pang Jun's words, Pei Sun's face instantly twisted into a look of utter bewilderment. Stand at attention? While standing at attention was grueling, using this as punishment didn't seem as terrifying or inhumane as he'd imagined. After all, in his previous life during military training at school, the drill instructor had them hold the position for at least half an hour. At worst, it meant breaking a sweat and feeling a bit tired, nothing more. They'd recover within days. And these were professionals with exceptional physical conditioning. They could probably handle standing for a few hours without issue. Upon hearing this, the group instantly exchanged stunned expressions. Military posture? Clearly, this was the first time they'd heard the term, and none of them knew what it meant. Pang Jun didn't get angry. He patiently explained, it means stand perfectly straight, don't move, and don't use your abilities. The group nodded thoughtfully, then promptly stood at attention, gazing up at Pang Jun. Seeing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but widen his eyes. This wasn't standing at attention at all. Their hands were clutching their thighs so tightly they were almost curled into fists. Several heads were tilted to the side, their necks stretched out like turtles. Just as Pei Sun expected the drill instructor to unleash a torrent of scolding, he instead stood completely still, observing them without the slightest change in expression. As if this posture was acceptable? Pei Sun was dumbfounded. If he were to experience this exercise next, could he just slack off? But just as Pei Sun's mind began to wander, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Before Pei Sun could react, a classmate's face twisted in pain as he was sent flying backward. Pei Sun's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't even seen the instructor move, yet the classmate had been sent flying. That sound earlier like intense friction against air, where had it come from? I told you not to move. Your finger twitched. Pang Jun's leisurely voice echoed slowly. Pei Sun froze in surprise. It really was this instructor who had acted. But how could it have been that fast? Although his attention hadn't been on him and that student just now, in his peripheral vision, neither of them had moved at all. Yet barely 2 seconds after Pang Jun finished speaking, several sharp smack sounds echoed instantly. The two upside-down figures, whatever they'd done to displease Pang Jun, were instantly hurled backward by an invisible, terrifying force. Boom! Boom! After being knocked flying, the two men slammed hard onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Those nearby were stunned into silence. Who would have thought Pang Jun would act with such decisive ruthlessness? Endurance, that is the lesson you must learn this time. At that moment, Pang Jun's voice echoed in their ears like the whisper of a demon. Your breathing's getting a bit rough. Pang Jun materialized like a ghostly apparition before a man punished in the inverted posture. This time, there was a brief warning. Pei Sun immediately shifted his gaze to the man about to become the next victim. Peng Jun's piercing gaze locked onto the man. The next second, Pei Sun's eyes widened in shock. Though only a few inches separated them, neither had seen Peng Jun move. Yet the man was suddenly sent flying through the air as if by an invisible force. A mage wielding spatial elements? Pei Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Due to Duan Huanru's presence, spatial element mages held an extraordinary status in his mind. Such power was simply too bizarre. Even with his million-strong undead army, he had no idea how to counter such an opponent on the battlefield. As several people were mysteriously blasted away one after another, the remaining individuals naturally grew increasingly tense. Alright. The instructor's ruthless approach certainly matched his expectations. No wonder he didn't care much about their military posture. The real point was to stay completely still. The slightest finger twitch or audible breath could get you blasted away. If it were Pei Sun, he'd probably choose to fly out voluntarily. Crack. 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 Another series of thuds echoed as bodies flew through the air. One by one, people beside him were sent flying. The remaining trainees, growing increasingly tense, revealed more and more openings. As soon as Peng Jun spotted them, he struck them away. You're not even doing a handstand, why's your thigh twitching? Peng Jun walked up to a stockier-looking guy and said with a hint of contempt. The burly boy's face instantly paled. Before he could react, an inexplicable force sent him flying backward. By now, of the original 30-plus punished students, only 4 remained. 1 upside down and 3 standing upright. The 3 standing ones were manageable, but Pei Sun couldn't help but admire the upside-down guy. Though Pei Sun hadn't been paying attention, Peng Jun had certainly been watching the entire time. Maintaining such a position motionless for so long was no easy feat. As time ticked by, the onlookers grew increasingly tense, holding their breath and clearly immersing themselves in the spectacle. After all, they might be the next ones facing punishment. They thought they could relax for a while, figuring the punishment would last another 20-odd minutes. But less than 10 minutes later, Peng Jun started causing trouble again. He walked up to the boy standing on his head, propped his chin on one hand, and asked with a hint of amusement. What were you guys arguing about earlier? With just a handful of people, couldn't you figure it out? What's so important to bicker about? Tell me. Yet the upside-down boy remained completely unfazed by Peng Jun. As if he hadn't heard a word, he kept his gaze fixed firmly ahead, radiating an aura of rock-solid composure. Hey! You can move when I'm talking to you. No need to be so tense. The boy finally shifted his gaze slightly toward Peng Jun, but immediately looked forward again, murmuring as if to himself. I don't want to be first, but they insist I stand at the front. Chapter 143, Rejoining the Team. Oh? So you're pretty introverted, huh? Peng Jun's face lit up with interest. He pressed further, so you know all those guys from earlier? They started arguing because nobody wanted to be first? Yes. The boy answered Peng Jun, his breathing steady and unruffled, each inhale and exhale perfectly measured. Maintaining such composure while upside down was no small feat, and a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction flickered in Peng Jun's eyes. Pei Sun couldn't help but chuckle at the explanation. After the exchange, Peng Jun approached the 3 boys again. He paced back and forth, scrutinizing them for several minutes before clearing his throat and saying, All right, you can stop standing now. At his words, the 3 boys and the one upside down froze. Their eyes darted around, seemingly checking each other for any movement. Seeing no one else relax, none dared to let go first. Seeing this, Peng Jun wore an exasperated expression. You all want to stand, huh? How about you stand for a whole day then? Seeing the serious look on Peng Jun's face, the 4 finally relaxed and began stretching their limbs. Peng Jun walked up to the guy who just finished his handstand, asking with genuine admiration. What was your name again? Zhao Chuhen. Oh, I think I remember you. Weren't you among the last to register? Zhao Chuhen nodded. That's right. My partner and I arrived a bit late. Oh, why so late? Young guys like you should be more efficient. Next time, come earlier. Peng Jun muttered as he walked over to the 3 boys and said. Your stamina and endurance are both solid. Get back in line. Only after his words fell did the 4 dare to return to their respective lines. Zhao Chuhan also returned to his spot at the back of the city team's formation as he'd hoped. But looking at this guy's expression, Pei Sun couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. Relax a little, I'm actually quite a friendly guy. As long as you all follow our instructor's arrangements and complete the tasks we assign, you'll be able to finish this secret training happily. That's exactly what we want to see. Peng Jun walked cheerfully to the front, his face beaming with kindness. If Pei Sun hadn't witnessed this guy berating Lu Di and the others, and punishing those students earlier, he might have actually been fooled by that smile. Alright, enough chatter. Let me introduce myself. My name is Peng Jun. You can just call me Instructor Peng. I hereby declare the secret training camp of Tianjin province officially commenced. As soon as the words left his mouth, Peng Jun's expression hardened back into the stern look he'd worn at the start. Now, all 170 of you keep your abilities hidden within yourselves. I don't want to see anyone using their powers during today's training. If I catch anyone secretly using their abilities, they'll be standing at attention all day long. Meanwhile, most of the 20-odd individuals Peng Joon had just sent flying lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony, clearly still reeling from the impact. Peng Joon noticed this scene and shouted from a distance. Mind your surroundings, the ground isn't clean. Don't go sleeping on the floor. Get up. Hearing this, the men nearly cried out in misery, but dared not defy Peng Joon's command. They reluctantly pulled themselves to their feet. Peng Joon had shown no mercy earlier, unleashing an immense force that left them in agony. Their bodies felt completely paralyzed, utterly drained of strength. After trembling to their feet, they could barely stand steady, leaning against walls or each other for support, a pitiful sight. Stop crouching down like that. It only makes things worse. Just stand still for a moment. With that, Peng Joon clasped his hands behind his back and announced in a booming voice. Now, everyone stand at attention in military posture for 1 hour. Unlike what they did earlier, you may make small adjustments but try not to get caught. Second, your posture must be perfect. I'll demonstrate once, watch closely. I'll only demonstrate once. If your form isn't correct afterward, you'll face the consequences. Peng Joon adjusted his cap, aligning the brim directly in front of his eyes, then began positioning his body. Heels together, feet about 60 degrees apart, legs straight, knees pushed back. As he demonstrated, Peng Joon's expression grew stern. He seemed like a different person entirely, all traces of playfulness vanishing from his face. In that instant, Pei Sun caught a glimpse of an incredibly sharp, murderous aura emanating from him. Pull your hips back, tilt your pelvis rearward. Keep your head perfectly upright, eyes fixed straight ahead. Arms pressed tightly against your waist and legs, palms pressed flush against your thighs with zero gap. In about 20 seconds, Peng Joon executed the most textbook military posture. Pei Sun couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly at the sight. This posture was identical to the military stance he had performed in his previous life. The entire figure looked exceptionally alert and commanding. After holding it for a full minute, Peng Joon slowly exhaled, his body relaxing as he said, "Alright, my demonstration is complete. Now you'll stand according to my requirements. For the first 10 minutes, I'll teach you how to stand correctly and point out your mistakes. If you still make errors after that, well, you know what happens. Those who were injured earlier can rest for 5 minutes. We'll start again after that." Watching Peng Joon's military posture from below, Pei Sun couldn't help but admire it. While holding the military posture, not a single part of his body moved. Pei Sun scrutinized his hands and eyes, yet couldn't detect the slightest flaw. The man's face seemed petrified. Pei Sun even wondered if he'd been holding his breath. Just as Pei Sun and the others were preparing to begin, a wave of grumbling suddenly erupted from behind. "What can 5 minutes do? You hit us so hard, now I can barely stand straight. How could 5 minutes possibly be enough rest?" Though the voice wasn't loud, it still reached Peng Joon's ears. Peng Joon's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing this. He first traced the sound to locate the speaker, then in the next instant, vanished from his original spot and materialized beside the person who had spoken. Pei Sun was startled. A teleportation crystal? If it were a teleportation crystal, its use wouldn't generate any magical fluctuations. Yet, the moment Peng Joon vanished, faint ripples of magical energy rippled around him, indicating this was a teleportation achieved through his own class abilities. Could he truly be a spatial element mage? When Peng Joon materialized ghost-like before the complaining man, the latter's pupils dilated sharply. He stared at Peng Joon in disbelief, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. Chapter 144, Time Element Mage. You're Yu Beixing, right? Yu Beixing's face flashed another look of bewilderment, his nerves stretched to the limit. He couldn't fathom how Peng Joon knew his name. "Relax, man. I saw your file earlier. This doesn't quite match the personality described in your records." Peng Joon reached out and patted Yu Beixing on the shoulder. Yu Beixing forced a weak smile and stammered, "No. Instructor Peng. I mean." Before Yu Beixing could finish, Peng Joon's face suddenly twisted into an unsettling grin, and Yu Beixing's voice abruptly cut off. Then, something bizarre happened. Yu Beixing's smile froze abruptly, as if he'd witnessed something terrifying. His entire demeanor shifted. Pei Sun furrowed his brow, puzzled by the sudden look of terror on the guy's face. Besides Peng Joon, there didn't seem to be anything else terrifying on his face, did there? And even if Peng Joon's punishment methods were intimidating, it shouldn't warrant such a reaction. Under Pei Sun's gaze, Yu Beixing's expression grew increasingly horrifying, as if a genuine specter stood before him. His pupils dilated visibly, bloodshot veins spreading across his eyes. Huff, huff, huff. In the deathly quiet that hung over the entire venue, the sound of slow, labored breathing echoed, strikingly audible in the silence. Seeing Yu Beixing like this, Pei Sun couldn't help but frown. The guy looked strange, his chest rippling with an odd vibration. While he might be in an extreme state of tension, it shouldn't be like this, right? It was as if he were gasping helplessly under some invisible force. At that thought, Pei Sun's pupils suddenly dilated. This guy seems to have genuinely been subdued by some invisible method used by Peng Joon. Pei Sin shot Peng Joon a startled glance, only to find the latter wearing a detached, dry smile. As time ticked by, Yu Beixing's gasps grew louder, his expression frozen in perpetual terror. For some reason, he now seemed utterly unable to speak. The more Pei Sin watched, the more unsettled he felt. This guy's breathing rhythm was wildly abnormal. Judging by his current gasps, he can only manage 20 to 30 breaths per minute, utterly unlike the breathing pattern of a healthy person. Moreover, the terrifying way his chest rose and fell at the peak of each inhale, he nearly resembled a skeleton, his waist bones straining visibly beneath his skin. It gave the impression he might die at any second. More and more people now sensed something was terribly wrong. Their faces twisted into expressions of confusion and fear intertwined. Though they didn't understand what was happening, seeing Yu Beixing's state sent a chill down their spines. 5 minutes. Do you know what 5 minutes means when you're facing danger in another world? Forget 5 minutes if you're being hunted down by otherworldly spirits with nowhere to run, even 5 seconds could be your lifeline. You don't know how good you have it. And now you're complaining. Any kid who's ever trained in another world wouldn't utter such foolish words. Peng Joon's face had darkened to an almost blood-red hue, his expression so grim it seemed it could drip blood. Hope none of you get smart with the instructor next time. Otherwise, I've got countless ways to make your lives miserable. This tense standoff lasted nearly half a minute. As Peng Joon's words faded, Yu Beixing, as if released from chains, suddenly gasped for air, breathing in ragged, desperate gulps. The others had been mentally processing Peng Joon's words, but the sound of Yu Beixing's violent gasps instantly drew their attention back to him. At that moment, Yu Beixing seemed to have had a seal broken, breathing in the fresh air with reckless abandon. His expression was one of having been given a second chance at life, leaving everyone utterly baffled. Pei Sin glanced at Peng Joon, then back at Yu Beixing. This was undoubtedly the result of some unknown technique Peng Joon had used on Yu Beixing, and it had produced astonishing effects. Earlier, Yu Beixing's breathing rate had dropped to over 20 breaths per minute. In that state, even a top-tier professional wouldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. How on earth had Peng Joon managed to unleash such power? Though his earlier displays resembled those of a spatial element mage, such feats were utterly beyond the capabilities of a spatial elementalist. Could he be a time element mage? At this thought, Pei Sin's pupils involuntarily contracted. Time and space elements were as rare as light and dark elements. Any one of these 4 major elements held immeasurable potential for development. He never imagined encountering all of them now. Gu Xingqiang with light element, Duan Huanru with space element, himself with what could be considered dark element, and now Peng Joon with time element. It seemed Peng Joon was also an SSS tier talent. I assume everyone is now aware of my profession and innate abilities. To ensure we can coexist peacefully over the next month, I hope such incidents will not occur again. To the others, Peng Joon's retreating figure now embodied the very essence of a villain. His words sounded reasonable enough, but who could guarantee they wouldn't make mistakes during training? If mistakes led to such punishment, a wave of foreboding washed over them, as if they could already envision the grim circumstances that awaited them over the next month. Alright, that unpleasant little incident is over. Everyone, assumed the military stance immediately. Peng Joon's tone abruptly shifted. Stepping forward, he whipped his head around, his piercing gaze locking onto the 100+ trainees. As Peng Joon walked away, Yu Beixing, his brain starved of oxygen, finally collapsed to the ground. The lingering effects of his earlier struggle for breath now overwhelmed him. Yu Beixing felt the world spinning, his mind growing hazy, his eyelids heavy. The next moment, unable to hold on any longer, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Just as someone moved to help him up, Peng Joon's thunderous voice boomed again. Who dares to touch him? At these words, those near Yu Beixing froze in place, daring not to move an inch. They stared at Peng Joon in terror. Let's see how tough this big talker is when push comes to shove. Anyone who dares help him will suffer a fate worse than his. Hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted once more, filled with terror. Though only a few minutes had passed, Peng Joon's image in their minds was being rewritten over and over. Chapter 145, Appreciation. Drawing on his past life experience, Pei Sin stood perfectly straight, chest puffed out in textbook posture, while speculating on Peng Joon's abilities. Judging from Yu Beixing's earlier state, Peng Joon had most likely employed a time-slowing ability. This had drastically reduced Yu Beixing's breathing rate and even affected a small area around him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what had just happened. Under Peng Joon's stern demeanor, everyone obediently stood at attention in place. Peng Joon paced back and forth on patrol, occasionally issuing reminders. What the hell is this mess you're making? Didn't you see how I did it earlier? What are you doing now? Chin tucked in, neck straight. Look at how your back is hunched over that pot. Arms hanging naturally at your sides, fingers together. No need to be so stiff. Attention! Head, ears, shoulders, hips, and heels must align vertically. Keep your body as steady as possible. Breathe evenly, keep your breath steady. When he saw someone nearby doing it in a particularly abstract way, Peng Joon simply reached out and tapped the person on the part they were doing poorly, then demonstrated the correct form again. When he reached Pei Sun, Peng Jun's gaze lingered on him for a few extra seconds, yet his eyes remained utterly expressionless as he stared at the boy. After pacing back and forth beside Pei Sun for quite some time, Peng Jun moved on to instruct other students. What did I just say? Tuck your hips back. Who are you trying to impress with that stiff posture? Squeeze your inner thighs together. Minimize the gap between your legs. How else will you maintain balance? Open your chest slightly forward and upward. Lift your head and stand tall. That's how you look alert. Focus your gaze. Stop looking around. After finishing his rounds of corrections, Peng Jun returned to Pei Sun's side. Perhaps due to the formidable physique of a professional, Pei Sun maintained the standard military posture for an extended period without feeling the slightest fatigue. In his previous life, he couldn't have lasted even half an hour, let alone an hour. Whenever the drill instructor walked away or wasn't watching him, he'd sneakily slack off. But now, he felt no need to relax. In fact, he believed he could maintain this posture for another 3 to 5 hours without issue. This time, when Peng Jun approached Pei Sun, his gaze held unreserved admiration as he praised. That student is standing very well, perfectly standard. Though Pei Sun dared not turn to see whom Peng Jun was addressing, the tone clearly indicated it was meant for him. Yet he forced himself to remain utterly rigid, pretending not to hear. A flash of appreciation flickered in Peng Jun's eyes before he moved on, calling out as he walked away, "No using abilities, everyone." After pointing out a few more mistakes, Peng Jun announced, 10 minutes are up. No more mistakes. Anyone caught making one can head over to rest. Though his tone sounded perfectly normal, it felt eerily ominous to everyone present. Yet barely a few seconds after his words faded, the same sharp clap echoed through the air. Smack! Before Peng Jun could even move, another figure was instantly sent flying. Though Pei Sun stood in the back rows, he saw nothing unusual. Just like before, he hadn't even caught Peng Jun's movement before another figure was sent flying. A wave of fear washed over him, slowing the flow of time around him to its absolute limit, then relying on blindingly fast strikes or ranged attacks to send his target flying. That was the only way to explain Peng Jun's technique. Earlier, Pei Sun had worried he'd be helpless against a space mage. Now it seemed facing a time element mage left him utterly defenseless too. I told you to keep your head straight and eyes forward. Why are you still tilting your head like that, staring at who knows what? Peng Jun scolded with obvious displeasure. After his words, everyone visibly tensed up even more. As Peng Jun paced back and forth, he noticed this and couldn't help but sigh in frustration, shaking his head. These students seemed to be trying their hardest to stand in the standard posture, but there was always something off about it. Their bodies were too stiff, completely missing the effect he was aiming for. Of course, this situation was still somewhat tolerable. What he couldn't tolerate were those who had been knocked flying. Similarly, those who had been knocked out immediately grimaced in pain. They tried to catch their breath while lying on the ground, but Peng Jun promptly ordered them to get up and rest standing. In less than 30 minutes, nearly half had been knocked out. Of the original 170, only about 80 remained. Whenever Peng Jun approached Pei Sun, he couldn't help but glance at him with a hint of admiration. In his eyes, Pei Sun's posture was flawless, without the slightest imperfection. Moreover, the man exuded an air of profound steadiness. Unlike some who fidgeted incessantly like they had ADHD, constantly shifting, twitching lips, or itching hands that demanded movement, Pei Sun remained utterly still. Occasional twitches, Peng Jun could understand they were normal physiological reactions. But constant fidgeting? Whether it was ADHD or something else, Peng Jun didn't care. He'd send them flying. Having everyone stand at attention primarily trains your sense of discipline and willpower. When executing orders in the field, no matter what situation arises, you must absolutely obey superior commands, regulate your own behavior, and while obeying orders, also possess an unyielding spirit and the ability to endure hardship. Don't pretend to suffer so much. I know this training isn't difficult for you. After all, you're all S-rank or higher professionals with physical abilities far surpassing ordinary people. This exercise primarily tests your endurance. Just stick it out obediently, and everything will be fine. 25 minutes remaining. Amidst the banter, 2 more figures were instantly knocked flying, landing on the ground clutching their stomachs with expressions of agony. Peng Jun, however, wore not a trace of emotion on his face. Instead, he looked thoroughly displeased, as if even this punishment was too lenient for them. With roughly 10 minutes remaining, the numbers dwindled sharply once more from over 60 to just over 20. Logically, there was no reason to complain, but most found the exercise tedious, their minds wandering to all sorts of distracting thoughts. They had expected to undergo unique, specialized training here, a chance to showcase their abilities freely. Yet after all this time, they were merely forced to stand at attention without moving. While technically not difficult, it proved utterly torturous for them. A single lapse in concentration drew Peng Jun's displeasure, and the next moment, they'd be flung away by his force. Chapter 146, The Reason. Peng Jun approached Pei Sun once more. Unlike previous encounters, he stood directly before him, studying him with an expression of genuine interest. Which city are you from? Pei Sun remained utterly composed, his eyes showing no flicker of emotion. His voice was as calm as ever as he replied. Fengyu City. Upon hearing the name, Peng Jun's expression froze. The admiration in his eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by a look of surprise as his mind began searching for something. Those beside Pei Sun froze upon hearing the name, their expressions shifting to one of profound surprise. One of them even turned his head slightly toward Pei Sun, seemingly curious to see what someone from Fengyu City looked like. But the moment his gaze landed on Pei Sun, he was instantly knocked back by an invisible force. Peng Jun narrowed his eyes and remarked, "From Fengyu City, huh? Your military posture is indeed quite impressive. What's your name?" Pei Sun. Upon hearing the name, Peng Jun's expression froze. The search results in his mind flashed through his mind. No wonder this guy looked familiar. This was the guy with the D-grade talent, wasn't he? Last night, Captain Yu had been furious precisely because of this guy. Though Peng Jun's expression remained largely unchanged, his mind was churning with shock. If those files were accurate, seeing this guy standing before him now was quite a shock. The kid's military posture was flawless, but, for a professional, even a lowly D rank, that wasn't particularly difficult. The main purpose of making them stand at attention was to build their endurance. His flawless posture merely indicated solid endurance and a strong foundation. But relying solely on endurance and solid fundamentals to secure one of Fengyu City's 10 spots was clearly unacceptable to Peng Jun. Peng Jun's expression shifted imperceptibly, momentarily at a loss for words. He only managed to say, "Not bad. Hold it a little longer." In another world, at the Bishuan Sanctuary, within a room on the southern side of Street C, Yu Hongji, Su Xuxuan, and a group of unfamiliar faces stood within this room. Upon closer inspection, Duan Huanru, Lu Di, Teacher Qi, and Teacher Jiang were also present. He couldn't help but guess that the other unfamiliar faces were city representatives from various cities. Once everyone was present, Yu Hongji walked to the door and closed it. "I've reviewed everyone's background information beforehand, but some faces still seem unfamiliar to me. May I ask, are the city representatives from each city the mayors and deputy mayors?" A hint of confusion flitted across Yu Hongji's face. His expression bore little resemblance to the furious man from the night before. "Team leader Yu, our city's mayor and deputy mayor couldn't make it. I'm here as the city representative." They were summoned by the deputy governor. A middle-aged man addressed Yu Hongji. Before he could finish, Yu Hongji nodded in understanding. "Holy Fang, right? I know. Your mayor already greeted me earlier. Anyone else?" Duan Huanru and Lu Di exchanged glances for a few seconds before Duan Huanru raised her hand and said, "Captain Yu, our mayor and deputy mayor from Fengyu City couldn't make it either. We're here representing the city." As soon as Duan Huanru finished speaking, several puzzled and disdainful glances shot her way from the surrounding crowd. Those looks seemed to say, "How dare the mayor of the most underdeveloped city in Tianjin province not show up? What could possibly be so important that he disregards an event crucial to the city's future?" Yet Yu Hongji merely nodded expressionlessly. A fleeting, imperceptible sharpness flashed in his deep eyes as he asked without a hint of emotion, "Anything else?" The air hung heavy for several seconds. No one spoke. "Fengyu City, is it?" Yu Hongji's gaze shifted to Duan Huanru, his eyes now brimming with icy coldness. "You didn't inform me beforehand, did you? While I'm unaware of your standing in Fengyu City, neither your mayor nor deputy mayor contacted me in advance. Isn't that a bit?" As she listened, Duan Huanru's expression shifted. Had Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao not informed this man beforehand? Isn't that a bit irregular? Yu Hongji stepped before Duan Huanru, his piercing gaze fixed on her and Ludu. When that sharp stare landed on Ludu, he felt an eerie chill wash over him, making him deeply uncomfortable. "Captain Yu, before our mayor left, he only mentioned needing to handle some matters. He didn't specify what they were. We only received the news at the last minute and rushed over as city representatives," Teacher Jiang quickly interjected, sensing the situation was turning sour. Yet even after these words were spoken, the icy expression on Yu Hongji's face did not waver. Instead, the aura emanating from him grew even more unsettling. The other mayors and deputy mayors present almost universally wore expressions of schadenfreude. They had always looked down on Fengyu City, holding it in utter contempt. Now, witnessing Yu Hongji berate its representatives with such harshness, they couldn't resist a round of mocking laughter. The importance of the provincial-level secret training camp to each city is self-evident. Nearly every mayor has come in person. Those who truly couldn't attend informed me in advance. Is your Fengyu City mayor in such a special situation? Moreover, I hear your mayor hasn't attended for several consecutive years. What, are you planning to abandon this city? By the end of his speech, the cold glint in Yu Hongji's eyes was impossible to hide, piercing Duan Huanru's gaze directly. Duan Huanru was instantly flustered by this barrage of questions. He had no idea whether Mayor Yao had attended before. He was merely a last-minute replacement. But I don't care about the past few years, nor do I want to. This year, since I'm in charge of the secret training camp for our Tianjin province, I have to care. I hope you, the city representative of Fengyu City, can give me a reasonable explanation. Yu Hongji's gaze swept coldly over Duan Huanru, Lu Di, and the other two. That icy stare would send shivers down anyone's spine. Even Mayor Yao Jinchuan himself would likely tremble if confronted by it. Who stood before them? A military officer at the rank of Major General. Who knew how many great feats he'd accomplished, how many honors he'd earned, how many he'd slain to reach this position. His very presence radiated an intimidating aura that kept others at arm's length, while his words cut straight to the bone with razor-sharp precision. For most people, simply exchanging a few sentences with Yu Hongji without crumbling would be an achievement in itself. Chapter 147, The Blue Screen. For the first time, Duan Huanrue's face showed utter helplessness. He was merely following orders. How could he possibly know what to do? What explanation could he offer? Lu Di, standing nearby, wore a look of growing irritation. Yet, constrained by Yu Hongji's status, he dared not erupt. Though he ruled Fengyu City like a petty emperor, the man before him could crush him without breaking a sweat. As for teachers Qi and Jiang standing nearby, they stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. All eyes in the room were fixed on these four individuals. The intensity of the situation inevitably made each of them tense up. Just then, a distinctive, dry ringtone suddenly sounded. It was Yu Hongji's phone. Yu Hongji paused for a moment, pulled out his phone to check the caller ID, then answered the call. What's going on? Yu Hongji asked in a low voice. The voice on the other end was faint, inaudible to the others. After listening for a few seconds, Yu Hongji's expression froze slightly, as if something unexpected had occurred. Alright, I understand. Send me the footage so I can take a look. The next moment, Yu Hongji walked toward an open space in the room. With a light wave of his hand, a blue screen materialized out of thin air. The screen showed the training grounds on C Street. The students had just finished their military posture training. Of the original 170, only a dozen or so had persevered to the end. Over 150 now stood in place, panting heavily, looking as if they had endured some grueling, physically draining exercise. But in reality, they had all been beaten into this state by Peng Jun. Though the screen was small, it perfectly captured all 170 individuals, including Peng Jun. After Yu Hongji activated the feed, his eyes darted rapidly around the screen as if searching for a specific target, a hint of amusement flickering in his mind. What did military posture standards prove? Merely that the kid possessed above-average endurance and learning capacity. Ultimately, these were just the most basic requirements for becoming a qualified professional. Relying solely on these two traits wouldn't cut it on the battlefield. Upon seeing Yu Hongji activate the blue screen, the surrounding mayors all wore expressions of curiosity. Their gazes shifted to the blue display, and upon recognizing the 170 children, they began searching for the student representing their own city. But upon locating their city's participating student, they all wore expressions of utter despair. At this moment, Duan Huanru and Lu Di's attention was also drawn to the blue screen. Though they didn't know why Yu Hongji had suddenly activated it, it at least diverted their focus. They began contemplating how they would respond to Yu Hongji's question. What they didn't know was that Yu Hongji's focus had already shifted away from them. He was now desperately searching for Pei Sun's figure. The blue screen displayed an exceptionally clear image. Having studied Pei Sun's footage extensively the previous night, Yu Hongji located him almost instantly. Although the military posture drill had ended, Pei Sun remained standing there motionless, as straight as a ramrod, steady as a mountain. The calm and composed aura emanating from him was unlike anything one would expect from a young person. Upon witnessing this, Yu Hongji's eyes widened with surprise. Such composure was rare in a child, let alone this kid with a mere D-grade talent. But equally, it didn't mean anything. Begin. Yu Hongji murmured softly into his phone, holding it close to his mouth. C Street Training Ground. Holding his own phone, Peng Jun immediately responded upon hearing the command. Roger that. With that, Peng Jun tucked his phone away and fixed his gaze back on the students. Stop pretending. How long has it been since you got knocked out? Still hurting? I didn't use that much force, it shouldn't be this bad. Stand up straight, all of you. 17 columns, 10 rows. Get in formation within 1 minute, or face the consequences. The moment his voice fell, the students instantly fell into orderly formation. Compared to earlier, their speed was nothing short of astonishing. No one dared linger in place, each scrambling to find their city's formation line, their faces etched with panic. The pain in their bodies was forgotten, now they just ran. Because they were genuinely terrified. Terrified that Peng Jun might strike them again out of nowhere at any moment. With their small frames, they couldn't take much more. A few more hits and they'd be finished. In less than half a minute. Peng Jun surveyed the neatly formed lines and wore a satisfied expression. Again, no using your abilities. As he spoke, Peng Jun waved his hand lightly. Instantly, 17 massive weights materialized in front of the 17 formations. Seeing these weight-like objects before them, everyone instantly wore puzzled expressions. What was this for? Was it to test their strength? These weights not only resembled standard weights in shape but also shared a similar color to most commercially available ones. Consequently, the students assumed this was a strength test and immediately began rubbing their hands together in anticipation. While they might not excel at the grueling exercises they just endured, this kind of strength test was a piece of cake for them. Especially for those who had awakened warrior or knight classes. Ultimately, though, it all came down to their base strength. Since Peng Joon had explicitly forbidden the use of supernatural abilities, they could only rely on the base attribute points from their character levels. It could only be said that warriors and knights might have allocated more points to the constitution attribute. Under these conditions, the only discernible difference lay in their innate talent. The growth points for S-rank and SSS rank talents showed clear differences. Who struggled and who breezed through revealed their innate potential. That was Peng Joon's reasoning. By projecting this scene for Yu Hongji to observe, he intended to draw Yu Hongji's attention to Pei Sun's performance. Mistakes in talent identification had occurred before. The reason they were paying such special attention to Pei Sun was precisely because he was from Fengyu City. If it had been someone from any other city, they likely wouldn't have given him such scrutiny. Earlier on the phone, Peng Joon had spoken with immense praise about Pei Sun, which is why Yu Hongji wanted to witness this D-grade talent's performance firsthand. Of course, the matter of Fengyu City's mayor not attending and failing to extend greetings also needed addressing, though that would have to wait. Chapter 148, Heavy Weights. The weights before you are identical in mass. Your task is to lift this weight using only your base physical attributes stamina and strength, then sprint toward the wall opposite you as fast as possible. Carry it back after reaching the wall. Each row of 10 participants will run in relay fashion. The city with the shortest total time wins. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into thoughtful silence. It's just a relay race carrying a heavy object? This is way simpler than the last challenge. Instructor Peng, is there a reward for winning? A student in the crowd asked playfully. Reward? Hearing the question, Peng Joon flashed a meaningful smile and spoke slowly. What would you consider a reward? How about fewer punishments from now on? The students below immediately let out waves of disappointed groans, like deflated balloons, yet dared not argue back. But, upon second thought, getting off easier might not be so bad. Because this guy really didn't hold back when he punished them. The expressions on their faces shifted, each one now brimming with eager anticipation, their excitement palpable. Even without using their abilities, this felt far better than bottling it up like before. Everyone, prepare. At Peng Joon's command, every member of the city's first row instantly assumed a poised stance, one hand already gripping the heavy object before them. Go! The moment the word fell, the first person in the 17th column unleashed all their strength, their faces contorting into exaggerated expressions. It was clear they all wanted to secure a good start for their city. But the next second, their expressions changed completely, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this thing? It's way too heavy. Of the 17, 14 couldn't lift it at all. Only 3 managed to hoist it with great effort, their faces instantly turning pale as their pupils dilated. One guy even dislocated his shoulder trying to kick it up. The next instant, with a thunderous crash, the heavy object slammed to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Holy, what is this thing? How can it be this heavy? What the hell is this? How can something so small be this heavy? Not even solid gold is this heavy. It nearly knocked me over. My arm feels like it's about to give out. What the hell is this made of? How can it be this heavy? Wait, we're supposed to carry this heavy thing all the way over there? You've got to be kidding me. I'm SS tier talent, and I can barely lift it. Yeah, I can barely lift it. How am I supposed to run all that way holding this? And then run back? I feel like the sky's falling. Before the challenge even began, the scene turned comical. Not only did many fail to lift and run as Peng Joon demanded, but some even lost their balance and took a faceplant in the dirt, making a complete fool of themselves. This was nothing like they'd imagined. They'd pictured themselves dashing out with this thing, reaching the other side of the wall, then sprinting back at lightning speed to hand it off to their teammates while cheering them on. But this, they couldn't even lift it. Seeing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but look surprised. He hadn't expected this thing, which didn't look big, to be so heavy. Logically, after becoming level 1 professionals, they should be able to lift 500 grams to 1 kilogram barehanded. As their levels rose and they advanced, their strength increased exponentially. It could be said that any physical demands of daily life were no problem for them. Yet now, most of them were already level 20 or 30 professionals, and they couldn't even lift this tiny thing? It was genuinely a bit embarrassing. Of course, Pei Sun didn't look down on them at all. He was just a bit surprised, because he was already thinking about what he would do when it was his turn. Setting aside equipment bonuses and other enhancements, he was essentially an ordinary SSS tier professional with attributes identical to any other equally talented practitioner. His pride didn't lie in physical strength, so he likely wouldn't shine in this relay event. Instead, it was the passive talents related to strength enhancement that would benefit certain classes, especially warriors, the most. The mayors watching silently through the screens all paled at the same moment. Their thoughts weren't much different from those kids. They all figured they could just pick it up and run, already mentally sorting out the order for their city's team. But when they saw the sudden scene, they were all stunned. That thing was just too small, it was practically an optical illusion. Oh, forgot to mention this thing weighs half a ton. Maybe a bit heavy, huh? But for professionals like you, chosen from thousands, it shouldn't be too much of a challenge, right? Pang Jun crossed his arms over his chest, flashing a smug grin. The students below were practically fuming. Easy for you to say. Even an SSS tier talent at level 30 could barely lift 100 kilograms without using their abilities. Half a ton? There's no way they could lift that. And they have to haul this thing back and forth over such a long distance. This is just torture in disguise. If they could use their abilities, they might manage this task. But without abilities? No one could possibly do it. Pang Jun, however, couldn't care less. He merely wore a faint smile as he watched them. Seeing many in the front row frozen in place, even showing signs of giving up, Pang Jun immediately chimed in with a cheerful smile. Everyone, get motivated. Like I said earlier, no punishment is its own reward. If you slack off and hold the team back, you'll be sent flying. At his words, grim expressions instantly spread across the crowd's faces. This instructor Pang, he's a living devil. Pang Jun then casually pulled out a chair from somewhere, plopped down, and crossed his legs. Ah! Suddenly, a deep, piercing scream erupted from someone in the front row. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the commotion. A burly boy was straining every muscle to lift the heavy object, his face visibly turning a deep purplish red. After exhausting every ounce of strength, he finally managed to lift the heavy object with great difficulty. Everyone present wore expressions of utter disbelief. It was hard to imagine how he'd managed to lift it with just his 2 hands. He's a professional warrior from our city. His talent is to increase strength. The sudden voice poured cold water over the crowd. Chapter 149, Blushing. The crowd's gaze followed the direction of the voice, discovering it came from a slender boy standing behind this fellow. Judging by his helpless, wry expression, it was clear he had no idea what to do when his turn came. Of course, the others were equally clueless. If a warrior with enhanced strength struggled to lift this thing, they had no idea how they would manage when their turn came. The thought of a grown man standing there, unable to lift even this small object, filled them with dread. And there were plenty of girls watching, too. As the first man strained, several others followed suit. They first studied the guy's technique, then added their own interpretations as they slowly lifted the heavy object, trying their best to find the most efficient way to manage it. But after struggling for a while, they realized there was no shortcut, no leverage point at all. They had to rely purely on brute strength, lifting it with both hands. Though they couldn't lift it efficiently, one guy suddenly started moving it forward in a bizarre way. He applied force to one side with one hand, then abruptly released it as the object tilted. Instantly, he thrust the other hand against the opposite side, shifting the load's angle. Repeating this rhythmically, he steered the burden forward. Upon witnessing this method, the crowd's eyes lit up. Though it seemed a bit pathetic, it appeared they all had no choice but to resort to this rather pathetic method. Soon, everyone began imitating the technique. Though the pace was painfully slow, at least they were moving forward bit by bit better than standing still. Pang Jun, who had been sitting cross-legged nearby, froze upon witnessing this scene. His jaw dropped as he craned his neck forward in disbelief. What are they doing? Once he understood the student's actions, Pang Jun couldn't help but sigh, pressing his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Though this method was effortless, the pace was agonizingly slow. They'd barely advanced a few centimeters when the initial warrior had already carried the thing several meters ahead. Those unwilling to resort to such a feeble method quickly abandoned it, deciding to muster every ounce of strength for one final attempt. Compared to ordinary people, professionals possessed greater explosive strength that was unpredictable. It was like how an ordinary person might only be able to lift 100 pounds at most, but under certain stimuli, they could suddenly muster the strength to lift 120, 130, or even heavier weights. But for professionals, they could unleash 2 or 3 times their baseline strength. Pang Jun had the children perform this exercise not only to gauge Pei Sun's true capabilities but primarily to assess everyone's explosive strength. Generally speaking, the stronger the explosive power, the greater the child's potential and future achievements. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, another boy lifted the weight through sheer explosive power. The moment he lifted it, a smug grin spread across his face. Though his cheeks were flushed crimson, it seemed to have no effect on his confidence. But that very smile caused his grip to slip. The weight crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending up a cloud of dust. An awkward expression washed over his face as he scratched his head sheepishly. When he tried to lift it again, he found his strength gone. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't budge it. Of the 17 trainees, 4 had chosen to lift the weights using brute force, while the remaining 13 opted for the method of moving them inch by inch. Pang Jun witnessed this scene. Though he felt a slight pang of dissatisfaction, he didn't know what to say. After all, he hadn't explained the rules clearly, and their approach didn't hinder his objectives. True achievement required not only explosive strength but also the character to confront difficulties head-on without flinching or cutting corners. After nearly 2 minutes, the first participant finally returned carrying the weight. He then returned to the wall to wait for his teammates. The next teammate to depart was the one who had just spoken up to pour cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. Unsurprisingly, the moment he received the weight, he began moving forward inch by inch without hesitation. Though somewhat pathetic, it was still better than those who wasted time hesitating for ages. Not to mention some who, trying to prove themselves, insisted on lifting the load only to discover they lacked the strength, forcing them to put it down and resume the slow crawl, squandering even more time. Watching their actions, Pei-sun immediately decided on his own approach. Namely, this rather pathetic method. He had no choice. As a lowly summoner, his strength matched only that of a standard SSS tier talent class lacking the enhanced abilities of warriors. While bursting through might work, he wasn't about to expend that effort. At most, he just needed to avoid being the slowest in the group, well, at least not the slowest among the guys. In a room on the other side of C Street. The mayors watching this scene couldn't help but flush crimson. At least the students from his city were standing tall as they faced the challenge. As their mayor, he could hold his head high too. As for the others, seeing their students train in that manner, they all flushed with embarrassment. Is that thing really that heavy? They all assumed Yu Hongji was observing their students' performance, so some even turned their heads away, afraid he might see their flushed faces. Yet Yu Hongji's gaze was entirely fixed on Pei-sun. This kid's foundational ability in military posture was indeed impressive, especially considering he was a D-tier talent. But, let's see how he performs next. Over all these years, this was the first thing that left a bitter taste in his mouth. He even considered informing the others immediately about the arrival of a D-tier talent from Fengyu City. But, considering the reputations of Duan Huanru and Lu Dai, he held his tongue. He would watch on to see what tricks this kid had up his sleeve. If he truly was just an ordinary D-tier talent, then he wouldn't mind letting Fengyu City lose all face in the entire Tianjin province from this day forward. As the last two to perform, Pei-sun and Zhuang Yushi held a slight advantage over the others. For instance, they could learn from the performances before them and potentially conserve more energy when their turn came. Chapter 150, Nanchi City's Provocation. After observing for a while, Pei-sun noticed that the 17 cities were all progressing at roughly the same pace, with no significant gaps emerging. Take the first contestant who stepped forward, the representative from Puji City. Though he secured a massive early lead for his city, nearly all subsequent participants advanced by moving piece by piece. Thus, their city's ranking didn't appear particularly low. Even Maplefeather City, notorious for its poor reputation and perceived weakness, held a respectable mid-table position. When it was Chu Chuhong's turn in their row, he looked utterly unconvinced. With decisive determination, he reached out with both hands to grab the heavy object. His expression initially betrayed a hint of strain, but once lifted, the effort seemed to diminish. He immediately hoisted it and sprinted toward the wall. People from other cities watching were stunned. Given Fengyu City's already tarnished image, witnessing such a capable individual emerge from their ranks naturally elicited astonishment. Pei-sun, watching from behind, was also taken aback. This kid is seriously strong. Back when this kid fought him, he shattered hundreds of his skeletons with seemingly inexhaustible strength. At the time, he'd only thought the kid had incredible endurance, never imagining his explosive power would be terrifying too. Just then, a boy in the row to Pei-sun's right suddenly wore a look of astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow! You guys in Fengyu City actually have talent like this?" Hearing this, Shi Shiyun, seated to the left of the speaker, let out a faint smirk. He flicked his blonde hair and declared with pride, "We do, brother. We do. Talents this strong aren't just one-offs. Besides him, there are 9 others, all geniuses whose current potential rivals SSS tier talent." Pei-sun. How dare this kid say that? Setting aside the others for now, aren't you just an SS tier talent yourself? How dare you claim to be a genius with SSS tier potential? Sure enough, as soon as Shi Shiyun finished speaking, a wave of dismissive laughter and mockery erupted from the surrounding crowd. "Hey buddy, you're really taking the mickey out of us. Just because someone from your city is decent, you think you're all that? Seriously. Are all Fengyu City folks this shameless? Always trying to climb the social ladder. Don't you know what kind of image your city has? Now you dare step out as a clown? What, is Fengyu City going for the dark fame route now? This is hilarious. Besides him, there are 9 other geniuses this powerful, ahahaha. Is this something a human being should say? If someone from another city said that, I'd just think they were being pretentious. But coming from you, it's pure delusion. 10 geniuses with SSS tier talent, huh? Don't even think about running when you meet me tomorrow. Let me see what kind of geniuses you really are. Of course, I won't bully you. If you can last a minute under my hands, you win, okay? Bro, what are you talking about? Just pulling out your spirit beast would scare these kids so bad they'd pee their pants on the spot. And you expect them to last even a minute against you? Yeah, bro. Honestly, these kids? Forget your summoned beast. If they ever actually meet you one-on-one, they'll probably turn tail and run the moment they see you." As he listened, Pei-sun sensed the tone shifting, an intensely uncomfortable aura spreading over him. Shi Shiyun, who had heard the entire exchange, naturally bristled. She shot the group a look that was 1 part disdain, 3 parts contempt, and 6 parts utter condescension as she retorted, "You think I'm giving you face, huh? Really believe Fengyu City is easy to push around? Let me tell you this, Fengyu City has produced an unparalleled genius this year. One who can summon endless creatures. Death attribute necromantic summons, no less. I'll say it now, first place in this secret training camp is absolutely ours. You, what kind of bull brother are you? During the mission, if you run into anyone from Fengyu City, you'd better get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you'll pay for every word you just said. And you lot. Think you're big shots? We'll break every bone in your backsides. Go ahead and strut around now, but don't come begging on your knees later. Now I'll ask you one thing, do you dare tell me which city you're from? Hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes widened instantly. Had his reputation in Fengyu City really become this bad? But I'm right behind you. Why aren't you being polite at all? When Pei Sun came to the back of the line, this guy even turned around to glance at him, knowing Pei Sun was right behind him. Now he wasn't even pretending, just blatantly using his position to intimidate. The most awkward part was that Pei Sun couldn't even argue back. Because later on, there would definitely be a city versus city competition segment, and he would inevitably have to represent Fengyu City. When that group heard Shi Shiyun's first insult, their expressions instantly stiffened. Thinking they'd misheard, they listened for a few more seconds before their faces darkened with anger. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Looks like you're itching for Fengyu City to get kicked out. Who did you think you were messing with? Even daring to provoke my Nancher City? We didn't come looking for trouble, so count yourself lucky. And now you want to take action against us? Are you dreaming or hallucinating? And you're still trying to put on airs? Let me spell it out for you. Maplefeather City is nothing but a pile of trash. Put nicely, it's a city. Put bluntly, it's a dumping ground for useless scum like you lot. The man addressed as Big Brother didn't darken like the others when he heard Shi Shiyun's tirade. Instead, he fixed her with a meaningful smile. Boss, if it weren't for this inconvenient setting, I'd wring his neck right now. A burly young man declared, his face twisted with fury. What's your name? The leader remained utterly unfazed by Shi Shiyun's tirade, his expression serene and his lips curled in a faint smile. Hearing this question, Shi Shiyun's expression froze. Feeling guilty, he glanced at Pei Sun before turning back to the man and responding. My name would scare you. Just know that your grandpa here goes by Sure. Pei Sun couldn't help but gasp. This kid really had some nerve. Didn't he fear being caught alone outside? If he got caught, wouldn't he be as good as dead? How dare he? So he'd completely forgotten everything Lud had told him last night? And even if he wanted to make a name for himself, that was Pei Sun's job. Before Pei Sun could even speak, this SS tier talent kid had already taken all the credit? Chapter 151, The Arrogant Shi Shiyun. This big shot from Nanchi City seemed uninterested in Shi Shiyun. After Shi Shiyun glanced at Pei Sun, the man's gaze shifted to Pei Sun. After a meaningful stare at Pei Sun, he turned away, completely ignoring Shi Shiyun. Everyone else glared at Shi Shiyun with resentment. If Pine Jun hadn't been standing nearby, they probably would have swarmed him to beat him up. Feeling the so-called big shot's chilling stare, Pei Sun suddenly sensed trouble brewing. He knew this guy would likely come looking for him later. The faces of these Nanchi City locals turned as sour as if they'd eaten, each one turning ashen. They never expected this Fengyu City guy to dare retort to them in front of everyone. Unable to act now, they could only watch him spout hot air, leaving them utterly frustrated. Bystanders watching the scene couldn't help but chime in, their expressions clearly reveling in the spectacle. Ultimately, the farce ended in mutual silence. Shi Shiyun turned her head again, casting a seemingly humble glance at Pei Sun before breaking into a mischievous grin. Pei Sun glanced at the guy before shifting his gaze elsewhere. In a voice barely audible to anyone but Shi Shiyun, he murmured, "Don't look at me. I won't interfere." Shi Shiyun's eyes widened at the words. Just as he prepared to passionately retort, he suddenly noticed the group from Nanchi City still staring intently at him. Seeing this, Shi Shiyun turned back toward Pei Sun, his voice strained with emotion as he whispered urgently. "Brother Sun. You have to help me. We're a team, will definitely clash with them in the future. If you don't back me up, won't that crush Fengyu City's morale?" Hearing this, Pei Sun felt utterly speechless inside. "I'll support Fengyu City, but I won't intervene on your behalf." At this, Shi Shiyun's flushed face instantly broke into a sly grin. "It's fine, Brother Sun. As long as you help Fengyu City." Pei Sun stared at the guy, utterly helpless. He had no idea what this person was really after. Nancher City. Pei Sun had some recollection of this city. Zhuang Yushi had once mentioned it to him, one of the 3 strongest cities in Tianjin province in terms of comprehensive strength, far surpassing others in every aspect. He never imagined Fengyu City would clash with Nancher City in this manner. But this was bound to happen sooner or later. It was just that kid Shi Shiyun who had escalated the tension between them. Just then, a finger gently tapped Pei Sun from behind. Pei Sun turned his head to find Zhuang Yushi staring at him with a look of concern. "What's wrong?" Zhuang Yushi glanced at the Nanchi City representatives nearby, then turned back to Pei Sun with a cautious look. She whispered, "Pei Sun, Nancher City's strength is formidable. Last year, 9 out of 10 participants from their city were SSS tier professionals. This year, it's likely to be even more. Hearing these reassuring words, Pei-sun froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. He'd thought this girl had something serious to say. Fighting in duels? That's no big deal for someone like him. The strong wouldn't bother engaging him, and he wouldn't stoop to fighting the weak. Only when encountering those neither strong nor weak, yet unbearably arrogant and annoying, would Pei-sun consider stepping in to teach them a lesson. And if it ever came to blows? If these guys could avoid being instantly devoured by his undead summons, they'd be lucky. You don't need to worry about this. They're no match for me, Pei-sun said with a smile. Seeing that look on Pei-sun's face, Zhuang Yushi desperately wanted to warn him not to underestimate them. But remembering his capabilities, she didn't know how to broach the subject. His abilities allowed him to fight opponents of vastly different tiers with ease. She didn't believe those people could level up as fast as Pei-sun, so for a moment, she didn't know how to persuade him. It seemed like Pei-sun truly was invincible. What he didn't know was that in these 15 days, Pei-sun had only ventured out once. After an unknown amount of time, the number of people ahead dwindled and it was almost Pei-sun's turn. After the unpleasant little incident, Pei-sun closely observed how the members of their group approached the task. Apart from Chu Chuhuang and that guy named He Guang, the other 6 were all advancing in that slow, incremental way. Even so, their pace in Fengyu City wasn't particularly slow, it remained consistently steady and unremarkable. Not just Ping Jun, but the others from different cities all wore expressions of surprise. The Fengyu City team is this good? Their pace doesn't seem slow at all. No kidding. Their city has 2 people running by carrying others. Even if the rest lag behind, their city's overall performance can't be that slow. Are all the men in their city brutes? How could they possess such strength? Just looking at that thing makes me anxious. I can't even imagine how much strength it would take to lift it. Yeah. When I picked it up for the first time, I thought it was light. I stumbled and nearly fell. Hey. What's the point of you guys worrying about this? What does it prove? That instructor set the weight way too high. Look at how many people here can even lift that thing. It just shows their city might have an edge in brute strength. What else does it prove? Exactly. What good is brute strength alone? You don't rely on brute strength when fighting. Yunsong's city only had 1 person who could lift that thing and walk away. And their current speed is just average. Can you really say Yunsong City is worse than Fengyu City? Exactly. Fengyu City is just a city of brutes. A little strength gets them nowhere in the long run. Beyond these voices, Peng Jun nearby and the mayors watching the blue screen were equally astonished. Because time seemed to drag on endlessly during this training exercise, their attention naturally drifted to the slowest moving city. When they realized it wasn't Maplefeather City, their curiosity was piqued. They wanted to see what stage Maplefeather City had reached. Upon seeing Fengyu City positioned right in the middle, almost all of them wore expressions of disbelief. A few other mayors, however, had kept their eyes fixed on Fengyu City from the start. It seemed as if this training had nothing to do with their own cities. They were solely interested in Fengyu City. Yu Hongji's gaze grew increasingly intense. As the distance to Pei-sun closed, he was determined to see what kind of strength this Pei-sun truly possessed. Whether it was a purchase spot or a simple printing error, the truth would soon be revealed. While this matter held little significance for others, for him, it was the most crucial issue at hand. Lud also found his city's performance somewhat surprising. Chapter 152, What level exactly? Although several students under his command and others had indeed performed exceptionally well this time, he hadn't expected Fengyu City to hold such a favorable position in this training. For Fengyu City, anything but last place was considered an excellent result. Inside the training grounds, Sure Shiyun was ahead of Pei-sun, and just ahead of her was Pei Tian. Pei-sun harbored many doubts about Pei Tian, and much of his attention was focused on this fellow. They were, after all, blood brothers. But since Pei-sun had traveled through time, it was only natural he didn't know much about this guy. And this guy acted as if he didn't recognize Pei-sun at all, leaving little to say between them. Pei-sun recalled the meaningful smile this guy had once directed at him. He couldn't decipher the meaning behind that smile, let alone understand the man himself. When it was Pei Tian's turn, Pei-sun's gaze locked onto him. He tried to discern something. With his spirit-perceiving eyes, though he couldn't directly discern a human's rank or strength, he could at least analyze their power to some extent by observing the flow of their abilities. On Pei Tian, however, Pei-sun could only perceive a chaotic, blurred mass of psychic energy. Compounded by the instructor's prohibition on using abilities, Pei Tian remained virtually unreadable as long as he stayed still. He saw Pei Tian's hands resting on the heavy object before him, clearly intending to lift it with both hands. But after flashing a stubborn expression, he shook his head slightly, released his grip, and began using that clumsy method instead. Pei-sun froze. He had actually discerned something. The guy was faking it. When he lifted it with both hands, it clearly wasn't that strenuous. The object even floated slightly above the ground for a moment. It was just that the expression on his face was too unnatural. If Pei-sun hadn't been observing him with such keen eyes, he might have been fooled. But what puzzled Pei-sun was why this guy would hide his strength too. Could it be that as his own brother, he also had a cheat code? Cough. No way. There can only be one protagonist. How could this guy have a cheat code? After what felt like over 10 minutes, Paetion finally slowly lowered the heavy object back down. This timing was fairly average. Most people using this method took between 10 and 20 minutes. The only way to create a time gap was through bursts of speed. After handing the weight to Shih-Shiyun, Paetion's gaze lingered on Paesun while Shih-Shiyun looked down. When Paesun noticed and met his eyes, Paetion offered a faint smile. Seeing that smile, Paesun's expression hardened. Other siblings shared an innate bond of closeness, yet Paesun felt none of that toward this guy. Instead, he always felt an urge to distance himself. Get out of the way. How am I supposed to walk with you blocking me? Shih-Shiyun shouted at Paetion the moment she took the heavy object that resembled a weight from him. Paetion glanced down at Shih-Shiyun, who was bent over, then paused his gaze on Paesun for a moment before finally moving toward the wall. The few guys from Nanshi City who had been mocking Fengyu City earlier noticed that Fengyu City's line wasn't moving any slower than theirs. One by one, they wore expressions of astonishment, exchanging puzzled glances. Especially when it came to the so-called big brother among them, they all scratched their heads in utter confusion. How come Fengyu City is so fast? We had 3 guys sprinting ahead in our row. I thought we pulled way ahead of the other cities. Who knew Fengyu City was only this far behind us? You've only been watching our train, haven't you? Fengyu City also has 2 people running with it. Their speed isn't much slower than ours. No way. I admit I didn't really look, but how could anyone in their city possibly lift that thing? They're all skinny as telephone poles. Well, what can you do? Maybe their city really did awaken a few brute strength types this year. But that doesn't mean anything. If we could use our abilities, Nanchur City would definitely be in first place. Now that no one can use their abilities, it's all about basic strength. So it's normal that we're all pretty close. Exactly. Look at Big Brother, his strength was almost breaking 5 digits. Now that we can't use abilities, he's stuck moving that slow, inch by inch way. Ugh, this instructor is here to torture us. Exactly. This instructor is the root of all our problems. He's probably trying to intimidate us with this nonsense. Just look at how badly that guy got it when he talked back earlier. I'm speechless. What kind of instructor does that? He's only a few years older than us. If we were the same age, I'd totally bully him too. After another 10 odd minutes, Shih-Shiyun finally reached Paesun, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Here. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Paesun shot him a look of contempt. You didn't even lift it. And now you're complaining about this clumsy method. The heavy object was still tilted in Shih-Shiyun's hands. As Paesun took it, he momentarily lost his balance, and the object instantly snapped upright. Paesun's eyes widened. He'd thought he could steady it with one hand, but this thing was ridiculously heavy. He couldn't counter its tilting momentum at all, and it shot straight up. This thing was seriously heavy. With his strength, forget lifting it. Even using all his might, he could barely keep it tilted. Well, no real surprises there. Paesun obediently began moving forward inch by inch. Just then, Pengjun, standing some distance away, unconsciously rose to his feet. The playful expression vanished from his face as his gaze fixed intently on Paesun's position. Several classmates near Pengjun jumped in surprise, taking a few seconds to recover. If Pengjun intended to attack me, he wouldn't need to stand up. I'm overthinking this. Though he was some distance from Paesun, as a high-level professional and a trained soldier, he could still clearly see Paesun's movements. He hadn't intervened when these guys resorted to such underhanded tactics precisely because this approach would reveal Paesun's true capabilities. Now, his gaze was entirely fixed on Paesun's hands. The moment Paesun exerted force, he could gauge the exact numerical value of his attributes and thereby deduce his innate talent level. If he truly possessed only a D-grade talent, forget about using that pathetic method. He wouldn't be able to budge the heavy object at all. Chapter 153, The True Reason. The moment Pengjun stood up, he witnessed Paesun successfully tilt the heavy object upward, then inch it forward bit by bit. While SSS tier practitioners possess sufficient strength to tilt and move such a weight, the initial movement alone revealed their exact tier. Paesun's initial movement clearly marked him as an SSS tier talent. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to tilt the object so swiftly. Seeing this, Pengjun's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. Because the current Paesun, even if not an SSS tier talent, was at the very least an S tier talent. This was nothing like the D tier talent described in those files. He knew it. How could someone with D tier talent possibly survive in the alternate world of the graduation assessment? Moreover, judging by Paesun's subsequent performance, Pengjun was now certain that Paesun was indeed an SSS tier talent. Simultaneously, his impression of Fengyu City improved somewhat. Since the start of this training exercise, Fengyu City's performance had also failed to match the bottom-ranked comprehensive strength depicted in those files. Although this division only had 3 SSS tier talents and just 1 S tier talent, some cities had personnel situations even worse than Fengyu City's. Therefore, no matter what, Fengyu City's strength definitely wouldn't be last. On the other side of the blue screen, The other mayors watched Fengyu City's smooth performance with expressions of utter astonishment. They never imagined Fengyu City's overall strength could have improved so dramatically. This was a completely different level from last year's performance. Yet no matter how astonished they were, it paled in comparison to the shock within Yu Hongji's heart. Yu Hongji had been observing Pei Sun's performance from start to finish. The moment he saw Pei Sun effortlessly destabilize the heavy object, he concluded that Pei Sun was definitely not a D-tier talent. Coupled with Pei Sun's steady and solid performance thereafter, Yu Hongji was certain that this Pei Sun possessed an SSS tier talent beyond doubt. Though Fengyu City's performance was dazzling to an almost unbelievable degree, Yu Hongji's focus remained entirely elsewhere. He was still deeply puzzled by Pei Sun. Then why does the file show him as a D-grade talent? Would the printing department make such a minor error? Regardless, the anger in Yu Hongji's heart subsided considerably. At least this proved that Fengyu City wasn't involved in the alleged quota trading. With this realization, Yu Hongji's prejudice against Fengyu City diminished considerably. Just then, Yu Hongji's phone rang again. Yu Hongji picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, Zhang Jingchuan. His expression remained unchanged as he silently answered the call. "What is it, Captain Jiang?" A deep, mature voice came through the line. "Captain Yu, I forgot to mention something. I've called away the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City. Has that affected your end?" Hearing this, Yu Hongji froze in place. His stunned gaze swept over Duan Huanru and Lu Di, who remained tense and alert, a stark contrast to the relaxed expressions of the other mayors. Yu Hongji snapped back to reality and nodded. No impact, Captain Jiang. Good. By the way, if it's convenient, when your training reaches the highest difficulty level, could you slightly reduce the difficulty for Fengyu City's contestants? Of course, I'm not asking you to give them special treatment. Just ease their suffering a bit. As for the final qualification requirements, they should remain as they are. Because over the past few years, the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City have been accompanying me on missions, causing their city to fall significantly behind. Throughout the call, Yu Hongji's expression shifted repeatedly. By the end, he looked utterly astonished. So Fengyu City's backwardness wasn't without reason? It was because team leader Jiang had insisted their mayor and deputy mayor accompany him on missions these past years? Though he knew little about Fengyu City, he understood team leader Jiang very well. Team leader Jiang had been stationed in Tianjing province for an unknown length of time, dedicating immense effort and resources to complete a special grade mission. Therefore, despite holding the same rank as Zhang Jingchuan, Yu Hongji held him in the utmost respect. Yu Hongji also had some vague knowledge about the specific top-secret mission Zhang Jingchuan was tasked with. It involved the Ling organization. So, Captain Jiang, has there been any significant progress on your mission in recent years? Yu Hongji asked in a low voice. It's going well. With the addition of Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao from Fengyu City, my task progress has accelerated considerably, and I've gained access to a lot of valuable information. Hearing this, Yu Hongji looked puzzled. What kind of information could a mere city mayor possibly provide? Logically speaking, at their level, mayors wouldn't even have the opportunity to meet them. It was only this year's provincial organization's secret training camp that gave these mayors the chance to interact with him. The playful expressions on those mayors' faces made it clear they were quite happy to participate in such events. Though separated by a phone call, Zhang Jingchuan sensed Yu Hongji's confusion on the other end and decided to explain. 3 years ago, a member of the Ling organization appeared in their city of Fengyu. Last year, we also found traces left behind by that member in Fengyu. As Zhang Jingchuan spoke these words, he deliberately lowered his voice, as if sharing top-secret intelligence. Yu Hongji froze instantly, his expression completely stiffening. A member of the Ling organization had actually appeared in their Fengyu city? Which one? Yu Hongji's voice grew cautious. Seeing Yu Hongji's stern and severe expression, the others quickly realized something serious must have happened. It's Kainingsing, who wields terrifying powers of enchantment. At the mention of that name, Yu Hongji's pupils suddenly contracted. While the names of Ling organization members circulated among the populace, and nearly everyone had heard of this one, it remained merely hearsay. But Yu Hongji himself had actually encountered Ling organization members on the battlefield. Moreover, he had encountered 2 spirit organization members while carrying out a mission under his superior's command, and Kainingsing was one of them. He had witnessed firsthand just how terrifying and utterly unstoppable Qin Shing's methods were, inspiring a fear that ran deep within one's very soul. Even under his superior's protection, Yu Hongji and his comrades had all been affected to varying degrees by Qin Ningxing's enchantment. He had been relatively fortunate, merely caught in the crossfire of her group enchantment skill and falling under a milder spell. Still, it had taken a super-powered support specialist considerable time to break the enchantment. Chapter 154, Painful Memories. Those who faced Qin Shing's enchantment directly were instantly transformed into mindless husks, as if their souls had been severed and banished to another realm. They remained utterly deaf to any calls for help, only to be reduced to dust at the hands of another Ling organization member. Qin Ningxing's terror defied description. A mere glance could strip a target of all will to move. Though not the strongest within the Ling organization, she was undoubtedly its most troublesome presence. Then how did we find traces of her last year? Yu Hongji asked, puzzled. Not only were the members of the Ling organization exceptionally gifted, but each possessed a cunning and caution that bordered on terrifying. It was highly unlikely they would make such a mistake. It was more probable that the trace had been deliberately left behind. Zhang Jingchuan's exasperated chuckle came through the phone as he replied weakly. Someone discovered a man under a charm spell. Over a dozen specialists examined him without finding a solution. After much trouble, the case finally reached us. The same master who helped you break your spell last year ended up lifting the charm from that young man. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongji seemed to grasp something, his expression visibly hardening. It appeared this wasn't merely a deliberate trace, it was a blatant provocation. He had wondered, how could anyone possibly uncover traces of Ling organization members? So, was the Ling organization planning to stir up trouble in their Tianjing province? Only belatedly did Yu Hongji grasp the gravity of the situation, his brow furrowing slightly. Didn't that mean their situation was now extremely dangerous too? Just then, a voice came through the phone again. But rest assured, we've discussed this at length. Our conclusion is that the Ling organization probably won't suddenly strike in Tianjing province or any of its cities. Perhaps there's something they need here that they haven't found yet. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. Hearing this, Yu Hongji felt considerably more at ease. Alright, thank you, Team Leader Jiang. You're welcome. Get back to work. Since you've been assigned to Tianjing province for this mission, I'll personally ensure your safety. Rest assured. With that, Zhang Jingchuan ended the call. Zhang Jingchuan's words echoed repeatedly in Yu Hongji's mind, still feeling somewhat unbelievable. It was the first time in years he felt the Ling organization so close to him. Zhang Jingchuan's reassurance warmed him, but if Kainingsing truly moved against him, Zhang Jingchuan wouldn't be able to stop it. His heart sank. If things were truly as Zhang Jingchuan described, then Tianjing province was a ticking time bomb. From what he knew, Ling organization members weren't exactly known for their patience. If they were indeed searching for something in Tianjing province and failed to find it for an extended period, they might well destroy the entire province in a fit of rage. Yes, obliterate an entire province. This was no exaggeration. Historical records of the Ling organization documented one of their members single-handedly destroying an entire nation. Yu Hongji fell deep in thought. He never imagined the disappearance of Fengyu City's mayor and deputy mayor would lead to such a complex situation. He suddenly felt incredibly unlucky. Coming to Tianjing province for a mission, he'd already encountered the bizarre situation and peculiar people of Fengyu City. Now, he was entangled with the Ling organization as well. He suspected that once the Ling organization found what they needed, destroying Tianjing province would be nothing more than a trivial matter entirely at their whim. At this thought, Yu Hongji couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ah well, better focus on the immediate task at hand. His gaze returned to Pei Sun, only to find the kid had already covered more than half the distance. Others might not have noticed, but Yu Hongji kept track of nearly everyone's pace. Comparing them, he realized this kid was among the faster ones even among SSS tier talent professionals. Having obtained the information he sought, Yu Hongji's mood lifted considerably. Of course, had he not overheard that news about the Ling organization earlier, he might have felt even better. He turned his head and saw that Duan Huanru still wore a tense expression, which amused him inwardly. He hadn't said anything earlier, had he? This guy was just too sensitive. At the training ground on C Street. Nearly 2 hours had flown by. The process was tedious and irritating, leaving everyone exhausted. They'd thought escaping the earlier military stance drills would finally let them show off their skills, but instead, they were stuck doing this grueling work. This was pure torture. Peng Jun rose once more, observing the moving figures nearby. Though he appeared to be pacing back and forth, his true intent was to scrutinize Pei Sun's steps. As he drew closer, surprise flickered in Peng Jun's eyes. He noticed that Pei Sun was moving steadily, making almost no mistakes. Though this awkward method saved energy, if done poorly, the heavy object would crash to the ground with a thud, forcing them to exert force again to tilt it back up. Most others using this method made mistakes several times, yet Pei Sun managed not a single slip-up. Peng Jun found himself re-evaluating this boy. Not only did he possess fundamental strength, but he also demonstrated the endurance and composure that Peng Jun valued, highly excellent qualities rarely seen in other students. Another 10 to 20 minutes passed. With the final piece from the last city shifted into place, the grueling training finally concluded. Now, I'll announce your rankings. First place, Xingshui City. Second place, Sangjing City. Third place, Jifeng City. Fourth place, Nanxi City. Ninth place, Fengyu City. 10th place, Liang City. 16th place, Tyson City. 17th place, Kongxing City. So, how does that feel, everyone? Peng Jun grinned smugly, hands clasped behind his back. The crowd erupted in complaints. Seeing Peng Jun's smug expression, they all felt like punching him. This training isn't just about building endurance. It's also to make you understand your own limits. If one day you fight an enemy until you've exhausted every ounce of your abilities, you'll resort to the most primitive form of combat. That's when you'll realize the importance of your base stats. Don't assume this scenario is rare. When facing opponents with extreme tenacity, the probability of this happening is extremely high. I don't want you all to regret later why your basic abilities are so weak, why you didn't properly cultivate your fundamental attributes. Chapter 155, Reducing Training Load. Listening to these words, everyone began to feel sleepy. What's the difference between this and a middle or high school teacher lecturing? But don't dwell too much on your scores this time. This is purely a training exercise to build your endurance. As you can probably guess, it has little to do with your actual abilities. So I hope this doesn't affect your mindset. Alright, everyone take a 10-minute break and prepare for the next training session. With that, Peng Joon walked out of the training ground. The moment Peng Joon left, the tension in the training ground snapped like a taut string. Complaints erupted openly, causing an uproar. I'm fed up. This instructor is here to torture us. What the hell is this Endurance Foundation nonsense? When I go out fighting, who needs this crap? Exactly. I'm decked out in top-tier gear from head to toe. How could my abilities ever run dry? Even if they did, I've got bottles of potions to replenish them. This guy's got a screw loose. He's here to torture us. You're dead right. When I go out to level up or complete quests from the Adventurers Guild, I always bring support. I've never gone solo. These past 10+ days, my abilities have always been full, never once depleted. That damn standing at attention drill earlier nearly broke me, and now this? I'm about to snap. Yeah. I thought I'd finally get to show off my skills, but turns out they're just torturing us in different ways. I want to quit now. I wonder if it's too late. Me too. I feel like there's even worse torture coming. At the training ground entrance, Peng Joon stood holding his phone, dialing a number. He overheard the students' complaints inside, but he was used to it. His expression remained largely unchanged as he silently held the phone to his ear, listening to the dial tone. Before long, the call was answered. Captain Yu, did you see that? Peng Joon's tone had completely changed, utterly different from before. It was almost as if he were a different person. I see it, Yu Hongji replied, nodding. This kid's base stats are definitely SSS tier. Probably just a printing error over there, Peng Joon said with great confidence. At the same time, he sensed that Yu Hongji's anger had likely subsided somewhat, otherwise, his tone would surely carry a hint of icy coldness. Their city's overall performance has been surprisingly solid, exceeding my expectations. Speaking of which. His words trailed off mid-sentence as his gaze shifted toward Duan Huanru and the others. Yu Hongji put down his phone and addressed the group. Everyone except the representative from Fengyu City should step outside for now. The others froze in place, exchanging puzzled glances before hesitantly exiting the office. Duan Huanru froze, unsure why Yu Hongji had asked them to stay. Ludi, Teacher Qi, and Teacher Jiang were equally baffled. Once everyone had exited the room, they gathered outside and began speculating about why Yu Hongji had asked them to leave. Fengyu City is in for it this time. They're probably going to get a serious dressing down from Captain Yu. Yeah. From what I hear, Captain Yu doesn't get angry easily. But once he does, no one can stop him. Well, it can't be helped. Who told Fengyu City to go looking for trouble? Mayors from cities like ours have to come personally, yet this little Fengyu City dares to put on airs. If it were me, I'd be furious too. Exactly. Plus, Fengyu City already has a bad reputation. For years, their overall capabilities have consistently ranked last in our Tianjin province. All I can say is, Captain Yu deserves to scold them. If I recall correctly, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza haven't attended our Tianjin province secret training camp in 3 years. Sigh. That city? I'd say it's beyond saving. I don't recognize a single one of the young recruits he brought this time. We'll be stepping in personally later on. Can those few handle the intensity when the time comes? Who cares if they can handle it? It won't be us losing face, then Fengyu City already has no shame left. Ah, exactly. What face do they even have left? Even if those guys make complete fools of themselves, no one will be surprised. Inside the room, Yu Hongji placed his phone on the table beside him, leaving the call with Peng Joon still connected. After setting the phone aside, Yu Hongji approached Duan Huanru and the others, who were completely baffled. He spoke sincerely. The city representative of Fengyu City sincerely apologizes to you all. I only just learned that your mayor and deputy mayor are on a mission with another team leader. That's why my initial attitude wasn't great and it caused you some trouble. Hearing this, Duan Huanru froze again, thinking she must have misheard. Her eyes widened slightly. Was he apologizing to her? The interrogation earlier had indeed made them feel extremely uncomfortable, especially the way representatives from other cities looked at them as if they were outsiders. Yet here was this Captain Yu, actually taking the initiative to apologize to them. He had just mentioned that Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao had gone out to follow another captain on a mission. Duan Huanru felt slightly surprised. What surprised him was that the captain mentioned by Captain Yu should be of a rank similar to his own, and someone of his rank would not typically interact with mayors. That Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao had gone to accompany that captain on a mission naturally left him somewhat astonished. Ludi, Teacher Qi, and Teacher Jiang all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Clearly, none of them had anticipated team leader Yu personally apologizing to them. What kind of clout did they have to warrant a major general personally apologizing to them? After the apology, Yu Hongji's expression softened slightly. He picked up his phone and said to Peng Jun on the other end. Little Peng, both the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City have gone to accompany Captain Jian on a mission. Don't you get my meaning? Duan Huanru heard this and also wore a stunned expression. This seemed to carry hidden meaning. On the other end, Peng Jun was still in a daze. He overheard Yu Hongji's exchange with the Fengyu City representatives and was still pondering which team leader the mayor and deputy mayor had joined for their mission. Hearing Captain Yu's explanation, it suddenly clicked. Understood, Captain Yu. Yu Hongji nodded and continued. Also, Captain Jiang instructed me to convey this. During follow-up training, we should ensure fairness and impartiality without compromising final qualification standards. We may appropriately reduce the training intensity for Fengyu City's participating students. After all, Fengyu City's current underdeveloped conditions aren't their fault. Over the past few years, both the mayor and deputy mayor have been cooperating with Captain Jian on missions. Chapter 156, Within One's Means. After hearing this, Peng Jun was stunned for a long moment before finally nodding and replying, understood. At that moment, Duan Huanru still wore a look of utter bewilderment. Did that mean team leader Jiang had just tried to cut them some slack? Simply because their city's development conditions were too backward? Before Duan Huanru could respond, Lu Dis suddenly interjected from the side. I disagree. At this outburst, Duan Huanru's eyes widened instantly. Teachers Qi and Jiang beside her also froze in place, staring at Lu Di in astonishment, their expressions seeming to say, what the hell are you doing, man? After speaking, Lu Di himself froze for a moment. Realizing his rudeness, he cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. What I mean is, Fengyu City doesn't need to reduce training intensity. We're participating this year with some hope of achieving a good result. Hearing Lu Di's outburst, Yu Hongji also froze in place. His expression seemed genuinely startled, completely unprepared for Lu Di's sudden shout. Upon hearing Lu Di's explanation, Yu Hongji couldn't help but smile and say, rest assured, this isn't about favoring one city over another. Fengyu City has faced real challenges these past years. Your overall capabilities haven't met expectations, and the upcoming training will be grueling. So yes, we can reasonably ease up on your workload. Yet Rudd remained dead serious. Captain Yu, I have complete confidence in my student. I believe he can achieve an excellent result by the end of this secret training camp. If word gets out that Fengyu City's training regimen differs significantly from other cities, it could inevitably tarnish our city's reputation. Seeing Lu Di's earnest expression, Yu Hongji found himself at a loss. After resting his chin on his hand for a moment in thought, he turned to Duan Huanru and asked, I'm not familiar with the specifics of Fengyu City. What do the rest of you think? Noticing Yu Hongji's gaze seemed directed at her, Duan Huanru immediately replied. I agree with him. I also believe Fengyu City can achieve a solid result this year, so maintaining our normal training volume is sufficient. What, reduce the training load? That kid Pei Sun is probably itching to unleash his full potential. Well, it seems you're quite confident in your city this year. Yu Hongji nodded after hearing Duan Huanru's words. Alright, proceed with the standard training regimen. But I must remind you of 4 words, know your limits. The 10 individuals on the training grounds are the cream of the crop from Fengyu City. Should any casualties occur during this secret training camp, it would deal a significant blow to Fengyu City's future. The consequences would then fall squarely on your shoulders. Captain Yu, I understand. I believe Fengyu City's talents are no less than those of other cities. You saw our performance in the basic training earlier. Our city's ranking is quite respectable. I can accept that, and I believe Fengyu City's ranking will climb even higher in the subsequent training sessions. Good. After hearing Lu Di's words, a flicker of unusual expression crossed Yu Hongji's eyes before he gave an imperceptible nod of approval. Hearing you say that makes me very pleased. I wish your Fengyu City team the best results this time. Xiaopeng, you heard that, right? Standardize their training volume. Forget what I just said. Yu Hongji instructed over the phone. Understood, Captain Yu. After settling all matters, Yu Hongji finally hung up the phone. Come in. As Yu Hongji called out these 3 words in a loud voice, the mayors outside began to file in one by one. Upon entering the room, their first glance darted toward Duan Huanru and her group, as if trying to read something from their expressions. Those still waiting outside narrowed their eyes, eager to catch a glimpse of Duan Huanru. It seemed they had already imagined Duan Huanru being berated by Yu Hongji moments ago. But when they entered and saw Duan Huanru's calm, composed expression, they thought they must be seeing things. Hadn't he been scolded? Why did he look so much better? Or was this guy just putting on a brave face to avoid losing face in front of so many people? After a moment's thought, everyone concluded it was probably the latter after all. They were all certain Duan Huanru had been scolded earlier. But to wait until everyone had left before scolding him? That was giving him way too much face. Yu Hongji watched as the moment these people entered, their gazes immediately fixated on Duan Huanru. A cold smile involuntarily spread across his lips. His primary reason for apologizing to Duan Huanru and the others earlier was to ease their nerves and prepare them mentally. It seemed that among the other 16 cities, quite a few were targeting Fengyu City. Otherwise, merely lacking the oversight of a mayor and deputy mayor wouldn't have caused Fengyu City to fall behind so rapidly. Next, I'll address one matter. This morning's training session is nearly concluded. There will be no break at noon, and this afternoon's training will be rather tedious. Nevertheless, I urge everyone to stay focused and complete it patiently to prepare for the subsequent work. With that, Yu Hongji's gaze returned to the blue screen. The expressions of those present were not particularly cheerful. Clearly, they felt a certain weariness toward the task at hand, yet none dared to show it openly. After all, everything being done here was for the future good of their cities. C Street Training Ground. After hanging up the phone, Peng Jun's expression shifted from amiable to dark and brooding in an instant. The training ground was erupting with deafening clamor. Especially the voices filled with discontent and complaints. This struck a nerve with him. Upon entering the training ground, Peng Jun said nothing, merely observing the grumbling crowd in silence. Thus, the crowd remained oblivious to his presence, continuing to vent their frustrations with full faces of discontent. I should have never come. This guy's arrow making is pure torture. Wah! I regret it too. It's one thing for the boys to do this exhausting work, but why make us girls do it too? That thing is so heavy, I can barely move it inch by inch. Our city's scores are lagging behind mostly because we have so many girls. This just makes everyone else in our city look down on us. I totally agree. This guy's just stirring up trouble on purpose. I'm done with this. From middle school to high school, I've trained countless times. That training session wasn't my finest hour. I've never felt so frustrated during practice. Chapter 157, isn't this great? Is there a reporting channel? I'm going to report this instructor. Save your breath. Where would you even find a reporting channel? That secret training camp has been running for years. It's been passed down just fine. How could it possibly be affected by a report? Exactly. Stop daydreaming about that nonsense. Figure out how to survive this month. That's the real priority. Exactly, we. The last person's words trailed off abruptly as he sensed everyone around him fall silent. Though he didn't know why they'd fallen silent, his gut told him it was probably the instructor entering. He quickly clamped his mouth shut. Peng Jun entered, his face dark as he scanned the students. He tugged at his belt and announced sternly. If you'd seen real combat, you'd know how privileged this training is. You're taking it for granted. Listen up, everyone. Repeat the previous drill. Walk back from the far side of the wall. The three slowest this time will face punishment. Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. They looked at each other in disbelief. It was clear everyone was deeply dissatisfied. Some were even on the verge of snapping back at Peng Jun. But the memory of Peng Jun's terrifying time-slowing ability silenced them. They could only glare at him, seething with resentment. Anyone disagree? Sensing the sudden silence, Peng Jun narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on those who had been the loudest in protest. As his stare swept over them, they immediately lowered their heads, utterly unable to meet his gaze. Good. Then let's begin. With that, Peng Jun conjured another heavy object, seemingly even heavier than the previous one, then withdrew the earlier weight. This weight also resembled a standard weight in appearance. Upon seeing it, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The previous weight had nearly killed them just to lift. Now they were being asked to do it again, and not just that the weight was increased? That was practically a death sentence. I said one purpose of this training is to build your explosive power. If we kept the same weight, you'd train too easily with no pressure. Switching to this achieves my training goals. Ready? The moment the words left his mouth, the previously scattered formation snapped back into perfect order. Not a soul dared defy Peng Jun's command. Fortunately, even with the added weight, they could still manage to inch forward in that pathetic, step-by-step manner. Though a few still resorted to lifting it, they were far fewer in number. The vast majority stuck to that pathetic inch-by-inch method. Still, they could breathe a sigh of relief. At least this training could continue. Peng Jun couldn't help but roll his eyes at their pathetic display. This year's batch of students lacked drive. Each was a top-tier professional talent from their respective cities, yet now faced with this minor challenge, they only sought shortcuts, unwilling or afraid to confront it head-on. It left him feeling somewhat disappointed. With their top-tier physical gifts, a slight burst of strength would have been enough to lift this weight. Though exhausted, the group had no choice but to obey, unable to resist. The entire exercise had taken over 2 hours earlier, pushing the clock past 10. Now they had to repeat the entire sequence, with increased difficulty, likely taking nearly 3 hours. On the blue screens, the mayors watching these monotonous drills wore grim expressions, their hearts aching for their city's prodigies. Most believed this was meant to temper their unruly spirit, though such methods were undeniably grueling. Duan Huanru watched the 10 trainees from Fengyu City endure this regimen. Her expression showed no trace of boredom. Instead, she appeared intensely passionate and excited. For at this moment, not a single one of Fengyu City's 10 students hung their heads in dejection. They all approached the training with utmost seriousness. At most, those naturally expressionless types like Gu Xinjian, Zhao Ruoxi, and Pei Tian appeared to be wearing stern faces. Others like Chu Chuhong, Shi Shiyun, and He Guang were earnestly straining forward with every ounce of effort. Perhaps they genuinely believed they couldn't lift such heavy weights, but their attitude was beyond reproach. Seeing this scene, Duan Huanru felt a sense of understanding and empathy. The persistent issue remained, in others' eyes, Fengyu City was the most useless and backward city. Since their arrival, whether in the mayor's office or on the training grounds, they could clearly sense the discrimination from other cities. The more pronounced this discrimination became, the stronger the desire to prove themselves grew in children like Chu Chuhong. They all understood one thing: while Fengyu City's backwardness was undeniable, it had nothing to do with them personally. If they could excel here today, they could shatter the stereotype others held of Fengyu City. This was precisely the task Mayor Yao had entrusted them with before his arrival. Bring glory to Fengyu City. Compared to other cities, they might have grown accustomed to urban prosperity, viewing this training as unimportant and thus largely giving up. But the truth was, they didn't need to prove anything. Logically, Peng Jun should have already moved on to the next training session. It was only because of their complaints that this training had been made more difficult and repeated. Peng Jun had certainly noticed the resigned expressions of defeat on their faces, but he felt utterly helpless. The training schedule for every day this month was fixed. Each specific exercise had to be completed within the allotted time. The afternoon session would be even more time-consuming, meaning this particular exercise could only conclude once they finished it. As he scanned their training attitudes, his gaze fell upon the Fengyu City team members, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Who said this city was dead last? Who claimed it was beyond redemption and had given up? This is fantastic. Each of them was giving it their all, even if they were doing it in that pathetic way. They were moving forward bit by bit, struggling hard. Compared to the dead fish faces of the others, this was much better. Had Fengyu City really been so severely affected by external factors? In truth, Fengyu City should have been a top-tier city in overall strength. But perhaps it had encountered some inescapable circumstances that led to its current situation? This unexpected glimpse instantly shattered Peng Jun's rigid preconceptions about Fengyu City. Chapter 158, Qianfeng City. No wonder their mayor insisted on the phone not to reduce training intensity. Seems the city's young talent truly is exceptional. Time seemed to accelerate with every drop of sweat from the 170 youngsters. After 2 hours and 47 minutes, the second round of training finally concluded. The youngsters were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. The sweat stung their eyes shut, making them look utterly miserable. But the outcome was positive. They had persevered to the end. After shifting his gaze away from the people of Fengyu City, Peng Jun's face darkened once more. Even now, seeing these useless guys finally complete the training, his expression hadn't improved much. I won't announce the top rankings. I'll just read out the bottom 3. Third from the bottom, Kongqing City. Second from the bottom, Taishan City. Bottom of the list, Qianfeng City. With each word Peng Jun uttered, the crowd's hearts stirred with anxiety, fearing their city's name would be called next. But Pei Sun and his team remained confident. He could sense that their city had fought with unwavering unity throughout both rounds of training, unlike some others who had clearly given up. Even if others gave up, their results wouldn't necessarily land them in the bottom ranks. But those people likely lacked the rare spirit of perseverance that burned within them. Moreover, even though Instructor Peng hadn't provided a ranking this time, Pei Sun had carefully observed their progress. They had climbed from 9th to 7th place, though only 2 spots higher. The sweat and effort required for that advancement were undeniably immense. After Peng Jun announced the names of the bottom 3 cities, the icy aura emanating from him was unmistakably displayed before everyone. The moment the crowd sensed it, their first thought was, these 3 cities are done for. The 3 cities I'm about to name, step forward. Though Peng Jun's voice was low, it struck their ears like a bombshell. Upon hearing the command, they immediately broke into a jog, daring not to slow down for fear of inadvertently displeasing Peng Jun. They dared not offend or anger Instructor Peng again. 3 neat rows quickly formed before Peng Jun. Line up from left to right in the order I call out. The members of the 3 formations immediately turned their heads and began whispering among themselves. After a brief exchange, the middle and right formations swapped places. Peng Jun's piercing gaze swept relentlessly over each of the 30 men, pausing not once. Not a single one escaped his scrutiny. Each person who met his gaze felt a chill run down their spine, clearly terrified of Peng Jun. After completing his sweep, Peng Jun fixed his gaze on the farthest right formation, the delegation from Qianfeng City. You are Qianfeng City? The front few members of the Qianfeng City team nodded with heads bowed, perhaps feeling embarrassed themselves and not daring to look up. Why won't any of you look up? I recall your complaints were quite loud earlier, weren't they? Peng Jun narrowed his eyes, deliberately lowering his own head to look at them from an angle. At this, the Qianfeng City members nearly buried their heads in their crotches. Seeing this, Peng Jun was at a loss for words. He lifted his head, waved his hand, and addressed the people from Taishan City and Kongqing City beside him. You 2 columns, fall back into formation. After his words fell, the people in all 3 columns froze in place. The Taishan City and Kongqing City residents visibly froze, thinking they must have misheard. After quietly confirming with those beside them, they cautiously shuffled backward step by step. Only when they saw Pang Jun showed no reaction did they finally fall back into line. Meanwhile, the Qianfeng City team stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't it agreed that only the bottom 3 teams would be punished? Why are the other 2 teams being let off? If you'd said earlier that only the last place team would be punished, we wouldn't have tanked so badly. As if reading the minds of Qianfeng City's prodigies, Pang Jun narrowed his eyes and explained. Taishan City and Kongqing City simply lack the strength and capability. Their attitude was still somewhat acceptable. But you, Qianfeng City. If I understand correctly, your city is considered fairly average in Tianjin province, right? What was with all those stern faces earlier? Dissatisfied with me? And each of you crawled along slower than a turtle. You actually dare to land me in last place. And you call yourselves a respectable city in Tianjin province. What are you all staring at with your heads down? Do you even have any sense of shame? Qianfeng City's reputation has been utterly ruined by you lot today. Now look at Fengyu City. I won't go into unnecessary details, but you all know Fengyu's track record in Tianjin province over the years. In every metric, they've consistently ranked at the bottom. Yet this time, their second attempt shot them up to 7th place. First, all 10 of their representatives clearly demonstrated a strong commitment to bringing honor to their city. Second, they delivered on that promise. Every single one contributed their full effort. What's the meaning of this? Some of you are slacking off, others are zoning out. Doesn't anyone care about our city's reputation? At this point, Pang Jun's gaze shifted to a specific team below. The members of that team felt a chill run down their spines under his menacing stare. Now look at Yunchuang City. Even though their team seems to be tanking, they've got real talent. Despite deliberately underperforming, they still managed to secure 6th place from the bottom. Of course, I can't tell if they're genuinely tanking or just holding back. But at least they didn't make it into the top 3. As he spoke, Pang Jun tapped his fingers on his thigh, his tone dripping with sarcasm barely veiled as a direct jab at the Yunchuang City representatives below the stage. You tell me no real strength, but when it comes to giving up, each of you is more decisive than the last. Since Qianfeng City has this attitude, I'll see what kind of performance you put on this afternoon. Pang Jun's gaze swept back over the Qianfeng City delegation as he spoke sharply. Upon hearing this, some of the Yunchuan City representatives flushed crimson, realizing Pang Jun's criticism was directed at them. Others, however, wore expressions of utter indifference, even smug satisfaction, as if they were dead pigs fearing no boiling water. Their expressions seemed to say, look at us, we can get by even when deliberately underperforming, as long as we avoid punishment. If anyone called him out, he might even retort, what do you know? We deliberately held back our strength. After a long silence, a boy standing at the front of Qianfeng City spoke up. His face held a hint of apology as he asked sincerely. Instructor Pang, it was indeed our fault. Name your punishment, whatever it is, we'll accept it. Chapter 159, Half-Hour Break. Pang Jun snorted coldly. If you'd shown this attitude earlier, you wouldn't be the ones facing punishment now. Don't worry about the punishment either. It will be incorporated into the next training session. I'll inform you when the time comes. Now. Pang Jun rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch. It's already past 1 o'clock. Take a half-hour break, then prepare for the next training session. This half-hour is the longest break you'll get today, so make the most of it. With that, Pang Jun narrowed his eyes again, his expression once more detached and indifferent. Only then did the group realize it was already 1 p.m. Since becoming professionals, their sense of time had become somewhat blurred. During training, time always seemed to fly by, especially at moments like this, even though they constantly complained during drills. Upon receiving the order to rest, the group didn't argue. They paired up, found empty spots, and sat down to rest. Earlier that morning, some had found the ground too dirty to sit on. But after being pushed to their limits by Pang Jun all morning, they were too exhausted to care, plopping down on the dusty earth without a second thought. Pei Sun's mental state remained relatively stable. Though the training was grueling and monotonous, it served its purpose as Pang Jun had stated, building foundational strength and endurance. As a representative participant from Fengyu City, Pei Sun understood his standing from the outset, so his mindset remained quite positive. Moreover, after learning his ranking at the end of the first session, his confidence soared for the second round. It wasn't just Pei Sun, the other Fengyu City participants shared similar thoughts, which explained their strong performance in the second round. Pei Sun casually plopped down on the ground, with Zhuang Yushi still trailing close behind him. After sitting down, Pei Sun felt exhausted and parched, but with nothing to drink nearby, he could only stare around helplessly. Zhuang Yushi, noticing his restless expression, asked with concern, "Are you thirsty?" Pei Sun glanced at Zhuang Yushi and retorted, "Aren't you thirsty? We've been exhausted all morning." Zhuang Yushi shook her head. "I'm fine. I drank plenty of water before leaving this morning, so I'm not very thirsty now, but I am exhausted." Pei Sun brushed the dust off his hands, shifting his gaze to the people around them. During the earlier training session, several individuals had shown remarkable potential people he'd need to keep an eye on in the days ahead. He'd taken note of them. "I'll go get you a bottle of water." Just then, Zhuang Yushi turned her head and said cheerfully to Pei Sun. Pei Sun froze for a moment before asking, "Water? Is there even a place to buy water around here?" Zhuang Yushi nodded, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she replied sweetly. "Of course there is. There are several on B Street. It seems like a street dedicated to basic services, with plenty of small shops and such." "How do you know?" Pei Sun asked, still puzzled. It was all marked on that map earlier. It clearly labeled B Street as a commercial street. Not just drinks, but even sunflower seeds and peanuts. Zhuang Yushi explained, making exaggerated gestures as she spoke. "You memorized that entire map?" Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly as he asked incredulously. Though the map wasn't packed with information, memorizing it in such a short time showed impressive memory. "How far is B Street from here?" Though Pei Sun didn't want to trouble the girl, his thirst was becoming unbearable. He'd helped her out before, so he'd let her run this errand. "It's very close, about a 5-minute walk. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Zhuang Yushi said playfully. "Alright, go ahead. Be careful." "Got it." With that, Zhuang Yushi left the practice area and headed outside. After Zhuang Yushi left, Pei Sun felt the air around him cool slightly, though it still lingered with a hint of stifling heat. Reluctantly, he fanned himself with his hand. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared before Pei Sun. Since this area was nearly deserted, even people moving around the training grounds usually didn't enter Pei Sun's field of vision. But now, several figures had abruptly entered his field of vision, clearly heading straight for him. Mid-fan, Pei Sun shifted his gaze toward the approaching figures. Recognizing their faces, he wore a puzzled expression. He didn't recognize these guys. What were they doing coming over? Just then, the boy leading the group flashed a sinister grin and said, "Let me see, this is the genius of Fengyu City? Complaining about being tired all the time, yet barely breaking a sweat?" The words had barely left his mouth when another shrill voice chimed in. "Fengyu City is amazing. You've even earned praise from the instructor. Looks like Fengyu City is going to rise this year." The instructor even praised their patience. Learn from Fengyu City's attitude. Even after getting praised, they still look modest and unassuming. TSK, if it were you lot, you'd probably be gloating like crazy." The shrill voice had barely faded when a sarcastic female voice chimed in. Hearing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but frown. These people clearly meant trouble. That irritating tone made Pei Sun think they were from Nanshi City at first. But just as the exchange ended, he saw Nanshi City's people resting on the other side. So who were these guys? And why did they harbor such intense hostility toward Fengyu City? "What do you want?" Pei Sun demanded warily. Though they all looked up to no good, they probably wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. After all, Peng Jun was sitting nearby, not far away. If these people tried to lay a finger on him, today's training session would likely be cancelled. There was even a chance Peng Jun could knock them flat on the spot. After all, both the mayor's instructions before they left and Peng Jun's orders just before training began explicitly forbade them from taking matters into their own hands. Future days might involve inter-city competitions, but today was absolutely off limits. So while Pei Sun remained vigilant, he believed these men wouldn't dare attack so openly, especially with so many people present. However, the leader of the group didn't respond to Pei Sun's words. Instead, he suddenly turned to a boy beside him, his voice shrill and unnerving. Chapter 160, Yunchuang City. "Hey! Old Mu! Remember how much I hated a certain type of person back in high school? They were annoying enough as it was, but I kept running into them everywhere I went. Even here. How infuriating is that?" The man called Old Mu burst into laughter upon hearing this, clearly understanding the speaker's sentiment. He chuckled in agreement. "Of course I remember, Brother Lin. It's not just you who hates those types. I think any normal person would find them annoying." No sooner had Old Mu finished speaking than another boy chimed in. "My high school class was full of jerks like that too. They'd get praised and still keep that sourpuss face. What's the point of acting like that? You'd think someone was insulting them. I can't stand people like that. They come from the dumps, they're useless themselves, and then some deadbeat instructor gives them a couple compliments and they actually think they're something special? Like they're suddenly gonna turn into someone useful? Back in middle and high school, I beat up guys just like you." Brother Lin started with a smug grin, but his expression darkened as he spoke. His menacing glare made Pei Sun squirm uncomfortably. Pei Sun couldn't fathom what was wrong with these people. They came over and hurled abuse at him for no apparent reason. The most ridiculous part was their justification. Because of his humble origins, he shouldn't dare to climb higher? Was anyone who dared to climb considered one of those despicable people in their eyes? As if being born low meant you were destined to stay low forever? And hearing this guy's later remarks? That was textbook schoolyard bullying. A barely perceptible glint of murderous intent instantly flashed in Pei Sun's eyes. In this life, he might not have witnessed or experienced it, but in his previous existence, he had seen school violence with his own eyes. So now, his hatred for these people before him surged to its peak. For a split second, he even considered unleashing a million undead to drown them all. Noticing the shift in Pei Sun's gaze, the group flashed contemptuous smirks and sneered. Oh my! What's that look? Feeling cocky? What, wanna fight us? Let me tell you. If we weren't forbidden from using abilities today, I'd unleash my aura and you wouldn't even be able to move an inch. Exactly. You worthless trash from Fengyu City. Just because you endured this pointless, torturous training, you think you're capable? Got some meaningless, worthless ranking, and now you think you're hot stuff? Let me tell you, any one of us stepping out could crush you Fengyu City scum with a flick of our fingers. Exactly. You're all delusional, puffed up by that dead instructor's praise. Just wait till tomorrow when we can use our abilities again. We'll show you Fengyu City trash what real genius looks like. I won't even need to lift a finger to shatter every last illusion you lot have about yourselves. The arrogance on their faces was palpable, as if they were certain of victory and killing Pei Sun would be effortless. Pei Sun's face turned as cold as ice. His voice dropped to a low rumble. Which city are you from? Oh? You actually dare to challenge us? Lao Mu's smug grin froze for a second before he feigned astonishment, glancing at the others and saying, You get all fired up just because we called you a piece of trash? Fine, fine. Looks like you're really tired of living. You piece of trash, you think you can take us on? We're from Yunchuang City. A world apart from your crumbling Fengyu City. You want to mess with us? That's a fairy tale. Tomorrow, I'll make sure every insect in Fengyu City knows the meaning of despair. Ha. The bugs of Fengyu City are like this, they actually live in delusions. I have no idea what gives you the confidence to dare lay a finger on us Yunchuang City. Since that's the case, shall we settle this tomorrow then? Lin Ji's lips curled into a sneer as he stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against Pei Sun's. His voice dripped with contempt. A bug, nothing but a bug. Rest assured, tomorrow's the battle. I'll be watching to see what kind of performance you put on. With that, Brother Lin flashed another scornful grin and turned to leave. The others followed suit, shooting Pei Sun several contemptuous glares. Though such looks no longer affected Pei Sun, he was too accustomed to them, the thought of why they stared at him like that still stirred a pang of discomfort. 3 hours ago, he clashed with people from Nanchur City. Now, conflict erupted with those from Yunsong City. This was only the first day, with 29 more to go. He'd already clashed with 2 of the 3 most powerful cities in Tianjin province. What stung the most was that these conflicts had little to do with him personally. Each time, the other side had inexplicably provoked Fengyu City out of nowhere. It seemed absolutely necessary to establish Fengyu City's reputation within Tianjin province. By now, Pei Sun felt Fengyu City was no longer merely labeled as the province's most backward city. The current Fengyu City had become so abstracted that it was treated as less than human. The looks in those Yunchuang City people's eyes earlier were pure, heartfelt contempt. Pei Sun felt a deep sadness at this state of affairs. Yet, Pei Sun remained convinced that such individuals were few and far between. Perhaps their environment since birth had shaped such dark personalities, but such thinking was utterly unacceptable. What truly grieved Pei Sun was that this mindset was far from uncommon. The people of Nanchi City were another example. They too openly looked down on Fengyu City residents, though their contempt wasn't as extreme or as vile as that displayed by the Yunchuang City group. At this thought, Pei Sun's fists clenched tighter. He was determined to revitalize the city and deliver results to Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao within these 30 days. After nearly 10 minutes, Zhuang Yushi finally appeared before Pei Sun. I'm back. Zhuang Yushi held 2 bottles of Longfusi spring water, handing one to Pei Sun with a delighted smile. Pei Sun reached out to take it and couldn't help but be infected by the girl's smile. This girl. Though he didn't know what had her so cheerful, it seemed like her face was always lit up with a smile. He'd intended to chat with her a bit longer, but the memory of that group's earlier disgusting behavior toward him made the words freeze on his lips. Not that he couldn't speak, he simply couldn't muster a smile. He didn't want to engage with Zhuang Yushi while still feeling that way. Thank you. After a few breaths, Pei Sun forced a smile and thanked Zhuang Yushi. Chapter 161, What kind of training? Perhaps it was because he'd spent so much time with this girl lately, but Pei Sun had developed an indescribable feeling toward her. He relished Zhuang Yushi's gentle care toward him and found himself growing quite fond of her. After gulping down several large mouthfuls, Pei Sun's thirst was finally quenched. One word, refreshing. After finishing, Pei Sun stood up, walked over, and tossed the empty bottle into a nearby trash can. Upon returning, those peculiar stares were still fixed on him. Just as he returned to his previous spot, Peng Jun suddenly stood up in the distance and bellowed. Break's over. Resume training. Everyone froze, then anger flashed across their faces. He had clearly said they could rest for half an hour, yet now, after only 10 minutes or so, he was cutting it short? This was outright deception. Did he think they were children? Sorry, but the real battlefield offers no such comforts or time to prepare. It's full of sudden surprises, so you need to adapt to this kind of situation. As he spoke, Peng Jun wore that infuriating smirk on his face. The group's chests heaved with fury, yet they could do nothing about it. Just then, a sturdy figure suddenly descended from above, leaping over the surrounding broken walls from an unknown direction and kicking up a cloud of dust. The thick dust made it difficult for the others to make out the figure clearly. The man's physique was terrifyingly robust. At a glance, he stood well over 6 feet tall, with exceptionally developed limbs. His arms, in particular, were monstrously muscular, like 2 bulging iron towers, radiating explosive power. As the dust slowly settled, the crowd finally got a clear look at the man's features. His skin was dark, his eyes deep-set, his nose sharply hooked like an eagle's, and his lips thick. These features seemed jarringly mismatched, yet his utterly expressionless face radiated an equally repulsive, icy aura. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Shuxuan. I am one of the instructors responsible for your training this time. Su Shuxuan cleared his throat and introduced himself to the group. Confusion immediately spread across their faces. Weren't they supposed to be starting the next training exercise? Why was another instructor suddenly here? As confusion spread through the group, Su Shuxuan spoke again. No need to guess. I am your next training exercise. The moment Su Shuxuan finished speaking, over 100 faces grew even more bewildered. You're our next training exercise? Are you even aware of what you're saying? But seeing Su Shuxuan's stern expression, they realized she wasn't joking. What does that even mean? Su Shuxuan continued, for the entire day ahead, well, to be precise, just this afternoon, this will be our sole training activity. Over the next few hours this afternoon, the 17 teams from the 17 cities will take turns challenging me. This is a teamwork-based training exercise. I want everyone to focus on the word cooperation. After Su Shuxuan finished, Peng Jun added, don't forget what I said, no use of supernatural abilities all day today. Over 100 people froze in place upon hearing this, as if petrified. Their blank faces now held a hint of despair. Are you kidding me? The training task is to take on this giant? He looks like a boss-level enemy. How tough is he supposed to be? How are we supposed to beat him without using our abilities? Of course, to ensure fairness, Instructor Su won't use his special abilities either. We'll stick to the most basic attributes. Although Instructor Su is higher leveled, with base attribute values 2 to 3 times yours, he'll be facing all 10 of you attacking simultaneously. So in comparison, Instructor Su might be at a slight disadvantage. That's how it is. However, I hope everyone will approach this training fairly. No holding back, no going easy on Instructor Su, just show your absolute best. Though it sounded reasonable enough, the sight of Peng Jun's grin instantly filled everyone with a sense of unease. Go easy on him? Why does this feel so off? One crucial point to note, this afternoon's training may feel distinctly different for each city. Your objective is to earn Instructor Su's approval during combat. Only when all 17 teams satisfy him will this training conclude, and you'll be permitted to rest. Understood? As he finished, Peng Jun's voice suddenly rose several decibels, as if to jolt everyone awake. Upon hearing this, Pei Xin fell deep in thought. What did he mean by each city having a different experience? Could it mean the intensity level would differ for each city? For the first time since hearing the instructions, Pei Xin felt doubt about the upcoming training. After all, the instructors were well aware that the overall strength of the 17 cities varied greatly. Cities like Fengyu City and Kongqing City, for instance, had strengths that were starkly divided. If they were forced to compete against all 17 cities at the same level under these circumstances, bottom-tier cities like theirs would inevitably face unfair treatment. Moreover, the training still prohibited the use of supernatural abilities, which only added to Pei Sun's frustration. Without his abilities, what difference was he from a super soldier? He'd likely end up as the one taking the beating. Though the process would likely remain agonizing, the realization that most other cities face the same predicament suddenly made him feel better. No big deal, the later training sessions would inevitably require starlight energy anyway. Compared to Pei Sun, the other 160-plus trainees showed irritation on nearly 100 faces. Perhaps a day of torment had finally pushed them to their limits, yet they dared not challenge the two instructors. Instead, they vented their frustration through their expressions. We were actually planning to give you a half-hour break, since I figured Instructor Su wouldn't arrive for another 30 minutes. But look who showed up in just over 10. Ha 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 ha. So it's actually thanks to Instructor Su that your break got cut short. I know you're all feeling a bit sour about it, right? Well, go ahead and take that frustration out on him later. Peng Jun finished his cheerful remark with another hearty laugh before strolling to the edge of the training ground. He sat down, ready to observe the upcoming drills. The first city to challenge, Thousand Wind City. The second city, Cloud Frost City. The remaining 15 cities, you decide which ones to challenge. If you want to go, you can go. No one's getting out of this, everyone has to participate. If no one volunteers, I'll call out names. Chapter 162, Qianfeng City begins. Though Peng Jun had moved to the edge of the training ground, his booming voice still filled the entire space. Even though it wasn't an enclosed area, his words echoed relentlessly through the air, reaching every ear with crystal clarity. The people of Qianfeng City were stunned upon hearing this. When they first heard the training involved sparring with Su Shuxuan, they wondered how Peng Jun would weave their punishment into this session. Little did they expect it meant they'd be the first to test Su Shuxuan's limits? That meant certain doom. Nearly every resident of Qianfeng City relied on their special abilities to survive. Disabling those powers was like severing their limbs, rendering them useless. Otherwise, no matter how badly they'd slacked off earlier, they wouldn't have ended up dead last. While other cities reaped benefits from their warrior professions, they were stuck swallowing bitter pills in silence. Yet even more stunned than Qianfeng City was the nearby city of Yunsong. The moment Peng Jun called their name, Yunchuan City's representatives froze in place, their expressions blank. We seem to have been punished too? Lin Ge from Yunchuan City felt a surge of anger. Was this bastard Peng Jun targeting them? Why the hell is he singling us out? Based on what he just said, we didn't even make it to the bottom 3 positions. Not only did he publicly scold them in front of everyone, but now he's inexplicably making them fight second against Su Shuxuan. How is that any different from being punished? The ones who actually deserved punishment were the ones who went first, right? The others were equally furious, their eyes flashing with anger as they radiated undisguised discontent. Su Shuxuan noticed the scene and immediately let a cold smile curve her lips. You, which city are you from? You go first. Su Shuxuan pointed toward the line where Brother Lin stood, her voice laced with mocking amusement. The crowd paused, glancing in the direction Su Shuxuan indicated, their gaze settling on the group from Yunchuan City. Upon sensing the fury radiating from the Yunchuan City group, the crowd instantly understood. Sure enough, all instructors shared one common trait: they loved to discipline troublemakers. Peng Jun, observing the scene from afar, wore an amused expression. The Yunchuan City group was already seething with anger. Hearing Su Shuxuan's words pushed them over the edge. Led by Brother Lin, they said nothing but marched straight out to confront Su Shuxuan. The others from Yunchuan City hadn't even reacted yet, still exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing Brother Lin and Old Mu walk ahead, they could only reluctantly follow, their steps dragging heavily. Ready? Su Shuxuan's expression hardened instantly, his voice deep and resonant. Lao Mu stepped forward, pointing a finger at Su Shuxuan with a hint of resentment. Looks like you've got us mixed up with some bottom-of-the-barrel trash city. You dare target Yunchuan City? Don't think being a soldier makes you tough. Today, we're gonna teach you a lesson. Before the words faded, Old Mu launched his attack. He charged at Su Shuxuan, right fist raised high, wind whistling as it slammed toward Su Shuxuan's head. The strike seemed to channel every ounce of his strength. Su Shuxuan, however, remained unruffled. A smirk played on his lips as he effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his right leg shooting out like lightning, aiming straight for Lao Mu's midsection. Seeing this, Old Mu hastily withdrew his fist, twisting his body at lightning speed to evade the kick. But Su Shuxuan was simply too fast. Though the kick missed his stomach, it connected squarely with his waist. Even so, Lao Mu had underestimated Su Shuxuan's power. A tremendous impact surged through him, sending him reeling backward several steps. 2 deep gashes were carved into the ground beneath his feet. Nothing special. Though he'd been outmatched in this exchange, Old Mu felt a surge of confidence. If Su Shuxuan's combat prowess was truly this limited, then the 10 men from their city joining forces would surely be able to overcome him. Stabilizing his stance, Lao Mu's gaze sharpened as he launched another assault. This time, his attack was even more ferocious, his fists raining down on Su Shuxuan like a storm. Yet Su Shuxuan dodged left and right with terrifying agility. After Lao Mu unleashed a storm of attacks, he hadn't even grazed the hem of Su Shuxuan's clothes. Instead, he found himself exhausted, gasping for breath. Su Shuxuan's gaze remained fixed on Lao Mu's every move, her eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Seeing that look, the rage within Old Mu flared even brighter. That gaze was one he was accustomed to directing at others. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine being on the receiving end of it today. Lin Ge watched the exchange for a moment, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Seizing a moment when Su Shuxuan was engaged head-on with Old Mu, Lin Ge suddenly darted behind Su Shuxuan. His speed was far superior to Old Mu's. Lin's fist clenched into a rock-hard ball, hurtling straight toward Su Shuxuan's nape. A chilling murderous intent spilled from his eyes. But just then, Su Shuxuan seemed to sense Brother Lin's presence. She leapt backward, suddenly creating a significant distance between them. Lin Ge's eyes widened instantly, his gaze flickering with confusion, as if asking, did this guy use an ability? How did he jump that far? Before either of them could react, Su Shuxuan flashed back before them like lightning. His left leg whipped out like a steel whip, aiming straight for Brother Lin's legs. Lin Ge's face paled instantly. He hadn't anticipated Su Shuxuan's lightning-fast reaction. There was no time to dodge. A loud thud echoed as Su Shuxuan's leg slammed into his legs. He lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground, his face contorted in pain. Damn it! Lin Ge struggled to rise, but his legs throbbed with excruciating pain, leaving him utterly powerless. Shock and fury surged through him, and for a moment, he was at a loss for what to do next. Seeing Brother Lin knocked down by Su Shuxuan under such extreme circumstances, Old Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of fear, causing his offensive to falter momentarily. Su Xuxuan's eyes darted wildly. Sensing Lao Mu's momentary distraction, she flashed forward again. A seemingly effortless punch landed squarely on Lao Mu's chest, producing a dull thud. The next instant, Lao Mu crashed backward, sent flying. Useless, Su Xuxuan sneered, her expression utterly blank as she surveyed the two men sprawled on the ground. Chapter 163, Blown Away. Su Xuxuan's gaze was chillingly calm, devoid of any panic, radiating a profound sense of hopelessness as if she were utterly invincible. Lin Gu and Old Mu gasped for breath on the ground, utterly spent. They struggled to their feet, barely able to endure the pain. The slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through their bodies. The other members from Yunshuang City had been eyeing an opening to join the fight while the two were engaged with Su Xuxuan. But witnessing Brother Lin's fate, they froze in place as if struck dumb, staring at the two combatants with grim expressions. Uncle Lin and Old Mu's eyes burned with stubborn defiance. Between gasps for breath, they strategized their next move, refusing to yield even under Su Xuxuan's intimidating aura. Lin Ji's defiant gaze remained fixed on Su Xuxuan, scrutinizing her from head to toe as if searching for a weakness. After a few breaths, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Mu, signaling their readiness for a second assault. Lao Mu's expression grew grave, the confidence in his eyes noticeably diminished. Yet, he still frowned and nodded. The next instant, Lin Gu and Old Mu launched their attack simultaneously. Lin Gu leapt high, his legs snapping like scissors towards Su Xuxuan's neck, while Old Mu crouched low and swept his leg upward at Su Xuxuan's waist, aiming to leave her nowhere to dodge. Yet Su Xuxuan remained utterly unfazed, not even bothering to feign contempt. Instead of dodging as the attacks came, she suddenly stepped forward, deftly twisting her head to effortlessly evade Brother Lin's leg lock. Simultaneously, his right hand shot backward, slamming into Lao Mu's chest. Lao Mu's face instantly drained of color. A crushing force slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward like a. He crashed heavily to the ground nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. His expression darkened as he struggled to breathe, coughing up a large mouthful of blood the next second. Lin Gu tried to adjust his posture mid-air, but it was too late. After sending Lao Mu flying, Su Xuxuan spun on her heel, grabbed Lin Ji's right foot with her left hand, and flung him hard onto the ground. A thunderous thud echoed as Brother Lin slammed into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, but his entire body felt like shattered bones. Beyond the relentless agony, he couldn't muster any strength. A trickle of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth, giving the impression he might snap at any moment. Seeing Lin Gu and Old Mu fall so easily, the fear in their teammates' eyes deepened. Some trembled in place, frozen with terror. If anyone from Yunshuang City saw them now, they'd be utterly shocked. They'd never imagined the city's prodigies could look so utterly terrified. After Brother Lin and Old Mu both lay on the ground, nearly completely incapacitated, Su Xuxuan finally shifted his gaze away from them and fixed it on the other 8 individuals. As Su Xuxuan's piercing gaze swept over them, a chill ran down their spines, and an ominous foreboding settled in their hearts. Su Xuxuan's face had previously held traces of disdain and contempt, but as his gaze settled on the 8, all expression vanished instantly. He merely stared at them with an icy, cold gaze. The previous pair, though lacking skill, had at least dared to attack him. Despite their utterly chaotic coordination, they'd maintained tactical composure under pressure. Had they not faced him, they likely wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Yet these 8 had merely watched in fearful awe as the front pair fell behind in their fight. How were they any different from deserters? This was precisely why Su Xuxuan felt particularly enraged, and thus his expression toward these 8 held no trace of kindness. "Aren't you going to fight?" A cold, deep voice emerged from Su Xuxuan's mouth, devoid of any emotion. The 8 men flinched at her words, their hearts sinking as they contemplated the consequences of inaction. But given their abilities, if they did intervene, what good would come of it? Lin Yang and Mu Chengfeng were already considered top geniuses in their city of Yunshuang. Yet they hadn't lasted long before ending up like this. Wouldn't they be throwing themselves away if they went up? Thus, upon hearing her words, the group remained frozen in place, trembling violently. Not a single one dared to move, their eyes filled with utter terror. Su Xuxuan was utterly disillusioned. Her emotionless gaze swept coldly over each of the 8 figures, and she made no further attempt to give them another chance. They still failed to grasp the true purpose of this training exercise. Su Xuxuan's gaze sharpened as she extended her hand and made a slight clenching motion toward the 8 figures. In the next instant, their faces paled and their pupils dilated. Their bodies then began to float uncontrollably toward Su Xuxuan, as if drawn by an invisible gravitational pull emanating from her. As they struggled against the force, they realized they were utterly powerless to resist. Terror spread across their faces as this inexplicable, overwhelming force of despair weighed heavily upon them, causing each one to turn deathly pale. "Useless!" Su Xuxuan snorted coldly, then clenched her fist tightly. A murderous aura instantly radiated out. As if something had exploded among the 8 figures, a low, air-shredding crack echoed alongside the clenching of Su Xuxuan's fist. Instantly, the 8 were hurled backward in different directions. Boom! 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 The successive thuds of bodies hitting the ground echoed across the scene, which was instantly swept into a whirlwind of dust. 2 unlucky souls were even hurled all the way to the distant broken wall, a testament to the sheer force behind Su Shuxuan's strike. Just then, perhaps due to his more physically oriented vertical point, a boy who hadn't been thrown too far lay on the ground, struggling to speak. You cheated. You used your ability. Didn't we agree not to use abilities? Su Shuxuan lowered her gaze to the speaker, stepping closer until she was beside him. She crouched down, grabbed his hair, and demanded, "Did I use my ability? Did you sense any ability fluctuations?" Already struggling to steady his breath, the boy could barely muster the strength to speak after being yanked by Su Shuxuan. He could only glare at her resentfully. Thud. Chapter 164, Crushing. Su Shuxuan yanked the man's hair and slammed him hard onto the ground. Though the surface wasn't particularly hard, mostly mud and sand, his head still made a significant, dull thud upon impact. Did anyone think I used my abilities? Did anyone sense any ability fluctuations around me? After standing up, Su Shuxuan looked at the crowd from other cities with a helpless, innocent expression, as if asking the question with a hint of resignation. The 100+ people present fell completely silent, not a single one daring to speak. Although Su Shuxuan had just employed a technique resembling a skill, no psychic energy fluctuations had been detected. It might have been a skill akin to internal martial arts, relying on physical strength rather than psychic energy. And even if he had used supernatural abilities, no one present would dare point it out. Only then did Su Shuxuan glance back at the figure on the ground, flashing a derisive expression before kicking him aside as he strode forward. Yunsong City, huh? Not quite up to par. You can all crawl off and adjust. Hope you get your act together soon so next time we face off, you won't be such useless trash. Su Shuxuan walked to the front, not even glancing at the 10 people sprawled on the ground. It seemed more like she was talking to thin air. The 10 from Yunshuang City lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes filled with despair and resentment. They had no clue how to counter Su Shuxuan. The city's 2 strongest prodigies had been crushed in an instant, their defenses shattered like crumbling walls. What could they possibly do? After a long moment of reflection, their thoughts circled back to the beginning. They felt these instructors were torturing them purely for the sake of torment, never once looking inward to find their own faults. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and Mu Chengfeng, though lying on the ground barely clinging to life with severe injuries, could only replay their battles against Su Shuxuan in their minds. Lin Yang was somewhat better off. As a summoner, his rank surpassed all 9 of them by 1 tier, and his attribute points were the highest among them. Thus, he had started with confidence. Even now, battered and bruised, he could accept the reality. Mu Chengfeng, however, felt deeply troubled. The strength he had always prided himself on proved utterly futile against Su Shuxuan, making him look like nothing more than a clown. Both his initial offensive and the coordinated attacks he later executed with brother Lin Yang now seemed laughable. He understood that as the 2 strongest fighters in Yunshuang City, he and brother Lin Yang had ended up like this. Naturally, he found it hard to accept. As for the scene where the remaining 8 opponents were swept away like dry leaves, neither Lin Yang nor Mu Chengfeng witnessed it. By then, they were nearly unconscious, their eyelids too heavy to lift. Hearing the series of agonized screams, they surmised the others had also been beaten, deepening their anguish. If you can't get up in 10 seconds, I'll send you flying. Su Shuxuan's deep voice echoed throughout the training ground as he stepped forward. Those sprawled on the ground, faces twisted in agony and moaning in pain, could only muster every ounce of strength to scramble back to their feet, then limp and stagger to the rear. Though their bodies were already nearing their limits, another strike from Su Shuxuan would likely cripple them completely. Next up, which city was it again? Qianfeng City, right? Come on over. Su Shuxuan crossed his arms over his chest, a cold smile spreading across his face once more. His gaze swept over the prodigies from various cities, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. 160 people, almost every pair of eyes fixed on him was filled with fear and dread, trembling in place. Su Shuxuan seemed to relish this feeling, his gaze sweeping over them with unchecked arrogance. As the trembling group from Qianfeng City stepped forward, his gaze immediately locked onto their 10 representatives. Compared to earlier, their steps now trembled visibly. Their faces were listless, each one visibly pale, eyes unfocused. To an outsider, it looked like they were walking to their execution. Though lacking the confidence radiating from the Yunsong City group, they possessed a steadiness absent in their counterparts. Perhaps witnessing the fate of Yunshuang City's prodigies had pushed these 10 geniuses to the peak of caution. Once all 10 had gathered, their leader, Qinya, spoke in a deep voice to those around him. Just stick to our agreed plan. We have no chance of defeating this guy. Do what you can. The 3 of us brothers go first. The rest of you 7 watch and provide cover. Even if we lose, don't make it look as bad as the Yunshuang City guys did. Got it? Got it, Brother Chen. The others nodded in agreement. Seemingly inspired by Qinya, the 9 others' responses carried a bit more conviction, their morale appearing to rise slightly. Though their voices were low, they still caught Su Shuxuan's attention. It was unclear if she had heard their conversation clearly, but she simply let a faint smile curve her lips once more. After hearing their response, Qinya gave a heavy nod. He then stepped forward with 2 other burly boys, while the remaining 7 fell into place behind them in orderly formation. Their positioning seemed deliberate, appearing remarkably precise. Su Shuxuan's eyes lit up at the sight of Qianfeng City's formation, as if he had seen something that pleased him. Just as Su Shuxuan pondered, the 3 men in the front row of Qianfeng City suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at him. The burly man on the left charged headlong, attempting some kind of wrestling takedown. The tall, muscular youth on the right soared forward with lightning speed, like a whirlwind bearing down on Su Shuxuan. Shenya, positioned in the center, displayed such fierce momentum that even Su Shuxuan was taken aback. The other city teams watching were stunned. They hadn't expected these city fighters, who had arrived looking so dejected, to display such ferocious aggression the moment the match began. 3 powerful gusts of wind bore straight toward Su Shuxuan. He seemed momentarily frozen, his evasive movements half a beat too slow, giving the distinct impression that they might actually defeat him. But when Su Shuxuan finally snapped back to reality, his expression immediately turned grave. He suddenly planted his heels, digging several centimeters into the yellow earth. His gaze locked onto the tallest, strongest boy charging toward him at top speed. As the boy surged forward, Su Shuxuan gathered his strength and met him head-on with a brutal punch driven by sheer brute force. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar echoed as the boy was sent flying backward. As he flew through the air, the stocky boy on the left, who had been crouching in a wrestling stance, charged forward.